The instrument called a knife is the first tool that has been in his hands since he was born. He was very young when his father gave it to him. He's 10 years old. And his father was a sculptor. He taught him how to use a knife. He taught him how to be a man, and in a moment of work he decided he was using his incredible intelligence and talent. That day, he finished what he'd been working on for 10 years. A sculpture of his father. And he finally finished this masterpiece. Before he died, his father told him that from now on, he should be more careful. In this world, he is his only son, and now he's asking him to be careful. There are a lot of bad people in this world. He doesn't want him to get hurt, and let him trust no one but the master of the Kong family. But suddenly a deadly epidemic fell to the village, not a single living soul left. The master of the Kong family passed away 3 days ago. His father and he are the only survivors. They live in the mountains behind the village, but he decided not to upset his father with the bad news. The father told his son that he was proud of him. And he was the smartest and the most handsome. While working on the sculpture, the guy said that his father had a beautiful smile. He must be happy, because his father would be happy too. But suddenly he felt only emptiness inside. And if he left his father here, would he be bored? Luckily, right next to his father, was his mother's grave. Though he has creative talent, he's not special at all. And his hands are quick. It won't be long before another masterpiece is born. His mother died when he was 5 years old, so he doesn't remember much about her. But he does remember that she was incredibly beautiful. Toward evening, the guy said he was finally done with both sculptures. But suddenly someone behind him asked if he had made those graves, and that's how he met his bloody master. When he was a kid, his father told him not to talk to strangers. He's not sure if he should talk to this suspicious old man. The old man asked the guy, did he really make those graves? The guy realized that as a child he should respect his elders as long as he didn't do anything wrong. Everything would be fine if he answered politely. The guy put himself proudly and answered him that it was his work. The old man was surprised and asked, did he create these sculptures? The guy was surprised, because he didn't think an old man passing by would be so impressed by his art. And he replied that he had created them. The lad wondered, for considering his age, old man, what would he want him to do to make him a sculpture for his grave? The old man asked if he would like to follow him. The boy asked in surprise, why him? What does he mean? Why does he want him to follow him? The old man replied to the guy that if he followed him, he would teach him the best martial arts in the world. The guy asked the old man, is he kidding me? What is he talking about? And why should he believe such nonsense? The old man decided to demonstrate his abilities and told him to watch carefully. The old man pointed his hand into the forest and after waving a couple times, he released a beam so strong that it destroyed all the trees. The guy couldn't believe that just a passing old man possessed such an incredible martial arts technique. The old man asked the boy, how was he? Now did he wish to learn as well? The boy thought it was a martial art of incredible power anyway. He had nowhere to go, and now for the moment he had decided that he wanted to get the most out of this life. The boy held out his hand and said he was in, and at that moment, he wanted to do something stupid. So he decided to take a chance. As he began his difficult training, his master sent him into the water to learn everything underwater, and that was the beginning of his bloody fate. After doing a breathing workout, he immediately used the beach shot. The shot was so powerful that it traveled underwater and shot skyward. But Master said that when they first met him, he looked like an acceptable master. But the fact that he would brutally trample, his generosity, his good heart and his future in the mountains is what he learned the day he arrived at the dilapidated shack. But arriving at the house, Guy walked into the room and felt that the place was shabby. Why would a powerful martial artist live in such a place? But he didn't really believe that he was super strong. It was just that the way he blew down all the trees was quite impressive. But something else suddenly came to his mind, and he thought, don't strangers in stories like this live in seclusion, practicing discipline? The guy looked at it, and said it was fine. The most important thing is school, after all. He's a good-hearted kid, so he shouldn't particularly care about appearance. The boy asked the teacher what he was going to study today. The teacher was very surprised and asked, is he sure he is ready? But they did nothing that day, and it wasn't until the next day that the master told him that he would only show once, so let him watch carefully. The teacher took the vessel and threw rice inside. He said that the grains of rice are strong, but at the same time, they are fragile enough to be destroyed very easily. Here you need to proceed carefully and gently, but at the same time thoroughly, using the strength of your fingers. But you don't need to change the water more than 3 times while he's washing his hands. And how well the pot is sealed affects the cooking result. So it will need to be covered with a lid. And when he cooks in the mountains, you can put a stone on the roof. It will let the real flavor of the rice come out. And that's his secret method. The next day, Guru said that absolutely every food has its own characteristics, so one should use different cooking techniques. But although there are versatile techniques, such as pan frying, that can apply to vegetables and meat and tofu. Briefly, the ingredients are placed in hot oil and briefly fried, and the food is ready when the smell and taste of the dish become unified. When cooking soup, the extract of the ingredients should enter the broth, but at the same time they should not become a homogeneous and lifeless mass. Ingredients need to be handled with care. And that's why in any cooking, the main aspect is his senses. And if he cooks from the heart, the whole world will become his strength. The boy said he understood and asked the master if he was a cook. And will he really study to become the best chef in the world? The master replied that he doesn't see the whole picture. What he's trying to teach him, and that includes lightning, hail, thunderstorm, flying sword. It's a technique that requires an incredibly skillful, yet careful hand. And on top of that, incredible insight is required to use this technique. So cooking trains his stamina and brings his techniques into harmony with the art of cooking. The guy thought that all the words of the wizard sounded like just nonsense. But the name of the technique sounds tempting. The master asked the disciple if he would try it. But the boy at that time was thinking, should he try? And now that he remembers it, it was his last chance to give up and run away. But every time he cooked, he got hit on the head for not cooking properly. After a month, the kid had already learned how to use everything and set the table. The master said that the table looked acceptable today. The guy told the master to forget about cooking and asked how come he was now in charge of setting the table. Doesn't he feel guilty for making his young apprentice plow through while he himself just relaxes all day long? And maybe if the master tries some exercises, he will feel a little younger. And on this day, the master finally showed his true self. A good beating could solve many problems. On this day, he learned that his master could hit very hard if he wanted to. The realization of this fact had a great effect on his personality and upbringing. The master pointed to a pile of firewood and said that he was getting tired of such activities, and now, one of his duties would be to chop wood for cooking. The boy was offended, and wondered how that old fart could do such a thing to his tender body. The boy looked around and saw that there wasn't even an axe. He would go and ask nicely, or he might get mad at him again. The boy asked the master, "Where is the axe? Isn't he supposed to chop wood?" But the master replied that he would not need something like that. The guy was surprised and asked, then what should he use for chopping? Should he use his fists? Just like he did when he was beating his young and tender body. The master replied that if he didn't want to receive more, let him close his mouth and watch carefully. The master immediately took the knife out of his pocket. He asked the guy if he was surprised. The guy thought that no matter how you looked at it, it was just a cheap knife. But he's trying his best to look cool. The master told the student to watch the movement of his brush. The master immediately ran his knife over the wood and chopped the tree in half. The boy didn't expect such a turn and looked at it with his mouth open. The master asked, "Simple, isn't it? Now let him try it." The boy asked the master, "Does he really believe he can repeat this technique?" The master asked, "Why not? He should be able to do something like this without even exerting any force. It's all about speed. You just have to move the brush instantly." The guy picked up the knife and thought that the most important thing was speed. And the most important thing is to move the brush instantly. But waving his hand over the wood did nothing but leave a small cut in the wood. The master asked the apprentice, "Can he do something that simple?" "Well, there's nothing you can do about it. This time, along with the brush, let him move his elbow. When he strikes, you should try to make a half-circle motion with the knife." The boy tried again, but again he failed. The master said that it was surprising to him that even with the help of his elbow, he failed. The master accepted everything and told him to try to cut using his shoulder as well. The boy immediately swung the knife in anger and the stump flew away. The master looked at everything and said he still didn't have enough speed. He shouldn't put so much force into cutting the log. Next time he would only use the brush. The guy realized he didn't screw up because he wasn't trying hard enough. And how dare this old man scoff after making him do something impossible? The boy told the master that he was only 10 years old. Even though he is a genius, his body is still weak. He can't cut a log with that little knife. He needs something big and heavy. Until he is strong enough, could he teach him something else? The master hesitated and asked, big and heavy? And if that's what he wants, he'll give it to him. Let him wait here while he finds him something. The master went into the house and started going through everything there. Suddenly he cried out that there he was. And so far he's using an axe. At this time the boy thought, what did this old man find? He saw the master bringing him an axe. And it would be much easier with him. And if he had an axe the whole time, then why the circus with the knife? The master asked his apprentice, what was he looking at? But, however, it didn't matter anymore. Here was his axe. The boy took the axe in his hands and suddenly collapsed to the ground with it. The guy decided to try the axe for real, but the moment he swung it he grabbed his shoulder. The guy asked, what kind of axe is that? Why is it so heavy? He almost dislocated his shoulder. The master asked him why he was complaining. It weighs only 70 guns. The boy didn't understand anything and asked what was he talking about. But in his head he realized that the master had just told him to hold an axe that was heavier than himself. The guy asked, what's the point of this? For example, they figure 70 guns equals 1120 rians, which equals 11,200 dans, which equals 112,000 punas, which in turn equals 112,000 rians. The boy asked the master, how could he think that a child like him could lift such a heavy axe? With his delicate and frail body, master told him to stop pretending to be such a lowlife. At least let him raise the hilt a little. He can do anything, he just needs to put in more effort. And even someone like him can lift that axe if he exerted himself. Let him then stop giving up so quickly. The master said that he was looking that the apprentice's clothes were getting dirty quickly. Apparently it was time to teach him how to do laundry. Either way, he could get rid of one more worry. The foreman brought him to the lake, and told him he could do his laundry here. The boy replied that he didn't mind staying here, since it only took 30 minutes to get from home to here. And besides, it's pretty cool in the summer, and apparently hot in the winter. The guy pointed at the basket of clothes and asked, what is this disgusting pile of smelly clothes? The guy thought that maybe he should do all of this by himself. With his delicate hands, the guy picked up one of the items and asked what he thought it was. Had it all been stored since last winter? How long ago was the last time he did laundry? The master looked at him strangely and asked, what of it? Is there any problem with it? The boy was immediately startled, and replied that there was no problem. He was just surprised by the amount of clothes. But since he's his apprentice, he can do it for his old master, right? The master gave him one item and told him to just take this. He could use this row, it would be easier with him. Let him get to work now, before it was too late. The boy wondered and thought, what is this familiar, terrifying feeling? The guy immediately fell to the ground and said that again. And again his arms. What kind of heavy paddling is that? The master asked him, what do you mean by heavy? Its weight is only 50 guns. It is even lighter than that axe. The boy asked that it was so light that the earth cracked. The guy thought about it, and said that it also equals 800,000 ri. That kind of mass is more than enough for him. Does he really need to use it? Besides, this kind of rowing would just tear all his clothes. The master got angry, and replied that he had told him to stop pretending to be such a weakling. Of course, if you used the normal method, all the clothes would tear. And so, he must possess a method called yui, which will allow him to give any force a softness. With it, he'll be able to handle the laundry. Besides, it will be a good workout for his shoulders and arms. It's a secret technique that's been passed down in their lightning clan for centuries. It's called the secret of laundry. Does he understand now? But the boy didn't understand anything and asked, what? The master replied that he should just try to learn the technique. The guy asked again, what other technique? The master replied that he had just explained it all to him. Let him just remember what he told him. The boy said to at least have him teach him this Yui method before he left. The master replied that he should finish his laundry before sundown, and not forget that he still needed to chop wood and prepare dinner. The guy told the master that he never taught him anything. What should he do? When he turned around, he saw that the master was gone, but the guy remembered everything, and how the master had said that if he failed, only punishment awaited him. The boy was very frightened and didn't expect this. The master at this time lay back in his chair and asked why he was holding it so strangely. And it would break if he kept dragging it like that. The lad was hard up and answered him that such a rowing would not break. Rather his limbs would break. But arriving home the guy fell to the ground and asked the master why he was treating him like that. The master replied, telling him to stop roaring at the broken trough. He's not that heavy. So what has he been doing all this time? It was almost supper time, and he still hadn't chopped wood. The boy realized at once that he was going to be sick and started to run away slowly. The master walked up to him and grabbing his clothes asked, "What are all these rags? Where are all the clothes?" The master was very angry with him, and did not even know how to punish him for such an oversight. He immediately told him to speak and not to be silent. The guy replied that just in spite of how hard he tried, no matter how often he brought that tender body to the extreme point. The boy asked the master why it was so hard to use. After all, he had tried his best, and his clothes became like this because the master didn't even teach him the Yui technique. Not to mention that damn rowing. The master asked the apprentice, does he mean it was all his fault? The guy immediately realized that it was bad. He had forgotten about the master's anger issues. It was too dangerous to push him like that. The boy said for the master to forgive him. He had almost forgotten. He should despise the sin, but not the sinner, right? After all, the master is human too, so they'd better just blame it all on the paddler. The master laughed and replied that apparently he still had a lot to teach him. After the beating, stepped the second lesson. Due to his master's rough upbringing as a child, he could only blindly obey his words. He convinced himself that it was all just part of the training, but the master said that here came the evening of training to increase the sensitivity of the hands. The master asked the boy if he understood now. Let him get started. And he won't forget to use canucks, idle stitches, cross stitching, stitches, tambour stitching, and all the other methods he taught him to mend all his torn clothes. Sewing up all his clothes will do him good. His hand sensitivity should improve. Doesn't he want to sew? The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. It was early morning of outdoor workout for the lower body. The guy had already started running for water to the lake in the morning. Every morning was a training session to sharpen his skills, his senses, and his speed. And he even had to cook. Every morning he practiced, and at lunch he cooked, and in the evening he chopped wood. But at sundown he practiced to sharpen his skill, feeling, and speed. After a week of hard training, Guy couldn't even feel his body, and collapsed to the ground on his way to the furnace. The master asked him, not as easily as he would like? And since he was having such a hard time, let him give him a couple of tips. They'd make his life a lot easier. Let lightning spirit, a spiritistic technique to use which, the user must be familiar with the inner power. And another spiritistic technique that calls forth the path of the judge spirit. First, he must understand that thunder and lightning do not just appear in the sky. The yin and yang energy from the mountains, rivers and oceans create thunder clouds. A mixture of little yin and a lot of yang can cause a blinding flash. This is what they call lightning. Let lightning spirit allows the user to summon a lightning spirit with inner strength. The human body was created with the ability to absorb the energy that hovers around them. This energy affects their body from head to toe, though they sometimes do not notice it. The breath should not stop in the nostrils, but should gather and disperse. This will teach him to control the flow of energy. He must subdue the energy with unwavering will, strength, and intelligence. Like all human beings, they instinctively know how to breathe properly. However, most of them live their lives without learning it. He'll tell him a story that will help him understand what he's talking about. Once upon a time there was a madman who sprayed gas on random passers-by. By instinct, most people covered their noses first, but everyone who did that died. The point is, if he can't control his true breathing, his body will inhale the poison. But if he breaks the mastery of inner strength and learns the path of lightning spirit, he would have nothing to fear. His body will be able to absorb the essence of lightning, giving him a power that would shatter mountains and oceans. And did he now understand why it was so important to know the path of the lightning spirit? The lad had embarked on a difficult meditation and was trying to deal with it. The guy took a breath of air and realized he liked the story, but he still didn't understand what he wanted him to do. Maybe this time, he really should put more effort into it. The boy asked the master what exactly he should do. The master asked him what he meant. All he has to do is to gather the energy, disperse it and subdue it to his will using only his inner will, strength and reason. But to do this, he must use basic breathing techniques while practicing Qigong to open his meridians. Only after discovering the 12 meridians will he learn how to properly control the flow of energy. And he will have to memorize the vast number of arteries and veins that are in the human body. But still he will only explain once, so let him listen carefully. If he asks him to repeat it, because he is terrible at repeating, he will think the student is not trying hard enough and will punish him. The guy started yelling that it wasn't fair. How is he supposed to memorize it all by ear? At least have him give him some notes. The master hit him with a stick and told him to keep his voice down. If he really thinks it's unfair, he can write it all down so that he can pass it on to his disciple. And in any case, once it breaks the way of the condemned spirit, memorizing it all won't be a big deal. The guy asked, "Is it really that easy? Would this technique turn him into a super-duper genius?" The master replied that he didn't even know what the technique was. The basis of any control is to systematically control the physical and spiritual self, while controlling the mind and heart. The path of the condemned spirit twists his head like a string, maximizing his mental potential. This spiritual thread is virtually indestructible. It is even like a lake in terms of purity, tranquility, and transparency. Having reached it, his body will attain an almost natural immutability. The guy replied something that didn't sound natural. The master hit him again and said that if he wanted to become the best, let him learn to focus. This spiritual technique is important if he wants to move forward. The boy asked the teacher, wondering how he could learn it. The master replied that although someone like him would not agree with such ineffective methods of training, he would teach him the way of the condemned spirit through various outdoor training, strict diet, and other methods. He doesn't need to worry. This technique was developed by the blood, sweat, and tears of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The kid got really scared and said he had a bad feeling. "And it smells fried." The boy asked, "So how could he get through all this?" The master replied that he did not agree with such ineffective methods of teaching. He will teach him the way of a convicting spirit through various outdoor exercise, strict diet, and other methods. This technique had been developed by the sweat and blood of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The guy immediately thought he had a bad feeling. Here comes body training number 1, it's outdoor training. Master had asked him earlier if he knew when a person could concentrate the most, and it happens when he's distracted for a split second and his head is about ready to fall off his shoulders. Guy understood that the body-shaped training method utilizes this principle and is designed for outdoor workouts. 1 hour a day, he will at least go to the mountains and collect leaves, mushrooms, fruits, medicinal herbs there. And thanks to such training, he will not only be able to develop sensitivity and add to his knowledge of the mountains, but every time he meets animals there, he will gain an experience that promotes the development of concentration reaction and body quickness. And this place is called Honpang because the tree cats who meet wild beasts in the forest used to dye the bushes. And thanks to that, no one had been going there lately, and it had become very quiet and peaceful. So he should not raise his voice there either, but be more careful. Seeing a big bear in front of his nose, Guy got very scared and started to run away, while the bear stood on 2 legs. But the master had been watching him all this time, and at just the right moment he took his knife and stuck it right into the bear's head. The master immediately took the bear to him, and began to carry him. And now came the second training session called the diet. The guy came to his house saying he barely survived. But what is it? The master had already managed to bring the bear home and carve it up. He asked him how what. The master said there was bear soup for lunch today. The boy looked at it, and replied with surprise that it didn't seem like it could be called just bear soup. The master asked, "What?" "It's from a bear, that's how you get bear mup." And what's he picking on the soup for? The guy thought for a moment and replied that they were past that, and about him being a jerk, they do have lunch together, but for some reason the menu is very different. The master replied that during training the body and soul should be light. It's obvious. The diet is so elementary, and such fatty and unhealthy food he will eat himself, but he eats healthy and tasty grass. In time, he will realize he cares for him. But the guy got angry and turned the table over and started telling the master to stop lying to him. After all, he can eat meat and fish too. The boy realized in his head that at this rate his life would end at the age of 10. The master asked him why he still had not eaten. The boy looked at the empty table and thought, how did the master eat it all so quickly? And meat is not air to disappear like that in one bite. The master replied that he had this look on his face that he was determined to eat everything quickly, that he was picking on the little things again. And now they have to practice, so let him eat soon too. Whoever is last does the dishes, he knows that, right? The guy got angry and said he would have harnessed him to do the dishes anyway. When he came to the training session, the master told him to say hello. This wood-carved child has trained many generations of disciples. He may call him the wooden martyr. The guy asked, martyr? This is a joke, right? The master asked, is there something he doesn't like? The guy replied, he looks like that, it ruins the whole mood. It's not just the looks, it's this. This is the most annoying. The master said it's a wooden statue made in the shape of a person to learn acupuncture. The whole body is made very naturally. The master asked him if he really wanted to take that rag off. The boy replied that no, they would leave it like that. The master said to learn acupuncture properly, you have to start with 12 meridians and 8 points. Today we'll try to learn 12 meridians. Have him memorize how he's going to stab the statue, and then have him repeat the same thing. The boy asked, the meridian is only 12, right? That's too much for normal kids, but he's a genius. But we can try. Master asked with surprise, really? Then let him try to learn it. If he makes a mistake, he will personally give him a punishment. The guy felt like he had a feeling he was walking into a trap. He's wrong, isn't he? The master immediately began to show everything. The master said he would show him all the pressure points on the wooden doll, and it's his job to learn them. And he hopes the boy can do it. The boy replied that if it's called 12 paired meridians, there are only 12 points. Ordinary boys wouldn't have thought of it, but he's special. It's time to start. The master asked him if he was sure? Then let him watch carefully how grievous the error, how heavy the punishment that would follow. The boy was very frightened and thought he was in a big mess, and it seemed so to him. The master said that 12 meridians are located in the human body along the channels of circulation of energy of internal organs. The meridians are connected to the internal organs and, depending on the organ itself, the meridians are divided into yin and yang. And as a general rule, the meridians that are on the outside of the arms and legs are yang and those on the inside are yin. The meridians on the hands are called sujin, and those on the feet are called jokin, and there is a central one in the heart itself. The meridians on the yang hands consist of the meridians of the large intestine, the meridians of the 3 bags and the small intestine. The meridians on the feet are yin from the spleen meridians, liver meridians, kidney meridians, and thus, 12 paired meridians can be visualized as a set of meridians of the lungs, colon, stomach, and the last, closing the circle, connects with the meridian of the lungs, because of which the circulation of energy qi. And in short, the meridians on the yin hands circulate from the chest to the fingers of the hands, the meridians on the yang hands from the fingers of the hands to the head, they form a single chain. The guy was very surprised and said there's a whole mountain of terms. And he wants him to understand it all the first time without repeating it. He doesn't even have the knowledge, and not only that, but he was gibbering like Tina Kandelaki. The master asked, who called himself special, a prodigy? Before you complain, at least let him try. The guy replied to just have the master tell him who he should beat. The master said to start with him, let him show on his fist what he had learned, from the lung meridian to the bladder. 1 stroke for each mistake. Does he understand the terms? The guy was really pissed off, because he didn't remember anything, and he was going to get screwed by the master for sure. The boy remembered that when he was 5 years old, he had memorized books about 1,000 characters. And he never understood how everything was connected, but he should do it again. And having made up his mind, he said he would just repeat the actions of the sabu. The master told him that the respiratory meridian flows from the chest. Then comes the pericardial meridian, followed by the central meridian, which originates at the heart. The abandoned cavity has the meridian of the large intestine. There's the meridians of the 3 bags. Then there's the meridian of the small intestine. It in turn flows into the spleen meridian. And now here comes the liver meridian. Then the kidneys. And from the stomach another meridian corresponding to it. But lastly the gallbladder meridian. And finally the bladder. And they all form a vicious circle, right? The master thought about it, and said that he seemed to be a good teacher. He was still learning, of course, but there was still a little hope. Sue asked the master why he was saying that. He had just seen with his own eyes how very surprised he was. Is it so hard to just praise? The teacher replied that he was actually surprised at the number of extra moves he made. And he thought he had passed the test with flying colors. Then have him show the lung meridian on himself. Sue was greatly surprised and asked, on his body? Sue started pointing to his points and asked the teacher, like this, right? But the teacher replied that he was correct, waiting for the punishment. Although the 12 meridians are so named, there are actually many more. The pulmonary meridian alone consists of 11 channels of both arms. The teacher took everything in his hands and said, here are the impact points: Juanbu, Unmun, Chinbu, Hebek, Chektek. The teacher showed everything in detail and asked how? But Sue got very excited and thought it was a great massage for his body. Sue thought that his back and shoulder had been aching lately, and heartburn had noticed, but now everything was fine. Master said that judging by his facial expression, he liked it. Let him try to memorize with his body. It was the meridian of the lungs. Sue got angry and asked, couldn't you start with this example? The master asked him, did he want to be shown all the points at once? But he doesn't accept objections on such a matter. Sue thought for a moment, and replied that he had overreacted. And he thinks the current teaching option is good too. The master heard this and said that he was a smart guy. When studying the circulation of blood flow, you can't practice lethal and paralyzing points, although it's a pity, and it's all about the potential lethality. And since he's so chatty, maybe he can show him the tongue points. Sue said for him to stop joking around like that. It's time to start their class already. Right there, is he showing correctly on the wooden puppet? The master replied that's right. They agreed on punishment for mistakes, right? The teacher calculated and said that on the wooden puppet he had shown 309 points of influence on each side, making a total of 618. He was only able to repeat 43 on the left and right side correctly, making a total of 86. So that makes it 532 strikes? Sue replied that it can't be that. How can he even count? It's 12 meridians, so there must be no more than 12 beats. The master started laughing and asked, why did he think it was called the teaching of body structure? At each stroke he would show which points he had shown wrong. Let his body memorize them. Sue was very frightened and running away started to say that he would die after these blows. The master was surprised by this and asked where he was running to. Sue accepted everything and started practicing even harder. But master liked it a lot and even helped him. After 4 months Sue had improved his training qualities, and even learned a lot from his master. As he was practicing, the master approached the disciple and asked, is he still not finished? And when is he going to cook, chop wood, do laundry and clean up? Sue asked the foreman, hadn't he noticed? Here's his food, firewood, there's drying, cleaning. He will go then, he still has to learn Naransimbab and Nansasimjal. The master replied that he had only learned the basics, but was acting like a know-it-all. If anyone heard him, he would have thought that he was his servant and not his disciple. Sue asked, isn't he? The master told him to take his time, or he would make people laugh. He was not yet ready to learn martial techniques, but since he thinks he's ready, they can try something. And starting today, he's going to learn this instrument. The master said that wielding the sword of thunder is like playing in an orchestra. Playing the kayajima involves exquisite finger technique and exceptional concentration, and especially on this nijim, it is believed that not everyone can master it. Playing an instrument involves not only technique, but also something else, something special. This is nothing that will help him wield the sword of thunderstrike in the future. If he learns to play this instrument, he's halfway done, and he can quickly learn to wield the blade. Sue was surprised to say that before, he wouldn't even let him wipe the dust off this instrument, and now he would finally learn to play it. He was already imagining girls saying he was handsome, and his face under the moonlight especially shining, and his wistful look won him over. His sad melody cut her soul. But one of the girls waited for another, and said he was his prince. Sue said that's great. All the more reason for a warrior to wield not only a sword but also a musical instrument. The master asked him if he was sick. He didn't tell him that there was a part of his plan to learn a musical instrument. He's still a little kid, but he already likes to show off. This Najim is a priceless treasure of their school. He's honored to learn to play it. Sue looked at the instrument, and saw that it was beautiful. But the master realized that he would first have to teach him how to play the kaigem, and then he would have to proceed from there. Sue decided to try it, and hear what it sounded like. But the master saw it, and shouted at him not to touch it. Sue didn't even have time to touch the string before his finger was cut. Master said he told him to, and asked him not to touch everything. How many times do I have to tell him? He should thank God, or he could have lost a finger. The master said that this tool is made of a special thread material that controls thunder. It cuts anything that touches it. You have to know the special technique. Sue said that the master told him that he would teach him how to play this instrument. He thought it was okay to touch it from today. He didn't say he was so dangerous. How is it even possible to learn on one of these? Does he want him to lose a finger? The master replied that he was a wooden head. The great Sabu will play a melody for him personally. He asks him to listen to it with reverent feeling. Sue felt that awe-inspiring feeling. A wooden head! And he would now wait for the master and grow old. When he no longer had the strength to beat him, he would laugh at him. The master began to play the instrument, and everything around suddenly froze. After all, this music was simply pouring out a man's soul. Master finished and said, "What a face Sue has. How can he play the great Sabu's Nagim? That's the power of Bunrisu." Is he surprised? Bunrisu is not a fighting technique, it's more of a skill. There are no rules. But if you learn it, your palms will become so strong that neither thread nor sword can hurt them. And if practiced, not only the palm, but also the hands can also become stronger. In controlling the sword, the main ingredient is the thread that controls the thunder. And so it is necessary to master Bunriju, reaching at least level 6, and learn to play kaigem well, or his hands will be cut in half. Did he understand? Sue asked. Then would he need to start learning Bunrisu first? How long would it take him to reach the 6th level? The master answered him that one must study it with patience. And to him he thought it would take 10 years to master it. Sue asked with surprise, how much? Then would they leave him behind when he was going to learn Naransimbab? He had said he would teach him how to play the Najim. The master laughed and asked, who told him he wouldn't teach him? He simply said that it was too early for someone like him to play the kaijim. He had 100 years to live, especially since he doesn't even know the notes, and he's already whining that he doesn't teach him how to play the Najim. Let him learn to play something easier first, and he still thinks he's more or less ready for martial arts. Starting tomorrow, they'll start learning the basics. Sue asked with surprise. Starting tomorrow, they would be learning the basics? Then what was he studying before that? The master replied that it was all necessary to eliminate the sore muscles and prepare his body for study. And he doesn't know why Sue asks him. In his mind it's clear enough. And tomorrow, after he finishes all the chores, have him come to the backyard. Sue went outside and thought that Sabu technique. This is a martial art class for sure? And is it all true like that? The master asked. Why would he want to trick him? Knife throwing is the main foundation in their school's martial arts. And now it's time to stop talking and let him try to hit those cones. And they're gonna start with this tree. And since this is the first lesson, let him try to hit from 15 meters. And in order to succeed, let him not rely on strength alone. It is necessary to use Yensasimjul and let him visualize the vector between the knife and his target. With Narensim's help, let her control her breath and body energy. And finally, you will need to throw the knife right along that invisible line as hard as you can. Sue immediately threw the knife and thought he had hit it. But the knife didn't get stuck in the lump, and immediately fell to the ground. Sue started to get angry and said that he missed. The master replied that he had to hit the target accurately from this distance to advance to the next level, and he thinks that if he shows his effort and diligence, in a month of 4 he'll make it. Then he'll have to increase the distance, and he'll have to practice until he hits at least half the time. And before that, there is no need to disturb the master. Did he understand everything? Sue asked with surprise. Master is leaving? Could it still be delicate for him to try teaching? The master replied that he had already told him everything he needed to know. Why should he stay here? He would have to train for at least 2 months to reach level 3. Sue said he heard everything. He doesn't want to teach him? And master thinks he's left him alone? Sue said he's only going to get in so he can have a good life. It's as simple as that. Sue immediately threw the knife with the speed of the wind. After a month, he started hitting from a distance of 15 meters. Then after another 3 months, Sue started screaming that he had finally hit it. While at that time the master was lying at home drinking, Sue came home and said he was hooked. The master looked and replied that it was only in 6 months. And the speed is such that you can only see it once in 100 years. Sue started to get indignant, and showed a disgruntled face. Master said he is whining again. Even in the songs there is a grandfather teacher does not give gifts to those who whine. Does he remember that? Sue replied that he had never heard such an outrage. So would the master give him a gift? Master replied that yes, he would. He said it was his birthday the day after tomorrow. And he was going to visit his father at the cemetery, right? And he's also making progress in his studies. So he has a gift for him. Sue replied that it's not like a master. He hopes he's not sick with something serious. Master punched him and told him he was an asshole, so he didn't need his gift. Sue replied that he doesn't need it, he really does. The master told him to straighten both his arms. He immediately put a bracelet on each of his limbs. Sue was surprised and asked, "What is this?" The master replied that it is called a mukwan. They are bracelets for the hands and feet, which are now in trend among the youth. It's a trend among young people. Sue said that beauty and exercise 2 in 1. No way. These are just heavy shackles, the master replied to the disciple to stop deceiving him. And he thinks his master is lying? All in all, 1 mukwan weighs only 20 gun. It is much lighter than a wooden wash stick or an axe. So no need to whine and let him carry it always. And in training, and in the toilet, and in the bathroom, and at night never let him take it off. Did he understand? Sue said 2 arms, 2 legs, 48 kilograms total. To call that light, that's a total lie. The master said that when he went to the cemetery to visit his parents, they would keep him company. And don't let him take them off without permission? The master thought about it, and decided it was time to start a new knife-throwing class. So far he had been aiming at standing targets, but now he would try to hit moving targets. And first you have to try it from a distance of 15 meters. Sue asked the master, then could he take the mukwan off him? And how will he get in with it on his hands? The master replied that his only apprentice would soon be without arms. He does not, never had weak whining disciples. He has studied Ginseng Doll and enrollment. Then what is preventing him from doing the simplest task? Sue replied that it was because he lacked diligence. Sue said he had to hit it. But he didn't even come close. Let him try again. And again. Sue misses. The master thought about it, and said he felt like he would have to start from scratch. But though no. Sue replied that there seemed to be a problem with this way of training. The master said it was right. He had the right idea. While he's practicing, it's not like he can just stand there and shake that lump all the time. The master thought seriously, and said that it would still be better if he shook it himself, and then threw the knife from a great distance. And he feels like he's going to have to learn the phoenix move. The phoenix move is a movement technique. It involves the body moving like a bird of fire. The reception series includes Jengen, Sinbab, and Bababjen. Movements involve the body moving fast, long, and as far as possible with the ease of a feather. Shinbab is similar to Jengen, but the teachings say that Shinbab is a technique that allows you to control the weight, positioning and shape of your body. That is, this technique allows you to strengthen your body like iron, or to spin in the air. Sometimes people use chucklegun, which is a kind of shinbab and allows you to reduce the size of a person's body. But this technique often has side effects, so he won't teach it. And finally, babab. This technique allows you to move your arms and legs very quickly like a ghost when fighting an opponent. And of course, this does not mean that only the legs move. Foot movements involve working the muscles of the whole body, so it is more correct to say that this technique allows you to accelerate the whole body. Su said it certainly sounds tempting, and so he would be learning these techniques in shackles? The master replied that absolutely. But since everything is clear, then they will begin stilpunen, which is the basis of the phoenix reception. He'll need this technique on the way to the cemetery if he wants his back to stay intact. Let him watch carefully. A little later, the master looked at Su and asked, "What is this pose?" "Here's a chapel act for him, and have him wake up immediately. And if he doesn't learn, the master will beat him all night long." Su immediately ran to his parents' cemetery and placed flowers. But master did not leave him alone, and watched him every time. The master thought during training why he was shouting so much when he was running. He was wasting energy. Though to summarize, he's learned a lot in half a month. And he feels like the time is right. The master said to shake that lump himself now and practice throwing knives. As long as he doesn't hit it from 30 meters away, don't call him. Su said that master was too lenient. But at this time master was sitting at home eating and drinking all the time. But suddenly Su came in and said that he could now hit a moving target from a distance of 30 meters. But really, Su was annoyed by everything. He heard everything. Of course he knows he's sloppy. But how can you drink sake with a long stick? Isn't it hard to take the bottle in your hands? The master told him to stop chirping in his ears immediately. Tell him to take this and go and study. The master gave him a stick and told him to try to hit the target with this stick. And instead of a cone, he should hang this one, left-right. Su asked, is he really that annoyed to be taught something? Why would he want to train with that stick? Does he think he'll ever fight with that stuff? What a waste of time. The master asked why he thought he wouldn't fight without a blade, puppy? For a true master, even a bird feather is a weapon. Suddenly a bird flew by and the master said, here's the target. Let him watch carefully and learn. The master immediately threw this stick at the bird, and it hit the target. And the bird died instantly with one blow. Su was greatly surprised by such a thing. The master thought and said that he hoped that he had killed him, that the wand could also become a terrible tool. The master said that when he learned how to hit a coin with his wand, and would practice hitting his quill. Did he understand? Here came the cold season of the season called winter. But the master was not afraid of it, and was always ready. But suddenly he felt someone approaching him. When he turned around, he immediately saw a tiger. The tiger was very hungry and was ready to eat everything in its path. But the master was not afraid and was ready to fight. The master grabbed the tiger and started beating her on her back with a stick, saying she was a bad cat. And he told him not to jump on it, it was too heavy. The master immediately smacked him upside the head and said she'd been missing for over a year. He even thought she was dead. And suddenly she shows up and jumps into the fire? The master said she decided to say hello. But he doesn't need his greeting, for she annoys him. But the tigress was too cute and twisted around in front of the master, as best she could. The master asked her why she was showing her belly. Did she give birth to tiger cubs? Master said he understood, she might not pretend to be so nice. Does she think he'll share sake with her? Master said if she wanted a drink, let her sit still and not touch anything while he was gone. Taijitsu stood in front of the fire and looked only at the food. But suddenly Su came and was very frightened when he saw the animal. Su started shouting that the tiger had killed the teacher, covered his corpse with a blanket, and was now sitting quietly and basking by the fire. Su saw the look in her eyes and said that it couldn't be. There's no trace of blood, and Master's not a weakling either, is he? Su was already thinking of throwing that feather in his eyes and running away. He started shouting that he would avenge the Master's death when he was older. But Master saw such a thing and immediately threw a stone at the tiger, saying he told her not to touch anything. Su was very happy because the Master was alive. The Master asked the guy that he was talking nonsense, and not blushing. Master asked, and how else to understand that he would avenge Master's death sometime later? Su asked, how could he get back at her if she defeated him too? You have to master the skill first. And he asks, why is there a tiger at home, as if that's the norm? And what corpse is still under the blanket? The Master answered that under the blanket is his wooden doll, and he has known her for a long time, before he met him. And her name is Belenka. Su asked, what do you mean, have known each other for a long time? Since when did the tiger become related to the neighbors? And what a stupid name! Suddenly Su said that the tiger was coming to eat the Master. But the master asked the disciple why he thought that was what he wanted. Su decided to walk away from the conversation. Suddenly, the master said that the guy is strange, and why is he by the way something early? Let him go and train, and he'll tell him right away, just in case. The meat he's roasting now is lamb to be eaten with warm sake. It's good for the elderly, so don't let him think of claiming it. Su said that if he wanted to lie, let him at least try to lie more believably. Especially since he came because he had completed his assignment. The master replied that he had told him that when he was done with the wand, let him start throwing the feather at Soy. Su suddenly threw a feather and hit right into the food and said that now he could hit anything with a feather too. The master was surprised and asked him why he had thrown it there. It was food that he had made himself, but Belenka reacted to it very angrily. The master asked him, how does it look to him? Without the feather, does the food look edible? Let her see, all the dates are intact. Su asked with surprise, are the dates intact? Is this tiger the father of date palms? Why is he behaving like this? The master replied that she already did not like her food to be touched. Su was surprised and asked, does the tigress drink sake? Does the tigress drink sake and eat dates instead of meat? Su kept walking beside him and thinking he didn't mean it. And she's a tigress, she could have been kinder to him. Su decided to take a different course of action and said that he was very cold, and perhaps he too would warm himself by the fire. The master asked him what he was doing. Does he want to touch her? Is he going to part with his hands? Tigray immediately started growling after saying that. But Su asked the master, why did he say that? She wouldn't have noticed. The master asked him, in his eyes a white pet, like a cat or a dog. She's 10 times his age, maybe more. Let him think to himself, if some puppy was stroking the back of his head, would he sit still? Su asked with surprise. 10 times? This tigress is 110 years old? So maybe he should call her not just white-haired, but anti-white-haired. The master asked him, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Although, many say he looks younger than his years. Su thought, what does that even mean? Does he mean that he is over 110 years old? Just a little more, and he will call himself a holy spirit. But it would be better if he didn't talk. Suddenly the master said that since they had eaten everything, could they go and test his abilities? After all, this time they should see with their own eyes. Su said they didn't even leave him one sip, they drank it all. The master replied that if he stayed he would order Belenka to drag him with his teeth. Did he understand everything? Arriving at the forest, the master asked him how he was doing. Let him show him. Su asked in reply, what do you mean how? Immediately he threw down the feather, and said this is how he shook it. And next, he used the phoenix technique, and then, used a feather attack of concentration, and the moment the target was visible, and taking into account the wind direction and speed, the movement of the target, and immediately throws the pen straight into the target. Master and Belenka were greatly surprised. While Su said that he had made an accurate hit, Master said that it was strange at all. He can't reach that level so quickly. Su replied that the master could just be pleased with his student's rapid growth. Is it really that hard? The secret to success is that he is a special boy. Plus he has the ability to focus on training. The master said he understood, and asked him to come here for a moment. Su asked the master why. Does he really want to beat him because of jealousy of his talent? But the master told the tiger to fetch him with his sharp teeth. Su immediately ran to the master, and said here he is. Approached him as he asked. The master replied that the phoenix reception. The master asked him how good he was at bunrisu. Su asked with surprise, bunrisu? It was nothing special. Master said to try to hit his arm using bunrisu as hard as possible. Su asked, hitting the master? The master replied that this was correct. No matter how hard he hits, he won't scold him, he makes a promise. Su asked, why all of a sudden? He's his student, how could he hit him? He can't afford to. But on the other hand, he can't resist his orders. Su said that the master left him no choice. The master replied that if he did not strike on the count of 3, he would do it himself. Su thought about that punch for a long time, and immediately slapped his palm with all his might. Suddenly, the master said that it was unexpected. The master immediately grabbed his hand and said that he was caught. He asked Su what he was taking in secret from him. Su replied that there was nothing and said that he didn't understand the master's words. Master asked if he took nothing, how was he able to reach such a level so quickly? His strength could be felt in his hands. Su asked the master, what kind of power was he talking about if he was currently sitting in front of him intact? The master replied that his strength was felt when he struck. As he watched how aptly he threw the pen at Soyu, he realized that his skill had already exceeded that level. He's already level 4 in Bunrisu. And Narensimbab is as proficient as his kind can achieve after at least 7 years of training. And then there are his eyes. When one comprehends Narensimbab too quickly, it is difficult to clearly separate the internal forces in the learning process due to inexperience, and it shows up in the eyes as a side effect. And thus, they conclude, if he hadn't eaten anything extra, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level so quickly. Su said he's not guilty of anything. He is only to blame for being born a poor prodigy. He practiced hard, and finally succeeded, and the master, instead of praising, scolds. Of the two of them, they are the only ones who hobble the food without him. The master said he's whining again. And there's no need to make a spectacle of it. Let him get up immediately and follow him. Su replies that he didn't. And he says he didn't take anything. He sighed, for he had almost blown it. He's so smart, isn't he? On the 22nd, late at night, Su went to the forest. He said it was such a cold night, and where would he find greenery in the forest? That cold-blooded master. But suddenly he saw mushrooms under a tree and said he would pick them too. But somehow there were very few. But his nose sensed some strange odor. And he stood up thinking, where is this smell coming from? But as he lowered his head he saw a flower standing there. And he was very much surprised. And how in such a cold weather, and with such a smell, what kind of a flower? No berry. But it must be worth a lot. And thinks the master will be happy with this fruit, even if he only brings it. One must be careful not to damage the roots. He started digging and his hands got very cold. But suddenly a statue appeared in front of him, and told him that it was probably the first time he had seen such a rich-looking root. The statue said his name is Ginseng, he can enhance his health for the rest of his life. But people say he looks like a human, so they call him Ginseng Doll. Su plucked the flower and said great, because this ginseng almost fooled him. It must be one of the 3 plants that fool people, the best healing herb that is legendary. It must be the Ginseng Doll. And now his luck has smiled on him. Why don't he go to the market? He might even be able to save up some money to escape. But it's dangerous for young creatures like him to go to the market with such expensive things. And besides, there are more valuable things in life than money, aren't there? That's why he endures all the master's humiliation. Suddenly, Su said that he had finally decided that he would eat him. And his body would get stronger, and he could become an invincible master faster. But Su sat down in front of it and thought, how could he eat it? He began to remember what master had told him before. When Su came home he asked the master what he was eating. Is it not poisonous? The master asked him, what is he talking about? It is Nedon, it is very hard to find. Although, people like him shouldn't eat such things, it could end badly. So if he sees something like that, always let him carry it to him. Su asked why? What could happen to him if he ate it? The master replied that if one took it without following the rules, he might fall into the state of Junwaidma or even die. Su asked, what are the rules? The master replied that he could tell him, but it was unlikely that he would remember the first time, so why bother? Su asked the master to tell him. The master said that Rule 1, when taking healing plants, it is mandatory to follow diets until the body has fully mastered the power of these plants, and nothing will happen from not eating and sleeping for a few days. It is necessary that the healing properties and the inner strength of the body reunite into one. Sweet medicines such as Daehuan, if they are not fake, can be taken without special instructions. And when taking medicinal plants that have yin or yang properties, they are very different in relation to each other. Su said that he hoped it didn't apply to his plant. He ate the same greens every day, so ginseng was just right for him. But a special instruction to consult a specialist if side effects occur. But Su was not deterred and decided to give it a try. Su immediately felt indescribable feelings. And the inner world of Beryuan. Careful, they are different from reality. But ginseng appeared in front of him, and asked how he dared to eat it. Does he think he has enough strength to master it? And he would turn him into dust in one flick. Su was not afraid and went to fight him, and immediately grabbed his head. Su said that it was the best of all the herbs he had eaten. He immediately waved his fingers and said goodbye to him. Su came to his senses and thought, did he really make it? And the first feelings he felt were that his body was as light as the wind, and that power is now in his veins. It felt like he had eaten 100 bears. But it had already cooled down, and he expected to be in flight for a long time. And now he'll go home and pretend it never happened. But if the master finds out about it, we'll slap him. Su decided that he wouldn't say anything. But suddenly, the master crept up behind him and patted his shoulder. The master asked him what he had been doing so far. He hadn't been home since yesterday. He thought he'd been eaten by animals or died of cold somewhere. Su asked, what do you mean since yesterday? Did he go out yesterday? But he realized that he had pretended then that he had become forgetful due to overwork. But sometimes the master is so naive, he believed so. But then he thought he believed it. When Su came home, he asked the master, what is this leaf? The master replied that this was the new schedule for his day. Su began to say, from 5 to 11 a.m. a task for every half hour? And there's hunting in between. But why can't it be moved to the second half of the day, which is scheduled to be completely free? Because his only student will die. The master replied that he had grown stronger, and would be able to do anything. So why was the afternoon completely free? Su replied that it turns out that the master will teach him new martial arts techniques at this time. The master replied that no, from tomorrow onwards he would be coming down from the mountains to the people. Su asked in surprise, descending from the mountains to the people? The master thought and replied that all was right, and it was time for him to know the world alone, and go out into the people. Coming down the mountain, Su started talking out of surprise that it was his first time here, and it turned out to be so beautiful. But master didn't leave him alone and asked him why his eyes were bulging. And stopped procrastinating and let him move faster. Su said he just hadn't been to a village this big in a long time. Where are they going now, and with gold too? To a trading house for a shot? The master replied that he would find out soon. There was no need to hurry. Su immediately noticed that this old man was behaving strangely. Before leaving the house, the master asked the boy what was that outfit he was wearing? Su replied that the master had told him to dress neatly because they would be going to the village. The master punched him and asked him what he thought looked neat. Or was he just pretending to be a tramp? And who would choose him dressed like that? Su asked with surprise, what will he choose? And yes, the master hadn't yet said where they were going and for what purpose. The master thought a moment, and replied that when they reached, he himself would guess the great plan. Now have him quickly change into something clean and comfortable. And let him take his bangs down, his yellow eyes stand out a lot. Su all realized that the master had been acting very strange since this morning. Did he really bring him here? Su was walking through the city and thought, where is this liquor store? But when he entered the establishment, he told the elder that merchant Chen was at his service. Chen told the elder that his request was too much. He looks to be about 11 years old. How can he allow him to perform on stage? Especially since he's a boy. The master asked him, does he mean to say that he is rejecting him because of his age, appearance, and gender? But he is at least young, and a boy, and he tells him that in playing the tangim he has no equal. He's going to play, let him prepare the stage. Chen said that the guests of their Chenghe drinking parlor should not only be pleased with their ears, but also with their eyes. Even among the girls there is a strict selection process. How can he allow such a young, and even such a dark boy, to perform on stage? The master asked if his principles were so old-fashioned. He is very much disappointed. Chen replied that he was asking the elder for forgiveness. The master got angry and told them all to be damned. Houses with easy girls and drink houses have obvious differences. But why is it that only looks and gender are important to both, and they don't even plan to look at the game itself? The master told Su to remember today's offense, and let him try to become a better person. But Su replied to the master to stop talking about such things. He wondered what they would do when they came down from the mountains. And it turned out they were planning to sell his only, good, poor, gifted, underage student. The master asked him who he was talking about. Did he have such a disciple? He hoped his chatty apprentice would learn something new today. Su asked, playing tangim in a drinking parlor is a lesson in his opinion? Let him stop lying. It's a crime of human trafficking. The master grabbed him by the hair and replied, "How dare he contradict him, you talkative contagion." Su started yelling that a criminal slave trader was killing an underage boy. Let them help the poor, gifted, underage boy. The master asked the disciple what kind of place was this called a shot shop. Su replied that it must be a place where alcohol is sold. The master replied that this was how little he knew about life. He guessed his thoughts, so he wanted to send him there. He doesn't know how much his master cares for him. Su realized in his head that the master was actually not worried about him. And now, if that grimace was removed from his face, maybe he would believe him. The master said that a drinking room is a place where people of different classes gather and talk about this and that. That's where all the information is concentrated. For a young person like him, the drinking room is the place where you can plan how to change the world. And moreover, the people who go in there pay money to sit there, and in turn, he will be able and earn the skill of playing Tanjim. And he can accept. Who would refuse such an offer? But why would he be born a dark-skinned boy and miss out on such a chance? Su immediately realized that this was the real reason. Su said that still, to summarize, he failed everything. Since that's the case, should they go home? Master asked, what home? He doesn't have the word fail in his vocabulary, and they still have plenty of places to visit, so let him get up. Su in his head wished he'd better give up. Where else was he going? The master told him that he would be out for a while, let him wait for him here. Su was thinking at this time, what was this house called? Costume jewelry. But after a few hours the master came and Su asked him what he had. The master replied that he would explain later. They didn't have much time, they had to hurry. Su followed the trail of the master, and wondered what was going on here. But he sensed something was wrong. But suddenly, the master told him that he would leave him one more time. Su thought that the more time passed, the more it stressed him out. Su asked the master what was behind his back. She first looked at him and then handed over those bags, what was really inside. The master replied that he would know everything later. And now going to the next place is the most important thing. Su kept following him and wondering why he didn't say anything to him. But what was this old man up to anyway? But when he came to the house, he saw that it was the blacksmith's. And it turns out that this is the place where iron takes on a new appearance. The blacksmith asked the old man why he wanted such a boy. Should he make a sword to his size? The master replied and suggested that they discuss the details inside. Su thought, was master really going to order a sword especially for him? And was he such a good person? But suddenly from home the master asked the lad why not? But the blacksmith replied that he was quite green. Don't you understand? The foreman replied that he was 15. He's an adult. He has 3 times the strength of a normal man. Su thought, he'll be 12 soon. What does the master say anyway? But the blacksmith said he had his own principles and would have to pay 2 silver coins. The master was greatly surprised and replied that he said he was not an ordinary boy. He lifts a 30-pound iron with ease. He would replace it with 3 or 4 laborers. Su realized that it was only a wooden stick. The blacksmith said it was too expensive. And 2 coins in daily installments, how so? The master got angry and asked, does he have eyes for decoration? He can't see this full of vigor young body. The blacksmith said it was good. It will be according to his judgment. 3 silver coins in daily payments. The master agreed and replied that it was good. For that price he would give him the boy. Let him keep him safe. Su was greatly surprised and realized that he wasn't worth that cheap. Maybe the old man from the blacksmith is a pervert who likes minors and was sold for one night. The master asked the guy what he was doing. He'll be working in this forge from today, so he'll quickly stand up and say hello. Su thought, it turns out, work of a traditional nature. But working in a forge is considered one of the hardest jobs. Dirty, hard, and unsafe. And how could the craftsman sell it? Su asked the master how could he do that to him? He wouldn't work in a place like this. But the master shut his mouth and said that they were having a conversation for a moment. He replied to Su that if he couldn't overcome the simplest test, how was he going to become an invincible martial arts master? This work is part of the training. While he's pounding iron, he'll gain strength. His hands will get stronger. And his hands will get stronger. And he will also learn patience. The master asked if he understood him. It's all to his benefit. so let him not whine and work hard. Sue asked, does he think he doesn't know the real reason? He wants to harness him to make money. Sue said that hard work such as ironworking cripples the hands, and as a result, the sensitivity of the fingers is lost. The master started laughing and said, what a thought. Let him not be troubled. Let him say who he is. He is a great master who can wield the invincible sword of thunder. He has already thought of everything. Sue asked him what he came up with. Let him tell him. The master replied that he would tell later, at home. If he does a bad job and gets kicked out, punishment will follow, so let him do a good job. Sue asked him for the master to stop. After all, he's just a slave trader. And left his apprentice behind. There was a blacksmith in the town of Chelwachan that specializes in making armaments. Only here, and nowhere else, can you buy top-notch clinics for mere pennies. But there were the main customers of the Forge Ami people living in the mountains, followers of the female martial art. And the other customers are people who work for Ami's followers. Merchants, travelers, and generally ordinary people. And he thinks that instead of Chelwachan, this forge could have been called Ami-chan. So, come to think of it, all the buildings in this village could use the prefix Ami in their names. And in this village, everything, in one way or the other, is related to the followers of Ami. But Master Shelvakan is considered the best among the dippers. That's why he's called the Master of the Sword. But when Ami's followers come to him to pick up his order, he can't help himself. When meeting with customers, Guy said that this sword was forged from high-quality steel. And how was he? The girl replied that it's a good length and the quality is great, but it's a little heavy. She specifically asked them to make a sword of good quality, but as light as possible. And it's a sword for young Sammy, and how are they going to explain that to her? The guy replied that the sword is designed with a special technology. First, they process the soft and hard steel separately, even making the 2 ingots run 9 times. And so the sword may be heavy, but if you compare it to other swords of this quality, this has the perfect weight, and they can see for themselves by taking another blade. Let it strike in the middle, or on the edge of the sword. The girl struck the sword and saw it break. She said the broken sword was pretty good too, and this one didn't even have a scratch on it. And let them think there was no claim. The girl told Sammy to take it and try it. And how is the sword? Is it not heavy for her? Sammy replied that it's not too hard. And she likes it. And the blade is so shiny. The girl said that since Sammy liked it, she would buy it. And asked her to forget the unflattering words, she just cares for the young creature. The blacksmith had been following them all this time, and said that he was still alive. But suddenly Sue asked what was wrong with him. Did they come to him for debt? The blacksmith replied, how else is debt? They are scarier than death. The blacksmith asked the fellow why he had brought this heavy load. Sue replied that the other men were ready to work, but the boss was not, and they said to give him a little kick in the head to hurry up. The blacksmith asked with surprise, give these a smack on the head? That's deadly. Yes, and he is so scared to death because of the last customers. Sue asked, are Ami's followers really that scary? Are they guilty of something in front of them? Why is he so afraid of them? Smith replied that he didn't know himself. They just don't like him. And he is afraid of even a woman's silhouette because of them. He remembered in a moment how he told the customers that this sword was so smooth, if she tied it to her waist, she wouldn't lose it. Would she want to try it? The blacksmith told Sue that he had tried to sell a sword to Ami's followers once long ago, and tried to be very polite. And they put a sword to his neck. There's a saying, you don't spit in a smiling man's face. But they order swords from him, and to know their requirements, they have to communicate face to face, and he tries not to conflict with him. Sue said that they understand. It depends whose face is smiling. Sometimes you want to put a sword to it. And his face is just like that. The blacksmith asked in surprise what part. What part of his face? Sue replied that he did too when he came here for the first time. The blacksmith said that his master asked him to give him a 30-kilogram iron hammer. Would he really be able to lift it? Sue thought, how could this be possible? That damn master means he also left a special request. He's really happy. And had to tell the blacksmith to give him the hammer. Sue took a hammer and asked, you have to pound this and make its surface flat, right? The blacksmith was very surprised and replied that he was a strong man. And asked, where did he come from? The blacksmith asked where they got those from. The boy can. And from today he will live with him? And uncle will take care of him. Su said that it was good that the men had time to pull him away, or else he was already ready to use that hammer. The blacksmith replied that he didn't understand. Why is he, such a kind man, being treated like this? Suddenly a guy came in and said they were about to get rich. The sword they sold to the Ami followers today was very much to their liking. It seems like they'll be ordering it in bulk soon. The blacksmith asked with surprise, didn't he? And they hadn't told him any such thing a few minutes ago. The boy replied that a girl from the clan had come to order another sword for herself, and had told him about it in confidence. And she also said that this sword is of very high quality and costs nothing at all, so the other students will also be coming soon. And it seems that the girl who received the sword today is the niece of Chief Master Ami. Su asked. He hoped they weren't going to increase his assignments now? The blacksmith replied that he had increased his payment to 4 silver coins 2 months ago. From today's month, he would be giving him 5. He'll get a good daily bonus too. He's only been with them for 10 months, and that's an unrealistic salary for a newcomer. Su replied that he would refuse, since he wasn't the one spending the money. Especially, does the blacksmith think that's all he does all day? Smith replied that it would be solved if he talked to his master. But Su replied that it's not nice. Su was very angry and thought that they had found a slave, and it was not difficult to die like this. If it wasn't for the Ginseng Doll, he would have fed the worms by now. 10 months ago, the first day after working at the forge, Su said that he had come home. The master replied that he still hadn't had dinner, and was waiting for him. Master told the guy to agree that eating after work is even tastier? Given his accomplishments, he's allowing him to eat meat from today, so let him eat. Su realized that it was delicious, but what was this old man up to? It was unlikely that his conscience had awakened, or he wouldn't have sold it. Master said that since he was done eating dinner, could they start their training? He was afraid he'd lose sensation in his fingers. He had prepared something. Su realized that of course he did. He had decided to mess with him again. The master asked his apprentice if he remembered what he had told him in the village, that he already had a plan to help him? Let him look at Beetle. Su was surprised and asked, what could be made of him? A poor disciple like him, who worked tirelessly all day, has no idea, the master said, meaning what can be done with it. Practice, of course. Here he is now. Suddenly, Su thought, what did he pull out of his sleeve? The master told Su that he would pick it up in his hands and toss it. And lo and behold, all the colors of the rainbow in that order, 5 times 35 pieces he must put on one thread. Su replies to the master that it turns out that before he became a criminal and child exploiter, he worked in a circus? He thinks master could still come back now. The master replied to tell him to stop talking nonsense. This activity will help him train his optic nerves and also his hand speed. It's the ending that counts. Let him watch carefully. The master said he had to tie the 2 ends together first. And he has booms. And how, did he understand? No more than 35 per line. No more and no less, so that there's no gap between the balls. Let him try to tie the ends together. At first, they'll start with 100 a day. They would be paid 2 bronze coins for each byasu, so let him try his best. Su replied that it wasn't training, it was work, and another 100 beads a day would be worth 200 bronze coins. And how much does he plan to earn in exchange for the health of his only apprentice? The master asked him, does he think it's all about the money? It's the training. And if the training also generates income, then it's 2 for 1. Su replied that in his opinion this was not training. The master told him to shut up and listen further. So, he has a knife that he gave him for self-defense. That's just the knife he's going to do something with every day. Su asked, what will he do? The craftsman replied that he would create wood products. A small souvenir Buddha, a comb and other things. And he would negotiate the price, so no need to worry, it's time to get started. Su asked the master, did he bring him here to mock him? The master asked, what is he saying again? This is just another way to restore the sensitivity of the fingers of the hands, after working at the forge. Su was angry and thought the old man was unscrupulous. And if the forge master talked to him, he would probably make him work the night shift as well. And at this rate, he's sure to die soon. And it seems that it would be better to play the kaijim in front of an audience than to forge iron day and night in a forge. Su decided to leave the master, and on the way thought that he hoped he was doing the right thing. And maybe the overexertion had made his mind clouded, but he began to move even faster. But suddenly he felt sick and began to wonder if he was doing the right thing? But if he didn't run away now, he'd be dead. But what had he done to him? Why did he feel so bad? And sure enough, he'd skated off in the woods at some point. But suddenly a monkey pounced on him. But Su used his feather and defeated it with ease. And he should have kicked their ass earlier. But for him right now, whatever happens, it's better to keep saving money. It's only for his future. Su said that there had been a whole invasion of monkeys lately. It had better be boars, though he would get some meat. Or maybe the monkey master eating? He grabbed one of the INH and asked the master, "Is it edible?" He picked it up on the road. The master asked his disciple, would he eat it himself? He had brought one of his own kind and would eat it. And now he had spoiled his mood. And he let him throw it away and made dinner. Su asked, where does that make him look like him? Plowing all day long, and when he comes home from work, she makes him cook dinner too. The master asked, so what? Should he do it? Su replied that he thought he should cook, he's the younger one. And he's going for dinner right now. The master asked him where he was going. He's got to go to the kunya. And where did he take that stinker? Su replied that he had forgotten, for this monkey he must throw away. But the master wondered what his apprentice was doing in the forge. But Su immediately went to his room and hid the bag, hoping that master didn't notice what he brought with him. But Su immediately took to the beads and said he would do this one first. And then the wood carving would follow. But suddenly he went to the master's door and heard him snoring. And Su said that the child exploiter had fallen asleep. Su took hold of his bag and decided that first he should practice. But should the skirt be worn over pants, or on a bare body? He doesn't know, he didn't really look at women's legs. And they said he should powder his cheeks with it so he wouldn't be recognized as a boy, so he decided to put more on. He was told that women use all that makeup. You have to look older. And it's a good thing there's an eye pencil in here, too. Everything has to be perfect. He looked at the mirror and was surprised. And he thought maybe it's because it's a cheap mirror. And he thinks something's wrong. Suddenly he remembered that he needed to do his hair. Since he was like an unmarried woman, could he just leave his hair loose? But Su decided that he would make more effort to look like a girl. But then the master came in and asked him, does he think he's asleep? Ah well, let him see what he's doing. He's been acting really weird since tonight. But suddenly he dropped his stick. And seeing the student's face, he asked, what did he get? Even ghosts look more decent. Master said that the bottom line was, he wanted to get a job in a shot shop, fooling everyone, and easily make money by moving only his fingers? Su replied that he understood, he had overstepped his bounds. And he won't do it again. The master said of course. He's way out of line. Is that what he taught? Good thing I pretended to be asleep and went in to see him. Su thought that this old man, he was snoring, so was he faking it? That's so mean. He's going to be a joke for 100 years with this. Especially since he's caught red-handed, he can't get away with it. The master said he'd have been caught in a liquor store and only embarrassed. If he's going to do something, let him do it more believably. What kind of a travesty is that? Especially if something doesn't work out, he refuses to do it. Is that what he taught him? And if he decides to pretend, he must forget that he is a man and think like a woman. He must become a woman so that no one suspects him. So he tells him to study and study again. And what would he do without him? The master said that from tomorrow, after working in the forge, they will make a girl out of him. And he'll make a perfect woman out of him. Until then, don't let him dream of working in a liquor store. Su thought, what does all this mean? Why does he have goosebumps running through his body? And he felt like he had lost something especially important. Su apologized and thanked him, saying he wouldn't do it again. Today's masquerade is the result of overwork, so he asked them to forget everything they saw. The master closed his mouth and said that he started at will, but he could not finish at will. The next day the master brought everything and said, here is everything the girls wear when they go out over all their clothes, from underwear to outerwear. Put everything here in order. Let him try it on. From now on, after work, this is the only thing he'll wear after work. he'll teach him how to behave. Su said he couldn't be serious. He'd rather be in the forge working day and night. The master replied that he would not give up easily. Moreover, whether he gets a job in a tavern or not, it's good training. But suddenly Su said that every day he makes him do strange things and excuses himself that it's all training. Master got angry and asked what he thought it was not training and why not try to become one of them. With this experiment, he would be able to see the world from a different perspective and learn a lot of new things. Su asked, did he really think he could really turn him into a woman? The master replied, to make the impossible possible. Has he forgotten the saying? He may not become a woman, but he should at least try to get closer to the ideal. And he also wants to point out right away, when he dances, don't let him take off his clothes. Su was surprised and asked, what do you mean undress? And he will not dance. Su thought that the damn master had decided to sell him to some vulgar establishment. Suddenly the master said that from the look in his eyes, he had guessed everything. And yes, those bracelets he gives him every year for his birthday. Su replied, he's about these iron things that get heavier and heavier every year? The master replied that he was a talker. And to develop his flexibility and grace, he allows him to use the phoenix techniques as a basis for the dance. Let him try to look pretty with these bracelets. But if he relies only on martial arts, he will get a kick out of it. Su asked, why is he making him dance? The master replied that that's the way he wants it and that's it. If he doesn't like it, he can try to run away from his blows. Also, have him take this and put it on the bracelets. Su asked, what are the bells for? The master asked, don't you understand? They are not supposed to make a sound when he dances. He's allowed to shake them once during the performance. Su said he certainly doesn't understand. The bells themselves are constantly ringing. Why is he tormenting him like this? The master replied that when he grew up, he would understand all the great thoughts of the master. Now, when he comes back from the forge, let him try to imitate women. Since he will become a girl, we should give him a new name still. Su said he's not a girl. He will just wear a woman's clothes. Suddenly, the master said he'll call him Yen Bai. From his name Bai Ryu Yen, he'll take out Ryu, and if it's reversed, it'll be Yen Bai. And Yen just means beauty, and it sounds beautiful. And since everything is perfectly prepared, let him go and change. He gives him 15 minutes. Later, the master lay down and said he was as slow as a wasp. What is he doing there? Let him come out immediately. Suddenly, Su came out and said that he had changed his clothes. But the master was very surprised and froze when he saw his disciple. Su asked, did he do it right? But the master looked and replied that he knew where to hook. But he has no idea how, and since he's dressed as a grateful lady, let him behave accordingly. Isn't he familiar with the concept of elegance? Hair neatly gathered behind the ears, knees slightly bent. Su asked me where I'd seen that. It's a bit feminine, isn't it? And no, first of all, if you move so gently that you don't even make the sound of bells, it is, though feminine, suspicious. The master thought about it, and replied that the disciple was right. Who knows, it may be prejudice. Still, right or wrong, let him forget it. And in the midst of these prejudices, a woman was born. Let him sink into his role, and one must accept the pain of being a woman, and having to become a true maiden of this era. No, he will even transform. She still hasn't accepted her new self. Suddenly, Su realized that Master had broken up again. Master said that this book is all about hair and makeup, let him study it thoroughly. Although it makes no difference if he has hair or not. Su asked, do you have to go that far in this women's stuff? Master said that guy is one martyr. Did he say girl? Is he a guy? What is this manner of speech? Let him forget the past as a man, it must be repeated. He is without doubt a feminine and elegant girl. Speech and voice more gentle. The master said so, from now on, having studied everything well, he should show a real lady. The master decided to take a little walk and took the tiger with him. But on the way he saw berries hanging on a tree. Suddenly he shook the tree with his foot, and all the berries fell to the ground. The tiger was very happy and began to play with them. The master said that fall is indeed harvest time. Suddenly he remembered that that guy was over 2 months old. And now the other side must be harvested as well, and he still has things to do. Staring at the moon, he doesn't know how to drink. and only the shadows follow him aimlessly for a moment frozen. But before fall is over, he wants to enjoy it. But in the meantime, the man poured a drink and told the guy not to worry about wake-up time. The guy asked, how about having a drink with him? And how pathetic he is, daring him, the great teacher. The teacher replied that it was for 4 months of such a long journey. He thinks they have become friends enough. The guy smiled and said that's the trouble, just let him look at him. And that, he didn't mean it. The teacher replied that he apologized. If that was an order, he would take the cup immediately. The boy said that it's impossible not to have a cup of kamnamkan on such an autumn night. He has such a thoughtful look, but suddenly, on the street, the superintendent said that no, this time, even though it's a woman, you can't do it again. Is she really 11 years old? And he took a good look, 12 at the very least. And for all his sanity, poisoning this child on the tavern stage was too much. The master asked him, does he only live by deceit? And besides, shouldn't she be entertaining the eyes and ears of visitors? Let him not delude himself that because of her age, the girl will not meet with these problems. But suddenly the boy got very angry and said that she was so young and already she was being sold to a tavern. And suddenly the master replied to the chief that he would say that he did not know the truth about this fellow. The boy said it was hard to forgive. The teacher asked the captain to reconsider. There are too many eyes in this case. The teacher said the neighborhood is within range. As long as he's willing, he'll follow the old man. The boy told him to keep his head down, and also with his stubbornness. But the master tried to tell him, and asked the captain where he was going. The guy replied that if he couldn't erase the memories, leaving the place was also an option. And the excitement subsides, and the remaining alcohol seems to fade away. The master said to the chief, isn't it obvious? He came to him with gold, let him prepare the scene today. The chief replied to the old man that he would not forget it in his life. He would do so, let him wait a little while. Suddenly, Su asked the master what he was looking at. Did he hurt his feelings with his words, and now he's here to get on his nerves? The master asked. What was the big deal, he said. He just missed a couple jokes. But Su asked him, who is it? What's going on behind there? The master replied to ignore the useless things. Better let him get ready. And also need to act without extraneous thoughts. Did he understand everything? Su replied that everything had already been decided, but at this time, people in the tavern were asking what kind of child. And the tool is bigger than her. And she's pretty but too young, don't they think? Could she be the tavern owner's daughter? Judging by her eyes, there's something Western about her. And what kind of bell is that? It looks like a piece of jewelry, but it doesn't make a sound. It's an unusual child indeed. Su began to play the instrument, and people said that it was a good start. Could such a sound really come out of these young hands? Su thought in his head and saw that this grandfather was like a ghost. By golly, how did he know again? Even though he had become a girl. Working at the tavern had not badly transformed his life. But suddenly the master came home and saw Su already working. He asked, what kind of ignorant type is this? Chopping wood is a must. The master began to laugh and said he was speaking the softness of a woman. Does he chop wood there, or what else does he do? The words cat, and to make not a sound of a bell. Trad a noble's wisdom, though difficult, need not be afraid of change. Master said as long as the lanterns shine, let him practice. Su replied, what kind of bullying is this? Or girls, apparently, give a basin, they'll immediately scoop out the pool. But suddenly the master slapped him and told him to speak softly. Su asked, why does the master slap an innocent girl? Did the master give her a slap to make her gentler? The master asked him if he had seen a master separating students by gender. He's not like that, floor discrimination. Su replied that it is already an insult actually, but Su got really angry and saw that it only got harder. But if he tried his best today, he believes this image will be over with. And luckily it seems I haven't made any mistakes yet, everything is going according to the plan. Although you can fail if you do it by rote. You can fail if you only do as you're told. During the music, Su thought, why are they doing this? As if intoxicated by the music? Let everyone look at her. Can't they hear the rhythm? They should open their eyes already. Let them sing and dance and enjoy the music. And he sees that uncle is pleased with everything. But what was his name? I think it was Han-san. And he hopes he'll remember his performance for a long time. And now, it's time for them to wake up. Han-sen said the chances of success are great. They'll make a contract to start with. And how about starting with 5 silver coins a day? The master was surprised and asked him, he calls himself an honest entrepreneur, is he too cunning for that? He still remembers the reactions of the audience to this child's performance. Su remembered that there was applause from the entire audience. They all listened so hard. He felt embarrassed because he was playing without trying hard. The master said, by the way, would he like him to reveal one truth to him? Han-sen asked in surprise, what was he talking about? The master replied that when he met this child, he gave her the name Yen Bai, where yen means swallow and bai means flight. Extraordinary beauty flying in the sky is the meaning. Han-sen asked, and that should surprise him? The master asked, did she really not understand the meaning of that expression? If talent was only in playing an instrument, he would have named her after a lark or an oriole. Yet the name is named after a beautifully flying swallow. This is due to the fact that this child can dance, and incredibly mesmerizing. So much so that he would immediately forget even the playing of the instrument he had just heard. Han-sen replied that it was the first time he had ever heard him praise him like that. And in that case, before the treaty was concluded, they should have seen not singing but dancing. The master replied that what he had seen was more than enough. Why show everything for free? It's a waste of energy. Su realized at this moment that the teacher was not only philosophizing with him, it turns out that he also knows how to philosophize with others. The master said that if he insisted, they could of course show the dance. But then both he and this child would be completely tired and they would have to raise the terms of the contract. Han-sen asked with surprise, at 3? Before reflecting the list of works in the contract, he has to check everything. It's a compulsory process, and he's overdoing it somehow. Su was surprised, and it's a lot better than the forge. It's like stealing in broad daylight. The master said that given his position, it was the best plan. He would thank him later. Han-sen asked, what plan is he talking about? The master said to trust him and only double the fee. When he later saw her dance, and if he thought she wasn't worth the money, he would give it back to him any minute. Hazen replied that since the elder says so. Suddenly the master stood up and said that they would summarize their agreement. The first one is 10 silver coins a day. And here's another thing, this child will only perform on even numbers of the month, no performances on the day of the full moon or new moon. He realizes himself, if the physical wears out every day, the art won't look as graceful, it will need rest. And all the tips that the guests will give on top are theirs. Han-sen replied that it was fine, they'd decided, and he agreed. Suddenly the master replied that last, this child would only dance when she wanted to. Han-sen said that's already outrageous. This agreement is made precisely because the oldest emphasized her dancing skills. The master replied that it would, on the contrary, increase the demand of his business. People would be enthralled by her performance, and would think, if her singing is so beautiful, what is her dancing like? They will come every day, hoping to see this spectacle. And he thought he had outstanding management skills, but it turns out they were SOSO. Han-sen replied that his words made sense too. He had once been nicknamed Mount Kyum. How could he compare to him? And thanked him for teaching him. In the evening Su asked the master if he must necessarily follow this path. The master replied that it was the direct way home, and unfortunately, work at the liquor store ends late at night. So, since he's a girl now, so that he doesn't get harassed by anyone, let him take the shortest way home. Su asked angrily, what kind of girl is he to him? Does he know how hard it is to walk down such a road in a skirt? The master replied that he doesn't know. It's not like he's a woman and doesn't wear a skirt. Anyway, what doesn't kill them makes them stronger. But suddenly Su asked, what else is that stone wall? Where does he see a road here? Does he think if he drew a straight line on the map, he can follow it? Every day he repeats that he's become a girl, so what? How on earth is he going to get in there in those clothes? It's too much. The master replied that he is a grump. There is a woman who even after childbirth walks this road with ease. Suddenly Su asked him who was he? The master replied that their tigress was Belankea. From now on, 7 times a fortnight he would have to walk this road, so let him stop whining and follow him faster. Suddenly, Su thought that he was actually a fool. He shouldn't have listened to him, but still, He must ask. He senses a trick in his actions. Su tried to ask him something. But the master turned around abruptly and asked, "What does he want?" But suddenly, he saw that the stone wall leads to this road. And this road is really short. Su said that it is clear. That because of the forge, he will perform in the drinking room once every 2 days. But why did he exclude the day of the full moon and new moon? Are those days dedicated to martial arts? The master replied that the wooden toy workshop said they wanted to see him once and twice a month. He made good toys. Why did he sometimes create such strange things? But suddenly he asked, what was the cry of the monkeys? And the creation of heaven and earth? And the dream of the river catfish is something with something. And then Su replied that without a new attempt the arts cannot develop. The master told him to stop. When he goes to the village, let him take the toys with him and try to sell them himself. It'll help him for the future. He will know how the market turns. It will help him from time to put a price on goods. Su said the master means to say that all he's going to do for a month is make money? Always making him work, and he's not going to teach him martial arts. But suddenly Seo was surprised that the master didn't hit him. After all, he had gone too far. The master said they had to work it out. And asked if this house was even whose house it was. Su replied that this was master's house. The master asked who had picked up the boy, who could not hunt, clean or speak, and had taken him in for 3 years and was teaching him music and martial arts. Suddenly, Su replied that the answer was obvious. Master said how rude he was. Suddenly Guy felt that he was now hitting him without even putting his hand on him. The master asked what would be the last question. Which one of them is younger? Su replied that he was. The master asked, then what else is he lacking? He brought him here, gave him his home, and is teaching him. He must work and earn money, mustn't he? In fact, Su feels he is right. He is being treated unfairly. But he can't find anything to say to him, can't find any arguments. The master said to try complaining like that from now on. And he would watch his behavior. Su realized that this was the bitterness and resentment of a brilliant boy who had nothing. But if it's about money, you can earn it. If it's about strength, you have to train, and that's it. That's right, you've got to get your will together. He'll train his strength like he's doing now. The main thing, it is necessary, first of all, to save money, unnoticed by the master. And that's right, he's not going anywhere, and the master will spend his money until he goes from being a boy of genius to a general old man. And when he gets rich, he will answer him for everything, with the same stone. Maybe when that day comes, he will cry and beg him and live with him together. And they'll see about that, you damned master. And today's genius boy will soon be a genius rich man who owns a lot of asses. The next day Su set to work. In the morning he headed to the bazaar, and then went to the forge. But a man stood in front of the tavern and told them to come to them. If they didn't mind, you could go inside. But the man replied that no, he would go in when he saw Unbai enter the establishment. If he doesn't see her today, he'll have to wait 4 whole days for them to meet. After all, the day after tomorrow is the new moon. The man said he wondered if she would show the dance today? I mean, today is the last day before a 3-day weekend, and he hopes she will be for them? The guy replied that he doesn't know that ahead of time. But suddenly Bee came in and people started telling everyone to look at her gracefulness. Their Bee is now 16 years old, and let them look at her skinny body, her short stature. Could they give her a treat? But Bee walked into the tavern and stood behind the instrument. The men immediately all ran inside together and tried to take seats. But suddenly Guy heard the sound of hooves and said that they had arrived. Kanhyangra said to prevent information leaks. When they booked the bonfire, they didn't announce who they were, and it seems that's why no one met. But suddenly the man came out and replied that he had done the right thing. He was worried because it was a hotel together with a liquor store, but it seemed in vain, since it was so quiet, and it's time to go inside. The man said they would stay here for a while. Isn't Yirin tired? Rin replied to her father that she was perfectly fine. The man asked if she wanted to go for a walk, and she could use some fresh air. The guy said that Unbai is not even close to her. She's so small, but her eyes are so mesmerizing. He's so happy. Rin stood in front of the tavern and lifted her robe to look at her with her soft eyes. The boys said she was so small and his legs were already pumping. But suddenly the protector appeared and drew his blade in front of their faces. The defense attorney said she was out of their social circle. If he saw those sly eyes again, let them expect no mercy. The boys were very frightened and said they understood everything thoroughly and apologized to her. The protector said for them to call the host here immediately, and have him tell him that important guests have arrived. The boys immediately ran off and into the tavern. The protector told Rin to accept his apology. He would tell the owner of the establishment to give them a good punishment. The man said he had it all figured out, and it was okay to go. At the end of the evening, Bee went out in front of the audience and showed herself. The guys were saying that they would finally get to see Bee dance. Now he could die in peace. But the other guy told him that there Bee shows the same dance 3 days in a row, and on the 4th he invents a new one. And it's only the 10th day he's been in their drinking parlor. Isn't it a little early to die? The guy replied that he didn't mean it literally. And he's got a dead body lying next to him. The other guy asked, what about him? It's a side effect of Bai's new dance. Don't let him be surprised. He acted the same way in the beginning, now he's used to it. The guy said it makes sense now, because his heart is racing now too, he thinks it's with him. And suddenly the chief said they couldn't go up to Bee with the whole crowd. Whoever makes the biggest donation collects the money from everyone else, and goes alone. All of a sudden, people started saying that he paid 8 silver coins. There's a lot of competition because everyone wants to talk to her personally at least once. The guy heard such words and said, who knew that she had such a story, and why does not participate in the auction? He is also her fan. It turns out that he does participate, and how? But suddenly the second guy said he has no family or parents, so why does he need the money? And he'll give it to Bai. But suddenly she asked the guy, is his name Mr. Joe? She would gratefully accept this gift. Joe said with joy that their Bai had memorized his last name. But Guy told him to pull himself together. Bee ran away at this time and felt that the sack weighed in at 43 coins. She has a good score today. And to the master he will tell that he earned 21. But suddenly someone shouted at her to stop. The man in charge said he understood that it was time for her to go home and his offer would seem indelicate. But could she make an extra appearance in front of special guests? He'd pay twice as much. Bee replied that it wasn't in the terms of the contract. But a double fee for night work, but if it was triple, one would think. The chief began to laugh and said that he and the elder were alike. And he agreed to pay 3 times as much. And he only asked that she try to perform well. There are high society people sitting in the ballroom. Bee replied that she would try her best. And thought he was saying high society people. And that means there are rich people here. Bee was not shy and went out in public, and immediately began to sing the most tender music on her instrument. Bee finished her music and wondered why they were so quiet. Maybe they didn't like something? But suddenly the man started hitting his hand on the table and saying good music. And no, it's even great music. He had heard nothing better in decades. And her note torments his soul. And the technique is top-notch, and the ability to convey emotion. She is so young, and in her notes one can feel the bitterness of life. Let her say, what is her name? The girl replied that her name is Bai. He is too generous, but she is just starting to play, so she still has a lot of growing to do. The man said she has a beautiful voice, she doesn't speak, she sings. Since she thinks she's still growing, does that mean her songs will be even more beautiful after a while? And he thinks that she has already reached a good level, and his name suits her. But suddenly the protector says that this girl is also good, but she is not even close to his daughter in beauty. Her beauty is already intoxicating to many men at such a young age. It is hard to imagine what kind of woman she will grow up to be. But suddenly she saw the face of the man in charge and said that he didn't mean anything like that. And the man replied to Bee that though she was so young, she was a very amazing performer, and he thinks she had a very strict teacher. And she's very good. And suddenly he asked his brother, what does he think? The guy replied that he didn't know. And unlike her, he doesn't have a hand. Therefore, he cannot understand either his or her musical sensitivity. The man immediately called Shion and said that Mr. Namgung seemed to have had too much to drink. Let him take him to his room and let him rest. Namgung got very angry and told him not to touch him. But things were not so easy. There was a team of people heading into the forest at that time, and the guide said that this was where they should stop. And to avoid being overheard, He asked them to continue on foot. The boy replied that when they reached Mount Hen, he was in a great hurry. He thought they were going home, but it turned out they were not. Would he tell him what order the pigeon had conveyed to him? The guide replied that he had conveyed the order of the Lord. He and His Royal Highness the Prince are ordered to wipe out this village this night, and the building and the people and even the last of the pets are to be killed. I'm told to check it out for myself, and only then return home. Cheon told the guy not to touch him, and started laughing loudly. But B was thinking at this time that he didn't bring his sword with him to the scene. Should we use this hairpin? But there are guards around him. It would be better for him to break dates and eat them at home. Cheon said he only said one sentence, and he's already calling him a drunk. Now he can't talk to an ugly brother like him? I wish he had cut off his tongue instead of his hand. The man told Cheonu that he could see he had a lot on his plate. Cheonu replied that he was joking, so why is he so serious? Cheon tells Namgung that he hopes he's not offended because he just yelled at him. He's the second of the Namgung brothers, so what was his name there? Namyoon replied that his name was Jean. Sue thought that was it. So that drunkard had his own brother cut off his arm. And it's hard to judge, you have to listen to both sides. They're at the same table together, maybe it was just an accident. Cheonu told Namgung that they say he is much more talented than his brother. Namgung replied that of course not. And how can he compare to him? Cheon said, or maybe he's saying that because he's here now? The man asked, what is he talking about? Does he have some kind of grudge against him? Cheon was surprised and replied that he was here, too. He didn't even notice. And he feels like he's having a hard time with his hot brother too. And people who are born first get a lot of heat in life, and there's no way they can understand their offense. He can agree, can he? Cheon told Mr. Namgung to take care of his brother. Mr. Namgung replied that unlike an invalid like him, he was the firstborn of the family, and the hope of the clan. Cheon took the bottle and said sure. If he has to, he'll give his life. And those are beautiful words. And good luck to Mr. Namgung. And this drunkard, at his beck and call, brother, is leaving this place. As the Lord has commanded, they will not interfere. The guy saw the swords and said they were their weapons. So he's ordered to go into the village alone and massacre them. The servant asked, what are their orders then? The boy replied that they were commanded not to let any living creature out of this village until they had finished their work. The boy asked them, what if he doesn't go there? And what if he refuses to obey such an order? The servant drew his sword and replied that until he complied with the order, they couldn't go outside of this village either. The guy said they had no choice. And it seems their real mission, if he disobeys the Lord's order, by any means necessary, is to eliminate him. The guy took the sword in his hand and told them to tell them who the owner of this village was and how many people he had to kill. The servant replied that the settlement belongs to them Jakbu. As they know, there are only 37 people living there. The guy said to fight the likes of him Jakbu, he needs to solve one thing. It seems he will need their help. The servant replied that they would obey him. They would do anything to carry out the order. The guy said that the problem is that he has never killed anyone before. If he takes someone's life for the first time in such a place, he will be left with psychological trauma. So he wants to try them beforehand, for the sake of experimentation. And how many of them can he test? At the drinking parlor, the guy asks what kind of atmosphere is this? And he's heard about Unbai, but her coolness amazes him. He said that she thanked him for his generous words. The guy replied that he had heard that Bai from Chenjianra had other extraordinary talent besides singing. Was he right? B replied, what a talent that is. Unfortunately, rumors are always overblown. The man asked, besides singing, is there something else? And what is that? And he doesn't know what it is, but let him be kind enough to show them. The guy said it's a talent, and they say it's harder to see a swallow from Chengjiangru fly over the guests than it is to see an angel dance. And he doesn't know if she'll show. B replied that fortunately it was only a rumor. She is on the contrary afraid. What if she spoils a good evening? The guy started laughing and said he thought so. They say that visitors to this establishment can't wait for B to perform, that their prayers are heard even in heaven. And it seems to be true. The guy said, is it really that serious? Well, if it's that kind of dance, he'd like to see it too. The guy said that if it was such a dance, he would like to see it too. And if her dance is as amazing as everyone says it is, and she can revive their fallen spirits, she'll be well thanked for it. And how will she dance for them? B asked them with surprise. Really? And if high-ranking people like them say, well, she can't imagine if she can master this weight. The guy started laughing and said, what a clever girl she is. She only looks so young, even bad old men will pay before her. He held up both hands in front of her. He can't wait any longer, let him not drown them, they are begging him. B smiled and replied that since it is so, and as the saying goes, good sake is made from good water and dance from music, I would like to ask their famous musicians to play her a Kimsabasolia. B said that with their permission, he would take a little time off to prepare for the show. The guy said Jumsabaisal's song, Golden Wings Covering the Snowy Night. I wonder what dance she will show to that music. The man said the very beginning is different from the other dancers, and it seems like she's not going to keep them waiting long. B was on the second floor at this time, and pulling down the large tablecloth in front of them. Everyone was greatly surprised. B began to demonstrate her dancing abilities, and like a fairy she descended the tablecloth and spun around. The musicians began to play the song she had asked for, and began to spin around showing them the dance they had asked of her. But in the forest at this time, Guy demonstrated his battle abilities on his men, but he was so strong that even as he attacked, he broke the sword of the servant who came out against him. But even after that, Guy didn't stop, and thrust his sword into the chest of the servant who was weak. But the ringleader stepped in front of him, and said that he hoped that was the end of the training. They're afraid he'll waste his strength. But if he doesn't have enough blood, they would gladly sacrifice their heads and decorate the road to Changwon with them. The servant replied that he should not procrastinate, and make it quicker. The guy smiled and said, what a caring thing to say. He even got teary-eyed. But looking to the side he saw so many corpses that he left behind. But Guy lifted up the robe of one of the slain and asked who it was. The servant replied that his name was Ju Rin. The boy was surprised and said he was Rin speaking. The servant replied that they would take care of the corpse. Let him not try to memorize him just because it's his first corpse. He as well as the others are not worth it. But B kept dancing in the meantime, and the bells on her limbs jingled every time she danced. The guy thought at that moment that it was a very beautiful movement. A simple scene turned into a beautiful painting that depicts snowflakes falling in the dark night. And it's just unearthly beauty. But man saw differently, and thought she was a golden bird on a dark snowy night. This is truly the most beautiful dance. B decided to show them mystical and brightly shining eyes at the moment of the dance. The golden bird was herself. Finishing her dance she just stopped and looked at the audience. The man in his head didn't know what words to use to appreciate her dance. He feels like he's lived today just to see this. Cheon was walking by the house at the time and said that he thought everyone was having fun. Maybe he should join in. After the show, the head of the tavern asked B if she really didn't need security. It's late, and it's raining, and she has to go to the mountain. B replied that it was no big deal, just have him take care of her instrument. Because of the weather she couldn't take it with her. And no need to worry, it's not that far to the house, and all the more just a drizzle. And at that moment suddenly the thunder began to sound even more strongly. B said that it seemed like it was starting to pour. Still, she can't afford to have his guards climbing the mountains at this late night. The head asked her if she was going to the bank. Maybe he could walk her there. B replied that she told him not to worry about her. And she's on her way. On the way B talked and was angry because her clothes were soaked. They were her most expensive. She had a good day today. She made a lot of money today and she has to sell the gold coins quickly, or the master will smell them on her. Upon arriving at the bank she was greeted by Guy and told to speak up. Their Chongren bank is welcome at any time. He was waiting for her. B said she wanted to deposit these silver coins today. Also, to change these into cash. The man saw the box and said it was gold. B replied that it was pure gold of the highest quality. The guy asked her how she liked it. He valued her dance not at 10 gold coins, but at 10 gold flowers. Actually he was preparing it for other needs, but he decided to give it to her. B replied to him that she was expressing her gratitude to his generous soul. The guy said that since she was so grateful, maybe when her honored guests wanted to see her, she could dance for them? B replied that he said he would thank her well, but now, on the contrary, he was asking her for a favor. She would try to fulfill all his requests if she could. B at the bank said it's a gift from heaven to someone who works hard. And since gold is worth so much now, she thinks she can get as much for them as he thinks? The man replies that she is remarkably knowledgeable. She marvels at her. How does she know the value of precious metals? Be replied that she had read in a book. She remembered that studying works such as 30 secrets you don't learn about in war, 300 types of precious metals and stones had clearly helped her. The man replied that he understood, and said that when he looked at her, she often thought of a young man. Her age, he had a knack for making good investments. He's incredibly rich, but he wears regular clothes and has long hair. He thinks she might find a lot in common. Well, how about arranging a meeting? Be replied that if she wanted to, she would tell him. At parting, the man said that her wealth was their joy. May she come again? Be replied that she would come by the other day. B was very angry and the banker's words hurt her. She wondered when they would say the same thing about her. And if he hadn't run out to dinner now, they'd be praising her for real. B realized she had to run. Even the umbrellas don't help in this weather. And it's not rain, it's a deluge. But in the city at this time, Cheon went into the room of the man he was supposed to kill and had his cherished wish fulfilled. But the kid didn't stay away there, and walked into the brothel and was covered in blood after labor. But suddenly he saw that there were people standing on the roof, and even someone was watching her. He immediately threw a knife at her, and finished her off in the street. But suddenly he saw that the girl was not alone. A white-colored dog came out from under her, and was very much frightened. The guy saw her and his eyes changed immediately. But he grabbed his blade, because the order had already been given to him. Cheon didn't stop just there, and sneaked up to his niece's room and told Rin that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Rin was very scared and asked him to stay away from her. And immediately she shouted to father. At that time, father was standing in front of the house and heard everything, and immediately threw his umbrella away. The man did not think long and ran to his daughter's room. After all, he had to save her if she was in danger. The next day, the blacksmith asked Su why he was holding that baton at the table. And why did he bare his chest? He was disgusted to look at it. Suddenly, the blacksmith said it was happening again. Let him drink water normally. We have to pour it into a glass. Su said that lately he feels like if he doesn't act like this, he will lose the most important thing about himself. He realizes that it looks rude, but it's a way for him not to lose his male ego. But after 4 days, Su turned to be and on his way to work, he was thinking why he was wearing that outfit again. And it seems to him that he's been living BA's life more lately. Or is he just imagining it? But suddenly a man met her, and said that it was forbidden to walk here and asked her how she got here. Be replied that she came here to train. It seemed to always be free, she didn't know what was forbidden today, and she wouldn't bother them. The man replied that he didn't, and said maybe it was for the best. Maybe her music will cheer them up. And they're asking her to help them. Be thought, and what could she do to help them? What did he mean by that? At this time, Rin was lying in her bed and didn't move. Her bird was singing songs to her, and suddenly woke her up. She looked at it, and she thought it was very strange. But she remembered that night, and Rin asked her uncle to stay away from her. But Cheon said she's just the way he likes her and her shivering like a rain-soaked kitten. And why is she driving him crazy? He can't hold his temper anymore. Rin said she didn't want to. Cheon asked what exactly she didn't like. Her body will get to someone sooner or later, so he better be the first to touch her. He won't give her to anyone. He will take her into his arms. But Rin didn't want to and started yelling to her father. Cheon asked her why she was calling him. Everyone only wants him. But no one will help her now. Daddy's got better things to do. And her pretty face, she's dirty. But he's still turned on. Her sweet eyes, delicate like crushed pearls. Her body, red as a pomegranate, her lips. And he wants to undress her faster. But suddenly Rin's father came and told Cheon that he was an animal. And how dare he touch her daughter? Cheon was telling her to beg him for not having time to give her a taste of what a grown man was like. She was horny too. But he would definitely spoil her someday. Rin decided to stand up and let her bird out. And she asked her not to look at her like that. And that day, things were really awful. But the bird started pecking Rin's hand, and even managed to hurt her hand until it bled. Rin thought at that moment what she had done. And she shouldn't be with her. She opened the window and told her to fly away. Rin let go of her bird and yelled for it to fly away faster. But suddenly she saw Bead dancing below. She couldn't take her eyes off her, and watched her movements intently, which she liked very much. But in Rin's mind it was different. She immediately stood on the corner of the window and looked up at the sky and took a step outside. She was ready to say goodbye to her life, for she had a terrible one. But suddenly Bee saw it and ran to catch her. She immediately rushed into the air and grabbed her. Bee thought she'd thrown herself out of a window. And what an eccentric onlooker! Bee said she sprained her leg. And the esteemed security guard, he's going after people now, isn't he? The guard was greatly surprised, for she caught a man falling from such a height and not a single scratch. She even reacted faster than him. And so cold-blooded. Bee said that when he was coming back here with people, have them wait there until she called them. Bee took his leg and told him that he was scared, that she would be scared if she saw a crowd and she needed to heal her leg. The guard told her not to touch it, let her keep it. Bee replied that if she didn't hurry, her father would show up and it would be harder to treat her. Bee told him to be quiet, for she was coming to her senses. Let him go quietly, but the water must be left. Bee asked Rin how she was feeling. The girl opened her eyes and asked where she was. Bee said she seems to have come to her senses, and she thinks Rin guessed it, she's in heaven. Bee started laughing and said it was a joke, and gave her a drink of water right away to bring her to her senses. Bee told her to drink some water and he thinks her whole body hurts. And after introducing himself, he asked her what her name was. Bee looked at her face and saw that she was showing signs of dehydration, with abrasions. Elegance of movement. High-quality fabric. An expensive robe. He thought, judging by the guards and everything else, that she was from a wealthy family. But she didn't look like much, and I think the men were saying something about her today. In the moment, Bee all but heard the men talking about her in the tavern. The men said she was so beautiful. He'd like to take one look at her. And they say she wanted to kill herself over another kidnapping attempt. And on that rainy night, all the guards died, and no one saw her after that. We don't know if she's alive or not. And I wonder what happened that night. Bee didn't really think these men were worth believing, but still, she had a story to tell. Rin herself introduced herself as well. Bee said it was a pleasure to meet her. But can she find out the reason why she threw herself out of the window? Let her pretend she's confessing to a monk. But if she doesn't want to tell, she can choose not to. Let her just nod her head when she asks a question. And does she understand it? Bee said that of course, if she told her, she would be happy to hear her out. She asked Rin what motivated her to jump out of the window, but Rin froze at that moment at such a question, and remembered the worst night of her life, when her uncle had attacked her, and had cried a lot. Bee immediately hugged her tightly and didn't let go. But at this time in the bushes, the guard asked the master if they should intervene. The master replied that there was no need, she would be fine. The lord closed his eyes and realized that Rin was crying. He had no idea how long she had been crying. She thought her tears might agitate him or her mother, so she wouldn't let herself cry. Does he have any idea? The first time Rin was kidnapped was when she was 3 years old. Then she and her wife thought she was kidnapped to get back at him. But when she turned 5, then 6, the older she got, the more often she felt the perverted stares. And in such a terrible situation, she began to think that she was the cause. She tortured her soul. And she completely shut herself in. And even if millions of enemies walk all over him, he won't blink an eye. But what he's really afraid of, it's like hundreds of poisonous snakes trying to creep up on his daughter, poisoning and tormenting her fragile soul, and she can't even cry. And now let him look over there. His daughter is finally crying. The tears will bring out all the horrible things that have been lodged in her soul. And if she can spit out all that poison, he'll be glad of her tears. And have him watch over her. And that girl named Bee, have her call him. Bee said at this time to put a handkerchief to her face, and then she should feel better. And let her drink some water or she'll look like a dried date. It was the first time she'd ever seen a girl cry for so long. She thought she'd drown in her tears. But she didn't. The important thing is that she's alive. Bee said there would be meat for dinner at his house tonight. She had marinated it in a delicious sauce this morning. If she's even 15 minutes late, the grandfather-like master will eat it all by himself, and she can't let that happen. Rin said she almost became a monster. Bee was surprised and asked, "What? Is she now telling why she climbed out of the window?" Rin immediately started nodding at her questions. Bee said no, and she certainly looks like a homeless person, but calling herself a monster is overkill. And maybe she has a big monster mouth on her back that only shows up at night, eating poor chickens? Rin asked her in surprise. Homeless? Bea replied that she was the one with the skinny body, dull eyes, and pale skin. Bea said she could do it. She feels like all she does is sit in a locked room like a sick person. Suddenly, Bea realized that it was wrong again. He was constantly speaking out at the old man's unjust actions. It seemed his tongue had now become uncontrollable. Rin asked, "She is homeless and sick?" Bea at this time didn't know why, but she seems to be smiling. "We should change the topic of conversation while she's in a good mood," Bea said to tell her why she felt like a monster. Rin replied that she could see it, but it was creeping up on her. Sticky, murky, dark thoughts of people, and she's very afraid she's going to be the same. Bea asks, "Then how is she to her? Does she have something inside her too?" Rin replied that she didn't know yet. Can't see anything yet. And she doesn't know what it's about, but it's a shame she can't see it in her. Bea said that since she had such a gift, surely she couldn't be fooled by bad people. Rin replied that it's not as easy as she thinks. All people are monsters. Bea replied that you don't have to do that, he's a human being too. And in her opinion, is she a monster too? And it seems like she's been around too many bad people. Let her say, when she looked at the cute babies, at her parents, how did she feel? Surely she felt good, light at heart. Rin replied that there were sticky, nasty creatures crawling all over her then. Bea said that in that case, have her do a purge. Sticky, nasty creatures, they can be killed and replaced with good people. Rin was greatly surprised and asked her, "Kill?" But at that time, Cheon was able to escape and was on his way in the desert. Cheon went to his man who made him an iron hand. The old man said that he had preserved it perfectly. Among soldiers, and not only, this steel prosthesis is called the crown weapon of the western sky. There are those who refer to it as the West Wind Riot, but in fact they gave him the name of Bull Menjitsu, and she would hardly have found a different master. It was an honor to work with him, and this prosthesis cannot be used by one-armed people who have a right arm. It will also have no use if the arm is longer or shorter than the prosthesis, and he's got everything going for him. The physique, the arm length, the bullpen was made just for him. Cheon said that was enough flattery. The rest of his arm was a little longer. I had to adjust his arm to fit him. It seems like that's how much longer his arm was with the prosthetic. The old man asked with surprise, "What? Did he cut it off?" Cheon replied that people try not to look much at what they consider ugly. Now his right arm is a little shorter than his left, but no one even suspects. The old man asked him if he could look at his hand. Cheon replied to let him have a look. Cheon asked, "Did they cut off his legs?" Before making prosthetic legs for others, he should have made his own legs. The old man replied that if he made prosthetic legs, the poison on his legs would spread throughout his body. Cheon asked, "Is it to guarantee safety?" He heard that everyone here is mute except him. It's done that way on purpose. The old man replied that among his guards there were those who were mute from birth. They could neither read nor write, but they spoke in sign language, so he can be calm. He has to interact with customers while working, so they made sure he can't run away. But suddenly the old man was surprised and said that his bone was exposed. He must have been in a lot of pain. How did he stand it? Cheon replied that it hurt, but it was worth it. Last night, he went to a friend's room. The guy saw him and asked, "Did it have to be so abrupt?" He didn't knock, and scared him some more. Cheon said that after all, this city was one of the main palaces of their clan. Who here could attack him? He looks ridiculous. The guy replied that he wasn't going to listen to him. He had had too much to drink and went to bed. Why show up at this late hour? Cheon replied that he had important information. Information about the western sky. The guy was greatly surprised and asked what? He's talking about what he's thinking about right now. Is he referring to one of the celestial spirits' bloodthirsty subjects? Cheon replied that yes, he was talking about the western sky he was currently searching for. The one who is said to be a one-armed man with two arms. The guy said he understood and asked how he knew about it. He'd never told him about the western sky, much less that he was one-armed. Cheon wondered why his brother, the clan head, had decided to visit these parts then. It's obvious. And they had told their friends that he was one-armed. The guy said his brother had given him a directive about the western sky just an hour ago, and added that no one but him should know about it. Therefore, neither in front of Yuk Hak nor Tak Yung did he say this name, and he also instructed that no one should tell him this information. And in the meantime, not only has he managed to find out everything they're working on, but he's somehow found information on this man? And then he went straight to his sword, and suddenly Cheon showed his face and said that he seemed to have guessed. And Boy was very surprised when he asked where his right hand came from. Cheon replied that he had had that prosthesis for a long time, and immediately stuck his iron hand into the guy's chest. The guy said that it was previously said that the spare sky was over 100 years old. Cheon replied to just assume he was representing the second generation. The guy said to tell him why he hated him so much. Cheon asked with a sneer, he hates it? He doesn't, he just despises firstborns. People like them get everything on a platter because they were born first. And now we have to fix it. And immediately said goodbye to his brother. Cheon said he was talking about Bulmangasa, but he can't forget the adrenaline he got back then. His only regret is that he can't capture 14's heart. It had been a year since he had gotten a new hand, which people had begun to call the madness of the west wind. But that day he realized he was weak, and could not capture the heart of his great brother. But after that, he went to see his niece, but suddenly his brother arrived and started defending his daughter. Cheon immediately attacked him. The head told his brother that he was an ill-mannered asshole. But Cheon left right after that through the window and replied that he'll see you next time. Cheon said that if he hadn't paid attention to his cute niece, he would have been in for unnecessary trouble. The old man replied that they would fix the severed part of his arm. Then they would remake the prosthesis a bit, and it would be easier for him to control it. Cheon started to smile, and said that the old man made him happy. But suddenly a woman came up to him with a box, and he asked, "What is it?" The old man replied that it was a material similar to facial skin. It was used to develop a mask. They've just taken a mold of it, and this old woman will now go to make his mask. Here, let him choose the material. Cheon said he's getting more and more excited about him. Let's go with this one. So no one will recognize him under the mask? The old man replied that they would try to make it as comfortable as possible so he could wear it forever without any problems. And from now on, no one would be able to know what he really looked like. Meanwhile, Rin said she wanted to clean up the mess. B asked her, is she about cleaning? Well, there are many ways. If she's strong, she can kick it with her foot. If she's rich, she can hire people to clean her up. If she's talkative, she can morally attack her opponent. And what is she good at? Ren asked with surprise. What can she do? B replied that she did. She probably has something she's good at. But one must find that skill and develop it, and then it will become her strength. Rin wondered at that moment, did she really know how to do anything? She hadn't done anything in her life, had she? B said to think hard about it, and she had to go to work. And she should go to her parents' house, right? Someone's been waiting for her there for a while. But suddenly a guard came out and B asked her, did she know him? But Rin replied that she didn't really. B told her that when talking to people, let her try to express more precisely what he wants from them, and then they will respond to her in kind. Ri thought hard about those words and told B to go with her. And it would be easier for her that way. But the guard came over and told B to follow them. Their mistress's father wants to communicate with her. B replied that, alas, she couldn't make it. She had to go to work. She immediately said goodbye to Rin. The guard said they would tell Chen Hyangru that she went with them. And the lady's father really wants to see her. B tells them to let her refuse. She doesn't understand why she has to go to him now. She made a pact with Chen Hyangru, not him. She's bound by the terms of the contract, that's the law. And she hopes their lord respects contracts and promises. But suddenly, Rin said she didn't either. And let's make a pact with her. B was surprised and asked, what? Rin asked, then she would be able to see her again, right? Or wouldn't she? The guard told the mistress if she realized that such a thing was not called a contract, but a promise. B replied that no, that wasn't what was important. If she made a pact, what could she give her in return? Rin replied that when you make a contract, do you have to give something in return? B smiled and replied that yes, it was obligatory, and they decide to do so. Henceforth, if she puts a red ribbon on the window, within 2 days she will definitely come to her. Due to personal circumstances, she unfortunately won't be able to come whenever she wants, and in return, she asks them to grant her 3 wishes. And what they will be, she'll think about it and tell you later. The guard thought that she didn't seem to know who their mistress was. And the promise sounds like childish pranks. Maybe we should stop them. He doesn't like it, Rin said. She agreed. Did they make a pact now? B said yes, they did. The head, after delivering the information, said that he certainly imagined she wasn't an easy one. She turned out to be not only talented, but also brave. The guard said there are some oddities that are suspicious. According to the guard's report, she has very high skills in martial arts. The head said he already realized that when she danced. She looks like a perky little girl, but judging by her dancing, she's much stronger than they can imagine, and he doesn't know if it's good or bad for him. The guard asked what he meant. The head replied that if she were a boy, he would have to find out about her master and choose one of 2 things, entice her to join him or kill her. And if he wasn't a danger, he'd take him in. If he was, he would have to kill him. The guard thought that his words meant that in any case he did not plan to leave the boy near the mistress. Nevertheless, his regrets about the sex of this child hint that he wouldn't mind taking her into his submission. The guard said that unfortunately, I have to remind him that 3 months ago, a female guard almost put Madame in danger. So to be on the safe side, he suggested that we find out about Unbai. The head said that his daughter already owes her life to her. Since Unbai isn't a boy, he thinks it won't be nice of him. And he doesn't know for what reason the master sold her to a shot shop, but he thinks he's either a clan receiver or a powerful female master. And let him not forget that this village is run by Ami clan receivers, and if anything, they could be in trouble. When Rin meets with her, have him try to leave fast guards around. Have them keep an eye on them, and judging by the skill, it's unlikely any of them can beat her. But unfortunately, either he nor anyone else can sit by his daughter, they have too much to do. The guard said that the head was right about everything. The head replied that he was very sorry for him and his family. He still remembers everything as if it were real. At this time, the guard looked at the carpet and saw the body of his brother lying dead in that spot. The head said he would have broken every bone in his body with his own hands. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even announce to everyone who did it. He wondered how he could tell everyone that the younger brother of the head of the martial artist community was an outlaw nicknamed Western Sky. Then the whole world would turn into a bloody field. The head told the guard that he must see his brother off now, but he, again, could not send him home. And may he forgive him for such a thing, for he has no excuse. The guard said that the most important thing for him now was that he knew who the perpetrator was. Especially since it was his decision. He will stay close to him and await his arrival. His last target is surely the head. That's why he belongs here. Not next to his brother's cold corpse, but by his side. He told his brother he would skin the man who killed him, burn his bones to the ground, and would drink his blood for him, and would not return home until he had finished him off for good. At that time, the boy's body was brought to the Namgung family. Everyone gathered around him and mourned. But there was a boy on the street. The boy asked Sang-yi, "Is he crying because of his uncle too?" But he didn't answer anything and only let a tear fall. The boy said that their uncle loved him and his sister very much. Their father is now looking for their uncle's killer, so let him get a grip. They will study hard and try to be useful to their father. He said he understood everything. And starting tomorrow, he's going to study at Chanmakakwang. But then his sister came in and said he was a fool. Chanmakakwang is just a school. To help his father, he has to go to the martial arts community. The sister was telling her brother who she was talking to. She can help her father more than that crybaby. But he said she's the crybaby? She cries more than him. The guy said they're both good. And they can help their father together. It's time for them to see their uncle off. They're going with them, aren't they? And since their father couldn't join them, maybe they could at least try to see their uncle off with all the honors. But at this time, Su was walking around the city and enjoying his life. But suddenly he looked at Rin's window and saw the ribbon. Every single day he kept seeing the red ribbons on her window, and every single time he came to her and comforted her by talking to her. But one such day he was taking a walk after work and saw a ribbon so big he even liked it. That same night, Rin slept, but suddenly in the night, she woke up and immediately started crying. Raising her head, she immediately looked at her bird's cage. But what she saw with her eyes was not a bird, but something terrible. But she remembered Rin telling Bee that it was a river fish. Can it be kept in a cage? Bee replied that even though their catfish was a fish, it had wonderful wings. It replaces its legs with whiskers, uses its fins underwater, and its wings for flight. It is silent because it doesn't chirp and doesn't need to be fed. She agrees that she is unlikely to find such a bird anywhere else. She immediately started laughing after this memory, and decided to get up and look at the fish in the cage. The next day the head saw that her daughter had hung a red ribbon by the window, and he became very curious. The guards at this time saw that the window was getting brighter each day. A stranger might think they were having a wedding. Namdoong told the head that if he didn't like it he would tell Bee to change the way they communicate. Or maybe tell her to visit the lady periodically? The head asked him back, what could he possibly dislike about this place? Let him get it wrong. It was just that his eyes were a little sore from being so brightly colored. The head began to deny everything and said that they should go now. They had too much to do. The guard replied to the head that everything would be as he ordered. The head asked him, maybe telling Rin to hang blue ribbons on the windows when she wanted to see him? How would he like that idea? He could run in quickly just to see them. The guard replied that if there were no blue ribbons, he would feel uncomfortable. Is he willing to do that? The head got angry and asked him what he was carrying. What do you mean there won't be blue ribbons there? His Rin put so many of those red ones there. He thinks she won't put at least one blue one. The guard told him that he and the lady ate breakfast and dinner together every day, and that sometimes even during the day he came to see her. She was always with him, so she was unlikely to hang a blue ribbon or give him a flower. The head told him that they were late, they should get going. But the head remembered all through her childhood that she always gave flowers to everyone, even her new pets. But at this time, Sue said that he had his face powdered, his lips painted, his hair done, all done. The makeup is complete, and that's a very good thing, she can go to work now. But suddenly the foreman comes in and tells him that as he sees it, is he really having fun? Sue immediately covered himself with his hands and told him what he allows himself. He walks into a girl's room without knocking? How tactless he is, the master asked a girl. He's a boy. Sue answered him, he told him to be a real girl. And now he's changing his word? The master thought a moment, and replied that his cunning so and so called for punishment, but his skill in making arguments made him look more and more like a girl. What he can't figure out is that he's always whining about not wanting to work in a liquor store, and now for some reason he thinks he's starting to like it. And it turns out that this kid is hiding something from him, and trying not to show it. Sue realized at once that the old man was smart. Sue asked him if he wanted him to weep constantly every day because of the evil mastermind who sold him to a liquor store for money. If he was destined for such a fate, she decided to find joy at least in the fact that his body was not so fatigued this day. But how dare he insult a fragile creature like him? He is too cruel. The master was surprised and replied that he even got goosebumps. Let him stop his trickery, maybe he should go to work. He was beginning to lose his patience. Sue realized that today once again the poor frail creature was going to work barefoot with a heavy musical instrument on her back to earn money for a drunken old man. But suddenly someone threw a rock at his head and said maybe she could go silently. She's in the woods, she could be attacked by predators. Sue was surprised that he was 100 paces away from the house, and then he got him. He's so cruel. It's a ghost. Definitely a ghost. But at Mount Hen, the warriors said that if it wasn't a ghost, there was no way to explain how such a thing happened. This village was Namjakba's hideout. It's strange that they were killed so easily. And now they must try to find the evidence. The warriors said the whole place burned down. I don't know how they could have burned such a large area. The second warrior replied that even if they poured oil all over the place, it was impossible for it to warm up that quickly. Certainly not gunpowder, or they would have found his body. And he thinks it's Sawgal acid. The warrior asked with surprise, Sawgal acid? Is he talking about that legendary powder, 1 cup of which can kill 5 or 6 ambulances? They say no one knows how to make it. The second warrior replied that yes, it was about him. Even for 10 gold coins on the black market, it was very hard to buy. But for destroying evidence, it's just right. The warrior said understandably, indoors it wouldn't need as much, but outdoors would require quite a bit of powder. Why waste such a fortune? The second warrior said that if you mix this powder with flour and set it on fire, the range increases. The warrior replied that it was the first time he had heard of it. The second warrior said, right, not many people know that. He just found out about it recently himself. And given the radius of the fire, he thinks it took somewhere around 48 liters of sawgall acid here. The warrior asked, is it very much? Who would spend so much to wipe out the Namjakpa clan? The second warrior replied that given the wealth and power, there were only 3 communities that could do this. The first was Muchongak, and the second was the Black Heavenly Warriors. But if you remember who Cheon Hak of Namjakpa is, the 2 communities have no motive. The warrior said that they do. If you think back to what Namjakpa is, those 2, on the contrary, showed their respect to him. Maybe, of course, someone wanted to eliminate them. And does he mean Heavenly Spirit? But the second warrior said not to yell, they're just here to investigate. Let their master decide the verdict. But suddenly a servant came and told the commander that they had a report. Several human bones have been found. Everything is well disguised, of course, but it seems to him that the murder was committed by one man. The commander turned around in surprise and asked, one man? The warrior replied that yes, one blade was plain. The other was very thin like paper. He thought it was a master wielding a thunderbolt sword. But at this time at sea the guy who destroyed everyone in his path was sitting in a ship looking at the beauties. The head got the information and said that it turns out that cunning Namjakpa's hideout was destroyed by one person. The guard said it was unlikely. He thinks it was one killer and a dozen of his henchmen. The report says the village was large. The head said his eyes didn't see the report. Have him come into the room, immediately. They were in a hurry. They came here, but why, it's unclear. Is it so hard to come in instead of talking to the wall? The guard asked, the head of the martial artist community. Has he forgotten who they are? They are members of the White Shadow group. They even have shadows, so they are also called the Shadowless Squad. He is their leader after all. He can't show them his face. That would be reckless of him. But he's the leader of the martial arts community. He should have the patience. The head told Namgung-san he will give him the letter, have him send it to the Chenghong League headquarters. It seems like they are funding the Bestiary squad too much, and he thinks he needs to cut the budget, wasted on their supervisor. Namgung responded that he is listening, but suddenly someone came from behind the door and said he was coming in. The man said for once they should try to enter his position. He's the leader of the Shadowless squad, and they need to see his face all the time. The leader told him to stop talking. Tell him to get his ass over here. The head said to give him the report he spoke of there, he wishes to see it. Right, that he lacked patience, so he would rather read it all himself. The man replied that if it was about the report, but he had it right here. And tapped his head with his hands. The head said to send a letter immediately to the Jianshan League headquarters ordering them to fine him an amount equal to 1 year's salary. The man said he couldn't read it anyway, this report is coded. And he could just tell him the conclusion. The man said that the Heavenly Spirit people dragged themselves to Namjakma's hideout. One of them killed everyone, and the rest covered their tracks. The head asked in surprise, Heavenly Spirit people? The man replied that yes. Only 3 factions could burn down a village with an explosion. They were the Mekongsak, the Black Heavenly Warrior community, and the Heavenly Spirit people. And given that John Huck of Esjakma was disliked only by them, he was popular in the Dark Circle, he agreed. He was a friend to the Mekongsak faction, and a loyal subject to the Black Heaven Warriors. The head asked if he might have been killed in their sign of justice. The man replied that he hadn't killed him. His boys had been busy searching the western skies lately. They didn't have time to think about such a pathetic person. Maybe he killed him quietly. The head replied that no. The man said it was unlikely that any of them were then. When crimes were severe, he could agree, people of Heavenly Spirit were always involved. Does he remember the massacre at Mekongsak 6 months ago? That time, it was at the hands of the heir of the Black Heaven Warrior community. He thinks this case has something to do with him. The head asked, is he referring to that mass murder that was committed by the grandson of the Muzanma family, Kalhai Ban? The man said yes. Did he know that the granddaughter that John Hack of Namjakma was fond of was engaged to that Kalhai Ban? At that point he was seen as a prince. Everyone had read that he was going to be the main character in the Black Warrior world. And this prince during the training suddenly changes and brutally kills everyone he was training with. And they can't believe it themselves. He thinks the sly John Huck missed it? Of course he didn't. He thought there was a conspiracy here, and he tried to investigate it himself. The head asked if it was Mach Hong Sak's men or the relatives of the victims who eliminated him then. The man replied that if it was Mach Hong Sak's people, they would first try to free the head's son from prison, and the relatives of the victims would want to punish John Hack because he is investigating in favor of the killer of Cal Haibang. They would have killed the head of Mach Hong Sak in the first place. The head asked, then why does he think it was heavenly spirit people? Where is the motive? The man replied that he thought it was definitely them, and because he has a feeling. Motive, it doesn't matter, because his hunch has never failed him. The head thought and said that he seemed bored with life. Now he was going to give him a kicking. The man replied that no, there was some motive there. Let him think for himself. First the massacre at Mekong Sak, then the massacre at Namjakmo, and one must consider what will happen as a result. There will be a rift between the Mekong Sak and the Black Celestial Warrior community. If they're not involved, who else would benefit? Only the Celestial Spirit. The head said that although he was right. The firstborn of the head of the Black Heavenly Warrior Community chapter had committed a brutal massacre in Mekong Sak, and John Hack of Nam Jakmu, who tried to exonerate him and was leading the investigation against Mach Hong Sak, was killed by someone. The man replied that there was a redistribution of power within their clan. Before the incident, the son of the head of the Black Heaven Warrior Community, Cal Haibang, was considered the official heir of Mekong Sak, and now the heir of Mach Hong Sak is the son of the current head of Mach Hong Sak. He is not the firstborn, but everyone respects and recognizes him as the eldest son, and his name is Bai, and it's said that his training mates called him just the second son. Compared to the famous Cal Hai Bang or his brother Cal Hai Rin, he didn't stand out much, so there's not much information yet. They say he didn't go out in public for 6 months before that incident, so there are no survivors who have seen his face now. In short, after the proclamation of the heir, they've had internal upheavals. They'll see what happens next. Now from Mach Hong Sak they have ordered him to go home. He thinks he will be back soon and then we will see. At this time, on the Namgung family's property, the guy was asked what he was considering there. The guy replied that someone had messed up the fence. The man replied that it must be some grumpy person. Let him leave it, they'll fix it soon. No need to take it to heart. And already the tea is getting cold. The guy started laughing and replied that he was on his way. He threw the stones he found in the wall and immediately threw them aside. But Rin was telling B at this time that it was very dangerous. Let her be more careful. B immediately used her techniques and easily climbed through the window. B told Rin that she welcomed her, and she seemed to scare her. She tried to run over as fast as she could, and when she saw her, she immediately jumped up without even thinking that he might scare her. Rin replied that there wasn't even such a thing. It's just her eyes, they look a lot like diamonds. But B realized what she was talking about, and said it was kind of a side effect. And she hoped someday she can get her color back. And in BA's head, she hoped it would happen soon. Rin saw that she was getting uncomfortable and asked, was she uncomfortable? Rin apologized with surprised eyes and said it must have been unpleasant. She must have thought she was ogling her. B didn't expect that and asked her what she thought she was looking at her for. What on earth was she saying? Rin replied that of course it could be uncomfortable when people complimented her. And at the same time she glares at her. She too had just said a compliment, and continued to look at her, and that was why. But suddenly B stopped her. B said she understood what she meant. She doesn't think Rin can get as sweaty, dirty, and ugly as those people, even if they run over the mountain where she lives billions of times, and for complimenting her. And she's thanking her now. She did the right thing. Rin replied that she wasn't for that. B really is beautiful. B thanked her, and said that she thought she was the one who was prettier on the contrary. Let them show her their face, and even the wounds on her face are gone. She turns out to be beautiful too. Rin blushed at this moment, and felt her hand warm. B said there is a flaw in the fact that she doesn't seem fully recovered. Especially her exhausted eyes. Also her hair. And even her bluish skin. B asked her if she was bored being in a box all the time. She wouldn't last 4 days. There are lots of interesting things to do outside. Rin replied that she didn't know, didn't think much about it. There are a lot of people on the street. Bea asked. Is she scared to leave the room because there are a lot of people outside? Bea remembered that she'd said she'd been hit on by men all the time. And it still seemed hard for her to look at them. Bea asked her, what if we went to a place where there was no one? Rin asked, is there such a place? Bea replied that of course, about 15 minutes by carriage, and she was already at a deserted place. Would she like to show her where it is, and go to where she lives, Mount Ami? How would she like that? They'll have a lot of fun. Rin asked him, to MT Ami? Bea replied that yes. She just has some free time tomorrow. She worked a few days in advance yesterday, but at work, Smith said they all know he's a man. Make him stop acting like it. Sue asked, does he think everyone realizes that? He really doesn't. He's trying to protect his ego, so the way he would be kind will be tolerated. Smith asked in surprise, wondering if he might be having those very days. In boys at puberty, men's egos kick into overdrive. Sue asked, what does that mean? There's nothing wrong with his body. The blacksmith said that it seems like it's time for him to take care of his psychological state. Since he finished the big orders today, he thinks there won't be any more work for 10 days. So have him take a day off for those days. Sue said that instead of his psychological state, it would be better to take care of his earnings. He has one old fox living at home that needs to be fed. If he loses his earnings because of his vacation, he will probably come here. Smith replied that he would give him a paid vacation. So, he begs, during this time, to find a friend, or dream of something. Let him kill the evil demon that sits in his soul. Bea told her that she had tomorrow off, so they would go for a walk on the mountain. There are no famous landmarks there, of course, but there is plenty to see. But suddenly, Rin replied that she didn't. But Father Bea was surprised and asked what she was saying about that gentleman. In his head now, he realized that that old man was her father after all. I mean, he looks 100 years old weird, but although the main thing is that he's kind. And resembles more of a concerned invalid than a villain. Bea said that yes, he would definitely be worried about her. But doesn't she think he'll worry more if she's in the room all the time? Parents are the kind of people who worry about their kids anyway. Rin asked with surprise, yes? Bea replied that it's like that. So she suggests that she should choose the option she likes better herself. Going to the mountains or sitting in her room? Rin asked. She says there aren't many people there? Bea replied that yes. You can go by carriage first and then walk, there are no people there. In the place where she lives, she really never saw anyone. Rin asked, her house? Her family must be living there? Bea asked with surprise, family? But at home, she has a lazy master lying around all the time, and her parents died early. At that moment, Rin visualized this picture of how she experienced this life without her parents. Rin said she wants to go to the mountain with her. She even wants to go very much. Bea was surprised and asked, really? The girl replied that it was right. Late at night, the girl was telling the boyfriend that she had to go on the road tomorrow. Why is he still awake? Let him go to bed. The guy replied that he wanted to watch her fall asleep. He won't be able to see her for a few days, so he wants to watch her all night. The girl was greatly surprised and asked, what is he saying? She asked Sika, does he want to seduce her? Sik replied that she thought she was doing just that. But he didn't care, let it be as she wanted it to be. The girl said that actually she's trying to complain. And why is her father only calling for her? Sik replied that the oldest of the Namjakma was her father's friend. It's imperative to find out who the culprit is, and her father was right not to include him in the investigation team. He's from Chianmukakwan. The girl got angry and asked, what do you mean you did it right? It doesn't matter from whether it's from Chanmyahagwang or not. She's her person now, so she's on her side. Sik said she was right about everything. The girl lay on top of him, and replied to ask him to ask her. Doesn't he regret staying in Mekongsak because he married her? Sik replied that the best thing that had happened to him in this life was marriage with her. The girl immediately let out a tear when she heard those words. The girl asked, he's obviously trying to seduce her now, right? Sik replied that so be it. The girl said she had to get up so early tomorrow, but let it be as he wanted. But Sik didn't leave it at that and continued. In the morning the girl told him that she would be back quickly, and let him wait for her in peace, and no need to be sick. If he went out with anyone, she would kill him. Sik started laughing and replied that he had won, so let him ride in peace. And try not to get sick. Sick told the servants that he would be in his room until his wife arrived, and asked him not to be disturbed with eating, cleaning, or any other business. And he asked them not to come in until he called. But in town, B came to the girl and said she didn't know how to tell her. And she had, of course, prepared well. Rin asked if they should have prepared something like a sun umbrella after all. B replied that no. The most necessary thing for them is in her hand, and the mountain they are going to is no place for a girl who looks like an angel after all. On the way to the mountain, she began to run as fast as she could. B was surprised and said, her breathing quickening again, "Is Rin okay?" The girl at this time was trying to climb up the mountain and even picked up a stick. B said that there was just a little more to go. Climbing up the mountain, she had already prepared everything in advance and made them a picnic. B cheered hard and shouted to Rin that she was almost there. "One more step, and she is very beautiful." Rin was able to overcome the obstacle, and B said congratulations to her. But the guard was watching them the whole time and wondered why they had to overdo it like that. And he hoped she's okay. An hour had already passed, calling as he did to their pigeons to show them where he was now. And at once he whistled into his pigeon. He realized that human ears could not hear the sound of this flute, so he could not know if the pigeons heard it or not. He would try again, just in case. He didn't stop and continued whistling. But B couldn't take it. Rin asked her what was wrong with her. B replied that everything was fine. It was just the sound of the wind, a little annoying. She knew right away that they were being followed, and she wished he would whistle more quietly. Before leaving the house, B had told the guards that Rin was afraid of people, so she had specifically chosen a mountain as the place to walk, not a crowded place, and here they were. Namgung said that their master originally wanted dozens of their guards to go with them. Since they didn't like it, they had a cut-down version of that in front of them, him and 3 others. B said, do they know that with that outfit, not only Rin would be afraid of them, but other people as well. They look more like a group of assassins. B suggested that when they traveled by carriage, they could all follow them. But when they would go up the mountains, let someone follow them alone, and she asks the others to wait at a distance and join in if necessary. It's deserted where they'll be going, especially since Rin will be wearing men's clothes, so she doesn't think there's anything to worry about. Namgung replied that he thought she was wrong. Their lady's beauty could hardly be covered by men's clothes. Suddenly, Rin came out and said she was ready. Rin hid behind the house and said there were a lot of people around her. B asked him if he heard. Rin can't even come out here because of them. Namgung replied that then he would follow them, and the others will walk at a distance. They would communicate with each other with pigeons. B said it was a good option, but I wish someone else would go after them, not him for sure. His face is very angry. It feels like he could easily attack innocent people. He's too scary for Rin. B immediately looked around and said, here he is going to go with them. He has a cute face and she thinks Rin won't be scared. But at that time the others were sitting in the bushes, saying that that guy would be of no use. If anything, he wouldn't even last half an hour. Namgung hoped he had the sense to at least blow the flute periodically, and hoped that if anything happened, B could protect their mistress. Suddenly the warrior said it was signal time. The pigeon immediately heard it, and Namgung told the pigeon to fly. B was massaging mistress at this time and asked how she was doing. Rin was completely relaxed and replied that it was fine and she liked it. B said that was great and said it was time for Yum Yum. Rin was very surprised and asked Yum. The guard heard everything and couldn't understand what they were saying, but they seemed to understand each other. And he hopes that soon their boys will get there. The guard didn't even take his eyes off them and saw even them rising. And it seemed to him that they were going somewhere again. B asked her how she was doing. Rin got very excited and replied that she was fine. B said that was good and now the road would be smooth and thought she wouldn't have a hard time traveling. Rin asked her, is this a smooth road? B replied that it is. She walks on this road when she feels bad. Normally, she walks on the other one. Rin decided to ask her how she ended up in a place like this. But B interrupted her saying that she wanted to probably ask her why she lived in a place like this. And it's because Master lives here. B said that if you exclude the fact that she has to go to the waterfall several times a day to fetch water, or having to go to the market, which is dozens of kilometers away, or even have to encounter wild animals. But it's very nice here. There is beautiful nature, quiet all around, no taxes. Rin asked if she could touch her. Bead replied that yes, of course. But suddenly she realized the question and asked, Rin, what did she ask? Rin put her hand on her face and said warmly, and yet she is alive. Bead asked, did the girl really think she was a ghost? Rin replied, just a little bit. She has unusual eyes that look like diamonds. She looks like a flying angel. Bead asked her where she had seen a ghost who was constantly making money all day long. She's more like a ghost. She sits in her room all day long. She needs to work out, and sports are a lot of fun. And maybe they could start practicing. But by the look on Rin's face, she wasn't even dreaming of anything like that. On the way, Bead said what she hoped, was Rin used to walking through the forest yet? The girl was tired and replied that she wasn't at all. Bead asked if she was still having a hard time. She needs to get more exercise. And she suggests that every time they see each other, they take a walk on that mountain. How does she feel about that? But Rin froze at that moment and thought of what to answer. But Bead started laughing and said it was a joke. Rin was surprised and asked if it was a joke. Bead choked and replied that she didn't even know. Her face changed so much. She's so excited to make fun of her. Suddenly she began to realize why Master delivered her all the time. He was enjoying it. And now she was becoming like the Master, and if you keep this up, it might become a habit. Rin told her that her face was so scary right now, but Bead realized that in front of a fragile girl like Rin, he shouldn't act like that. He should put such scary thoughts to rest. Bead said that when she builds up her muscles a little, she will be able to climb this high with ease. She can even walk here now with her eyes closed. Rin asked her, really? Bead replied that it's over. Let her watch it. Immediately, she began to demonstrate her abilities. Rin was really scared at that moment, and asked her to be more careful. Bead suddenly stepped on a rock and couldn't hold on, and immediately fell face down on the ground. Rin asked if she was okay. Bead pretended she was fine and asked where that rock had come from, and let the stone show its true face, but Rin couldn't help herself and started laughing at her. But Bead said that it wasn't nice. She's in pain and she dares to laugh at her? But Rin again couldn't stop and kept laughing all the way. Suddenly Bead saw an eagle and said that it was the master of this mountain, and there, where they are now heading, lives their king. Soon all their difficulties will be over. Just a little while and she will show her indescribable beauty. She even makes her a promise. Rin was surprised and said he was so beautiful. Bead replied that the sky this side of the mountain is under the dominion of that white falcon. She always flies with the wind, not even catching her. Rin noticed that he's not like her, who's always sitting in a room. He's a free spirit, and she too dreams of being free like him. Suddenly she said he flew away. Bead told her not to be upset. Where they are going their king lives, so they can still meet him. Bead thought about it, and said they're going to fly now. Pretty soon there will be a good road. And she promises, it will show her an extraordinary place of indescribable beauty. But on the way out, Bead stopped and said it was strange. It's too quiet. And supposedly, as she thinks, there's something wrong here. So I decided to listen. Closing her eyes, she started to hear the sound of the wind, the sound of the water. There's an uncle stomping around. The sounds are all audible. But why does it feel like she's missing something? All of a sudden Bead said there are no animal sounds. She couldn't hear any birds. But raising his head he saw actually a bird that was flying. Bead told Rin that she was suggesting that she not go any further today and go home. He didn't know what it was exactly, that something alarmed him. He couldn't put Rin in danger. Rin asked him, home? Is the nest of that white falcon far away? Bead replied that no, not far at all, just beyond that forest. It was just that something was bothering her. Rin took her hand and told her to just take one look at the white falcon then, and home. Bead realized that she really liked that white falcon a lot. She didn't take the initiative that often, and she was sure she would be very upset if she turned her down. Bead says she doesn't know, but since she insists, and considering they have bodyguards following them, she hopes they'll be okay. So they decided to go. After removing the bush, Bead said that this is where the white falcon lives. There is a white falcon's nest in that tree over there, and that nest is a royal nest. The king's nest? Asked Rin with surprise. Bead said that they seem to have had babies. Does she hear the chirping? Rin replied that she could hear everything. Rin said they are little white falcons. B replied that she would have to come here again to watch them grow. B said that she was actually planning to take her there, right behind those rocks. That's where the rainbow waterfall is. Does she want to go through? Rin asked. Rainbow waterfall? B said yes. There are 6 watercourses flowing behind those rocks. They combine into one big waterfall that creates a beautiful rainbow. B asked Rin if she had ever touched a rainbow with her hands. Suddenly, Falcon appeared above them and started shouting. B immediately realized that things were bad and took Rin under her wing to protect her. She was really scared. But B told her to be quiet. But suddenly a white snake appeared behind the mountain. It's very dangerous and poisonous. As quietly as possible so that he doesn't see them. And you have to walk back slowly. Suddenly B said that now it made sense to her why she was here. Decided to fight the white falcon. But B saw the guard who was watching them come in. She immediately showed her hand to tell him not to do anything. B said she wasn't interested in them, so they wouldn't provoke them. They immediately hid behind the rock. But the guard at this time thought to call their men. Should he go up to Madam? But suddenly she saw the blood spill and Rin said, "What seems like the white falcon is losing." B said no, the falcon has wings, it can't lose, it's different here. He is trying to protect his cubs who are now in the nest. And so the white snake came here to kill baby falcons to breed. Rin asked if he wanted to kill baby falcons. B replied that the earth crawls on the ground, it can't fly, so it can't defeat the falcon. For the white snake, the white falcon is the most hated enemy, so it doesn't want those to breed. And it's a shame there's no male now. One per female is struggling. But suddenly B saw the second falcon and said that the male had returned. Rin was happy and said that was very good. The male immediately pounced on the snake without fear, and with his beaks began to chisel at the snake's eyes. Rin saw this and became very frightened and started to climb up. She asked B why the white falcon. B said he tried to go back to the nest but couldn't get away from the snake. Suddenly she left Rin and said she had to go away for a while. But everything flashed before Ba's eyes. He saw everything and realized that once again everyone was dying around him. But a full, solid, crumbling earth. Everyone who dies becomes part of this earth. And everyone dies in this life, and becomes earth. But suddenly he decided he wanted to stop it. He saw the snake slowly begin to walk up the tree and up to the chicks. And B decided that he wanted to stop the death. And before him, no one and nothing else would die. B said for Rin to let him go away for a while. And whatever happens, let him sit quietly without making a sound. But Rin was very scared for her, and realized what she wanted to do. B immediately jumped out and picked up a rock. Throwing it right at the snake told it to stop. He was so accurate that he hit the snake's head with his stone. Sue rejoiced and said that he had hit it right on the spot. But Sue saw that things were bad and the male was losing. He immediately realized that he had to get him the Sword of Thunder. But he saw that he wouldn't make it in time, she was too fast. Rin at this time saw everything and got scared. But the guardian decided he had to call their men. Sue wasn't scared of anything and was telling the snake to distract him. But suddenly he heard the guard blowing the flute. But Sue tried to stop him, because the snake wasn't allowed to go there. He tried to keep up with it so it wouldn't hurt Rin. Sue immediately looked at Rin and saw that she was completely alive. And he saw that she had eaten the guard who blew into the flute. B told Rin that he had called for help. People will be coming here soon. Let her wait here. And don't let her make a sound under any circumstances. Sue realized that the guards would run through that clearing. He thinks they will find her. So would tell her to run, but she doesn't know the way and might get lost. That's even more dangerous. And now he has to get this thing's attention before the guards come running. But Sue saw the snake heading straight for them, and if he steps away now, Rin will die. He has to stop that thing here. So he decided to use Bunreese's technique. Sue saw that the snake didn't even stop, and after colliding with it head-on, he flew back to the tree and gained more speed to attack. The snake just stood still at that time, and Sue's knife didn't even hurt him and flew back. But in the same second, he felt sick and started spitting blood. Sue realized that he had purposely made a backward turn to reduce the force of the impact. But still his internal organs seemed to be torn apart. But Sue saw that this thing was approaching them again. If he used Bunreese's technique once more he would definitely fail. But Sue realized that he couldn't let himself be eaten by some snake. He wants to live a little longer. What this old master does all the time is mock him. He can't end his life like this. And suddenly he had removed all the rings from his limbs, and was willing to risk everything to destroy her. Sue decided to remember at this moment what Master does at times like this. Suddenly, he remembered Master saying that he didn't know what he had eaten, but his inner strength had increased greatly. Master said that he still doesn't know how to use the sword, the thunder slash. He's frustrated by his stupidity. The master had told him that from today he would be practicing throwing 4 daggers at once. He's so stupid. Sue asked the master, is it hard for him to praise him? Or if he praised him, would he have a heart attack? Sue said that he had learned to throw 2 thunder-striking swords at the same time. And he had learned to throw them so that the 2 swords made a turn in the air. And everything he told him to do, he did. And he tells him, a young gifted creature, that he doesn't know how to wield a sword of slashing thunder. But the master was surprised and asked, he didn't think that what he was holding in his hands now was a sword of slashing thunder, did he? Sue was surprised and asked, then what is it? Isn't it a thunder-slashing sword? But master just looked at him, and didn't even remove his gaze. Sue didn't know where to go and asked, what? He had said when they gave him these daggers that he was going to learn how to wield the thunder-striking sword. The master shouted and said he was a brat, and told him to come to him immediately. And he raised his dagger, and asked him if he could see. The master decided to show him how to do it. So he threw the dagger straight into the tree, and then used the technique of the Zyak descendant. The master showed him everything thoroughly and asked him if he understood everything. This is the true sword of thunder. In order to wield this thunder-striking sword, he would first need to learn how to wield 10 daggers at once. Did he understand everything? But Sue didn't understand anything and asked, what? But the master replied that he was a real fool. Let him look at the characters on the field. And it's people like him who think they already know how to do something that get into trouble. He's going to tell him one universal method for all occasions. Let him listen and learn it. The master said that if a man stronger than him got in his way, he should stay away from him. Did he understand? And if he's in a situation where he can't get away from it, then let him turn around and start running away with all his legs. Sue answered him then, what kind of a way is that? The master asked, what was he thinking? The one who is weaker is the one who runs away. He even using Naransane's technique can destroy the rock. He thinks he has another option, but Sue told him not to lie. If it wasn't for those heavy bracelets, he could have shattered the rock with that dagger alone. But the master looked at him, and told him not to even think of doing that. Not only would it suppress his power, but it would also protect him. If he takes off those bracelets, and uses his power to the max, his still-growing body won't be able to take it, and he will explode from the inside out. Let him remember that. There is no way he can't use his power to the maximum yet. But Sue said that he understood that, but he thought that if he didn't use his strength to the maximum now, he wouldn't have the next time. And then Sue threw out the bracelets, and said that he had been there, and decided to put it all on the line for the final blow. But the snake wasn't even scared of anything and was on its way to eat him. But Sue said that there would be no next time. He would fight as long as his legs would stand. Sue realized that he would imagine that it was not a snake, but a master, and tried to concentrate his strength. That small, bloodthirsty, cunning, greedy, covetous, two-faced master. Sue threw his sword straight at the snake's head, and when he saw its entire body begin to collapse, he realized that he had hit the bullseye. But Sue didn't want to give up and realized that he needed just a little more. He had to hold out. So he immediately attacked the snake again. Sue had nothing to lose. He pounced on it and decided to use his last strike. And when the dagger collided, the snake died. The snake started to get angry and destroy everything in front of it. But Sue had time to run away and realized that he almost got caught in its tail. And it was a good thing he had moved beforehand, and he hopes that this time he will die. His body has completely dried up and he has no more strength left to fight. He immediately laid down and realized that just a little more, and he wouldn't have been able to stand. Rin saw Bee fall and immediately ran over to her. Rin asked her if she was okay. Is she in pain? And could she lie down for a while? Bee replied that she thought she'd be fine. How's Rin doing? Rin told her to forgive her. If she obeyed her and went home, everyone would be safe. Bee was surprised and asked what. Bee said she was so kind. If she were in her place, she would be angry and say why they brought her to the mountain, why she climbed up to the white snake. She's the one who should apologize. To her and to that guard. Rin replied that she was just trying to save the white falcon. Rin realized that if she wasn't so worthless, Unbai wouldn't have hurt herself. No one would have followed her to protect her, and no one would have died. Bee asked, what about the little white falcons? They need to check on them to see what is wrong with them. But suddenly Rin saw her hand and asked what was wrong with her hand. Isn't it hurting her? Bee replied that it was nothing special. Rin said she wasn't in any pain. So she's going to see the little white falcons herself. Bee said they'd go together. She didn't hurt that badly. He inwardly realized that his body was dying and he was in a lot of pain. Bee said she just wanted to watch, too. Yeah, and she doesn't want to be around this carcass. But suddenly all of a sudden the snake started moving and wanted to attack them. But Bee saw it coming and pushed Rin to the side. Rin didn't realize what had even happened, but seeing that the snake was still alive she was very scared for it. The snake was only aimed at Bee. She didn't have time to react and the snake hurt her shoulder. But Bee realized he should have killed her like that and cut her head open. But then he attacked him with a knife right in the head. Bee was completely exhausted and didn't even have the strength to land calmly on the ground and had to collapse. Rin didn't leave her alone, and immediately ran up to her. She started crying because Bee had hurt herself, and saved her at the cost of her life. But suddenly, Rin looked back and saw a snake that was behind her, aiming to eat them. Rin pushed by and realized that she couldn't let it eat Unbai. But suddenly, she turned around and saw some old man starting to fight with the snake. The master didn't even give the snake a chance, and began to abuse him as he wished. He didn't even make any effort, and fought with his bare hands. But suddenly the master said, what a stupid student he was. He told him to stay out of the way. Why did he go after her? He had broken all his legs, and now he would know his place. But Rin didn't understand anything and just cried. Rin fully realized that the man was looking at Bai. Master was telling Su that he had decided to pretend to be dead. Have him get up immediately before he gets kicked by him. But Rin immediately ran up to her, and told the old man not to dare to hit Yen Bai. Let him leave immediately. The master was surprised and immediately tore off Su's clothes where his wound was. He immediately examined it and saw severe lacerations. They looked at her wounds and both of them were silent. But at that time the guards ran after the pigeon and the commander said that the sound was coming from there. The commander was pretty pissed and thought they had come almost immediately after the signal. And he hoped they weren't too late. But suddenly the guards saw that the old man was holding a snake in his arms. They immediately thought it was very strange. Sik was sitting at home at this time, staring at the bare walls. But before he left, he took the sheet in front of him and still hadn't even written anything. But on leaving the room he left the door open, and his fox was blown outside by a strong wind and caught right in the downpour. Namgung originally thought that that old man wanted to harm Madam with that big snake. So immediately he decided to take action against him. But as he assumed an attacking posture, he sensed something amiss. The old man reached his hand out and flicked it lightly. He swiped as if he wanted to push the fly away. The movement was neither defense nor attack. A person who wanted to practice martial arts would not have made such a move in such a situation. At that moment, he realized that he was not dangerous, and there was no need to attack him. The head asked him, he that an experienced warrior, and so he was probably able to stop in time, while the others were unlikely to be able to, right? And this innocent old man must have killed. Why did his boys get hurt so badly? Namgung replied that was the point. The movement of his hand, reminiscent of scaring away a fly, made them all fly away. There was obviously no malice in it, but the force was so great that they simply couldn't resist. The head said, what an interesting technique. With a single movement that resembled scaring away a fly, he was able to unleash such power. Namgung said that by opening the 5 fingers or closing them, the force should come from the palm of the hand. Even if you clench it into a fist, the force will still come from the palm of your hand, not the outside of it. The head said that he thought this old man was a strong warrior since they were able to fly away from such a simple movement. Did he carry a sword or any other weapon? Namgung replied that he might have been hiding something under his clothes, but in general, he didn't notice anything on him. The head asked him if he had time to see what his walking technique was. Namgung replied that when he, after flying off, stood up and looked at him, he had already drunk Yen Bai with the snake's blood. Right, he literally lost sight of him for a couple of seconds, and in that time, he had managed to drag the big snake over to Bai and drink the blood from the carcass. And he fed this blood to Bi because it was necessary to neutralize the snake's venom. It seems that she was badly injured trying to protect her mistress, but after a while he realized the whole situation. He told the old man that he apologized to him for their actions. They'll try to cure Bi. And he tried to apologize. But without a word he stood up and turned around, and in an instant he was gone. Rin started crying and asking where he was taking Bi. And then Madame's condition was also critical, so they couldn't follow this old man. Rin said that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to catch up with Un Bai. She fell to her knees and started crying. The head said he understood and Namgung was right not to follow him. They could have gotten hurt even more, and he is most likely the master for Bi. His disciple did a good deed, and at the critical moment, instead of thanking him, they tried to attack him, and it seems he now owes them both for saving his daughter. Namgung apologized and replied to the head to forgive him. It was all his fault. The head said no. Thanks to him, it just ended right there. And this old man must be really angry. Maybe send a famous healer or gift some good medicines. I wonder if he would accept. He thinks that's where they live. Let him try to find it first. He'll just have to be careful. And if he left without even saying hello, he thinks the master doesn't like people, and probably lives somewhere deserted, judging from the ease with which he lifted that huge snake. Yes, considering the strength coming from his arms, and that incredible walking technique, he must be a strong warrior. And even if you remember Ba's unusual hand movements and her amazing walking technique, not even considering the keychains on her hands and feet that made no sound, he's definitely her master. And frankly, he had no way of understanding why her master had decided to send such a young creature to the drinking room, and thinks she has made good money in the meantime, but they still live on the mountain, closed off from people. Sake and money are not the main thing. The main thing is information and experience. He wanted her to learn how to get the information she needed on her own and to build up experience in dealing with various messes. The goats in the drink shop were full of them. Of course he doesn't know, maybe it's necessary for further testing of his student. Or maybe he needs the information himself. In short, you shouldn't provoke him. For strong warriors like this old man, the body itself is a weapon, so one should probably be careful with him. This girl might be his personal servant, or something else. Since he lives closed off from people, have him try not to get too close to where he lives. You just need to know roughly where they are. But Namgung recalled the moments in his head, and to him the old man didn't seem like a pervert. But the head was right about that, and answered him that he had ordered and understood. The head asked as he said, was the name of that guard Wan Il? And he was sorry that it was impossible to find his body. He would like to personally convey his condolences to his family. Let him tell them how he was doing. Namgung replied that he had an old mother and an older brother, but a few years ago, as far as he had heard, they had both died in an epidemic. He asked the head, does the lady still blame herself? The head thought about it and said yes, but then changed his mind and answered that no. After all, her condition was hard to convey with one phrase, blame yourself. He didn't even know that such a small body could hold so many tears. She's crying so hard she's sure she's going to pass out soon. And he thinks, and now she is grieving. At this time, Namgung remembered that in the forest, a nest fell to the ground and broke. Only one bird survived and the rest died. Rin realized that now all she had left was this bird. She must save it. But when she saw the fish in the cage, she immediately remembered the moments with Bi. How much fun and joy they had. Rin kept telling herself that it was all because of her. But at that time, Su was lying in his house and heard the master yelling at him and calling him names. In his mind, Su thought, who is he hearing? Could it really be the master? The master was telling him to only look at himself. Did he think he was able to match such a monster? And he's going to break his legs to keep him out of the way. Su told him that his student was about to die. Do you have to see off the last moments of life with a scolding? But he's sorry too. And if he could come back. And from now on, he would be sure to check the corpse for signs of life. The master said he was an asshole and told him to wake up. He can't die that easily. Let him not dare to die. Sue was surprised and asked, is he crying because of him? Then why did he treat him so badly? The master got angry and said he was an ill-mannered infestation. Is he going to die without his permission? He still has a lot of things left to accomplish. Sue was surprised and said that he thought the master was grieving. And now it was up to him to decide when he would die. Of course, he wasn't planning on it now, but he can't sign anything anymore. And he hoped she was all right. Sue said honestly he didn't want to lose her. Or maybe he could ask Master? But Master told him that he was an ungrateful boy. Let him get to work now. The master said that if he drops out, he'll be after him in a heartbeat. He'll get him a job in hell too. But Sue said he didn't have to. The master said that's where he was going. He'd be a slave for another 300,000 years. And he won't say it again. If he wakes up now, he'll make him work 30,000 years for every 7 minutes. But suddenly Sue came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. Master asked, did the boy come to his senses? Master, after defeating the snake, shouted at Sue to wake up immediately. He can't die that easily. The master decided to give him a compress on his back to prevent his organs from inflaming. So he started hitting him on his back, but Sue was screaming at this time that he was being killed. How can he beat his wounds so mercilessly? He wants to kill the only disciple he has in this world? And the master answered him that he was caught. And he knew Sue was faking it. The master got very angry and said he was an ill-mannered bastard. Is he going to die without destroying him? He still has a lot left to do, doesn't he? The master left his apprentice to rest and went to prepare medicine for him, for he would soon wake up and ask for food. But he couldn't stand it, and came into the room and said he was an ungrateful boy. Let him open his eyes immediately. And if he dies, who will feed and water him? He needs to get up and get to work. But Sue wouldn't wake up and lay down all the time. He had to take matters into his own hands, and even fed himself with a spoon. The master used his powers to try to bring him to his senses. In the morning he asked him to get up at once, and if he fell back, he'd go after him in a flash. He'd find him in hell. The master could not cope with his anger, and kept saying that he would have another 300,000 years of labor in hell. But suddenly, Sue opened his eyes and turned to the master. The master asked him what was wrong. The boy replied that he thought their destinies would cross in hell, but the master immediately slammed his hand into his head. Sue said he was in pain, and why was he hitting him? The master replied to shut his mouth. And if he talks nonsense, he will give him another one. Sue asked, is he alive? The master asked, how does he think he can die without his permission? Let him not even think about it. Of course he doesn't. Sue was thinking at this time, why did his master look pale? Was he really scared for him? No, it couldn't be. The master immediately told him to stand up. Sue replied, he is in a critical condition. He is not feeling his body at all right now. At least let him try to show a little pity once in a while. The master looked at him and said that he seemed to miss his fist. Let him stand up immediately. Sue immediately realized that he was definitely not joking with his fist. Sue in his heart immediately felt his strength returning to him. Maybe it was the result of endless violence and fear. Sue tried to slowly stand up and shouted his body as his body would creak. He realized that his strength was slowly arriving, but his body still hurt. Even too much. But Master handed him a plate and told him to drink this. Sue asked the master, surely this is not poison? The master asked with surprise, what kind of poison? Medicine, he tells him. You have to drink it immediately or it will get cold. Sue asked, is he giving him medicine? No way, could it be poison after all? The master looked at him menacingly, and replied that he was clearly hungry for his fist as he could see. Well, since he was asking for it. But Sue replied that he had misunderstood him. But Sue had to do it. He took a plate and started to drink, but after drinking he felt very sick and the taste of the medicine was terrible. But suddenly Sue found something and asked what it was. He'd seen it somewhere. It looks like the scales of a white snake. The master replied that he was the one who could pronounce the name with such ease. Let him be thankful that the carcass of the white snake was lying right next to him. He had already told him that there was no antidote for the white snake's venom. What was he listening to then? Sue asked. Then what did he just drink? The master replied, to get the white snake venom out of the body in the first few minutes after the bite, one should drink the blood of that white snake. This will stop the poison from spreading in the body. And then you need to make an infusion of scales and heart of this white snake and drink it for 3 days and 3 nights. And half a month you need to follow a diet, and only in this way you can remove the poison from the body. And if he was even 7 minutes late, he'd already be on the other side of the world. But suddenly Sue was surprised to hear a lot of bad words. It's better to keep quiet today, or he'll kill him for sure. Sue turned to him and said that he wanted to ask him, the girl who was next to him, what's wrong with her. Sue realized that he was guilty of child abuse. How dare he talk about free time when he was dying of overwork? The master asked him with surprise. Girl? What is he talking about? He doesn't know at all. Sue replied that the girl must have been there by his side. She was wearing his clothes. What became of her? The master replied, who knows? The tramps must have dragged her along. Sue asked. Vagrants? It must have been the guards who came up. The master asked if he was already hormonal. I can see why he's been so cheerful lately. Is that why he ran into the white snake? He wanted to get that girl's attention? Sue replied that he didn't. But master told him to calm down. And so, the last time he saw her, she was safe and sound. There were still people there who called her mistress. Sue realized that meant Rin was fine. The last thing he heard seemed to be her squealing. Or was he just imagining it? Then he wouldn't ask master about Rin again. Or he'd start saying strange things again. Sue asked, where is the white snake carcass located? Is it there? The master replied that of course he dragged it here. Is he a fool or what? The master replied that he would split it up and sell it. Such a thing is not seen in the market every day, so he would be able to make a good profit. He would also get a good sum for the heart, but he couldn't because of him. Sue told the master that he hoped he hadn't cut the belly open yet. The master asked why? Whoever killed it belongs to him. So he might not even think of claiming it. Sue replied that that's not what he's talking about right now. There is a person in the belly of the white snake. Master asked, are they all his acquaintances? Sue asked with surprise. They? But at this time, Rin was in a lot of pain and looking at the fish realized that she couldn't take it anymore. She remembered everything and said she didn't want it all to happen again. But what can she do? She doesn't know how to do anything. But she remembered Ba's words that she had told him to find this skill and develop it. And it would surely become her strength in the future. Rin realized that B had done exactly that. She fought despite her fear, tried despite her disgust. She had nurtured that strength in herself. Rin thought, what was she going to do? She wouldn't just cry anymore. She decided to become smarter and stronger. But morning Rin came to her father and said something. The head was surprised and asked her what she had just said. Rin replied that she wanted to learn how to fight. Let him send her to a place where she can become strong. The head asked, where can he send her? He's glad she wants to be strong, maybe he can just help her. He'll solve all her problems for her. Why would she want to go anywhere? The head asks, does his lovely daughter want to learn how to fight? In other words, does she want to kick someone's ass? Who dared to hurt her? Let her tell him. But Namgung thought that he seemed to have misunderstood him. The head yelled that he'd make a chop out of him. Let her just tell me who he is. How dare he hurt his sweet daughter? Rin said it was her. The head was greatly surprised and asked who? The girl replied that she was unable to fend for herself, and so other people died instead of her, while she just stood there like a pillar. It didn't even seem to occur to her that she should do anything. She just stood there trembling with fear. She couldn't stand to look at her helpless self anymore. But suddenly the head looked at her hands and said that her daughter's hands were covered in blood. Tell them to get a doctor here immediately. The head said that he understands that she is very upset about what happened. And becoming strong is a very good thing, but she doesn't have to go anywhere for that. Let her stay by his side always. He'll give her all his knowledge of martial arts. She'll be his strongest in no time, and if she doesn't want to learn from Daddy, he can bring in good teachers. He'll teach her a lot, so she doesn't have to go anywhere. But Rin answered her father that she didn't want to. The head was very frightened by these words, and he didn't even know what to say to her. Namgung saw that the gentleman had been silent for an hour, and he hoped he was okay. The head asked him if he knew what the phrase "don't want" means. The head said it was the first time her daughter had ever said something like that to him. Also, she always called him daddy. Father, who's that? She always called him daddy. Namgung realized that his master was not okay after all. He said that children first call daddy daddy when they want something that only a father can give, not daddy. The head was surprised and asked what he thought it was. Namgung replied that it was only respect. Children never grow up in the eyes of their parents, but every year they wait more and more for them to start seeing them as an adult. They expect their parents to believe in them, and despite the harshness of the conditions, to bless their decisions to live independently. Rin realized that if she wasn't constantly being coddled by someone, she couldn't become stronger. Only a father, not a dad, could show respect to his child. She begs him to send her to a place where she can become strong, where she can overcome all the bitterness of life. The head said that if a child wants to set foot on the warpath, how can his father calmly bless his path? But he himself, after all, knows how restless things are around him. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. A father must help a child to stand firm in their less than cruel world. He thinks that it is not only the parents who bring up the child, but sometimes the children themselves bring up their parents. Let him see, his daughter has grown up and turned them from daddy to father. It is certainly a double feeling. He is happy and sad at the same time. He feels that he has grown very old. The head said that with his head he understands, but when he imagines it's about Rin, Namgung replied that he understands them. It is not without reason that the people say that parents, when seeing their child off on a long journey, put on them shoes made from their heart. The head asked if he could say, do his children call him dad or father? Namgung replied that his twins had been calling him father since some time. They told him that they were adults now and wanted him to give them real swords. The head asked what he had given them. Namgung replied that no. He promised that he would only give them real swords when he couldn't get them both up at the same time. The head said he didn't think he was going to give them swords for another 50 years. His words contradicted what he had recently advised him. Suddenly, the guard came in and said he had news about Un Bai. According to the note the pigeon brought, we found Un Bai's place. It's not far from where it happened. An hour ago, the guards were sitting in the bushes saying they think they're here, certainly not to say he's sure they've come to the right place. Maybe it's not here. They said the old man shut himself away from people, so the house must be in the middle of nowhere. But the second guard replied that no, it was probably here. The white snake tracks led here. Though maybe he's right, this is the only house here in the neighborhood. And they need to get closer. Then they'll know for sure. But the commander said no, they were told not to get close under any circumstances. They need to send a pigeon, leave a couple of men here and come back before the next order. But suddenly someone came up from behind with a shovel and threw it right in front of them. And the guards realized that they had been spotted. The master put them to work. The guards asked each other why they were doing all this. No, of course he realizes that someone has to do it. The second guard said that if he understood, let him keep quiet and dig a hole. It's worse over there. That's definitely not where he wants to go. Namgung said that it says that master went on to take care of Un Bai. And their guys are now burying the corpses disemboweled from the belly of the white snake. As soon as they're done, they'll come back with Wang Iel's body. The head replied that it was a good thing. And since the old man let them take care of their man's corpse, it meant that Un Bai was fine. And on top of that, we can note that this old man is a well-mannered man, since he shows compassion for other people's losses. The master asked his apprentice what was that look on his face. There were some loiterers in the neighborhood just now, so he told them to take care of it. He could worry no more. Su said that he's not feeling well right now, so he really admires the master in his heart. He really admires him in his heart because it's not like him. The master showed them everything and told them everything in detail. And when the tools break, he asks them to have them pay the cost 3 times over. The master told the apprentice to study while he lives, and he accepts gratitude in finances. He's nothing but trouble. When these idlers are gone, he'll make a quick trip to the village. Let him stay here, lie down and rest until he returns. Su was surprised and asked why to the village? Maybe to sell the white snake? The master replied that on top of that, he needed to take a vacation from his employer for him. He won't be able to work for a while. He'll demand a month at the forge and half a month at the others. And Chonghyang you will say he won't work there anymore? Su asked with a surprised voice. He won't work at Chonghyang anymore? The master asked. What did he think he could hobble around moving his ass forever? He will soon start to show male features, so he won't be able to work anyway. But as soon as he recovers, his body will immediately become very muscular. And his arms and legs will be twice as thick. At this time, Su was angry because the sun had set and the master was still gone. But the longer he was gone, the better. It was scary to imagine how he would be bullied by him. Will he try to relax and sleep? He should enjoy his freedom while he has the opportunity. But suddenly he felt someone coming this way. And there were even several of them? But someone knocked at the door and apologized for disturbing him. He asked, Unbai and the master are here? Su immediately recognized from the voice that it was Rin, her old father and head of security. But in this form, he can't show himself to them. Bai tried to get up but immediately fell to the ground, because everything hurt. Rin heard it, and said it was Unbai's voice. Rin asked Bi if she was okay? But Bi answered her to make them stop. The girl was very surprised and didn't understand why she was acting like that. Bi told them not to open the door. Okay? She said her wounds made her a little naked. She doesn't want them to see her like this. The head asked, besides her, is there no one else here right now? How could a wounded girl lie alone at home in such a wilderness? They can guard until her master returns. Bi replied that she thanked them, but unfortunately he didn't know exactly when her master would return. Bi said that it was quite cold here, and she didn't think they should stay long. Rin replied that they wanted to deliver something, so they were in a hurry. But apparently they didn't arrive at the right time. Maybe they'll stop by some other time. Su knew that was a bad option. And he doesn't want that. Su told them to wait, because it was very difficult to get here, and her master didn't like visitors. Maybe they'll tell her, and she'll tell him. The head replied that they wanted to thank her and bring her healing plants and other gifts. There is also a doctor with them. He knows firsthand that not everyone can heal a warrior. That's why they have a very famous doctor with them. They wanted him to examine her if her master would allow it. But unfortunately he's not here. Maybe they should leave her presence here. Really, they hope there are no burglars here. Su thought, what kind of gifts? They must be medicinal herbs or money, but why give something like that to the master? And suddenly Bi said that she thought she could answer them herself. And she's sure master wouldn't allow strangers to examine her. But still, she is very grateful to them. Su realized that there was no way he would let that happen. Any doctor would easily recognize that he was a boy. If word got out, Chonghyang would be in trouble, so master would definitely refuse. Bai said, what, in refusing all their gifts? She thinks it would be impolite. So if it's not too much trouble, could they leave them at Chonghyang? She'll take their words to master first, and then she'll take them from there herself. The head says okay, they'll do that. He hears her voice lighten as soon as she heard about the presents. Good thing he had them ready, and he was told that she was very badly wounded protecting his daughter. And is she badly wounded? Is there anything she needs to get her health back? Bi replied that he didn't. She thinks that in a month she will recover and will be able to see them. The head said that on the head he thought she didn't have a deep wound. It turns out that things are worse. Bi replied that it was. But that's okay, it will recover in time. Rin was greatly surprised at this time and said a month. The head replied that they were planning to leave Chonghyang in half a month. It seems that this is their last meeting. Bi asked, are they leaving? Rin too? Su realized that of course he had assumed that they would leave at some point. But just like that? Without even seeing a face? The head said yes, so did she. Maybe she'll let Rin enter her place to say goodbye? She doesn't know how to fight and won't hurt her. Especially since they're both girls, they'll back off. Su realized that was the point, they weren't both girls. What should he do? Should he tell her to close her eyes? But no, that would look weird. Especially since he had a feeling that she would definitely see everything. Bi told Rin that unfortunately she couldn't let her in right now. But if it's not too much trouble, Could she come closer to the window? Rin got excited and immediately ran to the window. Bead said she could see her. And yes, very clearly. Rin asked, does she see her? Bead replied that to be honest, she could see her shadow. And then she too went to the window and said that now she was around too. Rin said she can see? And her voice she can hear well. Bead replied to forgive her. They came to visit her, and she can't even let them in. Rin said no, she's glad she can at least hear her. Especially on the contrary, she's the one who wants to apologize to her. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have met, she wouldn't have been so hurt. Bead told her to take those words back. It was her choice, why is she apologizing to her? Bead said that their agreement was with her. A walk on the mountain. And the snake fight. It all happened on his initiative. So all the joys are the result of her decision. She has no idea how happy she was to see her. And she doesn't want her to take those happy memories away from her. Rin said okay, and she wouldn't take it away. She was very happy to see her too, yes, she had been very happy the whole time. The head at this time was saying that the two girls seemed to be socializing, and their conversation was giving him goosebumps. And to be a good father, he has to overcome all this. Rin said that after her parents Unbai, she is the most important person in her life. And thank her so much for everything. Bead said she had never heard such words spoken to her in her life. For her, she is the most beloved person alive. The head heard everything and thought, could girls really say such things to each other? And what was Namgung looking at like that? Namgung saw the things and realized that that old man master was of small build. But no, he couldn't wear such clothes. But how come there are children's men's clothes? Maybe she purposely changes into men's clothes when she walks around the mountain. She gave their mistress similar clothes. Sue was thinking at this time, what's with the children's menswear? What are they talking about right now? Suddenly, the head said that if he wasn't wrong, then it meant that a boy lived here. Sue at this moment was greatly startled by the fact that did the master really wash his clothes? After all, he never does laundry. Why would he suddenly think that now that's how he wanted to set him up? Rin asked Bead if she was okay. Is she sick a lot? Bead replied that she was fine. Let her wait for a minute. Bead turned to the others and said that they seemed to have questions for her. The head replied that they seemed to be talking too loudly. Then he would ask her directly. The head asked if they had a boy living at home. Suddenly Bead said that yes, master has an apprentice. But Rin in a moment remembered Ba's words as she said that only the lazy master lived at her house. At that time, Cheon arrived on the other side of the island by boat. But Sik immediately recognized him, and even their gazes crossed. Cheon smiled after seeing a familiar face, and stepping out of the deck stepped right into the dirt. Cheon looked at it, and said that it turned out to be nothing special. He thought if he could come back here one more time, something incredible would happen to him, but at least what he hoped for. The road is still a road. Dirty and endless. And maybe he could go to the other side, see if it was cleaner. Sik at this time was already on the boat on his way. But suddenly the boy asked if he was not feeling well. It was very dangerous to stand here like this, and it would be better if he went inside and slept. Sik said he'd do that right away. The boy said it was very dangerous to look at the sea on such a dark night, and the water is so unpredictable. Sik asked him why he was standing here. The guy replied that he might not worry about him. The guy said it's a pebble from his house. When he lets his guard down, he keeps looking at it. That's when his mental clarity returns, and he keeps telling himself that someone is waiting for him. And he has to get back any way he can. Sik said he has a talisman like that, too, and this stone from the fence of his house, he wanted to throw it away at first, but then he changed his mind. The guy replied that he gets it. There's no getting rid of it. He himself has not been able to throw away this stone for 40 years. The guy said he advised him not to stay here too long. He'll go to bed. And when they get to Ikian, he'll go to a restaurant, because he missed the Kuksu a little. But Sik looked at his stone and thought of his wife Ikian. It had been so long since they had seen each other. The head was at B's house at the time and said that it seemed like they were talking too loudly. Then he would ask him directly, do they have a boy living at their house? Sue immediately realized that over his head he seemed to suspect something. Maybe the master had washed more than just the outerwear. Maybe there was something on the hangers that couldn't be shown to Rin, and if he does, he won't forgive the damned master. He doesn't have time to hate him now. He has to think now. And Sue thought that since the opposite party already suspected something and it was impossible to conceal it, there's only one way out. B said that yes, Master has a boy apprentice. He realized that he had to lie in such a way that 90% of that lie was true, but suddenly Rin remembered B saying that only the lazy Master lived at her house. B had said that without Master's permission, he couldn't say anything more about him. She's like a girl, she hardly ever encounters this boy. And B thought he believed it. B said that's how she does things at Chonghyangru all day long. And he, as a boy, does a lot of activities and is hardly ever at home. The head thought that she seemed to have a lot of build-up in her soul. Their relationship was complicated. Rin also realized why B had said back then that only Sabu was staying at home. But he probably comes home from time to time. In such a small house, she doesn't live with her family, but with two strange men. It must be scary and hard for her. Sue at this time wondered, why is she silent? Is there still something that is still suspicious? B asked them, could they have something else? The head replied that he didn't. Could B forgive him for interrupting his conversation? Rin also told her that she didn't know she was having such a hard time. Sue at that moment immediately thought, what kind of reaction is this? Rin turned to B and said she had a question for her. B asked, what kind of question? Rin replied that if she offered to go with her, she couldn't, could she? The head told Rin that you can't say such a thing to a person who already has a master. But Namgung stopped him and suggested that he finish listening to the lady first. B said that yes, she couldn't. Unfortunately, she has her own reason too. Sue realized that Rin would forgive her, but Bai would no longer be there. Rin said she knew she would respond like that. Namgung said that he feels like their masters are getting bolder. Could it be because of Bai? Rin tells B that she would like to see her again someday. She doesn't know, but maybe in a few years when she's as strong as B. But no, that would happen when she became capable of protecting her. Rin asked, then could she come back here to see with her? B said that she was grateful to Rin, but what would they do? She was actually planning to leave here after she recovered. And in Chonghyangru, she probably won't work anymore. Rin was surprised and asked if she would leave. B replied that it was unlikely that she would be able to find her. And since that was the case, she'd have to do it another way. B said she would have to find her. Rin asked if she was hers. B replied that of course she was. Especially since she certainly can't lose her, and according to the contract, she still has to fulfill her 3 wishes. She hopes she won't forget that. Rin replied that no, she hadn't forgotten yet. She remembers everything. But she doesn't know where they will live. Namgung realized that Bai was in a difficult situation. Besides, they don't know what kind of person her master is yet. They can't take such a risk. He realized that they were here unofficially. One might say undercover. And all the more so if we remembered the last case. If their master tells Bai who she is and what happened to her recently, then Bai will know where to push them, which is already very dangerous. B said it was no big deal. Like she probably has her own reason too. And right now, she wants to tell her one wish. The head heard and hoped she wouldn't ask to tell the location of their house. Namgung also said that things were bad. All martial artists are very much worth promises and agreements. If she asks to be told, they have no way out. B said that such promises should be made in private, but unfortunately, there's this big door between them. And there's nothing to be done, so let her put her hand here. B said fine and asked if she was listening to her. Rin replied that she was listening, and feels the warmth of her hand. B tells Rin that she plans to become very strong. So strong that they won't even recognize her when they meet. And her goal is to become the strongest person in the world. Rin said that she was sure she could do it. She will definitely become the strongest. B said that Rin was just saying that she wanted to be strong like her. And strong enough to protect her. Rin replied that yes, she really does. B said asking her to keep her word. Let her become a strong Rin. This is the first wish she requires her to fulfill according to the contract. And even more so, it's the only way she'll be able to find her. And when she finishes her training and leaves the master, there will be no one stronger than her in this world. So she will be able to find her easily. Rin said she would keep her word. B asked, because then she would be able to find her, right? The girl replied that of course. B said she would be sure to find her. She asked Rin if they had an agreement. The girl replied that she agreed. Namgung asked, "Has Madam come to her senses yet?" The head replied that it was nearing sunset, and she was still sleeping. Namgung said it had been 20 hours since she lost consciousness. The doctor said there were no injuries on the body. "Shouldn't we call another one?" The head replied that he had already looked it up himself. "I think she fell asleep. She had been crying all the time lately. Yesterday her body couldn't take it." The head said, "Maybe they could wait a little longer today." Suddenly a guard came and answered that the lady was awake. The head came into her room and said that Rin had already returned. Namgung thought, what kind of back? Her eyes, they had changed. Her gaze doesn't just look at a person, but penetrates into their soul. It seems that she finally knows herself. But at that time the girl came home on horseback and told her people that she was off. And immediately she jumped over the fence. The boy asked her, "What about the horse?" But Mu told him not to bother. He knows she can't hear him anymore. If only he knew why he was in such a hurry. Max started laughing and said she mentally had been home for a while. Well, they're a hot couple. The girls started yelling that she was home. She walked to the room and yelled to Sick that she had come home, just like she said she would. But suddenly before her feet she saw the paper that Sick had in front of her. By this time a boy suddenly came and addressed the mistress. The girl asked, why didn't anyone know? After all, he didn't seem to have been here for a long time. The boy apologized and replied that the Lord had told them not to come here until she returned, not to interfere with his training. The mistress said that the paper must have gotten wet and dry by now. It seemed to have rained after he left. And while she was away, when was the last time it rained, she asked? The servant replied that only once. The day after she left. Mistress said that meant he left the same day she left. But why did he do that? But Mistress remembered the moment of saying goodbye to him, and angrily slapped her bare hand on the wall. The servant told her that her arm was wounded. The lady replied that it was nothing. She had to go. The servant asked where to go. Mistress replied that tomorrow is his birthday. She thinks he will be back soon. Now she will wait for him. But Sick went to the city of Ikian and approached the merchants, and asked where the most delicious kuksu is prepared here. The salesman showed his hand and said he had to go to that building. Sick thanked him and went, but he noticed something before the entrance. Sick came through and said he needed one room for one night. And they say they make the most delicious kuksu in town, so have them bring a portion to the room. Sick tossed the coins and said that he would pay with this. The boy was surprised and replied that he would count it now. And his room on the left is the last one on the second floor. When he went to his room he saw a man eating at the table and asked if he had gotten the wrong place. But suddenly the guy said that he got there right, but he was too late. The only thing they cook here is those damn noodles. Did he know that every day the desire to see him grew greater? One more time and would have been ready to go to his soul. Sick asked him, he had changed his face again, so he didn't recognize him. Even more so, he didn't know he was here waiting for him. Sick said they haven't seen the lords in a long time. Chion asked with surprise, Lord? Does he think he's a lord? Sick replied that he changes his mask every time, so no one knows what he really looks like. He is a great shadow that commands the martial arts world, but it's his peculiar voice that gives him away, with a sense of overconfidence. It wouldn't be hard for anyone to tell who he is in a heartbeat. Chion said the undercover brother's mission and everything changed him. He knows how to placate a man. Chion said that this mission has come to an end as well. Undercover marriages tend to be easy to start and difficult to finish. He was certainly 2 days late, but he still completed his mission with distinction. Sick replied that he had completed it. If he had refused his order, would he have had a chance to stay there? Chion replied that of course not. Until now, there hadn't been a single person who had been able to get away from him. And honestly, there hadn't been a single person who had even tried to betray him in the past dozen years. And yes, he had always fostered such a nature in them that the mere thought of betrayal was abhorrent, and they come into being because of him. Therefore it is not proper for the shadow to oppose the light. Or is he wrong? 427, and it seems he still has feelings for that pretty girl. The information he gave him by playing the role of Jang Hong-sik, the son-in-law of that famous family, is now not much needed. And even more so, the circumstances have now become more weighty. A body similar to Sik will appear in the vicinity of Dongchun Lake in a few days. And 47 will tell all the information he has learned lately, change his face and get a new mission. Cheon said it's an order. And let him obey the order, 47. The guy was surprised and asked, an order? But in the moment he saw a memory with the girl he was spending time with. But he couldn't resist pulling out a knife. He immediately stuck his hand in with that knife and said he couldn't do it. Let him rescind that order. The master said he remembered Su once resisted. And now he's reincarnating without resistance? Does he see that the boy's getting the hang of it? Su told him to stop. Who is it that has gotten into the taste? The master asked. What isn't? He thought it would take him a whole month to recover, and he had already gotten up in 2 weeks, and the first thing he did was to reincarnate as a girl. Master asked, not upset that he wouldn't be going to Chanjangru anymore from tomorrow? Don't let him get too upset. Later, when he grows up and becomes a martial artist, Su asked, in his opinion, did he look like a crazy person? He will never wear that again in his life. Especially Itzda, he said, as soon as he can leave, to go into the drinking room and show her that she's very sick. The master replied that it was because the owner of the tavern said that he would only give him his wages if he saw him personally. Anyway, have him tell him something to make him believe it. Also, on the way home, have him buy sake. But suddenly Su replied that he wouldn't. On the way, Su was very tired and said that it was hard for him to step. And today he had to pack all his things and pick up the gift that the gentleman had left. He has to hurry. And he wondered if Rin was still here or had already left. But suddenly she saw the window and thought, isn't this a dream? Su came down from the mountain and passed the village, and he's already so heavy. It's even hard to breathe. He didn't expect that his body could become so decrepit. The head liquor store manager was surprised and asked B, has she recovered yet? And is she okay? The guards were surprised at how long it had been since they had seen her. And if you look at her face, she looks so bad. The man in charge said her face. Why is she up so early? I think she's about to faint. Maybe he can help her. He replied that she thanks them, of course, but she's fine. And she has somewhere to go. And there's a man who's been waiting for her for a long time. See you soon. The chief said she looks very bad. He was asked to take her there if she showed up, but since she went herself. The guards thought that even in sickness she was so beautiful and graceful. The main thought that maybe the person waiting for her, she was confused about something. But at that time, B came into the room and shouted to Rin, but she didn't see anyone but the gift. The room was Rinless. But he found the letter and took her to read it. Rin had written him a letter that would allow them to recognize each other in an important moment, something akin to a talisman. Su opened the box and said that he would look at it now. So Rin has the exact same set as well. Su said it was the most precious thing to him now. But the people who listened to it always in the drinking room said that they would never forget it forever. And what a beauty she is after all. They wanted to ask her to stay on with them, but the way she looks, she's really seriously ill. And they also say she got an incurable disease. What kind of disease is that? But at that time B was feeling sick and weak. People saw her leaving and asked how they could live without her. But how long does it take for her to heal? The men told her she must get well and come back to them. Here's the money, let them help her. B said she was grateful to them for everything. She could only exist because of them, but she would try to live up to their expectations and recover quickly. B immediately said goodbye to them. At this time, Sick arrived in town in a carriage and heard people wishing for someone to make her well. Though they let her go now, let her remember, the memory of her would warm their hearts forever. Sick squeezed his hand and said he wanted to resign. When he met with the man in charge and told him it wasn't a betrayal. He just wants to live a simple life. Cheon told him that he surprised him. He had sworn loyalty to him, and now he wanted to disobey his orders and resign. Cheon said that the Warrior 47's specialty is undercover work, the main tasks are information gathering. He always followed his orders perfectly, so he never disappointed him. He sent him to Chien-Mukakwan under the name of Sick to give him information about the forces among the white world of martial artists that possessed great power so that he could recruit them, and let him now put himself in his place. Could he have resigned such a man, leaving him alive? He knows full well that there is no retirement in their profession. He'd better let him tell him what put him on this. After all, he had lived quietly under his shadow before, there was no discontent. Sik replied that he still doesn't have any grievances. But he wants to live the rest of his life with her. Chion was surprised and asked, "Is it like love?" Well, yes, he'd heard that it clouds the eyes. But unfortunately, he had to point out. In his opinion, it wasn't him she loved. Name, age, date of birth, stories about his childhood, and even the type of martial art he learned. It's all just fiction. Or is he wrong, Warrior 47? Sik replied that he didn't care. If he could be with her, he was willing to live up to that name for the rest of his life. Chion replied that he didn't know what to say, whether to admire him or to say that he had cracked his head. Well, he's matured. Well, let him tell you, he thinks his rich pretty girl will stay with him even after she finds out who he really is. Of course, they say that love is all about feeling. Don't let him look at him like that. Like he's saying something weird. Especially since infertility is a key reason for divorce for many people. Sik asked, "What is he saying?" Chion asked, when he first joined them in Mendi and became a shadow when he swore allegiance to him, he drank the blood cocktail, remember? Did he think it was just unflavored sake diluted with blood? Let him think for himself. If people like them for fun or for business sleep with someone, and then a cub comes between them. What do we do then? Then everyone might think about betrayal. Or being a father would make it difficult to go on a murder mission. So he had to take care of that in advance. Sik thought, was this really such shocking news? But is there a cure? Who knows, the world is big, maybe someone knows. But if someone knows, but what to do next? The shadow can't come into the light, and if he wants to be free of him after all, let him become a master from Mende, and decide for himself what he will do. And since he is unwilling to obey him, he gives him the opportunity to fight him. He's not ready now, so he offers to train him. Sik realized that he himself had been a little bored lately, and his body was aching. He'd love to retire. The training place is very far away, and the course is not short, but he will be considered missing for now. His rich wife he will not send Hong Sik's body for now. Shadow said that the training place was beyond the desert on 10,000-year-old Mount Manansal. The most famous martial artists come there from all over the world. He thinks he'll have something to learn, and most importantly, of course, the duration of the course. It will be 10 years. He can of course shorten it, it all depends on his academic performance. The shadow asked, his rich lady, is he sure his feelings won't change in the meantime? And a man's feelings do change very quickly, but if he wants to test fate, there's no stopping him. And now they can try to make a bet. If he wins, he'll become a shadow lord and can go out into the world. At this time in the forest, Su came across a tiger that was slowly coming out of the forest. He said that he could see an expensive fur coat on the tiger, and it is very dangerous to prance around in such expensive clothes alone. Su said that he was a brave tiger, and asked if he was the white girl's new lover. But the tiger immediately pounced on him with its sharp claws. And Su said that it was not him. Su threw the basket and asked, how was he not ashamed to attack a young fragile creature like him? Su realized his hand and said that it left him no choice. And having made the attack immediately said goodbye to him. Su used his knife-throwing abilities, and cutting the tiger from far away didn't even leave it a choice. Su said he almost forgot, safety comes first. It's a mandatory process. Su went to the pawn shop the next day. The man said that things were getting more and more interesting every day. Where does he find such valuable treasures? Su replied that Mother Nature had taken pity on him and decided to give him a gift. And their meeting was brief, but how fruitful. Does he hope he can leave him that tiger claw necklace? The man said sure. He was a very important person in their bank, so he would charge him 1 gold piece for the commission. Everything would be sold as quickly and expensively as possible, and the money would be added to his account. Su replied, lest he forget, no one must know of his origin. The man said that of course he could take it easy. Even in death, he'd keep quiet. And such things would be more profitable for him to sell directly to a costume jewelry store, and he brings them to him. Maybe he has a conflict with the owner of that store. Su replied that he doesn't know, let him think that he is still embarrassed to sell goods of his own production. Su realized in his head that this master was friends with his master. Paying a commission is also a pity, but every time he finds gifts from nature, he can't give them to master. But Su always cursed his master and said that he had already grown so much, and the old man was still not weak. Su suddenly asked the master, "Did he have something wrong?" The master asked, "So is it not clear? Let him keep quiet and leave. It's a good thing he's the best of the best. Otherwise, if someone else had been in his place, would have been distracted by him, and the tiger would have been finished." Su replied that he was just wondering if it was possible to transfer human energy into a tigress body. And where did she hurt herself so badly? The master replied, "Why is it impossible? What he wants to do, he does." He had just stopped the bleeding, and was now giving her back her life force. And it seemed she had a fight with a new tiger they had in their neighborhood. The master said that this tigress, both of them so decrepit, and once she recovered, he would turn her into a strong man so she could take revenge. Su realized that revenge was unlikely. And did the white girl really lose to that tiger? And isn't the white one so weak? But yes, even he almost chickened out in front of her once. He was so sweet back then. The master asked, what was the look on his face? He doesn't have time, he has to go. Since he is free now, let him take care of the white girl, let him treat her wounds and stitch her up. Su asked, where's he going? Does he want to find the one who hurt the white girl? The master replied that he should stay out of it. It was his own business. Su started to treat the white one and poured alcohol on her wounds. The white one was even in pain and began to growl. White started growling at him, and even tried to bite him. But Su punched him and told him to shut up and called her a decrepit tigress. But the master saw this and said, how dare he beat a wounded tigress? Where's his manners? Su replied that his pet is dying and he is lounging around. Doesn't he care about her? The master laughed and asked, sprawled out, he said. Hanging around idly? He is his great master, now thinking how the tigress' strength will need to be restored. Master said that once he finished thinking, his tigress would turn into the strongest among the pack. Stupid his apprentice, how dare he judge master just by his cover? What young people are nowadays, they can't think and talk for nothing. Su thought that the master had started again, it would be better if he kept silent. And replied that the master was right as always. Su said he wanted to stitch up her wounds while she slept. Would he be kind enough to keep quiet? He needs to focus. Su didn't bother much, and used the secret bird's foot stitch technique. Master decided to take a look and Su said it was perfect. The master took a look and said it looked decent. How long had it been since he had switched from training daggers to a real thunder-slashing sword? He then kindly showed him the sword technique at the same time. Su asked, 3 years old, why is he suddenly asking? And what do you mean kindly? In all the years he had lived with him, he had never once shown him courtesy. The master started laughing and said that the student had a tongue. He was at it again. He missed his education. Is it so difficult to just answer the questions straightforwardly? But Su saw the look in his eyes and realized that the master was obviously planning something bad. Su apologized and said that he had wanted to show him what he had learned in these 3 years for so long, and so far, he had paid no attention to him. Now he could wield 6 blades at once. The master asked with surprise, 6 in 3 years? Is that true? Su replied that yes, and what's the big deal? Master patted his shoulder and said surprisingly, very surprisingly. 6 already? He congratulates Su. The master told him that he seemed to have eaten a lot of useful things in secret. Without such dirty deeds, how could he be able to achieve such incredible results in such a short time? Su replied that he didn't know what the master was talking about. In his opinion, it's all due to his innate genius and constant training, of course. And he believes that the heavens have taken pity on him and decided to endow him with at least such a gene. But suddenly the master started laughing and said he didn't care. He could do what he wanted. He was ready to forgive him for any deeds. He is a great master. His soul is as wide as their vast sky. And he is willing to forgive and even celebrate his accomplishments. The master said it was time to wrap up his congratulations. And since he had learned 5 swords, it was time for him to move up a level. Su realized that he had trained so much, and it turned out that all those skills were average. Master said to leave the white-robed one here to rest, and followed him. The master said that the training for the advanced level would focus on learning the flaws of the Thunderstrike sword, and the top-level training would be to learn the disadvantages of the Thunder-smashing sword as a silk sword and how to overcome them. And based on what he had just told him long and hard, He suggests that he start learning the advanced level with the water sword. Su asked. He doesn't mean what he's thinking right now. And the master is such a joker. He agrees with him, the joke is good. The master replied, what other jokes? Let him learn immediately. And immediately pushed him off the rock into the water. Su didn't even know that the master would do such a mean thing to him, and falling down shouted for help. At this time in the base of the Kyonin martial arts community, the head said that the warriors being raised in Shinmukakwan are the hope and future of their country. And he wants to know how things are going this year? Can he have any hope for them? The man replied that he had already selected the top 40 of the best, and divided them into groups. And the training was conducted specifically separately by group, depending on the destination they would then be sent to. The Chianren group is planning to be sent to Mount Shaman, Biko's group to Day Mountain, Henma's group to Fire Mountain, and Stranger's group to Ami Mountain. Su couldn't swim, and could drown. And every time he went under the pillow, he started shouting that he had bracelets on his hands and feet. But suddenly Su went underwater and said that the master is a villain, a monster, an enemy, a murderer. He's wearing heavy bracelets, and if he hated him so much, it was weak to tie up his rock and throw it with him, the water sword of thunder. Even the name itself is weird. Does he think he's going to die like this? Su went straight down into the deep water and removed the bracelets from himself. And immediately afterward, he climbed out of the water. Su said he survived. But what about those bracelets? If he goes home without them, the master will destroy him for sure. Su immediately realized that he would have to climb back up to get the bracelets. And this stupid training, he would have to do it too. The master shouted at him that he was a retard, not a smartass. He still hasn't learned how to control a water ball of thunder. He's only good for making money, that's all. Su became very angry and shouted at the top of his voice for his master to be cursed. And immediately went back into the water. And after 3 months, the base of the martial arts community Kyonin Mujik said that the curriculum was made up according to their performance. Not that the levels between groups, not much difference. Here's the list. The man said he added literature, history and logic in addition to martial arts to his overall grades. But in terms of martial arts proficiency, all 40 students are on par. That's good, but there are still some things that are a little alarming. The head asked. He probably means that grades aren't the main thing, but he of the outsider group, because of the fact they have grades lower than the rest of the group, it can feel like they have become outcasts. The man said yes. So when he divided the first 16 students into groups, he wanted to immediately assign 2 of them the position of the commander of all groups and his deputy, and add them to the group of outsiders. But then he changed his mind based on the growth potential of the boys in the group. Especially since 2 boys and 2 girls among them have been studying with them for only 2 years. The head said that in 2 years they have already taken 3rd and 4th place. They are very interesting, they really have good potential. The head was glad that Rin hadn't joined the outsider group, or else she would have gone to Ami's mountain again. Mount Ami time has certainly passed, but he wouldn't want to go back there after all. He doesn't like it there. The man said that Mr. Jin-un is coaching them now. He thinks we can hope for a good result. The head replied that Mr. Jin-woon is one of the top 100 martial artists. He's going to be 80 years old soon. How is he feeling? The man said he told him that he was now, on the contrary, getting younger. Mr. Jin is a very quiet and kind man. He thinks Sun can teach the boys a lot. Master Un told his men to take a break here. The waterfall is beautiful, it's so hot today, may they forgive him for making them work in this weather. The guys replied that they could still go, but the foreman seemed tired. But the other guy got angry and said, "Where are they going again? He's carrying this time." The other guy yelled that it's hard and hot in here. There is no one here, and suggested that we stop playing the goody-goody. Teacher Un said that they had helped him well. Now they could go their own way. They could just tell him how to go. It was so kind of them to follow him to show him the way. The guy told him there was something he wanted to ask him. It was quiet and empty, and since he was so grateful, they would take all his things away from him. But the other guy said no, that's not enough. And he saw the money on him. Let him put everything in his pocket. Un replied that it turns out they are very hard-working robbers. And the money that's in that bag, he can't give them. Un said there was nothing to be done about it and threw the bag of money in front of their feet. Un said that he was using the rejuvenation procedure now, so it would be hard for them to defeat him. If they want to take anything from him, let them raid him. The guys started laughing and said that if he, the old man, had given him everything at once, they would have kept him alive. But Un immediately attacked them with 2 balls. The guys were very surprised and thought, what kind of water bombs are these? But Un didn't stop and attacked them a couple more times. The boy thought that maybe he was some kind wizard who decided to help them. But suddenly Un saw a knife being thrown at him. He immediately dodged it and tripped. He then hit his head on a rock. 7 minutes before, Su had been underwater and had been practicing the whole time. He came out of the water and realized that he could have been in the water with those bracelets for 30 minutes already. He throws the thunder-smashing sword with something, which means that he's still at level 1. He's been practicing for 3 months now, but he still can't break even one of them. Under the water he began to draw his master, and with each drawing he tried to convey how he saw his master. Su said he couldn't concentrate his power in the water. Kind of honed the technique, but why he can't do much in water? Could it be his limit? He realized that an old murderer who lived at home was no help at all. He could have explained, at least. And he shouldn't have asked. Su realized that he couldn't fail. He had still suffered so much humiliation from this old man. He wouldn't be doing this kind of dumb training for the coming 10 years. Suddenly, Su didn't stop and released his energy. He threw the slashing knife at him out of the water with all his might, and showed what he was really capable of. In the morning, Su came out of the water and said with a sigh that it was a good workout. Honestly, he hadn't expected that the desire to eliminate evil would stimulate him so much, though of course, this was all possible because of his innate talent. But suddenly he heard something and asked what it was. Looking to the side he saw an old man and 2 men lying on the ground, not even moving. Su walked to the shore and thought about what had happened here. And now according to his analysis, what he just saw happened as follows. 2 men who looked like hooligans tried to kill the old man, but they ended up killing themselves. First guy's ribs are broken, presumably with an iron ball, internal hemorrhaging. COD is cranial trauma. Hits something small and hard, like a rock, and he thinks the main reason is because of the blow. Dagger calluses on the palm of his hand. And next to the old man's corpse is a cheap knife, just like the ones made in the local blacksmith shop and sold wholesale to robbers and hooligans. Su thinks it belongs to this guy. And judging from the knife, the guy's build, and his appearance, he's definitely the robber. The other guy died under similar circumstances, supposedly at the last minute, stuck a knife in this old man. Based on appearances and the overall situation, both men were in cahoots. I wonder where the stones came from? Maybe from this guy, as a sign of punishment. Why was this guy hurt in the first place? He's supposed to be a martial artist. And judging by the scars on his hands, the iron balls lying around belonged to this grandfather. And if he could break the first guy's ribs, the old man was a master. How'd he let the second guy stick a knife in him? Maybe he'd done something wrong to them. So he decided not to fight back. And if you think about it, sprained leg, head injury. So he tried to run away, stumbled and fell. Luck was not on his side, of course, and he hit his head on a stone. And the second man, losing consciousness, fell on top of him, but unfortunately with a knife. But what a stupid death. Su wondered why the old man was even trying to escape if he was good at fighting. They could certainly speculate here for a long time, but it was unclear why. That was a very good question, of course. After all, he is the most gifted person on the planet. Found a dislocation and a head injury. They are of course both simply unmatched. Su thought and said they had it figured out, but the thing is, you can't just leave the bodies here. So I guess he's gonna have to clean it up. It was already evening, and Su kept working and burying all the corpses. He told his grandfather that he was now lying in the best place on this mountain. He buried the other 2, but he buried him properly, with all the honors and traditions. And as a token of his gratitude, he thinks he'd be willing to pay for his work. With some items. He'd be very grateful. Su went to the bag and said that he would now see what he had here. Suddenly he found a small bag, and felt a heaviness. When he opened the sack he was greatly pleased at what he saw, for the sack was full of gold, and silver. Su said he hadn't seen them in a long time. 230 gold coins and many more silver and bronze coins. He only makes 20 a month at the forge. This is his entire year's salary, Su said. That's the score. It's even too good. And in this life, fate thanks him. Su decided that he would put the coins back in his gold bag and look further to see what else was here. Su put it all to one side and said it was strange stuff. And it seems to be a skin mask. He's heard of them. But what a nasty looking thing. Su was getting very curious about who their grandfather was. Maybe this would give him some answers. Su took the letter and said that it said Lord of Iron, Mr. Jean. And judging from his nickname, he is a martial artist. But there was also an invitation for training, and it will be for 3 months. He is waiting for them without fail. Stone Hand Ping Su, head of Chan Makakwin. Su at this moment wondered, who is Peng Su's stone hand? So is his hand as hard as a stone? Or maybe if he hit someone, that someone would immediately turn into a cobblestone. He is certainly an obscure but very interesting nickname. Su started to smile, and said that he was very lucky today, but suddenly Su decided that he would save the fun for later. It says here that a teacher is needed. And if he can't keep them, an invitation to teach costs 20 gold coins, and if more is needed let them ask for it. He is an honest and well-mannered man, and cannot leave those who need help in distress. And 230 gold coins is certainly a gift from heaven, but since he's got it, he's got to work it off. And moreover, at the end of it, he'll be paid extra. And how can you refuse? And that makes 10 students. And he doesn't know who these guys are, but let them wait for their moment. The next morning the group of people were in the forest, and the girl said it was very hot. She asked Namgung if they had a long way to go. Namgung replied that he thought they would reach it soon. They're already on Mount Ami. And they'd better hurry up. But suddenly the guy said that all his clothes were wet with sweat. Namgung replied that he was too. Namyun asked has he already chosen the subjects he will study next semester? Replied that he had. And of course, military science, geography, and from the category of practical use of the fist and control of 2 swords. He'll take Chongchuk as his foreign language. And Namgung, what will he do? Namgung replied that it means Chongchuk. He chose this language too, though he is afraid it will be difficult to get a good grade. He chose the ideology of the South medium level, the astrology of China, the sword of smashing thunder, and one of the walking techniques. All subjects are easy. He just wants to get a higher GPA. Replied to him that he always picks the hardest ones and still gets excellent grades. Let him tell me how he does it. Namgung replied that he was just having bad luck with lectures, so he was practicing his grades in practical classes. If he knew what he had recently received in Mr. Sim's subjects, the science of martial arts, Namgung said he'd better tell him how he was doing on his own. I heard he recently got a perfect score in foreign language. And he got first place among all the other students? Replied that he had completely failed Mr. Kang's subject, the ideology of the ancient South. He had hoped that he could finally catch up with him that semester. Namgung started laughing and said that he was a descendant of a clan of shamans living on a sacred mountain. And he didn't expect to have such a simple wish. Laughed, and told his friend to be afraid of him, for he would soon take the first place away from him. Namgung replied that he would look forward to it, and study hard. But behind her, the girl asked someone that he was from the Ami clan, and yet he had never been to this mountain. The girl replied that yes, it's just that it's so big, and according to their clan's rules, they can't wander around it unauthorized. But still, he feels at home here. The girl said she just heard that they were heading to Mount Ami, and his eyes sparkled and his face brightened. The girl said that she herself became somehow cozier nearby. But the friend told her to stop. And she's definitely teasing everyone. The girl asked the person next to her. Her name is Yang Okeyun, right? Since they were in the same group and would be studying together, could they use the first name? Yen listened to her suggestion and replied okay. The girl said then they agreed. Does she know what her name is? Yen replied that as far as she could remember, her last name was Dan and her first name was Moon High. The others were saying that the guys in front were so tough. They must have high grades to be so fast. The guy said he was so hot. And he's dying. So her sister's score is going to be higher than hers? The girl replied that it was because she wasn't feeling well on the day of the exam. But at the very end there was a guy who was exhausted and said that he did not know what so great they would learn there, but it was not necessary to go to such a distance. Namgung said that they seemed to have arrived. This is really their camp. He wants to go there as soon as possible. Shouted that to the boys. He suggested that whoever gets there first gets to pick the bunk first. Namgung replied that he couldn't afford to lose then. At the end, the guy was shouting in amazement, where they were rushing so fast, and it was so hot. But at the end the guy was very tired and said he didn't understand what was so funny. But suddenly Namgung saw leaves start to fall, and he didn't realize what was even happening. A stranger suddenly came down. Namgung, as the strongest, asked who he was. The guy replied that he was welcoming them. And welcome everyone. At the camp on Mount Amiachi in Mokakwin, a man said he had no name. Let them think he doesn't. The guy said that, and there's another point. His face is far from looking like the real thing. And now he's wearing a mask. All the guys were really surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The guy said that he would teach them. But he couldn't tell them what he was like yet. The teacher asked them if they were surprised. Well, they can be. But unfortunately, or fortunately, all these factors play no role. He does this only for the benefit of their education. If he tells them who he is, he will have to treat them in a special way whose parents he once knew. Well, this is fundamentally wrong. The learning process should not be influenced by any external factors. That's why he decided to hide his face. It is still necessary to treat each of them equally. The guys didn't expect this, and they could sense a lot of courage and strength in him. And he says the right things. The teacher said that of course, in time, when they fully see what weapons and fighting techniques he possesses, perhaps they would be able to guess who he was. But let them keep in mind, even if such a thing were to happen, from now on, they are students to him, and he is only a teacher to them. If they want to develop truly real talent, let them forget who they are. They need to erase their social status. From now on, only their diligence will affect their grade. But he knows only one thing will be necessary. And that is that he is their teacher. Su was with them at this time, and it was flattering for him to hear this nickname from others' mouths. And for him, it's all the result of his painstaking 2 weeks of work. He even had a plan, and decided what it would look like. He won't be able to stay in it long, of course. It would be very stuffy. And he should buy a white wig too, and he can't make his whole body age. And the guys will probably guess quickly that he's wearing a mask, and they'll definitely point it out to him. But what should he do? But suddenly the master came into his room and asked him what he was doing here. And he hoped Su wasn't wearing makeup here. Su replied that he didn't. He just dared to look at his face. And is it so hard to knock before opening the damn door? The master replied that yes, it is difficult. A master has the right to visit his apprentice without knocking at any time. Otherwise, a child might get a little too relaxed and do something like that. Especially like today. The master told him that he saw that there was no meat on the table, so he decided to drink sake first. But there wasn't any. And in his opinion, at his age, with a healthy student, he should go to the village himself. He took him in, trained him. And he even has time to look at his own face in the mirror. But no time for the master? He's very disappointed in him. Master said that they will see what he will do tomorrow. By the way, if there was a sudden urge to apologize, he's thinking of finding meat and that neighbor sake. We'll think about it. Su thought it was too much. He thinks the master is the most unattractive and hypocritical person on this earth. And if he told them to their face that he was wearing a mask, they would hardly question anything. And that's the solution. He will simply say that it is extremely important to him to conceal his identity. Arriving at the library, he realized that the key to the successful execution of his plan lay in a slippery tongue, a wit, and a cold, reserved heart. And for him, such a righteous man, such a thing is literally unacceptable. I will have to read suitable books and develop a talent in this area. Su began to study, and after reading a few books he said it was perfect. A man of genius, after all. And a man of genius plans. And now only the little touches remain. And then came laborious job number 3. The blacksmith asked him, did he want a free schedule? For 3 months? They're kind of still in the forge. Does he think that's possible? Su asked. Why not? Even now, he works day in and day out. Yes, while doing twice as much work as the other uncles. And it doesn't matter when he comes. He can do all his errands in the evening. He could just as easily drop by in the morning. It's all about productivity. The blacksmith replied that it was. And asked him what he was saying there? Does he want to order something from him? Really, he could use a new sword for training. He needed about 40 of these bracelets and a few other small things, a few household items. He doesn't have to worry about the design, he will do them himself. From the final price, he asks to deduct the cost of his work. Since he will be involved in the creation process, it will not be difficult to make a discount. The blacksmith asked, and why did he need such tasteless stuff? 40 pieces of it? Is there anyone else who would wear such a horror but him? Su replied that there were, or rather, would be soon. And he went straight to work. Su gathered all the tools he needed and said that everything was now ready for him. He is looking forward to them, dear students. And since he will have little slaves, he is now a master too. Su said that he even got goosebumps running down his skin. I guess it'll always be like that. And yes, being a master is awesome. Su told his new students that I think that's the end of it. And lastly, he has only one thing to say. Though in the midst of their long and difficult lives their meeting will be fleeting, once bound it will be impossible to separate them. They will be his disciples forever, and the master for them. And to that end, to seal today's day for years to come, he had prepared gifts for them. Some precious jewelry, to be exact, and there are 4 of each. They don't look like much, unfortunately. But they'll definitely help them learn. And he designed them personally for each of them. The teacher said it's for both girls and boys. Everything looks identical. The students responded that they were grateful to their dear teacher. The teacher told the boys that he was in the yard on the practice field. Time is golden, so when they put on his gifts, have them come out with their weapons. They will present themselves to him, and he will evaluate their skills. The disciples obeyed and replied to the master that they understood. The students proceeded to receive the gifts, and said that they didn't think they would receive the gifts when they arrived. At this time the teacher wondered what they thought about this. The teacher hid behind the door and realized that the bracelets were heavy for everyone. He immediately thought that these guys were kind of skinny, but as someone who knew a little bit of martial arts, they were pretty weak. And once there, they have a long way to go to strength. He went to the training ground and said it was a sad sight. The teacher asked them what was wrong. Did they not like his gifts? The disciple replied that it was not that, but that they were heavy and hard to move around in. The teacher asked with surprise, heavy? Strange. After all, it seemed to him that the bracelet weighed only 30 kilograms each. The students were very surprised to hear that they are 30 pounds each. And that makes them 120 in total. The guy turned to the mentor and said that he promises that they will work on their physical form. But can I ask him to go easy on them? After all, his wrist would break if he swung his sword with that thing. The second student said he was right. Let him think about the wrists and ankles of his students, and especially his female students. After all, they are learning martial arts based on speed and agility. The teacher replied, "Is that what you mean? The one who said that the wrist would break from swinging the sword, what is his name?" He orders him to take off the bracelets and show his technique. He wants to understand exactly what the bracelets are interfering with. The guy replied okay and said his name was Namgung-san, the third son of the main branch of the Namgung clan. He is currently the captain of the Red Bird team. The second apprentice at this time believed that his captain could do it. He could do it, because their wrists were at stake. Namgung stood in front of the teacher and said that he would like to ask for his mentorship. The teacher replied to get him started already. Just as he said time is golden, Namgung said that the main martial art of their clan is sword technique that focuses on strength and speed. The disciple thought, isn't this a lightning sword art? I guess for attacks to be like lightning, it's important to work on speed. Namgung immediately displayed a lightning-fast sword art. But everyone was greatly surprised by the end of the attack. Namgung was greatly frightened and shouted to mentor to be more careful. But the preceptor stood still and fought off his attack. The students thought at this point, why does it sound like metal when it's bouncing off his hand? The mentor easily took the sword away from Namgung's hands and started waving it in front of his face, showing that he was weak. Mentor said it didn't seem particularly fast or powerful, despite the fact that he was without bracelets. Now a question for him. What does he see on his wrist? Namgung looked and answered the gentleman that it was a heavy bracelet. The mentor started nodding and said that these were his shackles. The jewelry, that is, are called black dragon bracelets, and weigh 84 kilograms each. The students were greatly surprised and thought that he was now wearing 336 kilograms. That can't be. How is that possible? The old man is lying. The mentor said that if you listen to them, his body that has been practicing with these bracelets since he was 10 years old. The mentor started demonstrating his skills and said that he shouldn't be able to do martial arts. The disciples were greatly surprised that he chopped down that tree. At the same time he stayed where he was and did not move at all. He was able to cut down a tree with a sword. With someone else's sword. Amazing technique. He doesn't have a sword with him, and he doesn't look like a swordsman. That's the power. Who is this man? Mentor said he thinks their prejudice is based on nothing. Namgung replied that he thought he was stupid. He would do anything to become better under him. The disciples thought the mentor wanted them all to wear those bracelets, and showed the captain that it was too much. Namgung realized that it couldn't be, because at this rate, they wouldn't stay here for long. The mentor turned to the disciple who said his name was Ginseng, and he was very glad that he had come to this conclusion, even if it took time, and he hopes his sword isn't stuck in the ground. The bracelets just made him too strong. The mentor said, "Who's next?" What was his name? He had agreed with Ginseng before and was worried about the female students. How does he think now? He can fight him if he doubts. The guy replied that his name is Henan. He is a disciple of the Wudong sect, and he believes that his bracelets will definitely improve his martial skills with every move. Henan said that he was wrong before because he wasn't used to them, but now he can even feel his own skills improving. The mentor asked if he didn't want to fight. Feeling alone is not enough, right? Henan replied that it wasn't really just feelings, but almost like knowledge. So he'd had enough for now. The skills are slowly but surely growing. The disciples immediately considered him a traitor. What does he feel there? Let him not lie. He changed his shoes very quickly. The mentor asked with surprise, "Really?" And said those two students might disagree with him. Since he said he had to let them not wear the bracelets, didn't he want to fight for them? Or was he now speaking for them too? The girl showed herself and replied to mentor that they thought the bracelets were too much at first too, so they kept silent, but he wouldn't speak for an eye. Let him rather ask them. The second student replied that she was right. He is not in a position to speak for them. Henan said that's right, he was just giving his opinion. Didn't think it through properly. And Jinren was supposed to speak for them. Or the vice captain. Or the other apprentices. The mentor asked with surprise, "Really?" The mentor began to smile and asked what they thought. Everyone was quickly surprised and froze for a few minutes. After that the mentor sent them to the cliff. They were not happy and said it was wrong. And why are they doing it? The girl told the student to calm down. Otherwise things will get messed up. The student asked how can she be calm? They'd been doing nothing but building for 10 days. And with this blunt, heavy, steel stick, the girl said they did a lot of things besides laundry. The student asked what else? Did they weave beads? It's all just labor. They came here to train martial arts, and not to do backbreaking labor. She'll report back as soon as they return to the academy. But one of the guys heard it, and told Muna to be quiet. They're near the training center, so who knows when the mentor will show up. Mun sighed and replied that luckily he wasn't around. But Enho was right, we should be quieter. Mun asked if they remembered what had happened to Nozak, right? And if they weren't careful, they might suffer the same horrible fate as him. 5 days ago that day they were coming back from doing laundry for lunch, and they sensed something wrong. And one of them was alarmed. The disciples started saying that they couldn't take it anymore. But Gyuzin, that is, their captain, found out what had happened and tried to intervene. Gyuzin was telling Haku to calm down, and that would only make it worse. Hack threw the axe and replied to get away from him. Could it get any worse? How long do they have to do this crap? Did they come all the way to MTMA to make them do this kind of nonsense? The mentor replied that it was training. How could it be otherwise? Hack asked with surprise, what is it? He's calling it training? And even a dog would laugh at that. From day one, he shackled them like slaves. And then he created terrible conditions for them. And he also said that money and anything shiny would only hinder their training. and even Habrati their clothes with guns. And then Huck realized that whoever had the most money on the team was the main victim. And why did he make them all talk and say it was basic training? Why did he assign Jiren and Heenan to the kitchen, and he divided the others into washing, chopping wood, hunting, and gathering food? He made them do all the work, and then, after all that hard manual labor, started talking some nonsense about sleight of hand and beads. And the worst part is that he makes them carve wooden figurines during recess, and says it's mental training. They don't even have proper breaks except to pee, eat, and sleep. If he makes them do all that shit, at least give them a break. Huck immediately got in over his head and said that they shouldn't be forced to do all this at all. They need a proper workout. The mentor asked if the workout was normal? So he's just upset that this workout doesn't feel like a real workout. Huck replied that it's not even close to training, it's exploitation. And all he makes them do. Just then, Mentor remembered how he had asked them if they had the strength to still walk. And it seemed he had been too easy on them, and today they got a taste of what awaits them tomorrow. Huck said it was torture. He won't take it anymore, even if he beats him to death. If he continues like this, he will leave the camp and return to the academy. The mentor was surprised and asked if they were having a riot here. Huck replied that yes, they are. Is he going to teach them martial arts or not? The mentor said he decided to stage a riot because he wants to teach real martial arts, right? The mentor thought, what a bum, unwashed. How dare a student rebel against his mentor? We should beat him up. They only understand force. The captain told the guy to stop. He's got eyes on him. He's got to be careful. The rest of us will be affected by how he deals with him. Huck asked with surprise, is he suggesting he doesn't beat him up? The captain replied that no, of course not. He's just saying that if he wants to punish him, it should carry some educational value. A duel or a demonstration would work better, Huck said, thinking hard. There seemed to be one way. It would be just right for situations like this. The captain said he remembered too. The fucking old man who sits in their house said he learned it from some dreary martial arts master. Huck replied that he did. And even told his story. A long time ago, in a mountain village, a martial arts master lived with his favorite dog named Spot. And one hot summer day the dog disappeared, and the master went to look for him. And that's when he found Spot's red collar. But the speck had already become lunch for the vagabonds who made chowder out of it. And from the grief for the speck, that's when this terrifying martial art came into being. Legend has it that since that day, that martial artist has used this terrifying technique whenever he sees someone hurting dogs or behaving worse than a dog. And it's a brutal technique, so he didn't want to just use it. But it would come in handy now. The captain replied that it was a terrible and inhumane martial art, but what can you do? You have to teach your student a lesson. The mentor said that in that case, he agrees. He will personally teach him the technique. Someone get him a weapon. Everyone at that moment was greatly surprised and couldn't even say a word. The mentor told him to attack when he was ready. Huck picked up a stick and decided to use his technique. But his mentor used his dog days against him. Then came the dog-beating fist. And then it was dog days again, and another dog-beating fist. His mentor wouldn't toy with him on the budding student, and beat him in a way the kid had never felt such pain in his life. Mun said at this point that at worst they could suffer the same nightmarish fate as Nohak. And now he still couldn't forget how awful he looked, unable even to scream or fall to the ground, from the fists that came at him from all sides. The girl told her not to scare them. She makes it sound like Nohak is dead. Mun asked, he thought, had he even seen him since that day? Had she even spoken to him? The girl replied that she had heard that he had finally been able to leave his room today, but had not seen him herself. Mun said that the Nohak who went with them to Mount Ame. The Nohak who went with them to Mount Ame is no more. Enho says that, honestly, he's seen it too. And he agrees with her. He was a righteous guy for not being afraid of evil, though he was rough. Mun asked him, had he seen him too? Today, when Nohak came out of his room, the preceptor told him to wash. So he went to the spring, washed quietly, and asked no questions. Enho asked with surprise he had washed himself? How was that possible? He always said it was enough for him to wipe himself in the rain. Enho said that it was so creepy. When he went to get the washing sticks, he saw Nohak looking intently at the axe. and water was dripping from his hair and clothes. The girl asked her, she didn't think he was going to use that axe against the demon that is the mentor, did she? Manhwa replied that he didn't. She thinks he will go and do his work. He is supposed to chop wood, after all. But he hasn't done it for many days. The girl was surprised and asked, then why was she so scared? After the tragedy, she thinks he will just do his job decently like Wanbo. Manhwa told them he was a disciple of the vagabond sect. In other words, he's homeless. Enho replied that is correct. What kind of homeless person washes and works hard? He is no longer a homeless man, but a laborer. This means that Nohak's identity as a disciple of the vagabond sect is destroyed. At this time, Hak was working in the forest and was constantly chopping wood. The guy walked over and asked Hak if he was okay. He could only get out of bed. Don't let him work so hard, and that should be enough. He'll cut down that tree. Let him get in the wagon and get some rest. But Mentor came running and said he hadn't done anything yet and he was already slacking off? Lazy, insolent bum. He's behaving worse than a dog. Let him fight him and it'll be Champak today. Huck was immediately frightened by such a thing and picked up an axe. And immediately proceeded to chop wood. The guy told him he would do anything, let him stop. But Huck wouldn't stop and he decided he needed to run to him. The guy told him he would just pass out if he kept it up. Huck was as good as dead and continued to do his job. The guy turned it on him and said he knew what he was thinking. But the mentor wouldn't want him to pass out. It might even make him angrier. The guy started tugging at him and saying that everyone was worried about him. It might be hard to believe, but the mentor had thought a lot of him in the last few days. While everyone took turns treating him, the mentor told them to make him ice compresses and rub herbs into him. He even brought them herbs himself, and his skills weren't enough to protect him. So let him finish the job for him. He wouldn't turn down a comrade who cared a lot about him, right? But Hak didn't know what to say and just kept silent. Coming to eat, the apprentice was telling Haku that he needed to eat well to recover. Mun-tu replied that he was right. The gathering team had caught this fish for him. It would be especially useful to disperse the blood. The commander sat down at the table and started laughing and said that the bracelets made it hard to fish, so they could only get one. Let him eat it before Mentor came. Huck looked at it and said it was much bigger. It was too much for him, and the rest of us wouldn't have enough. Mun said that she went a little while and talked, so she'll be fine. The guy replied that's right too. They just happened to have no appetite today. That happens sometimes. The commander also said he didn't want either. He didn't have an appetite today anyway. And of course, that's his own problem, because Jimin's cooking is top-notch. The guy in the back said he was for sure. On the way back from doing laundry, he picked up an egg-shaped rock. He left it on his bed. If you heat it up and rub it where it hurts, he'll feel better. Mun asked, what is he talking about? His bruises weren't fully healed yet, so rubbing them on could be a problem. She brought some herbs, just have him rub them on before bed. Mentor was taking a walk in the woods at this time and said that there is nothing like a walk with fruit after dinner. I wish they'd learned to cook sooner. He can't believe he has to cook for himself when he has 10 students at his side. They'll only be here for 3 months. We need to get serious about training them. I wonder if this homeless guy's been working. He seemed pretty docile this morning. Suddenly he heard something and immediately climbed up the tree. But in the moment, he thought it was probably just his students. Why is he hiding? And of course, eating in secret, hiding from his mentor has become a habit. And since he's here, he'll wait until they're gone. He had begun to hear all the voices and now he realized they were talking about him, even though he had fled the old man for them. And he hoped they would not choose to insult their mentor, his dear students. The captain was saying at this time that he just feels a little sad in his heart. Maybe because he gets a little lonely when he looks up at the night sky. The guy replied to his friend that he's been talking some crap lately and can't concentrate on his studies. But he's sure it's not about the bracelets and work. It's all about Jiren, right? The mentor was greatly surprised at hearing that Namgung Sang was having an affair. The guy said that his eyes and voice both change when he looks at Jinren. Honestly, he becomes like slime even more than Jiren's pork chowder from that boar he caught. Namgung asked with surprise, really? Does he think it's the same with Jiren when she looks at him? The guy asked, how would he know? Let him go, and see what she thinks of him. And at the same time you should share your feelings. And since Jiren is an outer disciple of the Ame sect, it is not forbidden for her to marry. Namgung asked with surprise, getting married? How can he say such nonsense? And also so easily, the guy said, what's the big deal? He wanted to and said. Jiren is certainly one of the 7 phoenixes of the academy, but he's also one of the 9 dragons. Let him have the courage to confess, and he's saying it because it's already painful to watch. Does he want another guy to take Jiren while he hesitates? Only the braver guy wins in this case, Namgung asked with surprise. Jiren is with another guy? If that happens, what should he do? The guy replied that's why, and he tells him to come clean while he has the chance. Namgung said that even though he is a future Taoist monk, he is quite knowledgeable about the relationship between men and women. But it's not so easy for him. In fact, it's time to end this conversation. When he saw that his disciples had left, Mentor immediately descended from the tree. The mentor immediately thought Namgung was a pussy. He had to restrain himself from punching him for being so pathetic, and never to hear such pathetic bullshit again. He'd rather solve his stupid students' stupid problems like a good mentor. The next day in the early evening of Crimson Peak, the girl would turn to her mentor and asked where he was, but suddenly she heard a rustle and was frightened. She immediately asked, "Who is it?" And at that moment, Namgung came out of the bushes and said with surprise, "Is it really Jiren?" Jiren asked him what he was doing here. Namgung replied that that's what he wanted to ask. What is she doing in this secluded place? Jiren replied that her mentor had sent a message saying he wanted to meet her here. Namgung said he got one from him too, but he doesn't see it anywhere. The mentor was sitting in the tree at this time and realized that everything was going as it should. Her mentor approached her with the letter and told her to read it when she was alone. Jiren immediately opened it and read it, but he also went to Namgung and told him to read it when he was alone. When he read it, he thought about it a lot. The mentor realized that now that the stage was set, it was up to them, the kids. And according to his brilliant predictions, they have 4 choices. Scenario 1: Namgung is ridiculously mumbling and can't admit to anything. Jiren would ask, does he wish to tell him something? And Namgung wouldn't be able to tell her everything as it is. Jiren would reply that if he didn't have anything to say, she should make dinner. And mentor thought that would probably be the case. If that happened, he would come down, and then he'll punish him for being so pathetic, and then he'll teach him until he's strong. Under the second scenario goes that Jiren asks for time to think, or blows Namgung off. Jiren says she'll go. Namgung would start crying and mentor realize that it would be a pity, but that could very well happen too. And he hoped it would be okay. It will make him as strong as he is sad right now. But mentor will tell him straight up that it happened because he's a pathetic weakling. And since that's the case, he'll suggest that he train twice as hard and get stronger. Of course, though unlikely, other options are possible. And the third surprise, they become a couple. After all, everyone has their own tastes, and the universe is a big place. In that case, Jiren will say that she loves him too. Namgung will say that they're really like 2 halves. And he'll ask her to get married right away. And if that happens, he thinks it will be necessary to make very strong students out of them, so that their future will be bright. Yeah, that's the minimum he can give them as a cool mentor. And that's the most realistic option. The mentor will come up to them and congratulate his students. And to make their future bright and happy, from tomorrow he is doubling the number of training sessions. Of course, Namgung doesn't seem like that kind of guy to him, but as a well-trained mentor, he has to foresee everything. And option 4, Namgung goes crazy, and since it's kids learning martial arts, Jiren can take care of him herself. But then mentor will come over and tell her to hit him harder until he realizes. They'll give him a smack every day, and as a mentor, he has to do his best. And since he has prepared a warm welcome for them, he hopes Namgung will act wisely. But suddenly he was surprised and asked what was it? He saw the tiger heading towards the disciples. Jiren was saying at this time that mentor wrote them a message, though he could have just said so. She can't understand what he wants. Namgung replied that neither does he understand. But who even knows what's in his head? Mentor looked closely and realized that this cat looked familiar. And were there really 2 of them? He immediately remembered teacher's words as he said it looked like she had lost the fight to some new tiger. Nastavni thought that was certainly not surprising. A snowball, probably fighting 2 at once. But the stupid enemy Snowball wants to attack his students. Jiren was saying at the time that this was true. What should they do then? Namgung was greatly surprised and asked, to them, the mentor was realizing that no. And things were just getting fun. He had worked so hard to set everything up, and here it all falls apart in a second. So what's he supposed to do? And no matter how quickly he takes care of the tiger, they'll notice he's here. Suddenly it occurred to him not to interfere. They are studying martial arts after all, and these two, especially Namgung, are kind of like the rising suns of the martial arts realm. And even for him, tigers became a joke by the time he was 15. He almost suffocated his students with hyperparenting. But it's not like he's a big threat. And of course it doesn't matter how dumb they are, these kids are old enough to know martial arts. There's no way Tiger can beat them. Jiren said at this time that if the mentor could still come, they should wait together. Namgung was surprised and asked, together? Since the mentor might still come, they should wait together. Namgung said he could wait that long and suddenly heard a crunch behind a bush that surprised them greatly. Immediately afterward, the tiger pounced on them, and Namgung tried to save Jiren so she wouldn't get hurt. But the tiger's paw grazed Namgung's face. Jiren got really scared and shouted to the guy. But Namgung replied that he was fine. In order for them to run away or fight, the weighted bracelets must be removed. And they don't have time, because the tiger is coming at them from behind. And he's coming at them again. The tiger began to run even faster, and pouncing on the disciples, he clawed at Namgung's back with his claws. Jiren fell on her back and Namgung immediately plopped down on top of her. The mentor wondered what he was looking at right now. Not to mention they were already pouring salt on his wound. Don't they want to live or something? How can they forget about having that cat around them? Namgung told her to run away and he would distract him. Jiren said she wouldn't allow it. And it's better if she's the bait. Namgung replied that no. He won't allow it. Mentor saw and said everything, and thought what an abomination. These cockroaches decided to snicker in this position. Namgung and Jiren started arguing over which one of them would be the bait. Mentor watched and saw that they looked happy, but if he left things as they were, nothing good would end up happening. Mentor immediately came down from the tree, and kicked at the tiger with his foot without even bothering. The mentor tackled the tiger, and pushed them with his foot, and told them to get up. Namgung was surprised and turned around and asked who? Namgung took a closer look and said with surprise, Mentor. He replied that he was right, it was him. And he asked, what are they doing? Jiren replied that it was just that Namgung wanted to sacrifice himself for him. It couldn't be allowed. So while she tried to stop him, they started pulling each other. Namgung asked, in what sense can't be allowed? He had to do it. And he would gladly give his stupid life for her. Jiren asked, what? She admitted that he had saved her, but how could he say that? Mentor thought that was rather odd. Did the mentor say he did what he had to for Jiren's sake? What was that about? Rolling around in the grass with a red face? And they make it sound like it was Namgung who defeated the tiger. Mentor said that it was strange. The one who defeated the tiger and saved Jiren's life isn't the guy who rolled around in the grass. Does Jiren thank him simply because he doesn't want to accept the fact that his mentor saved him? Jiren replied that of course not. And they are grateful to the mentor. Namgung also apologized and thanked. The mentor said he doesn't care. He doesn't want others to think he saved them for gratitude. Anyway, the two of them couldn't beat one tiger, and of course they're lazy days. From tomorrow, they will practice twice as much. The disciples were very surprised and asked their mentor, what? The mentor took the tiger on his back and said he would go and let them run to dinner. Jiren asked where is he carrying this tiger? Namgung replied that he didn't know. He did not understand why his mentor was in a hurry, and why he had called them here. But since they won't know that, he thinks, we should just go back to their dorms. Jiren said the guy was bleeding and his back was hurt. Namgung replied that it was no big deal. It's just a small scratch, don't let him worry about it. Jiren asked, what do you mean, it's nothing? Jiren started spinning him around and told him to let her examine the wound. Namgung replied that he did say it was fine, didn't he? Jiren looked at his back and saw large scratches. She was very frightened by that. Jiren asked, does he think such a huge wound is nothing? It's not nothing at all. She realized he was hurt saving her, but not to worry her, He didn't even squeak in pain. Jiren says she has some medicine made of limestone. They need to stop his bleeding quickly, so she asks her to excuse her. Namgung asked with surprise, "Forgive?" Jiren said that she had applied the medicine, now it needed to be bandaged. Namgung replied that it was just a scratch. "He's fine, really." Jiren replied that couldn't be true. Let him just wait, and ripped the fabric from her dress. Namgung immediately closed his eyes and said that she had torn her own clothes. Even though she had hardly any clothes left, she did it for him. Jiren said it was true. "But it's okay. He risked his life for her. The clothes are nothing." Namgung replied that it's still. He feels bad that she's doing this for him. Jiren bandaged him up and said that, like she said, it was nothing. She was bandaging his wounds now, keeping him still. Namgung stood still and waited for her to enfold him. But in a moment, he grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. Namgung stood up and asked if Jiren wanted to go to the dormitory together. The girl immediately remembered all the moments they had gone through, and replied that of course. After a month, the disciple was underwater and screaming for someone to save him. He can't catch the sword paths for the yin and yang technique. He can barely move the sword because of the resistance of the water. The guy realized that he had been underwater for 7 minutes. And no matter how much chi he has, he's frozen and he can't breathe. And he's at his limit. He tried to pick his way out of the water and felt that these shackles were making every dive a torture. Once on dry land, he took a towel and sighed, saying he was safe. He asked Namgung if he was dead. Namgung jerked his hand and showed that he was still alive. The guy smiled and replied that he was glad he was alive. But one of the students went on dry land and the guy said she was better than Namgung. They all went in together, but she lasted longer. The apprentice replied that it was because she was just enduring without even raising her sword. And why would they do such a thing? How does this hell keep getting worse and worse? The guy said he was talking about it too. For the first 2 weeks, they were all thinking about how to get used to the bracelets and labor. The girl replied that as soon as they achieve something, he gives them an even harder task. And in the last month, he's gone wild. They don't even have time to breathe. Namgung said that a month ago, it seems, the mentor said something strange then. The girl replied that around that time, a wounded man came to their durka. And maybe that's why the mentor deemed them weak and intensified the training. Namgung said, "It can't be that, it's just that. He doesn't know anything?" Suddenly the guy said, "What was that sound?" The girl replied that it must have been someone falling down in plank hell. At this time, the other students began practicing and stood on boards over the water. The guy said to apologize to her. "I wonder what they need to apologize to Jiren for." The girl replied that when one person falls down in there, and the water comes in waves. That's why everyone falls. And she's surprised that Ren fell first. She's pretty good at balancing on the boards. Suddenly the girl said the guy passed out again. That's why the mentor calls them wimps. Namgung replied, telling him to rest. Since recently, the mentor has been making him his assistant or something, so all the training is twice as hard for him. The boy asked, and how did he end up in the mentor's disfavor? And what was that all about? But by this time the mentor had come. The mentor says he's only been gone 15 minutes and everyone's already scattered. Why are they being lazy? They're not slacking off, are they? The girl replied that that wasn't the case. Namgung said that everyone just fell down because of an accident. They're probably surfacing right now. The disciples found themselves underwater and asked each other what they were doing. Let them be rescued. Seeing the disciples come out, mentor asked what they were doing. Did he ask them to do the impossible? Just waving guns in the water and standing on wooden planks on the water was all he wanted them to do. Is standing on water so hard? They said they were trained in agility. If you practice properly, even a 13-year-old can do it. The disciples thought, when did this become something easy? How do they do it in chains? And don't let them tell you that 13-year-olds can do it. The mentor said that if they can't stand on planks, how do they want to walk on water? The disciples wondered and thought, what did mentor just say? Does he really want to make them do this? Namgung asked his mentor, is this even possible? He had only heard of it, but had never seen it. He thought that maybe the best martial artists of the forces of light could do that. But could they do it themselves? Mentor asked. They'd never seen it? What are they? Did they all come here from the desert? It's more than possible. Like he said, Even 13-year-olds can do it. Actually, a regular 13-year-old who can do it. Everyone thinks she's 16. And one day he ran to Mentor and said he was finally able to stand on the water. He asked, "Why is he silent?" "The beast is trying to eat the scary wood. Maybe he'll scold her or something? Will he let this clump of wool do whatever she wants? But he can't even praise his brilliant student. This is blatant favoritism." The teacher said to him, "What a racket he's making. They used to get married at the age of 13. Let him not make a scene just because he was able to stand on water at his age. Stop thinking how great he is and start walking on water." Sue told the teacher not to lie to him. When did 13-year-olds get married? If he did, he'd have great-grandchildren by now. The teacher replied to the dear student that seeing how insolent he was becoming, he was beginning to wonder that he had begun to pay little attention to him. Did he know that having a heart-to-heart talk wasn't such a bad idea? Mentor wondered if the age of marriage wasn't the only thing Mentor had lied to him about back then. Isn't anyone with a little martial arts training capable of that? But he doesn't understand. He could walk on water at 13. It wasn't even very difficult. He thought hard, where is the truth in this? Mentor said he realizes they can't do it. They are all weaklings after all. But haven't they ever seen someone do it? Are they trying to trick him? The disciples began to answer that they swear. And it was true, they had only heard it. Namgung said okay, and asked for his chalkboard. Namgung took and handed him the board. And thought, is Mentor really going to show them how to do this? The Mentor told them to look carefully. He threw the board and showed them that it was put like this. Next, you have to make your body as light as possible, and that's how you have to stand up. The Mentor stood on the boards and asked if they could see. The Mentor said not to immerse yourself in the water and float on the surface. That's what it means to stand on the water. The foundation of the basics. And when they can do that, they'll move on to the next step. Moving on water, or walking on water, it will take them about a month to learn that. And as he said, even 13-year-olds can do it. The students were greatly surprised and saw that he really walks on water. He makes it look so easy. Is this still something that can be learned after only a month of standing on water? And what martial arts school did he go to? Then he was surrounded by 13-year-olds walking on water. The Mentor said his students should be able to do at least that. If, of course, they want to leave here safe and sound in a month and a half. Of course, if it wasn't enough for them, they could always move up a notch. Namgung replied to his mentor that it was too much for them. And is there even a next step after walking on water? The mentor replied that of course not. Why would he be talking about it if it wasn't there? It's a tricky technique. So it takes 6 months of training, but let them look at it carefully. The mentor began to show them his skills on the board. And spun over the water as if it were dry land. Spun above the water and jumped out onto dry land and asked the students if they had seen it, and if they wanted to try it. But suddenly the students started denying everything and saying no. 2 weeks later a student was practicing and said it was so strange. He's getting stronger after training. But why is it getting harder and harder for him every day? His mind is dull from all that fatigue? No wonder, it's all because of that fucker. He makes them stand on the water all day and is forever racing him back and forth to the purple peak. The mentor turned to the disciple and said that he had run out of water. Dinner would be coming soon, so have him run quickly to the mountain to get water. The boy asked in surprise, is he talking about him? The mentor replied that yes, he was the 3rd son of the Tang family. That's why he's Tang Tri. This isn't the first time he's called him that. Why is he so confused? Tang replied that she has a normal name, he's Tang Chulin, but that's not what he was asking about. Why him? And why does he want water from the mountain? Mentor replied, does he have to go find someone else to do the job when it's right under his nose? And he really doesn't understand why he has to go that far to get water. He didn't see anyone throwing up in the river upstream? Not to mention the fact that someone washes there all the time. All fresh water here is filthy, so let him get water from the mountain. He better not spill it, or he'll be sent away again. And he'll be back for dinner. He likes cold water before he eats. Chul had said along the way that his family was an elite clan of assassins and poison experts controlling all of Sichuan. He might not be one of the 9 dragons, but he still made it to the Red Falcon team thanks to entering the academy the first time. And now he was just a water carrier. What a humiliation. Suddenly he stopped and felt someone nearby. The hunter told his group that when they come off the mountain, they'll go to a bar. He's buying. They're gonna drink themselves to death. Chul saw them and thought, are these really martial artists? They don't look very impressive. And now he has to hurry back. But suddenly one of the hunters asked, who's coming? Turning around, Chul started listening to the insults as they say he's a freak. And have him get out of the way immediately. The hunter grabbed his shoulder and said that he was a dirty bastard. How dare he look at the great Kong Changhan, the Tao of Wind of the Central Security Bureau, like that? What's that look in his eye? Stop looking at them and let him move his dirty ass. Chul realized that Tao was a Chinese weapon with one sharp edge. But he was not intimidated by this, and he flipped one of his attackers over. The guy asked who he was. Chul told him to shut up and fight him. At this time, Mentor asked what was taking Chul so long. The girl asked with surprise that the idiot had gone to Crimson Peak. She had heard there were a lot of bears there lately. Muna said that Chul is certainly arrogant, but he wouldn't go there. She heard that his mentor told him to go fetch water from Sohun Peak. Jiren asked with surprise, Sohun Peak? People from her martial arts school go there often. There are hardly any beasts there. The student also said he'd been there a couple times. He will wash the dishes and go see what's wrong with him. The boy was also supportive, and said he would go with him just in case. The hunter at this time was attacking Chul with his sword and shouting for him to die. But the apprentice dodged with ease and struck with his foot. The chief looked at it, and said that the mountain tramp wasn't bad. And he would be his opponent. Chul thought it was their boss. And why didn't he bring a weapon with him? He was hungry and exhausted from training. He should have eaten more at lunch. The boss jumped on him and shouted that here he comes. Chul at this time believed himself, and repeated that he can do it. Let him be strong. Chul dodged with ease and noticed that this guy is their boss. He's slower than a snail. The trajectory of his sword, he can see it. And did his eyesight really improve because his asshole mentor made him weave those beads? In a moment, he noticed that the boy's movements weren't as slow when they were practicing to fight. And not to mention that the crazy old man's movements are still just a blur to him. And he's probably just a retard. Is he kidding me? Does he think he can't dodge such a slow attack? Chul felt during the attack that he wouldn't be able to dodge. And the dirty sword grazed his shoulder. He read all his movements, but how? But how does his body get wounded? And he can't die like this, Chul decided. Chul found a rock underneath him, and threw it right at the boss's head. He saw that it was flying too slow and weak. It's probably all the bracelet and fatigue. The attack wouldn't do anything to him. But saw that the rock scratched his face. He couldn't even dodge it, and in the moment, Chul didn't know what was happening. But this was his chance. Immediately taking a swing, he punched the boss with his fist. But Chul was playing hard and didn't notice that there were people behind him. They picked up the moment and hit him on the head. Chul fell to the ground and thought, what the hell is this? And why was he, the third son of the Sichuan Tang clan, being treated like this? The boss ordered his men to crush him. So they decided to make a chop out of him and beat him up as hard as they could. The boss took the water and said that they could beat the unconscious guy indefinitely, only they would tire themselves out. And they threw the water in his face and told him to wake up. The boss saw the movements and shouted that he was up, and ordered his men to beat him into mincemeat. After the mission, the warrior was saying that the guy was hurt badly and there was no more water in the buckets. Maybe they would kill him? The boss replied that he shouldn't. They beat him up in the territory of the Ame sect. If they killed him, there might be trouble, and he seems to be local. So even if they hide the body, you never know what's gonna happen. The boss shouted to his men that it was time to move forward. The booze was about to hit the spot. The warriors began to say that their captain was the wisest of wise men. The warrior asked, but what if Sethame or someone else came to complain to their bureau about it? And if that happens, he would say that he attacked first. Therefore, he Kong Changhan fairly defeated him in a duel, and that bum can't be part of the Ame sect. And who would believe him against the word of the Central Security Bureau? Mentor went to the search and said it was hard to slip out at night. And he was glad he already had an excuse prepared, and he realized he needed to return before the old man suspected anything. And he hoped that Chul had already returned, and to make him feel bad, he made him feel guilty. We need to see if he's okay. And if he's just late, he'll give him 10 slaps. But if he escaped, though unlikely, would he really have to track him all night? And what should he do after he catches him? Show him Jianpak? Suddenly a student came out and saw that the mentor had returned and said there was a problem. Chul is inside and it's bad. Mentor asked with surprise. Chul is inside and everything is bad? Why is he so out of breath? Is his father sick or something like that? The boy replied that no, his father was fine. But Cheoli was about to die. The mentor asked him if he was joking. Is he exaggerating to protect his friend? What's wrong with him? Did he break his knees on the way back or something? The disciple replied that he was not exaggerating. Let him go inside and see. He looks like he is ready to die at any moment. Entering the room, he asked what was going on here. The disciple replied that they had found him already like this on Sohun Peak. They carried him here one by one. The second student also said he was unconscious. There were a lot of footprints all around. He had also been doused with water. His clothes were soaked through. The mentor asked what they meant to say, that he was beaten and passed out. The disciple answered that yes. And it seems he tried to defend himself, but there are a lot of cuts on his body. The mentor said they wanted to say that he fought and lost. The disciples replied that this was correct. The mentor got really angry and slammed his fist on the wall and said his student lost to someone in a fight. The apprentice replied that he thought Chul was fighting against a group. Judging from the footsteps, there were at least 7 people, and one of them seemed to be quite skillful. And Chio lost because he was tired after training, not to mention the numerical superiority. And judging from his condition, he was beaten for a long time. It's a miracle he's still breathing. The mentor got angry and told them to call out. The disciple did not understand and asked what did he say. He shouted at the top of his voice for them to call the enemy now. Namgung went with mentor to the place where Chen was lying unconscious. Mentor asked what kind of bastards had done this to his disciple. The disciple replied that judging from the prints, there were 7 or 8 people here. Heenan thinks Chen ran into the bandits while carrying the water back. After the fight, the attackers went to the city. Mentor said that judging from this scene, all but one guy with a little bit of chi was a nobody. And even that guy was much weaker than Chen. And even with the bracelets, Chen shouldn't have lost to these lowlifes. He must have been attacked from the back and then mobbed. The mentor started shouting that they were despicable bastards. How dare they not fight his disciple fairly? The apprentice told his mentor that he was completely right. And it's a low thing to do, you can't get away with it anymore. The mentor replied that low or no, after what they had done to his student, he would never forgive them. Namgung understood that only a mentor could bully his students. How dare they do this to him without his permission? And their mentor is so angry. He's a strange man that's hard to understand, but he seems to care about them. He is certainly ashamed that all this time he wanted to run away from such a person. Mentor told Heenan, Wambo Jinghua, that the doctor from the northwest village is the best doctor in the region. Have them find him. And Ren and Mun will stay here and take care of Chin. The students noticed that in issuing cold, precise orders, he seemed local. And he must have been preparing for this kind of situation long before they arrived. The mentor told Nohaku to have him and Sanson go out and gather as many Chinese violets as possible. And have them come back in 2 hours. And Sanson is part of the picking group, she must know what they look like. Namgung said that Chen said they were good for nausea, colds, and blood circulation. So it's good for treatment too. The mentor waved his hand and said no, not for treatment. The Chinese violets are needed so that they can continue their training. If they can't come back in the allotted time with a bunch of violets, they won't have a future. The girls immediately gathered themselves and said that they were on their way. They of course realized that there were some strange orders from Mentor, but that was still good. After considering the area, Mentor said it was time for them to go back. Perhaps the doctor should be there. And he was wrong, for it was taking longer than he thought. Namgun noticed that the mentor would give orders so confidently that it reassured him. But he doesn't panic, despite the urgency, and he may not fully understand him. But he has no doubt that following his orders is the best option. The mentor gave money and told his disciple to go and buy alcohol in the village. The disciple asked in surprise, alcohol? Mentor replied that yes, he did. Didn't he say that he came from a famous merchant guild? Let him skillfully manage the budget and bought the best alcohol for a bribe, I mean, a gift, and need to return as soon as possible. Namgung asked, Is it for the doctor who will treat Chin? Is he a known liquor connoisseur or something? Mentor asked in response, Why would he give the doctor booze when they need to save money for treatment? And said cut the crap and let him take the buckets. It's their property, you can't just leave them. And while they're here, he can get some drinking water. The mentor waved his hand and said he was going back. Namgung took the buckets and was greatly surprised. The doctor checked the guy out and said he did the best he could. The mentor asked how he was doing. The doctor's response was cracked bones in the arms and ribs, bruising, torn muscles and inflammation throughout the body, but no internal bleeding, broken bones or serious cuts. He found no severe wounds, but he'll need to be treated for at least a month. He'll make him medication when he gets back to his clinic. The mentor asked how much for the treatment. The doctor replied, Here, it's all written down in detail. The mentor opened the paper and asked, Did you really have to write all this down? And isn't it terribly expensive? The doctor said yes. He tried to bill him as honestly as he could, but not only is he in critical condition, but the treatment needed is very serious. The preceptor said that he would recommend the doctor to everyone and asked for a discount. The doctor replied to the gentleman that he could not. Moreover, the whole region is already being treated by him. The mentor asked if there was any way to do it in installments. The doctor replied that that would not work either. You have to pay in full. He asked, What about later? The doctor replied that this was not possible either. Mentor said, and maybe he would give them a small discount. Attentive attitude to the client will give them big advantages in long-term cooperation. The doctor replied that no, I will not drop a coin. The mentor replied that in that case he would have to pay. Namgung came with buckets of water to the school and started asking the boys, but holding a torch in his mouth he said nothing intelligible. The guy told him they don't understand him, let him take the torch out of his mouth. The mentor was very angry. He got goosebumps. The mentor came to the city and said that the culprit was Kang Changhan from the Central Security Bureau. Namgung replied that he had been muttering all night, coming to and passing out. And he muttered 17 times during the night. By recording all the mutterings and finding correspondences in pronunciation, they were able to figure out the identity of the bastards that had attacked Chin. The disciple got angry and said that here was that damned Kang Changhan from the Central Security Bureau. Muna said that it was definitely him. As proof, Chin grits his teeth every time he says his name. It must be Changhan, the leader of this group. Jiren also said that if memory serves her correctly, there is indeed a place called the Central Security Bureau in the nearest town. The disciple replied that the Central Security Bureau is one of the 3 largest security bureaus in the Sichuan region. Mentor said that in that case, they'd be easy to find, they must have a big building. He asked if everyone was ready. The disciples all gathered in one place and answered the mentor that yes. He turned to Jiren and said that he wanted her to go right behind him and would be in charge. She can do whatever she wants to them, just not kill them. Since Jean can't participate, his shares should be spelled out too. Jiren asked, could she really do what she wanted? Mentor didn't mince words and replied that of course. All the students thought she was nuts, and they never hurt her. Namgung felt that it sounded horrible at first, but if you thought about what they did to Chin, it was quite normal. The mentor gave one last smile and said that it was now safe to go. Upon arriving, Jiren replied that they seemed to be in place, and it said Central Security Bureau. The student told the mentor that the sign said Central Security Bureau. The mentor asked, so what? You can read it from right to left, it doesn't matter, the meaning is the same. The disciple asked if he was sure. The mentor went to the door and told them to get the person in charge. The guards asked what they were even saying. The mentor replied that he was in charge. They don't understand what that means. He wants to see whoever is in charge of this place. If they don't call him, they'll break in and find him themselves. The guards jumped on him at once and asked, is the old man out of his mind? How dare he provoke them? But Mentor waved his hand and easily threw the guards off in different directions. Mentor smilingly turned around and said that he thought they had just been invited inside. And in that case, everyone but him. Have them take off their bracelets. The mentor immediately kicked the doors open, and the students were also very happy to be free of the heavyweights. Destroying the large doors in front of them, the guards were immediately frightened, and with the strikes of the bell tower all the people immediately gathered in the center of the city. And then the chief came out in front of them and said who dared to come to his kingdom, and even without asking. The students said he looked like a captain of the Central Security Bureau. Their symbol is the lotus. Only captains and those above them can wear it openly. Mentor asked, "Is he that bastard named Han Gon-chan, or Kong Chan-chan, or whatever his name is? If not, let him get lost and call his boss. He has a case against him." The chief said, "How dare they? A herd of bandits," and immediately ordered his men to get him. The mentor was not surprised by this, and immediately unleashed the Red Falcon team against them. This was the fourth team of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, the Red Falcon team. A dozen of the most promising talents of the forces of light. Jiren took charge of the team, and immediately jumped out to attack the enemies. And she hadn't been like this before. Some were naive, some were gentle, some were cheerful. And some were noble and followed the path of the Tao or the Buddha's teachings of infinite mercy. Sure, most had a down-to-earth worldview or a unique hobby that they forgot everything else behind. But even so, they never crossed the line. Among them, of course, there were those who did not know how to behave and were characterized by temper. Huck started waving his stick and telling his enemies to finally fight him. And today they beat him and he beat them. But they had never stooped to such a thing before. The apprentice fought and at the moment of impact felt that she didn't think she was going to send him flying. And he hit him too hard. What was that feeling flowing on his wooden sword? The disciple felt that his sword was too light. And he seemed to have gotten much stronger. And unbelievable. Why was he enjoying it so much? Namgung thought, why is he thinking about it, beating people up? One of the enemies saw this, and said he was thinking about it, and ordered that they should quickly capture him. At the moment of impact, the enemy asked the disciple why he was attacking him. The disciple asked, "Is he blind? Does he look like one of their disciples?" He thought that his skills must have increased so much. But why did his image stay the same? The disciples shouted during the battle that it was revenge for Chin. And their bodies really did get lighter. It was as if he had lost weight. The disciple yelled to Enho to stop beating up the same guy. Tell him to switch to the others. The security bureau is bigger, there are tons of people here. The students cheered a lot during the battle and shouted that they felt very good without the bracelets. And one of them suggested a competition. The loser would clean the dormitory tomorrow. Namgung felt that everything was right. He's just weak-willed. He can't lose when everyone is trying so hard. So he decided that he would try his best too. But why isn't anyone attacking him? Namgung asked Oken where she went. Oken replied that they have already beaten everyone here. Mentor is in the front. Moon and Nohak in the back. There are too many of them here. Oken said that instead of competing with others, she decided to go to Changkai where there would be enough enemies. Namgung thought with surprise, double-digit? And noticed that he had only beaten 6. And now he needed to beat 20 more. Then surely he wouldn't lose. Namgung asked, "Where is Changhe? Where is it?" "He wants to go there too. And let Okin take him with him." The girl replied to tell him to stay away. "He'll take a whole side like Mun." Jiren continued to fight the enemies and asked the enemies where are they going. They are confused that their numbers were enough to beat Chen but not her. The enemy asked who Chen was. "And why are they doing this to you?" Jiren asks if she's crazy. And they all know. Because they've all changed. And the one who changed them so was the one whom the messengers described as a mob of lunatics. The enemy shouted that the mad old man had brought a mob of crazy vagabonds and was smashing the bureau to pieces. He doesn't think they can hold them back. The man in charge asked, "What? Did the sect, wandering around, invade them or what?" "Why so?" They replied that there were about 10 of them. They didn't look like a vagabond sect, too many women, and they're fighting with wooden swords. And they look like a bunch of lunatics. After that, the most important one came out and told them all to stop. He said, "What's this all about? And who are they? Why did they attack them?" Mentor replied that they should have said who are they, the much-esteemed ladies and gentlemen, and why are they attacking this humble and run-of-the-mill security bureau? And then he'd probably think about what to say back. But just let him look at his tone, who would want to talk to him? He didn't introduce himself. The chief replied that he was the head of the Central Security Bureau, Chan Wang. Who are they coming from? Mentor asked that. It turns out he is the chief? And they came from that mountain. Did Chan immediately think of Mount Ame? How could a bunch of thieves hide there? It's the territory of the Ame sect, right? They probably don't want to tell the truth. Chan said it's good. And why did they do that here? Mentor replied that he wanted Han Gang Chan or Kong Chan Chan, and they attacked them. Did they really think they would just stand there while they were beaten? Chan asked. Are they looking for Captain Kong Chan Han? What do they have against him and the chief? Mentor replied that it's all because of what that bastard Kong Chan Han did yesterday in the mountains. He has no idea what he and his men forgot down there. But on the descent, they beat one of his students mercilessly, and when this Gang Chan couldn't defeat his disciple with his own strength, they mobbed him. They attacked him from behind, and because of their foul actions, his dear student, whom he loved and valued, has been beaten to a vegetable and is now on the verge of death. Namgung heard those words and didn't know that the mentor loved his students so much. Chen wasn't that seriously beaten up. The mentor must be exaggerating so much because he cared for him a lot. The guy got 2 months of rest, 3 months of treatment, 6 months of rehab, and a greater chance of developing chronic illnesses. And he wants that villain and his gang punished. And he wants compensation for the huge bill that the doctor has charged for the treatment, as well as for the moral damage to him and the student. Chan said it can't be. They are the Central Security Bureau, deeply respect the Ame sect. But they sent Chun Han to deliver regular gifts to them. Why would their people do such a thing on MTMA? The student thought, what other regular gifts are there? Why do they call it that? As if they were taking something away from them by force. The mentor said that if he was so sure, then let this Chan Kong come out and explain himself. Chan replied that Captain Kong would never do such a thing, but if he wanted to talk to him, here you go. Chan said Captain Kong went to the city, quickly let them find him. The mentor found him and asked, is he Kong Chan Han? He is the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear disciple and attacked him from behind in a mob and beat him into a vegetable. Kong was scared and replied that he was just the first to insult him and the Central Security Bureau. He replied. And what else was attacked from the back by a mob? There was no such thing. Mentor replied, he denied everything. And suggested we ask the others? Where are those he was with last night? I wonder how different their testimonies will be when he gets the truth out of them. Chan didn't deny it, and pointed his finger, and said they were all there. The mentor turned around and realized that they were lying on the floor. The mentor got angry and said how dare he get rid of the evidence. There is no forgiveness for him. All traces lead to him. Let him come here and fight him. Kong came in and asked what was going on. He was drinking fine alcohol. How dare that person call him? Mentor tells them to just look at the asshole. Immediately calls him a bastard. Looks more like a man than a criminal. Why don't we drop the talk and just let the fists do the talking? Chan replied, telling him to stop. He's usually more decent, he just gets like this when he's drunk. And ordered his men to bring him to his senses. The warrior replied to the Lord that everything was already prepared. He immediately threw a bucket of water in his face. The preceptor asked him if he was awake. Let him speak then. He's the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear student, and attacked from behind by a mob, beat him to a vegetable, right? Khan immediately took up his sword and asked, what the hell? He beat up all of them, and now he's blaming him? He wouldn't be deterred if he continued to talk nonsense, and ruin the reputation of the Bureau. The mentor was surprised and threw his stick to his disciple. And asked the enemy what he was standing there for? Where is his favorite stab in the back? He had just turned his back. At least he had a chance to defend his tiny, fingernail-sized honor. But it turns out he's not only a sneaky piece of shit, he's also stupid. Kong asked him what he had just said, and swung his sword at the teacher, shouting that he would regret it. Namgung said that guy said he'd make them regret it. And imagine fighting a mentor with a sword. Enho asked, why did the mentor bring a wooden sword if he wouldn't even use it? Never even swung it once. Oken said that given his temper, he probably thought he'd look cooler with a wooden sword in his hands. The apprentice asked, wondering what was going to happen to him now. Jiren answered at once that only death. Huck said no, He had already lost his sword. He could supper bet he would die a terrible death. Jiren said she puts all 3 meals, from tonight's dinner to tomorrow's lunch, on this. He's gonna die for sure. A student asked what is the point of the argument if everyone is betting on the same thing. Oken replied that they are, but one of the students said he bet on the opposite at the time. He doesn't think the mentor will kill. He'll want to die, but the mentor won't let him get off that easy. He bets dinner, breakfast and lunch, and even dessert, that he will survive. The guy is surprised and asks with wonder, "So much food?" Namgung asked him, "Isn't he overdoing it?" "Steaks are steaks, but he has to live too." Yunho said that when he skipped one meal he almost died during that training session. If he goes hungry again, he might not live to see the end of the month. The disciple said it couldn't be. Doesn't that remind them of anything? But Hack suddenly covered his ears and didn't even say anything. Mentor at this moment immediately used the dog days attack, beating the dog with his fist. Hack was frightened and saw the way he was being beaten as well. The disciple immediately calmed him down and told him that it was in the past. It wouldn't happen again. But Guy replied that to be precise, that's not how he was beaten. He thinks it's part 2 of Chanpak. Chan asked if he was dead. The mentor replied that he was half dead. If they don't help him, he might as well die. Jiren said that she thought the mentor would be even more ruthless than he was. But he only used Chanpak on him, not Marpak. The disciple replied that it is more frightening than that. He will face at least 6 months of hell. And when he recovers, he won't be able to fight. Also, he'll be fired from the bureau because of what happened today. And then, if his family finds out about it, he'll probably have to hide for the rest of his life. Jiren replied that he was saying that to him. Isn't he saying that life is worse than death? Enko felt that she was scary. Namgung realized at this moment that just as he thought, it was impossible to make the Sichuan Tang clan his enemy. Chan said that they are investigating Captain Kang's case on NTMA. But on top of that, their Central Security Bureau has a reputation too. He can't just let them go. And who's gonna hire them when he finds out an entire bureau's been beaten up by 10 people? And he may have to close the bureau, so he's asking him to step in. Mentor asked him, does he want to attack him with a blade? Does he want to get one too? Chan said he wouldn't say no. Immediately, he used his whirlwind technique and swooped down on Mentor. The disciple immediately noticed that it was the 16 movements of the flower vortex. It was a secret technique of the Ame sect, inaccessible to outsiders. There were rumors that he was their disciple, but she thought he was just bragging. Chan immediately used the flower sword vortex. The disciple realized that it was a 16 shadow sword. He had learned the flower sword vortex at one of the higher levels. But why was the mentor so calm? The mentor had been standing still the whole time, watching Chan to see what he would do. At the last moment, the disciples were very afraid for him. But mentor dodged at the last moment. Chan didn't even expect such a thing himself. The mentor immediately kicked him off his foot and said he didn't give a damn. The girl said with astonishment that he had broken the flower sword whirlwind so easily. Namgung asked, is that the name of the kicking technique? Perhaps it makes the energy come to a calm state. Yenho also said that directed as if he had just invented it, a powerful technique. He was still saying its name when his opponent was already in the air, the mentor surprised. Mentor asked, he didn't pass out from that, did he? He was really holding back, so he should be fine. They still have a lot to discuss. The guards immediately afterward pounced on him and threatened to kill him. The head of the guards, Dun Yuyan, used a joint attack at this time, but Mentor dodged the combined attack with ease, and even grabbed their weapons with both hands. Mentor started to use the spinning circle, and scattered them in different directions. And used the nameless technique. Mentor stooped down, and asked the head if he was awake. Nor did he think they had anything to discuss. His mentor told him if he could see how much it hurt with just one blow. And how painful was it for his disciple? He had to keep an eye on this Gon Chan. Parenting is very important, and now he's in trouble because of his student. How will he deal with the aftermath? Chan replied that it could be worse than this situation. Mentor asked, he doesn't realize what he's gotten himself into, does he? I mean, the student they attacked from behind. Mentor asked if he knew the Sichuan Tang clan, right? The one famous for its killing techniques and knowledge of poisons. The clan that can wipe him out. Sichuan Tang clan, and they are very fond of their direct descendant, for he is so sweet and kind-hearted. At this point, Chan was very frightened and asked, "How can this be?" The mentor replied that there was nothing to be done. What's done is done. How does he feel about that? Now they have something to talk to him about. After the negotiations, the apprentice asked why were they still here? Couldn't someone have stolen at least a couple? Jiren replied that it was pretty safe here, so no one dared to steal in broad daylight. Hak asked why his arms and legs seemed so weak. Namgung asks him if he's okay. He's been pale since he saw that scene that time. The students said they are all shocked, and he probably feels even worse. But in spite of everything, he did well. He is surprised. Huck said he was surprised. The disciple replied that it was true, and he knew it. The day will come when the fear will pass. Enho said that when he put on the bracelets, it was like he was himself. He was practically flying without them, which made me sad. The apprentice said it was as if life itself was pressing in on him. I wonder what Master and Munha are up to. Namgung looked over and said, "Here comes Munha. And maybe they will ask what they talked about with their mentor." Munha asked, "Mentor?" He asked if she wanted something from the bureau as Chinchulian's sister. The apprentice said it was strange that he asked her about it. He thought he was going to strip the whole bureau of its loot and hide it somewhere. Namgung asked, "Does he think the mentor is some kind of thief?" Well, it might seem that way, a little. Okan asked Munha what she had asked for. Will there be rivers of blood? Or are they closing down? Munha replied that no blood, no business. What did they imagine about the Tang clan? They are not of the forces of evil. Enho replied that no, it was a pity to destroy such a big business. What if we absorb them and make them a subsidiary business of the Tang clan? So that they would give 30% of the income every year. Munha replied that of course she wants to make the lives of those who attacked Chin hell. But if the criminals are fired and the information about them is given to the clan, they will not touch the bureau. Chan asked, "Is that enough?" The mentor replied that of course not. The world is not such a simple place, did he know? He didn't think that would solve everything, did he? And that evil girl he was talking to, she's the older sister of his injured disciple. If he was curious, he could ask her himself what the Tang clan was and how they handled their affairs. Of course, she can go home and bring her whole family here. She's a little jumpy. But if he wants to ask, he can call her. Chan's response was no, don't. Chan asked him what he wanted him to do. The mentor replied that right now, deep down in his heart, he understood exactly how to solve this issue. Chan sat down on the table and said that from now on, the Central Security Bureau would perform one mission for the Tang clan a year for free and would pay for all the expenses for the young master's treatment, and they would pay a small fine as an apology to the Tang clan. Mentor asked, "Why is he only worried about the clan?" Mentor asked, "Does he think his family are the only ones worried about him? He's his mentor. And his friends are out there. How dare he ignore the mental and physical weight on their shoulders? Not long ago, he had beautiful black hair and all the kids had clean clothes. But what about now? If he can't see his gray hair and their torn rags, he's a blind man. He couldn't even sleep worrying about his precious student. And they were so bothered that they ruined all their clothes." Chan said he understood. And thought he should pay him for his gray hair and the others for their clothes. Why? Why would he do that? Chan says he will pay for everything. But for that, he asks that what happened not be publicized. The mentor replied that of course. If the compensation is appropriate, of course. In the morning, the mentor came out beat sack and said that since they had dealt with everything here and suggested they go back to Chin. But they should go somewhere first. If they go around the corner, there's a clothing store. Have them go in there and change everything. Everything is paid for by the bureau. So there's no need to worry. The disciples were surprised and asked with wonder, "New clothes?" The preceptor replied, "Here it is." He gives them 2 hours. Let them hurry and then meet at the entrance of the village. Whoever is late will work out everything in tomorrow's training. The mentor told Munha to stay for a while, and said that he was able to get compensation. Not counting the money for the treatment, they will send the Tang clan a monetary compensation separately. They also dismissed the criminals. They asked them to keep it quiet. She should also know that the bureau owed his clan a free mission once a year. Mun thought she was angry, but Chin won't have any complications, and yes, they had turned the place upside down, so now she was no longer angry. But the mentor is taking care of him now? Mentor asked as she looked at him. Wasn't that enough? He wondered why she was staring at him like that. Does she want to take his compensation as well? Or did she notice that he had received more than the Tang clan, especially when the bank checks were taken into account? Manhwa replied to her mentor that he was right. And she would go shopping for clothes too. The mentor was surprised and thought, what did he do? I'm not sure he's happy about that, of course. The mentor thought that it seemed to have gone well. Shouldn't he hurry up then? Fragile things like checks should be taken to the bank at once. Seeing his students, mentor looked and said strangely. Some of them looked very good now, but what was wrong with the rest of them? The mentor asked why the clothes were the same. The boy replied that the new clothes were very expensive, so he folded them here. They are of much higher quality than the ones he usually asks for. Huck said that place didn't have what he wanted. Mentor replied that they seemed to look even worse. What is that all about anyway? Enko asked what he was talking about. Does he know how expensive these awards are? Just let him look at that marvelous purple paint, and he wants to be bright, not ordinary. Finally, after a change of clothes, he's standing out. The mentor said she was the weirdest one. Did she use a spell or something? How did she restore the old clothes? Jiren replied that their clan had been here before, so she just bought the same thing as last time. Jiren asked, is it too boring? Namgung replied that no, it looks really good on him. Well, I mean, it looks beautiful. But mentor immediately hit him on the head with a stick. Namgung was in a lot of pain. But Jiren asked if he was okay. The mentor replied that his hand had slipped for some reason. Yunho said that the mentor finally used his wooden sword. It was true that he didn't think Namgung would get it. The disciple replied that he wondered why comrade Ganasna thought the mentor had done the right thing. The mentor replied that whatever the case, we should go back. The last one to arrive will get double training tomorrow. Yunho asked if they could help Namgung. Hak replied that he had no sympathy for fashionably dressed people. The student said it's no big deal. He has someone to take care of him. Gotta go. Jiren has been shaking the guy the whole time, and telling him to wake up. On the way, the stranger asked them, are they perhaps the Red Falcon's crew? But the mentor answered nothing and remained silent. The guy said, it seems like he's not wrong. They are a check from the Heavenly Warrior Academy. And there hadn't been any reports from him about the condition of the Red Falcon team for a long time, so the principal sent them to check how the training was going. The guy said they arrived at the campground and found no one there. So they were already starting to worry, and thank God everything was okay. The second guy asked, is he the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Elder Jean? He thought he was a complete old man with a kind face. They have heard they are going through rejuvenation, but he seems to have changed a lot, yes, and they seem to have gotten taller. The disciple thought, is this the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Jean Chong? Jiren also thought that the back can strengthen from rejuvenation. But is it possible to grow from it? The guy told his man it was rude. If he's not the Elder Jinto, then who is? His memory must be failing him. He said he saw him from afar 3 years ago. The mentor thought and asked, how should he say it? And he said that the day had finally come. The day when someone asked about the elder's whereabouts. Though it came much later than he had expected. The guy apologized and asked him what he was talking about. The mentor replied that the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Jean Chong, was over there, and pointed his finger to the sky. The boy asked if Mr. Jean is in heaven. Is he dead? The mentor replied that yes, he did. He buried him in a well-lit place on the mountain. Why did the Heavenly Warrior Academy take so long to send people? The guy replied that it couldn't be. What's wrong? If that was true, then who was he? The mentor turned to his students and replied that they had better talk somewhere else. It looked like it was going to be a long story. The disciples sat around the table and said that it turns out their mentor was not the one who was supposed to teach them. Enho said that if the mentor isn't a mentor, what are they doing here? He is so confused that he can't even remember his own name. Huck held his head up and said he didn't even know who beat him up. The man who put him through hell wasn't even his mentor? Namgung thought for a moment and told them both to calm down. They should calmly weigh everything and evaluate the situation. Something may have gone wrong, but they had become much stronger in a very short time. The student replied that he agreed with the captain, although he doesn't want to admit it. But before Namgung calms the broom vase, can he calm down first? The guy said he was so stupid, always thinking what the mentor had in mind, and now he was shocked. Maybe his last name is really Nam, but his first name is Gwasan. They don't have such dumbasses in the Namgung clan. Jiren told him not to be rude. It must have been the blow to the head. Why had his mentor thrown a sword at him? Oken said, who knows? Then who was supposed to be their mentor? The guy replied that a silver bracelet and steel sphere master is a person who uses 8 small steel spheres and 12 sharp bracelets. In the martial arts world, he is one of the 40 strongest people. He was a kind man with many friends, working as a mentor at the academy about 10 years ago. He was often referred to as Elder Jean. Oken said that it turns out the current mentor is his apprentice or brother. Or a younger classmate? Enho said he doesn't think so. He feels that their current mentor went to a different school, not with Elder Jean. Besides, their mentor is stronger than him. In the martial arts world, Elder Jean is among the 40 strongest not because of his strength, but because of his connections. Hack replied that if you compare the combat power, the master of the silver bracelet, and the steel sphere not counting them to the old monster. And if respected as a teacher in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, in terms of strength, he had already fallen behind long ago. If the masters on the list of the 100 strongest masters were to fight each other now, he would end up somewhere at the bottom of the list. Moon said that if he had a lack of chi, and he specialized in hidden weapons, he would only get weaker with age. And in such a case, it would be quite difficult to stay in the top 100. Jiren replied, or maybe people didn't challenge him to a duel out of respect. But suddenly the apprentice told them to stop. What if the person who fought him was their current mentor? Or maybe he wanted the glory of a place on the list of the 40 strongest. So he challenged the good old man to a duel and killed him. Moon asked, what? Namgung replied that no. Sure, the mentor is a little weird, but he doesn't believe it. The lad said that although he didn't look like a great humanist, he didn't think the tutor was falling for fame. Then he would not hide his name while teaching. Enko replied that was correct. Despite the brutality of his methods, he did a lot of work. It was as if he enjoyed it. The boy asked, then why did he kill Elder Jean? Did he want to steal from him? Jiren replied that no, it might be hard to believe, but the mentor wouldn't do that. And she asked why they were sure the mentor had killed him. Moon said she didn't believe it either. If she wanted money, she would kidnap Jiam and demand a ransom from the largest trade association of the Murima, the Golden Tiger Trade Association. Even if she had thought of it, the mentor wouldn't. Oken also said that she agreed. If he needed money, 1 GM would be enough. The disciple suddenly replied that he was confused. But based on his observations of his mentor, and all their assumptions, he had a hunch. He took them up, so he's definitely related to Elder Jean. Elder Jean has no family, so it's unlikely they are related. Their chi and martial arts are not similar. He doesn't think he was a student or a younger student, more like just acquaintances. If you think about the mentor's personality and the age difference, I wouldn't say they could have been friends. Hack said that their old man didn't even look like an old man. They had noticed that, hadn't they? Namgung replied that he had a lean, muscular body and his skin was shiny. Mun said he's middle-aged in the extreme. But he thinks he's even younger. The guy said that's right. And secondly, Elder Jean had dedicated his life to teaching children. In his last moments he must have thought of their mentor and asked him to take care of NI, the Red Falcon team. And here was his third guess. It was just a coincidence, a very lucky coincidence. It's called irony. Although chained to the bed, Chen might think differently. Really, didn't they sense something at the bureau today? Enho said that's right. They had grown a lot in 2 months. Hack asked, so what? Should they be grateful now? Jiren says it's complicated. But this is the moment when they need to decide what they think about this situation. Right, Captain Namgung? Namgung replied that Jiren was right. Training might stop because the mentor isn't from the academy. It would change depending on how he dealt with the inspectors. The guy said that something might change from their stance too. Will they continue to study with the mysterious mentor or will they go back to the academy, back to their old life? And it depends on their choice. The guys from the academy came and said that no matter how old he was, old man Jean couldn't lose to the bandits. The other guy also said he asked them to help the Red Falcons team too. He really was a good teacher. And he decided to take the boys on? At his request, the mentor replied that she and he were not very close. Their meeting had been brief, but intense. All he knew about him was his name, his title, and that he had come here to teach the Red Falcon team. He was kind and didn't care about material things. He liked old poems and sweets. He also bit his nails at his age. He'd forgotten. He walked so much, his heels were bleeding. He had bad knees too, and that's all he knew, so he had no idea how to get a message to them. He's not a member of the Murima Alliance, so he doesn't know where the nearest branch is, and he couldn't leave the kids on their own. He would rather tell him about his family or his hometown than about poems. The guy said that about the elder Jean's family. They had heard that he had lost them at a young age and spent the rest of his days alone. The mentor asked, really, he did look lonely. The boy replied that it looked like they had a close relationship. Though not for long, they seemed to be his true friend. He's been taking care of the Red Falcon team for months. He admires them. And asked if they could get his name? They will report everything to the academy and spread the fame of him. The mentor replied that he was not going to pry into the Murim. What good is a name? They will die and become dust anyway. We should live life to the fullest while we can. If they're impressed, they might give some support money. He can teach as is, but the academy doesn't spare any money for its students, does it? The guy said they were sending money. And the elder was attacked by bandits, so it was their fault? So he was running the Red Bird team without funding? The other guy said, not surprisingly. That this place seemed so empty. No guards, no servants, no cooks. He just didn't have the money to hire them, and had to run the place himself. The boy asked, but what about food and the rest of the goods, cleaning and laundry? How did they manage it all? The mentor replied that they managed to handle everything themselves. They had heard that they could provide more finances, but he had no idea where to turn. Because he trains them intensively, they eat a lot, and their clothes are all worn out. The guy said they would immediately report it to the academy, and find a solution and provide compensation. And now that they knew about everything, they had nothing else to worry about. If he stopped training them now, then they would quickly find a replacement for him, or bring them back sooner. The mentor asked, what did they say? Are their guys falling behind? Discontinue training? Substitute? Get them back early? The mentor said they are so not serious about teaching. Or do they think the bond between student and mentor is some kind of joke? And if not, then they think he's not strong enough to teach these kids? And immediately he showed his strength. Mentor told them to go back and pass it on. This is his answer. 4 days later, the Alliance chief received a message and upon seeing the symbol said go all the way. I guess he means once you've taken the job, go all the way. He won't give them back until he's done, right? And now he sees that the subtext is very threatening. But how could he write that with his finger on such a hard board? The guy replied that it was a very hard table. He wrote everything with one finger, as if on clay, and then he cut a board out of the table and gave it to them. The other guy also said that he cut with one finger like a turnip with a knife. He said that here, since he gave a sincere answer, and he should get his, right? But then they apologized and asked what he was talking about. The mentor said they were pissing him off. They had been so worried about price taggers up to that point. Don't they realize what they really need right now? He said words are just cheap sympathy and hypocrisy. Behind the real words are real deeds. Mentor said to let them know where and how he could get funding. And that he would not ask for additional funds as a sign of respect for Mr. Jean, but that he could use the finances available now. The head said that means they ran here right after they told him which bank he could forget the money in. The head told them not to worry. Like he said, the Red Falcon team really needs money. So there's no need to be petty. In fact, he's very happy that he wants to take care of these kids. And getting here from Sichuan in 4 days, they did a good job. It must be hard for them to even stand. If there are no other urgent matters, they can rest today. As for the other problems, he will take care of everything by himself. The guy said, in general, they need to know something else. He mentioned a few things. The mentor asked if they definitely mean it when they say his students are behind. Are the other students better than him? The guy answered him that although the difference wasn't big, the Red Falcon team was the weakest of the 4 divine teams, and so they hoped that the training would equalize them. But since there were such difficulties, the difference would be conversely more noticeable. The mentor got angry after saying this, and said that it was just as he thought. These children were strangely weak. And they let them study in poverty and forgotten? Heavenly Warrior Academy is disappointing. The mentor told them that it wouldn't work like this. And since it's come to this, he will take responsibility and train them for a month longer. The boys were surprised and asked again. The head asked his men, what did they say? The disciples at that moment also asked, what did the mentor say? The mentor asked, why are they reacting like this? Shouldn't they be jumping for joy at the opportunity to learn more? The disciples were thinking at this moment, how can they? This hell will last a month more. Namgung said they thought their training would be stopped, or they would have a choice. They were just surprised that the training would not only continue, but also increase in timing. The mentor asked with surprise, finished training? Who said that? And considering Chin, isn't extending training the obvious way out? Mo thought, what did this have to do with Kilian? The mentor said that it looked like they were the strongest of the 4 teams, and if they go on the original schedule, Chin will be cured and leave right away. They want to be responsible for him not getting the training and his whole life going down the drain. They don't want to steal his chance to get stronger, do they? Jiren answered her mentor's question as the team's vice-captain. Jiren asked, the Sky Warrior Academy had already given the go-ahead. They haven't seen any messengers in the past 4 days? Namgung said, it's not because they don't like their wise thoughts, it's just that they have to obey the edicts of the academy. Mentor replied, what a dumb question that is. Since he said so, consider the matter already settled 4 days ago? The apprentice asked, then why was he only talking about it now? Maybe he was going into town to get permission from the academy? The mentor replied that of course not. He was busy gathering resources, food, and training equipment for the next 2 months. But the guys seemed to think that the academy would be against such a decision. The mentor asked, did they even know what the academy told Mr. Jing when he gave them to him? He said to do whatever was necessary. The most important thing was to grow their skills. Do they think they'll refuse to let him take them for another month? And since they gave more money, doesn't it make sense that it's already settled? As it was, he had planned the rest of his time with them as best he could. They must be looking forward to it, and for those who he feels need more training, he will double the amount. They don't have to worry. Namgung asked who needs more training? Mentor replied that of course, to the one lying in bed sick and all the other lazy people. And to be more specific, Tanu Trai and Nohaku. What about Gunsan and Jinrin? Namgung asked him. But he's never been lazy? Jiren asked. Is it because they are captains and vice-captains? Mentor replied that he wasn't. He just thought the 2 of them were having too much fun. The boy thought and realized why he had chosen them. The mentor said that now he's going to check how well they practiced over the past few days. Enjoy a little match with the mentor. 2 days later, the man was telling the principal that one person comes to his mind from his description. And does the principal know him? The director replied that although there was no guarantee that Mr. Jin's children were taken care of by him. But there are too many coincidences. There is a hidden master from Mount Amei, and a top-notch martial arts practitioner with powerful palm and fist techniques. Though harsh in words because of his character, he is kind enough to attend to the deceased. Although he loves his students, his training methods are strange. He's a gray-haired old man who loves money. The only difference is that he doesn't have a beard. But he could shave it off. With that description, it looks like he's him. He's a hidden master, so he doesn't know his name. But the principal can't worry, his skills are the real deal. And it seems that Mr. Jin gave them a wonderful gift before he said goodbye. The man asked, that's just what he gave? The principal replied that it was nothing like that. He just heard that he had 2 students. A boy and a girl. I wonder what's wrong with them. But on second thought, they probably just grew up and left him. The man said it's no wonder he doesn't want to send the Red Falcon team back. He must be lonely without his students. The principal said that might be the case. Although because he refuses to let the students go. Even after the end of the training period, he might have to visit him in person. After he walked the man in, he told his man to come in. And he heard the whole thing. How does he feel about that? The guy replied that he thought it was him. What's her name? Unbai, right? She said she was leaving Mount Amei soon. But it seems her mentor is still there. And if he's there, they can use him to find out about Unbai. Should he investigate everything? San and Sanson are just there, they might find out something with their help. The director replied no. The less they know about her whereabouts, the better. And considering they haven't heard from her in a while, she doesn't know her and Rin's identities. No need to be so foolish as to put Jaren in jeopardy. He wants the opposite, and hopes that a girl named B never shows up in front of Rin, and anything that might remind her of the past must be erased. Both her surroundings and her memories. The boy replied that he understood. In other words, if B shows up, he can't let her get close to the young mistress. But given what's happened over the past few years, it makes sense. But is it even possible to erase all of this from Madame Rin's mind? The headmaster told the guy that he couldn't do it himself. Since he couldn't send people to the Celestial Warrior Academy, let him use the shadows. Going to the tavern, he said he'd have them bring 2 dumplings for these guys. And no wine, he'd go upstairs alone. Going up to the 2nd floor, he went into a room and the guy told the man he knew that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guy said that he wants him to keep a girl named Unbai away from Mistress. But at the same time, you can't hurt or kill her. And he also needs to make sure that Mistress doesn't find out about it. The warrior replied that was correct. Under no circumstances should Madame be allowed to find out about this. After all, this Unbai is her only friend. So if Madame Rin finds out, she will never forgive them. She's been gifted from a young age, so she's bound to be even harder to handle now. And he asks that he try his best. This could shake not only the family of the head, but the whole Murim. The boy asked with surprise, no way? The past squad leader had told him about what had happened then, but maybe he should know something else. The warrior replied, 3 favors. Couldn't the mistress just ignore them if she asked for something strange? The warrior wondered if he should ignore it. He said that the next morning after B had wished for the mistress to become stronger than anyone else, the forces of justice had gotten the dragon eye wielder, and Mistress has been faithful to her promise for the past 7 years. And besides, the head had already asked Mistress about it. Her father asked her, what if she asked her for something terrible? Something that would put her, him, or her mother in mortal danger. Or even the whole world? Rin replied that B wouldn't ask her for anything like that. But if she did, she was sure she'd have a reason, and so she would keep her promise if it did not jeopardize him and her mother in any way. Father asked if she was willing to risk her life. Rin replied to her father that every time B saved her, she never doubted for a second. If it hadn't been for her, she wouldn't be in this world anymore, and that's why she won't hesitate either. For Unbai's sake. Did the guy say that B is like a deity to her? He knows that you can't ignore something like that. Warrior said that although it seems there was still a childlike innocence in B back then, but for some unknown reason, her mentor made her work at the bar. And even then, she was a cunning fox, so he wonders what she has become now. Even though Madame Rin has dragon eyes that allow her to see the soul of a person, it's not enough for them to relax. And even without wishing harm, anything can happen. And if Ms. Rin escapes from their supervision, a horrible monster will appear out of nowhere and steal her away. The guy said if he's talking about the western heavens, he's long gone. It's like he's gone underground. He was horrified when he heard about what he had done. Would someone who chose to follow a blood god be willing to reveal himself for such a thing? The warrior replied that he was ready and for sure. The warrior said that this mad dog had been waiting for a long time. Until the year before last, he wasn't the only one hiding. 7 years ago, after returning from Sichuan, they hadn't planned to keep Madame Rin in the sword house for a full 5 years. But the Lord had to change his mind. It was the following spring, after Mr. Rin left them, and it was a rainy day then as it is today. One day a messenger came and asked, "Is Mrs. Rin at home?" And he said he wanted them to give it to her. It wasn't her birthday or some kind of holiday. Inside the wooden box was a red dress, perfectly fitting Mrs. Rin's size. The warrior said it was a wedding dress. The boy replied that it couldn't be. The warrior said that was right, it was that day. The warrior said the mad dog was reborn by the western sky. He killed his older brother and nearly drowned the lady in a sea of despair. The guy responded with a threat or a dire warning, saying that even though he was hiding now, he would one day get what he wanted, and he knew that creep was crazy, but not to that extent. Namgung replied that the bastard didn't stop there. They don't call him a mad dog for nothing. And now, every year, on this same day, someone from the servants of the chapter house or the nearest town, and sometimes from afar, brings a wooden box, and of course inside is always a wedding dress. And as if he was keeping track of Madame Rin's height, it was a size bigger every time. Namgung said they questioned the people who brought the boxes. Everyone said that the person who asked them for it was an ordinary merchant or traveler. The guy said he was using people to avoid being tracked. Does Madame Rin know about this? Namgung replied that Madame Rin doesn't know and shouldn't find out about it. The reason why the head hid Madame Rin in the sword house and then quickly sent her from there to the Heavenly Warrior Academy was because of this. The guy said that if that was the case, maybe it would be better to keep her in the sword house. Men aren't allowed in there. It would be safer than the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Namgung replied that the wooden box had come to the sword house as well. All on the same day of spring, 2 years ago. He realized that Madame Rin had been there, and goodness, they had notified the sword house in advance, so they were able to intercept the box before the gentleman noticed. And on the orders of the head, they led a group of elite warriors and got her home as fast as they could with the excuse that the family needed to spend more time with her before entering the academies. The guy said that instead of leaving her alone in the sword house, it was really better to send her somewhere where the head could keep an eye on her. Namgung said exactly what it was. They didn't have a choice. Otherwise, strange rumors would take hold of the madam and they wouldn't be able to hide the fact that the western sky was Ilkan. And the boon was the year the gentleman entered the academy. The wooden box came to the sword house. This spring, they were able to steal the box with the help of one of his subordinates who pretended to be a guard there. Mad Dog's eyes seemed to have fallen on the Heavenly Warrior Academy. And if a variable name B shows up in this situation, though he wasn't sure if they could guarantee Rinsama's safety with the powers he had at the academy. And to prevent that from happening, they need shadows to keep an eye on the situation inside the academy. Be sure to let them make sure that Madame doesn't find out about anything, and the head still wants all her memories of it to fade away. Though he doubts it's even possible to erase all that memory from her head. The girl had told Rin that the last time she had seen this hairpin was 7 years ago, but she still cherished it just as much. Some might think she got it from her future husband. Of course, their little sister doesn't have any guy on her heart. Rin replied that it was a sign to find someone dear to her. Rin told her older sister that, like she said, she believed that one day they would meet again. Mentor at this time was shouting to Mentor that he just needed to trust him. He'll do just fine. Namgung was practicing at this time and shouted that he couldn't do it. Namgung couldn't hold on and fell off the rope. The mentor pulled the rope and said that he had fallen. Namgung was falling from a great height and shouting. But Mentor didn't like it, and pulling the rope he said, "What a noisy fool this fool is." Mentor tossed him into the sky along with the rope, and immediately caught him in his arms, preventing him from falling. But then Mentor threw him into the guy's hands and told them to grab him. Jiren was very frightened and asked how he was. The mentor told them to stop building drama and just untie the rope. Such a pussy for a test run, he's not fit. Oken asked, what did she just see? Why does the mentor keep repeating the test run? Moon asked too, is he wanting them all to do this? Enho told mentor that he's human too, after all, if he runs out of strength, he'll drop it. He's really heavy, but Huck was crying at the time and said he thinks it's a plan to randomly dump those he doesn't like and get rid of them. Him, for example. Enho replied that that wasn't the point. The mentor is not the only one who doesn't like him. Let him look at it this way. The fact that this guy is here too, even though he's only healed, only proves his point. They are just comrades, equals in the eyes of the mentor. Shin replied that they were not. Why should he be his comrade before he could get out of his bunk? Why did they have to save him in the first place? Shin asked, why are they here? Shouldn't training have already ended by this day? The other teams are returning to the academy today. On the same day, the Blue Dragon training area at Empty Wudong. The teacher said that this was the end of the training. If they felt something wasn't fair during the training, let them speak up. And honestly, he was honored to help the emperors of the future. The guy asked, and what could possibly be unfair? They are only sad that they are leaving him so early. They are honored. And he is grateful for his teaching. At Manhwa in the evening of the day 2, the Black Turtle training area. The teacher was telling his students that there would be difficult days and times ahead of them when the martial arts world would leap its venom at them. And when that happens, he wants them to think about their mothers. And about the time they spent here together. He wants them to have the strength to overcome all the difficulties. The apprentice said that even though their training was over, their mentor's teachings would stay with them until the very end. The girl replied that it was much more sensible than she had originally thought. She would not forget it. On the same day, White Tiger Training Area at Mount Tai, the teacher said that their strength is important in the martial arts world, but what matters most to the forces of light is the spirit that is nurtured by love, trust, and cooperation. And he gave them this paper to write honest, anonymous feedback about other team members because he wants to let them know how they're being evaluated. This paper will help them all grow as martial artists. His strong and powerful White Tiger team. He is confident that they will bring love and trust to this world. Suddenly a girl walked up to Rin and asked her what she was watching. Did someone write a stupid thing about her because the review is anonymous? Or maybe someone had written something rude? Rin replied that no, it's just that 4 out of 9 people wrote the same thing, so she wondered. They want her to smile. The girl said that all they wrote about her were nasty things. And there seemed to be 4 people with nothing better to do. Why don't we go smile at them instead? Rin replied that it's fine. She's the captain of the White Tiger team, and she doesn't want to see any less of them. But what kind of nasty things were written to her? The girl answered that mostly nonsense like don't hate men, it's scary, try to enter the heart of goodness, not just rage and hatred. The training wasn't bad, but such a stupid assignment at the end. She thought about tearing up the sheet, but she saw what she thought he'd written and decided to keep it. And she thinks she'll just cut that part out when she gets back. She believes in it, it's hers, right? Rin replied that she did. She texted her the same thing. She believes in her. The girl said, right? I guess that's probably true. Maybe she knows already, but it's time to go. And their training is over, they need to prepare to be sent back to the academy. And on the same day, the Red Falcon training area on MTMA. Chen was very angry and asked when this hell would end. Moon covered his mouth and told him to shut up. And he seemed to have forgotten because he was lying in bed. But even if they're in hell, it's better to be alive. If he spots him and sends him there, it'll be the end of him. And not the training, but his life. Suddenly the mentor told them that he had heard everything. He says he'll catch them, so why not trust mentor? They saw that Namgung was okay, right? Moon replied that he wasn't okay at all. Chen said he was dead. Mentor asked, what? Did they fall for that or what? Let them take a look. The mentor told Jiren to get out and get ready for the next test run. If the captain can't do it, the deputy captain has to do it for him. Namgung said he's fine. And he will go to the test run. The disciples were surprised and realized that this is what the power of love means. The mentor said, do they see, is everything okay with him? The disciples began to think, is this normal? That's what he wanted, Jiren said for mentor to let her go instead of the captain. Namgung replied that no. I'd rather let him be screwed than see him hurt. Mentor asked, what are they carrying there? It's not about who goes first. They will all do it sooner or later, understand? And they'll do it every day until they learn to do it properly. What are they so excited about? If they're whining like this now, how are they going to survive the extra training? He's got a lot of fun stuff for them. Rope walking, blade running, and 20 other exercises. And if they finish them in time, he'd ask for an extension on the training camp again. After a while, the disciples began to do the mentor's task and tried not to offend him. Namgung shouted to his comrade to save them. After all, he's the last one, that's why he's so worried, but he can do anything. Enko tried not to let his team down, and at the last moment he jumped out and passed the exam. The mentor looked at all this and clapped, for he saw that they were doing well. Each time they got better and better at their tasks. One evening mentor was sitting in his room thinking that he had to send the children back soon, but there would not be enough money for food, lodging, and horses for their journey. All the extra funding went to their training and his salary. Maybe we should just send them out on foot and call it training, he thought. But it's not like that, because he's their respected mentor, he can't do that. If, after all he has taught them, they go hungry and start robbing people, what will that do to his reputation? But suddenly his teacher burst in and said he was a lousy kid. And how dare a young man stand in his room in broad daylight and sigh one sigh at a time? But the master stopped when he saw him and asked, what is this? The master replied that he had frightened him. Why do you slam the door like that every time? He almost dropped the cucumber from his eyes. Did the teacher ask him what he was carrying? He's the one who scared him. He'd better tell him why he did that to his face. Sue replied that he had heard that it was good for the skin to mix flour, eggs and honey, and to apply this in a thin layer. So he's trying it out. Recently, he has started to feel older. The teacher got angry and asked what he was saying. Smearing food on his face, is he crazy? He's been very suspicious lately. He's always running around saying he's busy. What's really going on since he's doing such things? Let him tell the truth. Is he seeing someone? That would explain all that sighing in his room. He's right, isn't he? Sue told Master that he was sighing at the perpetual lack of shiny, golden rounds. He has to support him on something, doesn't he? The teacher took the bottle and asked, Is it alcohol again today? He doesn't like that sort of thing. But since the student brought him first-class wine, he will have to accept the gift so as not to offend him. Sue replied, thanking him for accepting it. Let him go and drink it. The teacher looked at him and said that he was beginning to think that every time he asked him something, he was trying to divert his attention with alcohol. He doesn't think he can fool his mentor with booze, does he? Sue replied that of course not. He had just come from snowball practice, right? He made duck with gravy and beautiful abalone with cucumber broth, all in his room. And he didn't seem to notice. The teacher was very surprised and asked, Did he bring food into his room? And why did he do that? Now it's all stinky in there. And now he would have to go and eat it all as soon as possible. But Snow began to growl. The teacher remembered and said that they had run out of dates. Let him go and collect them. After that, Sue realized that he had to give him so many bribes just to shut his mouth, and he still wasn't grateful. Now he has to bring food for his tiger too. Is he a slave to be manipulated? Or a criminal who has done something wrong? But in the moment, he stopped and started thinking about the perpetrator. And there's something similar nearby, and why didn't he think of it right away? And if he uses them, he can send the kids back safely. And he'd make money at the same time. Right after that, he went to the Central Security Bureau. The servant asked Chan why he was shaking so much. And doesn't the master think he's been working very hard lately? Chan replied that he was just getting cold. How can he rest now? There were many orders, so he had to work. The servant said it's true, work has been plentiful lately. He can't understand how, after all these rumors, they are still being offered jobs. More and more merchants and clans want to hire them. It's a blessing in disguise, as they say. Of course, this is all thanks to his great efforts and loss of personal fortune. Chan replied that he shouldn't, he was praising him too much. Anyway, the demand has increased and they are short of people. The servant said they had a shortage as it was. Some had left or been injured since that incident, and skillful guards were not easy to hire. Chan replied that they would think about the problem. And the important thing is that everything ended well. It's better not to think about that incident again. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Suddenly there was a loud ringing sound. The servant began to shout that it was an alarm. People began to shout that the old man had returned. Chan was greatly frightened when he heard that his greatest fear had come. Chan turned to the much-respected old man and asked what had brought him to them. But in his mind he thought, by what winds had he been carried here? And why was he alone? Mentor replied that there were rumors that they needed manpower. So I thought I'd lend a hand. Are they so happy to see him that they decided to give him such a big welcome? You shouldn't have bothered so much. Chan said it was a small thing when it came to greeting an elder. But lending a hand? What does he mean by that? The mentor replied that he had heard that they were planning to send a shipment toward Nanjiang. So he's thinking of sending some of his men to guard them. What does the master say? Is it a good idea? Chan asked. What other students? The mentor asked with surprise. I mean, which ones? Did he remember, recently the boys were with him? There would be another attempted murder victim with them, but unfortunately due to some circumstances, he will not be able to go personally, but his students are always at their service. They have already experienced their level of skill, so there is no need to mention it. He may not apologize or thank you. He doesn't advise refusing either. After all, when a friend is in trouble, you should help. Mentor asked what he thought. Agreed? He knew he would be thrilled, and so it was agreed. Chan thought he hadn't even said anything, but it doesn't sound so bad though. Either way, that old monster has no choice. If he wanted to, he could raze this place to the ground without too much trouble. And if he speaks the truth, they will not call him a monster, but a true savior. Chan told the old man that if he really helped them, they would never forget his favor. The mentor asked with surprise, favor? Since he is grateful, as they arrive at the place, pay the children to accompany them, and let them have a snack and a drink and a snack. Does he know where they're going? And when would they be on their way? Chan replied that of course he would give the matter his attention so that his disciples would be satisfied. Don't let him worry about that. And set off the day after tomorrow, around 7 or 9 in the morning. He realized that to avoid future trouble, it was better to prepare a couple of 3 gold pieces. Though, in such an emergency, it would cost a lot more to hire them. The mentor asked if they would see each other tomorrow. Chan realized that he could not get away with it, and replied that he would see him tomorrow. The mentor said that they would be escorted only one way. At Nanchang County, they would be separated. So they'll have to travel back on their own. They can do that, right? Chan was surprised and asked what? The return would have to come back with the money for the delivery. He would appreciate it if his students would escort the workers back too. The mentor replied that no, they had a lot of things to do. Moreover, money doesn't take up much space. They would have to empty their pockets and go. And let them prepare, and he would go. Chan was frightened and asked if the elder would think about it some more. The preceptor replied that he had so much more to do, time is money, and used the dance of the soaring phoenix as she left. In the evening before school, Jiren approached the boy and asked if he couldn't sleep either. And the sky is so beautiful, isn't it? Namgung turned around and was surprised to see Jiren. She said that to tell the truth, she couldn't sleep either. And she didn't expect to meet him here. Namgung replied that he had insomnia because he had to leave tomorrow. Jiren said it was strange that it was so hard here. And now that I have to leave, it's kind of sad. I guess I haven't come to terms with the fact that the long-awaited end has come? Namgung felt that of course he was sad. Jiren asked, has his wound healed yet? He got hurt that time in the forest when he rushed to protect her. Namgung saw that she was shining like a star. And so, panic aside calmly? He asked with surprise, wound? It's fine. There's not a trace of it left. Jiren looked over and asked what was that big scar. Namgung felt Jiren's hands sliding down his miserable back. Jiren says it's palpable so clearly. And why is he lying? And she realizes he doesn't want her to worry, but she shouldn't, she's already seen it all. And she's afraid that now the scar will stay forever. Namgung replied that it's not true. To him, it's a scar to be forgotten as soon as possible, and the happiest moment in life. Jiren told him that if something like this happened again, would he protect her? Namgung didn't even bother to think and replied that of course. As long as he has strength, at any time. Jiren asked, always and everywhere? Forever? Namgung replied that yes. He will protect her forever. Until death separates them. In the morning, the mentor pulled everyone out and asked, had they even slept last night? Although not surprisingly, they couldn't sleep a wink because of having to say goodbye to his great and unique mentor. The mentor asked them what they were thinking about since they couldn't sleep. He listened to them. The disciple replied that it was finally accomplished. Huck says that this might never happen to a hobo in a lifetime. Yunho also said he'd be happy if he had a girlfriend. Chen said it was a small thing. They found something to talk about. Anyone can do that. If it were him, he'd go even further. The girl tells Jiren that she doesn't know why her choice fell on such an idiot, but she respects her decision. The mentor got angry and asked, what are they carrying? And where is the praise in his honor? He told them to get a good night's sleep because they had to leave early today. But what were they doing at night? Maybe they would test their skills before they left? The disciple replied that no. Yesterday they were very upset about the upcoming parting with the great mentor, and cannot sleep a wink. That is why they are talking nonsense. Mentor asked, really? Oken replied that yes, they were. How could they sleep well when they had to part ways with them today? Mun said definitely, too. She was so sad that she roared all night. Mentor asked, is that Kaka? Then what were those dried ribs lying on the roof? Mentor asked, there was a great view. Probably better than the ones hiding around the corner of the house, though. or the guy posing as a tree, or the guy hiding behind the big rock. And that owl in the pine tree must have had a hard time, too. What did he teach them? Namgung thought that it couldn't be. They didn't even know. Mentor saw that these two were so brave yesterday, and now they are burning with shame? But that's no good, we have to get them to the security bureau as soon as possible. He said they'd end it there. The mentor said it was time to move out. And from this moment on, their training is considered complete. It's time for the Red Falcon team to go home. But one of the enemies at night was making his plan, and stroking his sword, saying that this would not do, he would send them all to the other world. The villain said that such villains should not be left alive, or there will be trouble later. The guy begged him to avenge them, because that's why they came here. The other guy also said that since the old man hit him in the head, he still couldn't sleep at night. It's been 2 months now, and Brother Changhan is still unconscious. He's been hit a couple times, and his arm still hasn't healed. There's no limit to their cruelty. Let them beware. The man answered them not to talk nonsense. Do they know who is standing in front of them? This is the deputy head of the Tiger Bone House, one of the strongest faction houses of the 72 houses of the Green Forest. And how could he ask those who turned his cousin into a bloody chop? He sent him undercover to Zhongyang's security bureau to leak information to him. They just started making money and they turned it into this? How dare they? The guy replied that the boon was that they knew Chunhan's brother had connections, so he and his friend had dragged him here on their own. But they can't get any more information out of there. That was the last time. The man said it didn't matter. If it works out this time, not only will they get revenge on those kids, but no more having to keep an eye on Zhongyang's security bureau. The boy replied that for sure. 5 wagons full of chests arrived from the west, and 3 were filled with black pepper, the 4th with cloves and nutmeg, and the last one is said to contain some jewelry. But in reality, there's an incredibly rare treasure hidden in there, a Buddha statue adorned with precious stones. At its base is a lotus flower carved from a solid ruby, and on the golden forehead of the Buddha is a diamond the size of a thumb. The guy said that if they could steal everything, the money would be enough to pay for the whole fortress. And that would be the end of the Chunyang Security Bureau, because the compensation would be huge. The other guy said the same thing, that however they probably won't give up. Good, at least that crazy old man won't be there. The man told them not to worry. He's not going to underestimate them. He's going to ask the chapter to join forces with the Dragon Bone House. The guy was surprised and asked with astonishment, the Dragon Bone House? The second guy asked, what, so there would be over 200 people participating in the sortie? The man said yes. In fact, the head of the Dragon Bone House and their head are matchmakers. If they unite, there will be over 300 of them. Will they see if any of them can even survive? At the Alliance, the servant was telling the master that it was time for them to go. Chan replied that if he had the guts, he would go and tell him to his face, and have them ask him to wrap it up as it was time for them to move out. A servant asked what they were doing there. Chan replied, how would he know? A mentor asked his disciples, what is limitless? The disciples all answered together that it was the preceptor's favor. The mentor asked what is deeper than the sea. The disciples answered that it is the love of the master. The mentor said they were good. And now he understood their feelings. It's a shame, but it's time to part. And they're getting better and better. Mentor said he didn't want to let them go either, but what can you do, it's time. And lastly, he will say, that black dragon on the amusement bracelet is his personal emblem, so make them remember it well. If anyone meets a person who wears a bracelet with one, let them treat him with all respect. Have they memorized it? The disciples replied to the mentor that they had memorized everything. The master replied that in that case it was time to say goodbye. The disciples told the mentor to take care of themselves. The mentor said goodbye to them and led them on their good journey. But mentor looked up into the sky and said that he felt empty. And now he was all alone again. After that, Su went to his house and began to prepare dinner. But suddenly the master came in and asked what was wrong. After all, for the past few months he's been constantly buying ready-made food and booze and going out. But today he's been standing at the stove all day cooking? Su replied that he just had more free time. Before that, he was training, earning money and filling the warehouse. Su said that the warehouse was now full. In his head, he knew that he had made the guys stuff the warehouse at the training center, and then quietly carried the contents home. Sue was surprised and asked, "What's his look? Did he take a bath or something?" The teacher replied, "It's noticeable. Before he put on his new clothes, he took a bath and washed his beard." "How does he like that? Doesn't he think his baya looks especially white today?" Sue replied that he did. "He still needs to finish cooking, so he should let him rest for now." The teacher said he's an asshole. He was condescended to by his mentor, and he dares to make a sour face. The teacher said he was a fool and asked, "Did he get his heart broken again?" Sue asked, "What did he get his heart broken?" The teacher replied that he was never at home, always wandering around. And now he sits around all day pretending to be indifferent, and this asshole is acting just like when that insecure girl left. And he's clumsy because there's an ache somewhere inside that won't die. And his girlfriend dumped him. So what? In fact, half the world's population is female. Somewhere there will be one who will love him despite his bad temper. But although not so, since it has already been thrown twice, if he continues to be inactive, something like this could happen again. Sue replied that he didn't know what it was about, but he was very wrong now. The teacher said he understands, he doesn't want to admit it. He's ashamed, isn't he? Let him get rid of unnecessary thoughts. He needs to focus on becoming stronger. And you don't die of mental anguish, but if you stick a knife in him, he'll be dead in no time. Sue replied that he didn't like where he was going with this. Whatever he's imagining, it's all bullshit. The teacher said he would go with him to practice after lunch. He thought it was a little early for him to learn this, but since his heart was broken, he would occupy his head with something harder. Sue said he knew it. Is he trying to stress him out about something again? The teacher turned around and replied, "The Thunder God. This is the highest stage and the final level of the thunder striking sword skill. In order to master it, he would have to work hard. Even so, he might not be able to learn the technique all the way through." But on the way, suddenly the convoy stopped and the horses began to startle. For there was thunder. The servant stopped his horse and asked where the thunder would come from. Namgung immediately froze and saw the servant nodding to him. Namgung immediately shouted that they were coming. "Have everyone get ready immediately." When they looked up at the mountain, they saw that they had been ambushed and had brought down large stones from the mountain. But the thieves went after the stones. The man ordered his men to attack them immediately. "And no one is to be left alive?" the boy asked the captain if he had heard. "Do they want to kill them?" Namgung replied that then they wouldn't be in debt. Namgung immediately turned to the Red Falcon team. He orders everyone to take off their bracelets and fight at full strength. The disciples all immediately rejoiced and said that they could finally fight them in peace. At this time, Sue was practicing and felt thunder and energy. He asked, "Is this the power of the Thunder God?" The teacher asked him how he could do that. "And that's just the basics. Would he be able to do it again?" In the city near Poyang Lake in Nanshan, the Heavenly Warrior Academy is located in the southwestern part of the city. The guards said there were finally fewer people. When will their shift be over so they can catch their breath? The second guard replied that he thought several hundred people had been let through today. It was such a cold day to have to guard the gate. The security guard said it's time to get warm. They call it student self-governance. But by fact they just dump all the hard work on the freshmen. Suddenly someone turned to them. The scouts said a strange crowd was approaching. "They'll send help, so be on the lookout." The guard was greatly surprised and asked, "What are these people? Who are these people?" But they answered nothing and walked straight into the building. The guard told him to identify himself immediately, and immediately have him stop. But the warrior attacked him and asked who gave him permission to address the elder on a first name. The guard asked, "To the older man?" "No way, is it really Huck?" The guy replied, "He still is, asshole." The guard said then those monsters, no, the people behind him, a group of Red Falcons. Namgung replied that the Red Falcons were in full force, and had safely returned to the Celestial Warrior Academy. The guard said he would report his arrival right away. Huck asked, "Why are they all gathered here like flies in a bunch?" "Tell them to disperse immediately, or I'll kick their asses." The guard asked the older student, "What's with the look? What's wrong? Those stains on his clothes, is it blood?" But they had heard rumors that their group had been given an extension on their training, And hopefully they weren't forced to fight. Huck replied that it was the blood of mountain bandits. They were accompanying the men from the security bureau, but they were attacked. The guy asked in surprise. They attacked? It was like they had been to war. There were about 350 of them. Namgung said it could have ended badly. There were a few dozen people from the security bureau, but the attackers were much larger. The guard asked in surprise. The bandits attacked in such numbers? Even without negotiation? The girl asked. Negotiating? Do the bandits negotiate? Oaken replied that she had heard. They don't attack martial artists. It's like they're trying to find out the skill level first. And then they offer to negotiate, or let everyone go in return for a certain amount of money. Enko said, that's right. It's one thing if the opposing side is weak, but when armed martial artists are on the other side, the bandits can suffer serious casualties after a skirmish. But in most cases, they negotiate and release them for a fee. But this one, for some reason, decided to go all the way. Mun said they must have known what kind of cargo they were carrying. Jiren replied that they thought they could take them in numbers. But anyway, the bad guys always try to take the numbers, don't they? There were so many of them, they were hanging by a thread. And if Third Chin and Mun hadn't disarmed the attackers from behind, they might have been seriously injured. The guard asked, what was it that they were carrying? Hack replied that it was one very expensive thing. Chin is Chulian's nickname. But don't let him call him that, otherwise he'll be memorialized. Lately, he's really grown in skill. And when they ran out of knives, the two of them started throwing rocks. By the way, they all hit the target. Mo said the enemy just happened to be squishy. They were fighting on the front lines, so it wasn't hard for them to aim stealthily. The leaders of the groups that called themselves Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone were dealt with by the squad leader and Heenan. As for the deputies, they were taken care of with lightning speed by Sanson and Jiren. Oaken and Enho fought the bandits like a couple created in heaven. Nohak and Wanbo's joint attack was terrifying. They were like fish in water, or rather, bloodthirsty sharks. The guard said they did a great job. Namgung replied that a couple of people were injured, but they managed to minimize the damage. Huck replied, that's right. A lot of blood had been shed, but what could be done? They asked for it. The guard said he had heard something recently about Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. They don't mean to say they defeated those same violent robbers from the 72 houses of the Green Forest, do they? Huck asked, and why not? 40 or 50 people managed to escape. As for the rest, they're done with gangsterism for good. The guy said these gangsters are that famous? Yenho said that the 72 houses of the Green Forest include many factions. Whether he was a representative of a security bureau or just a knowledgeable kid, you'd know about Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. Besides, those two factions were ranked last in the rankings. The guard asked, is that possible? Even so, they were attacked by two factions at once. They were able to wipe out that many people. What on earth had they been doing for months? Namgung said that in the past few months, nothing had happened to them. They had experienced what real hell is like. Huck said he's afraid he'll have nightmares about it all, so he shouldn't ask any more questions. But he, as the youngest of the hobo sect, will tell him. There really is a demon in human form in the outside world. And it's their mentor. Su kept practicing and learning new techniques that he couldn't master before. Su came out of the water and realized that it was hopeless. And I remembered teacher's words about the Thunder God technique. Su regarded it as a curse and thought, how does an old man do that? It's only the basics. But any technique he taught him could easily be called out of the ordinary. But this one is clearly out of the realm of possibility. His teacher used to tell him that if he were a genius like his teacher, everything would come easily. Not everyone is able to repeat, and will try to explain in his language. First, you have to create two wind gods at the same time and collide them. He seems to have mastered the wind god technique quite well. Did he understand it? Su realized that it was the damned old man. He certainly wasn't a genius, but couldn't he be more specific? His teacher told him to wave his two arms and fly. He can do that, so did he understand? Su thought, how is this explanation different from the previous ones? Su realized that it was necessary to create two wind gods at the same time. He hadn't fully mastered this technique yet, and if he continues to just keep trying without end, will he ever reach his goal? And now he has a hard road ahead of him, and now it's time for him to get some rest. After all, it was a new year, a time of parting. At this time the teacher at home was scolding and saying that Su had only just shown up now. He had to cook dinner himself. Su replied that he had been working at the blacksmith shop after training. As a token of appreciation for his work, the owner gave him an expensive drink. He must have done the wrong thing. He should have refused to work overtime, then he would have arrived on time. The teacher replied that he had rather strange preferences, he didn't expect much from a treat. And he should not refuse the gift, let him give it to him. The teacher opened it and said, "How expensive? Why was he so generous?" He replied that it was a local novelty, a popular item. He must have tasted it, and was horrified by the taste, so he decided to give it to him. Su told him that he doesn't leave the house just to go for a walk with a snowball. How does he know about the new stuff? The teacher replied that he had never seen such a drink before. The master of the forge loves to be on trend. He said that he had never seen such a drink before. Su said it's amazing. And he has a question for him. As someone who stays here all the time, where does he go every year? The teacher took his time and replied that he was taking a walk. Su asked, all day and 2 nights? It started somewhere around his 3rd year of teaching. From then on, he never missed his walk once. I mean, they've been together a long time. Maybe she trusted him. Maybe he's got a family member who disowned him. He misses him, and he's secretly visiting him or something. The teacher punched him and said he could see that the student missed 2 marks? No, he didn't. Su said that the only student is trying to get to know him better, and he responds with violence? The teacher asked then, why in 10 years he had never once asked what his name was. Su replied that he thought that if he found out, he would definitely kill him. Shouldn't his name be kept secret? But the master hit him again. Su said that master did not introduce himself, and he, as a well-mannered student, did not interfere with his personal life and past if he was offended by it. The teacher replied that if he wanted to continue to be beaten, let him pack him food and alcohol for the journey. And he would leave at dawn. Su asked teacher what his name was? He was curious now. The teacher replied that he would not say. Here while he is away, let him sit and die of impatience. Su sighed and said that he would have to wait a long time. In the morning, the master went on his way and said that his disciple was a fool, and throwing the alcohol in the air told him to take it. And it's a very flavorful liqueur. Although I don't remember him knowing how to drink it. The teacher talked the whole time about why he left so early and called him a bad boy. The stranger asked the guy if he was really suggesting he leave. The guy with the position replied that this is what both the head of the sect and his grandfather wanted. Guy told the young dragon that he didn't think it was necessary to explain why he needed to infiltrate the place. Dragon replied that infiltrating and gathering information were not his only tasks. He was sorry that he had failed the sect head and his grandfather. The guy told him not to say that. Even though they're not siblings, he has high hopes for him. And he hopes this trip will allow him to visit different places and gain experience. The dragon replied that he understood. He'll go get ready. And when should he move out? The boy replied that it was today, and while he was practicing, he had time to get everything he needed in advance. He had heard that recruitment would be going on for another 2 weeks. The dragon said he understood and honestly, he was expecting it. Who would have thought that the first mission would be to infiltrate the Celestial Warrior Academy? He is excited about it. The next morning the teacher read the letter and said angrily, "What a puppy." Su wrote to him that his student was 20 years old, and he had never seen the world in his entire life. He's going to learn how the world works and prove himself. And don't let him try to stop the humble one. At this time, Su climbed onto the roof of the wagon and was on his way. Looking at the sky, he rejoiced greatly and was happy. Mr. Chan said that not only did he bring a lot of luggage with him, but he wasn't going to work even though he was hired as a security guard. He can't believe he's been on his ass all day. And why his father hired such a lazy, useless man. But the servant stopped him at once and told the gentleman to be quiet. The servant said what he asked, to be patient, and refrain from making harsh remarks and peeping with murderous intent. If he continued to behave like this trip would be their last. Or has he already forgotten that the gentleman asked him not to be rude to this man? As a representative of the security bureau he is asked to be patient. Chan asked, why does he have to put up with this? He doesn't understand why they have to bow at the feet of this slacker. They were even dubbed the greatest security bureau in all of Zhongyang. They defeated 2 bandit gangs from among the 72 houses of the Green Forest. So let them tell me what they have to bow down to. The servant answered him not to get so heated. Young master, only returned from the Qingqing sect a few days ago, so he doesn't know yet what happened here in his absence. There are reasons for everything, Chang said, for him to explain the reason behind it. He may have failed the Heavenly Warrior Academy entrance exam a few times, but he is still a disciple of the Qingqing sect. So let him say why he should remain silent in the presence of a fool. The servant realized in his head that this was all for his safety, immature young man he was. And there are some people in this world you don't want to mess with. He might not even be a match for that old man, but still. And the truth is different from rumors. He will never forget how 10 disciples fought against several hundred bandits. And rumor has it that the bandits were trashed by the security bureau, but in reality, if they weren't with them, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of them. And besides, the guy who joined them. The master asked him if it was a letter from the elder. Su replied that he could see for himself. The master said it was an incredible talent. He can't believe that he is the elder's favorite disciple, and that his skills are as good as those 10 combined. The master says he is welcome. They leave tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, and asks not to be late. Su said it would be difficult at that time, and suggested to reschedule for the hour of the snake. The elder asked to take care of the special luggage in the morning. The master was surprised and asked what? The servant realized that given his character, and that old man's warning, it could be concluded that the young man was not an easy one. The servant said that the success of the trip will directly depend on this young man. Besides, his father treats him like a golden Buddha statue, and if he doesn't want to cause trouble, let them behave themselves. Chang asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The warrior approached the carriage and asked the young gentleman if he was comfortable there. It's cold outside, would he like to move to the carriage? If he doesn't want to go with him, he'll stay on the horse. Su replied that he didn't. He just wants to enjoy his freedom. And thanks for your concern. And asked if his luggage was okay? The warrior replied that of course. He would personally guard it. Chan saw this and said he could have put the junk in the wagon, but no, he had to take his father's carriage. Su said that he asked them to keep an eye on his things, and those precious things belonged to the elder. In the school of Thunderstruck, martial arts have been passed down to only one disciple for centuries. It is a one-man sect where the student inherits the sect. The moment a disciple of the next generation reaches a certain level, the handover ceremony is performed. The successor receives not fake but genuine 10 knives of Thunderbolt. Each of them, along with the spiritual threads, is carefully kept in a casket. It is made of a very strong material that is almost impossible to break, and all to keep the blade sharp for years to come. And this box is the treasure of the Thunderbolt School. Only the sect leader has the right to open or seal it, and this incredible treasure is kept in the place where the disciple and sect leader of the Thunderstruck sect, the Thunderstruck School, live. The teacher looked at his secret places and saw that everything was gone. And even the Thunder Chain. Everything was gone. The teacher looked everywhere and got angry and said that the bastard had taken everything with him. But when he went into the treasure, he saw that there was food everywhere. The teacher got very angry and asked, did he think he was going to leave it at that? And here was his bad boy. The teacher shouted, did he think he wouldn't find him? Just let him catch his eye. But suddenly he saw people walking near him and stopped. The old man asked him, is he a mentor by any chance? They're messengers, bringing drinks. The Azure Dragon Bank paid them generously. This is their first delivery, so as a welcome on behalf of the House of Divine Flavor, they grabbed their special appetizers and wines. And his order is 3 bottles of 20-year-old Jiananchan vodka, 2 bottles of 30-year-old Shaoxing wine and 10 bottles of other popular wines, and 5 kinds of appetizers. And also as a gift from them, 2 bottles of wine and 2 kinds of appetizers. They had heated the Shaoxing wine in advance. It would be better if he drank it before it got cold. The man asked where to put everything. Su at this time said freedom. How nice. Who would have thought that he would enjoy the ordinary fresh air? But there's something missing though. It's his students. It will be difficult and boring to live comfortably in a college of students. We need to find students, and as soon as possible. The warrior told him that they had reached a place to sleep. Let him walk with him. Su turned around and replied that he would go now. Chan said he was leaving, and he didn't even lift a finger. Let him wait for him, because he's going to make him dance. But the warrior looked at him and said if you don't shut your mouth, he will die. And he looked at the Lord strangely. The warrior said that his son is still just a kid, let the guy ignore him. Su replied that he really is still young. But since that's what he's asking, he'll do his best. So this is where they would be spending the night tonight? Su looked around and wondered if it was too crowded. And he sensed that it was going to be a fun dinner. But at this time there was a menacing man sitting at the table. He didn't look around and only drank. The man met Mr. Chan and said that he had not visited for a long time. Mr. Chan said hello to Mr. Na and asked if he had received the message, prepared a second warehouse for him and a place to sleep for 60 people. I also reserved tables on the first floor, except they had a special guest they couldn't refuse. He's on the first floor. Chan replied that it was all right if there was only one person in the room, there would be enough room for everyone. What kind of a guest was he that he was shaking so much? Na replied that he didn't know many local celebrities by sight, but today's guest looked quite unusual. He's quite famous. He has fiery red hair, beard, and eyebrows. They've heard of the Flaming Blade, right? They say he's one of the 5 strongest sword masters in the entire Celestial Empire. The visitors at this time were sitting next to the famous guest and thought, why are they sitting next to him? And he seems to be in a bad mood and hopes it's not about their visit. They realized that behind their backs sat a flaming blade. And one must eat as quietly as possible. You can't make him angry, and you can't look at him. You can't cross his eyes. When will he bring the food? I can't wait to eat it all and get out of here. Su looked at Blazing Blade and said that it was an interesting picture. And he sensed that it would be a fun dinner. Chan asked the young master if he remembered what he had told him. Su replied that yes, he remembered everything. Chan had told him during the dispatch that while he was packing, he had glimpsed the hall with the edge of his eye, and it seemed to him that a flaming blade was sitting there. He thinks the Lord already knows everything, but let him be more careful today. Su asked, how would he know? Who is this flame blade of theirs? Does the security bureau owe him money? Chang asked in surprise. Didn't he know about the flaming blade? It was nicknamed the soul-sizzling flaming heavenly blade. But people furtively call it the flaming blade, and everyone said that he was a soul-sizzling flaming heavenly blade. Among sword masters, it's among the top 5, and is also ranked among the 50 most powerful in the world. He really doesn't know about it. Su replied that he didn't know, but he was already curious. Chan said that he really doesn't seem to know. In that case, he wants to clarify 3 things. First of all, the flame blade is very strong. The red-colored hair all over his body confirms that he has reached the pinnacle of his personal martial art, although this martial art isn't one of the best in the world. But thanks to his 17 scarlet banners, his sword is literally covered in actual magma. If he stabs you with his sword, you'll be burned alive, and if he slashes you with it. However, this man is known for more than just martial arts. He once destroyed a house of bandits blocking his path and causing inconvenience. But even after that, he couldn't cool down and tore down 2 more bandit houses. There was also a case when a thug from the forces of darkness challenged him to a duel. In the end, all that was left of him was ashes. Secondly, under no circumstances should you spoil his mood. There is a saying, when the eyes of a flaming blade turn red, everything around takes on the hue of a blood-red sunset. And once he's enraged, there's no turning back. Not even a drop of blood will be spilled. Their bodies will be burned to the ground. Su said that it was amazing. He would be looking forward to it. Chan asked the young master what he was talking about. Was he sure he was listening to him? He replied that yes, he had listened, except he said he'd tell us 3 things, but he only told us 2. What about the 3rd thing? Chan replied that it was sort of a matter of name. Under no circumstances should one address a flame blade by name. Even if he doesn't know it, it's not even worth asking. And ask him, be sure to follow these rules. He told me everything. Make him stop staring at him already. And we should have waited until the flaming blade was gone. But no, there's no telling how long he'd sit here drinking. He can't starve his men. There's still 5 places short, 3 days guarding the warehouse, let's say they eat dinner later, and 2 more for the guys they were sent to check the security of the premises and the warehouse. Chan turned around and saw them coming. The guy saw the red ash and said that was the man. The red ash turned around and immediately looked at them. The servant shut his mouth at once and told him that if he showed rudeness, they were dead men. And he offered to go quietly to their places. The servant looked around and thought, is this where they should sit? The guy saw that the asshole had put his luggage next to his father again and got angry. The servant said, you can't go in there. If the head son dines with the young master, something is bound to happen, and then all they have to do is sit next to that evil man who can kill them with just a look. But the guys got up from the table and told them to sit here, they would eat later. And they could take their time, the food hadn't arrived yet. The servant replied that they shouldn't. They're not going to take anyone's seats. They'll just come back later. Sung Chan realized that if that lazy man hadn't taken the seat beside his father. Suddenly Su stood up and said that he was the only one who didn't understand the situation. Chan immediately got angry and said he was crazy. And whatever he's up to, let him not do it. Su said 2 people came in, and there are 4 empty seats. There's plenty of room to sit anywhere. Why do they make people give up theirs if they haven't eaten yet? Chan's son was very angry and thought to put his belongings away first, and then he could open his mouth afterward. Su looked and said that since one found a seat, they, a great disciple of Qingqing's sect and the son of the head of the best security bureau in all of Sichuan. And they can take the empty seat at this table. Or could they ask him to make room? And I think he'd had enough. He turned to him and told him that their bureau had pre-booked all the tables. However, people can't have a proper dinner because of his seating at one table. Chan asked him what he was saying. Su told the red ash to look. The son of the bureau chief is furious. Since they can't share the table, he is an uncle, already full. Why doesn't he leave? It's a great idea, right? Red ash broke his plate and said someone had completely lost their fear. Su asked. Now he decided to show his strength and broke the table? We can't go on like this. We should teach that man a lesson. Red Ashes asked if the security bureau was a security bureau, and he had heard of them. But who would have thought that someone from the security bureau would allow themselves to be defiant with a flaming blade? And he hopes that after saying that, he doesn't expect to walk out of here alive. Chan came out and said he'd got it all wrong. This lunatic is talking nonsense. And guaranteed their bureau would never argue with him. And how could they have anything against the greatest and mightiest sword master, Mr. Kuan Yenhe? Red Ash pounced on Chan, but Su grabbed him and saved him from his death. He asked, how does he behave in a public place? That's violence. Su said his name was Kuan Yunhe? And with such a beautiful name, he would have behaved properly. Su wondered if they could go outside and make a bet. After all, it would be better for the person in charge of the place and the others. Su went outside and said, what a dry wind. There is enough spark to make the whole meadow burst into bright flames. And he thinks it's to his advantage, uncle, because he's an expert in the use of fire. It's not in his favor, and he even gave up a favorable location. So there shouldn't be any complaints, should there? If he loses, you can't say he set it up. He replied that he was a puppy and didn't seem to know how scary he was in anger. Must be out of his mind. He said that maybe it was for the best. Even if he begs for forgiveness later, it would be too late. And today he would rot out of this world. Su asked his uncle, is that what he wants? In that case, it's time to start and see who's the strongest. Su immediately used his technique and jumped into the sky. He was greatly surprised and saw that he had disappeared. But after that, Su suddenly appeared and decided to strike. He grabbed Uncle He's sword with his bare hands, and right after that, he threw a palm strike. He couldn't handle it, and was greatly surprised. Su said he would call this example palm flip. It was a good thing he had removed one bracelet beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy. It was worth it though. Thanks to this, he finally has a worthy pupil to lord over for his own benefit. Su visualized this, and was telling his disciple that today he would teach them the 2 greatest martial arts. On one side would rise the god of fire, and on the other the king of the frosty night. And he was once a student too. The apprentice of one who was so great that he was called the god of martial arts. And he inherited one of his most powerful techniques, the red flame. And the other student, he inherited the blue flame. And he doesn't want to remember the snowman. And immediately spit on him. And anyway, the mentor was inimitable. And a true ideal. He was only a small part of his perfect nature. He practiced constantly, tried his best. But she was the adopted daughter of a mentor whom he loved very much. He said that he couldn't believe that the mentor had given his blessing. It can't be true. And today he's going to get even with him. But his rival started taunting him. He responded by telling him to cut the crap. She couldn't choose someone like him. And let him not dare to say his name. No need to expect mercy. But that's when the girl stepped in and told them both to stop. It's true, she chose him. He asks what's the big deal about their block of ice. And he can't believe it. Even decided to go to his mentor to find out the truth. The impossible has happened. The mentor can die. He said it couldn't be. And he can't believe it. He came to his senses, and when he opened his eyes he saw a guy standing in front of him. Sue said that he was seeing, he had a bad dream. But now that they've come to their senses, it's time to keep the promise, right? Does he remember that he's been defeated? He replied to just kill him. Sue asked with surprise, kill? Why would he do such a useless act? What use is a corpse? He asked. Then what does he want? Sue replied that without going into details, a disciple. He asked him if he would like to be his disciple. Even though he asked, he has no choice. In the tavern, the warrior said it's about time someone went to get the body. I bet there ain't no body. All that's left are ashes. Of course it's a pity he died at such a young age. If he was that elder's apprentice, he must have been strong. But why would he go up against an opponent like that? The warrior asked, what's the pity? One has to worry about their head. Would the flaming blade threaten to burn everyone? Or if that old man would claim why his apprentice was dead? The second warrior replied that it was true. They could find another job. But the head saw that he was in a bad way. Suddenly Sue came in and said that he thought Mr. Chan was worried about him a lot. The warriors were greatly surprised and asked how did he survive. The guy asked him how he survived. Sue asked him why everybody's looking at him like that. Why does everyone keep saying the same thing? He brought them a present. Chan asked with surprise, a gift? What did he mean? Sue replied that he had found him a great employee. The guy got angry and asked, who did he think he was? The head of the Zhongyang Security Bureau, and the leader of this convoy his father. No one gave him the right to bring anyone here. Sue smiled and asked, really? The guy said of course. Only over his dead body. Sue asked him if he was sure. Let him look at it, but don't regret it later. Chan covered his mouth and replied that the boy didn't know what he was talking about. No need to pay attention. And who did he want to introduce? Sue replied that they should let him introduce them to the man who would join the convoy and travel with them all the way to Nanchang. Someone his son was only going to accept after his own death. And that's when he burst into the joint. But his master was at this time enjoying his drink at home, and with Snowflake lying down. He started to twist his head around and look for his apprentice. But then remembered that he had ditched him and left him alone. He remembered Sue asking him if he'd already had all his drinks. Shouldn't he go get a drink himself? It's all for the good of his health. Sue said that he had been hanging around idly all day, but he couldn't go to the kitchen to get a bottle. How long will he torture the poor student for his own comfort? He then went to his warehouse, and visualized his apprentice being there. He said he had only recently cleaned up. But what did he do? And that's too much. How is mentor going to live without him? The teacher got angry and asked what the student thought he couldn't do on his own. He didn't even say goodbye before he left, and he needed such a student badly. The master then began to wash the plates and remembered Sue had told him that greasy plates should not be washed in cold water. He remembered Sue telling him that greasy plates should not be washed in cold water, but in hot water, otherwise all the grease would drip onto the other dishes. The teacher got very angry and said he wouldn't do it. Why should he do it? He's not going to do it. The teacher began to look around the area, all the while seeing his student doing everything for him. But this time there was silence. The teacher said he wanted to check something out, and then he'd find this asshole. And he's gonna stay in the mountains for a while. But he'll stop by the Azure Dragon Bank first, and he hopes to find some clues there. But again the man who brought him alcohol last time appeared in front of him. And when he saw the teacher, he shouted at him. The man said he was glad to see him again. And how's the old man doing? And immediately revealed that today is the agreed delivery day. If he would allow it, they would take the empty bottles. The man said that Mr. O and Mr. Chan would clean his house and do his laundry. This time, the customer asked for full service so that nothing would bother him. And if there is any inconvenience, just let him say so. At this time, in Poyang Lake, in the vicinity of Nanchan, Chang said that thanks to the two of them, they had reached Nanchan without any problems. And their security bureau would never forget them. However, as the master requested, he put the bounty in one bag. Is he sure this is the right thing to do? Su asked, and why not? Flaming Blade doesn't like to bother with that sort of thing. Su asked his uncle, isn't he right? But he didn't answer anything. And Su said that he was telling the truth. And in that case, they will go. Chan replied that of course. Once again, he is grateful for the work done. And bon voyage to them. Su went out into the city and smiled, saying how many people were here. What is the purpose of all of them being here? He replied, he wouldn't know. And let the master tell him what he's doing here. Su replied that it's because he's here. And it's the student's duty to follow his master. And did he forget the 3 rules? 3 months hadn't passed yet. He immediately remembered their conversation when he asked him to kill him. But Su asked him, is it so hard to be patient? Why is such a young and promising man so eager to go to the other world? And then he said that since he was his first official student, he would make an exception. Every 3 months he could challenge him. And if you can win once, he'll set you free. And what does he say? Amazing offer, isn't it? He answered him that he remembered, but mentor, why did they come here? Su replied that he planned to stay there for a while. He asked with surprise, at the Heavenly Warrior Academy? Su replied that he did. He had heard that it was a great place where he would be given all the facilities for passing some sort of exam. That's not bad, right? He asked if that was the only reason. Su replied that of course not. The buildings inside are dense, and the area is also fenced. In case of any threat, there would be a place to hide or shelter, and then there are the kids he has to look after. And he hopes he can find out something about a man he's long lost touch with. At this time, the guy inside was asking the gentleman if he was okay. Could he be sick? Huck said he wasn't. He just had a chill. And why would that be? He hadn't felt that way since last summer, and it's because he's wearing those damn bracelets. Why is he wearing them again? The guy said he thinks they somehow help him train. Yeah, and it emphasizes his personality. Huck told him they were bad luck. Have him throw them away immediately. The girl asked Rin, she still hasn't left? I mean, she had already packed her things, and what is she looking at so intently anyway? Rin replied, who knows? Something made her feel nostalgic. The girl said she was going home for her mother's birthday. She doesn't think she's burdened by thoughts of her loved ones. Maybe she's worried about breaking something valuable, and every time she goes out, she wears that beret all the time. It must have been given to her by someone important to her, and today they're riding in a carriage, so no one will see her from the street. Nevertheless, she's wearing it anyway. And sometimes she's curious, who had managed to settle in the heart of the White Ice Phoenix. Su was talking to the person in charge at this time, and said that he liked everything. And he hoped that there would be a place for him in such a big building, and he almost forgot. This man is with him. They'll need a double or 2 single rooms next door. How much will it cost? The chief replied that they were honored to receive the Flame Blade himself. But to be honest, it was the enrollment period of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, so all the rooms had already been reserved for 2 months. Su asked, do they mean to say there are no rooms available? But the guy's mouth was shut, and the shift worker replied that no way, they will be glad to receive them. And how can they refuse a flaming blade? They will always find a place for such guests, and if the room doesn't turn out to be there, they will rebuild it. Within 2 hours, they will provide them with a separate building with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom to make their stay as comfortable as possible. Su replied that it sounded pretty expensive. How much would it cost them? If the cost would hit hard, could human labor pay for it? And in a place this crowded, there's bound to be robberies. He's sure he'll need security. How about a flaming blade at the front of the place? The guy replied that he was a humorist. How could they allow such a person to engage in such a lowly endeavor? They already feel safe just from the fact that the flaming blade stopped at their place. The guy was worried about them showing up during peak season. Even if they make a loss, We need to isolate them from other customers as soon as possible. The guy said it was 1 silver per day, including food and lodging. And he will have the food brought to the room. So, if it's not too much trouble, don't leave your rooms unnecessarily. Sue was surprised and replied that it was great. It was a bit expensive, but it was acceptable. He realized that it was only for food and lodging, but he had given his lodging for nothing. And this is robbery in broad daylight. The guy said his thanks and asked them to wait for a while. And soon they can escort them to the room. Sue replied that they could take their time. He has one more thing to take care of. Sue said that he had heard that there was a person in Nanchan who could get any kind of information. The boy asked with surprise, information? Sue replied that he had heard that if paid well, this talented man could unearth the secrets of relatives from another tribe. Could he tell me where he could find him? The boy replied that he thought he knew who he was looking for. He said there's this old bookstore in town called the House of Pure Breeze, but it's actually an information office that all the locals know about. And as soon as they entered, the old man would ask them a question, and they would answer that they had come for a story about the Great Horse Year. When they got to the store, the old man asked what kind of book they were looking for, and after that, the local staff will point the way further. The guys replied, to enter, let them place a silver coin in this hole. This is the entrance fee. Sue put a coin and said, just to see his face, you have to pay a whole silver piece? So he's that confident? Immediately the doors opened and the guys said they had to go in there. Once inside, they found themselves in a different place altogether. The guy told them that for safety's sake, the room the master is in is constantly changing. Right now, he is in room 6 on the first floor. Sue was surprised and replied, how thoughtful they are. Entering the room, the guy said that they would be honored with a visit from the Flaming Blade himself and his acquaintance. But unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to help them. Sue replied that he was disappointing him. He can't even find one person? Are the stories about him being able to uncover secret family archives a lie? The guy replied that they were able to get the information then because the document they needed was buried in the backyard. In his case, it's much more complicated. He doesn't even have a clue. Sue replied that he had told him enough. If he had other information, he would have found it himself. He wouldn't do all the work for him, would he? The guy said that his information was not enough, and it was questionable. He wants them to find the girl who, 10 years ago, spent a month as a guest at a certain place called the House of Divine Fragrances, located in Sichuan. They don't know her real name, origin, or place of birth. The owner of the inn only knows that she is from a wealthy family, and the fact that she was now in her early 20s, how could he look for someone with only that information? Sue said that's not all the information. He gave a clear description of the girl, and for one thing, she must have grown up to be a beauty. Incomparable. Secondly, she grew strong. Because she promised. And thirdly, she is very shy, kind, and cries all the time. He gave detailed information. So why can't they find her? The guy replied that he apologized. How about this offer? To tell the truth, he only starts working after receiving an advance payment. And besides, it's quite difficult to guarantee the success of his order, but since they came with a great flaming blade, let them give him 6 months to investigate. If he finds out anything, he owes 3 gold pieces. Sue stood up abruptly and asked, 3 gold pieces with surprise? The guy replied that if it was too onerous, they could settle for 2, but no less. The order is already complex and there is no telling what difficulties may arise in the process. In addition, this amount includes labor and operating costs. Sue said he understood, but 2 gold pieces, no? How about half a gold piece? Or could this one work as a messenger or guard? He wondered why he was looking in his direction. But suddenly he realized what was being said about him. Sue thought that since he was so famous, maybe 1 or 2 deliveries would be enough? If it's not enough, we can have a fire show on the street. He stood up abruptly and said, for half. He negotiated with him for half. Sue replied to calm him down. Half a gold piece is robbery. There's no need to cause trouble. They're well-mannered people. How can they do that? Sue said he actually has another issue, so can decide what to do about the payment after they deal with it. And if he doesn't like it, they can fight the flaming blade in the courtyard. If they start here, they'll start a fire. He thought his teacher was really mean, pretending to settle the matter, and now saying that half a gold piece is robbery. The guy thought, are these people well-mannered? If he didn't agree to half, they'd kill him too. I've never heard of such a monster before. The guy told him that he would do as he was told. In return, he asks that the details of their deal not be revealed to anyone. So what did they want to know? Su replied that it was simple. What do you have to do to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy? He heard the exam is the day after tomorrow. Maybe he can tell me how to get there and if there are any secrets that are important to know. The guy asked, do they want to participate in the Ascension Festival? And the Flaming Blade too? Su replied that yes, so what's the big deal? The guy said there were two things wrong with it. First of all, only people under the age of 25 can enter the Celestial Warrior Academy. Therefore, the Lord is not of age. And besides, the Flaming Blade is strong enough, he has no business being there. Su replied that he understood, it doesn't work that way. Then what to stress him out with while they're separated? Seems like the best option is still a security guard job or a fire show. He got mad and said he has to get into the Heavenly Warrior Academy. So let's say if there is a way or not? If there is, let him live, otherwise let him blame himself. The guy got scared and said he'd find out. And no, he already knows the way. And besides participating in the Ascension Festival, there is another way for the esteemed Flame Blade, one of the 5 strongest sword masters, to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he can become a teacher instead of a student. Amidst the ever-increasing number of students, the Heavenly Warrior Academy has been relentlessly recruiting the best masters for the role of teachers. And he is the mother of Pure Breeze. As the head of the Pure Breeze house, he guarantees that an expert like Flaming Blade will not just be hired, but will also be provided with a high salary, comfortable housing, and more. He asked with surprise, really? Su replied with surprise that it even sounds interesting. The guy said that he suggested that they go back to the inn and rest. And he will contact the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he assures the institution will be so pleased that they will immediately come running to him. Su asked in surprise, really? And since he insists, we'll leave the matter to him. Su asked, how does he get there? Would he have to take an exam? The boy replied that this was the second problem, and in order to participate, it is necessary to submit documents in advance and pass the test. Except that the application deadline was 15 days ago. They will have to wait for the next Ascension Festival, which is a year from now. Su asked, has the application process ended? And so he says he has to wait a whole year? And that would be the response of the man who received half a gold coin from him. Su pulled out his brushes and asked, what about it? Does the guy realize that he doesn't hate waiting? Su used his strength and throwing his brushes at the guy, he directly pinned him against the wall and left him no choice. The guy afterwards said he remembered. And there's only one way to participate in this year's Ascension Festival. And let them go to the Valiant Tiger Claw. They need to go there. And will receive a special Ascended Dragon badge that will allow them to qualify for the Celestial Warrior Academy. The martial arts skills are great in number, but only 500 of them are allowed to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy each year. At the first stage, applicants are screened by documents, and if necessary, pre-selection is carried out. However, there is another way to get to the Ascension Festival. Not many people know, but especially gifted and talented students receive a special token, a kind of recommendation, in their clans. A person recommended by a particular clan can take part in the Ascension Festival immediately, skipping the document checks and other procedures. But originally, this system was invented to identify hidden talents from the lower class. However, nowadays, it has lost its former significance and has become a privilege for clans and noble families. But who would want to give up the opportunity to become a heavenly disciple? Besides, if this stranger fails the exam, they will have wasted a token. And it's worth noting that if a recommended student suddenly does something wrong, the person who recommended him or her will be held responsible. And so each clan was only interested in promoting talents from their sex or clans. As a result, this mechanism has become a tool for the powerful to enter. However, there's the Ascending Dragon token. Anyone who manages to get it will go straight to the main exam without any problems. The guy asked, so it's him? And it's serious, of course? Namgung replied that he himself had said that the situation was very serious, and something urgent had to be done. The boy answered that yes. The enrollment of the son of the head of the Cal Heavenly Darkness Alliance's Heavenly Warrior Academy is an unusual case. They have no information about his appearance, his martial arts power, or his personality. And about 7 years ago, the eldest son of the head, Calheben, the then Grand Prince of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, fell into madness due to an overflow of chi and committed a massacre. And so the second prince, the son of Heaven Demon Pavilion Head Bai, was appointed as the new Grand Prince. Until then, he had always kept in the shadow of brothers Calheben and Calherin. But as soon as he became a great prince, Calherin, Calheben's younger brother, was immediately hidden from human eyes as if he didn't exist. It was as if they had switched places. According to the investigation, the head of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion hid him, secretly trained him in martial arts. And since his older brother had massacred the pavilion's students, the head feared that hired assassins would be sent to 13-year-old Calherin. The guy said the last time he saw him was when he was 12, so he doesn't know what he looks like now. Children's faces change a lot as they get older. Namgung replied that he was still better than those who had never seen him. Let him find him as soon as possible and find out what he is. After all, he still hasn't found someone who can guard Madam. If he does it himself, Mr. Murima Alliance leader will be at ease. The guy replied that it wasn't that he couldn't find the right person. It was just that he had rejected all his candidates. Too handsome. Or too stupid. Or he might fall in love with mistress. It was hard to find one girl, but they said she was too wild and could hurt the lady. Namgung replied that he had no right to comment on that, but in any case, if he had agreed right away, no one would have had to refuse. The situation is critical, there's no other option. It's not Unbai's problem anymore. If the people from the Heavenly Darkness Alliance were to sneak into the Heavenly Warrior Academy, then Madam would be in the greatest danger. The guy replied that if they were planning something like this, they would have sent someone else, not the son of the head of the Celestial Darkness Alliance. They would have taken someone they didn't feel sorry for. Oh, and they wouldn't have the information in their hands then. He had heard that the father of the head of the Celestial Darkness Alliance, Calherin's grandfather, had sent him a letter. He said that he wanted to send his precious grandson to the Heavenly Demon Academy to simply develop his skills and learn about the world, and that there was allegedly no malicious intent. He asked not to be singled out among other students. Namgung said still, they can't relax. They may look like they have peace with them now, but they are still a heavenly alliance of darkness. The boy replied that that was so. And so they decided to take the lady out of the academy, and send her away for a month for secret training under the pretext of celebrating for her mother's birth. The guy said that yes, they had prepared a very specific and expensive elixir for her. So she would need to practice in seclusion to absorb it, and temper her chi. In the meantime, he is asked to deal with all the hidden threats at the Sky Warrior Academy. The guy replies that it's not that he doesn't want the job. And it seems like they're missing something important. There are those among the staff of the institution who know him by sight. So how are they going to keep them quiet? Namgung thought for a moment, and replied that he didn't think he should worry about it. He hasn't been seen for 10 years. So he doesn't think anyone will recognize him. He has changed a lot in that time, and his face could be said to have grown older in that time. The guy got angry and replied, just so he could say he's gotten older. And how can he get there with a face like that? He can't be 25. He won't pass the age limit. Namgung threw away the token and said that she would solve the problem. It will serve as a guarantee of his enrollment. Well, if someone suddenly asked his age, he could just say that he ate some weird medicine as a kid. The guy thought, is his face that ugly? Namgung said he's been holding off and he'll be on his way. The guy asked, did he just ignore him and leave? After telling him to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy at his age? This is too much. He stood in front of the Tiger Manor at this time and thought, what is he doing here? But it turns out he's going into this building. He said it's Tiger Fong Manor, not the other way around. Su replied that he reads the signs from left to right. He thought, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? No, he's allowed to say anything. He asked, what about books? Su replied that of course he reads from top to bottom. What about those who read from bottom to top? Left to right only reads signs. Su said that he should stop talking about silly things, and it's time to go get the token already. And uncle asked such strange questions. Su started barging into the academy and the guard asked who he was. Su replied, what a rude person. The first time he met him, he's already on a first-name basis. The guy replied that he was an inner disciple of the Tiger Fang Manor, Kemwonsu. How dare he talk about rudeness after what he had done? They closed the doors for the Festival of Ascension. What kind of atrocities did they commit here? Su asked in surprise. Atrocities? And everyone he met on his way addressed him in the first name, and asked him why he had come. He answered politely, but they were immediately attacked. Unsu asked, and why on earth did he come? He's listening to him. Su replied that he needed the Ascending Dragon token to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he had heard that he could be found at the second student's house. Would he step aside? Unsu replied, telling him to shut up. How dare he demand something like that? And if he wanted to get the token, he could fight him. And immediately used the soaring tiger sword technique, 26 style. Su asked, really? And immediately after that, he used his strength against him and struck from his fist. Su immediately used the dog days of beating the dog with his fist. He beat him up and said he was strong in spirit. But his strength is lacking. Su said he told him that if he won, he would tell him about the token. Where's his second apprentice? Can someone get him? The boy asked. What the hell was he talking about? That was him. What had he done to their second senior apprentice? That's if the first senior apprentice was here, he wouldn't be acting like this. Su asked in surprise. This weakling is a second disciple? Did he really hope to enter the academy with such skills? Su said that such a fool would only embarrass himself in the exams. Wouldn't it be better for him to spend the next 10 years practicing in the cave and give him the token? The guy responded by telling him to cut the crap. He won't get a token from them. The head and that man won't just let it go. But suddenly out of the blue, someone came and asked what was going on here. He immediately trembled and recognized that voice. Since ancient times, it has been believed that blades forged by great masters have a soul. And in critical moments they shake, warning their masters of danger. Sometimes it has even been said that such blades have a will of their own. And the red flame is one such spiritual weapon, and now it was roaring. It wasn't warning of danger, but rather resonating with something. He immediately turned around and recognized the man who had come to them. And standing behind him. He immediately got angry and didn't know what to do. The guy told he that he was them, and they met again. He got angry and replied that he dare not call his name like that. Frostblade Kwangchul Su. Did Chiol Su say it's been 10 years? He still has the same character. Unsa asked what's going on here. Who is that person? The others said it was the third senior fellow student. The great teacher. He finally came. And they said they beat up the second senior student. He asked, is he the great teacher here? Don't be ridiculous. He was wondering why such an institution was formed next to the Heavenly Warrior Academy. So he's living with these guys and living on his own? Chiol Su replied that of course not. The head of the school is that kid's father. He's known him for a long time and has been dropping by here periodically lately because he's away. To them, he's just a counselor. Nothing more or less. Unsa said that he was the third student of Tiger Fang Manor School. Greetings from Mr. Kwang. And it seems there's been a misunderstanding. Without a doubt, he was asking for advice from one of the 5 strongest sword masters. The current head of the Heavenly Warrior Academy's True Warrior Hall, the esteemed Frostblade. But he swears there was no other hidden intention in mind, and they are honored to meet the flaming blade of the sword. But may I ask what reason they have for arranging all this? He said he's always been like this. Pretending to be single, grateful, outstanding. Chiol Su replied that he's the one who hasn't changed at all. No, he has changed a little, and not for the better. He asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Chiol Su asked what's in his hand. It looks like some kind of gift, or a food box. Is he really cooking for himself now? He got angry and told him to shut up. He got angry and thought, why did that asshole make him carry that thing? He put it in Chiol Su's hands and said it wasn't his. He just held it while he was warming up, so he's giving it back. Chiol Su asked, who is that with him? Is it really his son? He replied that it's nothing like that. How dare he say that? He reminisced and asked how she was. Chiol Su replied that she's fine. Whenever they meet, he keeps asking about her. Just like 20 years ago when they parted ways. By the way, she was pregnant then. He got angry and replied that he was 3 months pregnant. Even when they met 20 years ago, he too only asked about her well-being, and now he realized he shouldn't have let him live then. He had been soft because she was with child. Chio-su said he was confused. If she hadn't talked him into it with his daughter back then, he wouldn't be standing here on his own right now. And either way, then, now, or in the future, he won't hear anything new. She'll be happy by his side forever. He said he's still the same shameless man he was 20 years ago. Does he have anything to say? Like a will or something? Chio-su asked. What to say? The daughter, who has grown up to be a real beauty, took after her mother. She is more beautiful than her husband when she was young. He lost his temper and shouted, "How dare he pour salt on his wounds? Since he's so happy, is he ready to die now?" He immediately drew his sword and pounced on the enemy, and after saying that, at least he hadn't gotten weaker in the meantime. Chio-su said that unfortunately, the same can be said for him. He has no intention of shirking the fight, but if he continues, the matter will drag on for days again. And besides, it's not just the guys here that could get hurt, it's his kid. So he's gonna ask why he's here. What's the reason he's here? He remembered that he had come for the token. He said he was here for one purpose. Let them give him his ascending dragon token, it wouldn't be of any use here. Unsa asked, what was he talking about? And the token rightfully belongs to the second student. It's not fair to try to take it away. He said that the token was created to allow talents to enter the academy. Or are they going to hand such a thing to some idiot who couldn't even comprehend the intent of the sword? He asked. Does the snowman have sightless eyes? If he sent him to the academy, not only would the kid be laughed at, but he would be laughed at as well. People will start thinking that the 5 strongest swordsmen are some kind of joke. He said there's only one person here who has the right to have it. The jolly fellow who came with him. He just took his dead man down with one punch. In his opinion, the proof is clear. People started asking, how come? Mr. Kwang, crossing all boundaries. It was the first time they had such an opportunity in many years. Chio-su stopped them and told them to calm down. And luckily he's right. Unsa hasn't learned how to handle a sword yet. Let them hand over the token. Unsa started to get indignant and appealed to the great teacher. Chio-su said that he hadn't earned it yet. In truth, with this level, he could only dream of a heavenly warrior academy, and what happened today is his fault. He failed to train Unsa sufficiently. Su received his badge and asked with surprise, is that who he is? Su said that this is a special pass to the Heavenly Warrior Academy. At this time in the bank, the chief greeted the old man and said that he could see that a special perfect retirement account had been set up for him, and now they will look up the name of the possessor, and he supposes that he is that mentor. The teacher replied that this was correct. The teacher dictated the password to him and asked, one of those two, right? The master replied that a password was not required to use the perfect retirement account. Su and his warrior took the token and headed on their way. The servant immediately turned to his great professor and said that even though their second senior apprentice still had a lot to learn, they don't agree that he gave them the Ascension Dragon token for nothing. If they did something wrong at the Heavenly Warrior Academy, they would be the ones to blame first. Chio-su turned around and looked at the servant with his angry eyes and said that he was talking too much, and as long as he works there, it won't happen. The servant began to insist and stand his ground, saying that is not so, but Unsa realized this was going badly and shut his mouth, telling him to shut up. Or is he trying to make him even angrier? The servant asked. You mean pissed off? He just handed over the token while the head was away. It's like he's in cahoots with that ginger bastard. Unsa replied that it was unlikely. Let him see for himself. The servant turned around and asked what he should look at. Unsa told him to just look at the path the professor walked. Does he see what happened to it? The guy swiped his hand and replied that it was a trace of true ice chi. And it had just happened just now, not during the fight with the flame blade. And what does Unsa think? Why is he not consciously emitting icy chi? Unsa replied that he had never seen the great professor so angry before. At the bank, the teacher was greatly surprised when no password was required. The person in charge said that printing the account number was enough to confirm the recipient, and since the recipient cannot check the balance or close the account, there is no need for a password. The teacher asked with surprise, "What is he carrying? And it was in his name, why can't he check his balance or close it?" The person in charge answered him that he didn't seem to know the details. Head said the ideal retirement account he signed up for provides the recipient with alcohol, food, a cleaning service, a doctor and 20 silver coins every month for the rest of his life. And now they're going to see, the first payment is on the 10th, so within the next few days someone on their staff will drop off the money to him. The teacher asked, "Will they deliver this all to his house every month?" The principal replied that yes. If he is not there and he cannot get the money, he will just have to go to them with a stamp to pick it up. But let him mean that if he doesn't collect the amount by the end of the month, the payment for the next month will not change. The teacher asked, "So they want him to stay home all year round?" The chief replied that of course not. The young gentleman who had opened the account for him had foreseen everything. He signed him up for a special service that would allow him to travel anywhere in Sichuan where there was a branch of their Azure Dragon Bank, and the teacher is allotted 15 days a year to travel. All expenses are covered by them. And if there is a fire or other mishap, there is also an insurance plan that will allow him to fix the house twice a year. And he also signed him up for a special birthday favor as well. "May 15th, right?" asked the chief, "and this service will also provide him with a gold coin and a feast with the best liquor on the 15th of May each year. And of course, all of this will be delivered to his home." When leaving the bank, the old man came up to the teacher and said that he thought he had gone to the bank without looking at the frost outside. And judging by his face, dealing with the bank staff was a headache for him. The teacher replied that his headache was not them and he still didn't care about him. Let him recover soon and make sure he delivers alcohol immediately afterward. The old man thanked the teacher for his kind words. This time they would give him better alcohol, so let him take care of himself. At this time, the mercenaries came to their chief and said that they had done all they could, but it was not enough. The mercenaries said that the special entry test would take place on the last day of the Ascension Festival. They only have 3 days left. Maybe it would be better to ask the past chapter for help. The head replied that no. He won't get there before the test starts. And they know how many years he'll have to be there. Do they really want him to wear a mask all the time? The first mercenary replied that there were no other options. The second mercenary also said that it might be a last resort, but maybe the head would try it. And it was hard to get it. The mercenary held it out, and said that it was the powder from the 10-core flower. Let him take it and try to circulate his qi, and even though there's only a 30% chance of success. And if you fail, you'll have burns all over your body. The head got very angry and stood up and told him to feed it to the other man, and now? The mercenary was surprised and asked. He himself had ordered them to make him look younger than 25 at any cost. "These pickles won't be enough?" the head asked. Is he laughing or something? To hell with this skin care. To hell with it. He doesn't care anymore. But suddenly a servant came in and said that a report from the White Stone had arrived. The head took the letter and said it came faster than he thought it would. And it turns out he's the best spy they have. The head read it and said that banks nowadays provide many different services. Anyway, I wonder where the disciples who left the elder are? And what they are doing now. At this time, the guy was saying that they were honored that the great soul sizzling flaming heavenly blade had decided to teach in their Heavenly Warrior Academy, and they will do everything they can to fulfill all of their requirements, as well as provide them with the best housing and insurance. He said then they would see each other in 3 days. And see you soon. After that, Sue left the room and asked, did they leave? And he thinks he got a job without any problems. Sue asked if we should go see the Ascension Festival. He had heard that it was quite a sight. Even the innkeeper said he would go there if he had time, and apparently everyone is interested in watching others make mistakes and embarrass themselves. And those who have passed often serve alcohol to everyone present. Sue turned to him and asked him what he thought it was like for people to see such an exuberant person so silent. And he's already starting to piss them off. But he didn't answer anything and just remained silent and thought. Sue thought at once that he was pretending to be a sick rooster, just as he thought. Probably poison that frost blade, or bucket, or whatever it was. He only knows one solution to this problem. He just needs to give him a good beating. And suddenly all of a sudden he fell on the table, and fell so hard that his head broke the table in front of which he was sitting. He said that he's a soul-sizzling fiery heavenly blade, one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens. There's no way he'll lose to this frost blade, Kwang Cheol Su, he shouted to the azure frost blade of the cold moon. He would deal with him soon. The servant at this time was telling Cheol Soon that they had asked why he had decided to teach at their place, but he didn't answer. And anyway, in 4 days Mr. Kwang will start working at the academy. Cheol Su replied that it was fine, and immediately signed the document. He remembered all the words of the officials who had come to him, and said they were glad to have him in their ranks. But he realized that he had been sold out like that. But Su also told him that he is his mentor, so half of his paycheck will go to him. Let him just come when they call him, that will be enough. He realized it was all because of that devilish bastard. He is being sold to a place where that stupid snowman teaches, in return for being treated like a saint by everyone, and in the same position as him as a martial arts instructor. He's called a great teacher, so maybe he's even lower rank than him. And then he realized one thing, he was being sold to work under that bastard. But it would be better if he was just killed. It was said that when danger cornered a person, they would often experience something like a revelation. And when Eun-hee signed a contract to become a teacher at the Heavenly Warrior Academy, he experienced it too. After a few days of suffering and despair, he reached enlightenment. But Su asked if they should go to see the Ascension Festival. He asked, is he really finished? He could no longer see the path in front of him. He had nowhere to go. He was already starting to panic and screaming for Su not to choose for him how he should live his life. And what sins he had committed to deserve this. Suddenly all of a sudden he came to his senses and heard his mentor's voice. His mentor told him that it was all his choice, so there was no need to be sad, and he has nothing to regret. But maybe, except for one thing, he was never able to find the perfect receiver for Tai Chi, one that would be able to utilize the 2 techniques he had passed down to them, Tai Chi blue ice and red flame together as one, and to banish the dark heavens that will one day come to these lands again. He wants the red flame to find such a receiver for him. He replied that he would find it. If that snowman can't, he sure can. But you don't have to make it sound like he's dying. And why aren't his wounds healing? Whose act wounded him? Mentor didn't answer his question and simply thanked him for his promise. And he thought the tea was especially fragrant today. He became very hurt after saying that and looked around for his mentor. But he remembered that the receiver for Tai Chi, his mentor had told him to find one. Even though he had searched for 20 years, he had never met one. And for a moment he forgot his last words. He couldn't keep his promise to his mentor, and that's why he was in this hell. And come to think of it, the day that he remembers all the time now. It was the 20th anniversary of his mentor's death. He couldn't handle the sadness any longer, and decided to go out for a drink. But this mad devil appeared out of nowhere, and forcefully became his mentor. Is this divine punishment for his failure to keep his promise? He thought that even if that was what the mentor said, the sneaky snowman was living like heaven, why exactly should he be the one suffering in hell? Suddenly he thought, did that really mean that the bastard had been looking for a receiver for Tai Chi all along? That was his motivation for becoming a cold-blooded teacher at the academy. And now he has to find a receiver for Tai Chi among all these kids? And he realized that that's where all the minnows of this world congregate. And the devil drags him to this academy because that's where he has the best chance of meeting his successor? He started to get mad and said he was a stupid snowman. He couldn't find a receiver even though he'd been there for so long. And his mentor, who was exalted, couldn't take his stupidity anymore. He's given him this fate, and so, then let the receiver just wait for him. He'll find him before the snowman does. He slammed his fist into the wall, and said that he was a flaming blade. He is one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens, and there was no way he would lose to that frosty blade, Kwang Chul Su. His mentor kept telling him that this was their real battle. He went out into the city and realized that he needed to keep a closer eye on his students now. One student said he probably didn't pass because of the second test. He should have practiced his movement arts more. And the mentor would kill him if he found out. The second student also said he failed. He won't pass next year because of his age. Should we just run away and not come back? The other students weren't all happy either and yelled time after time how they could have failed. And it was clear to he that the receiver was not among those guys. Suddenly Sue came over and said that just as he thought, it was nice to see such a lively scene. And how? And he told him he was going to freshen up. Sue said he could buy him dinner as a thank you. He got hired today, so surely he wants to give him something to eat in honor of that. What about meat? But he at this point thought about it, and wondered, is this a rabid bastard of a receiver? But that can't be. After all, Taichi's receiver must be like his mentor, able to combine two completely opposite auras. Sue asked him, did he really mean to say that he didn't like meat? But he thought and realized that he should at least be able to use different martial arts in his left and right hand at the same time. That's definitely not him, and what's more, he doesn't radiate a pure aura as a mentor at all. He's just. Sue said that since he's being treated, he's willing to make concessions. He'll order his own meat and he can eat grass. He realized that he was completely useless. Only disadvantages, no advantages. A demonic enemy of humanity. But Sue looked and said that he thought there was a very expensive restaurant over there. Maybe they would go there? But he said that for the sake of his great mentor, he would not give up. He would polish his skills until he could defeat this demon. Walking into the restaurant, Sue told he to see how lively the place was. What's he looking around for? Is he looking for someone? He decided that he would shoulder the burden of mentor and find a successor for Taichi. Suddenly, one of the students started shouting that after 5 years, he had finally succeeded in getting in, and tonight, all drinks are on him. Let them grab their bowls and praise him. Everyone who was also accepted needs to be friends from next week. He realized that although the academy had a lot of goofy kids, given its size, he would find a receiver for Taichi sooner or later. Envious people began to say to look at this beggar who boasted of his modest wealth. The guy said he was sure he was proud of himself because he worked diligently from scratch and got in without a token. But the special exam is about to start, shouldn't he drink less? The other guy replied not to worry about him. He's been spending tons of gold on all sorts of herbs and medicines since he was a kid, so this won't affect him at all. And anyway, he's pretty lonely today, and suggested looking for girls. He thought that actually, the Heavenly Warrior Academy is really big after all. The receiver could be found anywhere, but suddenly they heard someone behind them start yelling. The guy hit the others and apologized. The guy asked the poor guy, does he think just apologizing is enough? He looks like a lowlife from a nameless sect. And what kind of nerve does one have to push him? Gusapso, a disciple of Mount Huashan. The second disciple asked, did he only push him? What was much more shocking was that he had pushed him too. He didn't recognize him? A disciple of the Ginseng Doll sect. Saspso asked in surprise, what? Is the guy trying to say that he hurt him more than he hurt him? But replied that yes. He and he would both be at the special exam, but they could have a little duel now. He looked at them and hoped that he could find a suitable receiver at the Heavenly Warrior Academy. The next day, he came into the academy saying it was weird. And what is he looking at? An hour ago, the shopman was telling Sue that he had number 13. The special exam consists of 4 bouts. And he will be judged on skills, not wins or losses. And let him wait until he's called. He was sure at this point that they were saying there would be a duel. But now, that lad from MT Huashan who was making a ruckus yesterday, and the other one was from the Ginseng sect standing next to him. And that guy who was scaling the girls, he must be from the Jianzhou clan. And he doesn't even want to know anything about the herb-eating golden pig. Doesn't care about him. They may be from noble families, but this is no longer a duel. Sue fought alongside them and mockingly asked them why is everyone so weak. And he remarked that it was a hell of a beating. The head was saying in the academy that this guy was too fierce. Even if they were judging him based on skill, wasn't that too much? If they accept such a one, what is the difference between him and the forces of evil? The man replied that the matter was bad, the precious talents of the Ginseng sect and Huashan Mountain, the Jianzhou family, and the Golden Fortune Bank had suffered so much that they could blame them. Chiol Su said, what should they do with Bai Ryuan from the school of Smashing Thunder? Can the teacher of the Flaming Blade share his thoughts? Was Guy surprised at what he was asking him? And now it's a chance? A chance to embarrass this little demon? But you don't want to do that, because if Su finds out about it later, he won't stand up for that bastard. I'd rather eat shit. He got angry and asked why he was asking him? And what does he want to accomplish by doing so? And what does he want him to say? The man standing next to him asked the Flaming Blade Lord. He wouldn't burn, and because of a single question, right? And they know about his skills, so let him not kill them. The old man also said that they are all teachers here. It's important for him to respect each other. He may not like it, of course, but you have to talk to each other respectfully. There are children looking at them after all. He replied that he was just asking a strange question. Chiyosu asked, didn't he bring that guy to the Tiger Fang Manor, and then go to the exam with him today? He's the only one who knows him, and he knows why he found the question strange, or why he is so angry. The others felt that the great teacher was angry. He seems to know how to be angry too, Chiyosu said. However, it's true that they don't make special restrictions for those who came with a token, but they're not only interested in skills, and we need to make sure he's part of the forces of light. It's their duty to detect those who come with evil intentions, and so they ask. The students filled out the forms on the day of the exam, but there is not even a hint of sincerity. And now that Mr. Flaming Blade has seen the form, nothing embarrasses him? He replied that this student always communicates like that. The man said that he had never even seen a pitch like that. And what about his mentor's name? If he's hiding the name, at least they should know why. And what's with the confidentiality thing? And the name of his sect, the Flying Lightning Meadow Sect, does it even exist? And does Mr. Flaming Blade know about it? He replied that he heard about her for the first time today too. And thought, why is he being cornered by this devil? Chiyosu asked. Turns out he made it up for the pitch? I wonder if Ryuan is even his real name. He also used only basic techniques during the exam. Why is he hiding his identity so much? And have Flaming Blade explain why Ryuan wants to enter the academy? And then he replied that that was his real name. And realized that the guy really wasn't hiding his name. And now to the origin, maybe he's from hell? He said that he didn't know about his background or history, but the reason he went to the academy wasn't because of any malicious intent. He just wanted free food and a place to sleep, Master said, taking their Heavenly Warrior Academy that exists for the sake of nurturing talents for the forces of justice as a free hotel. But man asked, what was the stupid reason? Talented students from noble clans had suffered because of this imbecile. The jaw of the disciple from Mount Huanan is so damaged that he won't be able to chew for 6 months. The one from Dianzhang won't be able to walk for a year. Yet he is luckier than the second son of the head of the Golden Fortune Bank, whose intestines are so damaged that he will have to eat only crumbs of food for the rest of his life. As for the disciple from the Jizhou clan, his fist is broken, so he will have to forget about his fist art forever. How could some greedy lazy man do this to such noble students? What a disgrace! He asked in surprise. Shame? He said that what he wants to eat for free isn't normal, but it's good that he got rid of those 4. And from what he'd seen last night at the nearest bar, the Golden Pig and the Fist Master had been talking about girls all night, discussing where they could find the scent of a bachelor. As for those lousy guys from Huanan and Dianzhang, they bullied the poor kid who accidentally bumped into him, and then started fighting with each other because of pride. Is this the kind of students the Academy considers good? From what he's heard from them, students without pedigree are worth no more than dogs and pigs. From the way they all cherish and nurture them, does it seem to him that they agree with such conclusions? The teacher replied that of course not. They didn't know they were such idiots. And it turns out that Ben did this to them because he wanted to deal with the rascals. Another teacher said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. They were all surprised that he really did it on purpose, and they thought he had beaten them for no reason. Chiyosu said that since the Flaming Blade itself is protecting him, then it's fine. If what the Flaming Blade said is true, then now we have to deal with the student named Ryuan like this. And since Flame Blade vouches for him, and he also happens to be held to their standards in terms of skill, and they should accept him into the Celestial Warrior Academy, but they'll mark him as a special candidate, and put someone to keep an eye on him. And if he does anything to jeopardize the safety of the Academy, then Mr. Flaming Blade will be held accountable. At the very least, dismissal from the Academy, and perhaps even more severely, depending on the situation. Ryuan asked, were they done yet? He thought the snowman was trying to scare him. He won't be here for long. Once he finds a successor for Teichi, he'll leave right away. Ryuan asked him what was taking so long. He walked up to him and replied that he got in. But Chiyosu told him that unless he's in cahoots with this guy, it's better not to tell him about the supervision. Let him better not worry about it. Ryuan said that of course he did. Why do it again? Did they want to give him a scholarship too? Free tuition and a scholarship? He replied that of course not. He at this moment felt like telling him to be more careful, but let things be the way they were going. Ryuan said they'd better discuss the rest over lunch. And sure enough, he'd treat him to a reception. He was surprised and asked why him? The demonic bastard. He would never warn him about being followed. Jiren said that so much time had passed since they had returned from Mount Ame. The time they had spent there was like a dream. Namgung said he wondered how the mentor was doing. The training there was hard, but they got stronger. It's all thanks to him. I'd like to visit and thank him sometime. Just then Ryuan came up behind them and said he thought they looked grateful. Namgung was startled and replied that he looked different. But is he the mentor? Jiren was also very surprised and asked how the mentor got into the academy. Ryuan was surprised and asked, did they recognize him? And how were they doing? Suddenly the rest of the students came up and asked the mentor, had he gone through rejuvenation? The female students couldn't believe it either and asked, this handsome man, their mentor? This amazing talent and mind looks like, soon the whole academy will be on their ears. The girl asked, what is it? She came because she heard that the mentor had returned, but there's some handsome guy here instead. Ryuan replied that it was true. Without a word of lie, their sycophancy skills grew. And then, should we start a special training session to celebrate their reunion? The next day, teacher said that today, the proud new students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy gathered together. May they remember that they are all pillars upon which the forces of justice will stand. The main characteristics of the students of the academy are honor, loyalty, respect and strength. Everyone else looked at Ryuan and thought, how can he sleep at a moment like this? With that smirk, he looks like an idiot that he's about to fall asleep. How did they let him in here in the first place? And judging by his clothes, he wasn't even from a noble clan. Ryuan realized that this was correct. At the Heavenly Warrior Academy's entrance ceremony, the dream was more interesting. The teacher said that next they welcomed the new students. And we should start the congratulatory ceremony from the past graduates. Buren was already tired and wondered how much longer they were going to talk. If he sat here any longer, he would die of asphyxiation. But he had no choice. Ryuan picked up the moment, and decided that now was the time to run. The other students turned around and saw that he had disappeared. But where to? They didn't even see him move. Ryuan climbed up onto the roof at this time and felt the breeze cool of course, but the sun was pleasantly warming. Maybe I should take a nap for the rest of the ceremony, he thought. But suddenly when he opened his eyes he saw a guy in front of him who immediately said hello. The guy said that he didn't think anyone else would have the same idea. Ryuan asked him who he was. The boy replied that his name was Haran. But his new friends call him El Jinmu of the paired swords. He doesn't think he's worthy of that nickname though. Haran asked, was he bored with this pompous ceremony too? What an unexpected meeting. And he seems to have more and more friends. At that time, one of the teachers looked up at the roof, and saw people he knew. And now he realized where Ryuan had vanished to. Ryuan told the guy that all this was certainly interesting, but could he move to the side a bit? Oto, he's blocking the sun. Haran stepped aside and said he was to blame. The man who was watching him at the time decided he wanted to take a nap too. And last night he slept about 2 hours tops. In the pub at the time, they were saying that the last head was an old crook. He kept saying how he'd have more freedom when he became head of the Shadowless squad. Guy thanked the man for letting them know. They are not going to take his position, so let him drink and stay put as long as he can. The other guy also said sure, he's got a lot of work to do as it is. But can he take a look at these documents before he leaves? The man got angry and replied that he was joking. The position of head is awesome. You can decide everything yourself and spend a lot of money. Aren't they envious? Work hard and one day they too can take the position. The guy told the head not to waste his energy. That would only work for non-simple laborers who face dangers every day. Anyway, here's his skin rejuvenation supplements. Let him take them. He'll bring more tomorrow, and he needs to look as young as possible for the admission ceremony tomorrow. The head told him to shut up. They're making him clean up his own mess so they don't screw up while he's gone. The guy said to read it for the rest of the day. Especially the document on top. He just came from the Heavenly Warrior Academy, so have him look at it right away. The head asked with surprise, did they pick the name Hurin for him? He realizes that ordinary people don't know who he is, but they didn't try at all. But suddenly something caught his eye and he asked, what's that? Did that hot-headed jerk bring some mysterious kid with him? And these two met right away at the ceremony. Don't they know they're under surveillance? What's he supposed to make of that? The training wouldn't allow such an oversight. And anyway, he would observe them first, and then he would figure it out. Ryuin told the guy that his clothes looked new. Is it okay if he gets them dirty? Hirin replied that everything was fine as long as he was fine. And we can talk to him without formalities, can't we? Ryuin replied that of course. And introduced himself as B. Ryuin. And immediately extended his hand to meet him. Hirin told him that it was like someone was watching them. Ryuin replied that he knows, he's been staring at them since he got up. Hirin asked with surprise after him. He doesn't recall having fans. Maybe he wants them back for the ceremony? Ryuin asked with surprise, did he think so? Then they wouldn't pay any attention to him. He wouldn't care at all. Of course, he could ask if it stressed him out. Hirin replied that there was no way. If he got picked up on the first day of school, it would only get more fun from here on out. But suddenly Hirin stood up and said that the ceremony seemed to be over. Whoever was watching them seemed to have left too. Hirin suggested to him that they go and find rooms and then go out to eat. We need to go to the Pure Heart building. Ryuin asked, to the Pure Heart building? Did they get checked in there? Hirin replied no. All the newcomers were told to gather there after the ceremony. That's what they said at the beginning. Or did he already leak it? Ryuin replied probably not. Just slept standing up. Hirin asked, so he listened to the rest of it too? The guy asked, what else was there? The moment the admission ceremony is over, the door to the real world of Gango will be open to them. The caretaker of the Pure Heart building said that the Heavenly Warrior Academy was more than just an educational institution. It was Gango itself, and they are the future emperors of the forces of light. They stand here to protect the world from evil. They will become self-reliant, but they will also learn to rely on each other and move forward. And so their first task is to find their rooms on their own. They will now receive color-coded notes. On them will be written down the first points they have to reach, and let them forget about following others. They have prepared more than 50 different places, and will check their notes. And once they get to the first point, they will know where their rooms are. They will also be able to pick up their lunch and room key there. And of course, getting to the first point wouldn't be easy. The head looked at Ryuin, and saw that they had black cards. The head asked the older man, can he have a black one? The senior asked with surprise, black? The head replied that yes. He really likes the color black. The head replied that he could not choose the color. The elder thought, what's with this old man? Is he really a new student? Or maybe it was the instructor who came to check on him? And why is he black? The head told him in confidence that he couldn't choose the color, but the elder could. He just wants to follow those two idiots. The elder realized that this old man obviously knew something. And if he wanted to observe, he wouldn't interfere. He would just give him this piece of paper. The elder looked at it, and gave him a black paper. The head immediately grabbed it, and thanked him for his assistance. The head looked at it, and said that's the place. And he thinks they've really been spotted. Ryuin asked with surprise, the forest of the small passage? Does the boy know where it is? Hirin replied that he wasn't sure. But since this is the first point, it won't take long to find him. The principal said that if they were paying attention, they already know that the first dots are located in areas where new students can enter, and so they are located within the forest of the small passage, the land of the single pillar, the Heavenly King building, and the lands of the Sword Seeker. And if they use finding a place as an excuse to enter forbidden territory or to deface academy property, they will be held accountable. The chief raised his hand in a sign of good luck and said that he wished them all good luck and they could depart. Hirin said it seems like they can't go wherever they want to go. Yeah, and he has no idea where the 4 places are. Ryuin replied that it wasn't fair that everyone was told except them. I don't care, and suggested they just look around. Master asked, the forest of the small passage, he's the one who directed them there, right? It won't be easy for them. It's hard to even get there, but the main test comes afterward. He heard that the guy from the Tiger Fang Manor had asked for help from the Golden Fortune Bank and the Jianzhou clan. So they had made good preparations. And besides that guy, the black note went to 2 others. The head replied that one of them looked like his friend, so they were put together. And the other one asked for it, they volunteered, so he couldn't do anything about it. The master started laughing and said whatever happened to them, they wouldn't care. Will this Ryuan survive the night? The head replied that it would be difficult for him to leave in one piece, and hoped they would let him live. After all, only then would it be their turn. On the way out, Hiran asked if they hadn't already passed through here. Ryuan replied that they had, sort of. Hiran said he thinks they're going in circles. Could this place be a high-ranking formation? Ryuan replied that they had a hard time getting here because of these formations. Now there's no telling how to get out. He didn't know the academy was so big. Why don't we blow the place to hell and make our own way out? Hiran replied that he was almost inclined to agree. Suddenly a guy came up to them and said that maybe he was on his way with them. The guy introduced himself. His name is Chung Han. And he's a new student too. Ryuan and Hiran replied, who did he choose to deceive? Chung Han replied that he was serious. Let them see. He was given a piece of paper too. Hiran said that's weird. Doesn't the academy only accept people who are between 20 and 25? Ryuan also said that he thought so too, but this old man, maybe he was bribed? Has the academy already sunk to this level? What a disappointment. Channing replied that he could hear them, right? You can hurt a person with words like that. Hiran told Ryuan that he didn't think that was the case. Even the kids from rich families got knocked out of the entrance exams in 1 or 2. And he didn't look any richer than them. Ryuan replied that he didn't look like a poor man either. How on earth did the academy accept such an old man without a bribe? Shanyan asked, wondering if they would just listen to him. Ryuan wondered if he looked so pathetic that they decided to take him in. Yeah, the academy seems like a great place for an old man, especially considering the free food and lodging. Hiran asked, really? Chung Han said of course not. It would be better if they said he was bribed. Ryuan decided to talk to his friend and said that no, they seem to have hurt him. And for what it's worth, he looks about 40 years old. Wouldn't it be overkill to say he was young? Hiran wondered if they would pretend to believe him. Chun Hong said it's too late. What do you mean 40? He doesn't look that old. And he accepts the fact that he looks old, but they're too rough. And he looks like that because he ate the wrong medicine when he was a kid. How can they not be ashamed to act like this when they first met each other? Hiran asked the boy again, would they pretend to believe him? Ryuan replied that even if they kept arguing with him they wouldn't understand anything, so it was better to keep looking for the road. And now they're going to repeat themselves and tell him they believe him and ask him where to go. Chung Han says they're keeping their voices down on purpose. But he can hear them. Ryuan said he understood that. And asked if he happened to know how to get to this place? And this is the forest of the small passage. They'd been searching for an hour, and they'd barely made it to the lands of the sword seeker or whatever. But they'd been here for over an hour. Chung Han replied that the entire academy was covered in protective formations. But not enough to take 2 hours to get here. Don't they know anyone at the academy? Even if they did, they were told where to go during the ceremony. Ryuan replied that he didn't know anything about the academy. Hiran decided to say that he didn't know anything either. But it was good that they met someone who knew the way. Chun Hong said he's surprised they don't know anything at all. So they don't understand how this place works, right? But there is an academy of heavenly warriors in Murima. And it's filled with talents from famous clans and sects. The academy was originally created to train future experts. But under the orders of the current leaders of the Murima Alliance, the Celestial Justice Alliance, it was built as a fort for the forces of justice. And its total area is more than 2 million square meters. In case of need, it can shelter up to 100,000 people. Inside its walls there are rich fields that extend from the Lake of Glades. There they grow cereals, vegetables, fruits, and even breed animals. In a special case, it is possible to seal all entrances and last in isolation from the outside world for over a year. The inner and outer gates are 3 meters thick, and always sealed with a 30-centimeter thick steel sash. The main gate is always guarded by about 20 students and 30 guards. To the left and right of the gate, the first and second guard towers, where there are also about 30 students and guards in each. And if the enemy can get through the main gate despite all of this, they will have to go through the 7 buildings of the land of the single pillar that will be closest to them. And when they pass the last building, jet into the concealment formation. This is the building of the Heavenly King and the land of the one pillar. And the enemies that enter the academy without knowing anything will run like rats in a maze. And then they will be killed by guards and students who will come out of one of the 12 defense towers. And the further they go, the more confusing the formation will become. In the second lake, but will be more difficult to navigate than the building of the Heavenly King. And in the lands of the Sword Seeker, finding their way would be the hardest. And so it's obvious that students who don't listen to their elders will be lost. The Celestial Warrior Academy is built on 3 teachings that are the basis for the famous clans and sects, and so if the students are familiar with them, they can find clues. Changhong asked, do they know about Buddhist teachings? To find the way to the land of the Sword Seeker it is important to know about them. Ryun replied, no meat to eat there? And shave your head so that your head shines. Hiran said that one should not associate with women in order to free oneself from fetters and attain enlightenment. Ha Hong said that the next time they are asked this question, just have them say they don't know. As for the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, they don't know them either, right? And about the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, Ryun asked, if they knew, would they be wandering around here? They would have been in their rooms by now. Hiran replied that's right. Changhong realized that the previous number 47 and the head of the Shadowless squad, Changhong didn't want to tell them the way. He just needed time to analyze them. Ryun told him to wait and asked, what else is he here for since he knows so much? Is he just talking nonsense to make them think he knows more than they do? Hiran told his friend that was a good idea. Chunghan realized that he really wanted them to get lost. He especially doesn't want to help this Hiran. It would be great if they got even more lost. And he's not talking about that brunette. Not only is he lacking in common sense, but he's a shallow thinker. He's not exactly innocent, he'd say he's lost his way. Ha Hong told them to listen to him. He didn't get lost while he was here, walking. The lands of the Sword Seeker are dangerous and are used for secluded training, different mental states. That's why there are mid-rank formations everywhere you go. But in the small passage forest, the high-rank formation is for training. It's built so that most people get lost in it. Even its name speaks for itself. It is the 62nd hexagram of 64, the overdevelopment of the small Thunder Mountain. It means that you have to be careful to cross the lightning-filled lands. It is hard to get there, and even harder to get out. Ruin asked his friend what the old man was saying. Hiran replied that he didn't know, but it sounded scary. Chunghan thought the same thing. They don't understand. Changhong said that simply put, it is a very complex labyrinth with a special mechanism. Every 2 hours, 1 or 2 sequences of 6 randomly change, and from what he could see the second and third lines from the top change into a hexagram of water and mountain, so it's very, very difficult here now. That's why he was staying away. Worst case scenario, you could get lost in a maze with loose ends. The boys decided to lie down and think. Chunghan asked them what they were doing. Ryun replied that he would sleep. He said that they wouldn't find the way by themselves anyway, right? Just that he could let them know when it was safe to go. Hiran tells the kid that he needs to rest too. They would just follow him, but he would have to find his way. Chunghan asked, wondering why they thought he'd do everything. And how can they trust him? They're seeing each other for the first time, aren't they? Wouldn't it be better for them to find their own way? Chunghan asked. What if he couldn't find his way? Will they just keep lying there? Ryun replied that he didn't know, he thought he'd have to break something here. Maybe they wouldn't notice if they broke a little. Hiran started laughing and said they could get kicked out the first day for that. He just trusts him, and will wait. Changhong realized that they wanted him to find their way. But shouldn't the guy from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion try at least a little harder? Even spies have responsibilities, and this guy. But suddenly Ryun thought about it, and heard strange sounds. Changhong replied that it was the sound of formation changing. Let them both get up. An hour later they were on the road and Ryun said it seemed they got out just in time, and he didn't know there could be such a thing. It had been fun. Hiran replied that yes, they were able to enjoy the outing thanks to Chan's help. You could tell it was unexpected when the ground went out from under their feet, couldn't you? As he walked out of the forest, Chung-han thought, why should he have to go through all this at such an age? Suddenly a large rock fell immediately in front of him, and he was startled. Chung-han said to move the center of the stone with a precision attack. But you can't break it. Will they be able to do it? Chung-han did all the work for them and opened the passage and told them that downstairs was their lunch, room keys and a note telling them where the rooms were. Someone has to get everything without stepping on the floor. Ryuan said the rag is slipping. He's going to pull slowly, so let him take it easy. After a difficult task, Chung-han lay down on the ground and decided that he wanted to retire. We should put someone smart in charge and resign. Ryuan said that here they are, and asked what about the road? The road looks terrible. It feels like something will happen if they go that way. Hirin replied that there was no safety there. Ryuan said that he wouldn't want to go there, but that once they'd gotten this far, they couldn't go back. And in that case, they should just run. At this time, west of the second lake, but sector Bright Young, in the residential area of male students. The guy asked, is this the first point? He heard that it is in the westernmost part. The second student replied that they had been walking for so long, even having studied everything beforehand. Thank God he met them, otherwise he would have been lost. The third student also laughed and said that as he did. Also, his older brother is a third year, so he told him everything in advance. But even so, it was pretty hard to get there. The guy turned to the younger one and said to listen here. Have them stand in a line to get a certificate of completion of the first task and find the rooms before going to the warehouse to get things, and they can pick up their luggage at the warehouse. They will check everything thoroughly, so you don't have to take someone else's. A student asked if they could just take their stuff and go to their rooms. The second student was surprised at this point, and asked what was wrong. The apprentice said that the initiation of new students was a tradition of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. It seems that there are traps set up on the first floor, and they are expected by the elders there. He also heard that a ghost even appeared once. The boy asked with surprise, really? He had never heard of such a thing. The other student asked, why isn't there anything like that this year? What a pity, he was preparing for it. The senior asked, is that what they want? Let them be thankful they were assigned to the first building. The others are very busy right now. The students immediately became afraid and said they were fine. And they apologized for talking nonsense. The older man said it was just as he thought. They're in the first room on the 5th floor. Here's the key to their room. They took the key to the first building at the first point, right? And their luggage should be in the room by now, so they can go straight there. The guy thanked them and told them to take care of it. The older man asked the guy why he was being so polite. They are the ones who should be thanking them. The other senior said they did too. Even though it's a bit murdered, but welcome to the first building. The student asked who he was. They're so polite. They even took his things away. The second student replied that he didn't know. Is it really the first room on the top floor of the first building? And isn't this the room for those who won first place in the regular and special exams? And then the guy realized and said that the person in front of them was a famous person. A student asked, do they give first place for beauty? He's a beauty expert or something. And he can't be. They don't happen to know who that is, do they? The guy replied that yes, he is. It's the first time he's ever seen him live, but he's probably strong enough to beat most instructors. After all, he is the grandson of the Holy Sword and the strongest of the Mon family. But what is the divine sword of the 7 cuts, Mon Wai? Mon Wei entered the room in his room and was a little surprised. He immediately went to the table, and saw that it was stained and no one had lived here for a long time. Wai opened the windows in front of him, and pulled out his brush to clean up his room a bit. After the distribution, the apprentice said he was alone on the 4th floor, what a pity. And will visit them as he settles in. The guy replied to have them come to his place. He wanted to go out for a walk, but they were told not to go down to the 1st floor until the bell rang. But one of the guys noticed something and said that all the older guys ran away like something happened. I wonder what's going on down there? The senior asked if all the new students were already upstairs. The guy replied that yes, he had just double-checked everything. All but 3 are in place. The older man replied that that was fine then. Would they call him and start getting ready? The elder began to worry and wondered if they would get back from the labyrinth before nightfall. And even if they escaped the maze, He wondered if they could make it through a corridor full of traps. But the guy came up with a senior and asked, "Are they on duty today? Let them make sure the new students don't get into the hallway with traps, and the mechanisms are only activated in emergencies. But they can enter the forest of the small passage of the sword-seeking lands." The elder replied that yes, it was fine. No need to worry about it. But after that, something happened. And when they turned around, they saw that a passageway had opened up out of the danger zone. "And it turns out it's gonna work just fine," the boy asked. "What if they die?" The older man replied, he said. "It is hard enough to get out of the forest of small passage, but what kind of crazy person would decide to go through that corridor?" Hirin asked. "Just running?" Chunghan told them to be careful. People have a head on their shoulders for a reason. Let them better come up with a plan. Suddenly a trap went off from the passageway that was aimed at Ryuin. He immediately dodged it, and it hit a tree. Chunghan looked over and saw that arrow. What crazy bastard had set the trap corridor to the highest difficulty? Chunghan shouted at him to get out of there faster. He realized that this was definitely not an initiation joke. That brunette could die. Ryuin entered the passage, and looking around he saw that there was blood on the wall. And again the arrows came at him. The guys dodged right off the street. Ryuin said what a mess this was. What should he do next? But Ryuin didn't stop and started walking on without fear. Chunghan asked, "What the hell is this? Could people even move like that?" But Ryuin walked and dodged every attack. Hirin said that yes, no. He's just like an octopus. And it seems his friend has gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. But Ryuin came out of the passage unharmed. Chunghan said it can't be. Is he like a bird now? Hirin said it couldn't be that. He had really become a bird. But suddenly he noticed something and shouted to him to be careful, there in front. But looking in front of him he saw big blocks flying at him. He wasn't scared and jumped into the air. Chunghan asked, "Is he smiling?" Hirin replied that it looks like a lot of fun. The guy said he doesn't even have words. Hirin thought and replied that if he could do that, Chunghan said they couldn't lose to him either. And they themselves ran down the aisle as well. Chunghan threw away his cape and said that he would take care of the ones in the front and bottom. Hirin replied that he would then the ones at the back and top. Immediately after saying that, arrows flew at them. The boys handled it with ease and said it was nothing. Things got even more complicated next, and arrows flew from the side of buildings. Chunghan told the boy to make sure he didn't miss a single one. He has so much to do. He's so young. Hirin replied that the last sentence was in doubt, but he would try. Ryuin looked and said, "Isn't that cheating? Blocking instead of dodging. It seems like it's even boring." Hirin apologized to Ryuin and said that he was still human for now. Chunghan also replied that fish should stay out of people's business, but Ryuin yelled that he could already see the end. Hirin replied that that was good, but he thought that Ryuin was not alone here, no longer human. Chunghan said that as they say, even if he's in the middle of a field of spiders, it's better to be alive than dead. The students gathered in the hallway and asked, "So they can't go below the third floor? Until what point then?" The senior replied that he wasn't sure. The elders don't let on. He asked them what was going on downstairs, but no one said anything. The older man asked him, "Is he that curious? He could poison him down if he wanted to badly enough, but it would be harder to get up afterward. Does he really want to do that?" The guy thought maybe they should just wait in their rooms. Whatever was going on in there, it was better to stay here. One of the students was saying that they make so much noise here, and he's not interested in what's going on here at all. Is he meditating or something? The boy replied that yes, you wouldn't expect anything else from a divine sword. He's not like the rest of them. We should go back and train. Monwi was in his room at this time and was cleaning, for he loved cleanliness and he was just frustrated by dirt. Climbing out, Ryuin asked, "Is this the right place?" "But there's something wrong here." Hirin replied that it was. "It looks like a scary present that's wrapped too tightly. And they'll be in danger if they unwrap it wrong." Chunghan said he would go this time, and he would find out who had such a great idea to give them this, and shutting it down in the woods is a prank. But a Carrillo with traps on high difficulty is overkill, and it's a shared house, so everything has to be in order. There should be new students and repeat students here. If they're not crazy, then they're crazy bastards. Suddenly, The gate opened in front of him, and Chung-han said that this place was even more dangerous than the one before. They won't be able to skip it because of the ceiling. And he would check the first one. Chung-han realized in his mind that these scum from the Heavenly Scum Academy, they could kill the son of the head of the Dark Heaven Alliance on the first day. If that happened, a war would break out. Hirin says that if it's so dangerous, they can go first. Does he know, since they are at least 10 years younger? Ryun asked him, what is he saying? At least 20 years old. Chung-han told them to stop and asked how about listening when someone talks? And he's only 25. Closing the doors, the carnage began. Ryun asked, isn't that overkill? Kind of sneaky to attack them in the dark. If he wasn't careful, he'd get a third nostril pierced. Hirin started laughing and said he almost got a second belly button. Would Ryun stop for a moment? They'd better go when Chan turns on the lights. Chung-han asked what made him think he could do that. It's not like he's the manager of the place. Ryun told him to give them the light. He knows the guy can do it. Suddenly, the light in front of them turned on. Chung-han lit a candle and said their praise had nothing to do with it. Thank goodness he had that thing with him. Ryun asked, what's that all about? Was he a traveling merchant or something before the academy? And decided to enroll so he could push his merchandise to students? Chung-han asked, what is he carrying? He was just coming prepared, since he had heard that initiation can be brutal. He's just a young new student. They were the ones who weren't prepared. They'll burn for about 15 minutes, so there's no need to waste time. Ryun said he'd throw them away. Hirin said then he's in the middle. Chung-han replied that there are a lot of them, so we need to cover as many as possible. They threw the candles down the road and Ryun asked, wasn't that too cruel? But suddenly Chung-han saw something and told them to go back. Suddenly, a trap appeared in front of them that would shred them into small pieces. Ryun asked, did they really want them to go through this? Is this a provocation? Hirin replied that it seemed so, but hadn't there just now been a strange sound? Chung-han replied that it was coming from the stairs ahead. The clue then opened in front of them and told them to ring the bell and the road would open. Ryun said they just need to ring the bell. Isn't that too easy? It should ring if they break the whole building, right? Hirin started laughing and replied that then they might actually get kicked out on the first day. Couldn't they just pass after all? Chung-han replied that he would report everything to the academy after they left. But he could hear the doors closing, so he didn't think he'd listen to him anyway. Ryun jumped out and said that it would be shameful to crash out of the sleeping quarters. It's better to pass and then call. Chung-han looked over and said that just as he thought, the guy had nailed what he said. Hirin replied that it would be enough for him to just shine his light from behind. Chung-han said not to worry about him. His legs are pretty hard. This candle is expensive, so it's hard to blow it out. Standing on the iron bars, they were on the verge of death. But after that, arrows came at them again and they had to fight back. But Ryun made a different decision and used the circle. Shanyan thought, what should he even call it? Body arts? But it's too powerful for such a simple name. But he wondered what kind of weapon he had been using up to this point. Ryun was walking around without a sword, so he knew he was hiding something. Ryun didn't stop there, and used his Heavenly Phoenix flight rotation. And Chung-han realized that his entire body was a weapon. Suddenly, Ryun saw a big problem in front of him. Shanyan immediately asked, was it really a sword aura? But Ryun wasn't scared by this at all and decided to use his hands ruling lightning. Hirin shouted at this time for him to be careful. After the big explosion, they saw shrapnel in front of them. Chung-han said it was very dangerous, but Hirin was not afraid and started walking forward, fending off all the shards that wanted to destroy them. Chung-han looked at it and wondered, what on earth is this? But Hirin didn't stop and used the great bird's heavenly barrier. But Chung-han saw the sword barrier flying at them again, and thought, why are they both so strong? And now he has to crush them if things go south? More monsters like this. But suddenly he heard a sound and thought that he ended up trashing everything anyway just to ring the bell. Ryun handled this task very well, and moved to a safe place for them. Ryun asked, did they pass since the bell is ringing? That senior shamelessly stands there to attack them. Hirin said that it seems like the villain has shown himself. Chung-han also replied that he felt the same way. He immediately noticed that this gigantic sword, a divine weapon from the Tiger Fang manor than an evil tiger. And then the enemy held out his sword and said that bandits don't need respect. Ryuan asked with surprise, bandits? He stole something from the academy? He would have had time to do that. He had just gotten in today. The enemy replied that just as he thought, this guy is shameless. Had he forgotten about the Tiger Fang estate? Ryuan asked. Tiger Fang manor? He seems to have been there once. The enemy asked with surprise. He had? He turned his sect into a mess and stole the towering dragon token. That's what he calls just being there. In front of him is the great disciple of the Tiger Fang manor, Ho Chongkang, and now he's challenging him to a duel to wash away his shame. Hurin said the badge is that special admission ticket, right? Can it even be stolen? And then Changhong replied that you can if you defeat the candidate in battle, but the whole sect will fight him after that. But the end. Unless he's an idiot or strong enough to fight back, it's best not to do such a thing. Hirin replied that it was understandable and said that Ryuan fit under that category. Shanyan asked which one? An idiot or strong enough? Hirin chuckled and replied that he wasn't sure. Ryuan asked the enemy, a duel? He even thought that nowadays people started to call a duel an attack from the darkness. Is this really his personal method, or is this how everyone in the Tiger Fang manor behaves? Ho asked him, is he retarded? It was just a greeting and that's all. Ryuan asked, so those killing attacks were just a greeting for him? Should he greet him like that every time they saw each other on the street? Ho got angry and told him to shut his mouth and draw his weapon. Ryuan replied that if it's not stronger than him, it won't work. Can he confidently say he is stronger? Ho asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Ryuan replied that he was definitely retarded. He asks if he's the one the sect's hopes are focused on now. I mean, is he stronger than the gray-haired man and the guy in the blue clothes? What was his name? I think it was a snowman. Suddenly he remembered and said, Chiol Su's frosty sword. Ho replied, laughing at the great teacher. Though he won't compare himself to him, he'll punish him instead. Let him pull out his weapons. Ryuan replied that he had already returned from the Tiger Fang manor in one piece. How is he going to deal with him if he's weaker than that old man? Sure, it can be nice to encroach on something impossible at least once in your life, but you don't do stupid things. Did he get it? And now he tells him to go back to his room, wash his feet and go to bed. Ho was very angry and could not tolerate such disrespect. Ryuan said it would still be great if he apologized and compensated him for all the trouble he had caused. For the mental and physical hardships they had endured. Ho immediately headed to attack and shouted that his patience was bursting. Hirin said that Senior Changkang has a pretty strong sword aura, he thinks Guy? Changhong replied that with the evil tiger sword and such a strong aura, he was definitely suited to be a great disciple of the Tiger Fang manor. He should be stronger than the other experts. And then came the final battle of the new students' entrance ceremony. Ryuan didn't even flinch and pretended to be scared. Changhong was saying at this point that he was a seabird, and not a human. And not an expert at all. Hirin replied that he had just befriended him today. But even so, he can't disagree with Chan's words. Changhan and Hirin decided to comment on the fight. The guy said that as he came to life from a non-human, he dodged the attack. But Senior Ho's sword aura is still strong. But Ryuan didn't hesitate and used a kicking technique, a mind-clearing kick. Hirin shouted at once that he was hit. And Changhong said that he didn't think the attacks would end there. And in a moment, Shanyan shouted that Ryuan had caught the sword with his bare hands, and immediately squeezed it that he even felt a crunch. Changhong said that Ryuan made a critical hit. If the last hit was for 1 point, this one must be for 10. The evil tiger sword is the treasure of the Tiger Fang manor. Breaking it is like breaking a Gaolan jade Buddha or a hobo sect beating pillar. Hirin says that's the end of it. And Senior Ho Chongkang seems to be in great shock. And suddenly everyone saw him fall down. Changhong said that they should be cheering for a non-human, but something didn't feel right. Hirin replied, and the results of the duel shouldn't be taken lightly. If he were the head of Tiger Fang manor, what would Ho Chongkang do? Changhan replied that if he were him, he would have beaten him to a pulp. It's impossible to sit idly by after something like this. The sect's honor is already tarnished. Even if he melts the sword and makes a new one, it won't change anything. Hirin said that's right, it's the end. But the wounded host said it wasn't the end. Ryuan asked if he didn't want to end it, right? If that's the case, what should they do? Marpok's too much for him. How about Chanpok? Or just Chopik? Hiran says it doesn't seem to be over. Chan, what are the other Chopik, Chanpok and Marpok that Ryuan is talking about? Chunghan replied that he didn't know. How would he know something non-human? But he knows for sure that this case is bad. We need to stop it. Ryuan said he thought the way would be a weak Chopik. But Chunghan shouted to him and told him not to kill him. It's his first day, after all. But Ryuan didn't listen to them and used Dog Day's punches, beating the dog with his fist, underdog. But suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. Suddenly an elder came in and asked what was going on here. Ho couldn't even say a word, and turned slowly to the master. In the central tower, Yang Head shouted that they had spent all the money that the entire Murim Alliance had given, just for the entrance ceremony for the new students. This man was the manager of the first building, the calm bloody steel sword Kang Heian. He said activating the security system and destroying all the mechanisms and traps. Do they even know how much all this costs? Heian shouted that it was almost 1,000 silver coins. Especially him, sophomore Ho from the 8th building. Ho replied to the manager that everything was correct. Hurin thought at that moment that he felt sorry for him. Probably wants to pass out. But Chamhong saw that he calm bloody steel sword is a swordsmanship instructor from the Qiqing sect. As expected from an experienced instructor, the wooden sword was perfect for being painful, but no wounds were left behind. Ryuan realized in his head that all of these things were expensive, but to have it be this much, unbelievable. The Heavenly Warrior Academy is very rich. Heian asked Ho, why is he from Building 8, making a mess in Building 1? Is he crazy? His sect should be swimming in gold if he thinks he can pay for it all. Ho apologized and replied that he was truly sorry. Heian told him to stop saying the same thing and answer the question. He activated not only the mechanisms of the first building, but also the hidden traps in the trap corridor that are set in case of a large invasion. And how was he able to figure out how to operate the mechanisms? Who helped him? Ho replied that he did it all by himself. No one helped him. Heian asked the guy, does he think there's an idiot standing in front of him? The mechanisms were set to the deadly 3rd level. If he wasn't a member of the Four Gods teams, he shouldn't know how to activate them beyond level 2, and only a few people know about the 3rd level. Anything above level 2 requires permission from the elders, right? Someone should have told him how to do it, and they're now talking about crashing to murder within the sect and messing up the security system. If he continues to keep quiet, they'll assign him 200 penalty points, report everything to his sect, and send him to solitary confinement in the law building for 3 months. Ho was scared at this point from the law building and begged the manager to spare him. Heian asked, is he going to continue to keep quiet? Even though he already has 2 suspects, are they scarier than the law building and the exclusion? And then he'll think about it today in the law building. Let him fear the consequences if he doesn't want to answer tomorrow. Hiran realized that he could not say anything because of fear, not loyalty. Changhong thought the same thing, that there were a lot of troubled kids in the academy. But Ryuan was also surprised at the pity of penalty points and prison. What about his compensation? Heian said the 3 of them this time he would forgive them since technically it wasn't their fault. But still, was it really necessary to break everything? He's going to keep an eye on them, so from now on, let them be careful. Heian asked, are they really new students? Especially the one in the middle. Chunhong replied that yes, they are. He's 25 years old, but he ate the wrong medicine as a child. Heian waved his hand and said he was sorry. And now they could go to their rooms in peace. As Ryuan left the room, he said that they hadn't even had dinner and they hadn't been compensated. Changho replied that at least they wouldn't have to pay to fix it. So it's okay to pass, and the first floor could probably be fixed overnight. The floor can just be laid, but the internal mechanisms will be very difficult to repair. Hiran replied that he was even glad he hadn't been kicked out on the first day, and then Ryuan said, here's his room, and wished the guys a good night. Hiran replied that he and the old man were put next to each other, but he seemed farther away. Walking into the room, Ryuan was greatly surprised at the fact that it was so clean. Suddenly Wei, who had done all this, was sitting in front of him. Ryuan entered the room and introduced himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. The boy bowed and replied that his name was Manhwa from the Mon family. Ryuan looked over and said he was stuffy. Why asked him, "What is he talking about?" The guy replied, "Is it hard for him to talk so formally?" They are the same age and decided to talk without formality. Why said he knew what he was talking about, but he wished he could keep his manners in front of someone he had just met. And that doesn't mean he's looking down on him, does it? Ryuan says he asks him to speak a little friendlier because he wouldn't mind getting close to him. We replied that he understood, but he personally prefers to talk like this. It's more comfortable for him. Ryuan realized that this guy was stuffy. He's also tedious. He was about to pass out from his stuffiness. Why said they had one thing to decide. Which bed would he choose? He could only lay out his things when they came to an agreement, so he waited for him. Ryuan asked, what did it matter? Did they look the same? And was he really waiting for him because of that? Why said it was necessary. Let him take a closer look. One by the window, one by the closet. The angle and direction of the light is different, as is the distance to the door from the bed. Ryuan asked him which side he wanted. Wai replied that it was hard for him to choose. But let him remember that he can open the windows a lot and use the closet. Ryuan said then he would choose the one closer to the window. And he realized that Wai was the kind of person who was fidgety. Better to have the window open than the constant rustling in the closet. Wai said he understood everything. After an hour, Ryuan asked the guy why he was doing this. Wai asked him in response, what was he talking about? Ryuan replied that he was asking why he was being so meticulous in laying everything out. I mean, he's just putting things away. Not only did he twist everything into perfect squares, but he also sorted it by color. Wai replied that it was just a habit. Ryuan didn't believe in such a thing, he said it was just a habit. And decided that he too would set things up in his own way. Rule 1. All expensive things should be where no one can get them. Rule 2. Things that are often used should be close by. Here are Manhwa's storage rules. Rule number 1. Everything must be perfectly organized. The best shape for clothes is square. All sides should be equal. Rule 2. Everything must be clean and hygienic. Not a speck of dust should be allowed. Ryuan watched and thought, isn't this a waste of effort? Too meticulous for it to be just about organizing and cleaning. After that Ryuan asked the guy, was he done? Wai replied that there were still some little things to work on. But that was enough for today. Ryuan thought about what little things he was using. There isn't even anything else to clean up. This guy's a purity-crazed lunatic. No one's ever hit him like that, except the damn old man. At this time, Master said that if you leave a room empty for a long time, negative energy accumulates inside the house. This is the damn bastard's room, but he'll sleep here tonight. But introduced as Ryuan would say it was his room, why would he suddenly be allowed to sleep in it? Even if the building is his, isn't that overkill? After that, the teacher just turned around and walked out of the student's room. But he started yelling that it wasn't fair. And started yelling that he was a thief. The teacher said he must be having trouble sleeping after leaving him like that. That's what he should do. But things were different and Ryuan enjoyed these moments in the city, outside of his master's territory. Changhong was watching his friend at this time. The guy asked Hiran, so everyone in the Great Sword Bird clan uses 2 swords? Hiran replied that he was flattered to hear such a thing from a disciple of the Huashan sect. Isn't it famous for its sword techniques? Like the plum blossom technique. But Chunghan saw that this wall was a little thinner, just as he had asked. And the angle of this hole makes everything easy to see. And I guess that guy must be an idiot from the Huashan sect. Looks like those guys fudged the room numbers too. And that's a good thing, of course. It was, of course, hard with those two. But overall everything went smoothly today. But Ho was behind bars at the time and was very angry with Ryuan. And he realized that this wasn't over. It's not over. The elders were saying the next day that Ho Chongkong's group had failed. Apparently, he was thrown into the law building for breaking all those expensive mechanisms. The head asked with surprise, really? They turned out to be more goofy than he thought. Maybe the children of the 8 great clans were also stupid. Senior said that no matter what the result is, it's still their turn soon. That's good. Would their gathering of talents from the 9 great sects have to deal with this scoundrel to restore the honor of the Wanashnia sect and the Ginseng sect? The head said it was accurate. He heard that he joined this year. Probably got first place in the exams. He's probably in the same room as the creep. Does that change anything? The eldest replied that not at all. He acts like a proud crane and is hard to get in contact with others. Even though he is a talent from the Moan family, it would take the 8 great clans some time to drag him to them. Also, he's not likely to get close to that scoundrel. But the next morning Changhong came to Rowena and said that seeing him in the room for the best students was strange. Hiran also said that the room looked very clean and shiny. Ryuan asked, wondering what he should say. He got the first place for how amazing he was. They could stand in the hallway if they didn't want to go in. Chunghan shushed the boy and told him to step back so he could see something. He wants to see how this room is different from the others. Hiran said he was interested too. And his neighbor is here too. Is it possible for him to come in? He wanted to meet him. Hiran said, this is young Master Yun Juno, he is from the Huashan sect. Yun asked, what do you mean young master? The guy revealed himself, and said his name was Yun Juno, and he was of the Huashan sect. Let him be forgiven for coming unannounced. Ryuan asked in surprise, with that Huashan? He knows their people. And it's nice to meet him. Yun said he was glad to. And asked if he could take care of him. Ryuan replied that of course. Let him relax and shake the dust off his clothes before entering. Hiran asked him, are they different? Chunhong said, why is a man who lies quietly on the ground? Pretends he cares about cleanliness. This room is that good. Ryuan replied, so then they would go in as is. But he would not be responsible for what would happen here, did they understand? And then don't let them say he didn't warn them. Let them come in. Heron asked the old man if there was something inside. Like a mechanism that reacts to dust. Chunghan replied that he wasn't sure. Would the academy be putting something like that in the bedroom? But if he warned them, after going through all those traps, Heron said he needed to shake the dust off his clothes. Chunghan replied that was correct. And immediately they started shaking. Changho asked Yun to shake off his back just in case. Heron said he shook the dust off Yun, and Changho shook it off him. Ryuan decided to introduce, and told why that he was an uncle claiming to be 25 and a new friend from the Huashan sect. Heron also decided to introduce himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. Chunhong also replied that he was 25 and he was not an old man. He was a new student. We also introduced himself and said he apologized for the outfit. He was a little busy. Ryuan told him to keep cleaning. They'll just stay away from his side, okay? And those 3 have already shaken off. There's no need to worry. Heron asked with surprise, cleaning? Should they come back later then? Shanyan asked, wondering if he could help him clean up. Ryuan asked, did he really think this room still needed to be cleaned? The guys immediately looked around and saw that the place was clean. Ryuan said that if this is a dirty room, then how does a clean room even look? Heron asked, so yesterday's chaos was because he beat up 4 students with badges? Chunghan replied to him that he had beaten 5 people, if you counted that guy from Tiger Fang Manor. And they gave him first place for that instead of kicking him out. What's the academy become? Ryuan replied that there was no such thing. He just flailed his arms and legs a couple times. Everything was by the book. Chunghan said it doesn't matter. They have them on their pencil now. Why should he suffer such misery at his young, 25-year-old age? Heron asked, had he defeated one of the Huashan sect disciples during the test? Ryuan replied that he had, that's why he said he knew people from there. What was his name? He had a strange name. Heron asked his man, didn't he also enter by token? The Huashan sect had 2 tokens. Chunghan said that wasn't the main problem. The important thing is that their new friend the enemy is not the man in front of them. Ryuan asked, meaning he wants to get back at him? Let him just say where and when he wants to do it. Preferably after breakfast. Yun asked, meaning revenge? He has no such plans. If his eldest was defeated in one blow, it will be the same with him, and if he fights young Master Ryuan, it will only bring more shame to his sect. And he doesn't think the result of a fair fight is worth avenging. Ryuan noticed that the guy was smart. Yun asked the guy why he was staring at him like that. Changhong felt that something bad had happened to him in the Huashan sect. And from what he sees, even though he's not as strong as those 2 monsters, he still has more chi in him than the rest of the Huashan lads. Why is he so soon? We need to figure it out. Yun said that since he is a disciple of the Huashan sect, Does he really need to fight him? Since that's the case, any time it suits him. Hirin told the boy that from what he knew, the title young master didn't fit Ryuan at all. And he's not mean enough to pick on someone like him. If he doesn't want to fight, no one's forcing him to. Ryuan asked, who would be more suited to the title of young lord? Hirin asked the boy. He had heard, hadn't he? Just have him behave normally and without unnecessary formalities. And that's right, Chang is the eldest, and that's why it's okay to be formal with him. Yoon replied that he understood. Chunhong was surprised and asked, what do you mean, senior? Just maybe his name is Chan. Chunhong said that he doesn't even have that big of an age difference. If she wants to, she can talk to him calmly. Ryuan asked, and he thinks he is him, wants him? At best he will call him Brother Chan. He doesn't want to address him as a peer. He feels like there's about 20 years difference between them. Ryuan asked when it was already safe to go to the mess hall there. Hirin replied that it opens at the hour of the dragon, so they would go soon. But suddenly Ryuan asked the guy why he was looking at the cleaning craze. Yoon replied that he was just wondering if young Master Mon would go with them, and to call the renowned divine sword of the 7 cuts, Monwai, a lunatic. Even though he's diligent in cleaning up, he's still a role model for many students their age. Call him by his first name, Ryuan asked with surprise. A role model? Is this one a lunatic? Hirin replied that's right. He is one of the contenders for the title of the most powerful expert under the heavens. Hirin said that many people worship him, so be careful what you say. If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, he'll experience something worse than what he was subjected to on the test. Does he realize? Ryuan asked with surprise. Really? Even if he is handsome and seems strong. Yes, and smart, is that enough to be a role model? Just have him look at it. Cleaning his cleaning tools? Does he know why? So he can clean them again. And then clean them again, Changhong said to keep it quiet. Even if it's a men's dorm, he never knows where the eyes might be, and gone are the associations of the 7 cuts. Ryuan asked, what's another association? Changhong asked, doesn't he know about her? It is a group of ladies who worship the divine sword of the 7 cuts. Their methods are terrible and their sphere of influence is huge. Hirin tells Chan to watch his reaction. Even he is afraid of them. But he understands him. Chen asked with surprise, what did they do? Yoon said that young Mr. Mon seems to be in shock, so he will tell him using the voice transmission technique. They used to record everything he does, from waking up to sleeping. They also stole things he touched and clothes he wore. It was rumored that they cut off the tail of the horse he rode and made a brush out of it. Ryuan asked, why are they a group of thieves? Wasn't he from the Mon clan? And did they allow such a thing to happen? Yoon replied that yes, pulling off such a thing should be impossible, but the twisted love and obsession of his wonders. They would pay a known assassin to train, infiltrate and make contact or even threaten the Mon clan servants. Chunghan tells the guy that he doesn't know what Juno said to him, but asks him to be careful. One of the young talents said something bad about him at the hotel and was left without a hand. Hirin asked, is it that bad? Ryuan replied, aren't they a criminal organization in that case? There isn't a novice of the 7 Cuts Association among them, is there? Yun said that although it's an honor to meet a divine 7-cut sword divine, it's not much. But he only admires his martial arts skills. Changhong asked what he thought he was. He hates being part of organizations. Hirin replied that it has nothing to do with him either. In fact, he can call him a rival. Yoon told Hirin to be careful. The association might hear him. Changhong replied that although he was right, given his status and ability to create a perfect sword barrier, he seems to be a match for him. If it wasn't for the incident at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, maybe he would have had a similar group and called it something like the Ren Love Association. Ryuan said okay then, so that means they're not among them. Then, Monwai doesn't like anyone here. So they can go eat together. But Yoon said that he told them it was an honor to meet him. Hirin replied that if he said that, he might think they really didn't like him. Chunhong asked, is it even normal to have a dinner call like that? Who would go with him hearing that? But suddenly Wai used his strength and got closer to them. Ryuan said, whether they see, he agrees to go with them. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the Central Yang Tower, the Harmony Building, the guy said he was disappointed that the only choice was the Heavenly Warrior's food, but as for free it's cooked pretty well. Ryuan said he especially liked this dinner plate. You can put everything in it at once, and you don't have to do much washing up, and they're made of solid steel. And it seems like the Celestial Warrior Academy is a good place to learn something here. Chung-han said that yes, it's really sturdy since it can withstand all the stuff he piled in it. Even street vagrants are more decent. Ryuan asked, meaning? Ryuan had gotten as much as he did. He doesn't understand why they're only pulling on him all the time? The young ones have a wolf's appetite. Chung-han replied, what an absurdity. Let him see, it must be about the same as his and his neighbors. And since the elders eat the least, Jun-ho must be the greatest master. Yoon laughed, and replied that he just wasn't feeling well today. Suddenly a guy came up to them and asked, wondering if he was imagining things. How did the chief disgraceful man come to be here? The guy asked, how did such a badass like that get into Kyanmahakwan? Did he suck up to Sabu again? The girl said it was most likely. Otherwise, how did he get the badge? You worthless trash. Yoon lowered his head and replied that it was nothing like that. And tried to tell them, but he couldn't with excitement. But suddenly the guy looked up and said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore. And he asked the guys, where did they come from? Chan-hung introduced himself and said he was 25 years old, a freshman. The guy thought, is he kidding me? What 25? The girl said her name was Chu Nain, a sophomore from Wasan. And next to him is John Lee Hak, a third-year student from the same clan. Lee Hak said that this bastard is hanging around Kyanmahakwan for reasons they don't know. That's why he's asking how he got here. Chung-han replied that he just didn't understand how anyone could be so smoothly profane, and even attack a comrade. And he believes the elder had a special love for Jun-ho and therefore gave him the opportunity to get into this school despite his lack of talent. He couldn't believe it. When did Wasen get so loose? It was never reported to him. These two, from the looks of it, are worse than the pale boy. But why don't they respect him? Lee Hak said that's right. That mean bum was always visiting the great Saba, and the latter gave him a badge out of love for a good-for-nothing. Nain also said that this year, Jay Socio should have gotten the infinite victory, but because of him and yet Sona gave up, snatched the item from distant relatives in the Donley clan. But then someone beat him up really badly. Judging by the fact that they were now sitting down to breakfast, she was sure the disgraceful man had ordered their friend out on purpose. Yoon stood up and said no, and asked what are they talking about. And Ryuan won in a fair fight. Lee Hak told him to shut up and called him a mean dog. He said it was a fair fight or not, what difference does it make? How dare he sit at the same table with the man who caused Jay Sob to lose? Does he think that's okay? Hiran asked. What's wrong with that? He means to say, every time, after defeat, Weizen's disciples should not recognize their helplessness, but instead, should further treat the victor with hostility? Although, here some people can't even accept their own Sabu's decision, what is there to talk about? The students don't know how to respect their elders and admit their mistakes. I wonder what their clan is based on. Lee Hak got angry and asked how dare he insult them? It was obvious that he was no better than anyone else. Where was his respectful attitude towards the seniors? Chung Hong thought and said that it comes out that because of respect, they can't express their displeasure to the elder's face? And therefore insults in his absence? Lee Hak said what he meant by that. Nain also asked, when did they ever insult the great Saba? Chan Hong asked, so that meant it wasn't an insult? Their senior Grand Master of the Plum Blossom Sword, Mr. Yu Huan Quan, the strongest, most prominent chapter in the last 5 decades. And they claimed that a figure so powerful in every way would tolerate subservience? Isn't that kind of speech dishonorable? Chu Nain replied to him that if he didn't know anything, let him shut up. As if there was no reason to do so? Lee Hak said he's a disgrace. He doesn't know a single plum blossom technique, and yet he dares to come to this school. Yoon got angry and said that he was an undeserving, pathetic mongrel. If he had any conscience left, he should pack up his belongings and leave immediately. And never to be seen by him again. Ryuan asked Ren why does he necessarily need to know them. And then Hiran answered that it was the plum blossoms. The techniques of this martial art are epitomized by crawling wild plum petals. It is the crown martial art of the Wasan clan, ranked among the 12 most powerful martial arts throughout China. It consists of 36 sections, 72 movements, and 864 combinations involving these movements. Therefore, it is almost impossible to learn them all. So none of the clan's disciples have yet mastered this technique completely. And they do not take into account the countless different branches of the teachings. Hirin said that in simple terms, it is not given to any student to learn any other arts. Only the ignorant and devious take a different path. So his question is completely beside the point. Ryuan replied that unpredictability was his middle name. He asked Rin why he needed so much information about the other clans. And in his opinion, the less one knows, the better one sleeps. Hirin asked, does he think so? But he does know a lot. Chunhong thought he was a smart guy. It's like he's discovered a secret. That's something any child would know. Then why is the fool not thinking straight? What planet is he from? Ryuan said that Yoon wasn't quite ready to enroll yet, and that was a problem. But still, who gave them permission to interfere and spoil someone else's meal with their presence? Hirin replied that he too agrees. It's their internal affairs. Perhaps they should have been taught a lesson. Li Hak asked, why isn't he saying anything? Nain asked, he has nothing to say? According to him it's business as usual. Will he get away with it? Ryuan asked, so why get up from his seat? You can do that. Hirin asked with surprise, can we? Ryuan thought how smart the people at Chienmukakwan were. They made dishes out of steel for just such occasions. Yoon told his friends, something was in order, Senior Sabu, he couldn't resist. Li Hak replied that here are the things and asked the guy. He decided to put the responsibility on Sabu. Ryuan started looking at the plates and saw that it was dishware solid, and the corners were blunt. Chung Han immediately told Hirin that he didn't know what this psycho was up to, but he needed to hold him tight. Chung Han realized that he was going to make a mess again. Run picked up the dishes and realized that this was no way to kill. Well, that's just fine. And then Hirin told him to stop. Wai stood up and said that they were seniors. Isn't it embarrassing to humiliate your junior in front of such a crowd? Nain asked with surprise, the seventh divine sword of Monhi? And it turns out it's none of his business. Li Hak asked, and what makes you think they are humiliating him? Let him stay out of where they don't ask him to go. Wai said that Yoon was his buddy. However, he personally doesn't like to be pestered. Whoever they are, he doesn't think they have the right to make other people uncomfortable. And if they think he has acted dishonestly, let them appeal to the Chienmukakwan leadership and go to their elder. They are the ones he's now asking to be left alone. Li Hak humbled himself and said so be it. And they will cross paths with him again, and from today let him be careful. Hirin asked Ryuan, what's wrong again? Still digesting what happened? Ryuan replied that it was kind of frustrating. He wanted to paint the dishes red, but it didn't work out. It's a shame, but that's okay. He's sure the opportunity will come up again. Chunhung said he understood. Next time, let him warn you. We should have time to prepare. Yoon apologized and replied that everyone was because of him, even Mr. Moan. Hirin said it wasn't his fault. Those hustlers made a fuss. He also wanted to ask Yoon why he didn't have the famous Wasan techniques. Yoon started laughing, and he is allergic to plum blossoms. He sneezes all the time, gets rashes all over his body, and sometimes even faints. Just like that, he starts practicing. Petals appear around him, the smell, and suddenly he stops. The guys asked, what's next? And then it stops at the flavorful sword stage. And the guys all understand that perfectly. Senior told the chapter that John Li Hak and Chu Gang had crossed paths with him. Unfortunately, the meeting was not a pleasant one. The head replied that they had agreed to only observe for now, right? And what happened to Muen? He doesn't think he gave them an inconsiderate order. The older man replied that of course not. That was it, an unplanned meeting had created a mistake. And the defeat of the community of 9 would only give an excuse to include it in the community of the 8 great clans, or worse, in more terrible hands. But this time, it happened completely by accident. John Li Hak saw a student from his clan and decided to punish him. But suddenly, there was an unexpected guest in the neighborhood. Of course, surprisingly, it was said that they all dined at the same table. Monhi, Ryuan, as well as Chahan and Hirin. The older man said he was the one who told him about Chunghan. Those two are the same ones he's been going with since the first day of school. I had to make some inquiries, but I didn't find anything worthwhile. Did the guy say that Mon Wai sat at the same table with such scum? It's possible, though. After all, he's rooming with Bai Ryuan. Who's the student from the Wasan clan? The older man replied that his name was Yoon Jun Ho. He settled down with Hirin. It seems that's why they became friends. And to repeat Hak and Jian's words verbatim, he's a disgrace and a total mediocrity. The guy said, what a horrible thing to say. Where is it that you can speak disparagingly of your comrade? And people like this are now being called the future of the white sect? The elder replied that he had told them the same thing. And they retorted, how could one be called a disciple of Wasan if he did not know how to use a single plum blossom technique? A student of the Wasan clan entered Chanmahakwan without even knowing basic techniques? Is he joking? The elder replied that it was unfortunately true. The first time I heard it, I couldn't believe my ears. The guy replied that then it was understandable why they were fighting like that. But then how did they do it? The older man replied that apparently, the great master had given him the infinite victory token, and in another word, despite his lack of ability, luck clearly favors him. At the exam, 4 good fighters failed because of Bai Ryuan, and so, one of them was a disciple of the Wasan clan. That was probably why Chien Mukakwan had decided to be lenient with them. The guy replied that it turns out that because of this guy, even the lucky ones got there. And now we have to act as decisively as possible. At this time in the room, Ryuan was asking, what is it? A flavored sword? Yun replied that it was the first time he heard it himself, so he didn't understand what it was about. Hirin replied that it was a very high level of proficiency in the plum blossom sword art. Didn't he know? Chunhong said that information about it was kept top secret. Yun replied that it looks like it. Is he the only one who doesn't know? Chunhong said it's no big deal, it's common practice. It's just confusing. And by the way, Heron knows a lot about a lot of things. You can't tell by looking at him that it's not public information. He thought that meant the prince had been given access to the archives. Now even he considers secret data as something ordinary. Heron said he was just told by Sabu. I thought everybody knew all about it. I've heard very little about it. About the appearance of the plum scent, for example. Ryuan asked with surprise. Plum flavors? Changhong said correctly. To be more precise, it happens for a short period of time. The moment one reaches maximum concentration, the internal energy is thrown off. And it goes without saying that only a few are actually familiar with it. And it is said that only 5 people have managed to grow so high in the last 100 years. Hirin said he would see what the old man smelled more than him. Chunhong replied that Sabu had told him too. There are a lot of scholars in their Yuanmun clan. Ryuan asked with surprise, huh? That's certainly interesting, and it turns out the guy can be used as an air freshener? For example, after a kebab, he could be made to swing a sword. Yun said that in his opinion it was a bad idea. Shanyan replied that the most gifted person of the Wasan clan was sitting in front of him. The likes of him were extremely rare. Yun replied that no. It's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. And it turns out that he is not even capable of repeating the techniques that his ancestors left to him as an inheritance. Hirin asked, he's going to be 20 this year, right? So he must have reached an incredible milestone at such an early age? That's amazing. Let him not be afraid that a solution can always be found. Chunghan said, all the more reason to say that he's just gifted is to say nothing. What's the secret? How did he manage? Yun replied that there was one incident. On the Fire Mountain where they usually practice, there are a lot of plum saplings. So, the older he got, the more allergies plagued him. His disciples asked him how he was going to continue to get along with them. Plum blossoms are pride and joy. If he can't get along with them, he has no place in the Wasan clan. But the master hugged him and said it was the first time he had ever seen such foolishness. It is hard to live side by side. Plum blossoms is how it is. Should he expel the thief? Since when did such nonsense become so important? Master told him to try to answer. What is the spirit of the Wasan clan, and what do the petals surrounding them mean? Yun replied that both are filled with fragile humility. They all have to put up with caustic adversity and care for the world with a pure soul. And plum blossoms are a symbol of purity. The master said that it was excellent, and asked if he probably didn't like these flowers since they were torturing him like that. Yun replied that he wouldn't say that at all. But the aroma really does give you goosebumps, and yet, they are ordinary flowers. what can you expect from them? And they all cause a lot of inconvenience, but their beauty outshines everything. The master began to laugh and asked, is he only talking about flowers? Let him see how he adores the main charm and the fiery mountain more than any of them, and with great difficulty he tries to learn to survive the hardships that these flowers bring into his life. He tries to be imbued with the true teaching. So who should kick whom out? And if they were in his place, and had lived for so many years in the same conditions, would they be able to love the surrounding nature just as passionately? However, the master said that there is no need to torture yourself. After all, they are ordinary flowers. Therefore, every year in the spring, go to the neighboring mountain to train. There are not many trees there, so he thinks it will be easier. Yun said that since then, in March, he had been constantly away from home, practicing on his own. The plums grew less often here, but there were still many of them, and fortunately, there were many deep caves there, and it was easier for him to climb into one of them and train there. Sometimes he found traces of other guys training inside. And once he accidentally entered some strange place. As usual, I began to meditate and began to hone new techniques. But after one careless swing of the sword, the wall collapsed, and behind it he discovered a new cave. So, having walked along the tunnel to the end, a strange picture appeared before him. At that moment, goosebumps ran across his body, as if the secret of a genuine martial art seemed to lift the breath of the cave wind. The walls were completely covered with blade marks. He was unable to determine the origin of this miracle. But it seemed to be a combination of walking and sword control techniques. And there on the wall was written the 7 blades of plum. The 7 blades of plum had some similarity with the plum blossom, but the approach to studying them was fundamentally different. And so, having recovered from the shock, he began to study the tracks. Day and night he trained, bringing thirst, hunger, and sleep, repeating every step left on the cracked floor of the great hall. And one day, the fateful hour came. Suddenly, out of nowhere, plum blossoms appeared in the air. That's when he realized that his happy days were over, and suddenly consciousness left him, and when he came to, with any attempt to show such techniques as plum blossoms, or 7 blades, he began to be tormented by a tart, irritating smell, and so he left the cave to report what had happened to the teacher, and it immediately collapsed to the ground. So no one believed his delirious stories later. Hurin said that it turns out that no one else in the world knows the technique he knew. Changhong said that he hoped the elder believed him without question. Although he could not show it, but he could clarify it in words, he thinks it was possible. He was simply obliged to recognize what was what. Yun replied that whenever he tried to remember his walking technique, or sword control, a mysterious scent would instantly appear in some way known only to God. Changhong asked if he was going to faint next. Yun replied that he was. That's why the master sent him here. He told him to find out the answer in Chanmahakwan by any means necessary. Hurin said that the road ahead would be difficult. I wish I could give some advice. After all, you have to move forward somehow. Ryuan said that they would have to act radically. They would change the person beyond recognition. Yun asked, what kind of person? Hurin asked Ryuan if it was too cruel. Changhong asked if he was being serious. The guy had his whole life ahead of him. Did he want to ruin it? Ryuan replied that since the body reacts to the flowers, it means that this miracle needs to be stopped somehow. According to him, this is not the most effective method? Or do they have better options? If the problem is not solved, all sorts of scoundrels will constantly torment him. Who knows, maybe they'll even cover all the paths that Yun will walk through school with plum petals. Hurin said that they were bad people. They could do something like that. Changhong replied that, frankly speaking, there were few sensible thoughts. And there was no desire to leave his comrade to his fate. Hurin thought about it, and said that he was in then. Changhong replied that he also thought the risk was worth it. Yun heard and thanked them for taking care of him. Changhong said that after analyzing Yun's condition, he came to the conclusion that it was not just hypersensitivity that was involved, but a serious allergy. Some substances that most people don't have any problems with cause breathing difficulties in some people. In other words, they kill these people. Ryuan told him to take this poison. They will start with a small dose and gradually increase it. Changhong said that if this method worked, he would have recovered at home with age. But since nothing happened, it follows that the issue cannot be resolved this way. Moreover, It seems that the reason is not in the mental state. But most likely, in fact, they will go this way, and on the contrary, they will only cause harm, and you never know, they will be sent to the next world. Hurin asked, then why not initiate a homemade evolution using medicinal concoctions? Chan Hong asked, what is the use of various medicinal substances, changing the proportions, in an attempt to influence the physical properties of the body? Hurin said that it was true. But unfortunately, there could be serious side effects. Chan Hong said that you can take a painkiller, but the problem is that they are unlikely to have enough knowledge. And he doubts that they will be able to fully see the course of events. Although, if they do not rush, unforeseen troubles can be avoided. However, if he suddenly loses his taste, goes blind, or even stops moving his arms and legs, Yun was scared and replied that this was serious. Hurin told him not to worry. There could be trouble if they experimented. But if you hire real professionals, you won't have to worry about safety. Chan Hong said that it would be better to turn to experts in complex poisons, or better yet, to Jiangshi summoners. These cool shamans know better than any professor how this or that drug works. Yun said that he hoped that such gifted people would not be found in their area. And he really thought it was scary. Hurin said he agreed, it would be hard to find the first ones. And the vampire creators would be even harder. However, in Chanmahaquin, guys from all over the area gather, so there must be many disciples from the Dan clan and other healers? Chan Hong answered that there definitely are. And you will even be able to meet the creators of death, Hurin asked, the ones who give souls to the dead? Ruin was surprised and replied that he was looking forward to the experiment. Hurin said, how amazing it is. But aren't such obscenities forbidden in the white sect? Chan Hong replied that, to tell the truth, access to this knowledge had been open for a long time. There are simply clans that have been given orders to repel demons. And if one of the dark sects is up to no good, it's best not to disturb them. The advisor is a good one, it will probably work out. The only thing is that they usually conduct their research with corpses. Ryuan said that Yun was full of life, for sure. Too bad the dream was shattered. Never saw a demon. Hurin replied that there was nothing to be done. And then there was poison. Yun said no, he would never forget their kindness. But in his opinion, this was clearly too much. Hurin started laughing and asked what he was afraid of. Of course he agreed with him, the process was fraught with risk, but still. It was enough to find a more or less competent healer, and the question would settle itself. The risk was minimal, and it was necessary to try. Chan Hong said that if he was still unsure and thought no one would dare to work with him, he could rest easy. Only a lunatic would refuse to conduct a couple of intricate experiments on such a young calf. He was sure they would quickly dig up some herbalists who were passionate about their work. Yun said he was begging them to find another way? One that was safe and sensible. Hurin replied that if he didn't want it, it was a pity. But if it was no good, there was no trial. Chan Hong said that it was safe and not contrary to common sense, but he doubted that such a thing existed. Ruin said that if he doesn't like body manipulation, should he get rid of the allergy at all? Leave it and do something else. Isn't that the solution? Hurin asked. Something else? Chan Hong asked the guy, what is he up to again? Let him lay it out. Ryuan replied that he should try to free himself from the harmful aroma. Although this thing of theirs exudes an aura of greatness, in essence it is only the energy emanating from the sword, and it is clear that there is no point in wasting it. The fact that the sword is fragrant does not increase the force of the blow, and it is clear that this stage is nothing more than a step preceding the level of absolute mastery in sword control, and if you overcome it, the obsessive smell will immediately evaporate without a trace. That is, their patient will become stronger and free from torment. And how do they like this plan? Hurin asked. Is he suggesting to push him higher? Which is not bad, but due to the mental trauma, Yun can't even hold a sword. So it's not in his destiny to carry out his plan yet. Chan Hong said he would agree. There is no way this method can be accepted in life. He can't implement a single technique. Ruin said that there is nothing applicable. And since a solution has been found, he will be responsible for its implementation. His friends from the clan have excellent know-how on this matter. Hurin said he didn't know what exactly was going on, but he looked confident. Good, and worth trusting. Chan Hong asked in surprise, no hi? This is the first time he's heard such a concept. It's alarming. Where did he even come from? Ruin replied that he does not disclose personal information. Let them just understand that his specialty is to turn the impossible into possible. The teacher asked Master He why he was shaking so much. Was he unwell? He replied that no, he just suddenly felt goosebumps. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Maybe it was because of this situation. He said he didn't understand the logic. Cole Su replied that such a name was against the rules of Chan Mahakwan. The answer is final. Did they think he would agree to call the object Sim in such a wild way? It's embarrassing to say that phrase out loud, he asked in surprise. Is it embarrassing to say? A passionate man must engage in self-improvement. A hot-blooded man must be strong, strong and strong again. That's what self-improvement was invented for. That's the meaning he showed the world, what he doesn't like. Chul Su said that such phrases can be scratched on the wall of their own house. They have no. They are still a vagabond. He replied that he was a bastard and knew why. Okay, then we need to measure our strength here and now, you decrepit snowman. The teacher told them to calm down. He doesn't understand, he's a very calm person, so why does he immediately lose his temper when he sees Mr. Kwan? Master Kwan does not yet fully understand the subtleties of teaching. Let them agree that it is forgivable for him not to know all the details. The teacher turned to he and said that this phrase was truly wonderful and full of deep meaning, but unfortunately it was not suitable as a title for a lecture. He asked him to explain what was wrong. Why? The teacher replied that when students choose a subject, they pay attention first of all to its name, and the names of the teachers. It is necessary to indicate the type of martial art being studied, the weapons that will be used, whether it is theory or practice, the required level of skill. After all, not only male students study at Chan Mahakwan, but female students as well. They themselves understand what kind of indignation will arise among the girls at the sight of such a phrase. He replied that if that was the reason, he would agree. He should have said so right away. Otherwise, how could he not be angry when they change everything without asking? And in that case, he offers the following: combat power and speed. Blade control technique. The teacher laughed and replied that it was amazing. The great master gave a very appropriate answer. That's how he knew. It's not that hard, actually. He's already published a list of items with that name. And don't let them thank you. Chul Su took out a paper and said, here is combat power and speed. Blade control technique. He noticed that this snowman even decided to steal his thoughts. What a dirty trick. The teacher said that it turns out that the issue is settled. They said that they have special requirements for the process. He answered that it is true that there is one. He said that he asks not to recruit first-year students for his subject. Arguments like yes, he is responsible and strong, and therefore can take part are not accepted. No first-year students. Kolsu asked, is that so? The teacher said for the sake of fairness, the kids are allowed to choose higher category subjects from the second half of the year. Could he explain what the requirement is based on? He replied that he simply did not want to. And if they did not fulfill the condition, God knows, he would be sick for a full semester. And let them not expect righteous teaching from him. Ruin was given a book, and he asked what he needed this thick book for? As a pillow or something? Chakhun said that it was a good idea. It would also work as a sleeping pill, but it is still needed for the most accurate selection of accounting disciplines. He recommends quickly scrolling through and choosing the ones that interest you. Officially, 4 days are allotted for everything. But in reality, the recruitment for interesting subjects closes in the first 2 hours. Let him look around. Does he see how tense the situation is? Ruin replied, is there something he needs to read this crap from cover to cover? At least 2 points on each. Hurin told him that the contents of each were written out for him at the beginning. The 7 compulsory subjects were to be collected later. They were all roughly the same. He advised him to start with the 5 that were optional. Yun also opened the book and said how many interesting things there were. Y was also with them at that time and said that he would go and apply. Good luck to everyone. Chanhong was surprised and asked, already? And of course he hopes that he will be able to do exactly what he will mark. Ryuan said at this time that he couldn't believe it, the mesophobe had already read it? Chanhong replied that it was unlikely. There are more than 300 different directions that are dangerous here. Rather, he will look at the short description. Multiples of this are 150, and in more detail already 200. Hurin looked and replied that the task was not pleasant. And there was so much here. Has it ever happened that a course began individually? When no one else deigned to join, Changhong said that unfortunately, if there are not 3, the program will be immediately closed. Therefore, experienced teachers only recruit 3 or 4 groups. Ryuan told them to listen, martial arts are all one big whole after all. Where did so many branches come from anyway? Changhong replied that no matter how angry he was, he needed to accept this fact humbly and not look for problems on his head. And Yun didn't seem to need help. And let them say that 2 would give preference, he would quickly pick them out. Changhong thought that he would try to show and point out the same ones. It would be easier to follow. And at his age. But suddenly someone fell. Everyone was surprised and Changhong said that it seemed like they were taking sword control classes there. Surely some cool teacher would be teaching it. Changhong came up and asked if the man could tell me why people were rushing so quickly to that particular stand. Had something so interesting really appeared? The boy asked back, didn't he know? This year, one of the courses will be presented by the god of the volcanic sword. Now everyone is flocking there, hoping to sign up for his lectures. The boy asked if he could see. Here is another place where students are crowding? There they are trying to enroll in their great master. Of course, it's no wonder, there's a lot of excitement about him every year. But in his opinion, this time there will be more kids with the new teacher. Yun said in surprise, Frostblade is one of the top 5 Jian masters in the entire Celestial Empire, and Lord Flame is one of the top 5 Dao Blade masters. Is it really possible to listen to their lectures here? Hurin said that it was great, and suggested that they sign up too. The guy replied that it was a pity, of course, to disappoint, but newcomers were not allowed now. The guys were surprised and asked why. The guy answered that it was the custom, there are certain requirements. For example, if the note states that the level is high, students who are not lower than the 3rd year or those who studied with excellent marks can apply. Besides, when there is such confusion, the recording is finished in half an hour. And the best ones are selected through simple tests, and usually only their great master put forward different conditions. But it turned out that the fiery one asked to exclude first-year students altogether. So everyone thinks that he will teach some miraculous techniques. Ruin thought that this was a huge commotion. As if they had found something wonderful about his student, and he was also old. And what was he going to show in class? Was it really a fire show? Or maybe everyone was taken in by the beautiful name? The guy said that they would, in principle, be able to get to the Frostblade later. The main thing is to try. If they work hard, luck will smile on them in the next half year. Changhong looked at Ryuan and said that he could see that the boy was in a bad mood. Was he upset that he wouldn't be able to enroll with the vaunted teachers? Ryuan replied that no. Not at all, under any circumstances. He thought that the last thing he needed was his own slave to study. Ryuan said he would rather choose more productive subjects than ones that might lower his social status or bruise his ego. Changhong asked, social status? And what does ego have to do with it? And the guy, did you understand anything? Hurin answered that no, it seems he doesn't like it. Changhong asked him which ones he thought were more useful. He wanted to hear something specific? Ryuan replied that he was already so invulnerable that he didn't need anything, but if he had to choose, he'd better learn how to control sounds. His lousy teacher knows notes, but he can't control or manipulate sound waves. And he thinks this is a great option. Yun was surprised and said that learning to control sounds was amazing. Hurin was also surprised and said that Ryuan was brave to speak like that about his master. Changhong said that it was nothing compared to that. Rather, it was ill-mannered. Besides, it was an incredibly subtle science that required grace, and also perfection in knowledge of musical notation and reserve of internal energy. That is why this type of martial art is considered the most difficult. But unfortunately, the effectiveness is very low. He was still going to approach him? Ryuan replied that he certainly would. Only exquisite objects suited such a handsome, elegant young man. Hurin said he remembered that he had once been interested in this too. Let them pick out some sound-manipulating items for him too. As for instruments, he doesn't really know how to play anything, so it's up to him what he can use as a weapon later. Ryuan said that was great, and it was decided. His instrument was guqin. Let all disciplines be connected to it. Hurin replied that he had decided too. Let him choose for him too. Cham Hong thought that there was no need to pretend, as if they were asking him after much thought. This was clearly their style. He certainly thought about helping, but he didn't expect that he would have to do all the work for them. Yun said that he had marked 11 items here. And he wants to choose from them now? Cham Hong thought that it turns out that he can't carry the boy on his neck yet. In the evening, Cham Hong said that it had been a productive day. He had not expected that there were so many compulsory subjects, and that they all turned out to be from different fields of knowledge. But Ruin said it was such a bunch of useless crap. All that was left was to hope for more. Hurin replied that yes, he was also looking forward to it. Yun said that he liked almost everything and thanked Shangona. The guy was surprised and said that at least one person was grateful. Hurin replied that no, and he was very grateful. It was cool to rely on such an experienced person. Ruin said that's not the word. As if he studied here for 5 years. Apparently, every old man has more than enough experience. He'll take note. Cham Hong replied that they were expressing themselves in a strange way. It was almost itching. Yun asked if he hadn't been too careless in choosing one for himself, seemingly at random, from the same ones as them, wasn't he? Cham Hong replied that it wasn't quite right. To be fair, it was pretty good. But suddenly birds flew overhead and Ryuan asked, "What are they?" Hurin looked and said that it seemed to be a postman falcon. That's right. And these are falcons trained to carry letters. Ruin said that he heard about it for the first time. Yun said he thought pigeons were used for such purposes. Cham Hong replied that this was the Stone Age. You won't find them in China anymore. But falcons are stronger, more resilient, and less hassle. An ordinary falcon is not easy to catch even for a strong master. And when you don't need to carry letters, you can take a falcon hunting. They are very smart, incredibly loyal, and remember several roads at once. Hurin replied that it was then clear why demand for Skolov had increased. Ruin said that he wanted one too. Cham Hong replied that he could buy one. There was a shop somewhere in Chanmhakwan that sold them. However, the price of one was 3 months' budget for a family of 5. And the expensive ones cost well over 20 silver coins. Ryuan asked, he says, somewhere here? Cham Hong answered that as far as is known, the pavilion of the Heavenly Eagle. Actually, there is a whole clan that rules the birds, but on the wave of an already known trend. Their business has grown so well that now their shops are everywhere. He remembers that next to the house where the bird flew, there must be exactly the place they need. Ruin was very happy and said that they should move quickly. Arriving at the house, he asked what they had come for. And the building looked impressive. Hurin replied that he agreed, a monumental building. But Ruin called this building the Pavilion of the Flying Eagle. And it seemed to be about the Pavilion of the Sky. Cham Hong said that the Flying Eagle Pavilion is a place where the pigeons and falcons that other students have acquired are taken care of, something like a bird dormitory. Chanmhakwan is quite concerned about safety. Cham Hong said that the goods were being offered in the building next door. The seller met them and asked, did they come for a new falcon? And that they should not be shy and look around. Yun looked and said, what cuties! Hurin answered that it was true. It is true that it is written that this friend is a pigeon, intended for training. And 3 rings, what does that mean? The seller replied that they mark this way how many roads the bird is able to remember, and how well it is trained. The gold ring indicates the 5th level, and the silver one the 1st. That is, if necessary, he can remember more than 7 roads. Such birds usually have 7 to 9 rings, and the coolest ones have 10 to 12. In general, as they have already understood, the degree of giftedness depends on the number of rings. Falcons of the highest order help their owners in hunting. But it is worth remembering that the price of a male depends on his power. There is a special offer now. Of course, they can pay off the cost of the bird in full within 3 months. But if they pay the entire amount at once, they will receive a 1% discount. Ruin said this one has 3 gold, so it's level 15? He said the maximum is 12? Then what kind of bird is this? The seller was surprised and replied that he had a diamond eye. He immediately marked the best one. This one comes from an eastern country called Kore. He is so smart that they could not determine the ceiling of his abilities. So to speak, he is even outside the system. Frankly speaking, the guy has no shortage of ferocity. No matter how much we tried, he still kicks, He never acknowledges himself as the master. And then Ruin said that he wanted it. The seller was surprised and asked, "Really?" Then he suggests getting to know each other better in the training room. And I wouldn't lie, he's already maimed 30 people. And let him remember, the use of physical force is strictly prohibited. If he injures a bird, he'll have to pay compensation for the damage. Ruin said it was funny, but he'll try. And don't worry. He'll make it look beautiful. Immediately after that, they went to the training hall. But they began to hear voices and shouts, and suddenly they all disappeared. And then Ruin himself came out and said that it was the end. So it suited him very well. If only they could see how cute he was when he was angry. And he immediately decided that he was buying it. Ruin thought about what to name him. And he decided to call him Thunder. It suits him very well. The leader received the letter and said that it was good news. If the prince of the dark sect was a nice guy, there was no reason to worry yet. Namgung replied that the Lord of Meridian was personally monitoring the problematic students, and apparently the girl named Yun Bai had not shown up yet. He thought that everything would be calm for now. Then someone came and the head said that he was listening attentively. The guy replied that the lady had finished her training and was returning home. The students suddenly said, "That's what the 7th divine sword is." The guy was told that it seemed so. That same Manhwa. And it seems to him that the lecture hasn't even started yet, but he can already feel serious tension. He gives off the aura of a straight-A student. The student said, "Is he really going to write down every word?" He heard, of course, that the lessons, the philosophy of the white sect and the history of martial arts, require a lot of effort, but not that much, and they say that the methods of an excellent student are always correct. When the lecture is over, he will go and buy himself the same set. Suddenly, Changhong turned to Wei and said that he saw how the boy was prepared. But the students said that it was the first lesson and they already had a replacement. It seemed that the teacher was not feeling well. Ryuan asked him if he could wear a sign that said freshman. The students heard and asked if he was a freshman, but Yoon stood up for himself and said that Changhong was just like them. He was given the wrong medicine as a child. That's why he developed side effects. And he's 25. Hurin told the boy to calm down and not interfere. The students asked in surprise, 25? Hurin said they themselves found it hard to believe. He thought they could do it. Moreover, their friend clearly doesn't care. Does he know that if it bothered him, he would shave and try to look younger? But Changhong heard and said that it would be better if he kept quiet. He was already starting to go gray because of them. Hurin asked, "What does this have to do with him?" Changhong said that the lesson will start soon and let him sit down. He watches during the day, and at night he wipes the papers with his eyes. There is not even time to sleep. Yun said that there was no one around, it was dark. And in the middle of an open field there were 4 plum trees. But in the morning, one of them, for no apparent reason, magically disappeared. And one day, the elder decided to watch this 4th one. Or maybe someone chopped it up. Changhong thought, maybe they'll stop talking nonsense. Let them go to bed quickly. But he thought that the 4th suddenly bent in half, and scarlet eyes appeared between the branches. He was asked, "So it really was a ghost?" Changkun replied that the story was definitely not a rosy one. And he had a lot of work to do. They were already driving him crazy day after day, and he had to work at night. Isn't that too much? And he had to write reports on these assholes every day. Lately he was shaking, and now, as things were going on, the master got scared, took out his sword and ran to the tree and it. The guy asked, "So abruptly?" "He feels he has plenty of courage," Changhong asked. "What should I understand by this? Why is the document chest so huge? Have they completely lost their minds?" Changhong said that he was told that if he did not punish the disobedient students, all of them would inevitably suffer the most terrible fate. He hoped, he just looked big. He did not think that he was full of papers. Suddenly, during class, Hurin said that it seemed that Changhong had died. And he asked Ryuan if he knew the story of the ghost of the Wasan clan, which looked like a wild plum bush. They say that their elder not only saw it, but also received some great task. Ryuan was surprised and asked in response, "Does that mean that if he catches you, he will give you free treats?" Hurin said that he understood, and so. But Ryuan saw that he had stopped at the most important thing and asked, "So, Yun was also very surprised and said that this was a master from the Shaman clan. One of the 8 strongest healers of Oaken, Ing said that perhaps they would begin with a foundation that they would need for all future training. It would stretch out like a long, winding thread, accompanying them through 100 years of martial arts history. And finally stop at the moment in which they were now living. Ing asked them why they entered Chanmahakwin. Firstly, he was sure that they wanted to achieve excellence in one thing or another. Secondly, being the children of the White Sect, filled with desires to increase their strength, they intended to strengthen the power of the cult in a difficult confrontation with the Dark Sect, namely the Black Sky Coalition, as well as the Machonquac lair where most of the assassins are trained. But above all else, there is another goal. A goal that absolutely everyone sitting here is pursuing. They all hope to become a reliable support for their own clan, and said against those who may appear at any moment. Exactly. Against the spirits of heavenly sorrow. The disciples at that moment thought, the Heavenly One calls them, as if nothing had happened. And the rest thought, how to sit through to the end now. Ing said he believed they were even afraid to pronounce the bizarre name. But there was another name whose pronunciation had been strictly taboo for centuries, and this is a heavenly spirit thirsty for blood. The embodiment of terror, whose name has shaken China for thousands of years. He is a real symbol of fear and despair, against which both sects, forgetting their differences, have risen up. These enemies still exist, slowly devouring humanity from the inside. Their purpose is to grow stronger and destroy the monstrous evil. And it was for this purpose that more than 100 years ago, the god of the Great Limit, Hyuk-Woo Rin, built Chanmahakwin, asking for help from the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors. Ryuan apologized and said he had a question. Teacher Ing asked in surprise, what was it? Ryuan asked who this god of the Great Limit and the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors were. The disciples thought, what kind of nonsense is this? As if he was born yesterday? Ing asked what his name was. He couldn't believe it. There was a man in China who didn't know the idols of modern times. Is this some kind of joke? Or did he have an accident and lose his memory? Ruin replied that he didn't. And introducing himself, he said that he was completely healthy. And he was asking because he really didn't know. Ing said he didn't expect something like this to happen. And then they'll do it like this. It would be too easy if he told it now. He thinks this is a good opportunity to get to know all the heroes of days gone by better. Great, and he gives them a task. Ing told them to write a 5-page essay about their great ancestors and the bloody consequences of the bloodthirsty heavenly spirits' deeds. The size of the sheet will be 20.6 centimeters, the size of the hieroglyph no more than 1.5 centimeters. He asks not to make indents, and not to leave space for headers and footers. Chan Hong told him to look, it was all because of him. Let him imagine now what hatred they would harbor. Notice those crazed faces? Ryuan replied that he was just telling the truth. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Chan Hong asked, where did this task even come from? Judging by the way he bargained for the falcon, he clearly didn't come from the wilderness, and still doesn't know the God of War and the Holy Trinity. Ruin replied that as long as the questions were not related to everyday problems, it was not necessary to know the answers to them. And when they finished writing, let him look at it. And if they wrote for him, he would be grateful. Chan Hong asked, why on earth? Let him read the textbook and do it himself. Or let him ask Herin. And then Herin asked, did they call him? Did he misheard or something? The top half are your books, and Chang Hong can take them. Yun said that his half was only for Ryuan. He took them and thanked them for their help. Chang Hong replied that now, thanks to them, he didn't have to bother. Herin said that it was okay, they helped them with choosing the subjects. He wanted to thank them somehow. Yun said that he also decided to do something for Ryuan. After all, he promised to help with the plum blossoms. Ryuan asked the student, what did he have so much of? Did he save it for them? Y answered that no, every last one was his. And also when he studies, he doesn't like people making noise around him. That's why he asks not to come in this evening. Y turned around and said he was leaving. Yun heard this and replied that he was amazing. What a perfect student he was. Ruin said that he had nothing personal, but he already had plans. After the meal, he would go and look at how the thunder was being trained. Chang Hong didn't listen and told him to stop fooling around. Was he really going to ask him to write his essay for him? Hurin told Changhong that Ryuan was a good guy and a friend. He certainly wouldn't act so dishonestly. The elder received the information and said, "So it turns out that the White Crane has finished training and will return very soon? Where did you get this information?" The chief replied that the sore roommate was being followed. He reported that after she left the pavilion of the Flying Eagle, she immediately went to her room and spent half an hour cleaning. Her eyes shimmered with a rainbow shine. The elder said that he understood this, and only that girl could make her smile. "So, the note was sent via the falcon?" he asked. "How is this connected to the fact that it will soon be time to eliminate him?" The chief asked, "What did he forget? Once the White Crane returns to Chanmahaquin, a wild life will begin and no one will look back. The plan is perfect. So the day of her return will be the day of the death of the vile creature." Ruin was sitting at his homework and asked what the problem was. In his opinion, everything was perfect. "Look, he even wrote 5 pages. Hurin asked if he was really going to hand in the paper like that. Changhong said he hoped. The guy was joking about the first time he heard about the god of war and that scary name. Ruin asked how he knew since no one had told him. The boys were surprised and asked what. Changhong said that every Chinese person had to stumble over them at least once in their childhood. Something like that. Hurin replied that after these words the children immediately stopped crying. It was especially frightening when they spoke. "If he stays out late and plays around, the spirit of heavenly sorrow will come out of the well and swallow him alive. And the next morning the water in it will turn bright red and clean bones will float on the surface." Ryuan said it was horrible. "Is the spirit of heavenly sorrow some kind of gang of monsters and ghosts?" Changhong replied that it was not. It was simply the embodiment of cruelty. But who else could have treated this topic so frivolously? There are certain criteria when writing an essay, especially regarding the font size, so why these childish blots? And more precisely, this garish style and constant scribbles seem to be asking for a bad mark. That is a cruel bloody murderer, and he wrote as if he was the result of steadfast faith and languid hopes. What a frightening nonsense. But the most dangerous and terrible thing he dared to draw. And he depicted either an idol or a god. Did he intend to embellish history? Changhong replied, "What nonsense! He simply gave the appearance of a real villain. No need to slander here. The most terrible person in the world looks exactly like this." Changhong said that as the proverb goes, the absence of intelligence gives courage. And he is not just a robber, and not even a demon, but rather an obsession of fear. As soon as he was born, the first thing he did was to completely take over the dark sect. And every step he takes causes thousands and thousands of deaths. Hurin said that the spirit of heavenly sorrow gradually devoured everything in its path, which could not help but be terrifying. In the end, as he said, a righteous coalition emerged. Hurin took out his inscriptions and said that it was harsh. Ruin replied that it was true. After all, they themselves said that only the god of war could defeat the heavenly spirit. And the demon god also helped him. Hurin replied that it was true. It was written that way in the textbook. Changhong said that in practice, they were specifically composed only from the position of the white sect. In reality, there were 2 gods of war. The only one who survived the fight against the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit was the god of the Great Limit, Lord Hek Woo-rin. Since then, the white sect began to call him the god of war. But in fact, another master fought with the fiend of hell. The tyrant's sword, Lord Kal Jun Hek. In the dark sect, he was also elevated to the rank of a god. Since the nicknames, surprisingly, turned out to be identical, in order to distinguish them, the word demonic was added. But although there are rumors that even in the dark sect, recently they have been following the general canons more. Ryuan replied that it seemed that after the incident with the spirit of heavenly sorrow, the dark and white sects decided to join forces. But in the end, it turns out that they can't simply sort out the nicknames. Hurin said that there was indeed such a thing. However, after that incident they began to get along quite well. Ruin asked, "So both sides united and attacked as a crowd, but still lost?" Hurin replied that both had suffered serious losses. The tyrant's sword, which had inflicted the first serious wound, and the god of the Great Limit, who had made the decisive dash, were both seriously wounded, and each had to spend 3 or 4 years to recover. Changhong replied that according to the textbook, the losses amounted to almost half of the population, and more than 30 years were spent on restoring the forces and the destroyed cities. They say that about 1,000 carriages full of silver coins were put into work. But of course, the main tragedy is that the body of this cruel terrorist named Wai Cheon-su was never found. Nor was the gang of murderers led by the spirit of heavenly sorrow eradicated. Ruin said that means the battle took place over 100 years ago. She probably died of old age. Hurin replied that of course the bastard had been seriously wounded, but if you recall his skill level, there was still a reason. He'd probably last a couple of centuries. Changhong said that, for example, the Lord of the Righteous Coalition, along with the demonic god of war, have existed well beyond 100. At the same time, Muriang Jinin of the Wasan clan is turning 150 this year. After all, he is a real monster. Hurin replied that at that time he was about 50. That means he can continue to commit atrocities somewhere for at least that long. Changhong said that this is why the righteous and dark coalitions exist. It was not for nothing that the god of war once built their school, wanting to prevent a catastrophe. It was then that the holy trinity of heavenly warriors, the greatest masters of the celestial empire, who made an incredible contribution to the process of fighting the great disaster, became a huge help to him. Changhong said that one of these saints was the grandfather of the seventh divine sword, Manhwa, who was also his master, the Lord of the Blade. You live with his grandson in the same room and he doesn't know about such an important person. Sometimes his stupidity breaks through all conceivable limits. Ryuan replied that this misophobe didn't know his master's name either. No difference. Then why is he the only one called a fool? Changhong said that it was natural. After all, his level of fame obviously doesn't compare to the Holy Trinity. So what is he called? Ruin replied that he refuses to comment on matters concerning his personal life. It seems that it is enough to just glance at him, and it will immediately become clear. And if they gave birth to and raised someone like him, it means that his ancestors were not from simple people. He understood that he did not want to drag the damned old man into it. Hurin said he understood everything and asked, "Is he really not afraid?" Everyone in the white and dark sects is afraid to stutter about this. He is a real master of terror. Ruin asked, should he? It's a strange thing to be afraid of some old man, adding to the matter conjectures and rumors. They themselves said that Chan Hakwon was built to raise masters who would be able to defeat him. How are they going to catch him now with wet pants? Changhong was surprised and replied that he didn't expect to call a bloodthirsty heavenly spirit a grandpa. He thought that after the flower allergy, there was nothing to shock him anymore. Then Ryuan asked why the test subject, Oh Jun-ho, hadn't returned yet? Was there supposed to be an evening training session? Hurin said that, yes, it was strange. The last lesson on the schedule was a bit out of order. That's why he parted ways with it. Still, he should have finished long ago. And then Yun burst in and shouted at the guy. Ryuan replied that he would remember, and here it was. What did he want? Hurin said that he looked bad. Did something happen? Yun replied that after class, those seniors came to him. Lee Hak told him that as soon as he saw the sign, he should bring Ryuan there. He would have to get rid of the others somehow. Naeon also said that it was all true. This was his chance to get rid of the shame, he shouldn't let him down. If something goes wrong and he guesses everything, Yun replied that no, absolutely not. Their orders were of course of great importance, but he would not betray his friends. It would be better if they punished him. Nain said, what does that mean? Comrades from your own clan are allowed? Ryuan is the enemy of the entire area. Lee Hak also told him to stop. If the head does not understand, then they will put smart thoughts into it by force. Hurin got angry and asked, was it a bad beating? How are you feeling? Changhong replied that there would be no trouble since he told them everything. Yun said it was nothing serious. Seniors usually don't hit you in the face. There were bruises all over his body, but no internal bleeding. And if he disobeyed, they would go away in much the same way again. But he's more worried about Ryuan's situation. Even if he refuses, he feels like they'll easily find someone else to get even with him. Let him be extremely careful. Ruin said it was funny. It would be better if he said that he was ready to personally help at any time. He hated running away. Yun replied that they would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Changhong said no, it would be better to let him do as he was told. Since traps were inevitable, it would be good to understand the map from the outside in advance. Harin said it was a great plan. And Yun would also remain on guard. They were watching them from a distance. Changhong said they would figure it out somehow. But something was scary about the hidden nature. Ryuan said that he was, on the contrary, in anticipation. And he hoped that at least this time he would try his best. Changhong saw that he was a walking disaster. But for some reason he thought that everything would go in a different direction. The elder asked, apparently Yun had already told everything? But then what about the plan? How did it fail right away? The chief replied that it was the opposite. Everything was going as well as ever. They continued to wait for the arrival of the red horse. The 9 gates have already set their priorities, but the last arrow will be left to the main character. Let the crane have some fun too. Seo Cheung Gun of the Chanxian clan asked what they wanted to tell him, that from the 9 clans, the 2 strongest should be chosen, but any graduates who serve at the school are excluded. Gun asked, why not send a couple of elders instead? He thinks they could easily deal with this boy, and the girl Chen Hajiang from the Wasan clan replied that she agreed. Of course, if they, Mr. Advisor, and Mr. Vice Chairman, propose to act in this way, then there are reasons for that. But in her opinion, wouldn't it be humiliating to throw a bunch of people at one? And the disciple from the Shaolin Monastery said that unfortunately, the troop of monks from Shaolin will hardly be able to participate. Lately they have been trained so cruelly, any wayward behavior is nipped in the bud. But Chu Yin Jin of the Gongrian clan said that it means they will only stand at the 7 gates. The disciples of the Ami clan also refused. She believes that Vice Chief Jian Rin did her best. Yak Sang Hak of the Kanong clan said that there was a rumor going around that she recently joined that strange society. The steel bracelets. Could the other guys from the Ami clan have followed in their footsteps? He heard it said that their followers practiced in heavy shackles that they wore on their hands and feet. Jen said that she doesn't think so. She just grew a lot in skill and is now intensively training her comrades. But Yu Gyu-sung from the Jiamchen clan said that the Shaolin guys had a good reason, but he was disappointed in the students from the Ami clan. If someone they knew were disgraced, they would immediately rush to their defense. But now they turn away as if it were none of their business. And then the chief said, nevertheless, maybe it's for the best. He planned to organize an ambush along the entire perimeter not only because I was doing it to punish him, but also in order to prepare for the upcoming festival of the 3 holy masters. And it is for this reason that he asks to select a couple of strong men, excluding the elders and their deputies. Yu Gyu-sung of the Kanong clan said that in other words, who will participate in the first round is already clear. Therefore, he hopes to bring the guys into shape for the next one. The leader said that it was absolutely true. This year, it is unclear what the outcome will be. The disciples from the 8 clans community have become very strong, they can no longer be ignored. First, we should note the Namguns, who have sharply increased their strength. And also, the almost invincible children of the Dan clan. And in general, almost all of the stranger group are in the Union of 8. Moreover, Hyunun from the Shaman clan and Jin Rin from the Ami clan are also members of their community. But, as they understand, their souls have long since left their native abode. At the same time, the grandson of the Sword Lord, the future ruler of the Mon clan, entered Chan Mahakwin, the 7th divine sword, and he lives in the same room with that young man, by Ri Yun. No, even with the merciless monster, and those who suffered from him said that his hands were like iron blades, his movements were faster than lightning, and his blows were like the breath of death. Moreover, his main weapon is the surprise effect. And he attacks with all his might, without any morality or conscience. But on the other hand, for the students waiting for him at the 7 gates, it will be an excellent training that will allow them to gain invaluable experience. And the whole process is supervised by the vice chairman of their community, Mr. Chong Hyung from the Shaman clan. Sun looked and said that it seemed they had already thought of everything. What if he died before completing the intended path? Khan said that, or vice versa. True. I don't want to imagine, and yet, what will happen if even such a test does not cut short his miserable life? The chief replied that in the first case the students would have to hold back their energy so that the scoundrel would somehow or other reach the end. Let him suffer hellish pains, let him beg for death. Because when he finally reaches the finish line, he will meet an even more merciless person. Surely this fool will think that his life is saved now, because before him will appear the precious daughter of the righteous coalition. No, all of the white sect. The beautiful crane on Yi-Rin. The next day, teacher In took Ryuin's work and said that in 10 years of working at Chanmahakwan, this was the first time he had seen such work. He couldn't resist and decided to show it, because he was told that the guy had joined them on their recommendation. But master, he got the job too and said he was a crazy demon. He turned out to be terribly stupid too. And why should he be so ashamed of him? And told him to give him a bad grade. And asked the master, and he thought so too? It was strange, but for the first time in many years he smiled. And then he gave it a pass and said that, no matter how you look at it, such free, unclouded views are what helped China move forward, and he hopes that this courage will be reborn into bravery in the future. And they should support such young guys. At this time, Chang Hong said that he couldn't believe it. As a teacher, but maybe he just forgot to put no before Y. Hurin also said that he doubted. Let him see what is written next to it. This time he put Y, because he highly appreciated the original flight of thoughts. But in the future, if he does not adhere to the demands of leniency, one cannot expect it. And then he gave Ryuin an additional task: to thoroughly study the atrocities of the spirit of heavenly sorrow and write an essay, adhering to the established rules. Chan Hong said that he seemed to understand. He had heard it many times, but this was the first time he saw it. A student who received the teacher's love with a red brush must pay for it with blood, and he said that if Okyunjin decided to take on someone, he would give him instruction after instruction until he began writing essays with blood flowing from his nose from overwork. Hurin asked Ruin if he could stand it. The boy replied that he didn't know. And it seemed that the teachers had conspired and decided to kill him with wild boredom. Ruin remembered all his lessons and asked how much more of this nonsense he would have to absorb. Chang Hong said that Ryuin should have been like Mon He, concentrating on his studies and greedily absorbing such valuable knowledge. He was lucky enough to have a place that all the youth of China are fighting for. And he whines and whines. Chan Hong said that so be it, he would take them to an interesting place. Let them follow him. Hurin was surprised and asked where? In the city, under the bench. They shouted that everyone who wanted to reach new heights in sword control was invited to join them. Let them take their places quickly. A strong fist for every man. They welcome all the girls in the area. A community of martial arts history enthusiasts and realistic paintings. Anyone can do miracles. Heron was surprised and said that they were on the most popular street in Chanmahakwan, the community street. Ryuin asked, "What is this?" Chang Hong turned around and said that he didn't know again, just that he could just consider some kind of union of people with common interests. Hurin told Ryuin that he should join something too. In Chanmahakwan, he should join such institutions. Well, at least one. Otherwise, they could kick him out for being passive. Ruin asked, "And where do they think the most interesting place is?" But suddenly someone from behind asked them if they were looking for somewhere to fall in the evening. The boy asked if they would like to join the most powerful society in Chanmahakwan, the Sword Spirit Society. And he offered to learn the truth of Jian together. But the guy asked, since when did the Blade Spirit Society become the most powerful in the school? The Zhao Spirit Society surpasses them in every way. Let them not raise their stick in front of the newbies. But the disciple told him to stop and stop talking nonsense. He was the first to cross paths with them. The guy asked, "Who else is being sly? Is he asking for trouble?" The student answered, "How could he start talking? You can tell right away what kind of family he was raised in." Hurin asked, "Is this like sword energy?" They wanted to invite them, but ended up fighting among themselves. Chang Hong answered that it was immediately obvious, there was nowhere to put the strength. But suddenly a guy came up next to him, and said that Jian or Dao, how low his colleagues had sunk in an attempt to lure them over to their side. And that meant they would go to them, and would definitely fall into someone's disfavor. Ruin asked, "Where is it better then?" Hurin replied that maybe he could tell me where to go. The guy replied that of course to them. Their circle lights a fire in a man's heart. Boredom? Such a concept has no place here, and the longer they stay there, the more they learn great camouflage techniques. Ruin said it was an amazing place. The guy replied that of course it was possible and asked if they were already leaving. Having reached the place, he said that they were there. Entering inside, Hurin said that it was funny here. Everyone was surprised, of course, and did not know what to say. The guy smiled and said welcome to the community of lovers of young girls. But by this time a carriage with the princess arrived at the clan, and she said that she would leave from here alone. But Namgung was very surprised and asked the princess if she was okay. The princess asked, what could be wrong? Chamhung understood that it was originally a very ordinary club where methods of camouflage and disappearance were studied, and it seems that it happened around the time he graduated from Chan Mahakwan. And there was a rumor that some horrible pervert had taken over the position of the club's head. The guy said that in one word, they are a club for lovers of young beauties. Chahong sees that they have deteriorated beyond recognition. They should be destroyed immediately. Hurin said that is, they paint portraits and sculpt statues here, imagining beautiful women? The guy replied that no. All the girls in the pictures are real beauties, but the fat man said that all the items here are their treasures, which were obtained through long searches. It took a lot of work to collect secret information about the young ladies. Now their miners are all over China. The guy said, that's right. And this is the head of their club, Mr. Baiyunte. He's the best master here. Chamhung thought that he was such a pervert, and knew the famous techniques of the ancients. He doesn't even believe it, Ruin asked. Secret materials on every beauty from all over China? Why are they collecting all this? The guy was surprised and said that of course it was unexpected. Because they want to feel warmth. It doesn't matter what sect he is in, white or dark. Every man likes seductive beauties. It's in them by nature. Does he understand? Tay said that everyone wants to touch the beautiful and the great. And their precious relics describe this process in great detail. And day after day they improve their skills, getting more and more incredible experts. The guy said that now no beauty will slip past the all-encompassing eye, and until the Almighty wills otherwise, they will not stop pursuing. Chanhong said that he thinks they think that extracting useless information using complex techniques is cool and necessary. Hurin said that it was also scary. Ruin replied that as far as he knew, people called people like them perverts. And so this place is a lair of robbers who indulge their base instincts. Tay asked, bandits? They just like pretty girls. That's why they watch them closely. No violence. The guy also said that's exactly it. They're not like bandits. They're not from Chengzhouhui. Let him imagine that there are rumors that these maniacs recently cut off a guy's hand. He understands that he spoke ill of the idol they worship. If their leader did not possess such divine inaccessibility and strength, the group would have been destroyed long ago. And yet they can understand, they do not break the law. They only admire the wealth that nature has gifted to the local girls. Hurin said that he thought they would be furious. But how subtly they avoided this moment. Chamhong answered that it seemed that they had not yet completely lost their conscience. Although these thieves, like ordinary robbers, are all criminals. The guy asked, are they speaking so loudly on purpose? How dare they call them by such a vile word? But then other students came and greeted everyone, asking if they knew what they had brought. He learned the parameters of the lady's body. The second student started laughing and said that it was easy. And he stole the shoe of a famous beauty. Mrs. KKK. Ruin said that his friends immediately called their specialty correctly. Where should you go in such cases? The police or the teachers, I think? The guy replied that they didn't take anything. He just wrote down what the dressmaker said. The second guy said that was too much of a stretch. The shoe wasn't expensive at all. And it was terribly worn. The lady definitely wanted to throw it away. And he took what he needed. Hurin said maybe they won't hand them over. They'd better inform the injured ladies about everything. Chanhong asked if he was talking about Mrs. XXX and Mrs. KKK. The guy shouted that they were monsters. They wanted to kill these young guys? After all, if these ladies found out about everything, they wouldn't just kill them, they'd burn them over a slow fire. They are beautiful and gentle on the outside, but merciless on the inside. They will crush the guys like cockroaches. After that, what will they be able to do in the world of martial arts? They could agree that it was hard to call what Chioki and Siohei did a terrible thing. And he thinks no one even noticed what happened. Changhong asked, are they the same twin celestial ghosts? Although, there are definitely no other guys with such names. Hurin asked, so these are the famous seniors in front of them? Changhong said yes, but seriously, they are known primarily for their bad reputation. Dan Chio Ki of the Dan clan and Cheon Seo Hei of the Divine Gate are master inventors. But the truth is, they have a trail of serious problems everywhere they go. Saren asked if he really talked about them. It's hard to believe. Chan Hong said not to think too much. This is a common performance. They are a walking headache. And they know how to get out of it in different ways. The guy said that they had been acting willfully since the first day they entered Chan Mahakwan. That's why he thought that they would understand them better than anyone. What a disappointment, Ruin asked. So they found out about them a long time ago, and then invited them? The guy asked. How else? Chul Ki and Seo Hei noted their rebellious nature and love of freedom. But the guys grabbed him and said that sometimes their friend talks outright nonsense. Hurin said he thought they were trying to cover up everything that happened on the day he was admitted. But it seems there's more to it than that. And why are they acting so weird? Like they're hiding something, Chan Hong asked. Really? And he thought that these two were very good at technology and were in it. He remembered that the manager had said something was wrong, and turned to them and said, by any chance, weren't they the ones who helped Cheon Sang activate the third level of the security system on the day the freshmen entered Chan Mahakwan? The guy asked. What's wrong? What a surprise, did something happen that day? The second guy also answered that they didn't know anything. And who is this Chung San? Chan Hong said, what a wonderful coincidence. The Divine Gate school that Mr. Cheon So Hei came from has a very close relationship with the Tiger Fang school. But Ruin couldn't help but ask, so it was the two of them who organized that funny performance? The boys were very scared and decided to run away. But Ryuan stood in front of them and said that he thought they had something to talk about. Tae said that if they were going to communicate with violence, he asked them to continue outside. This is where his precious treasures rest. Ruin replied that he didn't even know. And something told him that the conversation would be long with each of those present. And I wouldn't want to offer them, Mr. Pervert, the opportunity to atone for their guilt. Of course, if they follow his instructions. Hurin said that he thought Ryuan was up to something again. Chan Hong replied that it seemed like it wouldn't hurt to call the fire brigade. Tae asked, what if he doesn't agree? Will he burn everything in this building? Ryuan replied that he wasn't joking. But don't worry, he's in a good mood today. Besides, he really needs to join some club or group right now. And then let them fulfill 3 conditions and he will even join their circle. And they can believe, thanks to him this place can soon become very popular. The guy asked in surprise, could a club for lovers of young girls become famous? Chan Hong asked him what he was doing. Hurin also said that he didn't know what he had decided, but maybe he should think it through carefully. Ruin replied that he actually felt quite okay and had made his decision very thoughtfully. If you took away all the signs of perversion, criminals and stupidity, this club could be much more interesting than others. Cha Hong said that if all 3 of these things were to be eliminated, what would be left of this club? Hurin also asked, does he think it will work? Ruin replied that it was quite possible. And what will they say, respected chairman? Does he remember that if he refuses, all their treasures will burn to ashes in a minute? Tae thought about it and said that he agreed, and decided to listen first. Ryuan replied that it was a smart decision, and his proposal would be like this. Firstly, since the club already has such a name, it will collect amazing information about beautiful girls from all over the Middle Kingdom. But all sorts of nonsense, like body parameters, will not be needed. Club members will be looking for useful information. And secondly, the club will give advice to young people on how to make friends with the object of their affection, how to court. Of course, not for free. And thirdly, but suddenly Yun Jun Ho came and asked if they could tell him where Ryuan was. He was told that he was heading here. Ryuan immediately asked him what had happened. Yun was scared and replied that the day had come. They asked him to bring him immediately. Hurin asked, so those same John Li Hak and Chu Jie Yun told him to bring Ryuan? Yun answered that yes, those same ones. Hurin said he hoped they didn't lay a hand on him this time? Yun replied no, that wasn't true, but he's more worried about Ruin. Hurin said that it looks like they're up to something. Ryuan is thought to be fine, and those 2 are definitely not his equal. Chang Hong replied that he doesn't think it's just the 2 of them. Hurin asked what they were trying to say. He thought a whole gang of Wasan clan disciples would come after Ryuan. Chang Hong replied that he didn't know. But if they knew, when their demon won at the entrance exams and on the first day. Given that they weren't stupid, they must have prepared well. Since it wasn't only the Waisonites who suffered at Ryuan's hands, one can expect that anyone will meet him there. But he thinks these guys aren't going to bury him alive. They clearly have another goal. And the gathering point isn't a crowded place, or to be more precise, teachers never go there. This is a site for independent training, and so that students do not feel shy and hone their skills there. But most often it is used as a place for fights without rules. Yun said that it was true. John Lee-hak and Chu Jie-yun didn't say anything specific, but he noticed that they were planning something. Maybe he shouldn't let Ryuan in there? It would be dangerous there. Hurin said he was sure nothing like that would happen to their friend. But he was saying they wouldn't sit back if he was in danger. Yun said that he too. He may not be much use, but he will still try to help out somehow. Of course, he will hardly be able to show off the plum blossom technique, but he will swing his sword vigorously. Hurin said that was great. They would help together. Changhong replied that they would watch, but the two of them, especially him, Ryuan, needed to change positions. He thinks that if anything happens, he will have to track Ryuan instead of protect him. Hurin asked what he wanted to say. Changhong replied that without permission from the teachers' committee, organizing fights without rules would result in severe punishment. If someone is earlier or dies, it's completely over. Does he remember that last time they were given strict orders? And if someone suddenly dies, they will be kicked out anyway. In his opinion, Ryuan is not the type to give in to indulgences. Yun got scared and said that he hoped he wouldn't kill his friends. Hurin replied that it was clear. If he did, everyone would be expelled from the school. They had to keep a close eye on their bloodthirsty comrade. Changhong said that he was thinking the same thing. And he doesn't like that he's still not here. And even more so, how he reacted to Yun's words about the meeting. Changhong said that judging by his reaction, he was clearly not excited. On the contrary, he looked like a serial killer. And what is the secret weapon? Dynamite, maybe? Yun replied that he was only used in war. But then he asked, could Ryuan really do something like that? But Hurin said that his friend was a very dangerous warrior. And if he really had prepared the dynamos, they could also be covered by the explosion. Well, for the sake of a comrade, you'll do anything. But then Ryuan came and asked, what is this for? He doesn't know what they have planned, but let them not forget, today he is the main guest of honor. But then Changhong was surprised and asked what he was hiding under his clothes. Hurin asked if he really brought explosives. Ryuan asked what they were saying. So you can get something like that in Chanmahakwan? Where? In a store? Haryong replied that it turned out he couldn't bring it for him after all. Ryuan asked in surprise, swords? And he was talking about them? He said that we need to capture it too. So he thought that he was talking about a secret weapon. Hurin replied that he was grateful. So he had saved it for him too. What was that? He was in anticipation. Let him forget about the sword. Let him get the secret. Ryuan told him that he knew that Hurin would understand him. And immediately after taking out the item, everyone was surprised and Changhong said that it was like calling it a weapon. And this is the most ordinary tableware. Ryuan disagreed and said that even in ordinary tableware there is hidden enormous potential. Like in a person. You can't judge a thing only by its appearance. Hurin said that it certainly looked interesting, but he didn't think it suited him very well. Changhong immediately ordered Yun to give Hurin the sword. After all, it would be of more use to him. Ryuan said that it was sad. Well, where to go now? Yun answered, did he understand? They need to go to the northwest part of Osanlo. Arriving at the place, Yun said, it seems they have arrived. Ryuan asked with surprise, really? And there are quite a few trees here. Hurin asked, what is the connection between trees and effort? Changhong asked, what? Yes, he definitely means that it will be difficult to throw dishes. Yun told the boys that he brought him. Changhong also looked and replied that they were future invalids. Lee-hak said he was an idiot. What took him so long? But the guy told him to calm down, he did everything. He hoped he at least brought the right guy. Nayeon said he definitely did. The boy told them to get lost then, and to take the fool with them. He was sure that if they accidentally hurt him, the great master would be very upset. Nayeon said that's right. They'll tie him to a tree somewhere so he doesn't call the teachers here. Lee-hak also said that he would like to join them too. As luck would have it, only 2 people are allowed to push him. Ryuan was surprised and asked if there were any other restrictions. They could have stayed though. It wouldn't have helped them anyway. Yun said he can take care of himself. No need to worry about him. But these guys are really strong. Let him be careful. Ryuan was surprised and replied that he was even afraid. Let them all come at once. Lihak said, what a burr he is. Is he asking for trouble? And then Yun replied that they were the ignoramuses. He had been patient until now. But he wouldn't anymore. Nyan said that he thought this idiot had gone completely crazy. Yun told Ryuan that he had a request for him. Let him leave the Wasen people to him. He would run to report to the committee and his master. Lihak ran after him, shouting for them to catch him. The other boys said that since he asked for it, would they help him crawl to the next gate? The second student said he agreed. And if the boy couldn't do it himself, they would just carry him. Ryuan asked, is there another gate? He was already disappointed, so it turns out that something else is waiting for him? The guys answered that he is a sick bastard and they will set his brains straight. But Ryuan didn't play with them and took the dishes in his hands and started waving them. The guys were very surprised and didn't understand how he did it. With each hit from Ryuan, they were injured by the dishes. Ryuan said that he thought he threw too hard, although there were few rotations. Apparently it was worth practicing more. And now he will probably do it. Hurin said that he couldn't believe that Ryuan was going to create a new kind of martial arts. Chamhong replied that no. It must not be released. He must intervene, otherwise, at the sight of these bowls, his appetite will evaporate. Hurin asked if they should stop Ryuena. Chamhong replied that he didn't think so, since they had other tasks. Hurin asked if he was talking about them. At that time, Lihak and Naeon were chasing after Yun and shouting for him to stop. Yun replied that he didn't want to. And they wouldn't raise a hand against him again. Chamhong said no. He was talking about the audience that was slowly gathering for the show. They were just watching for now, but if they got involved, it would get really hot in here. Hurin said, what do they have to lose? Maybe they'll fight all at once. In the end, they'll definitely get into trouble. Chamhong replied that everything was correct. And he believed that the probability of expulsion in this case would increase several times. Hurin smiled and said that he suggested they wait then. However, if they had to fight them, he felt that they would gain plenty of experience. At this time, someone was watching the battle on a tree. But Naeon was screaming that she didn't understand how this thing could just go back and forth. The boy shouted to Chinvai that it was time for them to go. Vi replied that he understood everything and they could begin. And they immediately threw down their blades. Ryuan smiled and said that it was expected. If you reduce the force when throwing the little, the dishes will return. But unfortunately, in this case, the combat power also decreases. The guy was very surprised and thought, how did he manage to catch the blade, and with only 2 fingers? Especially at the same time as the vessel was rushing at full speed. The second guy also realized that he wouldn't be able to get close. And therefore he wasn't destined to show his mastery of the sword. Ryuan thought about it, and said that he would continue next time. Considering the condition of the instrument, he thought it could be used as a club. The guy immediately thought about what this asshole was talking about. Was he going to beat them up? And they also realized that they would finally be able to use their signature attack. The guy turned to V and said that his sword was broken. And he decided that he would take this enemy on himself. V replied that no, he refused. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He decided that he would use the same thing. Ryuan saw this and laughed, and said that this was also a great choice. The guys were already ready to fight him, and were waiting for the right moment. Changhong asked his friend if he thought they should intervene. Does it remind him of anything? Hurin thought about it, and answered that it was true. He was talking about that, right? Changhong said he was talking about the 3 happiness punch technique. That's right. Hurin asked, is he crazy? Is he going to beat them up with that bowl? He needs to be stopped. Hurin shouted at Ryuan that they shouldn't be hurt too much. Changhong also said that sharp edges should never be used. If anything happens, you can't avoid being expelled. But Ryuan didn't stop there and continued to run towards the enemy and ended up beating them with the dishes. Everyone was very surprised and couldn't believe it. And they even said it was terrible. Ryuan said that this move was called the double hit technique with the utensil. and even only the back of the utensil was used. At this time, in the headquarters, Jen asked what was wrong with the birds. The chief replied that they heard special sounds from Chin-hyun. Considering the fact that they can't calm down, 2 of the Wasan clan couldn't handle it. But since the black bird doesn't move, it means the wounds aren't fatal. Jen said that they haven't been able to avenge Seob-so yet, and now there are Chen-wai and Un-chu. Sun said that there were 2 of them. They would definitely get revenge for no Dabin. But he had a question. He was lured to the guys from the Wasango clan, but how would he get to them? The leader replied that they need not worry about that. According to the plan, he was to move step by step closer to the White Crane. He had to force them both to cross the forbidden line. Gun said that, to tell the truth, he doesn't really like the strategy itself. The White Crane claims that she doesn't belong to any community, but because she is the heir of the Righteous Coalition. Even the heir of the Na clan, the community of 8 reveres her as a goddess. Of course, he wouldn't mind protecting himself from the consequences that might arise from punishing by ruin. But somehow I don't really want to betray the object of revenge of the community of 9 clans to the White Crane, who is on the side of the community of 8. The chief said that they wished to exclude her, one of the key figures of the 8 community, from the Holy Trinity Martial Arts Festival. Jen asked with surprise, should she be excluded? And having said, he replied that the heiress of the Righteous Coalition had punished the pervert. At first, the rumor will spread in this interpretation and Chan Mahakwin will probably try to suppress it. Then, through Ryuan's friends, they will launch a new piece of news. But suddenly someone said that it was not true. He was not a pervert. He just fought with some guys and ran there to hide from them. The chief said that here too a White Crane killed him. After these words, whoever she was, the school would have to issue a punishment order. Gun said that was true. And he thought that she should also be excluded from the festival, and at best even suspended from her studies for a while. Sun said that in addition, the community of 8's reputation would be seriously damaged. The chief replied that it was certain. Bai Ruin was a pawn in their hands, no more and no less. They would receive a benefit 2 or 3 times greater than the moral and physical costs. And besides, they can see that she is already there. The princess was walking in the park at that time and enjoying life. Naeon said how cruel he is. And is it possible to use such merciless techniques in a normal fight? Ruin replied that they were all so annoying. Standing here and there. They had lured him in, set up a trap. And now they were judging him for taking self-defense measures. Of course, it was funny. Lihak told him to shut up. This is what he calls self-defense. He seriously injured Seob-so, and now Chen-wai and Un-ju. Naeon also said that they wouldn't tolerate this anymore. She would deal with him herself. But suddenly Yun stood up for them and told them to stop. This couldn't be done. Yun said that they still can't win. Besides, the fault really lies with them today. But Naeon slapped him in the face and said that he was a real disgrace to the clan. A traitor to his own comrades. How can anyone justify an enemy? Hurin wanted to intercede, but Chang Hong told him to stop. Judging by Yun's face, it was not a good idea to interfere for now. Yun said that today was the first time he was really disappointed in them. He might not be the one to say such things, but what they did today definitely wasn't an act of honor. And besides, should he accept and cover for them just because they are from the same clan? Where is the difference between Wasan and bandits in that case? No, there can be no talk of such a thing. Lihak was surprised and asked how he even came up with this idea. And since he was asking for it, they would kill him first. But Ryuan didn't let that happen and threw the dishes towards them with such a strong attack that they couldn't handle them. But Lihak didn't stop and they both attacked him. But Yun was faster and immediately dodged. Yun immediately used the technique and grabbed the sword from Nain's hands. He began to fight them seriously, and did not want to give in to the enemies. Hurin said that it seemed that Yun had grown up. Chang Hong also said that he would agree. It seemed like that. It certainly looked weak, but he was able to understand the truth. He understood that this was the Plum Blossom Sword control technique, or more precisely, the 7th Plum Sword. If Ho hadn't pushed those blockheads away, the strange bull would have broken their swords in an instant. And judging by the force with which Ryuan threw it, not only their swords, but also their arms would have turned into chopped meat. But Yun, with a couple of blows, noticeably reduced the power and changed the trajectory of the vessel. It seems he has no experience in battle, but he was still able to react in an instant. The plum blossom sword control technique is famous for its many techniques based on the truth of you, softness. In fact, in addition to you also need to learn loyalty and speed. In this regard, the boy was simply born for this technique. He's fast, and his movements are straightforward. Now it's clear that their old man didn't send him away because he felt sorry for him. Yun told Ryuan that he was fine. He only asked for one thing: if they didn't attack, that he give them a wide berth. And he once again apologized deeply for the actions of the disciples from his clan. Li Hak asked how he pushed after that. And now he's still apologizing? Naeon started crying and screaming that he kicked her. Then Changhong intervened and said that it seemed they had not yet realized that he had just saved their hands. But if they continued to provoke the demon, he dared to guess that they would find out what might have happened. But suddenly Yun fell to the ground. Hurin immediately ran up and asked how he was doing. He immediately realized that it was the scent of plum blossoms. Ruin also came up and asked, so that's what kind of allergy she has. Although it perfectly fulfills the role of a flavoring agent, it still does not know simple everyday wisdom. Some, in order to become people, would not hurt a couple of blows. Hurin told him that if they couldn't escape the blow, they would at least become disabled. And if they looked, they would say goodbye to life altogether. Of course, he doesn't have warm feelings for them either, but we need to respect Yun's wishes and try to finish school anyway. Changhong also said that they should stop at self-defense measures. Now Ho needs to rest. It's time to go back. Does he know that if someone gets hurt, they won't be able to turn back time? Ryuan asked if they thought so. But for some reason he felt like he should ask John Li Hak and Chu Jia-yun, and all those insects that are now watching from behind the trees. And as Yun bequeathed, if they attack first, you can beat them, and he asks to treat him and his time with respect. Let them attack at once. He will try not to bring it to a lethal outcome. Hurin said that Yun wasn't dead yet. Changhong told him to stop. He had misunderstood them completely, and they stand here and watch in order to prevent the death of their opponents. They are not allowed to fight him. And then the disciple came up and said that those who wanted to get even and measure their strength were waiting in 6 more places. Therefore, he asked him to follow the marks left on the ground. Ruin asked, why should he do that? If they have questions for him, let them come on their own. The guy replied that in order to conduct coordinated fights, appropriate places are required. In return, he can take the gifts left on the ground for himself. And they heard that he likes money? Hurin said how humiliating it was. Changhong also replied that it was exactly like that. Who would dare to suggest such a thing? And whoever Ryuan was, it was naive to think that he would collect these silver bars. Ryuan said that there was nothing to be done then. And he left Yun with Uncle and Hurin. Ruin went with them and followed. Hurin was surprised and said that he actually ran. Yun watched everything and felt that it really worked. How mercenary! Looks strong from the outside, but in reality he's just a fool. Hurin and Changho followed him and shouted at Ryuan to take his time. They were coming with him. Changhong said that he seemed to be having a lot of fun. He should walk more slowly and look around. Hurin told Changhong that he could no longer carry Yun alone. At that moment, Ryuan stopped and saw the enemy in front of him. The enemy was surprised and said that finally, and asked the guy if he remembered No Dayuin. He is his friend from the Jiamchen clan, and his name is O Dingo. The second guy said his name was Mu Yila. The time has truly come. Well, it's time to start fighting. Changhong said that if the opponents are disciples of the Jiamchen clan, it will be difficult for Ryuan to deal with them. Hurin asked, is it true? This is the first time he heard about it. Are the Jiamchen strong in water battles? Changhong replied that it was true, it wasn't, but their signature sword control technique was flying to the sun. It was based on the incredible speed of the sword strike. In other words, among the 9 clans, they are the strongest in skill, and they also chose to fight on water. This log structure is made with the purpose of drowning Ryuan, possibly the intended end of Ryuan, and although if they sink him, that's still godly. But would one of the opponents really come out of the water and start poking with a sword during the fight? Hurin told Ryuan that it was dangerous here. Maybe he'll stop collecting precious ingots and go back? Changhong also said that he definitely will. He's not a human being, but he's not a fish yet. Ruin turned around and asked, do they really think so? But for some reason, he doesn't want to refuse. Ryuan immediately headed for the fruit, but his landing was hard and he broke the log. Ryuan couldn't help but go under the water right away. Chanhong said that their inhuman creature had started off beautifully, but now maybe he was drowning because of the silver he had filled his pockets with. La said he would go into the water, but O stopped him and said there was something wrong. La said there was a reason for this vibration. Immediately after that, Ryuan climbed out of the water with powerful energy. The guys were surprised and managed to jump out. La shouted to O and told him to dodge. Ryuan was attacking from behind, but he didn't have time to dodge, and the guy fell asleep under the water. Chanhong was very surprised and couldn't believe it. He said that their inhuman creature had turned into not just a fish, but a real piranha. Hurin told Yun to stand up and let him look at Ryuan. He's a real piranha now. Riwinu immediately got out of the water and headed for dry land. Hurin said that he was leaving. He couldn't get through here with Yun. Chanhong said that he was right. Then let him return to the camp. Chanhong thought about what to do. He can't decide. And it seems that Ryuan is heading towards the Forbidden Territory, and his main mission is to monitor the Prince of the Dark Sect. Ryuan ran and said that the silver bars lead there, and he will collect them and return. And he tells Chanhong that at his age it is not recommended to wet his feet in cold water. Let them go too. Chanhong said that maybe they should leave this money man. Let him do whatever he wants. And it seems he doesn't need them at all. Chanhong understood that today was the day of the White Crane's return to Chanmahakwan, so there should be guards for her everywhere. Unless of course she scatters silver ingots around herself, they shouldn't cross paths. Their ruins thing, after all, isn't interested in girls. Hume was watching everything at the time and realized that things were going badly. Two students, famous for their ability to handle heavy swords and possessing powerful fists. Arriving at the fourth gate of the Gongrian clan, he saw that there were two disciples who had learned the 8 great dragon flight techniques, capable of flying freely in the sky and demonstrating fencing techniques with 2 swords. And at the 5th gate, the Hashan clan even has disciples who possess the sacred monkey walking technique, as well as the leading techniques of controlling the sword of the Falcon King, which involve incredibly specific and combinations of sword movements. His movements are alien to any of the practices known to him. He waves his arms and legs in different directions in an inorganic way. It all looks very cheap, but so powerful and effective. Or maybe he ate too many healing herbs. After that, on the way to the White Crane, only the 6th gate remained, where the disciples from the Shaman clan stand, and the 7th gate. So a couple of followers of Chong-sun gathered, and he has to admit, everything has gone wrong. The plan has shown its inconsistency. He believes that in this case it is not worth continuing this wave of battles. The number of wounded can only increase. At the headquarters, the senior said that Kandong, Gongrian, and Hyunsen had lost. What kind of ruthless methods did he use? Then the last hope is on Chong-sun. Who is participating there? Is there even a hint of success? The chief replied that even without the shamans, everything should go according to the prepared strategy. True, there were still quite a few shifts, but there would be no problems in directing him to his destination. And besides, at the last, 7th gate, he will stand from the Chusun clan, the head of the White Crane Guards, the Ji Chion's whirlwind sword. He treats the lady like a goddess, so they didn't tell him about their plans. But he's sure that he's the best choice for the final gate. They were trying to punish a crazy person who was making fun of the Wasen and Jiamchen clans. He ran towards him. And today, that bastard joined the young girls' club and said that he would definitely go up to the Unhyang Pavilion, and he has proof of his greed and perversion of nature. He can check it himself. He has incredible power. Ruin said that there are too many people here. So it turns out that the main treasure is at the top? Ruin said, why bother preparing such gifts? If they insist, he can't refuse. Chun immediately attacked him with his sword and said that he was a pervert. How dare he even think about getting their pearl? Let him die. The sword energy that changes like the wind. Ryuan was surprised and asked what was there? He was already in anticipation. And how he wanted to get it. And then he would take it with great pleasure. But Chong didn't want to let him do that and shouted that he would finish him off. And immediately used the defensive technique of the 3rd absolute invincible heavenly sword. But Ryuan didn't get distracted and simply used protection so that no one would interfere with him, and he took his own. But the princess was at that time in the place where the treasures were located. And after the attack, the place broke and the princess fell. Her necklaces started falling from her body, and she didn't even realize that she would fall from such a height. But at that moment, Ryuan happened to be in that very place, and before she could fall, he grabbed her and saved her. Ruin said that it was such a pity that a beauty like her was going to commit suicide, but then she turned out to be completely different, and she pulled out her blade, and she immediately put it to his neck. Rin was in a carriage on her way to the Alliance at the time. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a bloodbath broke out. One of the attackers ordered his men to grab the girl from the carriage first. Rin was very scared and immediately took the knife in her hands to protect herself. She started to listen to what was going on outside. But she didn't go out. Suddenly she felt someone approaching the door, and she immediately braced herself. She jerked suddenly, and immediately the doors opened in front of her. Rin saw that it was her mother. The woman asked her daughter why she wanted the knife. The mother told her daughter she needn't worry, those people wouldn't spill a drop of her blood. That's not what she's worried about. Her mother said that Rin had been holding the blade that way for a long time, but she wouldn't kill anyone that way. Rin looked at her mother with surprised eyes. Her mother said that, like her father, she wouldn't want her to pick up a gun, but since she'd already chosen that path herself, maybe she could teach her a few things. Her mother hugged her and revealed that she thought she would still learn a lot at school, but she wanted to tell her, all sword techniques exist for one purpose only. Her mother took a knife from her hand and told her to pierce, cut, and cut off her head. And to survive, she must kill the enemy. And if holding a knife like she does and waving it the way she really thinks it should be waved, will she be able to kill someone? But Rin didn't answer anything, and just stared into her mother's eyes. And she asked her if she could even wound the enemy? But mother remembered that her mother had said that this blade had been given to her by a girl from Sichuan. And judging from the fact that she did pick up the weapon, she had indeed changed. But to send her to martial arts school, she doesn't even know whether to support her or beg her not to go. And as her father used to say, if you live by killing all the time, one day you'll be killed yourself. And if the hour came when she and her father lost her forever, they'd just go crazy. But she wondered if she should leave it at that, when she didn't even know how to hold a knife. Rin replied to her mother that she understood her perfectly. She's still short, and then, she needs to hold the knife like this and strike from the bottom up. After all, that's the only way she can pierce the enemy, right? And then her mother told her that she was right. But suddenly she asked her why she had chosen the knife as a keepsake. But she can still understand the hairpin. But a knife as a symbol of friendship with that girl from Sichuan? She can't understand that anymore. Rin replied that because it fit best. Her mother asked her what was it for. A reminder of her? She replied that no, not really. And she said that Unbai is nothing compared to this. The only thing she can take as a souvenir is a hairpin, because during their meeting, she will be the one to show Unbai how much she missed her. She will tell her that she never got it out of her head, just as she never took the barrette out of her hair. So she should remember her. And then the mother replied that she didn't want to get her hopes up. She realized that her daughter had never behaved like this. It was certainly nice, and she even wondered, what kind of girl was this girl that her Rin missed her so much? And why did she choose a knife in addition to a hairpin? Rin said that she chose the knife as a sign of her vow. She promised that she would be the strongest before their next meeting, and she will never again let someone close to her suffer because of her. And so, she will become a sword. Strongest, hardest, and if necessary, even cold-blooded. And when she meets Unbai again, she will tell her by showing her this hairpin that she doesn't need to be protected anymore. Now her body and mind became as strong as a hardened blade. But Ryuan caught her and said that such a beautiful girl wanted to commit suicide. If anyone touches her without permission, she will kill them mercilessly. From now on, she will be the one to protect Unbai. But here, Ryuan used his abilities and swept her sword aside. Then he also jumped to the side. After landing, Ryuan started losing his money and started collecting it, worried that he would lose it. Ryuan said that even still his favorite clothes were ruined, but that was okay. He would consider it payment for their acquaintance. Rin was surprised and asked him, did he know she would strike with the sword? Ryuan replied that no, of course not. How would he have realized? But even more than that, he doesn't understand why he's still not angry. He doesn't usually like to lose money. Rin asked, then how did he manage to dodge the blow? Ryuan replied that it was obvious. Because of his skill, but if she had struck deeper, she might have been able to hurt him. Rin replied that she promised she wouldn't make that mistake next time. Ryuan was surprised greatly and asked why she was doing this to him. What had he done to deserve such a dislike, the first time they met? Rin immediately waved her hand and replied that he had irrevocably stolen the most precious thing in her life from her. Ryuan asked with surprise, when? And what exactly? Or maybe it's just a mistake because he doesn't know what she's talking about. Rin thought at that moment, what's wrong with her? She can't read his mind. The facial expressions, the movements, the voice. None of it tells her anything. It's as if the person in front of him is a person, and a blank sheet of paper. Ryuan said, all the more reason for him to think that he was the victim here, not her. Because it wasn't him who robbed her, but she stole something of his. Rin asked, and what did she steal from him? And then Ryuan answered that the heart. But she didn't allow her to communicate with her like that, and immediately grabbed her blade. Suddenly, a guy came up behind them and started yelling at Ryuan and asking how dare he speak in front of the mistress about his dirty thoughts, and how dare he insult her. And now there's no forgiveness for him. He would punish him. Ryuan turned around and replied, how boring they were, and said that he actually thought he had already sent everyone flying. The warrior replied to him to shut up. He had caught them off guard, but it wouldn't work again, and now he would repay such an insult to their mistress with death. Rin replied that he did not remember insulting her. He thinks it's far worse to follow her around and ogle her body under the pretense of providing protection. The warrior shouted to him at once to shut up. After all, they are thanking the Almighty for the honor of defending the lady. He also dared to touch her sacred body with his filthy hands. He was angry and thought, where did he come from? A pervert from a club for young girl lovers. And how dare he touch her back and legs? And even hug a white crane? Only he is worthy of her embrace. And then Rin said he understood, and if the warrior was jealous, then let him say so. And can't he just let her crash to death? The warrior is just mad that she was caught by him, and not the warrior. The warrior couldn't help himself, and shouted at him to shut up. He would cut off his filthy tongue and his filthy hands. The warrior immediately used the sword energy changing like wind, and the third technique of the 8-sword strike. Ryuan looked at this and smiling simply waved his hand, and easily repelled this useless attack. Ryuan scoffed at him a bit, and told him that he hadn't touched any bones or nerves, so he might not have to worry about how it would heal, he could hold the sword. Immediately afterward, the other warriors ran up and asked what he had done to Wei Ji-chung. And they asked the commander if he was okay. The warriors started saying that this guy was a ruthless brute. And did he really think they would let him go after that? He will pay for insulting the lady, and for daring to injure their commander. Ryuan sighed and replied that that was their way of getting in the way. But it wouldn't work today anyway, he had to go now. He immediately went about his business, and told Rin that he would see her again. The warriors left him and shouted after him that he was a coward and a bastard. But then they saw that the white crane had gone after him. The older one came to his senses and said that's where they were all hiding. He asked them what they had done here. At the academy, Chamhon came into the room and said he was back. And asked, Yun hasn't come to his senses yet? Hirin replied that he didn't. And told Chamhon that he had said he would step back for a minute, but they had to wait a long time for him. Did he take a roundabout way? Chunghan asked in response, what other roundabout way is there? He was going to a very important place. And for the sake of school peace, he made an anonymous statement. Hirin asked, really to the teachers? They might expel Ryuan too. Shanyan asked him if he wasn't worried at all about the poor people who would run into their Ryuan. Besides, he's sure that with his abilities, he'll be able to escape. Hirin replied to him that he was completely right, and he would pray for their souls. Shanyan said that was correct, and realized that Ryuan was headed to a very dangerous place, so he couldn't ignore it, and he hopes the teachers got there before he did something irreparable. It's a little annoying having to deal with him on his own. Rin went up to the top of the chipping and followed that guy. But downstairs, Senior was asking what had happened to Chion, and how dare they massacre with real swords on the grounds of a sacred school. They should be court-martialed. But the warriors told him no. They had done nothing of the sort. At this time, Rin was not afraid of anything, and followed him into the thick and scary forest. But Ryuin came to his senses at this time, and said that he forgot to ask her name. He even thought that all unusual people fall from the sky. It was just like that, but the character of the fallen girl was completely different, although the situation was similar. He became very curious about who she was. After all, her heart was still pounding. It can't even stop. The elder asked if he had sent the members of Kuchong why. Hyung replied that this scandal would be discussed for a long time. The elder got angry and said that he heard that the white crane was only able to ruffle his clothes. What was that wee Jin Cheon doing at that moment? Han replied that they say he's the genius of the Chongxiang clan, and the successor of Zhong Yongmeng. It seems the guy completely forgot about his training after falling in love with the crane. As soon as his arm is healed, the teachers will start questioning him. What does he think he's going to tell them? Now we have to decide what to do next. The older man replied that he's thinking and thinking. That stupid Jichun, but I guess we don't have to worry about him. The older man asked him why he was quiet. Han wondered if this was the guy he knew. He will not bear such a shame and will definitely not tell anyone anything, wanting to personally take revenge on the offender. The older man asked the guy, did he hurt his arm in the fight? Cheon replied that he bruised it when he was practicing. The older man got angry and asked him, did he think he would believe it? The others replied that it looked like he was going to stand his ground until the end. If he's lying, at least let him do it convincingly. The warriors sat on their knees and said he didn't fight. He fell while practicing with them. And all because of a sudden gust of wind, Senior asked. So he was knocked down by a gust of wind, right? They're all trying to prove to him that Chongsun's genius and Bumyung Chu's son got such an injury just by falling? The elder had told the boy that these wounds were definitely from the sword. If they were any deeper, he would never be able to hold the sword again. And who asked the guy who he's protecting? Is he more important than himself? His man who should inherit the Chongxiang sword and protect the white sect? Cheon thought at that moment, why make such a fuss over some pathetic hand? It was better to make sure he could never hold the sword again. Even he had to kill him, but in fact she had been staring at that guy uninterruptedly, and in that humiliating moment had turned her gaze in his direction, only to never look at him again. Cheon got really upset after that, and wished that guy would kill him. After all, he has to live with that shame now. Cheon didn't hold back his emotions and said that he wasn't defending anyone, and gave himself his word that he would definitely tear him to shreds someday. At night, Ryuin made his way to his room and went to sleep. But suddenly all of a sudden Wai felt the guy get out of bed and turned his head right at him. Ryuin stood up and opened the window to see the light. Wai thought it was strange and saw the boy frozen in place. After that Ryuin proceeded to sew his clothes. But Wai was trying to sleep, and with every noise, he opened his eyes and watched. Each time he turned around and saw Ryuin changing his actions every 5 minutes and preventing him from sleeping. Ryuin suddenly asked Wai if he was awake yet. And he told the guy that he was from around here, so he knew a lot about this school. But he's interested in something, Wai answered him to ask. He has never neglected his studies until now, so he will answer him if he knows. And then Ryuin decided to ask who was the prettiest girl in the school. Wai was surprised and couldn't even answer him. In the morning, Ryuin went to his friends and asked the question again. Chunghan was surprised and asked in response, "What kind of idiotic question is this early in the morning?" Hiran asked him if he'd parted ways with them yesterday and met a hottie. But Yoon asked Ryuin if he had gotten there safely yesterday. Ryuin replies that he's seriously asking. So why is Yoon speaking formally again? And then Yoon got upset and said that about yesterday, he apologized. The boys had done wrong. And Ryuin believed in him and hoped for help, and he tried to stop him. Hiran hugged him and said it was no big deal. He didn't think there was any need to apologize for it. No matter how mean they were, if he'd let them die, it would only get worse. Yoon said that in addition, because he had fainted, he had caused them a lot of trouble. If anything is needed, he will do it in a flash. Just say the word. Ryuin smiled and asked him, would he definitely perform? And he thought, what could I ask of him? Chunghan couldn't stand it, and got angry and replied to him that if he still had a shred of conscience left, let him have mercy. Let him make concessions. What else was he going to give him? Hiran also shut the guy's mouth and told Ryuin that Yoon wants to take back what he said. and showed that the guy even nods his head and agrees. Ryuan said that he wasn't going to commission anything special anyway. Why are they making a fuss right away? Maybe they would answer his question now. Hiran replied that he didn't know about Jin Ho, but he thought they should be aware. He asked, "Don't people have different standards of beauty?" Chunghan asked him too, why did he think he was good at it? "In your spare time, you should study something useful or practice." Chunghan immediately realized that this kid was a real pain. He understands who he's looking for, but he can't tell him directly. And thanks to the informant, he found out what happened, but he still can't understand what those guys are up to. In such a short period of time, he's brought one and young man's children to such a terrible state, and he was holding the immunity itself, the white crane. His head was ready to explode with the pile of thoughts about how many reports he would have to write on these guys. Ryuan got frustrated and said that no one could give him an answer. He thought so, he should find an expert. Ryuan went to see the expert and Mr. Tae told him that he was right on target. When it comes to beautiful girls, there is no equal. Ryuan tells him he's probably serious. If he agrees to the terms previously offered, he can use his club membership as confirmation of the deal. Tae replied that, like the lad, he hoped the club would continue to develop without too many problems. At this time, Yoon asked his neighbor, "Isn't this place weird?" Hiran replied that this place was originally like this, but Ryuan said that things would change. He joined purely out of curiosity, but Yoon can go to any other club. Yoon replied that no. Since he can't otherwise repay yesterday, he'll at least do this, and thanks to Chanhong, who signed up for the club without question, he's sure everything will be fine. Chunghan heard everything and realized that it wasn't. He only agreed because it's his duty to keep an eye on these two. Ryuan said at this time that before they started planning for the future, however, it seemed to him that they would have to face some problems. Chunghan heard and said that something very sinister was coming. Hiran asked if there was a case that made his palms sweat. Yoon also got into the conversation and asked if something was wrong. Suddenly there was sabotage in the room and the older one asked the two brothers what they were doing here today. Ryuan looked over and said that apparently he knew her. "And what kind of offense is it to feel such an evil aura?" Oh asked his friend, "What's wrong? Was someone hitting on Dokkan Bong or the White Crane again?" La replied that honestly, there were so many options that it was hard to suggest. In any case, before their only clubhouse is blown to smithereens, one would have to surrender voluntarily. Suddenly the door suddenly opened and a girl with one eye walked in. She started screaming that they were bloody perverted. She asked at once, which of them dared to touch the White Crane? If they confessed now, she would kill him alone. The girl recalled her memories as Rin approached her and turned to her. But she asked her, "Is the conversation about yesterday?" Rin answered her that she did. The girl told her that they already knew each other, after all. She didn't need to bow to her. They'll be seeing a lot of each other now. Does she plan to continue to be aloof? The girl suggested to Rin that they should be friends. And if someone was going to torment her, be sure to let her tell her about it. After all, she is pretty strong after all. And she realized that Rin was her first sister, so she would protect her no matter what it cost her. After that the girl woke up early in the morning, and putting on her eye patch she set out on the road. At this time, Rin was in the forest and was holding a sword in her hands. She was accumulating energy to release it outward, but the moment the race fell from the leaves, she immediately picked the right moment, and waved her sword decided to pick up the race. But she changed her mind at the last moment, and cut the race in two with her sword. By this time, the girl came in and told her sister that it was a smooth and graceful movement. But why was she with a sword in her hands since early morning? Rin said hello to her sister, and replied that she just had something to think about. The girl asked what was that about. Rin thought for a moment, and answered that it was about a man. The girl was surprised to hear this and asked, "A man?" The girl asked if it was about Wee Cheon by any chance. Rin replied that she wasn't. The girl didn't understand and asked then who was she talking about. Rin replied that she had only met him once, so she didn't know his name. The girl asked in surprise, "She doesn't know?" And asked if she should kill him. Rin replied that she would look into it, and said she didn't know why, but she couldn't read it. The girl asked, was he able to avoid her gaze? If he wasn't stronger than her, it couldn't happen. Rin said no, he's different. It was like she was looking at a blank sheet of paper. And besides, she needs to learn more about his martial arts skills. The girl replied with surprise, "What a blank slate, he apparently just doesn't have a brain." But then a little girl came in and said that how did they both end up here? The girl told her sisters that she had finally made it. She's about 12 strokes with paired swords. The girl was surprised and asked, did she really manage to master this technique? She had worked so hard to master it, and had finally done it. She congratulates her. Rin didn't stay away either and congratulated her. The girl was surprised and started saying that sis Rin was congratulating her. And could that mean the same thing? The girl replied to the younger girl that she didn't mean it. Her praise, doesn't that count? The girl said no. No one can appreciate her skills as much as Sister Rin. After all, no matter what technique she uses, sis manages to dodge the blow every time. And that's why she can't even compete with Sister Rin, the master of the soul-seeing sword. The girl said that today was a little different. Since she had mastered the 12 strokes of the paired swords, it would be a good idea for her to try it out with Rin. She's also recently honed her skills, so why not practice when the opportunity presents itself? And what did her sister think about it? Rin replied that she understood and agreed, and then the girl said she had some other things to do, she would leave first. Let them be careful with their swords, they are not wooden. The girl got very excited and said she agreed, and the day had finally arrived. The girl, as she walked away, realized that she had to find out what had happened to the white crane. If she questioned those bastard guards, she might find something. After 30 minutes, Rin and the girl started to battle, but the little one got upset and said she lost. But the girl came to the guards and beat every last one of them. Before leaving, they apologized to her for not being able to protect the white crane. She then came to the club and entered the room with both feet, saying that pure perverts were in here. O stood in front of her and asked why them at once. Does she really believe all the nonsense rumors about them? La also said they needed to calm down and talk. And if she frowns like that, wrinkles will appear on her beautiful face. What will she do then? The girl started to say that she would kill them all. But Ryuan was surprised and asked who was the white crane. Hurin immediately realized who it was really about. And he immediately said that he knew her. Yun also joined the conversation and said that if he wasn't confusing anything, it was Yi Rin, the head's daughter. Everyone is very protective of her. Oh, asked the girl, is it a crime to wish to preserve such beauty? The girl said that she understood, and if that was their wish, then let them not regret it further. Hirin said that's right. It's probably Rindako, she's like a sibling to the white crane. Her strength is impressive. Shanyan also said that she's there who acts like those troublesome sunbays and can really make a mess. Chunghan realized that the real problem was the criminal who dared to touch the white crane. Dako shouted to the boys that she would kill them all. La started to say that he was going to be chased by a beautiful woman, and now his dream was finally coming true. But he threw a smoke grenade and yelled back for her to try and catch him. Ryuan asked, are they provoking her on purpose to lure her somewhere? The older man replied who of course. They always have a plan. They can run fast and are fluent in oratory skills. You have to lure her in first, and then give explanations. La suddenly asked, is he imagining this? Suddenly, Rin stepped in front of them and showed herself in all her glory. Dako asked Rin, did she personally come to this disgusting place? Why? Rin replied that she came because there was someone here who could give her answers to her questions. Just then, Rin looked towards the others and saw the fear of the cat in their faces. And then Ryuan decided to join the conversation and asked if she meant him by any chance. Rin replied that she wanted to know his name. Ryuan didn't hold back and immediately introduced herself. And in response asked her what her name was. Rin also introduced herself and asked back, didn't he know who she was? Ryuan replied that no, of course not. But now he knows. Dako said it's nonsense. And they also say she still hasn't killed anyone yet. Chunghan thought, and saw that it looked like she had come to kill all of them. How should he phrase what was happening in the report now? Ryuan asked her, did she only want to know his name? He about the answers they had come for. Rin said it was a Mukwan. And asked the guy, is he also a member of the Mukwan group? Ryuan asked with surprise, Mukwan? What is that? And it's a funny name. And then he remembered it was that thing. It had been given to him by a decrepit old man who had said that such things were popular with the young. La said that they say that this Mukwan is quite a popular man. O was also supportive, and said these old men outside the academy building. What can you do with these simpletons? The students like them, and they give them for free. Rin said that he wanted to know the name of his sabu then. Ryuan replied that he was sorry, but it was a secret. Hirin asked why he kept hiding Saba. How interesting he is. If he acts like that, he might be misunderstood. Yun asked, but then isn't being in Kianmu Academy a guarantee of having sabu? Rin said then could he tell about his sabu's other disciples? Ryuan replied that fortunately that was a question he would be able to answer. He doesn't have any of those. Rin asked, not at all? Not a sibling or even a sister? Ryuan replied that if she was asking in that way, he didn't know for sure. Ryuan said that there might be other apprentices. There must have been someone like that once long ago, and it seems like there might be a new one now. And something happened that he doesn't want to remember, so he finds it difficult to give an exact answer. And it's safe to say he doesn't have any. And he hopes he doesn't. Dako thought to herself, what is going on here anyway? She realized that this show-off seemed to be the one making a fuss. Why is the sister asking these questions? Rin said that means even if he does have a sister, he can't accept her. Ryuan answered her that she wouldn't always be around anyway. If he had her, he would do anything to get rid of her as soon as possible. And now he's curious, why is she so interested in this? Is there some special reason? Hirin thought immediately that this was a good question. Chunghan also realized that it was exactly like that. And why is that? Dako thought too actually. What was her sister thinking at this moment? Rin had said the reason, she would name it if he defeated her, Rin said, challenging her to a contest. Dako realized at that moment that this was it. She was going to punish him. Hirin had said they'd be looking at something interesting today. But Chonghong didn't understand why things had to be decided so drastically. Would it be worth it to stop them? Day asked his man, are they trying to fight right here? The older man was immediately afraid for his precious room. Ryuan said that if he prevailed, he would get one in return, but what about her? What will they get? Or will she only say that after he wins? Rin replied that she would be able to check something out. His weapons and skills, not to be seen for nothing. Last time, her eyes and mind weren't in the right state for her to be sure of what she saw. And so, to find out if her memories are real or not, she wants to see it again. And then Ryuan said, however he had to decline. Their idle interest in each other was not worth her getting hurt. Dakin was surprised and asked, is he saying he's strong enough to hurt his sister? Ryuan says it doesn't matter what he has to say. He refuses. He wants no part of it. Rin told him to promise then that he wouldn't do any harm. But Chunghan stepped into the conversation and stopped her. Shanyan said that they don't have to bear their swords. And it would be enough for them to just watch Ryuan fight, right? This isn't to punish him, is it? Rin replied that was correct. However, she would have to see it in action to understand. He doesn't usually take his weapon out, after all. Shanyan said she didn't have to worry about it. Won't they have the Three Holy Masters Festival at Kianmu Academy? Anyone can give it their best and show what they can do. And he suggested that they be tested right away at the festival. Namgung stepped in front of the people and said that the wind was blowing in the same direction they were headed. He immediately addressed everyone. He said that from here all the way to Kianmu Academy, they start the race. The disciples got very excited and replied that this was great. One of the students said they were running down the long road on foot again, just like last year. But the girl replied that compared to last year's misery, this time things are much better. At least they don't have to carry the mukwans. The student said it was very good that they were removed. Although, half of them weren't even wearing it. Namgung laughed and replied that the master must have been miserable to watch it. The girl asked, could that have stopped him? The second student replied that of course not. Chul started shouting to the others that these people from the Mukwan society were there, and suggested that they not talk about horrible things, and run in silence. It was already evening when the apprentice said that even if they kept moving at this pace all the time, they still wouldn't get there before tomorrow morning, right? Namgung replied that it looked like it. But suddenly one of the students said he thought they were going to have to take a shower now. Jiren was startled and asked with surprise, rain? And immediately started to say she didn't want it to rain. Immediately after her words, thunder rumbled and rain fell. The disciple suggested that they rest for a while and continue again. Namgung replied that he would have to and ordered everyone to get ready. The students immediately pulled ropes up the tree and made a roof over their heads to keep from getting wet. Securing the roof over their heads, they all descended and immediately set about preparing the fire. Namgung sat down calmly and said that everyone did a great job today, and they're keeping a good pace, so he thinks they can beat the blue dragons. But he asked, what did the others think? The apprentice answered him that he thought so too. Although they are a little behind, but helping the flooded village. But it seems to him that they are still keeping up. Namgung said that's right. They won't be affected by the wind and rain. He wants to return to the academy as soon as possible. At this time, Ryuan asked the princess if it was true. Rin answered him that if he won this year, she would answer all his questions. Ryuan asked, what if he lost, let alone getting into the rankings? Would he have to answer her questions? Rin answered him that if he had burning questions for her, let him bother to do his best to win. Ryuan said he doesn't know if he's going to try or not yet, he has to get there first. He just needs to win, right? And now he's fine with that. Rin replied that she was good and hoped for him. Daco thought at that moment, why is her sister doing this? What is on her mind? Daco told her sister that it was time for them to get going and realized that they were in for a serious conversation with her. As they left, everyone froze and waited for them to close the door. Day sighed and said that while he was around her, he felt like he was drunk without the wine. Day's right hand replied that it turns out, he wasn't the only one who felt it. The moment he met her gaze, it was as if he had turned into a monkey. Hiran looked at it too and said that there was definitely something amazing about it. It was like they had become a mass, right? Yoon replied that yes and said that Chung-han was still very cool. He asked if that was the main problem. That bestial can get away with all the other shenanigans, but the icy white phoenix. You can't just leave that one alone, unless he wants to say goodbye to his life. Ryuan asked in surprise, saying goodbye to his life? Chung-han asked him, does he even know why they call her an icy white phoenix? Does he think it's because she's mindlessly slashing everyone with her cold sword? No, it's not. Rumor has it that those who dare to cross her path disappear before she even knows they exist. She's the most precious thing that Cheonjangmen's leader has, and the symbol of the noblest and purest in the white sex. And he also knew that the target was one of the most dangerous people no one had ever been able to defeat. Chung-han said, though it was foolish to take it back when he himself had suggested it. But maybe he should refuse to participate in the Three Saint Masters festival? It would be in his best interest to never mess with the icy white phoenix again. Chung-han realized that this was being done so that he wouldn't have to deal with him himself later. And then Ryuan answered him that he didn't agree. And then Day also joined the conversation and said that it would be difficult. The ice white phoenix on the other hand said that if he won, she would answer all the questions. Even though the probability of failure is very high. But from this day forward, they will be rooting for newcomer Ryuan to win. Day's right-hand man also said that if he wins, she will answer all the questions. The list of 100 questions he wants to ask her is in development, so let them wait a bit. Chung-han said that it was really scary. They were all going to die. Ryuan asked him why he thought it would be up to him to explain everything, and asked him what are they doing there. Oh asked, and what can't be seen before the sacred place is desecrated. They want to find traces of their presence, especially the icy white phoenix. Isn't that her hair? La replied no. This one is short and curly. Let her search more carefully. In the near future, the place where she was standing will have to have the flooring cut to the shape of her feet. But the other students asked them if they could keep it down, and suggested that they concentrate. After all, they should write down everything that had happened in detail before their memories of her became clouded. But then Ryuan couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist into the table, knocking it over. He said with surprise that everyone had ducked so quickly. Of course, not surprisingly. Ryuan said that they seemed to have excelled in flying techniques due to the experience that comes with their life of crime. Chung-an asked, why did he suddenly do that? Hiran replied that he hadn't noticed it himself. How his hand had flown up. Ryuan asked them, why not say goodbye to such a past? And it's not even a crime. It's just a sacred rite of beauty worship. Shanyan thought to himself, was this boy by any chance? Wasn't Rin looking for him? Ryuan said that crime or ritual, it's weird and nasty either way, isn't it? That's not what's important right now though, so let them all gather. The festival of the three holy masters. He's heard them talking, and it sounds like some kind of competition. What is it really? What do you have to do to participate? On the way out, Hurin told Ruin that the more he watched him, the more interesting it became. He agreed, not even knowing what he was getting into. He looked forward to shivering in front of the icy white phoenix. Ryuin told him that it definitely wouldn't happen, so he shouldn't bother waiting. But why did Uncle, without explaining anything, get so upset? Is he going through menopause? Hirin replied that nobody knows. It's a little early for 25, but he keeps saying he has a lot of things to do, so maybe that's why he has indigestion. They were going to meet in the dining hall after class. It was worth it to advise him to go to the healer. But suddenly someone shouted that they were back, and they should find out where they were. Ruin was surprised and asked what happened there. Hirin replied that he didn't know, he went that way. They stood at the back of the crowd and could be heard yelling that they were cheering for the blue dragon. And what was to be expected, they won. The students said that they were truly the best in Kyeonmu Academy. And no matter how much time passed, they are still the same blue dragons. Hurin walked over and asked if the guy knew what was going on here. The guy turned around and asked, like what? The blue dragon defeated the red falcon in the finals. Ryuin was greatly surprised at this moment and asked, what? And then the disciples started shouting that the red falcon had also returned. Ryuin said they finally made it too. He clenched his fist and realized one thing, he had found it. Hirin asked what those sounds were? And then Ryuin replied that it was the crunching of joints. He calls it warming up. Hirin said it's some kind of rough and unusual warm-up. Maybe he's trying to beat someone up. Ryuin immediately laughed at his words and asked, stiff? He shouldn't worry, it's all in the name of love and support. She's also thought-provoking. Ryuin realized that his students had only bypassed the green grapes. He was too soft. Let the boys wait. It would happen again. Ryuin decided that was great, and then they would hurry up. But suddenly one of the students asked the others, did he feel it too? They all immediately turned back around and looked in the direction of the people. But no one was already in place there. After the feast, Jiren approached Namgung and asked why he always wore them when he came here. This is a Red Falcon's room, not a Mukwan Club meeting. And I asked him, can he see that the boys are disturbed? One of the students said it's not good. Lately, I've been dreaming about all sorts of heresy. Since I came back to the academy, I've had a bad feeling about it all the time. The student apologized to Hack and said that when he put them on, he felt safe, felt alive. AKS replied that it was just that the Mukwan was heavy, that's why he was crushed. Club head Mukwan said that even though the 4 founders of Mukwan Club are now in the academy, the disciple asked Hyunan and Sis Tang, why did they come today? Could it be that they were also the ones who joined the Mukwan Club? Wu replied that no, that's not true. It's just the mood they're in. Tang also said that she was just having a flashback, but the boy shouted that those memories were worthless. What memories? It's a bad dream. He still has nightmares about the master returning. He asked Huck if he had anything to add. Hack started to run away and replied that no, nothing. And Sabu the old monster has a bad feeling, he's even scared. Axe asked Namgung why he suddenly didn't like Mukwan. The girl replied that it was a wise decision. In order to survive, you have to be on guard all the time. The gates of hell could open at any second. Wu said that there was actually a very small chance that Sabu would come here. No one here likes to be bored. And getting along with the other students is important too. But the apprentice replied that that was correct. With a character like Masters, one could easily fly out of here. Namgung said that it was a bit of a shame. Even though the probability of dying from meeting Sabu would increase significantly, it was still a chance to become stronger. The student was surprised and asked him, is he crazy? Thane replied, isn't this development, it's a chance to age faster, but it's a chance to die faster. Wu said that unlike Sister Tang, their head elder considers the events on Mount Ami as beautiful memories. That's the power of love. Namgung asked him in surprise, what is he talking about? The others started saying that everything is right. And that's why he says that, and I guess the stars really were beautiful that night. Dating should not be forbidden within the walls of the academy. The disciple said that it was right. If Master comes here as a teacher. Didn't they come last, because they were busy with special training? Tang said that's right, they've gotten stronger. If that old man comes, he will recruit new disciples to carry the food. Hack seconded and replied that he would, and said that it is very good to take and get rid of the mukvans. Suddenly, in the evening at the academy, the teacher was telling teacher Ho that he should rest too, and they would see each other tomorrow. Ho replied that it was fine. Closing the door behind him, Ho sat down in a chair and decided to take a little break, but immediately sensed that someone was in the room. He immediately drew his flaming sword and realized that he couldn't smell flesh. And had he really missed? Immediately, Ryuan appeared in front of him and asked, "Is this a newfangled way of greeting guests?" Such fiery greetings, a bit burdensome. However, the reception was quite warm. Ho replied that it was only for uninvited guests. But it bothered him that he couldn't sense his presence. Ryuan asked him, how could he say such a thing? It had been quite some time since their last meeting. Ryuan asked if the apprentice was doing well. He had a request to make. Ho asked in surprise, what kind of request? Ryuan said he'd like him to look after someone. 10 unintelligent boys and 1 sick one. And then he remembered and said that these 10 people, his brothers and sisters. Ho asked with surprise his? Ryuan said they were brothers and sisters. They became his students before they met him. And he congratulates him now. He now has 10 siblings. Being both a student and a teacher, he'll be able to make his siblings stronger, won't he? And that's worth keeping a secret from these guys for now. Ho asked angrily, what good was that? Absurdity of pure water. Why should he teach them? And keep it a secret? Sabu usually does that. Ryuan replied that it was because he needed to find out about the 3 Saint Masters festival. He had yet to investigate. Does he not want to take into consideration that Sabu might be very busy? And then Ho replied that no, that was not the case. Ryuan said it was much better this way. If he tells anyone that he's their Sabu, he'll tell everyone that he's his apprentice. He thinks the siblings will like that, and thus a noble, strong and healthy student-teacher will appear. But things were not so simple at the academy. Chang Huang suddenly packed his things in the evening and went into the closet. Closing the doors behind him, he began to break something inside the closet that even all could be heard outside. Chung Han was not giving himself away in the right way, and was something of an accomplice. It turned out that he had a passage in his closet that led him out into the forest. Immediately he was met by a guy and asked him what was the matter. This time he came in person instead of sending the last ones, and why he didn't want to talk to the leader, but only to him. Chunghan replied to him that they had a lot to discuss. He needed to know if he should notify the head or not. If so, have him tell me what he should pass on. And he wouldn't want to make a mistake and have to pay for it alone. Chunghan said it was about their precious child. One of the reasons he pretended to be a 25-year-old rookie consists of reporting dangerous types approaching her, and if necessary, sorting things out. And we need to find out about Mac and Quack's heir. However, if things don't go according to plan, what will they do then? And he's not talking about a dangerous type getting close to the precious child. And what if the precious child's attention is drawn to some unknown type for some reason? Her attention was drawn to the opposite sex, a ravenous troublemaker. Namgung asked, was Madame the first to show interest? Did she really? Chun Hong replied that it doesn't seem that way at first glance. He'll see what happens next. Many people her age behave the same way. In any case, if for some reason the precious child gets close to someone, if they make even the slightest mistake, in that case, do they need to cover their tracks? And if so, should he hurry up and prepare for retirement beforehand? And then they heard someone nearby saying that the Blue Dragon had defeated the Red Falcon in the finals. Jen suddenly met with a guy named Chan and said that she takes these kinds of premonitions pretty seriously. And she also had a hard time, but she managed to break through the obstacles and arrive at her destination. Chan replied to her that he was glad she had arrived on time, and he asked Sister Jean if what they say about her was true. And then she drew her blade and answered that it was true. And if he does not win, the brother will fail. Chan proceeded to do battle with her, and placing his blade under her neck he asked her if he had passed, but Jen jerked sharply and grabbed his arm. She said she had heard that he had many options for marriage. Then why did he choose her specifically? Does he really wish to marry her? Chan replied that if you think about it, something similar is happening right now. Should we leave things as they are? He asked. Chan Hong came to the academy and thought over Namgung's words as he suggested, but thought about it, and told the head, the matter of resignation, he could coordinate with him. But if this guy hurt her, He's afraid to even imagine what would be done to them. Let him remember that. And because he came back to the academy after so long, his mind is a mess. Why is he thinking about the old days and thinking about her? Before dinner, Yun asked Changhong, was he sick? He hadn't touched his food, maybe he was nauseous? The guy replied that he just lost his appetite. And he's had a headache for a few days now. Ruin came over and asked, isn't that a symptom of menopause? Hirin turned around and said Rien came in and said they didn't find him in the room, so went to the dining room first. Changhong got angry and asked, what menopause at 25? If he gets old, it's only because of him. Everywhere he goes, he's always getting into trouble. Ryuan asked with surprise, trouble? He does the opposite of good to the best of his ability. Ryuan immediately pulled out a paper and told him to take this prescription for allergies. Chunghan asked in surprise, what other prescription? Did Hirin tell him that he left so abruptly, looking like he was going to kill someone, but ended up going to find out information about some miracle cure? Ryuan replied that he himself doesn't know yet. Should he call it a miracle cure? It's his secret technique that will allow Yun to reach the next level. It can be called a kind of behavioral therapy, a method of eliminating anxiety and all kinds of worries through movement. He can go to the location tomorrow and show this note. And don't worry, it works, but it will take some time. Yun couldn't believe it and asked with surprise, is it true? And how could he thank him for it? In the evening, the head gathered everyone and said that the mission was accomplished. And rumor has it that they came at almost the same time as the Blue Dragons, only in doing so, they helped a resident of a flooded village. The teacher replied that this was correct. They blundered and lost in an important competition, but they not only helped to rebuild the destroyed houses and dam, but they also gave the villagers their funds and horses, provided by the academy, and returned on their own 2 feet. Snowman said they demonstrated not only their skills, but also their loyalty and humanity. Teacher also said that was correct. This is enough to award victory to the Red Falcon, not the Blue Dragons, but Snowman replied that he didn't think so. Even though the Red Falcons acted magnanimously, rules are rules. The result of the competition cannot be changed based on an arbitrary decision. The head said that's a good point. He is sure that if the Blue Dragons were in the same situation as the Red Falcons, they would do the same thing. But the master replied that it was not to take into account the actions of the Red Falcons. Why not declare a draw this time and agree on another contest? The head thought and said that they would do so then. Recently, there had been many momentous events at Kianmu Academy, from the amazing transformation of the Red Falcons and the arrival of the 7th Divine Blade, to the opening of a new subject at Kianmu Academy, and apparently the spirits are watching over Kianmu Academy. But one of the teachers said that Master Quan had requested an audience with him. The head asked in surprise, Master Quan has come to visit? Let him come in then. Quan entered and said that he apologized for the disturbance, and today he came to them with a request, and immediately when he saw the snowman he thought, what is he doing here? But Snowman was looking at him, too, and thinking that instead of bowing his head, this fighting rooster was going straight to the asking. And now it would have to listen to him. The head told Master Quan to pass, for it was very interesting what request had brought him to him. Quan sat down and asked the head if he could assign the Red Falcons to him. They needed to get stronger, so he would like to take a look at them outside of the normal lessons. The head asked him, is that why he came in person? Since this is the case, he will lend a helping hand. Let him take care of those children. Snowman thought that the head was actually joking. After all, Quan didn't want to take freshmen because they were annoying, and then Snowman said that in that case, he's taking on the Blue Dragons. Since Master Quan is taking over the Red Falcons, it's only fair to assign someone to the Blue Dragons as well. Quan replied that he wasn't sure if he alone would be enough. Shouldn't someone else be hired? Master Quan alone can't help but deal with them dragons. Snowman asked, was he the first to suggest it? And this was the first time he'd heard him excel at anything. And certainly not in teaching. Master Kwang asked him, did he say everything? Don't let him act like he's already won. And he thought, why is this snowman sticking his nose in his own business? The head was surprised to say that if the two of them take on these guys with the same passion, he would look forward to the competition between the blue and red, and then he relies on the two of them. Snowman replied that everything will be done. And Quan also said that the head could rely on him. Master Quan understood that in such a case, taking on the Red Falcons would wipe out everyone he had taken on as subordinates. The next day, Ryuan let Thunder out and yelled at him to take off, and told him to fly left and right. Hirin came over and told him he was doing pretty good, and he asked how things were going with Yoon. Chunghan replied that he had no idea either. Even though he had arranged everything, he had a bad feeling about it. Ryuan told Kwan to fight him until the guy was off his feet. He could handle such a simple task. Kwan met a disciple and asked Yoon, "Is he the sickly disciple?" Yoon replied that he wasn't sick. Kwan immediately pointed his finger in the direction without speaking to him, and Yoon understood the order and started running. But on the way, Namgung and his team met a guy and he said that this man, the same Master Kwan. Chan said he's kind of sinister. "What's going on right now?" The girl also replied that it was weird, like déjà vu. Kwan took up his blade and said that he would be in charge of training them. It would be difficult to fight each one in turn, so let them attack in threes. Namgung didn't understand and asked, 3 at a time? Also sword fighting? Chang said he had an unusual energy, like he was going to fight to the death. And what was he going to do with them? Master Kwan said that he would just test what they were capable of, stop breaking. Even if they attacked in threes, he would memorize each of them. Namgung realized at once that the master didn't know their names. Chan thought to himself, there's no way that can be the case. Although he doesn't know why, he understands what he wants. Master Kwan says he wants to fight until he is one-on-one with someone. He'll attack the guys first and then, for an appetizer, the girls and the tailed one. Master Kwan got angry and asked them what they were doing. Let them start attacking immediately, Namgung said. Then they would go first. And thought that he didn't understand a lot of things, but first we need to focus on the fight. Chan remembered that he was also nicknamed the Flaming Blade. Everyone is prejudiced against him, and it seems he is prejudiced against them. The third student also thought at this moment that this man was crazy. He had yet to see how fiercely the girls fought. If he didn't reconsider his strategy, he would definitely lose. Namgung didn't waste any time and immediately swung his sword at him using the 10,000 Thunder Strikes technique. Chan at this time used the 9 Palaces technique against him. And the third guy used the Fallen Leaves technique, Soul Shredding. Master Kwan even got excited and said that was better. However, he uses the 17 blade form, 8th form of the Flaming Blade, 8th form of the Flaming Blade Fire Wind in response. They are very far away, but his attack was so powerful that the disciples couldn't handle it at all, and were defeated. The disciples started to give the master different nicknames that would upset him. But Kwan told them that he understood all their techniques and anticipated the attacks. The apprentice was surprised that the master had defeated those assholes so easily. He's monstrously strong. Jiren became worried and wondered if Namgung was alright. Jen got really pissed off at the moment too and thought, why don't they bid? Why don't they gamble? Master Kwan said for the next ones to begin the attack. Axe was scared and thought that those 3 would be more than enough. This was becoming life-threatening. What was he going to do with them? Hack was angry at this point and realized in his head that although he was called a Flaming Blade and a hero, but in reality he was just crazy. Master Kwan immediately shouted to them to attack immediately. The boys obeyed the order, and all 3 of them attacked. But it was much worse than that. The master said that the fat tramp was a wimp. They were even more miserable than the previous 3. The master looked and said that well, at last Vorny and the ladies should attack. Let them show what they can do. Immediately they should all attack together. Yoon decided that if that was the case, he would give it his best. And in the end, it turned out differently as the master launched a devastating attack. On the way out, Chunghan asked the guy, why all this pointless training for thunder? And why would a male bird need to be able to hop left and right? Ryuan replied, to not become someone's dinner you have to practice. Hirin laughed and asked, is that the only reason? Chunghan said the training is certainly Zdarov, but maybe he could start by teaching him how to sit on his shoulder? But suddenly out of the blue, Hirin stood in front of the room and asked why the door to their room was open. Ryuan said to look, there's someone lying on the floor. Chunghan asked, it's not a dead body, is it? After opening the door, Hirin said that it was Yoon. After that, Shanyan asked Ryuan, he didn't make a special request to Master Kwan, did he? Ryuan replied that he had only asked for help with his allergies. Shanyan told him not to lie. Didn't he ask to drive Yun to a state of semi-deadness? Ryuin replied that he didn't. This is clearly some kind of misunderstanding. Chunhong asked, and if not, why did Kwang do this to him? Hirin asked Yun, how is he doing? Yun opened his eyes and replied that he was fine. And that was because he was weak. Ryuin told the others if they heard that the guy himself said he was fine. Shanyan asks, does he mean to say that Yun is in a normal state? He doesn't know what happened there, but this way is not the way to go about it. We need to stop this before he dies. And then Yun stood up and said that he doesn't want to. He wants to continue this special training, but he doesn't really want to, but he has to. And he hasn't had such intense and hard training at any time. Master always told him that if he fell off his feet, he'd embarrass him again. Let him fuck off and go to sleep, but Master Kwok, however, he is ruthless. He fell, got up and fell again. And Kwok is the first master to treat him like that. He must continue. Everyone was surprised by his words. Ryuin told them if they could see that Yun was talking business. In this club at this time, Tae was saying he didn't understand. He's crazy. And his nice club, he can't leave it. Maybe we should get our treasures out of here. Hadn't they gone from the dark side to the light side? He thought that was why he had agreed to that guy's proposal. La also said correctly. They came to find out information about the three holy masters. And the head wants to say, should the treasures in this room be moved or thrown away? Day replied that no. They had such a hard time putting this one together. Love is not a sin. And even though, if they hid these treasures, they could never do collecting again. This can happen to their club. The guy said he can only sympathize, however. Does he think the guy and his gang will ruin the place if they dash in different directions? O replied that they definitely would. They launched a covert operation on the day of admission, but learned the next day that they were being followed. La said that's why this is no joke. He's the god of destruction. And he doesn't know what exactly the guy did, but he thinks he summoned lightning and a hurricane. And to be honest, there's something bothering him. When they were caught by the sisters, they were really tortured. However, something told him that they secretly enjoyed beating them up. O said that it wasn't fun at all, was it? He really wished he could be as determined. La also said that was right. Sometimes they get punished for something they didn't do. Anyway, he liked those two for being able to express their opinions. However, in the past 2-3 years their reputation has deteriorated. Of course this only affects Gyeonmu Academy. But they will graduate someday. O cried and replied that of course. They could be labeled after graduation. And because of this house, they might put him in the snake pit. Tae said that yes, he did accept that guy's offer and took that outcome into consideration. But that doesn't mean they should stop doing what they want to do. From today, they will change the appearance of the Girl Lovers Club, so that they won't find out anything, they will act secretly. These treasures will also be moved to a secret location. Suddenly a servant came and told the head that the deputy head of the club had come. Could he come in? Tae replied that Tae was here to see them. Tae turned to the head and said that when he was on the Blue Dragon's mission, he had heard rumors that the club had been turned upside down and the club had changed. That wasn't true, was it? After a long time, he came to ask about how close they were to achieving their cherished desires. Day replied that it was only a rumor. They will act more covertly, but in fact nothing will change. However, what is Tae talking about? What is this rumor? He heard that Gukwanghai's members can't join the aesthetics club. Tae replied that even though if he wasn't a member of their club, couldn't they call him their comrade? He had an interesting suggestion. Just then, a guy walked in and asked them how they were doing. He had something for them. The guy said the pavilion of pure flavor. The key that will allow entry into the 8th building of the women's dormitory. So why don't they place their bets? And everyone can bet 10 niang each and see the treasure. Day said that since not many people could sneak in secretly, he wanted to take a few people with him and let the rest of them see the loot for money. The guy replied that that was exactly right. Regardless of whether he owns the key or uses a disguise, only 4 people can get in. Tae said that anyone here would want to take advantage of this opportunity. The boy replied immediately the same thing, which was true. And so, to save everyone from regrets, they will choose 4 representatives, and then among those who will get the most valuable treasures, and make bets and determine the winner. And the winner will take 1/3 of the winnings, while the contestants who guess the winner will split the rest. Tae replied, how to know? The distribution of treasure found is more important than the distribution of money. After all, that is the essence of their club. Tay said the ballot proposal is great. That is what they will do. Each of the 4 participants will give the club half of the treasure found. Participants who guess the winner will get to choose a treasure instead of money. The guy asked with surprise, really? In any case, it would be better to bet money, but he is a club of aesthetics lovers, so this option will do. And he suggested we do just that. Everyone else immediately got excited and started shouting that someone was betting on the head of the club. The guy said, now of course we can discuss the details? Day's right hand was surprised at his words and looked at him. The senior at the academy said he didn't want to know the details. He doesn't need to. And anyway, congratulations. Everything's going according to plan. The guy replied that everything was going smoothly. Why is the person responsible for finding the key to break into Baekhyangwon evasive? The elder asked. Is that what he ordered to be done? He asked to deal with Kuchonghui, and he demanded that the necessary item be prepared. The boy raised his hands and replied that he understood. And speaking of the subject, how did he manage to find the key? And what about the other items to be prepared? And what about the personal belongings of B, Ruin and his companions? The elder replied that the key and the path to it had already been prepared. Everything is ready, so just let him wait. The boy asked at once how many. He would prefer to leave them alone until it was time to sneak into their room. His stealth skills were as good as Bai Yongtae's. The older man replied that no. He knows about his abilities, but he remembers that the 7th divine sword lives in the room with him, right? Senior said that there are rumors that this year marks the 5th anniversary of the formation of the Chilcholswa. And the days when Monwi was surrounded by lunatics on all sides are long gone. And due to those events, his skill had reached unprecedented heights. Because of the Mon clan's many traps and dispositions. For the past 3 years, it's been impossible to get into his room. He has incredible detection and tracking abilities. In any case, if he is caught, he will be immediately labeled as Kuchonghui's accomplices before anything even begins. Therefore, he should not go personally. The guy said that if that was the case, would it even be possible for someone to sneak into their room? Even if there is a person, how could they mandate such a thing? The elder replied that he couldn't know. They could make arrangements with someone to cooperate, but asking to secretly infiltrate Baekhyangwon was too much. He is only interested in the room of the 7th divine sword. He has enlisted the help of Chilkawa. They are the best candidates for the case. The guy asked, what? Chilsewi? The elder replied that yes. There is a representative of Chilchenhui in their Kukonhui. He gave them information on how they could secretly sneak into his room, asked them for a couple of favors. One was to give them the key to Baekhyangwon. The guy asked, did he mean to say that they would gather the necessary items of the 7th divine sword, and grab Byrian's items at the same time? The elder replied that this was correct. In any case, when everything was ready, he should proceed at his discretion. The guy said that of course, at this rate, the members of the female aesthetics club and the rookie team would be excluded. In the evening, Ryuan was walking around the academy and saw that his roommate was also walking home. He asked if he was hanging out at Kyamusagak again today. Ryuan said practicing at dawn, studying in the morning, practicing at lunch, studying in the afternoon, studying in the evenings. Isn't his life boring? We replied that he didn't, and there were Confucius Analects. He is used to learning. And this mess does not please him. Why said someone was here? Maybe he knows who it could have been. Ryuan replied that no, he had just gotten here. Did he say mess though? I agree that some things have changed. Why immediately saw that the bedding was wrinkled. There was a dent on the half sheet. There's also dirt. The books are sloppily arranged. Ryuan said it smelled strange, the room smelled different. And this is a men's dormitory. But why does he feel like a woman has been here? Why said the Dark Mother made it here? Ryuan asked with surprise. Dark Mother? Why replied cluelessly. First of all, they need to find out if anything is missing. And then the boy hesitated. Ryuan asked him, does he call the thieves Dark Mother? The room is too clean. Does he mean to say that money or precious things are missing? Y replied that the Dark Mother didn't need jewelry. There were a few things missing alone. A floor brush, a comb, and the pajamas he had worn yesterday. Ryuan asked with surprise, why would anyone want to do that? Y replied that he didn't know. He can't explain their train of thought. And judging from the indentations on the pillow and blanket, it looked like someone was lying on it. So he's doing a room with someone for the first time. Let him see if he's missing something too. Ryuin opened the cabinet and said that the locker for valuables was fine. Wai asked if it had been broken into. Ryuin replied that he didn't. He didn't even have the key. He made it himself. It can only be opened by applying force to certain parts of the lock in the right sequence. Ryuin said it didn't seem like anything important was touched. Nothing at all. Suddenly he picked up his sheets and asked why they had torn off a piece of page. Wai said, in such chaos as something could be spotted, "No, it's not that important. And since he keeps it off the shelf, it's quite valuable." Really, did they defile a martial arts book? Ryuin replied that no, it was a book of his personal notes. Why had only the notes been torn out, and not the whole page? And now he's going to have to explain what kind of dark mother he is. He hates it when his stuff is touched. Wai replies that he got hurt because of him, and he's sorry. Often called the Dark Mother, she is the head of the Chilchilwi. She hides her age, name and true identity she is obsessed with. She stalks him, calls herself his mother, and runs Chilchilwi. Wai says they aren't even a couple. He never wanted that kind of scrutiny on him. Recently, he had thought the attention had finally waned, but now that the men's dormitory had been sneaked into, apparently she had come to this place. Ryuin replied that love has become a disease. This is some kind of madness. And if they determine the cause, the situation will be resolved. It seems to be serious. And can he distract them? And then Ryuin said all you have to do is join somewhere. It's called the Aesthetics Club. Wai said he'd heard that they were in the business of arranging to meet girls. Why would he do that? Ryuin replied that they used to meanly harass the girls. But now they should become a center for youth projects supporting cultural, scientific and educational exchange. If he joined this club now, the girls would cool off to him immediately. According to his assumptions, events would unfold like this. He's so popular now that he's got the attention of the slutty girls. And here's the moment he joined the Aesthetics Club. Here the situation will immediately change. If everything goes smoothly, the Chilsunho will collapse. But it will provoke a storm of hatred against him. But don't let him worry. Soon the opinion of the Club of Aesthetics lovers will change. And then the popularity and reputation will grow gradually. And everything will be back to normal. And based on his experience, it's a good way to piss off perverts. Also in this case radical changes are effective. Wai thought about his neighbor's past. Did that ghastly and unkempt appearance of his change? Of course this is sound advice. Besides, recounting such a horrible life experience must be very difficult. Ryuin asked him, was there still something bothering him? He needs to join the club first. If he doesn't like it there he can quit right away. Don't worry, he's not going to make him do anything obscene. And aside from some announcements, Wai said that it is the duty of a noble man to accept the truth as it is. I'll have to join. Ryuin answered him that was correct. And thought, what is Wai talking about? In any case, if he joined, the reputation of the club would have to improve. And that's even a good thing. And the better the reputation, the better the word of mouth works, the more visitors. Ryuin brought him to the club and told him that he had written everything, not even missing anything. But then Changhong came in and shouted at him to stop. Changhong said okay then, but why was it necessary to pull Mon Wai's seventh divine sword into the club? Hirin said there were rumors that something interesting happened while they were in class. Hirin said that when people saw the seventh divine sword enter the building of the Aesthetics Lovers Club, there was chaos everywhere. He expected there to be pools of blood. Chunghan said that everyone there is already foaming at the mouth because someone said that Mon Wai came to apply to join. Wai asked, was it like that? He thinks if it wasn't for Ryuin, there's no way he would have joined the club. So, what were the weaknesses he had learned about? Chunghan asked him if he was afraid of Chilchong. Now everything must be cancelled and pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, he himself would suffer. We replied that Ryuin was just telling him about the club. The decision to join was his own. And if the members of Chilchenhua harm him, if they harm anyone else, including Ryuin, he will not sit idly by. Hirin asked him, is this the first time he's heard him call Ryuin Ryuin? Shanyan asked, meaning someone else? Does it mean someone else has already suffered at their hands? Ryuin said that whatever it is, the introduction is complete. And how about we write it in big letters and hang it on the clubhouse? And they'll call it a promotion, we replied that he would write in a moment. He immediately wrote the announcement with his own hands. After seeing the ad, all the guy asked his friends, is the aesthetics club really going to change? They're serious, right? The second guy replied that this poster, which was something like an advertisement for Chilchong, was quite interesting. And it's rumored that the seventh divine sword was somehow affected by them. But the third guy said the walls have ears. He really hadn't heard the gossip? And suggested it was best to keep quiet and observe. But one of them said he didn't know what might happen in the future. And the Aesthetics Club and Chilchenhua, they are all crazy. They came to the chapter and said that this is their chance. If they miss an event like this, there might not be another opportunity like this until graduation. Day replied that it's a good solution. The plan that Hailte came up with is perfect, and they didn't even notice it. O said that the chapter, despite publishing the announcement, seems to have been forced on him. So tomorrow night is perfect for their case. But if they get caught, there's no bones to pick. The boy asked him, if he knew that, why didn't he tell him when he was chosen as the representative? Even if they weren't caught in the dormitory, if Ryuan and the seventh divine sword got wind of it. But La said that if it comes from the Mon clan, it's really the end. But the president has some dirt on them. But at this time, Chang Hong was telling the man to stop doing that. He can't believe a woman would break into a man's dormitory. Hiran replied that in any case, Kianmu Academy is a new training ground. Where did they find this? Is this the treasure of the Mon clan? Y replied that no. It's Ryuan's lock. Ryuan said that he told Ren how to use it. If he's not missing anything, they need someone to bring a book, or something similar. Chunhong said there's safety in that situation. And suddenly he asked why not tell him and Jun-ho. Ryuan tells him that because he's snapping at him. And Jun-ho might get kidnapped because he knows about it. So he asked them if they had seen Jun-ho. Hiran replied that he was in training today. Ryuan asked, is he trying to do the impossible again? At the training session, Disciple asked Yun if he was alive. And if he fell asleep right on the ground, his mouth would move to the side. But Rin said it's that damn fire that makes everyone want to lie down. Just let him rest. But Huck was angry and said he was going to die. All that was left was to spit them on a spit and fry them. But Chin told him never to speak like that in front of Master Kwang. He really could organize such a thing. However, he is far from their master. But Namgung laughed and replied, nevertheless he was glad that they finished quickly today. And he didn't seem to be in a good mood. I wonder, where did he go in such a hurry? The head gathered all the people and said that after the Three Saint Masters festival was over, they would hold another trial between the Blue Dragons and Red Falcons in the middle of next month. The head said that those two in particular, Master Quan had already started training the children. Would they be satisfied with such a time frame? Snowman said the Blue Dragons are ready to perform though tomorrow. However, he is not sure about Master Quack. Quack replied that he was the one who should doubt him. There's no tomorrow. The Red Falcons are ready right now. The head said he understood. And seeing the enthusiasm, he's looking forward to it. However, they must maintain healthy competition at this event. And so Abbott asks the officials not to clash and not to fight. Quack asked if they could organize a battle between the teams. A battle close to a Rio battle, but not a Rio battle. The snowman replied that if the ruler allowed it, the Blue Dragons would support the proposal. But there was a risk that some of the Red Falcons would get hurt, but that was okay. The head replied that no way. For safety reasons, it was better to refrain from direct confrontation. But then the elder came in and asked, isn't this fun? There are few things that can be as useful as a fight close to the present. The head at once rejoiced, and said he had come, but Quack didn't realize anything and wondered who it was. How had he entered so noiselessly? And why did this snowman suddenly become so polite? The elder replied that he was being polite. This old man is in good health too. Every time he greets him like that, he feels even older. The head said that not even time could break Kansan's teacher. Quack thought, Kansan, if these two are so polite to the old man, then that man with the sword is the noble sword Kansan Ilchui. This is one of the strongest swordsmen. Quack said he'd heard about him. And introduced himself. Ilchui replied that even an ancient old man like him had heard of the Lord of the Volcanic Sword. He was one of those who vehemently despised other swordsmen. and he felt it was unwise to ban fighting. How about this suggestion? Since the fights are necessary, could he be the one to keep an eye on things? The head asked him, would he have a problem with that? With that, safety would be guaranteed and he would have nothing to worry about. Ilchvi replied that this was excellent. Then he will be the caretaker of this exciting and healthy competition. The head laughed and said that was very good. Quack thought, and why did he feel like he was at a disadvantage? At this time, Daco was talking in the forest that she had heard that the seventh divine sword that her sister was looking after had joined a club for aesthetics lovers. This club is growing bigger and bringing more and more trouble every day, Daco asked. Then should Sis wait for the festival of the three holy masters? Man, he joined the aesthetics club. Should she fight him right now? Even in the face of death, she won't miss the opportunity to test her abilities. Rin said it wasn't necessary. And then a girl came in and asked them who they were talking about, who joined the aesthetics club. Besides, the announcement said that the club was going to change its policy. Suddenly, Daco replied that everyone was now together, but the girl told Sister Daco that she was looking for her because she needed her help. She is sure of the truth of this information, as she received it secretly, and she has a feeling that tonight the perverts will break into the dormitory. And she's gonna have to fight back. Daco immediately turned around and asked, would perverts infiltrate the dormitory? What is she talking about? The girl replied that she had heard it. It was from friends in other dorms. They said that the amateur club aesthetics. Anyway, they will try to break in either tonight or tomorrow. Rin said that of course it could just be gossip. But if it's true, it's a big problem and they need to be on their guard. Daco replied that since they were members of the aesthetics club, you could only expect obscenities from them. The girl asked, is that possible? Sneaking into the dormitory. Didn't they say in the announcement that the club was changing its activities? But the girl says she knows. But what if it's true? What should they do? Sis Bang, Sis Daco and Sis Na are in charge of everything related to the dormitory. However, she can't find Sis Peng. Daco asked her sister what she thought. What if it turns out to be true? But the girl said that was absurd. Besides, it's not easy to get into the dormitory. She wondered if they didn't believe her. She's the only one who knows to be on guard. Had she told them for nothing? Even though she doesn't know for sure if the perverts are coming or not, how can she stay away? Rin said that's right. Daco also replied that she feels like they want to die. They decided to test such a thing by hiding behind a stupid wall newspaper. She intends to deal with them right now. The girl said that if she goes with him, she is with her too. Even though she may not live in the dormitory, her heart is always with them. The girl asked, what if the perverts from the aesthetics club deny everything? The girl replied, nevertheless, they would think they had been exposed, and they would refuse to break into the dormitory. And immediately offered her to go and have fun, and even the hour of reckoning has come. But suddenly another girl came unexpectedly and stopped them. She said she was passing by and heard something strange. The girl asked, breaking into the dorm? What were they talking about? She'd heard about the perverts in the aesthetics club too, hadn't she? The girl told Sister Quian that it was true. She heard it from a friend. Just don't let her ask which one. She realized that since she was the only one who knew about it, she needed to convince more people. A passerby said, so it's true, they're crazy. A passerby asked, is that why they are going to punish from right now? But the inner man said it would be difficult. According to the deputy chief's orders, she must first escort them to the dormitory, and then catch them. But how can she convince them? Daco asked Sister Quian. She has access to the dormitory too, right? Would she want to go with them? Rin replied that if they go to them right now, there's a high probability that they'll deny everything. And if Sister Quian has something to say, she's listening. The girl replied that she was right. She too is of the same opinion. Then what about getting ready and waiting for the right time? Daco asked if they could set a trap. The girl replied that if they went now, they would deny everything. Besides, they could change the date of the infiltration, and at that rate, they would be at a disadvantage. Quian also said it's better to do that. She's scared to even think about such a thing. The younger one got excited and replied that so that means they will ambush them along with the 12 dorm commandant? She's going to the dorm too, and she wants to see it with her own eyes. Daco replied that no. To make things go smoothly, you have to keep the commandants in the dark. They would only get in the way. The girl said, and that if the perverts got wind of it, they'd probably change their plans. And she thought, why would the one-eyed girl hesitate? Quian said the dormitory guests should be prepared to defend themselves. Baekhyang-won is the largest of the dormitories and perverts will try to break in. Rin looked over and replied that Baekhyang-won was something more than a dormitory. This place was personally founded by the Sword Queen when her Sabu was one of the Kianmu constellations. She had heard about Sabu that the top floor of Baekhyang-won was also the Hall of the Queen of Swords. This hall holds all her experience, and 12 commandants take turns guarding it. Due to the fact that the security is excellent, there are very few ways to enter this place, especially without a guide. Dako asked with surprise, a guide? Did the guy who joined the Aesthetics Enthusiasts Club? Quian replied that no, that can't be. He has nothing to do with Baekhyang-won. For safety reasons, she didn't say anything to him. The girls said that instead of arguing, it would be better to discuss countermeasures. As the sister said, there weren't many ways to get in, and several options come to mind. It's a pity Sis Feng isn't with them, but if Sis Dako and Sissa make a decision, the others will agree with it. She realized that she and the dark matter had their own plan. As long as they followed it, serious damage could be avoided. Rin said okay, and then she wanted to hear what Sister Quian Jean thought about it. Quian replied that she had the opportunity to initiate Sis Pyong into their plan. She would pass her a note. Quack was walking around at this time and saying to himself that this snowman was cheeky, and he kept interrupting him. And now he has decided that he should be punished. Wish he could send him a great present. But suddenly the snowman came up and asked him what he was thinking about. Why did a man who had only kept to himself and fought before now decide to teach children? Or did he develop a mad passion for teaching? Quack replied that he felt sorry for the children who were being taught by a snowman like him. And he also asks him why he chose to teach the children, while he himself meddles in the affairs of the blue dragons and others. The snowman replied that it was his duty. He doesn't know why he pretends to be passionate about teaching, but it won't have the effect he wants to see, and he thinks that by having such a desirable character, he only makes the children swing their fists. With such an education, the Red Falcons will never defeat the Blue Dragons. Quack answered him that he knew his cold and foggy nature. And what could the snowman teach the children, being so mild-mannered? And he is no better than he is. Snowman realized that the sign of the enemy could win the battle, and he thought he didn't know anything about blue dragons either. And now he told him that he was a great teacher, and it's been 5 years since he arrived here and became the only great teacher at Kianmu Academy. And without revealing his own skills about martial arts, he created 4 scriptures. Dozens of people follow his doctrines. Among those he has trained, no one has fallen foul of him. Nowadays they are scattered in different parties, but they still follow his teachings. In addition, he analyzes and tries to put into practice all trends in education. Quack wondered if there was any way to shut that old man's mouth as soon as possible. What would that devil do in his place? Snowman said that's why blue dragons are the young talents that can be relied on at Kianmu Academy. Quan started laughing and replied that it was even great, and asked him why he was making a big deal out of it. This time the earthworms will win, and they will sword fight and debate well. And then Snowman said that he couldn't watch someone insult the blue dragons, for that he would taste his fury. And didn't he know who was the head in the blue dragons? In the country house, the girl held the pill in her hands and asked, did they collect everything she asked for? The servant replied that yes, of course. Everything needed for a pill for all diseases. Snow lodum seeds, white-green deer antlers, and let the mistress mix everything in equal proportions, and not have to worry about anything else. However, she is very thin, why would she need such medicine? But the lady took the coins and threw them in his face. The servant replied that he had said too much, and if she did not do as he said, the medicine might become poisonous even then. Madam said that in the hands of an uninformed person, it could become a weapon. If he wants to continue doing business, he should keep his mouth shut. The servant replied that yes, he did. He will keep it in mind. But then the soldiers came and asked the lady if she had received the pill for all diseases. Mistress looked and replied that of course. They could move out now. The warrior said that the head of Kukanwei was now in the Blue Dragons. Now they will make Gunnan Falgui famous, and the head of Kachanka will be in trouble. And since the lady has received the panacea, The power of the chapter in the match against the red dragons will increase. Madam asks if the head of Kuchanho is that kind of person. She doesn't know everything to the end, but she hopes it won't interfere with the competition. Arriving home, mistress noticed that it was quiet today. She came home too late, and had to stop here and there. At times like this, she is glad she lives alone in the room. Opening the medicine, she felt tired. And it would be great to take the panacea today so that it would absorb the illness. And now she decided that she needed to relax first. But in a moment she heard something and looked at the door. At this time there were people outside the door who had come to steal the girls from the dormitory. There were times when everyone marveled at her chubby physique. And so she thought she was beautiful. But in the back of her mind she had her doubts. But she lived with her father at Gyeonmu Academy. And she also learned the truth one day. One day, a girl came up to her and introduced herself. Her name was Yi-rin. All the other people were greatly surprised and said that she was a beauty, and looked like a maiden descended from heaven. She saw how true beauty awakened sincerity, love and admiration in people, and she came to this after she once met someone who made her heart beat more frequently. The head said that Rin was the heir to Sanrenbo. But suddenly, a boy came up to them and said his name was Un Cheon-men. The girl asked the boy if he was bored. While the adults are talking, can they play together? And it was his words that brought her back from heaven to earth. But Meng had called her a fatty that day and replied that he didn't want to. After that, she used all ways and methods to get slim. Training and more training, and then the diet followed. And as a result, she got even bigger. She held her head up and asked why. The mother spoke and turned to her favorite daughter. She said let her go out and eat a little. And if she undermined her health, all her labors would go to waste. The head also said that she is and looks chubby, but her body is perfect for learning martial arts. And even her maternal grandfather was impressed with her abilities. But she told them she didn't want to. The girls said she looks like a pig. She doesn't want to be like that. Suddenly, the maternal grandfather turned to him and replied that he had found a great red for their sweet Harin, and this fantastic technique will allow her to mold herself into what he wants. It's called the Indian Mahayana spiritual technique of reclaiming the feminine, and soon this technique became her only ray of light. Her grandfather, who found this wonderful technique, her mother, who prepared a panacea for her so that she could learn it as soon as possible and not gain any more weight, and her father, who shared all the hardships with her, thanks to them and 3 years of grueling training. She had reshaped her old self. It's a secret that no one knows except family members. As if it doesn't even exist in this world at all. The only time the past it comes out is during the release of chi before taking the panacea. At this point, her body would return to its natural form, but each time, she would transform into her former self. Ryuan snuck into the dorm late at night and said he was apologizing. He got into the wrong room and saw something he shouldn't have seen. She asked him, was he the pervert who snuck into the sorority house? And how dare he do such a thing? Ryuan replied to her that it's complicated. In any case, it bothered him that he was in such an awkward situation. The girl was surprised and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She realized that she didn't need to be influenced by this man. She realized that she should not be influenced by this man. And if she makes a fuss and people come into the room, she's finished. And while she's trying to get her body back to the way it was, this guy will run away. And then, there's only one way left for her. She immediately used the technique of eliminating the unwanted witness. She knew she had to shut the bastard's mouth. And as quietly as possible. Faster than the wind, the girl yelled at him to die and atone for his sins with his life. Ryuan realized that was a bit of a quandary. The girl immediately drew her sword and told him to shut up. And peeking at other people's secrets, he should be ready for anything. Ryuan replied to her that he was sorry for what happened today, but maybe just maybe they would work things out. The girl immediately waved her hand and told him to let the guy die. But Ryuan grabbed her hand and replied that he was apologizing. The girl realized he had dodged and grabbed her wrist. Ryuan told her that she was very strong, but the sword might break. He had urgent business to attend to, so he would probably run away. But the girl didn't want to leave him and asked him where he was going. Ryuan asked, how about taking a break and taking it easy? And surprisingly, she's quite strong. However, you can't just throw yourself at people so recklessly. The girl was very angry and shouted back that he was an insolent pervert. Ryuan tells her that he apologizes again for today. And that's the end of it, he's leaving her. And don't let her worry, he won't give away her secret even under torture. But the girl realized that this man had acupuncture. And luckily, acupuncture doesn't have much effect on her. He saw her true form. She must kill him. The girl came out of the window and asked where he was. Did he jump out and fall through the ground? But when he looked up, he saw that this guy was some kind of monster. In that direction, is it really him? Did she realize that he was heading to the Ice Phoenix room? If not, then to the Sword Queen's hall. But where he would go even if he didn't kill him, he would still die. The girl realized that she had to get her body back first, and tried to catch up with him. Ryuan realized that if he did well, he would put an end to this. Judging from the itchy back of his head, his punches were weak. Well, so much as a layer of fat, anyway, he couldn't properly see the acupuncture points in the current situation. When he got to the point, he said it was here. And it turns out it's not the 3rd floor, it's the 4th floor. In any case, if they really wanted to share information, they would have been more specific. He realized that it should have been said earlier. Half an hour ago, the guy had told him that Tang Chul Ji had been secretly following the deputy head of the club, and Zaha Ilte for a long time. However, this plan was suggested by Tae, this afternoon. He said he would go to Kyanmasagak. He'll return the book. And greet the librarian's girlfriend. Ryuan told his friend he was crazy. Are they in secret collusion with that girl librarian? Why answered him how he could come to such inferences. The guy replied that it was exam time, and there was no reason to go to that place. So he's sure there was a secret meeting there. Tae is no different from the Aesthetics Club, even though he's not a member. Ryuan asked, didn't he read the points that were written on the back of the application to join? If rumors of joining spread, he might be attacked by the girls. And in any case, he doesn't know what the trap is. However, they, with the exception of Ren, Jun-ho, and Uncle Hong, are now connected. The guy said it was right. Everyone is swept up in the excitement, and they make a bet. However, the girls know they're coming, and he doesn't think the head of the club will listen to them. Cheol-ji was the weakest, so they forced him to be a spy, because Baekhyangwon is still home to the Ice Phoenix. If anyone gets caught, it'll be the end of the Aesthetics Club, Ryuan said, sounding less than enthusiastic. It would be quite troublesome if they sent more people on a sortie. As it was, they would only have to catch 4. We asked, is he going alone? Doesn't he think it would be better to notify Baekhyangwon or the teachers in advance? The boy replied that no. They'll all get hurt if he goes, and he now understood why he had come to talk to him. Apparently, they wanted to implicate the 7th Divine Sword as well. Ryuan answered him that the opposite was even better. They would be witnesses later. And reporting everything to Baekhyangwon, and that wasn't his style. And it's much more pleasant to punish yourself. First you have to catch them all, and then you have to purify them for the sake of a bright future. Ryuan was even curious as to what traps they had prepared. According to Tang Chul Ji's information, 5 infiltration routes to 5 different destinations had been constructed, and through the laundry room and the laundry drying room on the 2nd floor. The girl at this time was telling Sister Dako that she was jealous of her figure. Dako was surprised and asked her what she was saying. But one of the girls said that she too wanted to be like Sis An or Sis Dako. That would be great. One thing he understood was that the shared bathroom and locker room were on the basement floor. Baekhyangwon's 2nd storage room on the 2nd floor where all sorts of stuff is kept, and the hardest place to get into is the Queen of Swords Hall. It's guarded by the dorm managers, and the last room of the Ice Phoenix located on the 3rd or 4th floor. Since he didn't come across it earlier, it turns out to be here. But either way, there's someone inside. At this time, Rin caught a few people breaking into their dormitory. Dae in his right hand at this time sneaked into the dormitory and said that he is earth, stone, wood, he doesn't exist in this world. The second said he felt like a drop in the sea, a breath of fresh air, the dormitory managers and no one would be able to find him. But suddenly someone crept up behind them and asked them what they were doing here. The guys turned around and were surprised to see 25-year-old Chunhong. The guys told him not to yell and to get down. Doesn't he know this is Baekhyangwon territory? If the dormitory managers noticed them, they're dead. Chunghon asked in surprise, was it really true? He was just taking a walk. The guy told him not to lie. His dorm is in the other direction altogether, and they're in the heart of the sorority grounds right now, you might say. Also, with a walk like that, you can quickly go to the other side of the world. And it's obvious. Let him look at his clothes. He knew everything and sneaked in here secretly. But how did he know they were here? The boy asked him if the seventh divine sword had told him. Changhong replied that it was hard to explain, but he would say this: the seventh divine name was like a fish. He just guessed it himself. Chunghan asked his friend, "Are they back yet? Where the hell are they at this hour? Where did he go? Is he up to something again?" Y replied that they had an arrangement with him, so he couldn't tell him anything. He could only note that he was off to hone his persuasion skills, and if he has no more questions, then let him go. Chunhong said he was in trouble again. "Didn't that asshole go to the sorority house?" Chunghan asked. "So it's true? What a crazy man. And how did they know which dormitory those perverts from Chilchilho were in?" Ren and Yoon's place was also broken into, but it didn't get that crazy. "Is it because he decided not to stand aside?" We was surprised and asked, "Chilchilhui? Did the Dark Mother, did he go to them too?" Shanyan asked, "Why not?" When he returned, the two realized that their things were gone too. He also noticed that the door to his room had also been attempted to be broken into. In a way, he is even glad that the door and window to his room are so bad that no one has been able to open them. And yet, he's here and talks about it. Heron is taking care of Sikyun, so he came alone. Hen replied that he apologized because of him 3 people. After the mission, he would definitely find the Dark Mother, and she would pay for it. Shanyan said that the guy had previously said he would find her afterward. But then Ryuan didn't go to the sorority house because of Chilchilho? Then why did he go there? What was his purpose? We replied that he couldn't tell him that, and apologized. Chunghong said that he understood. However, it is impossible to get into the women's dormitory at this time, with only one place left at this time. And then Chunhong said that it's Baek Yang Guan. Is this the place where brother went to hone his persuasion skill? Could there be something else behind the word persuasion? Y replied that he couldn't tell him anything more, but his intentions were pure. Otherwise, he would have stopped him. Chung Han immediately turned around and replied that apparently that was the case. Every day is like a war. Y asked him if he was really going to go there to help him, and if you do everything hastily, they'll be the only ones to hinder him. Chung Han replied that he couldn't leave it like that. Let him not worry about that idiot, he'd be better off if he went to bed. Shanyan thought that if this man had been caught, there was no way he would have gone to help him. But since he was covered by the 7th divine sword, there must be something behind it all. Chung Han asks the guys what they're doing here. And he has one affliction: he starts raising his voice when he gets curious. So he recommends that they tell them everything now. Oh asked him, is he crazy? If so, they'll all get caught here. La also said that's right. And since he's here, he'd better help Ryuan catch those fools. And then Oh decided that he had to tell him everything. After a long story, Chunghan knocked them both out and left them lying in the forest. Chunghan stood in front of the dormitory and decided that he had put 2 of them to sleep. But Tae has the key to Baekhyangwon. He was able to find out about Manhwa Pekmujin somehow. Manhwa Pekmujin is rebuilt every 6 months. Did anyone else besides the dormitory managers this semester really know a way around the system? But who in their right mind would leak information about time and blind spots? In any case, the next blind spot was about an hour away. How could he pull this off and remain undetected, he thought? But all break-ins are those who report break-ins, and among the 12 dorm superintendents, he is familiar with only 2, and they split into 2 groups and work in shifts, so there will be 6 people at this time. The other 4 are at the Queen of Swords Hall. But suddenly out of the blue someone came up and asked him who he was for asking this. He said he knew about the blind spots in the system. Was he privy to today's plans by the head himself? Chunghan replies that he doesn't even know, and doesn't think the head knows he's here. And immediately unfolding his palm said that this is who he is. The guards asked if it was the mark of the Divine Phoenix. He's the one who was sent to watch over Kianmu Academy. Chunghan said, judging from their words, they knew that outsiders had invaded the territory, but pretended not to notice it. Is there a special reason for that? The warrior replied that 4 rats had entered the building, but then they observed someone else. There were 3 superintendents left at the Queen of Swords Hall, and the others were watching for rats. Chung-han said he understood and asked if he could pick up any of those perverts. He's sorry, of course, but he can't tell them more because of his mission. However, if they don't let him, things could get out of hand. He thought that if the whole aesthetics club was involved, the case would take on a more northern character. And if there were 4 of them, and if his brother was here, then 5. Ryuin was near the window at this time and thought that if he didn't come across it earlier, then it's here. And either way, there's someone inside. And if he opens the window next, he's likely to be mistaken for a pervert. And coughing beforehand seems very old-fashioned. And then Ryuin decided that he would just knock. But Rin was already ready and immediately took up her blade. Ryuin immediately rushed inside and asked if the greeting was too hot for someone who wanted to knock politely. Rin realized that it was easy to pierce him, but however her sword was caught. Suddenly Ryuin felt her pull out her sword. He was careful, of course, but could he overdo it? And then Rin saw him and said it was him. Ryuin came into the room and replied that it was a great night, wasn't it? And she recognized who he was? Ryuin wondered if she realized it was because of his beauty that not even a mask could hide. Or because of the beautiful voice that could not be forgotten. Rin realized that there was only one person whose thoughts he could not read. She held out her blade and said that you can recognize a person by their words and actions. She asked what was the reason for such an inappropriate appearance. Ryuin replied that he recognized the way he had chosen was not a good one. However, there was a reason for that, and the reason is that if he doesn't take it, they're all walking into someone else's trap. And then she remembered the guy saying he didn't come here because he really wanted to. And it wasn't like that, he was wrong. Rin asked the guy if he could swear he came here without malice. Ryuin replied that of course he could, and he swears on the honor of his esteemed Sabu. If there is a single drop of falsehood in his words, Sabu will receive heavenly punishment. Rin said it was too much. Anyway, this time she would give him a chance. Ryuin asked, did she believe him so easily? Immediately, Rin started waving her sword and said that apparently she was wrong. But Ryuin had already started running and replied that it couldn't be. Ryuin grabbed the guy who was tied up by the floor and thanked her for the gift. And said he'd look forward to the next meeting. Walking downstairs, Shanyan saw that it was his brother. Ryuin asked him right away what he was doing here. Chunhong replied that he didn't know, and that's why he was asking. Shanyan asked him, where did the guy jump out from? Did he really come out of the Ice Phoenix and Dokkanban's room? Suddenly, someone started knocking on the door and asked Sis Nai Dako to open the door for her. Rin opened the door and the girl asked her, is she alone? And where's Sister Dako missing? And she asked if a pervert had entered her room. The girl saw at once that Rin was beautiful. Regardless of her mood or surroundings, she is beautiful. She'll probably be thin and beautiful until the day she dies. But that wasn't the problem right now. Rin replied that Sis Dako was in the bathroom right now, and she should have left a note at the door. The girl replied that it must have fallen on the floor, and she was too late to notice it. A guy burst into her room and then fled. Of course, he didn't have time to do anything to her. The girl realized that that rat should pay for witnessing someone else's secret. She must catch that bastard as soon as possible and kill him. And after that, the girl said he headed in the direction of her room. Would she mind if she looked around? Rin immediately invited her in, but she also realized that that creep was good at hiding, he might still be here. This is the room of the first beauty, so he must be here. The girl came in and said she apologized for the intrusion. Suddenly she asked where their beds were? And what was that hole in the window? Rin replied that she was trying to scare off whoever was trying to climb in through the window. As for the beds and other things, Sis didn't want the sight of men defiling her things, so they had moved everything into the next room beforehand. The girl said she killed him then? Then where's the body? Rin said he went to the other invaders. You mean the bathroom, the laundry room, or the warehouse? The girl immediately headed to the bathroom and said that's where the scoundrel went. And invited her to go and kill him too. Shanyan asked the guy where he just jumped out from. Just don't let him tell him that it was from the Ice Phoenix and Dokkanban's room? Ryuin asked. Then the fierce lady with the eye patch also lived there? He didn't know since he had only met the Phoenix. Chunhan asked. Hadn't he pulled something weird? And it turns out the Ice Phoenix just let him go? Ryuan asked in response. Who did he think he was? And immediately threw the guy's body into his hands and told him to take it. And the mistress willingly handed him over. Chunghan asked him in amazement, how could he throw a man at him so easily? If he didn't catch him, he would fly down. Chunhong thought, why did she keep giving this asshole special attention? Did she really like him? This problem could no longer be turned a blind eye. Ryuan said there was one, and to be more efficient, they should split up. He'll take the storage room and laundry room, and let Chunghan take the bathroom. What would he say to that? Chunghan replied not to discount the most dangerous place on him as if he were doing him a favor. Does he want him to go in there with that dead weight and catch another one? Does he want him dead? And if he's spotted, he'll pick up no bones. And on the tombstone, they'll write pervert rests here. Ryuan asked, should he go to the bathroom then? Chunhong replied that he wouldn't let him go alone. He would do something else. Ryuan immediately called him a coward and said it was too much trouble to go together. Chunghan replied that they were talking about the bathroom. Into such a dangerous place, just the two of them. One rescues the perverts, the other defends himself. He realized that he couldn't entrust everything to someone who caused nothing but trouble. And he must be watched. At this time in the woods, two guys came to their senses and asked the stranger who he was. How did he get here? And was he really called by the 25-year-old new guy? But the stranger laughed and wished them good night. Hurin realized that Y had not told him anything. But he thought something interesting was going on, so he came. Hurin told him that he understood. And since it's a secret, it means they're going somewhere dangerous. And where exactly is that? A warehouse with valuables? A room with machinery? Or a place where you can't go out? Y replied that he wasn't going to answer any questions. Let him just get out of his sight. Hurin apologized immediately, and said that he talks nonsense when he worries. And since it was just the two of them, there was nothing to worry about. Unless they went instead, sorority style. Hurin told the guys that Ryuan and Chunghan ditched him and went to have fun at the girls' dorm. So it's no surprise that he's here too. Oh asked him in amazement, who told him they came here to have fun? They didn't. And so when they told him not to go, he pressed their shuesu points and left. The blind spots are updated every hour. If he doesn't know how to get into Baekiangwan, he won't be able to enter it. Otherwise, there is a chance of getting trapped by the dormitory manager. Oh asked him why he was wearing a hoodie? Is he going to go there? He's experiencing some kind of déjà vu. Is he going to knock him out and leave him here too? Hurin replied that of course not. If he fell asleep in such a place, he would have back problems, or even freeze to death. That's too bad. Hurin immediately took his 2 fingers and said this is the way to do it. He will be able to print out his acupuncture points if he controls the flow of qi properly. He looks around for a while and goes back to check. Hurin realized that the Queen of Swords Hall, it would take him some time to recognize the blind spots. If he went there, let him remember that. Hurin immediately headed for the dormitory. But at this time not only girl was also running, and suddenly because of the wind she lost her scarf. They stopped and looked around to see that there was no one here. We have to keep moving, or she'll miss the best part. The girl came to the dormitory and started looking around. Hurin saw too and realized that 64 celestial forms were being used here. So the gates in the northeast are open now, and in an hour they stay open in the southeast. And in his head he thanked his sister, whose name he did not know. Day was on top at the time and saw that white like jade skin in front of him. He was so jealous of her. Why does she hide such beauty with clothes? She is such a moist and enchanting energy. He is so close to his goal. And if he manages to cut through this sect silently, he would be able to see something fantastic. Daco realized at this moment that they were definitely up there somewhere. It would be great if they showed up sooner, but suddenly one of the students said she was tired, and rather wants to get out of here. The girl replied that it was really time for them to go to bed, but suddenly she came in and said she'd heard here, from Na's sister, that the perverts never showed up. Maybe they're just indulging in swords all over the ceiling? Daco replied that then we would have to repair everything. That wouldn't be very convenient. And then she asked where her sister had disappeared to. The girl replied that she thought she was going with her, but her sister had gone to the warehouse. Suddenly they heard something and all together with their swords decided to pierce the ceiling. Daco realized that if they continued, the ceiling would collapse. But the girl was also sure that he was the type. So she decided to break every bone in his body. Going downstairs, the girl told everyone to move aside immediately. But at that, Ryuan wondered what Uncle was doing. And could he speed up? Chunghan answers him to give him a push from the front. And he feels like this fatty is stuck. And luckily he left all his junk outside. And how did he get in here with a body like that? Suddenly the girls showed up and said they were fucking perverts. And gave them words that they'd be finished off. Ryuan looked over and replied that the situation was getting worse. Tisha behind, swords in front. Then all he has to do is go down and take the fight. The girl immediately started screaming that he was a pervert. And ordered her men to kill him. Chunghan realized that really, was that noise? The woodpecker must have just jumped into a bathroom full of female students. Chunghan asked him if he wanted the whole school to hear about it. And immediately told him to shut his mouth. And he answered him using the voice transmission technique, and make sure he keeps his mask tight. You don't have to show your techniques to avoid being recognized. Especially the one where he blocks weapons with his bare hands. Ryuan asked with surprise, is that how it turns out? Would a mask hide his beauty? The girls would recognize him anyway. Chunghan asked him what he was carrying. What the mask wouldn't hide was his manners and speech. Ryuan replied that his perfect manners and speech are the problem. But anyway, he needs to defend himself, and that fierce lady fell in love with him. It looks like she'll remember him for the rest of her life. Chunghan tells him to stop talking, better get out quick and quietly. He'll run away too once he pushes that boar out. Chunghan could see at once that he was betting, and this pig was using the bone compression technique to sneak in. I'll have to forcefully wake him up. Chunghan immediately started pounding his fists on Day's body. The others immediately saw that there were more people upstairs. Daco told them that she would go up herself, and immediately drew her sword, but once up she said they ran away. Daco said she would follow them, but the other girls answered her that they would go with her. But the other girl stayed downstairs and was ready to kill the guy for finding out her secret. Ryuan understood that because of the voice that was like the chiming of jade beads, one couldn't talk without being recognized. But he and this lady were already in contact, so it wouldn't make a difference. And it seems to him that the uncle has already taken out the grease ball. The girl used immediately slippery as a duck, and shouted that she must kill him. Ryuan immediately turned to her after her hit. The girl was surprised and asked how could that be, and started screaming that he was a crazy pervert. And what did he just call her? Ryuan asked her if she might like Chubby or Gigantus better. He's a bit busy, but could she tell him where the exit is? It's for her own safety. He immediately thought that he needed to get away from these perverts as soon as possible. The girl realized that he was threatening her to reveal her secret to everyone. And how dare he do such a thing? The girl jumped on him and said she wouldn't show it. Ryuan replied that he thought it was pointless to ask. Suddenly, a siren came on, and everyone was immediately alert. The girl said that it was the sound of an emergency summoning from the Queen of Swords Hall. The chief said half stays, half goes back. Ryuan asked immediately, where is it all going? The girl immediately looked at the guy's face and along with the attack swooped down on him and asked, is he thinking of running away? But Ryuan picked up his feet and ran away. Afterward, he said it was nice to meet him, and they'd see each other again. The girl got very angry after such words and shouted back at him that he was a pervert, and she would definitely catch him. Tay was on the roof at the time and said he was beaten up and thrown out by threatening his faberge. How did this first-year-old man even know about this place? Chunghan immediately pressed his points and realized that there was no need for the compression technique now, and he swelled up again. And what was that sound coming from the Sword Queen's hall? It wasn't because of that psycho, was it? And suddenly his head starts to pound. But first, he's gonna hide those little kids in the bushes. But at that time the girls were already on the roof and yelled that he was a pervert. And not just one, there's more than one. Daco told him to stand still or he'd regret it. Chunghung said that he felt like one of the 12 dormitory commandants was behind him. Since the Queen of Swords Hall was being invaded now, he would like to get rid of these guys quickly and deal with the situation. But suddenly a woman suddenly appeared in front of them, and said that he had come to take the invaders away. They had nothing to worry about, or should they be reminded of the rules when invading the Queen of Swords Hall? Have them return to their seats immediately. The girls replied that they understood the order. Diako also said that they would go to the dormitory immediately. Chung-han took them all in, and it suddenly seemed strange to him. He thought, were the perverts from the young girls' lovers' club interested in the Queen of Swords Hall? In the meantime, Hurin was fighting the enemies and tried to repel all the attacks in various ways. He suddenly felt something amazing, because he saw something new. And it's so exciting. And it's certainly a great technique for sneaking in. But where are the techniques that the Queen of Swords left behind? He's already winding his second lap here, but he still hasn't learned to capture his uselessness for the Sky Demon Pavilion. This is the case. And suddenly he hoped that the turmoil here had helped Ryuin and Changhan. And now he had to think about what he should say next. Suddenly he decided that it was time for him to leave, but before he left he was greatly surprised, for a great number of girls were lined up in front of him. He realized that he had to make a discreet exit now. And so he immediately used the thunder bomb. After the big bang, he immediately flew out of the roof and realized it was Ryuin's style. The girl said she heard a pervert showed up in the laundry room. Can we just leave him like that? The second girl replied that there was nothing to be done. A general convocation. And does he hear how loud it is in there? The older one replied that that was correct. They moved all the clothes anyway. The Sword Queen's Hall is more important, but Tae was a little smarter, and was underground. He rejoiced at the thought of giving up, but it was very good that he waited. And the winner would be him. But at that moment, Ryuin found him and swooped down on him from behind, and immediately punched him in the back with an elbow. In the storeroom at this time, someone was saying that they were wondering why everyone had been summoned to the Queen of Swords Hall. And did someone from the young girls' club decide to sneak in? The guy replied that was unlikely, and offered to plant it as evidence. The girl said she only managed to find a lapel pin with the Wasan School's emblem. Who would even believe that idiot broke in here? And all they managed to steal from Ruin was a scrap of scribbled paper and some clothes. They're severely lacking in hard evidence. The boy replied that it was good that they had at least that. The beggar had no personal belongings, and they couldn't even open the door to the old man's room. The girl said it was time to go to the Sword Queen's Hall, or it would be suspicious. The boy replied that he would be too then. But all of a sudden someone came and said the Queen of Swords Hall, and decided to say they would go together. Rin said that she heard very well what they were talking about here, and there was no need to hide or pretend. The main said for the first group to catch up with the invaders on the rooftop. Let the second group track using the formation of 60 Heavenly Army envoys. We have to be careful in the case, he might use a thunder bomb. And the third and fourth, fifth and sixth groups must search the floors of the Purity Pavilion. The girls started to panic, and one of them said she was in the second group and she had to go. A thunder bomb, they said. But first of all, Dako thought it was strange. It's not like the perverts from the young girls' lovers' club. And why would they want the Queen of Swords Hall? But then she thought, where did her sister disappear to? Dako suddenly saw Lee Jean Seol and asked her why she was here. Just then, Seol answered her not to yell so much. Dako grabbed her and asked who taught her that. Seol apologized and replied that she had come to help. And when she ran to their room, the fight was already over and no one was there. And then she thought the fight was in the bathroom, so she went in there. But someone ran right past her with a fly. And finally she's here. Seol asked Sis Dako if she could join her group. The sister replied that she's not even remorseful. She'll tell the commandants to scold her. Now let her go back inside. Seol immediately cried and said that she still hadn't even taken out her sword. Let her be scolded later, but she wants to be near the world's cutest little sister Dako. Dako immediately told her that no, there was no point in sucking up. Even if she and her sister tracked the intruders to the Sword Queen's Hall, it was guarded by the main group. Seol was upset, and said that meant she couldn't. And asked right away, where is little sister Rin missing? Dako asked her why she wants her? Is she trying to persuade her? Dako wondered why her sister was still gone. She had told her she was going to the warehouse, hadn't she? Maybe something had happened. But suddenly, someone shouted that the invaders were there. The girl said that it must be the Ice Phoenix and Miss Guyen who caught him, but one of them asked, "Isn't that strange? Why Mrs. Guyen?" Suddenly Rin said she came to report to the commandants. Everyone was greatly surprised at this point. Rin said that she had captured the two conspirators. Gu Yenjin leaked the information on how to get into the Purity Pavilion. They incited the men to invade and led the campaign. At this time in the forest, Guy brought the guy he had dragged out of the dormitory to his senses. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes and started screaming and begging the Ice Phoenix not to kill him. But Changhong covered his mouth and asked, "What does he want to do, nail them?" "They are hiding outside the Purity Pavilion." Changhan asked him why he had mentioned the Ice Phoenix. What was wrong with it? The boy replied that nothing. She looked at him with her incredibly beautiful eyes. The boy suddenly cried dramatically and began to ask why they were born such lowly creatures. Changhong immediately punched him and asked him why he had called him worthless. He immediately came to his senses. From the blow, Guy faced Tae and asked, "This pig is what, the head of the club? Where did he come from?" Changhan asked, "How from where?" "Let him look around." The old rookie dragged the two of them on his haunch. The boy was greatly surprised and asked how he had managed to pick up the head and run down here with him. "Looks like when he miscalculated the elixir, it replaced youth with superpowers." "What about those two?" The guy replied that Sungjin was cursing using the voice transmission technique. The old rookie guy knocked him out for no reason before. Chamhong told him that if he thought a little, he would understand. "We have to leave quickly. The girls might show up any minute." Oh answered him right away to shut his mouth. "Is he going to use acupuncture again? What's wrong with them? They've got a nerve, and especially him." It felt like he was as old as his father, and he was 25. At the moment, Shanyan thought, he had been looking out for them from the beginning. But how did Ren slip away? That's how he knew, he lied to him. In the moment, Changhan is thinking hard, how can he make things right again? He needs to catch them, but he doesn't want to. Should he drop everything and resign? Oh suddenly saw his face and asked what was happening to him. Why is he crying? But he just said that he had grown like a flower. But suddenly, Ryuan came in unexpectedly and asked if everyone was here. Hiran also said that his brother Chunhong was really here. Chunhong immediately asked him why he was here. Had the two of them and that bum really gutted the Sword Queen's hall? Even without masks? Ryuan asked with surprise. The hall of the Queen of Swords? Why would he be there? Hiran replied that he had met Ryuan while loitering here and there. At that moment, Ryuan ran out of the dormitory. But in a moment he saw Hiran and asked, "Is he here too?" Hiran replied that brother Changhong had come to have fun, and he had followed him. He was wandering around and the girls found him. He had to run away through the roof. Ryuan tossed the guy out at him and asked, "To him too? The ladies here are a little testy. But it's time for them to run on." Hiran agreed and asked him why he wanted this guy. Rowan asked him if he had been staggering around, and told him to think of him as payment for showing him the way. Ryuan said that's how it happened. And they just took the masks off. And tell him to stop grumbling. Chunghan asked, "Are they messing with him?" On the day of the introduction, they harnessed him to do everything, saying they didn't know about the 64 hexagrams. But if they're so ignorant, how could they get in and out of here? Hiran replied that he spotted the girl with the paired swords and followed her. And on the way back, he met Rian. Lucky, so lucky? Ryuan said he had seen this road before, so he entered on cues. And the way back was no different. And isn't that something you recognize at first sight? Isn't that what the others have? Chunhong said he's very smooth. Are you trying to be a genius? Or the kid decided to finally screw him over? Who broke into the Sword Queen's hall then? Ryuan replied that it was true. There was Hiran in the Queen of Swords hall, right? He came out after destroying the roofs, right? Hiran replied that he thought his brother had gone there. After all, there must be jewelry in the Queen of Swords hall. And he likes expensive things. Ryuan asked him, who doesn't? Was there something there? Hiran asked, are there a lot of girls? As he took a step they chased him. He couldn't even get a good look. Of valuables was a thunder bomb. Chunghan looked at them and thought they were assholes. And saw that especially this trio. It was almost to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, and here was some nonsense again. Oh grabbed his head and asked the guy, Did he set off a thunder bomb in the Queen of Swords Hall? This is a riot, La asked. Illinois won't get caught, right? They won't be affected by the Queen of Swords Hall case, will they? The boy asked. How come? Quickly, we have to run away. Chunhong said that after all, he's not from the young girls' lovers club. If he gets caught, they'll say they had nothing to do with it. They'll finish here and go to their rooms. And then Ryuan asked them if they were done talking yet. And could he speak up? The guy asked at once, why is it so scary? Why is he doing this to them? La said he was scared too. It's more terrifying than when the ice phoenix looked at him. Chunghan asked, what did he think? Would those two listen to him? All the windows and doors are closed. But it's best not to make too much noise. Hiran laughed and replied that he knew Brother Chan was the best. Ryuan, he seems to be ready too. And have him wake up, he's about to light the fire. Ryuan took the melange in his hands and asked, how come? Tae was also saying at this moment that if they dared to do anything to him and the head, they would be in trouble, and told the chapter that he couldn't talk, they acupuncture. Tae stopped him and replied that was not the problem, and now in his hands, Tae immediately turned around and asked what is that young lady Waran. Tae immediately started telling them to listen to him. Tae said that this talented maiden from the south, young lady Waran, was portrayed by the hand of a master craftsman as a high-class treasure. She even has hair stolen from a real young lady. Tae asked, aren't they sinless? Could they do that to her? Throw her into the fire. Ryuan said not to worry, he hadn't thought of that, and it takes a long time to burn it. There's so much to do. He immediately broke it into 2 pieces. The head and Tae were surprised and shouted in anger. Ryuan said that for the sake of a brighter tomorrow, he suggested they say goodbye to all this. And the traces of the dark past would be broken, burned, dissolved. Tae asked him to stop. And he was wrong, so let him leave them alone. The young girls' club will change. Tae also said the guy was a heartless beast. And he'd rather hit him than break the art. Hiran said with a sneer that the bastard wanted Ryan to hit him. And it seems he's never really been hit. But Chunghan replies that they seem to be from a gang of beggars. He agreed though. I wish he hadn't said those words to him. Ryuan asked with surprise, a beggar gang member has such a hobby? Peculiar, of course. Suddenly he picked up the balloon and asked, what is it? Is there really something inside? Or is it some kind of expensive item? They looked at it, and replied that it was an earth sphere, obtained with the sweat and blood of their club. It is a priceless treasure. Let him let her go. Tae also said that it was a masterpiece created from handfuls of earth, that they risked their lives to steal from the homes of dozens of beauties. Ryuan cracked it open and said that just as he thought, it was completely useless stuff. But luckily there was something it would be good for. Suddenly, he decided to throw him across the floor like a bowling alley. Day was dumbfounded and yelled at him not to do that, but underneath his performance, instead of skittles he had dorm girls. And in the moment, that ball broke into little pieces. Hiran clapped and said it was a great strike. And the next one will probably go to Brother Chunghon? Chunghon replied that yes, they are. These two are already on edge as it is. And will these sissies make it to the end? Ryuan looked and said it was time to move on to the next item. And asked the guys if they were done. That's when O came in and asked that they had to take out everything that was hidden, right? The kid said they were devils in the flesh. And cruel bastards. But they are very afraid to oppose their wishes. Ryuan immediately ran up and started throwing everything out and examining it. He asked, why would he hate trash? He doesn't care about it. And let the devil add fire to it. They suddenly saw the flames and yelled that they were burning them. Ryuan shouted to him for Rin to add some more flames. He begged and pleaded with them to stop doing this. But suddenly Tae saw that the head had become ill and shouted at him to come to his senses. Ryuan suddenly said that the bulk of the cleanup was over. And how are they feeling? Tae answered him that he was a pure demon, and asked him what he was going to do when he had already burned, broken and drowned all their treasures. Ryuan asked him, what is he talking about? He had 2 more serious cases left. And then Tae realized it was going to be worse than it was at the moment. The head came out in front of the academy and talked about how ugly they were. And it was on his watch. We should have just grabbed them. The servant replied that one of them had the mark of a heavenly phoenix on his hand, so for the first time, they should pretend that they didn't see anything. Even the 12 commandants of the Purity Pavilion didn't touch them. The head said that the Heavenly Warrior Academy should have been separated from the Alliance. What's going on at the Academy lately? It's all so complicated. Suddenly in the morning, one of the students asked the others if they were going to the club early in the morning, but the disciple began to laugh and told the newcomers to listen, for they were not in the know. Something big happened yesterday. He is interested in the result, so he came running, but when they came into the office, everyone was surprised. And one of them said, "What's going on?" It was like a hurricane had hit the club room in the night, but when they looked around, they saw that their treasure was all smashed and burned. And there are still corpses in the corner. But it looks like they're still alive. Isn't that the head and deputy? But they were all beaten, and Tae told them in a slow voice to read what was written on the back. At that time, Ryuan came to his room and said congratulations. Why asked him in surprise, what did he say? In fact, it hasn't even been 3 days since he joined the club and he's already the head? This is some kind of mistake. Hiran laughed and replied that he himself wished it were a mistake. But Chunghan said that in general, such matters are decided by voting. But all dissenters were beaten, so they would be persuaded. So he's the head. Ryuan answered him not to worry and there was nothing complicated here, and told him to take care of them. But at this time, the Celestial Alliance headquarters, in the Serenity Tower. The elder said that he was embarrassed by the news he received, but asked for his understanding. The Hall of the Queen of Swords is the work of an important guest. And could he ask him to turn a blind eye to it? The head laughed and replied that except for the hole in the roof, he hadn't done anything. So this time he would let it go. But although the guest prince of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, he has entered the academy. And it's more proper to treat him as an ordinary student. Also, if he doesn't mind, can he get a report on the shadow with the Sky Phoenix mark? To work more closely with him to prevent situations like yesterday. The elder laughed and realized that it wasn't that simple. The White Shadow, one of the important organs of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, but the Shadowless Squad is an unofficial organization of the Heavenly Alliance. And then he's forced to reveal the identity of the head of the Shadow Squad. And right in front of his eyes is. Since it's just a request due to the incidents in the Sword Queen's Hall, he'll just ignore it. The elder said he agreed about the dear guest. But the White Shadow has its own rules, so the matter must be discussed with the head. The head replied that he understood and trusted him, and would take control of everything at the academy. The elder smiled and said under control. The head also thought it was a joke, and told him not to worry, but the chief said the 2 arrested at the Purity Pavilion will be expelled. The activities of the club involved have been suspended for a month. There will be surprise dormitory inspections at night during the month. There will be unscheduled examinations during the month. Students who fail an exam or break the rules will be suspended from all activities this semester. In addition, expulsion from the academy is possible. But the elder at this time got very angry after getting the information and asked, "Why is it going on like this?" Hyung replied that he was glad that at least their circle hadn't been leaked. He thinks it's best to stay out of it for now. From now on, it was better to focus on preparing for the 3 Saint Masters Festival. With the return of the Blue Dragon team, didn't he also return? The older man replied that yes, doing something like that was not in the spirit of the head of their circle. As soon as he returned, he went to the closed 10-day training session. Hyung said they still have to prepare for the match against the Red Falcons team. He always goes all out. The word defeat is not in his vocabulary. But Master Kwok was doing his training and asked his students, what is the most important thing for a warrior? It's not winning or losing, it's overcoming ourselves, but not in their case. By all means, let them defeat the Blue Dragon team. And if they lose to them, the gates of hell will open for them and him. And if they lose, there will be no tomorrow. Did they understand the order? Kwok asked. The students all answered loudly and unanimously that they understood perfectly. And they would do everything to defeat the Blue. After a hard training session, everyone was tired and the guys were saying that their whole body felt woozy today. But one of the students said that when the sky is red, CG appears. But suddenly Jiren wondered if the old man had a grudge against the Blue Dragon team for something. Because after he said that, he was so angry. Namgung said yes. But didn't they still want to get stronger? Jang replied that they just didn't want to lose. For just as he said that if they lost there would be no tomorrow for them. But Disciple said that it was serious. and asked why Brother Yoon was trembling so much. Seol also said that everything was correct. Even if they lose to the Blue Dragon team, it wouldn't kill the deranged CG Jun Ho, would it? But Yoon replied that he didn't know why, but he was just scared for some reason. He'd like to help, but he's just a bother. Chan went up to him and asked him if that was the case. He was grateful for such words from him, but was he causing trouble? Hadn't he been holding up much better lately? But Huck asked with surprise, better, right? And the fact that he faints every day is because he doesn't eat properly. And he suggested we go out and eat together. Yoon thanked and replied that he had already promised his dorm friends today that he would go to the dining hall with them. But could he join tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? The student asked. Why not? The food in the building where the Red Falcons live is excellent. But the guy immediately asked him, did he call the dudes who hang around here every day friends? But they look like older dudes, not peers. Yoon laughed and replied that they were slightly strange, but kind and lovely people. If they got to know them, they would definitely like them. At the table, Yoon started telling his guys that all the guys on the Red Falcons team are good people. Even though training is hard, they take good care of him. Ryuan asked with surprise, yes? Chung-han said, looking at his hands and realizing how hard training was. Hurin asked him how he was doing. Should I feed him? The harder the training, the better you need to eat. Yun shouted that no and replied that he could eat himself. But in a moment, his hands began to shake. Hirin offered to feed him again. Chung-hong suddenly started saying that he had taken the meat broth, but he couldn't eat it. If this continues, there will only be a shadow of him left. But Yun answered him again that no, he's fine. Training is a great chance for him, he can't miss it. Sure, he still can't use the plum blossom sword properly, but someday he wants to be like the guys on the Red Falcons team too. Ryuan shouted at this time and asked what was he talking about. What was this stupid wish? Why should he want to become like those assholes? He should want to become like a handsome guy like him. Of course, it's impossible to become one. But he's a much better target. Yoon says no. It turns out he is, telling him to give up. Ryuan says he knows that such a goal is hard to achieve. But isn't he giving up too quickly? He should at least try harder. But Chung-han stepped in and told them to stop. I asked him if he thought he'd taken a couple of lessons in sound technique, and could sing like a nightingale. If his words got through to them, a team of Red Falcons might come after him. Ryuan thought about it, and replied that it wasn't so bad. The young girls' lovers' club had been decided, but before the festival of the three holy masters, they needed to gather energy. Chang-hong asked immediately, if he had extra time, could he prepare for the unscheduled exams? And if he's up to something again, he'll report him to the commandants. And it'll end badly for him. Late at night, Kwok was lying in his room sleeping. Suddenly someone pulled the blanket off him, and he jumped up at once. But it was Ryuan, and immediately called him carefree. And asked him, what if he'd had a fire? Kwok asked him why he had shown up at night. Don't student dormitories have inspections at night? And how did he get here? Ryuan replied that the check is only done once a night. Tonight is done, and there's no need to worry. And did Sabu need a reason to visit his apprentice? Kwak replied that he has a personal life too. But no, he was fine. Ryuan asked him how things were going with the Red Falcons team. Is it teaching well? And he was just about to read what he had so diligently written. But then he took the candles and looked at all the inscriptions he had left on the sheets. On the sheet he wrote that the brother and sister were from the Namgun clan. They're the same age. Swordsman. One foolish, the other cranky. Of course it's a strange atmosphere. Dating. Unforgivable. Separate workouts. But a girl can snitch, you have to be careful. Ryuan said that's a pretty good definition. Quack thought for a moment, and replied that he didn't even know how to explain. Anyway, the problem is this allergic guy. He's going to win and that asshole is ruining everything. Good thing now he uses the whirling dance of the willow sword, which doesn't smell so much like plum blossoms. He wants to live, after all. Ryuan asked in surprise, but how so? But he won't advance like that. We have to be tougher to push him to go beyond the level of the flavored sword. Kwok said, what nonsense. Yes, he would rather die than be on the same level as the elders of Wasan school. Ryuan replied that they forgot to ask him. He will finish what he started. Master, you've forgotten? I told you, you can overcome your own boundaries on pain of death. Kwok thought about it and said sure. When he thought he was going to die, he used the plum blossom sword. Ryuan replied that he told him the kid would change. What about the rest of the Red Falcon team? They wouldn't lose to someone like the Blue Grape team, would they? Kwok said that as long as they're in his hands it won't happen. And even they have a pretty good base, he noted. No matter how challenging the workout is, they're pretty good at it. And some of them wear bracelets on their arms and legs. Anyway, he looks after them every day as he should. So there's no need to worry. Ryuan replied that they are his older siblings. With his help, they are developing even more. Kwok asked in surprise, who was this here whose older brother? Ryuan asked him why he was so surprised. He had already told him that. And since they had become his students before, that meant they were his older siblings. Ryuan asked if he could change the lineup slightly starting tomorrow. Have him gather the kids from the Red Falcon team tomorrow at Rooster Hour from 5 to 7 p.m. Have him decide where and get the information to him. Kwok asked with surprise what was that for. Ryuan replied that it looked like it was time for Sabu to take care of his students. Let them get to know him from the other side. Nothing to think about, just have him presented to the class. He wants to make sure his students can handle those blue grapes. Quack says he agrees. Teams of blue dragons led by a snowman. They're bound to crush them. Tomorrow at Rooster Hour, and they will meet on the training ground. Ryuan replied that he understood, and he was looking forward to tomorrow. The next day, Kwok met his students and said with a sneer that they were all here. But suddenly Chan said in a whisper, some weak training? And why didn't you come? Namgung replied that he didn't know. And for some reason, he has a bad feeling. Seol asked, why is the abnormal master laughing? Something's not right. Kwok said there was someone he wanted them to meet today. And then Ryuan burst in and said that he welcomed everyone and was happy to meet them. Ryuan immediately introduced himself and said that he entered the Celestial Warrior Academy this year. And he's their senior fellow student. Huck was greatly surprised and asked what he was babbling about. And this newcomer had eaten a lot of bleach? But Huck couldn't stand it any longer and pointed his finger and started shouting at him that he was a crazy fool. Huck picked up a stick and asked, is he out of his mind? Where did he get that from? And judging by the nonsense he's talking, he's overconfident. He thinks he can beat him to death. Chan told him to stop. And asked the others if they could see it? Ryuan answered the guy that of course. Chan immediately said that he had anklets on his ankles. Hack got angry at this point and replied that he was an arrogant bastard. Jang said that it was a strange appearance. Namgung also replied that she was definitely familiar. Jiren looked too and told Huck to stop, and unwanted thoughts lead to an unwanted future. They're bracelets, just bracelets. But then a guy entered the fray and said that now they're going to see who's who. Huck is also supportive, and wants to show that well nutter how wide the world is. Ryuan asked, is that what Kaka means? There are two of them. Let them start attacking. Jiren saw his hand and said that they really are dragon bracelets. The girl asked her, really? Could he just be a member of society with a bracelet? Jiren answered that no. That's a terrible bracelet. She had never seen this newcomer to society. Namgung shouted at them to stop immediately. Sam turned around and asked him, is he serious? Does he want to break them up? And aren't they from the Red Falcon team? Huck said that's right, Commander. He has to kick that asshole's ass first. Hack immediately used the divine dance step, Shadows, 18 palms against him. And was ready to finish this upstart off. He himself was surprised that the guy used 18 palms of dragon descent. He thought Huck was trying to kill him. Maybe it's sloppy, it's to keep him from interfering. But Ryuan didn't even start to run away and responded with a descending Drake attack. And at the moment of impact, he asked, what were those words he was saying? Ryuan punched him so hard that he felt the pain in his words that he spoke without reason, and said there was nothing he could do about it. Everyone was immediately very surprised after his attack and even realized who it was. Seol said that Hack was floating in the air. It's even scary. But the second apprentice said she was more confused by the fact that he couldn't even scream. Hack thought at the moment of impact, why is this pain so strangely familiar to him? But Ryuan at this time used the 3 happiness fist beating technique Y special song against him. Then came the sharp taste of the first of the three techniques. Huck thought at all, why again had he been hit so hard and hurt? Even the memories came flooding back to him. And he has the dragon bracelets, why didn't he show them from the beginning? Kwok was also surprised at this moment, and saw that Ryuan had turned the beggar into a floor rag. He's the devil! So when he said he was still humanly speaking to him, it was the truth. Ryuan then looked at the other man and asked why he wasn't running at him. He answered himself, how dare he, and said that he just didn't immediately recognize the great senior fellow student, so he was rude, and apologized to him. The other disciples were amazed that Sam fell on his knees before him. And this stubborn man fell, Ryuan asked in surprise, is that how it is? And asked the others if there were any more dissatisfied people here. The others immediately thought that they should be next. Everyone immediately fell to their knees and replied that they wouldn't fight him. And they were honored to meet him, a senior fellow student. Ryuan said yes, and though late, he was glad too. Let them not forget that the senior apprentice and Sabu are like gods to them. The students realized that they had definitely heard something like this before. What kind of school are these Sabu and senior fellow student? Why did the senior fellow student suddenly go to the academy? But what's the difference? Since he's just like Sabu, he's not even logical. But Hack's sacrifice shouldn't be in vain. All at once replied to the great senior fellow student that all was right. But then Kwok came and said that he could see that they had gotten to know each other well, and told the students that today they were just meeting an older fellow student. In the future, he would sometimes give them lessons. Namgung thought, was this an acquaintance? Since when was beating up called an acquaintance? He raised his hand and asked that in the future, the older co-student would take his classes with them. Both replied that there was no way that was going to happen. Kwok said he had nothing to teach their older co-student. Chan wondered and thought, why then had Z brought him in the first place? He immediately raised his hand and asked the gentleman how they met their senior fellow student. Kwok thought for a moment, and replied that he actually knew their master from Mount Ami. In fact, he had entrusted him to take care of them. He made a promise. So he would do everything he could to make sure they kicked the Blue Dragon team's ass. The disciples asked in surprise, what? Kwok said, so let them think of the older co-ed as the eyes of their master. But it would be better if they honored him as a god and put down the Blue Dragon team, and if they lose, next time they will meet a fellow student who is no longer a senior. At the words alone, the students were very frightened and even felt a shiver run down their legs. But on the mountain the master of Rewena was resting outside, and was enjoying his beautiful life. But suddenly a delivery man came to him, and said, here is his monthly payment of 20 silver pieces. Food and top-notch liquor are already inside. The cleaning, laundry and dishwashing will be done soon. And maybe the master needs something else? But the foreman just waved his hand. The delivery man said that he thought the master had a rather bored look on his face. After all, his apprentice had asked him to take care of him with such sincerity, and apparently he was missing him. The master asked with surprise, why would that be? He misses yesterday's shit more than he misses him, and he just wants to see what's left of the boy by his next birthday. So tell him to cut the crap and get out of here. The delivery man immediately obeyed and replied that he would leave right away. The master told him to try not to be like that the next day. At this time in the big city, the servant asked the guy, is it in the middle of May? Guy replied that in general, yes, but this time the festival of the three holy masters falls on the first half of May. And on top of that, there are other big events coming up this year. And it looks like the fish has already adapted there. He's going to be able to see a lot and have a lot of fun this year. The servant asked him, is he talking about the third heir? The fellow replied that he was. How else could the case of the Queen of Swords Hall that he reported be interpreted? He purposely showed his incompetence so he wouldn't be given the job of spy. Far from being stupid or incompetent, he is determined and patient, and the proof is that he survived that night. But according to the report, he still lacks experience, and to open up is to take his heart out, and soon he'll know it. Unexpectedly, Daoko woke up abruptly in the night, and immediately grabbed her head. She immediately told her sister that she was fine. Rin sat down next to her, and saw that her sister was very sick and in terrible pain. She took her hand and said tea with ginger and licorice root. And tonight the rain let up. Daoko looked up and replied that the spring night is very long. And the rain is so heavy that it pours like a bucket. But they weren't the only ones who were awake that night. And even Hiran was walking in the rain, and suddenly saw a tree and broke off a piece of wood. But suddenly he saw that some iron plate was stuck in a tree. He threw it on the ground and said he hoped they would hold their horses between reports, and the paper really dissolved. Suddenly, he thought, who else here is a spy from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion? He figured it wasn't the dorm commandant. Maybe a student? An employee? But he didn't know anyone yet. But couldn't it be Ryuan or Bart Changhong? But at that time, his brother Changhong was on the roof of the house watching everything. The next day, the teacher said that starting tomorrow, the selection of swordsmen to participate in the festival of the three holy masters would begin. And for newcomers who listen to lectures on the basics of gun use, it can be tough. But hopefully many will try their hand at it. Hiran immediately thought of the festival of the three holy masters. Manhwa will naturally participate. And brother Changhong is sleeping right now. He can see his squirrels, how creepy. But the teacher said that if they hope to qualify, here's a tip for them. Of the 5 senses during actual combat, the most important is sight. But he couldn't find out much about Ryuan. But the teacher had said that the eyes were the mirror of the soul and the door that opened the world to them. And with eyesight, you can read minds, anticipate your opponent's actions. Dragon eyes. But that's only possible if they were born with the proper abilities. And by focusing their training of the 5 senses on the eyes, they should aim for a level of heavenly gaze that will open up their 6th sense as well as extraordinary reaction speed. But no matter how much he repeated and tried, it would interfere with them. They wouldn't understand if they slept through the lessons. The teacher suddenly used his strength, and used it to start lifting Ryuan's arm. He immediately asked him why he gave it to him. The gift didn't look very useful. The teacher was surprised and asked in amazement, "Is he awake? He needs to cut those dangling bangs." Ryuan replied that it was difficult. His father and master had instructed him to hide his eyes for safety reasons. Why immediately thought, is this really training to not rely on sight alone? But Changhong felt that Ryuan had almost gotten him burned because of it. Wearing bangs for safety reasons? What a bunch of bullshit. But that's exactly what Hiran thought. But after saying that, he was even more interested. After the lesson, Hiran asked Ryuan at once, was that the real reason? The old man said the other day that he had a scar or something there. Ryuan replied that he was mistaken. He is flawless from head to toe. So dazzling that it's even dangerous. Chunghan told him to stop talking nonsense. Let him run to the art of music lesson. And the place behind the 7th divine sword is his, and there is no need to occupy it. But Yun smiled and wished them good luck for the 4 of them to go to the combat toolbox. And him to go to the special training after the control lesson. Chunghan answered him that he goes there every day, never missed a day. And rumor has it that the guys on the Red Falcons team have been on their feet the last few days. How is he feeling at all? Yun replied that he can't move after practicing. And he trains separately from the guys on the Red Falcons team. This is going to sound strange, but if someone can stand on their own 2 feet after training, they're in trouble. He doesn't know all the circumstances, of course, but they are sincere and friendly. Ryuan said that if ability is lacking, the body has to suffer. Shanyan immediately told him to hurry up and go to class before he started his old shuffle. Hiran asked Ryuan right away if he could do a handstand and guess how many fingers he was showing. He was very surprised and asked, "What the hell is this nonsense?" Hiran replied that it was just a little whim of his. If he does, he'll treat him to a tasty treat this weekend. Ryuan said no problem then. Any whim for their money. Changhong was surprised and thought, why so suddenly? This is a trick. That fool will stand upside down, and they will see his eyes. Hiran rejoiced and realized that he was about to find out why he was hiding his eyes. But he might look like a simpleton, afraid of being looked down upon. Shanyan thought that this jerk must look funny since he was hiding behind his bangs. Why, too, at this moment, couldn't even imagine it. Ryuan immediately granted the boy's wish. But then they were very surprised and Shanyan asked him, what the hell? Ryuan asked with surprise, what's the big deal? And let Hiran show his fingers, he's fully prepared. Chunghan asked him, does he really use spiritual power to make his bangs hang down? But how does he do it? Hiran suddenly confessed and said that he had lost. But why said it is not easy to control hair at will? Incredible control of spiritual forces. Ruin got to his feet and said that turns out to be Hirin, treats for the weekend. But suddenly someone started running in their direction and shouted at him to get out of the way, but Ryuin just stepped aside and watched them. At the moment Guy stopped and said that he said out of the way. What kind of asshole is that? Ryuin asked with surprise, dumbfounded. What the? Shouldn't he politely apologize? Chumhan answered him that they were from the Blue Dragon team, and the one he ran into was one of the 9 dragons, and the 7 phoenix flying dragon of the Ha-Seiyan sword family. Let him not bully them, he just has to go to class. Ryuin asked with surprise, a team of blue dragons? Yes, after all, those 3 are so infirm that they can't dodge even with their eyes open. Ing pulled out his sword in a moment and asked him, does he want to die? Where did he even come from to be such a freak? The others were also saying to Ryuin that this was outrageous. How dare a mere apprentice block their path? But the apprentice also said that gathering a team of blue dragons was more important right now than instructing a newcomer, and suggested to the captain that they should go. Ryuin replied that he was still worried about the Red Falcon team. As if they couldn't beat this team of small blue grapes. Ing immediately attacked him and shouted at him as he attacked. How dare he talk to him? But Ryuin immediately used his skills, and with a single blow, he knocked his own sword out of Ying's hands. Ing was greatly surprised that he didn't even realize how this could have happened, and yet even a freshman had defeated him. His disciple immediately told him to quickly cover up. Ryuin replied to Ing that if he swung his sword like that, something would definitely happen to him. But then someone came and asked, what was all the commotion? Everyone immediately turned around and replied that they were greeting the Lord of the Noble Sword. The Noble Sword looked at the others and told them to introduce themselves. Wai immediately bowed and replied that he welcomed Khan-sun Ilchui. Hirin also introduced himself and said that he was from the Sky Lord Sword School. Shanyan and Ryuin also replied that they welcomed him. Ilchui said that since Mon Wai's boyfriend is Mon Zhangqion's grandson, Zhangqion had the talent to become famous, but apparently didn't have the talent to properly train his grandson. Wai was surprised and asked what. Ryuin was also very surprised at this moment, and looked at the elder strangely. Ilchui asked if he didn't know that words come from kindness and justice, not force. Wai replied that he had misheard. Ilchui asked him again, is he living a life in which he doesn't realize where he is wrong? Or is he living a life in which he realizes where he is wrong but pretends he is not? But suddenly he thought and said he would deal with it personally. He asked the captain why they had run through here and what had happened. Ing replied that when he heard the news of the urgent summoning of the Blue Dragon team, he rushed out. Though he asked to stand aside, he was confronted by those blocking the way, and wanted to put them down, but he was humiliated. Ilchui said that it seems like the Blue Dragon team is still learning and learning. After all, it takes strength to maintain justice. And now that they realized how embarrassing they had been, let them go and train. Ilchui asked the guy, so he didn't know what he was wrong about. And then Ryuin replied that he didn't know, and asked, shouldn't he have listened to both sides' versions first? Even though he asked me to stand aside, he jumped on his jewelry. And then he started to get angry. I even drew my sword to teach him a lesson. And why is Grandpa saying this guy was wrong, even though he wasn't even involved in the case? Ilchui replied that the guy humiliated the child. What is among the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes? There are only 16 such outstanding people among the current disciples, and he doesn't think there's any other newcomer besides Chion's grandson who could do it. And he doesn't know. Other than him, Uncle Hirin here would have been able to handle it without a problem. Chunhong realized at this moment that he could do it, but what was he doing? And what the hell is a noble sword for? Isn't the rumor about him disliking the heroes true? But there was he'll try to make it right. Chunhong says he's Wai's friend and roommate. He is quite strong, but he doesn't know much yet. Therefore, let the master be lenient with his words. Hirin also said that it was true that Ryuin only counterattacked, and Mon Wai had nothing to do with the incident at all. Ilchui was surprised and asked, what? And honestly, at that age, it's not uncommon for kids to drop everything just to protect their friends. Chunghan realized that wasn't true. He's not the same age as those fools. Hirin thought that the noble sword thought he was lying to cover for Wai. Ilchui said that he was once like that too, so firmly let them remember. If they make a mistake with their choice of friend, it will only lead to painful sacrifices and trouble, which is hard to fix. Originally, there were 4 heroes. No matter how strong the spirit of heavenly tribulation was, they had nothing to worry about if there were 4 heroes. The 4 heroes will easily rise up against the bastard spirits of heavenly calamities. And the divine sword Mon Jong Cheon and the holy sword Kan Sun Ilchui are true genius sword kings, but swordsman Tyrant Ta Hu Shik and holy swordswoman Liu Ke Sa are great too. Hiran asked his uncle why does he have that look on his face. Chan Hong replied that he doesn't know, looking like he's remembering the past. Ilchui said that he, too, had been destroyed by a heavenly calamity at the most important moment. But Hiran watched him and said that now his face darkened. Chung Han replied that he must have remembered something terrible. But what could he remember? Could it be about how long ago, before the final battle with the celestial calamity, he had lain in a bed for days with an unknown illness? Of course there were rumors that Kan Sun was just pretending to be sick for fear of heavenly calamities, and so there are only 3 holy masters known in the world. And he was covered in shame. People asked, what is this? The hero of the 9 great factions have been defending Murim for hundreds of years, but there isn't a single member from the 3 heavenly warrior departments among them, and he expected so much from the holy sword. He's disappointed. What's the point of him being the best at learning the martial arts of the Wudang school? And after that he gritted his teeth and smashed a single aster, thus earning himself notoriety. Perhaps the noble sword, who is the head of the Heavenly Warrior Academy Senate and a deputy in the 3 Heavenly Warrior administrations, still holds in his heart what it was 100 years ago. But while those 3 recovered from their wounds, he went through a heavy 1000-day training and risked his life killing countless enemies. But they stopped the god of heavenly calamities. He only dealt with the remnants of the clique. That's why they are the 3 holy masters. And he's just a noble sword. But even if not personally, the cause of his tragedies was Mon's friend and rival Zhang Qion. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been attacked by that horrible monster at Mount Ami in a decisive battle. Ilchvai said that even when his friends try to cover his sins, they remain his mistakes. Should he forgive him since he knows his grandfather personally? Or should he teach etiquette, and what he failed to learn? We replied that since he was asking, whatever he and his friends might do against his conscience, he didn't think it was polite to bring his grandfather into it. And then Ilchvai got angry and asked the guy, where are his manners? And how dare he tell him what was polite and what was not? Wai replied that he sincerely apologized if he had offended. But before he became his grandfather, he was already incomparably wiser than him. So he shouldn't talk about him like that. Ilchwi told the guy that let's say he was right. And for trying to protect Mon Wai. And asked him again, what's his name? Ryuan replied that he wasn't trying to cover for him, and immediately introduced himself again. Ilchui laughed and told him that he had previously said that he had humiliated one of the best current disciples of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, who was among the 9 dragons and 7 dates. Isn't that right? He asked. Ryuan asked the old man, did he think he had humiliated him by going over his name? Ilchvai was surprised and asked, so that's how it is, and immediately said that he and Zhang Qion's grandson should reach the finals of the 3 Holy Masters Festival and fight. And then he will believe him, Ryuan asked him, and he would apologize for everything he said today? Ilchvai asked with surprise for what he had said, and after thinking about it, he replied that yes, if he wanted to. But in return, if they couldn't prove their strength, the Heavenly Warrior's ally would kneel down in front of that boy and apologize for being rude and lying. Chan Hong immediately felt that this was too much. Wasn't he informed that the noble sword had senile dementia? Ryuan asked, what are the conditions? Just that everyone should be responsible for the consequences of using force. Wai also said that he agrees under conditions. Ilchui laughed and asked, so even if they lose, they don't want to hurt their opponent? An amazing example of friendship. Ilchui thought and said that he agreed and would wait for the festival of the 3 Holy Masters. And then he thought at once, what would Chion's face be like when his grandson knelt on the muddy ground, and it doesn't matter to him who wins or loses? Will they be able to keep their friendship? He's very curious. Main asked her students that the reason they were late was because the 7th Divine Sword and its companions had beaten them. They were from the Blue Dragon team. Didn't they go with one of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes flying dragon of the 7 swords Ha Xiang? The apprentice replied that was correct. Master Ha needs to change his clothes. He will be back soon. But the apprentice also said that he didn't know where to put his eyes. In was being careless. The others began to say that the seventh divine sword was a first-year sword, after all, so why was the successor of the holy sword careless? The boy replied that he thought more he would get from the noble sword, but shouldn't they also teach him a lesson as a member of the Blue Dragon team? And then the girl asked, didn't the seventh divine sword become the head of the young girl lovers club? And then Tae asked that he was the deputy. Dae replied that he didn't know anything. He is detached and hasn't seen the seventh divine sword. And then he decided that he would pretend he didn't know. And doesn't know anything. The girl looked at him and thought he was scum for attending a club for perverts. But he has good skills. But will the seventh divine sword be useful to the eighth seventh divine sword community? Suddenly the door opened and Ing said that everyone was there. The others immediately rejoiced that the captain had come. The girl looked at him and saw that here he was, appearing. The captain of the Blue Dragon team. And also the head of the Kujong community. Ing said that he had called them all today to discuss the Three Saint Masters Festival. Following the words of the Ice Sword teacher, from the Blue Dragon team, everyone except the captain and his deputy are participating. And they should get the highest score. But the Red team was informed at this point and asked, isn't the Red Falcons team participating in the Triple Saint Masters Festival? The student asked, seriously? Why? To miss such a big event. This time the student said he would go. Namgung replied that it was to prevent casualties and to keep the strategy and their forces secret. Chan said that indeed, they still have to fight the Blue Dragon team. Jiren also replied that they would definitely keep the forces secret. Yes, and a lot of people get injured at the festival. And the last few days have been hard enough as it is, and besides, Hak still needs time to recover. Seol also said that his problems are more psychological than physical. Huck at this time was frightened and asked how they got here. He had certainly thrown them out in the field. Chan replied that he had picked them up and saved them just in case. But let him try again. Otherwise, he might see an older fellow student somewhere. Axe thought about it and said that if that was the case, enough with the horror stories. And suggested we talk about something more productive. And anyway, wouldn't they want to place bets on who would come out the winner? Chan replied that's right. This time, a candidate whose strength is known only to them is going to compete. How about raising the stakes? Namgung asked with surprise. Only they know? He's referring to whom? Chang replied, as in who? The very embodiment of fear that others don't know about. As far as he knows, the senior co-disciple will definitely go to the Three Saint Masters Festival. Chung-han asked the guy after the scuffle, did he hit his head? Hurin also asked him, is he serious? Is he really going to go to the Three Holy Masters Festival with this? Ryuan asked immediately, what is it? It's a musical martial art. It's cool, isn't it? And martial arts competitions don't have to use something as common as hands, feet, and weapons. Are the two of them the only ones taking musical martial arts classes? Of course, the cooler the thing the better. The flute and pipa didn't reach his thunder chin. Changhong asked him, did he really take lessons? To increase the power of musical martial arts, you need a lightweight mobile instrument with which it is easier to control the direction of sound, and so it's much more comfortable to use something like his flute. Hurin also said that maximum freedom for body movements is the key to amplifying and controlling both sound and spiritual energy. And of course his thunder chin is valuable and elegant, but his pipa is more comfortable. Chung-hong said that in addition, his thunder chin has serious problems with sound extraction, and he still hasn't forgotten what happened then in the musical martial arts class. In the first practice session of Martial Toolkit, Ran had said that to use a thin silver thread like a string, one could feel the life force in that chin, and if he didn't mind, she could play his chin. And then Ryuan said no? After all, if she lost her fingers, she wouldn't be able to teach musical martial arts. Ran asked, is he saying he'll chop off her fingers if she touches his chin? Ryuan replied that he wasn't. What he means is that this chin can actually pull off a finger. No problems now, but when he was a kid, he almost cut off his finger. The guy who was his porter ignored his warning and almost lost a finger. But if she didn't believe, he wouldn't stop, and could he absolve himself of responsibility? Ran thought about it and replied that then she would try it once. Ryuan said that since she wanted it so badly, She could try touching it very gently, and just a little. Ran immediately sat down at her instrument, and with a light touch of her fingers she wound it, and shouted. Ran asked, "Why are the strings so sharp?" "No matter how valuable a chain is, it's useless if you can't play it." Ryuan replied that although it was a bit difficult, he could play it. Ryuan sat down in front of his playing instrument, and began to play a beautiful composition on his first attempt. Ran was greatly surprised that he could actually play. And the sound is so gentle, like a chicken with a flower in its beak going for a walk. Ryuan finished and said that he remembered how everyone admired his playing skills. "His fingers are fine, so what's the problem?" Chang Hong replied to him that he didn't look like a master of physical strength, which means he strengthens his fingers with spiritual energy. And if one has to use it even to touch the strings, how will he put spiritual energy into the melody itself? Hurin asked his brother that the fatal flaw of Qin is not the immobility of the body. Chunghan replied that yes. This is a serious problem. It's impossible to play while holding the Qin in your hands, constantly toughening up at indoor workouts and drinking elixirs to tear that asshole up. But playing the Qin requires strength. What will he do if a knife is thrown at him? It's not that there was no way out, but it's not something that can be learned in 1 to 2 months of musical martial art classes. Hirin also told Ruin that he respected his intention, but he would tell him one thing. He will be on the ground. He will fall like nits. Ryuan told them not to worry, there would be no such thing. Suddenly he remembered and asked the guys, aren't the two of them going to the Three Saint Masters Festival? It would be fun to meet in the finals. Why are they just grumbling but not going to participate? Hirin replied to him that he's overestimating him. It will be fun to just watch him. Chunghan also answered him that when he was a kid, he ate the wrong medicine, which led to stage fright. Now he can't when a crowd stares at him and think he's over 25 years old. Ruin told his uncle that he thought he needed to consult someone about it. Hirin asked his brother, is he sure he's all right? Chunghan replied that he didn't give a shit, and instead of worrying about him, let them worry about themselves better. If he wants to enter the festival, rank level 5 dragon sword or higher during the test, which will last 5 days starting tomorrow. The level of the first dragon sword is obtained upon enrollment, the second upon successful transition to the second year of study, and so you can get to the stage of the 4th dragon sword. But the 5th dragon sword level can only be obtained by passing a special test. The 6th dragon sword rank given to the teams of the 4 gods, and the 7th to the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes, Hirin said, and to level up, you have to defeat 2 or draw 300 attacks in open sparring. So he would have to challenge 2 people of level 5 sword level to a duel first. Chamhong also said that everything was correct. And there are many talents in the academy. There are 500 people at the 5th dragon sword level, so without difficulty, he will find 2 to fight within 5 days. And if he receives a challenge to such a duel, he can't refuse without a good reason, like a wound or illness. And so, one duel should be held as early as possible, and the other as late as possible. For example, on the last day or the night before the festival. Ryuan asked with surprise, why? Wouldn't it be better to deal with it early? Chanhong asked, meaning why? If he won the rank battle, he wouldn't be able to refuse the challenge to duel. And he was sure that many disciples would want to improve their rank during this period. Hurin thought and said that Ryuan is good after all, so the disciples will fight him until he collapses. And then they will get the rank of the 5th dragon sword. Chunghan replied, that's right. And their fool will be thrown at until he gets hurt. Ryuan thought for a moment, and said that was it. Namgung asked with surprise, what is it? Under the 6th dragon sword, he's about the teams of the 4 gods. And the winner of the 6th dragon sword. Jiren replied that the level 5 dragon sword was enough, after all. Why would he need a 6th? Ryuan replied that he wanted to show how moral he was. If he kicks someone of level 5 sword, he'll die. If they don't want to recommend someone of level 6 sword, just have them come out to fight. But then Chan entered the conversation and said no. He would prepare a list of names, except for theirs and the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes, so that he could enjoy a marvelous fight. Ryuan agreed and said that since the blue grape team was theirs, he wouldn't touch it. So let him pick up the lucky 3 who were left. And then Huck replied that there were 100 people left. But Sam said that was nonsense. If we exclude the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes and the white tiger team, only 12 remain. Soul said that Sam is no better. They need to get their priorities right and send the biggest loser out. But the disciple standing next to her said that there are 1 to 5 people she would like to beat up, so it's easy. But suddenly Namgung replied, so they should all calm down now and leave personal feelings and interests out of it. They are the Red Falcon team, the pride of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and adherents of the light factions. Jiren supported him and said that as a deputy, she can't make decisions based on emotion, and suggested a vote. Namjoon was greatly surprised at her decision and asked what? But then the student said she agreed. But Axe suggested to write the person's name, and next to it the reason for the choice. And he would even prepare the forms. But suddenly disciple asked, what about sending a duel challenge to Huang Bo? Then there would be no cause for concern either. Ryuan listened to them, and patting them said that he was very pleased to see everyone working together. And then he would go and take care of more important things, and let them make a list before tonight. Coming home, Ryuan was surprised and asked, well, what's with the pile? Wai replied that he was sorting out dueling challenges and such. Ryuan said he was more interested in this bunch and such. Wai put it aside without opening it. And he seems to have something pretty good in these wooden boxes. Wai replied that he wasn't interested. Besides, the ones he received in person were relatively harmless. The ones he received from the waiting room, on the other hand, were dangerous. Envelopes and boxes contain aphrodisiacs, passion scents, various poisonous insects. There may also be substances that intoxicate the mind. Ryuan asked, and how do you know if the thing inside is dangerous or not? Don't open it. Wai replied that what he receives personally from men, as well as envelopes with the name clearly written on them, are safe. But suddenly all of a sudden Wai suddenly noticed something and shouted to Ryuan to move back immediately. Soon, poison erupted from the box and decomposed all over the room. Wai immediately apologized and said that it was his carelessness in putting his name on the box that had put him in danger, and from now on, he would never open the mail in the room. Ryuan replied that he didn't care. After all, he had a tolerance for such things after being bitten by a poisonous snake once. But as compensation, he wouldn't mind getting an outline for the mandatory lectures. And he's got a list here. How about helping him cull it? After all, among those at the 6th Dragon Sword level, 5 were still crappy. He had chosen 2, but there were still 3 left. Even though they were at this level, there was nothing to fear. But then Wai immediately answered him that there was no way he would help him. And he thanked him for his help. Ing was at the academy at the time and said neat and detailed plan. Everything else is fine as well. Should he really summon the 7th Divine Sword for the sake of a level increased trial? They even have the 3rd Shining Sword Cheon Hyum. How about giving them a sparring match with the 7th Divine Sword? And he believes in Cheon Hyum. The elder asked the head, does he think they don't believe in Cheon Hyum? But he has to consider that it was Ryuan of the 7th Divine Sword Gang who humiliated In and the Blue Dragon team. If they won't ignore that members of the Kujin community have been insulted, then what is the point of the club? In replied that he understood and said that they would then react according to all the rules. And he heard that YG Cheon was in a very bad condition. How is he now? The older man replied that he's lost his mind and it's all because of Ryuan. Constantly hardening himself in closed-door training and drinking elixirs to tear that jerk apart. And soon they would see him fulfill his wish. The next day, Pen gathered the people and said that they probably all knew the name of this profligate by now. It was the one who had dared to humiliate their treasure with his dirty hands, and the one responsible for their shame. His name is Ryuan. Everyone immediately started shouting that he was a pig and should die. Pen said he's been waiting a long time for his time. When the night passes and the day comes, the official 5-day competition will begin, and he is Pen, the deputy head of the Ice Phoenix Guard Squad. Received information that he had challenged for the 5th Dragon Sword. For touching their goddess. And he's offering to wipe him out. The disciple came out and said that as the deputy had said earlier, he had covered all of them in disgrace. Their head at the 7th sword level cannot punish him, so they, those at the 5th sword level, must unite and trample him. V was practicing at the time and said he didn't even know. Sounds good. However, I have a feeling he's going to tear him to pieces with his own hands. The next day on the road, Hirin asked the lad if he was sure he wanted to do 2 battles in a row in the morning. Ryuin replied that procrastination was not his type. Chunghan tells Hirin to leave him alone. And he sees that this fool has a disease, that if he listens to anyone he will die. And thankfully, he had at least abandoned his desire to fight in the festival of the 3 holy masters through musical martial arts. Hirin said that was also true. Since he didn't bring the chin, he must have decided to give up. Ryuin turned around and replied that he just wouldn't see the right people today, so he didn't take it. It's only a selection, not the festival of the 3 holy masters. But suddenly someone asked, is he the 7th divine sword Manhwa? Is he as strong as they say he is? Let him fight him once. Wai replied that he wasn't officially assigned a dragon sword level yet, he couldn't just go into battle. And right now he's going to go to the elimination fight, and he's asking them to forgive him. Hirin asked his uncle, does he know them? Chamhong replied that from the looks of it, they are the paired swords of Kunlun no Ginseng and Jie Hagong. Although they are not brothers, they boast the art of striking together like twins. The guy said the rumors weren't lying about him being arrogant and cocky to his older comrades. But the other guy replied that he didn't know. As to him, contrary to the rumors, he looks like a cowardly and trembling dog. Wai said that unofficial duels are a violation of school rules. If they want to cross swords with him, let them follow the procedure and challenge him after today's exams are completed. The boy replied that the school rules were just an excuse. Where had he seen a man at the academy who had never sneaked into battle? But the other guy said he was just scared. They say tigers don't give birth to cubs. But apparently, after 2 generations, it's still possible. But then Wai turned around and asked him what he just said. The guy replied that he was saying that the grandson of the holy sword Mon Chion is a coward who even the mutts passing by laugh at. The other guy started laughing and said that it looked like the holy sword didn't succeed in everything. Hirin asked why the hell are they saying that even the dogs are laughing at him. Chamhong replied that apparently they wanted to prevent the 7th divine sword from passing the exam. That's why they brought up Grandpa. But then Ryuin said they should go while there was still time. Wai asked them, how dare they say such a thing? He won't just let it go. The boys immediately got ready and replied that since he wouldn't just let it go, they would help him, and now they would see if he was capable of answering for his words. Wai immediately took up his blade and looked at them. The boys sat down next to each other to watch. Ryuin had told Hirin that he had seen him take some beef jerky with him. Hirin replied that he was going to eat while watching him fight. Changhong looked and said that these jerks were a pain in the ass for the 7th divine sword. Ryuin yelled for Wai to finish them off and overplayed to destroy them. Hirin asked why? Even though there are 2 of them, they are no match for the 7th divine sword. But Changhong said that individually, yes. They are both only at the level of the 5th dragon sword. After all, the dragon sword tests one-on-one combat abilities. Because individual skills are extremely important. But since they use the art of joint strike, fighting them would be harder than fighting 2 of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes at the same time. And it's a paired illusory sword formation. This joint strike art technique specializes in attacks from 2 sides. But as it accelerates, it blocks the opponent like an illusionary trap. But in the moment, Wai got distracted and injured his back. Everyone was surprised and Chunghan said that after all. But then the guys said he was hurt. And they asked, why doesn't he kneel down right now and admit defeat? Wai replied to them that he would be serious with them from now on. And even a little more cautious. Wai didn't just toy with them and immediately used one of his strong opponent's extermination attack. Everyone was surprised. But suddenly, a girl came to the guys and said that it was really incredible. Chunhong replied that now he would show what he could do, and he's the 7th divine sword for a reason. But in a moment, Hirin looked at the girl and realized it was Ji Sol, the precious daughter of the Li family, famous in the martial arts world for using paired swords. But it's an interesting fight, but such a pleasure to watch it. Ji said such strong yet soft and smooth sword strokes. But she's not sure if she can wield a sword as well. Hirin replied that it was his own concern as well. Not many people are as skillful with a sword as Mon Wai, but the fact that the mistress recognized his skills is unusual in itself. Even though they're meeting for the first time, he thinks her skills are up to par too. Seol was surprised and replied that that was a compliment. It sounds like he's pretty good too. Hirin laughed and asked if she thought so. Of course it's nice for him to hear from someone who uses paired swords. He uses twin swords too. Just then, Ryuan said that this was the finale. Y immediately used the sword technique of the falling star of the Milky Way starlight, and the shape of the third starlight of the Milky Way. The boys were greatly surprised and held broken swords in their hands. Y asked them if they were going to retract their absurd remarks. The guy's immediate response to him was that he was refusing and they had screwed up big time. But then Seo came up to him and said something. The way he finished off those two, known for their art of hitting together, was amazing. Y was greatly surprised and heard the woman's voice. Seo said that she saw everything. His sword technique is flawless. Y looked and realized she didn't look dangerous. But she is a woman. He said he was thankful for such words. Now he is in a hurry for the exam. Ryuan looked at him and asked, since he was so spotless, how come there were so many stains on his shoulder? Hirin said he was wounded during the battle. Shouldn't we give him first aid? Chunghan replied that there was no time to stitch up the wound, but he had ointment for the wound and bandages. Hirin turned to the girl and asked if it would be indelicate if he asked her name. Seo replied that it was nothing. And after introducing herself, she said that she was from the generation of the Li family that studied the art of paired swords. And since he uses paired swords too, maybe next time they'll fight? Hirin replied that it was fine. I'll see you then. And that's it for today. Upon entering the battles, Munhen from Hingshan's school said that he didn't want rumors to spread that he had beaten up an injured man. But could he say no? Y replied that no, he was going to do it, and would do anything to overpower an upstart like him. But on the other side of the court, Ryuan came out to fight and seeing his opponent said he was unlucky. The guy got angry and said that as payment for challenging him so fearlessly, he would open the doors to hell for him. Ryuan thought for a moment, and said that he didn't know what his opponent was talking about there, but from the way he spoke, he was that loser. Previously, Namgung said that fluttering blade of grass sword Tang Day Pun from the Black Turtle team. Because of his frequent clashes with the Red Falcon team, 7 people voted for him, and the deputy for a strange organization that calls itself the Ice Phoenix Guardians. He belittles everyone except the Ice Phoenix, including the Red Falcons. If it weren't for school rules, she would have poured corrosive drugs up his nose, eyes and mouth. But unfortunately his skills are good. He is the most talented from the MT Sang school. His specialty is continuous strokes, sharp and flexible, like herbalists. The opponent got angry and said to Ryuan, how dare a bastard without a clan or tribe say such a thing? But now they would see how much longer he could laugh. Ryuan thought and replied that he thought the guy wasn't very smart, but he turned out to be sick in the head. And let him lie down quickly, and he would be cured now. The opponent said, what is this nonsense? He's going to get his ass kicked now. Chung Hong looked at all of this and said that with such provocative powers, he could make even the best in the world mad. Hirin also replied that Ryuan is only still a teenager. Even the judges are enamored of him. One of the judges asked why he was making such a dangerous provocation against Poon. The others answered him that Poon was too vicious. A little more and he would be hurt. Pun used his technical attack and realized that Ryuan was a fool and he couldn't dodge. But Ryuan was faster and stronger this time, and by moving his body to the side he dodged the attack. Poon was very upset and was left with a surprised face. But Ryuan didn't waste any time and kicked him in the head. All the judges and spectators were surprised from such difficult and strong blows. But Ryuan kept beating the guy and used the metamorphosis of endless rebirths. One of the judges asked if he hadn't warned. The others replied that the attacks seemed to have stopped, and it was a fair fight. Hirin spared a surprised emotion and said that apparently that apprentice disliked Ryuan a lot, and the place should be cleaned up before the next fight. Maybe they should go there too. After a while they came down, and Hirin said that it looked like they were getting frustrated with the battle scene, and they only decided last night in a hurry when the fights would be held. There was no talk about it. So how did they know? The girls were greatly disappointed and said how could it be that their master Moan was bleeding? And what kind of battle was this? Chunghan replied to his friend that it looked like there was a bigger fight than their fool, and there was no need to go up there. It was better to watch from here. Hirin said he had no objection. But here, it looked like it would be over soon. Meanwhile in the arena, Y fought to the last with his opponent and repelled attacks with his sword. But suddenly, Wai picked up his moment and released all his strength, and in the same second, he extended his sword towards Hen's head. The girls were overjoyed and shouted that they knew that young Master Moan would win. And this is the 7th divine sword. Wai left the arena immediately after the fight to heal his wounds, for leaving behind him were drops of blood. Hurin looked and said that the wounds on Moan Wai's body had only gotten worse. And remembering, he asked, did the Henshan school always use this kind of weapon? Chan Hong asked back, is he talking about Lu Xingchue? And they don't use it. Apparently, he learned more than just the martial arts of his school, but he found it very odd that misophobia and wounds were a deadly combination. And perhaps someone had carefully planned it all out beforehand. And was it really them? The guy hiding his face under the fan said that he came to see Tang Dai Poon and Kang Hyun Ju and saw something strange. Isn't that Moon Hyun from the White Tiger team on their list? The other guy replied that he didn't even really know. Besides, he came out with Lu Xinchu. Fatty jumped into the conversation and asked, could it be that the 7th divine sword learned about the list because he was sharing a room with a senior disciple? But the kid replied that it was scary. The older co-ed is really scary. And he doesn't want to get in front of the older co-student. Maybe we should disguise ourselves. But the principal said no, he doesn't stand out like that. The senior co-student came. This time it's Kang Hyun-ju. Ryuan came out to fight and started telling his opponent that he then from Jijihakuda Mountain, Kang Hyun-ju from Wushan School, and also a member of the Black Turtle team, and he's the one who specializes in spreading dirty rumors about people he doesn't like, right? But this time they'll let the cheers go. Let him attack, time's running out. Zhu couldn't stand it, and started yelling that he was being rude. But so be it, he asks him magnanimously. He takes into consideration that this is his 2nd fight in a row. But his thoughts frightened him, for he realized that Tang Pun was stronger than him. Would he be able to win? And it was better for him to give up than to lose face like Tang Poon. Zhu decided to launch an attack, but it was too late. Ryuan himself attacked first, and was in front of him with an attack. The fates soon began to say that this wasn't a fight, just a beating. Zhu looked like he wanted to stand down, and that's overkill. But he didn't let him finish after Zhu had already pulled out his sword. The observer said it was horrible. But no hack experienced it firsthand. In a way, the head apprentice is worse than Sabu himself. The kid said yes. And were they right to write the list? Fatty said that in any case, if anyone should be hurt, let it be them better. And he would certainly still like to watch the 7th divine sword fight. But the senior co-student would be coming out soon, and they would have to go. Chan Hong saw everything and said that this gang was watching their fool, not the 7th divine sword. But suddenly Hiran replied that he was done. And it was lucky that he and Rian weren't enemies. Chung Han told him that if he hung out with him, he'd make a lot of enemies. Hiran laughed, and replied that it wasn't boring. Ryuan saw them too and asked, were they admiring him there? And to be honest, it wasn't very much. It was over quickly, and soon they will win and be done. But strangely, things aren't going so well. Their buddy looked fierce today. Wai also came out for his duel and won. The girls shouted their congratulations on receiving their 5th dragon sword. The opponent said he was astonished. The descendant of the holy sword is really good. And asked Wai if his wounds were all right. Day Pen thought that Wai was the rising star of their community of 8, after all. He could just pretend to be weak so he would decide to save his strength for attacks. Suddenly, Pen felt coldness in his body and started shivering, screaming that he was in pain. And his clothes just fell to the ground. Pen screamed in shame at them not to look. And that treacherous bastard didn't even realize what was wrong with his rags. Usually he's the type to act like this. But now he's looking for his mommy. Ryuan asked his own, what was he turning in? I mean, he just stripped him, and he was using metamorphosis. Hiran approached him and asked, how about not throwing around techniques like metamorphosis? After all, the festival of the 3 holy masters was coming up. Chan Hong said that during open competitions, you have to think about the people watching as well. No matter how strong he is, they may not want to recognize the results of a fight that looked like a simple beating. Ryuan replied that of course he was aware of that. Does he think his friend is that stupid? This time, he's going to invite someone special to heat up the atmosphere to the max. Hiran asked, inviting who? Chun Hong told him that before dreaming of the future, it was better to think about how to stay whole for the rest of today. There's still a whole week until the festival starts, and the enemies he has made will flock from all sides. Even if he copes with them all, there is no way to avoid the consequences to his body. Times would be hard, and there would be no time to recover. By the opening of the festival, he would forget to even think of using his qin. A few days passed and Hirin was saying that this was the day the Triple Holy Masters Festival would start. And asked Ryun if he was worried. Ryun just smiled and replied that of course not. And with excitement in his eyes he said that he should go to the fight already. But this time, Yun also came and said that he couldn't make it to the Dragon Sword exam because it coincided with his training. But today, he would try to help as much as possible. Hirin said he's been collecting something since yesterday. He'd brought a lot of it. Chunghan was curious and asked what it was. Yun replied that there were medicines, bandages, cotton cloth, simple snacks and water. He heard that there were wounded people at the Dragon Sword exam. Ryun said that was right. Someone bled out before the exam even started. He wasn't sure if it would all be needed today, but it was better to prepare in advance. Wai replied that he didn't think it would take all that either. So he went to fight. Ryun said his wounds haven't healed yet, but he's acting strong. But as the head of a young girls' club, he behaves decently. Chang Hong turned to him and replied the same, that he didn't know what to point out first. Probably pay attention to the qin he was holding now. Had he forgotten all of his advice? Ryun answered him not to worry, some he had considered and prepared. He exercised on the plants in the back of his friend's room. Hirin asked, so he's the one who turned the flower bed in the dorm courtyard into ruins? Chunhong also asked, is he the herb killer? Ryun replied that he was just experimenting with the sound technique he learned in class. He didn't think it would come out so sad. He remembered the words of the teacher who said that the best way to practice sound technique was to practice against plants. Plants are very sensitive to the energy that is transmitted with sounds, so they can see the successes with their own eyes. Shanyan asked, and that's why he sent all those pretty flowers behind the dorm to the other side of the world? Ryun replied that he didn't know his technique would be so destructive either. Everything flows, everything changes. It's hard to predict the power of genius. How about writing it off as force majeure? Suddenly all of a sudden they heard a great ringing. Hirin said that it seemed to be starting and it was time to go. The participants told the Heavenly Warrior Academy disciples that they vow not to lose their way, not to lose faith, not to neglect life, and to do their best to participate in the Three Saint Masters Festival that will last the entire month. The participants also said their solemn oaths, and saluted the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Suddenly, one of the three Holy Masters, Holy Sword Master Mon Zhang Qion, arrived at the competition. And behind him, one of the three Holy Masters, Sword Queen Liu Ke-san, arrived. Finally, one of the three Holy Masters, the Holy Blade Saint Ha Hu Shik, appeared. The disciples greeted them and all shouted together that they were happy to see the masters. The head also stood up and said that he thanked the Holy Masters for honoring the festival with their presence this time. Zhang Qion said that the final fight is still a month away, but they decided to attend the opening ceremony because they are excited about the promising newcomers. And this year the descendants of all three of them got into the academies. He expects a lot. The referee shouted that the qualifying tournament would begin after today's opening ceremony. Sheik started laughing and said it would be interesting to watch their kids fight for the win, but his granddaughter isn't participating this time, so he will only be watching their kids. And which one do they think will win? San replied that Mr. Shik was joking. It doesn't matter who wins. It would be good for their promising newcomers anyway. The judge suddenly said that the schedule for each round would be published in the student bulletin, and then the principal would announce the opening ceremony. Shik asked, could it be that the Queen of Swords isn't sure? San asked in response, why is he still so confident after decades? Qion laughed, and said that seeing that they hadn't changed today made his heart feel better. The head stepped in front of everyone and said that every student of the Heavenly Warrior Academy was their pride, and he understands their excitement, and so it will be brief. In front of them, Peng Su, the director of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, today announces the beginning of the 30th Festival of the Three Holy Masters. Chunghan was watching everything and said that this whole situation is a no-brainer right now. Hirin said he agreed with him. They all came to see Ryun fight. Hirin said he heard that Ryun had something to do with the Flame Blade, and knows the guys on the Red Falcon team. And would they be able to be friends with them if Junho wasn't there? Chunhong replied that he didn't even know. And judging from their facial expressions, they weren't too thrilled about their fool. And besides, the three of them were the same ones who had watched Ryuin fight in the Dragon Sword exam. Hirin said that's right. They definitely want to find out Ryuin's weaknesses. Maybe they shouldn't have left the waiting room. The head and their deputy are there. Chunghan answered him to leave them alone. And he thinks they'll kill Ryuin in the waiting room before the fight? Their fool is tenacious and won't die so easily. At this time in the waiting room, Guy asked the teacher, was he looking for someone? Ryuin replied that yes, the person that came to see him. He is waiting for him. The girl asked if she could have a look. Who is it? Ryuin replied that it was the young lady Na Yi-rin. The boy was surprised and asked with surprise, an ice phoenix? But he laughed a lot and said that the older fellow student was a joker. Ryuin threw a mug at his face and asked, does he see him as some kind of fool? He seems to have a problem with his eyesight. And he's going to check him out now. The guy yelled that he didn't have to and replied that he couldn't think of an older co-ed. It's just that that young lady is known for not socializing with men. That's why he was surprised that she came to see him. The guy asked, why was he so sure she was coming? Ryuin replied that he had sent her an invitation and received a reply. The guy was surprised and asked, did the ice phoenix really answer? But at that moment, the girl replied that it looked like she had really come. The other students saw it too and asked, why is there an ice phoenix here? Could it really be her? She wasn't alone at this time, and Nain was saying how she wanted to get rid of those guards if Jicheon wasn't the son of the deputy head of the alliance. But Seal replied, nevertheless, it's not bad to sit quietly in the front seats. And since Yirin came to look at the guy, he must be unusually strong? Nain looked away and said that he looked like a guy who didn't feel sorry for his life. But an eagle suddenly flew into the place. Rin had received a letter from him earlier and said his name was Thunder. And told him to wait, because she would write a reply now. Nain asked her, did she really want to go? Rin replied that she had something to check out, so she couldn't refuse. And here they are about to see how good he is. Seol said that the fight is starting. And there's the young lord who uses the paired swords and that solid apprentice too. Headsu said that the qualifying match between the swift fire sword Tang Ping and the first named by Ryuin was starting. Ryuin saw Rin and said she came after all. And let her relax today and listen to one tune. Rin said that he was using Qin, but how reckless. Ryuin immediately took the tool and proceeded to martial arts at the expense of the tool. But Pen decided not to waste his time and pulverized the first-year player with the first punch. Ning asked her, didn't she know that sound technique was this guy's best technique? What a fool he is, Sol replied. Is that why he brought Qin to the Three Saint Masters festival then? Is that really his best reception? Rin says she doesn't even know how to say it. She's pretty sure his best technique isn't this technique. Ryuin started to play an instrument, but Pen was also strong and with each of his attacks he dodged with ease. He felt like it was even hard to play an instrument for a moment without this creep attacking him. But suddenly at the moment of attack, Pen used all his strength to do so. But Ryuin easily dodged again, and using this moment he launched a backhanded attack with his tool. Pen didn't even expect such a turn. And then Ryuin started playing an instrument so Pen could hear his melody he wanted to play. Everyone was greatly surprised and couldn't believe such a thing. Ning asked, how could he use Qin like that? Sol looked on in amazement and said, that's the sound right there. Is that the sound technique? Ryuin did his best to overpower his opponent, and lastly lifted him up and held him as if he were dead. But suddenly someone wanted to run up, but Ryuin told him to stop. After all, this guy just covered his eyes and hasn't fallen down yet. He's even holding a sword. And how about letting him be calm for a while? And after that, Pen dropped the sword from his hand and the judge immediately started shouting that disciple Ryuin had won. The girls were excited and said that Ryuin was awesome. And they really didn't think that someone else's fight would make their hearts beat like that. The students were also excited and said that this guy had unusual strength. And they heard that he got the highest score in the entrance exam. Ryuin looked at it and said that the atmosphere had somehow changed. And for some reason, it wasn't pleasant. Chung-hong replied that it was natural. This atmosphere changed because everyone here saw him slapping the Kinmi guy. Hurin also told the guy that his match was impressive. And most won't come to see his match again, but people with specific tastes liked it. Ryuan said that it wasn't a problem for him. It's already too crowded here from the beginning, and there's even chairs over there. They obviously didn't come to see him. Yun suddenly crept up from behind and was telling Ryuan that he was good too. But the first official battle of the famous 7th Divine Sword Manhwa is being held there. Chunghong replied that for sure. It's only natural for a descendant of the Holy Sword to have such a placement area. There are guys from the Kajong and 8 community there, so there's no need to nag him about nothing. Ryuan said, "What a strange name that was. What's another Slop and Flutter?" Hiran asked him. He really doesn't know about the division of the Heavenly Warrior Academy? But Changhong told him that if he didn't know, then let him be careful with his words. Pomo, a group of disciples from the 9 great factions, and Trembling, a group of disciples from the 5 great families. Yoon gave a surprised look and said it looks like it's starting. The guy from Kunlunsu Ak High School asked why if his shoulder was okay, and ceded the initiative to him. Eek said he heard that the students of their school owed him a debt, and it's even a pity it wasn't him he met first. And he thinks Y was unlucky. Y replied that the more he fights, the stronger his sword becomes. And he thinks his opponent is lucky. Y immediately picked up speed for his attack and said then he would start first. Ek couldn't even do anything against this attack, and finally realized that he had lost, as Y's sword was in front of his face. Eek decided to accept defeat like a real man and said that he had lost. The judge declared him the winner immediately. 8 Community Counselor Tan Mok Wu said that Y was so quick to deal with Chu Su Yok, one of the 8 swords of the Kajong community, and the 7th Divine Sword is really talented. The longer one looks at it, the more one wants it. Deputy Head Yajin replied, "He is fast and accurate. He will be useful." W was surprised and said, "Unbelievable. Did their deputy, known for his cruelty, praise someone?" And asked Hai Ju, "Is that why she wants to lure the 7th Divine Sword God to their side as soon as possible?" Ju replied that yes. But don't overdo it. It seems like a lot of people are already anxious to get into action, and by the end of this festival of the 3 Holy Masters, there will be no room left for the people on the other side. But the enemies at this time were also present, and the guy said that no matter how careless Su Yek was, but the 7th Divine Sword was truly worthy of praise. The guy asked, "Wasn't he a danger to Cheon Hyung's 3rd shining sword?" Hyung replied not to worry about it. The boy said suddenly, giving up on him, he would see after a while. How hard he was trying. The enemy asked him why he thought that. The guy replied that because the body doesn't lie. And let him look at his palms. Hyung said yes. Even though he's not a threat to him, it's true that he's expected to do great things. Don't worry. He will definitely welcome him. The enemy replied that of course he should. In this festival of the 3 Saint Masters Festival, he's not going to give up any holy places, especially in a battle where he'll be participating in a descendant of the Holy Sword. Yoon was telling the guys that it was a really awesome fight, and must be uncomfortable surrounded by students if you need help. Hiran wondered if they would leave him alone for a while. It would be worth doing some research to see what the price of showing off one's great looks was. Ryuan said it was all a farce. I wish I could kick him so he'd go flying. How many arms does he have? Chunghan answered him not to say so much, he had put on a show himself. But yes, it was too much. He realized that using such a technique, even though his wound hadn't even healed yet, it would probably reopen. Well, this was his first official fight, so he wanted to make sure he could win. Ryuan told them to forget about this showing off. They'd better go eat. And I wonder if they serve a lot of meat at the festival? Chunghan replied that it's better to favor nutritious fish and root vegetables than fatty meat right now. And he's a bigger fool than Mon Wai. Suddenly, Ju perked up her ears and heard a student talking. Wu asked her what was wrong. Ju replied that no, nothing. It just seemed to her that the man she was looking for was here. But she was glad that she would meet him soon. Ju realized immediately that she recognized him. The voice she had just heard was definitely the voice of the creepy guy who had learned her secret. And he's the sneaky one who snuck into the sorority house and made a mess of it, sure to stand out during the battle at the 3 Saint Masters Festival. And this pervert liked the attention so much that time, he won't hold back from participating this time. She was very angry and was mentally telling him to get his ass ready and wait for the day she would find him and punish him. One said on the way out that he was disappointed. and thought there would be a special menu at the Three Holy Masters Festival. And he asked the uncle why he brought them to this backwoods place. Hurin also said that he didn't even say anything else, and started picking his teeth after eating. But how long would it take them to follow him? Wai replied to them that if it wasn't urgent or too important, he would go prepare for the second round. Ryuan had said that the second round for those who participated today wouldn't be until 5 days later, and he already wanted to prepare? He knew that the wound that had just opened was a bluff. Yun said that it really was too much. He urgently needed to rest. Chanying was also supportive and replied that he didn't need to go with them from the beginning. It wasn't that important. Hirin suddenly said that it looked like Wai wasn't needed here. Ryuan asked, then why did they bring this wounded man with them? Chunghan replied that he was just in it for the company. Honestly, to win, it takes unimaginable courage and flexibility to overcome all the risks and confusion. Without friends, it's difficult. Wei says he's not going to quibble. He's in on it too. Once there, Chunhung said that here they can focus on their strategy without worrying about anyone overhearing them. And now let them listen carefully and take note. Wai asked, what is this? Changhong replied that it was the very color of the Three Holy Masters, information that would help prepare for battle. Ryuan suddenly bowed his head and said, Master Evaluation Community. The Festival of the Three Holy Masters Festival? Chunghan replied that yes, he did. He thinks they are out of the loop. The hidden game of the Three Saint Masters Festival will begin when the preliminaries are over and the final battles begin. And guessing who will win the Festival of the Three Holy Masters? This will be the biggest confrontation among all the Heavenly Warrior Academy disciples and warriors and official guests. And if you win this hidden confrontation, you can get a fortune. Hirin suddenly said that he had heard from the corner of his ear that there were 3 holy masters making bets at the festival. So that's what the master appraisal community is all about. Yun asked, isn't this gambling? Isn't that allowed in the academy? Chunghong replied that it was natural, and that's why the exact name of the game is a charity competition judging festival Triple Holy Masters Festival for the sake of their bright future, and 30% of all the money will be donated to the running costs of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Wai said that since it wasn't an obscene gamble, he would gladly participate. Ryuan replied that it was great. But why was it necessary to gather in such a remote area for the sake of it? Since he was going to win, it seemed like just writing down his name would suffice. Chunghan asked him, did he think it was enough to guess only the final winner? Not only the winner, but also the runner-up and so on to the quarterfinals. He means, you can make a fortune. This time there are 290 people participating in the Triple Holy Masters Festival. Participants make into 4 groups, which pass the qualifying stage and go to the finals. 128 of them participate in the battle to honor the accomplishments and teachings of the Holy Sword. Due to the fact that this group has the largest number of men that use swords, the competition among the participants is the fiercest, and their Monwi is from that group. There are 46 other participants honoring the achievements and teachings of the Queen of Swords. All of them are from the girls' dormitory. Not all of the girl participants use swords, and there are 52 other students honoring the merit of the Holy Blade. All of them are from the men's dormitory. It was originally rumored that Saint Blade's granddaughter would also participate. Another 54 people who are hard to place in one of the previous 3 groups, or they want to honor the memory of other mighty heroes from the 3 heavenly warriors, are included in the new heroes group. There are guys participating who use martial arts other than swords. Ryuan is part of that group. Ryuan said that the kid he fought with used a sword. Why then did that weirdo from the Holy Sword group get to him with the sound technique? Hirin laughed and asked, really why? Changhong replied, how come why? If he said that he belongs to the Ice Phoenix Guards, the answer himself will find the answer probably. Yun started to say, is it really because Ryuan? Changhong said that there were times when students that used blades and swords looked down on those who used other martial arts, and specifically aimed at them. But this time, regardless of their specialization, they applied to a group of new heroes to get their hands on him. Ryuan said, it turns out he raised the level of the group of new heroes? Hirin replied that he definitely made it more interesting. Anyway, Brother Chan, let him continue. Changhong said that after the completion of 3 fights in the qualifiers from each branch, 16 people are selected based on the results of the matches and sent to the finals. And even the day the finals date is announced. This is the only day you can apply to participate in the mastermind evaluation community, and he spent several sleepless nights to pre-select 30 suitable candidates. They have to analyze 2 people from those who pass 1 qualifier, and eventually pick 4. And 1 person from each group. Y said that he still needs to prepare for the fight. Hirin replied that Ryu and Y and Brother Chan are analyzing Group 1 and he and Yoon are analyzing Group 2. Do they really need to pick 4 people? Chan Hong told them to listen carefully. For each contestant who made it out of the group to the finals, they get 20 points. And 100 points if all 4 are guessed, 100 points for the finalists, and 200 for the winner. And do they know what happens if they guess everyone all the way through to the quarterfinals? Yoon asked, so what's going to happen? Chung Hong replied that he would get half of all the stakes, except for the Academy Commission, and depending on whether the bet was big or small, you can get a hefty payout. And it leads to if they have the money? Upon arriving at the Academy, Yoon searched under the wall for something and said that he had definitely hidden them somewhere here. Suddenly he yelled out that he had found it all. He realized it was the money Sabu had given him to use when he needed it. Yoon asked, is that really necessary? He won't lose them, right? Chun Hong replied earlier that he's never been wrong before, so they just need to get the money. And if they lose money, he'll call them big brothers. And Yoon remembered that Brother Chan speaks so confidently. Hirin said that even though he's broke, he'll get them, even if he has to dig a lock. Ryuan also said he had no money, but he thinks he'll get something if he looks for it. He's not some coward. Why wasn't confused and asked right away, how much is needed? Yoon remembered it all and said that the others were so brave. And he would trust him too. Hirin also went in search of money and entering the forest say it is really here. He found money for an emergency, and the fact that he's using them to rip off the light faction guys will do the trick. Chung Han just sat at home and received bags of money saying that the guys were now working with more enthusiasm than in their main jobs. But the emails said they sent information on more than 30 students. And may he not forget their share for their diligence. And they have faith in their chapter. But Ryuan went to his apprentice and asked him how much money he had. And why is he making such a disgruntled face? Doesn't he like the fact that he's taking 30% of his income? But didn't they agree on that in advance? Didn't he give him a steep discount? The student was hoping to get him to shut up. And he wanted to punch that face 108 times in a row. Ryuan asked, is he unhappy with their student-teacher bond? Maybe he wants to break it right now. The Red Dragon replied that no. It wasn't the expense that was the problem. He just thought for a second when he asked him about investing money. Ryuan said knowing how much money there is and knowing how to make decisions are the basics, and he can't even do that. So I suggested he do this. Let him give him all the money except the amount for lodging for this month. He will multiply it, and give him half of it as a fee. 6 days later, the team captain slapped his hand on the table and said, what is this nonsense? What is this nonsense? The guy replied that their future was at stake and there was nothing they could do. The two of them saw it too, didn't they? The captain said that anyway. How could they betray their senior fellow student? Huck lost his temper and yelled that no. Are they all crazy? There's no way he's betraying a damn fellow student. One of the students said that he thought it was quite dangerous. Sooner or later the older student will find out. But Yell didn't like it and asked, betrayal? Why go to such an extreme? Let them think about what their senior fellow student had told them. The girl said it's obvious he's going to be the winner of the new heroes group and the overall finalist. So he wants to place a bet and take all the prize money? The captain replied that's right. So if they bet on another person, it is tantamount to betraying a senior fellow student. Yale said the most important part in his words is looking forward to seeing the results. So he hopes they make money. The student also said that really. The most important thing is not to lose all the money by betting on an older fellow student. And all of this is true. It seems that the older co-student, like Sabu, is very fond of money. Yale replied that they do. Therefore, the cold-blooded choice of the winner, not constrained by the senior co-student, is not betrayal, but instead caring. The captain heard the words and asked him, did he mean that the older co-ed could lose? Had he forgotten how Huck had fallen from his blow? The girl told the captain he was right. Was there any other apprentice who could do such a terrible job on Huck of the Red Falcons, a promising member of the beggar gang? But the second student said it was true that he was strong. But during the senior co-disciples' fight during the preliminaries, something came to his mind. Spruce replied that he wanted to mention that too. For some reason he used the sound technique. The captain said he, too, still hasn't forgotten the senior co-captain's appearance at the first qualifying match. The girl replied that the sound was clear and beautiful then. But it was more like undermining morale than sound technique. The student asked, "What is it?" Because a few days later in the second match, the sound technique was no longer the same. The guy also said it was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary performance. At the second match of the qualifiers he fought very badly. The student said that of course she wasn't a musician, but it was more of a sword fight than a sound technique. The strings acted as a kind of thin sword, and come to think of it, his final strike was outside the rules altogether. Hack asked, in what martial arts was Qin used as a bloody lethal weapon? He himself replied that he was correct. And especially strange was the third match of the qualifiers, which he saw today, and the melody of his Qin was terrible. The lively and subtle melody was complemented by a rhythmic and barely perceptible kick. Huck said it was as if he had lost control. If he had heard this tune sitting on the terrace on the first day of the summer heat wave, he would have burned not from the heat but from shame. The disciple replied, or maybe he insisted on using the sound technique for that very purpose. To completely ravage his opponent's soul with humiliation and shame. The captain said that no, he didn't think so. According to a senior fellow student, he said that if he were him, he too would want to look graceful during the duel. The main thing is not winning, the main thing is participation. Yale said his parents always say if you have to bet money, do it like his life is on the line. And now the head is willing to risk his and our lives for something like sound engineering? The captain replied, what if the older fellow student found out that they had bet on someone else? Besides, what if he and his sound technique really did win? Jiren replied that the qualifying round is very different from the final round after all. In addition, the 8th god sword Yung Okgi, who is from the Tang family in Sichuan, and Bai Ji Qion's whirlwind sword are among the group of new heroes this time around. The guy said that the 8th divine sword was still okay, but if he met brother Qion before the whirlwind sword, the student asked him, how could he call that rascal a brother? Why, he used poison as soon as the fight started. Huck starts yelling that it's nothing. He knows it for sure. And he's betting his hand that he'll win no matter who fights against him. Yale replied to him that he respected his opinion, but unfortunately they needed the money. Guy told Huck to calm down. And so did Yale. In any case, sound technique is something. They know about their senior co-students' abilities that others don't know about. And do they think there's a person the older co-student will lose to in the group of new heroes? The girl replied that she was a little worried about Tan Moon Qion. But the older fellow student is a crazy devil that even poison won't take. The second disciple said that there were still rumors that the whirling sword had already lost once to an older fellow disciple. But the captain replied that since the co-apprentice was Sabu's best student, he couldn't be inferior to him. The student said that everyone unanimously agreed that the older fellow student would win in the new heroes group. And then they'd better decide on the winners in the other groups. And we'll put on a senior student as a candidate for the number 1 spot. And we'll think about an alternate option for the number 1 spot. The captain asked in surprise, 2 choices for the first place? Yale asked him too, did he mean they would have a hidden agenda? The student replied that yes. The first option of betting on the older fellow student, they will show him, and the second option of betting will be done secretly. And that's their tactic. The person in charge the next day was telling everyone that those who wanted to register, let them get in line. From each group, 16 people made it to the finals, for a total of 64, who must go up to the leadership team and fill out a written registration form. Seal was saying that Sis Rin has number 2. And I even wonder if there will be someone from the Queen of Swords group who will come out against it? It would be nice if Sis Rin participated as well. Nain replied that there was no need to participate to understand the level of strength. She too congratulates her on making it to the finals. And may she be careful not to hurt herself too badly. Seal said that she would do her best. Surely Rin won't bid in the master evaluation community, she asked? Nain replied that she definitely was. Could she possibly participate in this mayhem? In any case, apparently this time around, the festival of the three holy masters is being held in a particularly unusual manner. And at the moment of betting, Yell came up and was asked who he would bet on. The guy replied that he had been thinking for a long time about the situation at the Three Holy Masters festival this time. What's he volunteering for? Asked the guy. The guy said here's the receipt. He knew Yale was the heir to the merchants, and he looked at the paper and said what a huge amount of money. And I think he got the name of the overall winner wrong. The person standing next to me said number 57 Ryuan? Number 7 Cheon Hyun, number 5 Moon Y. And can Yale fill it out again? Yale replied that no, he wrote it all right. The guy said that no, of course, their younger comrade is strong, but not that strong. Maybe he'll think about it. He's betting such a huge amount of money after all, right? Yale replied that he was right. It might seem like a reckless choice, but he would figure it out for himself. Suddenly the guy remembered and said that there was another applicant who had made a similar bet. If this really works out, the two of them are going to make a hell of a fortune. Yale was surprised and asked, and who was the person who made such a bid? The guy replied that he thought a few friends had raised some money and made him a representative. Since he too large sums, if he wins, he will get 100 times the bet. Yale replied, what a few other friends? He realized that since there was a large sum of money there, the older fellow student must have threatened the lives of his friends. And maybe even right now the senior co-ed's puppets are watching him. As he walked away, Yale was glad that it was good that he left the rest to Huang Bo and his strategy. He doesn't even know where those puppets are hiding. But suddenly someone came up and asked, is it the young Mr. GM Yell who has nothing but money? And with his eyes flashing like this, he collected money from the Red Falcons team and became their representative? But let him listen, as awful as he was, why the hell did he bet on that scumbag? Yale replied that he didn't know anything. Just pick someone who looks 10 times stronger than his candidate. Or does he want to bet on the acumen of the Red Falcons team? The guy replied that except for Cheon Hyung's gleaming sword, about the rest, he would have his eyesight checked. Yale realized it was a little over the top. And that mole dude was provoking him. Suddenly someone else came up to them and asked, the Blue Dragon team versus the Red Falcons? They were both surprised and Yale wondered where he had popped out of so suddenly. And why was he holding it? The Red Dragon walked up to them and called them fat bags and asked them what they just said. The next day, the judge said that the first opponent in the final 8th Divine Sword Hyung Okgi Chonghong said that the 8th Divine Sword is damn fast. It has such a fast and classy fighting style, as if it has 8 arms. So this time he'll have to deal with him flawlessly with his Thunder Chin. Their future depends on it. Let him listen carefully. Hiran also told him to try to do that. Shanyan said that Ryuan could even crack him with the hard part. But the moment the fight starts, that part will do like this. And his sword will shatter the Chin. Ryuan asked him what he even thought of his Thunder Chin. Today, he was only going to use it to attack with the sound technique. One of the spectators came to the tournament and asked why there were so many people here. He was told that, strangely enough, there were many talented people in the group of new heroes this time. That's what caused such interest. But suddenly someone said it looks like they haven't heard those rumors yet. The Red Falcons team put the number 57 in the Masters evaluation community yesterday. The guy asked, what kind of opponent is the 8th Divine Sword opponent Zhang Okgi? Is this rookie really that good? But he was told that the first-year-old was probably good enough to have made it all the way here. But if he wanted to win money, he'd better bet on someone like a 7th Divine Sword. The newcomer is lucky and talented as hell. He's from some unknown school, but even the 7th Divine Sword recognizes him. They're both on good terms with the Red Falcons team, after all, so there's nothing odd about that. The commander asked at that point, why were the students such know-it-alls? Bo replied that he had the feeling that the whole academy knew where they were, and what they were doing. Suddenly, Yell spoke up and apologized to them, saying that he didn't mean to attract so much attention. But during the argument with the jerk from the Blue Dragon team, the teacher came at them like the wind. The teacher asked them why they did not answer him. Are they deaf? Or should they have their ears cleaned now? Yell thought that the teacher was always angry. But why was he angrier than usual today? But he replied that he and his buddy from the Blue Dragon team had a disagreement over who would be the final winner. The teacher asked him who he had bet on. Yell replied that he had bet on the senior student by Rian. The teacher turned to a student from the Blue Dragon team, Who did he bet on? Yell replied that he was on Cheon Hyung, the third shining sword from the Blue Dragon team. The teacher got very angry at that moment and immediately hit Yellow on the head. He gave him the money and said that he was betting everything on B. Ryuan. Let him go and write down his name, and he warns, whether it's a wager, a contest, or a fight, they must surely win against the ice badasses, got it? Yale told the guys that he went to bid for a teacher, so he got even more attention in line the second time than the first. The guy told him he was doing good. If it hadn't been for Yale, he would have appeared right in front of him, and he would have been in a hopeless situation. Hack replied that he wouldn't even get caught. And there was also Huang Bo. But the girl said that it would work out. Did Sensei put it pretty much the same way they did in the first plan? Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked them, are they saying that first year by Ryuan will use the sound technique? The girl heard it and asked, is that really the teacher's voice? A beauty with a heavenly voice, Hong Ran, came up to them and said that it was hard to believe that a newcomer would appear at the Three Holy Masters festival that uses sound technique. She asked if a first-timer could learn sound technique in just 3 months. Guy replied that he was nevertheless confident enough to invite them, and they say he even prepared 2 invitations for them to the finals. He thought he was just sleeping through every lecture. Teacher Ran said she's sure it's just bravado. He hasn't grown to that yet. But she's worried for some reason. Ran suddenly turned to the guys and said that they were disciples for going to lectures with Ryuan. And disciple Ryuan would really use sound technique during battle? And his thunder chin, she asked? Chung Hong replied that yes, he would indeed be using the chin of thunder. And now the fight would begin, and she would see for herself. Seol was excited too, due to the fact that she arrived just in time for the start. Sister Run said that there was nothing to watch here, but she liked the strange fighting style of the gentleman with disheveled hair. And Sister Rin's fight will start in half an hour, so there's time. So how weird is the fight going to be today? All of a sudden, a competitor came out and asked, how much had the level of the Triple Holy Masters Festival dropped this time around? All sorts of crazy rabble managed to make it to the finals. The guy asked him, how dare he come out in front of him with bangs that covered his eyes, and even with chin. How could he ignore a person from the Sang school of the 9 great factions? Ryuan asked him to be quiet and replied that he was going to use the sound technique. Why was he making so much noise? And have him cover his mouth. Since this is the beginning of the final selection, he will play a happy tune for him. The guy got really angry after saying that, and yelled at him to shut up. He's just a student who couldn't even write down his own school. The guy immediately at the moment of those words started attacking Ryuan, but he was able to dodge, and even played his music. Captain Namgung was worried about his senior disciple and wondered, was he really using the sound technique today? Chung Han was panicking hard at this point too, and hoping Ryuan would beat this guy up. And then cornered him and gave him a meat grinder. Ran was surprised and said that it looked like saying he was from some nameless school was just idle chatter. It's a professional game. Why does this child play in a way that she cannot teach others, nor learn herself? Guy replied that it's true that he's at that level of sound technique that he can challenge it too. But that rhythm and the general atmosphere is a bit strange. But his student shouted that he was a scoundrel. And there are already rumors of his atrocities at sectionals everywhere, and pretending to be a blind man who uses sound techniques to put his opponent's guard down and stab him in the back. The commander thought at this moment, what was wrong with his sound technique? Bo also saw that the rhythm was strange, but the movements were even stranger. Hurin was looking too and didn't quite know what it was, but he thinks he sees something amazing. And Chang Hong thought, why is he making these strange sounds? Even though it's quite destructive, it's a soul-summoning technique after all. His opponent shouted at Ryuan how dare he, a disciple from a noble family, make a joke of him. Suddenly he felt himself spinning very badly, but in a moment I realized that it was because of that ugly boy with the must hair. And strangely, the rhythm became cleaner and more upbeat. And he had a strange feeling. He found himself in another world and asked, what was this strange feeling? Where was he anyway? The girl holding his hand answered that he was in a world of beautiful melody. The boy asked, in what other world? Suddenly, Ryuan appeared in front of him in his guise and smiled. The guy started to lose control and spin around in one place like a dog chasing its tail. And when he picked the right moment to attack, he shouted for his opponent to die, But Ryuan wasn't confused and hit the strings with his hand to make the sound even louder and better. And directing the power of the string directly at his opponent, he broke his sword into 2 pieces and even wounded his arm. Ji said he didn't realize the guy had already reached that level of sound destruction. And he plucks the strings like he's had it memorized a long time ago. Ran asked, does he touch strings that are as sharp as a sword blade with his bare hands? Ryuan said at that moment that he was so engrossed that he didn't notice the string breaking. And that's a shame, he was able to finish with sound technique. But he put more force than he should have. Hirin yelled that Ryuan was good, and he had done him in. Chunhong also said that he also used Jin properly. The apprentice asked at this point Ely, maybe they didn't need a backup plan? The boy replied that he didn't know, but it was unlikely they were wrong. Bo said matter-of-factly. The time would come and the senior co-disciple would definitely meet an opponent who would have to engage in a ruthless battle. But Seol at this moment was glad that she was able to watch this fight today. This time she really saw something amazing, and now she has to quickly go tell Sister Rin. Sister Rin was in another arena at this moment, and her opponent said that she had lost. The judge also shouted that Ice Phoenix Rin had won. Seol said that as expected from Sister Rin, she didn't come here for nothing. The fight looked like a magnificent dance. All the spectators started shouting that Madame Snow Queen had won. The Red Dragon was watching at this moment, and was confused. He could see they were going crazy over some girl. And why should he be the only one to report a girl fight to him? But he realized she was beautiful. But that didn't explain why everyone was so fascinated by her. Suddenly someone nearby asked the guy, and what did he find in her? The guy replied that she was strong and beautiful. The Red Dragon also heard and saw some lowlifes out there gossiping. The guy started laughing and said that she would get jealous if she heard what he said. Hyung told him not to be mistaken. She would immediately realize that he was referring to the Ice Phoenix's fighting style. The Ice Phoenix is a good opponent for her, the guy said suddenly. Here she is. And next to them walked a girl who was very beautiful. And even the Red Dragon was shocked. The Red Dragon recalled all the moments with this girl and realized that it was Seo-un. After all, her beauty was very inspiring. The Red Dragon himself didn't realize how he had reached out his hand in her direction. Un was shocked by this and didn't realize who it was at first. The guy suddenly stops Hyung and tells him to look at who his opponent is. And she probably knows who it is too. The Red Dragon immediately called her Seo-un. The girl at this moment realized that this was a serious matter. And since it had red hair, red eyebrows, and a red beard, it was definitely the famous Flame Blade. Hyung said that even if it's a teacher, he can't just leave how rude he's being to her. The guy replies that he doesn't. And he understands how Hyung feels. But if he goes, can he stop him? If only to annoy him, he might make more trouble. But suddenly, Ryuan came and slapped Flame Blade's arm. The teacher became very angry and didn't realize what had just happened. Ryuan said that he came running because he saw some prude stretching out his nasty hands toward a young lady. And that was him, Master Flaming Blade. But suddenly he thought and said that if he was so surprised, how shocked was the young lady? She must be so happy that she almost fainted. The guys standing nearby were surprised at the way the Flaming Blade glared at Ryuan. He didn't give a damn. Hyung said as the teacher took a step back. Flaming Blade answered the boy that she was a girl. He realized that although she would always be beautiful to him, it was impossible to turn back time. Besides, they're different. Especially the color of their hair. But he asked Un, what is her mother's name? The girl replied that her mother's name was Hyun Seo-woon. Flaming Blade said that she was her daughter. The teacher asked the girl, is her mother healthy? Un replied that yes, she was fine. Ryuan looked at his apprentice and thought, what was the matter? Why had the fiery rooster turned into a soggy hen? The atmosphere around him is getting darker and darker, and I want to slap him, but this is his student's workplace, so he decided to take a look. And for the sake of their bright future, the student should continue to get paid. Ryuan told the teacher that he was here to watch Manhwa fight too. I mean, he's the one he put the master grades on in the master grading community. Although he looks cold, he's actually unexpectedly lonely. Hyung suddenly walks over to Un and asks if she's okay. She looks pale, doesn't she? Un replied that she just didn't expect teacher Flaming Blade to know her mother. Neither her father nor her mother had told her anything about him. The guy said that of course he had heard that it was the teacher who recommended Ryuan, but he didn't know they had such a close relationship. After that, the guys came into the room and Yun said hello to everyone. Hurin asked what Ryuan was doing. Chung-hong also said he was a fool and asked why he brought the teacher here. And why did he look so bad? Ryuan answered them to relax all of them. The teacher was on his way to watch Y's fight. After all, he had bet on him. And the fight was over too soon, not to leave him alone. Ryuan saw the bandages in Yun's hands and asked, "What was that blood? Didn't he win quickly?" Yun replied that he won very neatly and stylishly, and he just changed his bandage on the wound he got on receiving the dragon's sword. Hiran said that's right. They came to the very beginning of the fight and saw everything. There's no picking on him. Chung-han continued that his opponent was good. He was incredibly strong and used a huge sword that was as thick as his arm, and such a powerful steel rod was especially hard to penetrate, so he had to overstretch his shoulder. Ryuan wondered and asked, and what was he thinking just now? He's a sore cripple anyway. He only made it to the quarterfinals and he's already so injured. What's he going to do next? Y said he would clean up the waiting room. The wound is only slightly bleeding. But it doesn't matter, he'll just use his left hand. Ryuan answered him to do what he wants. And they'll go eat some delicious food at Uncle's expense. Let him take them to some delicious place and as an aid for the participants of the Festival of the Three Holy Masters. Hiran was surprised and thanked his brother. But Chung-han didn't like it and asked why the hell was he paying? Y said without hesitation that it didn't seem like the place needed cleaning, and offered to go together. Upon arriving at the establishment, the waiter was saying that those who made it to the quarterfinals would receive a 50% discount on the order amount of their 3 companions. But among them, even the famous teacher Flaming Blade is among them, and so they specifically added high-end wine for free. Are they ready for this? In return, everyone will be told about them later when they leave the restaurant. Ryuan was surprised and said they know how to do business here. It's delicious too. Chun-hong replied that it wasn't the best state house, but the food was great for the price. Hurin laughed too and said that it was indeed a famous place and the dishes looked appetizing. And since Brother Chan is paying, the taste seems even better. Chun-hong replied that the participants get a good discount, but Hurin and Yun they will have to pay him. Hiran said he had to dig in the ground to find the money, but he gave it all away as a bet. But as soon as he had money again, he would pay him back. Ryuan was surprised and told the guy that he didn't think he was such a cheapskate. When he placed the bet, he saw that he had quite a lot of money, just like a middle-aged man. Chung-han asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? He's from not the most famous clan, and he's only 25 years old. Where would he get the money from?" It was all money that people from his homeland had earned with their own sweat and blood, and like Ryuan said, Manhwa only drinks tea and eats like a bird because of his injury. But he eats like a bird, and he brought that drunkard to pay for it too. But no, why is there even a teacher sitting next to the academy's first years and drinking non-stop? Ryuan replied that he is the person they are making money off of, so as investors, they should take good care of him. This one thinks of him as a complicated alienated neighbor. Or he could later rip that amount off Yun since he goes to him for special training. Yun replied that no problem, he would answer for the teacher. Hurin was surprised and asked the guy, "Is he drunk already? He must have a bad tolerance for alcohol?" Yun said he's sober in the glass. They all drank the same, so why is he the one who's drunk? And asked Hiran why he had 4 nostrils. Chung-hong told Ryuan that now that they had both made it to the quarterfinals, it was going to get really tough. Out of 290 contestants, there are 32 left. And they're all strong, and among them are opponents he must observe and analyze. In the Holy Blade group, it is the renowned strongman Storm Blade Ha Yun Meng of the Divine Blade Gate. From the same blade group is the noble Blade Uep Song from Chiching School. He is prophesied to be the winner of the group. And from the Queen of Swords group, the Queen of Swords' favorite Ice Phoenix Na Yi Rin, and Snow Sword Maiden Kwang Seol Ji, the only daughter of one of the top 5 sword masters of the Ice Sword Teacher. And they bet on the Ice Phoenix, but you also need to keep an eye on the Snow Sword Maiden, who has inherited the Ice Sword ability, and is rapidly evolving. But the Flaming Blade got very angry and slammed his fist unexpectedly on the table. Ryuan told the guys to ignore it. Teachers are sometimes overwhelmed with emotion, and they'd better keep talking. And in general, It is necessary to keep an eye on this for, he asked. Changhong replied that it wasn't just for them. He hadn't forgotten the strongest finalist candidate in this festival of the Three Saint Masters Festival, had he? Ryuan replied that the third shining sword, whatever its name was in the Holy Sword group, so it would be beaten by Y. He bet over half his money on him, so he's not even going to watch the fight. Y said they were alumni of the same high school. Chunghan replied that since this was such a conversation, he hadn't asked that until now, but their money was at stake, so he had a question for him. If he goes up against the Ice Phoenix Rin in the finals, what will he do? He'll be able to fight with his personal feelings aside, right? Whether it was sound technique or some other stuff, he would be able to wound the Ice Phoenix, right? But Ryuan froze at this moment, and thought about what to answer. Yale was in the library at the time and said he had barely gotten the materials today, checked it out, and it turned out that Ho was right. And he looked at the statistics of the matches in the history of the Three Saint Masters Festival, and 60% of the time, the Junior Queen of Swords and the Junior New Hero compete in the finals. Ho replied that it's a pretty high probability. A Junior Holy Sword goes up against a Junior New Hero less than 30% of the time. The captain asked if there was any chance that the first match of the finals would be against the winner of the New Heroes group. Jiren said that yes, if a senior co-student came out as the winner of his group, there was a high probability that he would immediately be put into battle with the winner from the Sword Queen's group. But the student said that there is a Junior Sword Queen and a Junior Holy Sword practically can't meet in the finals. Ho responded that there is an issue of weapon compatibility. The mindset of the audience also has an impact. Yell said that unlike a typical sword fight, a sword fight against another weapon looks more spectacular, and the result is not as predictable. And the only exception is when a young new hero engages in combat with a young holy blade, when the former uses a sword and the latter a semblance of it. The captain continued that in addition, in the battle of a young sword queen against a young sword saint, he had never heard of a queen winning. Jiren replied that she couldn't deny that either. But there had been times when the Queen of Swords had prevailed over a young holy blade or a young new hero. But the apprentice said that if things go as they expect, the older co-student will become a young new hero and fight against Ice Phoenix Rin or the third shining sword Shionhyun, and even more likely to come out against the Ice Phoenix. Sam entered the conversation and asked, "Are they serious? Does the older fellow student really like the Ice Phoenix?" Huck was frightened and started yelling at him not to say that. Such a devil can't have a heart. Jiren said that this is so in reality, he's out of his mind. But if the older co-ed does have a heart, his mistress has already been determined. Ho replied the same thing that was true. The senior co-disciple would never be able to use his ruthless techniques and simple beating against the Ice Phoenix. And in the end, if she's in his heart, the mere encounter with the Ice Phoenix jeopardizes the senior co-ed's victory. And there's a 60% chance of that happening. At the table, Ryuan started to get indignant and asked why he should fight the young lady Na. Much less injure her? It's disgusting. And it looks like Uncle has lived a hard life. Chunong asked, was he going to lose to her? What kind of joke is this when their fortune is at stake? How will he pay them back then? But Huron thought about it, and said that Brother Ryuan was right. He was digging up the ground to get a single silver piece. Yoon at this point started yelling that Ryuan was the only traitor. They had bet a lot of money. He said he would provide them with a luxurious life. Ryuan told them to calm down, and asked why everyone was so excited. Is unwillingness to fight and hurt the same as losing? Shouldn't we make the fight elegant? Then you won't have to hurt anyone. If he shows a little more strength, the Heavenly Warrior Academy will disappear. That's enough proof, right? But this time in his thoughts, young Lady Rin answered him that he is the true winner. And she truly recognizes his level of strength. Ryuan said that somehow it would be like that. All it would take was to get young Lady Na to recognize his abilities. The next morning, Thunder flew to Mrs. Rin and brought her a letter from Ryuan. Nain saw it, and said the falcon flew in again. This time he asked her to watch the fight. Rin replied that yes, she was. Since it's not a fight to get out of the new heroes group, it's not worth watching. Nain asked, wondering if it was still a good idea. Even if this funny kid made it to the finals, he might still do something interesting in the process. And Seol seemed to have taken a liking to him. During the battles, he never once displayed the skills, martial arts, or weapons of his school, and that's probably because he's never once felt the need to do so. And she's waiting for that moment when the whirling sword appears and he has to show his true colors. Nain thought, is that guy really that cool? So much so that even her sister couldn't see his real face? Seol showed up to the fight again and thanked her sister. And the quarterfinals start from today, so tickets are paid. But it's going to be an unpredictable and stupid fight, so don't let her think it's a waste of money. Nain asked with surprise, a silly fight? Seol replied that the gentleman with disheveled hair would meet his worst enemy today. She had been told about it by Mr. Hirin and the old man of the first year. Hirin suddenly said that Ryuan was in trouble today. Their money might be in danger. Chung-han replied that because sound or knockback techniques wouldn't work against the enemy. The opponent entered the arena and said that he was a disciple of the Buddha, and his name was Il Gong. Chung-han at this said that the Red Falcon Gate, so-called Buddhist school that is influenced by Shaolin. They study the iron fist of 8 steps and the drunken gait of a horse with an iron head and arms. Hirin wondered if his martial arts would allow him to survive a blow from Qin Thunder, and he wonders, why does he start with the rider's pose? Isn't it complicated? And the name of the school sounds like the name of the Red Falcon's team. The Red Falcon commander at this moment knew that Il Gong he was on friendly terms with the White Tiger team. Ho also wanted to support Il Gong very much at this moment, and wishes him to brace himself. Gon told his opponent that his cruel tricks would not help him. He would quickly finish with him and raise a bowl of congratulatory drink. Ryuan asked him, is he about alcohol? Is he definitely a monk from the Red Falcon enemy? Or is he a monk that likes snake wine, and it doesn't seem like it would be much respectful to socialize with such a monk? Ryuan pointed his hand at him and told him to attack. Gon didn't stand still and immediately started attacking. He used his foot attack, for it was very easy and the best attack option for a monk. But Ryuan didn't even bother to dodge and just set his hands to repel his attack and see what he could do. But Ryuan was starting to get annoyed, and taking his tool he swung around and smacked the monk on the head. Gon shouted that it was unbelievable. This guy's tool didn't break. And it turns out it's a tricky weapon. Ryuan asked him, is that what he was telling him? The monk must have been disappointed in life and called him a hard-headed sheep. Hirin said that this monk was cool. He even withstood the Thunder Qin strike. But Chamhong said that this is not just a monk, but a Buddhist monk. A real monk can't come in here because of moral issues. And anyway, if he continues like this, he will definitely crack the Qin. Gon said it wouldn't be easy this time. Ryuan replied to him that he was still here? And maybe he'd better not do it. Gon still didn't stop and used both fists to punch the tool. But the blow was so strong that his hands were covered in blood. Gon stepped back a distance, and said he used an 8-step iron fist and his hand was cut. Changhong at this moment shouted that it was impossible, and suggested that he proceed slowly, but Hirin said he was glad it was over. But maybe learning the horse's drunken gait made him all brain-dead? He doesn't understand why the monk keeps throwing himself at the Thunder Qin. Seol was quite upset at this point and asked, it wouldn't end with a light cut after all? The gentleman with the disheveled hair had an annoying opponent, but Nain was surprised and wondered who the annoying enemy was. He can't even touch the edge of his enemy's clothes. People have flocked here to see Ryuan's tricks, but everyone, including that old rookie, is rooting for the monk. But Ryuan remembered Sabu's words as he told him that he would still meet a guy with skin as hard as a shell. The world is full of them. And he just had to put more spiritual energy into his attack. Ryuan wondered and asked, and why did his words come to mind in such a situation? And since such a dance, he already knew the answer, there was no point in going back. Hirin asks at this point, what is Ryuan doing with the Thunder Qin? And it seems to him that he is putting spiritual energy into the sound. Chamhong also said that it looks like it, and what a bullshit day it is. But Wai replied that it's the Chi Mecha, no Chi Qin. Changhong thought that most masters just use stabbing weapons like swords or blades that could form the Chi of a sword or the Chi of a blade. But Qin thundered, you can't play it without cutting yourself on the strings. Gong decided to try out his attacks again, and shouted that this was the end. But Ryuan wasn't even intimidated by this, and with a swing of his Qin he hit his opponent's head. The latter didn't even have time to touch him. But he didn't stop there, and continued to beat him with tools. And on the last blow he hit so that Gong flew into the sky and fell on the stands. Ho looked at it, and said it looked kind of creepy, but he didn't seem to be dead. The captain asked if everyone was okay. Sam was surprised too and said he didn't realize there was a young lady behind them. Ju replied that she was fine. And she can't be not fine. On the contrary, she is very much fine. The referee said that in this bloodthirsty and difficult battle, Ryuan was the winner. And he goes to the semi-finals of the new heroes group. In the office for the gatherings of the community of 8, Makwu said that at this Three Saint Masters festival, their community of 8 was definitely leading the Queen Sword group, and it's as if the others are too tense. In the Holy Sword group, where the third Shining Sword is involved, the seventh Divine Sword exerts all its strength, and in the Holy Blade group, they are the strongest, but with the appearance of Song from the Qingqing school, things became more complicated. Jean didn't like it and told the guy not to laugh. And he asked, since when did Qingqing school specialize in blades? Ju replied that the Quzhong community had tried especially hard this time. Nevertheless, at the festival of the Three Holy Masters, it was the the descendants of the 9 great factions, that could not be underestimated. After all, those who protected the Murim from the bloody apocalypse are their Sunbei from the community of 8. Wu said that they, too, could not relinquish the privileges that the winner from each group received. And things like elixir, artifacts, and honors are passed on, but the 9 great factions can't pass on the opportunity to receive a valuable lesson from the 3 heavenly warriors. And today they're going to watch Sona fight and strategize for Ming. Is she going with them? Ju replied that the 2 of them would go together. She will take a look at the battle in the new heroes group. Winning in that group, not the Holy Sword, Holy Blade, or Queen of Swords groups, is most important. Jean asks why is YG Cheon suddenly participating specifically in the new hero group. Why is he in the standings? Makwu said that just like he said, there are 3 talents in the 9 great factions that can oppose YG Cheon. But according to the standings, they will fight amongst themselves first, and only one of them with YG Cheon. Jia said that she believed that the strongest would survive and handle the whirling sword. She had never met 2 such talents, except for Tan Mun Cheon from the Tang clan in Sichuan, and that's why he's very eager to see them fight today. After the fight, Ryuan met with her and Chunghan asked him what he kept spinning his head around after the fight was over. Ryuan replied that he felt like someone couldn't take their eyes off him, and most likely it's not a man, but it's too bad he can't accept those feelings. Hiran told the guy that luckily he wouldn't have to say no to anyone. Chunghan turned around and asked, did he think those girls were looking at him? But in fact, the girls said that Mr. Moan doesn't even look back. He's so unapproachable and handsome. Chunghan said those were harsh words, but he too overcame his anger. One should think of it as payment for a stupid misunderstanding. And if he beat those maidens, he would be eliminated from the tournament. Ryuan asked, is that what he thinks of him? It's true that the students lack insight, but they just don't want to find out his true identity and follow him. He's not interested in them either, and the look that bothers him is more insistent and heavy. It's filled with passion and agony. Yun wondered if Ryuan had sensed it right. If it wasn't a man, could it be someone from the Seventh Sword fan club? She may not like the fact that he's befriending him, or she may be planning to take him hostage to lure the 7th Divine Sword. Hiran asked, if it's like that, isn't it fun? But if it was a groupie, wouldn't Moan Y be the first to notice it? Y replied that they could be anywhere. But today he didn't feel such a dangerous stare on him. Ryuan said he didn't know how, but he would go and check it out for himself. And that way he'd be calmer. At this time in the forest, Hiran asked Brother Changhong, should they definitely do this? Ryuan has a private life too. So why are they peeking? Chunghan replied that of course. He wasn't just their lovable fool now. All risks that affect their money must be eliminated, and all they have to do is watch. Why did he even bother? Hiran replied, looking amused, and asked his brother if he was too good at this sort of thing. Hiran realized that if Brother Chan was analyzing things like this, maybe Brother Chan was from the gambling house. Or maybe he's his comrade from the same place he's from. Chunghan replied that after drinking the wrong medicine as a child, his life force had decreased, so he was good at tracking. And where did Ryuan intend to go? And if he wants to meet the young lady who's stalking him, he just needs to get away to a secluded, deserted place. And the distance these two, non-existent to the academy, seemed to have traveled, Hiran said sure. It was lucky that at least here he stopped for a while. If some young lady has been following Ruin all this time, she's crazy. He thought so, but that girl had indeed appeared. Moreover, they had definitely seen her at the opening ceremony of the Three Saint Masters Festival. Shanyan was disappointed and thought she was a pain in the ass. Who else would have the guts to go after their fool for so long? And the precious daughter of the Heavenly Warrior Academy Principal Pengharin. And he's afraid about the tab, their fool has done something to her, Ryuan said, finally showing her face. And she turned out to be unexpectedly shy. Ju got really angry and withdrew his sword and yelled at him to shut up. And asked him if he remembered what had happened that night. Ryuan replied with a familiar expression. This place, even though it looks empty, there's no need to shout. What if a passing uncle hears her and thinks the wrong thing? Ju responded that he was being cheeky. And that night he hid in her bedroom and saw her body. And he grabbed her so shamelessly. And how dare he touch her while she couldn't move? Did he think she couldn't find him because he was wearing a mask that day? Ju couldn't help herself and attacked him. But Ryuan stopped and told her, first of all, she was fully clothed. Secondly, she was swinging her sword at all. I mean, he left in blood. And she keeps talking about that day. Ju asked him how dare he call her that. Ryuan replied that he couldn't remember her name. So how should he address her? Anyway, apologizing once again for accidentally walking into her room that day, Hiran said at this point that he was afraid he had done something dirty to her. And they're talking about those days at the Purity Pavilion, and judging by the fact that he gave her such an unusual nickname like Squeeze, they're pretty close. Is Ryuan going to marry her now? Chunghan asks, is that possible? I mean, she says she's going to ruin his life. He realized that from what he'd heard, he'd entered the room by mistake and nothing had happened. Ju told him he was lying. He goes to the Sky Warrior Academy, and he can't remember her name? Does he think she'll believe that? And you thought you could get away with one apology? And now the bastard's gonna die. But Ryuan was not confused and grabbed her sword again. Ju said he was a pervert. What was he grabbing his wrist for? Ryuan asked. If he let go, she would hit, right? Besides, he really doesn't remember. It's not like she introduced herself to him. So why does she think he should remember her name? The girl replied, who in the Heavenly Warrior Academy might not know her, Steel Stud Pingju. Her maternal grandfather is a great holy blade and her father is the Academy's headmaster. Ryuan replied that it was her grandfather and father who was great and famous, not her. And he didn't think she needed to know. Maybe she just wanted him to pay attention to her. Ju asked who wants his attention? That's not true, you crazy pervert. Did he think if he didn't threaten her honor, she'd pretend it wasn't him? Ryuan told Miss Peng not to go into details. Didn't she hear him say to the uncle passing by? Ju replied that she didn't need his nasty concern. Chunghan thought, and realized that he had noticed that they were watching him. And what kind of threats were we talking about? What did he see there? Ryuan said he didn't understand. Was what he had seen so great a flaw of hers that she would want to kill him? Ju asked him what he was carrying by using the voice transmission technique. Ryuan replied that no. Well, shouldn't she be proud of such an amazing body that not every warrior has? Also, with his current situation, even if he told, no one would believe him. Ju was surprised and asked, what? Ryuan replied that even now she was spending her energy on compression worrying about other people's gazes, so it was hard for her to demonstrate her own power and kill him. And her original appearance isn't bad. So what's the point of all this? Ju asked with surprise. Not bad? What is he talking about? She started suddenly waving her fists and screaming that it's not true. And she doesn't believe him. Chunghan said they're using a voice transmission technique. What are they talking about? There's no lust for killing. Hiran asked him if he thought so. Ryuan started to run away and shouted that there was no harm in dreaming. In this state, it would last forever. Anyway, he said what he wanted to say. So he should deflect. Hiran asked, should they go after him now? Somehow he doesn't feel much like it. Chunghan replied that they would leave them and go eat. Chunghan understood that when a woman swinging a sword blushed, it was a dangerous sign. First the precious daughter of the head of the alliance, now the daughter of the director. How was he supposed to report this? The head at this time said that he would go and support his little girl. But what would happen if he caught a glimpse of her fighting? But wouldn't that seem like pressure for his daughter to be awarded the victory? Namgung replied that yes, it was show. Therefore, the deputy head of the alliance, whose son is involved, did not come either. The head said his wife could go and see then, but she herself had asked not to. And what about him going? Doesn't he want to see San and Sang-san? And at the same time, he'd paint his daughter's battle scene in detail. Namgung replied that it would only be a burden. Besides, his children are not participating this time. He will ask the head of the Shadowless squad to make as colorful a report as possible. The head said that since it's the semifinals now, the battle for the Queen of Swords exit group is coming up, and he can't even see his daughter in action. And what if she took offense that she was lonely without family support? Namgung replied that she was worried about such a thing. After all, it is a long tradition of the Heavenly Alliance not to attend the festival of the Three Holy Masters. The head said no. I mean, she looks just like him. And does he know how lonely his little blood child will be? But on the other side of the country, a guy asked Sheol-un what he was doing here. Yun replied that he came because he had something to say about the next fight, and his rival is the elder Ryuan, and he knows him well. The guy laughed and asked, "Is this worthwhile information?" Yen replied that yes, this is very important information. And what does he think about using poison in the next fight? The guy replied that he wasn't sure, but what did Yen think about it? Yen replied that he thinks he'll use it. And then he'll regret it. The guy got a laugh and said that if he didn't kill his opponent with deadly poison, he wasn't breaking the rules. So what's he got to be sorry about? Yen replied that on the contrary, that was the problem. In this world, there are opponents who, if not killed instantly, are better off not being touched at all, and immediately remembered his teacher saying that they wouldn't die from them. But he was scared and shouted that they were poisonous. They are a trio of green blood snakes. They are sometimes found in Sichuan. The disciple also said at that moment that if she and Tang San were bitten, they would be fine. But the others might be in danger, and a trio of green blood snakes always move in a cube. And if they are bitten 3 or more times, it will be difficult to neutralize the poison. But the teacher took the snake in his hands and asked the boys, "What is this nonsense? They're all studying martial arts. So what if they get bitten a couple times by creatures without legs and wings? Even if it's snake venom, they have to use spiritual energy." The teacher asked the students at the time of the snake bite, "What is so scary about this small snake anyway?" And when he was little, he was bitten by an immuti the size of a house and thicker than a person. The disciples were greatly surprised and asked, "Immugi? And why does he continue to just stand there?" The teacher asked in response, "What's the big deal? You just have to catch them all. And tonight's dinner is healthy and tasty snake meat." The teacher took the needles and destroyed all the snakes, and ordered the others to boil half of them and fry half of them, and their gall bladders will need to be collected separately and made into an infusion. And then drink 1 bowl every 3 days. Yen was surprised and asked, "This garbage?" The disciple said, "Although not lethal, it is still a poison." He and Tang San would be fine because they had undergone family poison resistance training. The teacher asked in response, "Doesn't that mean that the others should develop good resistance as well? How long would people like them live if they were sent away? Let them chew and swallow everything. If everything is digested, the spiritual energy will only increase." And realized that the older fellow student was Sabu's best disciple that he was so smug about. If the poison really wasn't lethal, it would be nothing to him. Yen said that poison, which wouldn't kill him, would only make him more aggressive. So no poison. And in fact, the best way to get out without wounds is to surrender quickly. This advice he gives him after much deliberation, as a cousin and blood relative from the Tang clan in Sichuan. The guy laughed and said that when he asked about the information, he didn't think he would be talking such nonsense. The guy said that since he was a little kid, everyone thought he was a slacker. And his brains must have melted when he became a member of the Red Falcons team. He attacked immediately with coins in his hand and said that they say money is the best medicine. Yen noticed that they were copper coins. And it's also a whirlpool of 4 rings that is used as a boomerang. He immediately went on the defense and started dodging attacks. But somehow everything seemed slow to him. But he realized it's not like that. He's the one who's so fast. And it can't be. Un told the guy that he gratefully accepts his medicine. And let Brother Mu Chion next time use gold or silver coins. Chion started yelling that he always ended up getting beaten, didn't he? But how did he suddenly grow up? Yen replied that they were almost the same age, so it made sense that his skills weren't as terrible now. Let him not worry about the little things, he better need to think about the advice he gave him. Because of the bloodline and in the name of family honor, he warns one last time. If he fights him using poisonous techniques, he will meet a sad fate. Chion shouted after him that he was a jerk. He can't wait to see how much that guy matches his story. The next day, Ryuan came out to fight his opponent Chion. They looked at each other, and didn't say anything. Seol asked the guys, "Why are these two just standing there? Mr. Drum Chin won't use the sound technique today or something strange?" Hiran replied that he did, and it seemed to be a request from a senior member of the Red Falcons team, to make the opponent as welcome as possible. But Changhong said this request, although he personally heard it, he still can't believe it. Why does a young lady from the Tang clan dislike her blood relatives so much? Suddenly, Ju asked, were they really about the Tang clan's madam asking for something? But why would she ask for a blood relative? Very interesting. She realized that if she thought about it, this time all those nasty individuals from the Red Falcons team had come to watch the fight again. The Red Falcon disciple also wondered at this moment, why was the head of the 8 community looking at them like that? And at this time was telling the girl that the case was crappy. That idiot, their brother, was going to use poison. Is she sure about that? The girl asked him, can he see? If not, would he put on such a show? But if he uses poison, he's dead. I wish he hadn't touched him. Chion tells the guy that he's done for. And he's standing there with his eyes wide open, not understanding why he didn't attack right away. Doesn't he know who's standing in front of him? Chion realized that this upstart Chiao Lun had come to warn him. But something doesn't add up. He can use neutralization instead of poison. Ryuan said that overall, he didn't like hearing about him. And there were too many words. But at night, the apprentice met with him and said that for her and her brother's sake, could Ryuan deal with him in the least vile way possible? So that it wouldn't be so shameful to their family. Ryuan asked, what kind of useless request is that? He's always trying to finish a fight with dignity. That's why he uses a really cool sound technique. Ryuan said that anyway, to make a long story short, he's mentally retarded for using poison. And he thinks he's seen enough. And let him leave the arena quietly. Chion got angry and told him how funny he was. Even though he's holding up well, it's hard to move. He's bluffing. And at this moment, he's already used 3 kinds of poison. The opponent said he would count to 3 and start, and thought that the effects of the soul-mixing poison would probably be the first to show up, and the guy will behave obscenely, showing all his nasty nature. But if the poison of impatience kicks in before he gets naughty, then he would perform the sound technique with his ass, showing all his beauty. And that's the price for looking at him like a club while he emitted a formless poison without color or smell. And in the third, he's going to lose in the worst way. And lastly, he saved the 3rd muscle-destroying poison. Suddenly Chion looked over and was surprised that nothing was coming out, and asked the guy why he was still okay. Ryuan asked him in response, was he doing anything? Did he really think something cool would come out of such worthless poison? Or was that what he'd been aiming for all along? Ryuan used his powers against his opponent, and said he would help him, and would give him a chance to make things right. Chion was surprised and angry. He shouted that it was impossible. He mixed and tested everything with his own hands. Chion attacked with his rope, but suddenly everything changed at that moment, and his weapon shattered. Ryuan said that anyway, how could he use poison on an innocent person? Ryuan took his tool in his hands at the moment of the attack from his opponent, and punched right at his stomach. And he asked that maybe it would be better to stop using his hands altogether. Chion couldn't even dodge this strong and fast attack, and received injuries to his body. Chion suddenly fell to the ground and started screaming in pain. Suddenly, his hand began to be covered with dark colors. Yen and her sister were also surprised and couldn't believe that this was how the fight ended. But the referee took responsibility, and said that the fight was over in an emergency. And it was Ruin who won this time, and will be determined after a decision on possible disqualification is made. At the meeting, the guy said that he thought they helped Dai Jinpe by both getting kicked out of the New Heroes group. And if it goes like this, then YG Chion will win the New Heroes group without a fight. He wanted revenge so badly that he doesn't even know whether to congratulate him or sympathize. Hyung said it would be a bit of a shame if Ryuan was eliminated, Nevertheless, it is good news. The guy replied that it was still unknown what the judges would decide. What he had done to a member of the Tang clan was on purpose or by accident. And could this Ryuan have done it on purpose? In the community meeting room of 8, Jean shouted that this was really too much. It wasn't like he had killed his opponent and crippled him on purpose. So what's the problem? Is that he can't use the gold core anymore? Would the judges really believe that a nameless rookie from a little-known school could do such a thing to Tang Mongchom? Wu replied that this newcomer had hurt a lot of people during the special introductory ceremony, and now with a direct hit to the golden core of a Tang clan member, he had rendered him so incapacitated that he had lost the ability to control poisons. Wu turned to the head and said that he had seen it in person. But how was it? It was said that it would be possible to recover the golden core to some extent later on. But he didn't quite understand why he wouldn't be able to use poisons for the rest of his life. Ju replied that that fight was also watched by Tan Chulun and Tan Moon Hai from the Red Falcons team. Yen became very angry and shouted that is it ruined for the rest of his life, poisons. Hai told him he was a moron and told him to shut up. Ju said she heard strange words and asked what Tan Chulun wanted to say next. Considering Tang Yun's condition at that moment, she thinks something in the body broke down that controls the poison. So now he won't be able to resist poisons for the rest of his life, she thinks somehow. It was highly likely that Ryuan had done it intentionally. It must have been aimed not at the golden core from the start, but at just such a place. Wu replied that then she meant that the unique acupuncture point of the Tang clan of Sichuan that controls resistance to poisons had been destroyed, and Tang Mongchul had poisoned himself with the poison that he himself had used. Jean replied that no, if it was the acupuncture points next to the golden poison, then it was Chiua, but it was the anterior meridians, not the posterior midline meridians. How would he even know where the point was? What was responsible for controlling poison resistance in the Tang clan of Sichuan? And does he even have the strength to do such a thing? Ju said he did. I'm sure he's got it all figured out. This way, Ryuan won't be disqualified. He's mean, but he's not sneaky. He's crazy, but he's not stupid. Did the captain ask his men what Chion had gone when he tried to poison Ryuan? Ho said, it turns out that because the acupuncture point unique to the Tang family that is responsible for poison resistance and poison attacks is destroyed, he will never be able to use poison again. Yen replied that it was correct. He can't go into details because it's a secret of their martial arts, but in general, it's like this. Yen asked his sister, why was she squinting at him like that? It's not like he didn't tell the exact location of the poison acupuncture point. He just explained it. Hai replied that he was a dumbass, and had already babbled too much. Everyone had already seen where that damn Moon Chion had been hit. What if the rumor of it spreads? It would be fatal for their family. Yen said that hitting the Chi Hai point, or the golden core, is also fatal. He didn't say that it was hidden in the crotch point, and the intersection of the anterior midline meridian passing through Sherman and the poison meridian. Hai said they were using the voice transmission technique. Why else would he open his mouth? Does he turn toward her? Shouldn't he also raise a banner? The girl turned to Hehe and said that she thought for some reason the two of them were fighting using voice transmission. If it's about leaking classified information, she may not worry. Yale answered the same thing, which is correct. And so it's pretty hard to figure out what happened. And even if you guess by accident, there's no one to tell about it. Hak also said it was fine. What kind of crazy person would rant against the Tang family, which is known for paying friends double and enemies tenfold? And if anyone yaps, he'll organize a gang of beggars and tell them first. And he even asked the guy if he'd heard? Yoon replied that yes, even though he can hear, he doesn't know anything. But a person like him might misunderstand. That's right. He's definitely wrong. The disciple said that even if they only guessed but didn't know for sure, how did Senior Ryuan do that? It turns out he did it by accident? Jiren replied that he wouldn't be disqualified then, because he hadn't intentionally deprived his opponent of martial arts. Hai says that nothing can be certain until the verdict is in. An old man from their family could help them figure it out, but he'll probably side with Chion. Yun also replied that his shirt is closer to his body. Many adults will side with Moon Chion since they are not aware of his character. Suddenly, Hai remembered and told Yun that there seemed to be a student with a wrinkled face among his friends. Immediately after the fight ended, He came up to her asking about it, and she did not go into details, just said that Cheon did use a dangerous poison. It seemed to her that that student immediately rushed to the judges. Yoon was surprised and asked, Chung Hong? Director Su said that the poison he uses for stomach pain and as an aphrodisiac. But this is too much. It's the Cheon child who crossed the line. But the guy replied that it's not just a dangerous poison. At first, symptoms like mild paralysis appear and it seems like the person will soon recover. But after half an hour, detoxification becomes more complicated. It is a secret and vile poison that slowly and painfully makes a man a cripple as his muscles and bones harden over time. And if they hadn't found the antidote in his clothes, things would have been sad. Perhaps he himself had planned to cripple his opponent during this fight. Su said that it appeared that if the poison was not neutralized immediately after the fight, the effects would be irreversible. He was probably immune to the poison himself, and this had just been revealed in an emergency meeting, so he must have also heard what diagnosis the poisonous healer Yu of the Tang family had given this child. Dr. Yu said that Cheon did use poison, but now he is half crippled himself. He can't elaborate on the Tang clan's martial arts mechanism. Su thought for a moment, and replied that Ryuan ended up making Cheon a cripple in the end. So, what does the guy think? The guy replied that if Cheon hadn't used poison, his golden core wouldn't have been damaged, and he wouldn't have been crippled. Direct descendants of the Tang clan create and train what is called a poison acupuncture point. Poison seeps through it, so it must collect somewhere in the crotch point at the intersection, and it was the anterior midline and poison meridian. It was the one that was destroyed by Ryuan's strike. If the poison point wasn't completely destroyed but only injured, it could be repaired. But now Cheon's body was affected by the poisons he had used. Su replied that what he fought for was what he got, but two questions remain. How did Ryuan manage to stay unharmed when the poison was so strong? And did he know that hitting that spot would cripple Cheon? The boy replied that though Ryuan was generally ignorant of martial arts, he was immune to most poisons. But given Ryuan's intelligence and inhuman instincts at the usual time, he probably instinctively identified a vital point and hit it on purpose. The guy suddenly asked, Is it wrong to hit a person that you plan to cripple? Everyone realizes that if you hit a person in the neck or heart, the person will die, yet it is allowed to use swords. But why couldn't Ryuan hit the acupuncture point? Su replied that's how the guy thinks. The boy replied that he was just curious. If Ryuan was the son of a famous family, or a disciple of the 9 great factions, would the result of today's fight come into question? Su said that what he meant was that the fight was fair, and the problem was that a low-origin disciple had crippled a person from the Tang clan. Ryuan is a disciple with a low origin. For the current Heavenly Warrior Academy, this is an important problem. But how dare a person of such low origin take the first place during the opening ceremony, and even get this far during the 3 Saint Masters Festival? And how can he be so straightforward and not follow etiquette? Ryuan's too much of a goofball. He's only lasted all this time because he has a flaming blade behind him. And a sudden fallen stone stirred up the water, making the tadpoles, who thought their lake was the sea, doubt it. When he can't get rid of standing water by breaking the river to the sea, the first thing to do is to remove the rock. But this child was very lucky, and it's not only the flaming blade that protects him, but also him. Fortunately, the accident only happened to a distant relative of the Tang clan's Sichuan clan. So even the noble sword stepped in. The guy realized at this moment, and remembered all the moments, and thought that this was very different from how he behaved with Manhwa the other day. Su said that it looks like thanks to him, Ryuan will be able to get away with it this time. And from what he heard, the 3rd prince had gotten very close to him, even bet on him to win in the master evaluation community. And he is eager to find out who the head of the bestiary has bet on, for there is not a single master whose secrets he does not know. The boy replied that it was true that Ryuan's skills were good, as was the fact that he got along well with the 3rd prince. Su laughed and told the guy that since everything was as he said, if the stone that fell into the lake was useful, shouldn't it be worth picking it up? The next day, the audience started cheering and shouting that here was Ryuan's dignity. And this is how fights should be. Ryuan got a laugh too and asked, Didn't everyone know this was going to happen? It's only natural. Hiran told Ryuan that if anyone looked, they would think he was the one who won. Then why shouldn't he join them? Ryuan asked in response, Why would he want to join that bunch of jerks who are fanatical about Miss Rin? They're on completely different levels with them. Hirin wondered if there was a difference between him and the spectators. After all, he had come here to watch Ms. Rin fight without waiting for the verdict on his own fight. Ryuan asked the guy, what was he talking about? They had only come to see her from afar, but he had come to meet her. But suddenly a stranger comes up and starts saying that it's nonsense. And he doesn't think she'll meet someone like him, and someone who is about to be disqualified for such cruel and cowardly behavior is no way to be with her. Ryuan asked, who else is he? Making himself look like a know-it-all? And I think he had seen his face before. The guy asked him, had he forgotten him, Weiji Chion, the master of the Whirlwind Blade and the head of the Ice Phoenix Guard? And he even participated in the Three Saint Masters Festival to take revenge on him. If he was disqualified from the festival before their meeting, he would never forgive him. But suddenly someone started laughing and told the guy that he might not worry. But people suddenly started shouting that a noble sword had come. Noble Sword said that the two of them will meet in the finals. Ryuan wasn't disqualified, so let him show his best in the final fight with Ji Chong. The Noble Sword began to tell him that he had no lack of talent when he was young, especially compared to others. That was why he, a disciple of the Wudang school, was called the Holy Sword. And the elders of the 9 great factions had high hopes for him. But because of Mon Jong Chion, his friend and rival that pushed him to tragedy, and the horrible monster from Mount Inishin, he fell into the abyss. With the help of closed training, he had gone through a great awakening and had straightened out many masters, but it was too late, and true growth is only possible when fighting strong enemies. If he wasn't satisfied with classical training, and wanted to taste the power of the swords of strong enemies, if he preferred not an awkward friendship, but a battle with those who had left him far behind, becoming a trio of holy masters, and maybe he would have lived a completely different life. But that didn't happen. It is a harsh but glorious opportunity for a brash young man who is constrained by the guise of a friend, and for his sake and for his growth, he personally organized and set up everything. A group of new heroes is a battle scene with representatives of various martial arts, and a great opportunity for training and growth to approach and even overtake the likes of Holy Sword. And of course that's what got him to the final group of new heroes. If he found out how much he cared for him, he'd probably be very surprised and wouldn't find room for embarrassment. But he doesn't really need words of appreciation. He should just strive to reach his maximum. Ryuan suddenly apologized and asked the old man, did he tell him that? The Noble Sword replied that it was correct. Though he was apparently surprised to hear good news from him. And let him not forget, he is now a proud finalist of the New Heroes group and can confidently compete and beat anyone. But Chion was greatly surprised that the Noble Sword, which is like a guardian for the Kajong community, supports some scum from a nameless school more than him. Ryuan introduced himself and asked, then it turns out that high school student Chion also made it to the finals? His name is Ji Chion. It's kind of hard to remember a name like that. Chion introduced differently, and said that his name was like that. And how dare he speak so brazenly in the presence of a great noble sword? Ryuan was surprised and replied that he thought he was called Ji Chion because he's always falling to the ground. Either way, he's glad that the guy has improved so much that he made it to the finals. And he thinks the guy was pretty upset that day. And he hopes he turned his depression on with something tasty. Chion was surprised and told him he was an arrogant asshole. Ryuan replied that he doesn't know how great that old man is. But is the shit he's shitting out the same great? And why does he think it's rude for someone to be rude to him? Isn't the fact that he can't learn someone else's name more rude? The Noble Sword started laughing and Chion said, what kind of sophistry is that? Ryuan replied that the man he was waiting for would be coming soon. So the last time he spoke his name was Ryuan. Nain at this time was telling her sister that even though it was a matter of course, she congratulated her. The next battle is the finals of the Queen of Swords group. Rin was surprised and thanked. Suddenly Seal said that Mr. Drum Chin is coming here. And it looks like he's coming to congratulate her too. Ryuan walked over and turned to young Lady Rin and said that he congratulated the Queen of Swords group for making it to the finals. And it looks like they will meet in the arena soon. Chion looked at the whole thing and thought he was an idiot. And Ryuan probably thinks that if he hits on her like that, she'll recognize him as a rival. But the Noble Sword realized otherwise, that he was one of those who fell in love with the daughter of the head of the alliance. And children of low origin are always attracted to a luxurious shell. And they flock to it, forgetting discretion, Rin replied, thanking her for her suspicions. And then he wouldn't be disqualified? Ryuan replied naturally, and judges aren't idiots. From the beginning, the inspection was just the result of a mistake. And he thinks they got a speck of dust in their eye during the fight. Rin said that it turns out they both made it to the finals. Nain thought at that moment, what the hell is he talking about? And why would her sister seriously consider him a rival? Ryuan answered her that was correct. And suddenly remembering asked, how about watching his final fight? He would send her invitations by thunder. Rin replied that was fine and she would look forward to it. And let him do his best. Ryuan suddenly wondered, what if he did his best, would he be least qualified again? Chion heard the whole thing and thought, what the hell is this nonsense? She's never been interested in men. Why did she accept his invitation and expect him to do his best? But then he'd have to show her how awful he was. But the noble sword saw all this and thought what a rude child. And it was a pity he didn't have the chance to initially train him from the very basics. But he wasn't wrong. Noble sword went to the headmaster and said that this time the winners of the finals would be determined, and after the Holy Master trio would be busy again. And so he worries about the young hero from the group of new heroes getting suspended again. Su replied that the young heroes have to wait for their training in any case, because the Holy Sword trains the finalist of the Holy Sword group, the Holy Blade of the winner of the Holy Blade group, and the Sword Queen of the descendant of her group. But asked, isn't the fact that for a kid in a group of new heroes, the fact that he or she can personally ask someone for a lesson a huge advantage? After all, he could choose not only one of the 3 holy masters, but any other Murim elder. The noble sword laughed and replied that in principle yes, but most don't dare to approach anyone and just wait to be chosen. Su suddenly said, sometimes that's really what happens. If the noble sword has an idea about young heroes, he would love to hear it. The noble sword replied that if there was a child in that situation this time, he could take care of him and teach him some lessons. If it was fate, he could learn more too. Su asked him, so would he personally take him up on it? Ryuan and Chion just made it to the final group of new heroes, curious which candidate he had in mind. The noble sword replied that in any case the child that would become entitled to his lessons, and needed instruction, would have no other dealings with him. He realized that unlike those who grew up in the 9 great factions or families, this child, like the spores of a dandelion, he would easily absorb new knowledge. And to deal with the newfound holy sword, he's going to have a lot to learn. Nain suddenly said that this striking chin attracted the gazes of everyone around. Even the noble sword was interested in it. But since she was also interested in it, maybe she wanted to check something? Rin replied that yes, she did. She thinks during the whirlwind sword fight, he will show his martial arts. Suddenly Sol met Mr. Hirin, and said they had just met his disheveled friend. Hirin replied that that was how it was. Of course it was surprising, because he had come along with him from the beginning. But the noble sword came, then he went to greet young Lady Na, and then he forgot about him altogether, leaving him alone and disappeared. And it's as if he doesn't exist. Sol suddenly laughed and said, doesn't he exist? And it turns out she had just made a discovery. Though perhaps the disheveled gentleman couldn't see it because of his bangs. Hirin thought it was funny, too, and said it was possible. But he thinks he was even lucky that it was her who noticed him. Hirin came home in the evening and standing in front of the door asked Changhong if he was home. Suddenly, he thought, there didn't seem to be anyone there, a chance to look inside once. Hirin tried to open the door, but he couldn't get it open. He thought it was strange, because the door was locked from the inside. Suddenly, from inside, Chunghan asked who the hard luck had brought. Hirin thought it was strange. No one was there, but it was locked from the inside. Chunghan slowly opened the door and told his brother it was him. And asked why he had to break down the miserable door? He would have just called out. Hirin laughed and replied that he hadn't seen him at dinner and had come to check on him, but the lock was gone, and it seemed no one was inside either. He thought that Shanyan had either wandered off, forgetting to lock the door, or something had happened inside. Chunhong said it was nothing like that. He was just tired and fell asleep like a dead man. And yes, what happened? Did their fool get into trouble again? Hirin replied that no, he just heard during dinner that someone went to Ryuan's room. And it was kind of like a high school student named Dan Mok-woo from the community of 8. In the room, Wu said that all the disciples who were not related to the 9 great factions were essentially members of the communities of the 8. Therefore, he would also receive their support, and he congratulates them on reaching the finals of the Young Masters Tournament. Since they are members of their community, there is no need to be shy. Let them take pills, medicinal collections as aid, and he would be glad to have them join the elders of their community this time. The head asks to be told that they are taking particularly good care of them, and they are not forcing them in any way, they just want to help them through finals. We replied that he would refuse to accept food or anything that outsiders provide, and even without anyone else's request, he'll show in the finale everything he can do. Ryuan asked if they only give that to them, or do the disciples from the 9 great factions who made it to the finals also receive such a thing? Wu replied that Meng, who had made it to the finals of the Holy Blade group, received similar help, but the barmaids Anrin and Kwang Seolji, who reached the finals of the Queen of Swords group, will not receive any, as both are part of the 9 great factions. Ryuan gave a surprised look and said that it was a service provided only to those who fought the disciples of the 9 great factions. He took it in his hands and asked, "Is this expensive stuff? What about flavor and effect?" He wouldn't take it without quality assurance, and he'll refrain from the pill if it's crappy and the flavor sucks. Wu said he doesn't know the exact price, but he doesn't have to worry about the quality. This precious pill is called the fragrant pill because it tastes and smells great. Ryuan replied that since that's the case, he takes it. Why takes it too? We immediately said no, as he said he doesn't accept food or things from strangers. Ryuan was surprised and replied that what a pedant he was, he would just give it to him. If he gives it to him, he can clean his zone with 1 cleaning ticket. Wai thought about it and said he would take it too. Wu also got excited and said that they were both in the finals. The next morning, the referee said that the Young Masters finals were about to begin. Ryuan entered the arena and said that he was about to see what the effects of these pills were. After that, the boys went to their elder uncle's house. Chung-han looked at it and asked, "Is that a perfumed pill?" "And they say it was given to them by the head of the community of 8? Ryuan asked, wondering what was wrong. Had they been lied to? If that was the case, he would be greatly disappointed. Wai also said that it was probably either poison or dope. But Hirin said that if it wasn't for kidnapping Wai from the men's dormitory, then it was poison aimed at Ryuan. Hirin asked his brother, "Isn't that dangerous?" Chang-hung replied that a lie is a lie, but there are nuances. So just in case, he tasted it. It's not a fragrant pill, but a golden pill. It is similar to the fragrant pill, but much more valuable. Ryuan said that very strange business. Maybe they got it mixed up. How much more expensive is it? Chung-han replied that the fragrant pill is also expensive, but this one is 5 times more expensive. They couldn't be confused, passing on such value to the two of them, and thinks the reason is because of him. Hirin told his brother that if it was given by the head of the 8 community, isn't that young lady Steel Stud Pengharin? But if that's the case, why would Mon Wai give it to her too? Chung-han replied that he didn't know. Anyway, is he going to eat both of them? If eating both within a short period of time won't double the effect, maybe he'll give it to Wai. Ryuan asked, why would that be? He was a little worried because it was an expensive medicine. But he had already figured out where to put it. Chung-han told him to stop and asked, was he really going to give the gift of a steel stud to the Ice Phoenix? Better let him eat both of them himself. He doesn't need to do that. Hirin also told him that he didn't need to do that. Ryuan asked why they were talking about Lady Rin so suddenly. She fights just fine without such things. So why would he waste his investment? The guys asked with surprise. Capital investment? What is he even talking about at a time like this? A guy came to the forest at night and said that he was the noble Blade Uep Song. And he came here after receiving a note from an unknown girl. And he's already here. Let them muster up the courage to come out. He was a little hesitant at first, not knowing their true intentions. After all, tomorrow was the finals of the Holy Blade group. But their courage touched him deeply. And he came. And he realized that he was a finalist for the Holy Blade group. Who could harm him? And if he was beaten, the opponent would automatically be eliminated too, and he's 80 to 90% no, even 100% sure that he's finally going to have a sweetheart. The dream suddenly turned around and said, "Really a young lady?" But in a moment, he realized that it was very bad. Sleep wondered and thought, who are these guys? And what's that shitty taste in his mouth? And then he realized it was a trap and it was poison. Hurin did an altered voice and said it was good for the body but had to be sucked up and swallowed. And popped the pill into his mouth. And he's probably wondering who they are and why they're doing this to him. But he won't say anything. Sleep didn't understand and thought that they decided to play a joke on him so that he couldn't go to the fight. And he would definitely understand them. But a changed voice also issued from behind the tree and told his men to tell him he was wrong. Ryuan said that instead of focusing on preparing for battle, he coveted love and came here. They are disappointed and concerned. And he couldn't even tell if it was a girl or a fake, even though he was only covered by a scrap of cloth. Yun didn't understand it, and thought that his brother had said that he should just deliver the note to the enemy without uttering a word, covered by the cape. Was he trying to squeeze him for the girl? Sleep thought, is it really a man? What nonsense is this? A graceful body and dear eyes with a twinkle, so shy, no matter how you look at it, this is a girl. Yun didn't understand how this happened, he just covered his mouth and nose with a cape and he was mistaken for a girl? But what is it that he can't see well? Ryuan said they were generous. So today he'll get off with a light warning and a little help. Now let him swallow the medicine. Hurin shoved the medicine in, and said it was expensive, so let him be careful. Sung realized that they had made him swallow it, but he didn't want to. Hurin said afterward that his big brothers would help him swallow and internalize everything without a trace. And is he ready to win tomorrow's fight? Sleep tried to resist them, and told them not to do it. And he even called them perverts. But walking into the arena with the team, Hurin told his brother that yes, he was looking forward to it. But he thought it would be more comfortable to watch from the front seats. Changhong asked, what other front seats are there? Starting with the group finals, the price for seating becomes quite a bit. So standing seats are the best option if you don't have an invitation card. Yun also came over and said that it was surprising that Manhwa didn't come. Although the Holy Sword group finals are tomorrow, he must be preparing. Hurin replied that it was much simpler than that. Someone standing nearby told him not to come to watch the finals, but Ryuan suddenly asked, what did he have to do with it? He locked himself in his room to do a general cleaning. He's going to clean half of it, or the flying flies will give him a heart attack. Chunghun asked, wondering if he'd given him the leftovers. They had only used some of it, after all. Ryuan replied that no, he was the kind of guy who climbed up on his own, and the man they'd seen last night had burned himself on his gullibility, but it was a matter of justice. Hurin tells Ryuan that he's probably the only one who talks like that about justice issues. Though of course he agrees with their and Brother Chan's opinions. Chunghun asked, then the remaining percentages and another pill he would eat himself? Ryuan replied that no one knows and the fight has already started. The referee said that the opponents in the final match of the Holy Blade group, Storm Blade Yunmeng from the Gate of the Divine Blade, will come out to fight, and the Noble Blade Song from Qingqing School. One of the elders said that the entire 3 Holy Master Saints, the Academy Headmaster, and his deputy would be evaluating, but Ju also said that the finals of the Holy Blade group was starting. Shik at this moment said that the Qingqing School's blade art, today, he would finally see their kind of blade art traces of pure flow. And also the kid from their Gate of Divine Blade Art will definitely make it through. But San replied that she didn't know that the judge's chair is a place to show personal audience sympathy. It should be selfless and incorruptible. Shik said he was just a little amused. No need to worry, he'll keep an open mind. Immediately the whistle blew, and the fight began. Sung immediately went on the defensive and deflected the first blow. He suddenly felt his strength surging over the edge. And it had been flowing since last night. And that fucking poison, was it really a miracle elixir? And he realized that mysterious young lady with dear eyes. And he doesn't know her true intentions, but he will definitely win and find her. Song didn't give up after that and made the strongest attack and knocked his opponent's sword off his hands. And the judge said that the noble sword Sung had won. Chunghung said afterward, this time the young Saint Blade Saint from Qingqing. Yun also turned and shouted that Song had won so coolly. Hurin clapped too and said great. They can rest easy about their money. Chung-han immediately told the fool that it was up to him, and why now? And asked if Wai would come to support him during the fight. Ryuan replied that only if he finished cleaning. To this misophobe, cleaning the room is much more important. At this time, Wai sat in his room after a difficult cleaning, and then proceeded to treat his wounds. But looking out the window, the judge at that moment said that the next fight was the final of the new heroes group. Chion's whirlwind sword will come out to fight, and his strong and ruthless opponent will be the striking Chin by Ryuan from an unknown school. The guy said that the student who wins this battle will immediately receive the privileges of a young new hero. In particular, the right to choose a mentor, and it's a chance to ask for guidance from one of the 3 holy masters or white shadow elders present today. The boy asked the girl, wasn't she curious? Whose instruction do the 2 disciples standing in the arena wish to receive? Ju thought at this point what he was doing, before the match even started. But though she wondered about that too. The whirling sword was clear, but about that stupid colt. In fact, he's such a cheapskate that he won't be blabbing about it left and right. And he doesn't use a blade, so he's unlikely to want guidance from her grandfather. Suda said to each of the students to say who they would choose. Chion decided to be the first to speak and said that he would always follow the way of the sword and only him. How could anyone ask him such a question? People started shouting that the vortex sword was so awesome. Changhong said at this point that he meant that he could only learn from the greatest sword master. Hurin backed up and replied, meaning holy sword or noble sword. Suddenly, Yun saw something and shouted for the guy to come over here. Chunghan saw why and said that he came just in time. Hirin replied that it was Ryuan's turn to answer. Whose guidance will he receive if he becomes a young new hero? After all, the whirling sword here chose his grandfather, or the noble sword. Ryuan asked the guy what he was asking. Who does he want to learn from when he wins? The guy answered him that was correct. Ju said he might put the great elders and mentors in a difficult position by his request. It would be better to tell him face to face. She thought he was just crazy. And thought, is he really going to name the person he's going to choose as teacher? But he'd have to get out of it somehow. If he got it wrong, everyone would be talking about his choice. She prayed at that moment that he wouldn't speak. Ju said it was better to weigh everything and answer later. And let him be careful and polite. Ryuan said that actually he didn't really agonize over the choice because there was only one person he wanted to learn from. But he would take note. People started shouting that he was really the striking Chin from the rumors. Wasn't he getting too heated? If he calls out a name and gets rejected, how will he bear the shame? The captain of the Red Falcons asked his friend who the senior co-ed wants to choose. Ho replied that he didn't know either. Considering what martial arts he uses, it's unlikely to be someone from the 3 holy masters. Shik suddenly started laughing and said what a funny guy. And asked the holy sword who he thought he was talking about. The holy sword replied that from the looks of it, sound technique was not his main focus. And he's probably hiding true martial arts. Would they go after observing for a while? But noble sword knew this child likes to swing his fists. So he won't choose them. Maybe he wants to learn the essence of the Yuden sect from him. Teacher Ran was also greatly frightened and thought, what would she do if he chose her out of all the elders and masters? She asked, and what would happen if that happened? Hadn't she laid his foundations for using sound techniques? The guy told him that since he was so steadfast, it would be a good idea to shed some light on the man. But what does Rian himself think? Shouldn't we ask him for guidance right now? Ji Chion thought his opponent was a runt, and waited for him to open his rude mouth. And when he crushed him, he would be even more embarrassed. Ryuan said the person whose guidance he wanted to receive and looked with all his eyes at Rin. Seol noticed this and asked if he wasn't looking at Rin's sister right now. Ryuan said that, as he had just been advised, he would think it over and answer later. People said they thought he was just staring in the direction of the audience. But I think he saw someone. Flaming Blade thought he was an idiot, and realized he was staring at the Ice Phoenix. And this demon, he's seriously going to ask for guidance from this girl? Hirin said to Brother Changhong that he had suddenly imagined it, but it couldn't be, could it? Chunhong replied that yes, it couldn't be. And he hoped he wouldn't say anything stupid. After all, one word and it will be the signal for the Alliance to kill him. And so let him just call the Queen of Swords. Ji Chion immediately realized who he was looking at and thought, how dare Ryuan shoot his eyes there? And now he doesn't care about the young new hero's title. He can't let him leave alive. Ryuin asked, now would they start the battle? He had prepared a special tune for today. The guy heard such words and said okay, and then the fight would begin. Ryuin thought about it, and replied that it was okay to play now, and he feels like he's got a tough opponent, so he can play well. And he started playing right away. Ji-cheon didn't like this and yelled that on his cheap play this battle would not be fought. Ji-cheon came very close with his sword to Ryuin's body, but he dodged and stepped back. Ryuin dodged the attacks and said that it looked like there was time after all, and began his tune. Hirin noticed and said that Ryuin was provoking him on purpose, and that high school student, judging by the bloodthirsty energy emanating from him, intends to finish Ryuin off. Chunghan replied that it was a natural reaction to meeting such a jerk. He gets like that sometimes, too. Ji-cheon tried various ways to reach his opponent, but Ryuin dodged every time. Gui said that this striking Chin is an outstanding disciple. Today, he showed off her teachings in all their glory. Ran replied that no, she didn't teach him such a thing. He had reached this level on his own. Shik suddenly said that contrary to expectation he has a good base. What an interesting kid. Seol was also visibly cheering and shouted that today's match was especially brutal. Let them look at the face of the whirling sword. Doesn't he look like he's going to tear Mr. Shaggy like a dog? Ji-cheon picked the perfect moment for himself and gathering all the power in his sword released it straight at him. The viewer was saying that this lust for killing, is Cheon really going to fight to the death? This is not the level of swordsmanship a freshman can handle. The neighbor replied that probably that Ryuin boy was bluffing, so his life would soon be in danger. Shouldn't we stop the contest right now? Flaming Blade suddenly asked, whose life would be in danger? Is it be Ryuin? But he wasn't the one to worry about, and let the snowman not worry, and they better just watch how the match ends. The snowman replied that since Fireblade was so sure then they would watch. Snowman noticed that the guy looked pretty strong. And why did he only want to become the apprentice of this arrogant and dirty jerk? He doesn't understand the connection between them. The noble sword began to laugh and said that it looked like the elders had finally made a wise decision, and it remains to be seen which side really needs to stop the fighting. Su replied that either was correct. The noble sword said that water sharpens stone. Now even Ji-cheon is realizing that little by little. Ji-cheon couldn't get him and saw that this guy was very slippery. And just killing him is obviously not enough. But why is he so dizzy? And his heart feels like it's about to jump out. It's just a curse. Ji-cheon kept repeating to himself that he had to kill Ryuin. Where did he even get that tune from? The guy in the arena said that this tune sings the stanza and countenance of the beauty that dances easily and freely on the stage. He knows that sound technique. And it sounds like he wants someone to hear it, and that Ji-cheon is such an idiot. Nothing would make the head of the Ice Phoenix security squad as angry as if he played that song for her. Hyung replied that for sure. He was already definitely ticked off. Ji-cheon told himself that he had to kill him quickly. He should kill him once and for all. And how dare that guy flirt with her with that song? But Ryuin didn't stop and just sang Rin's song. Ji-cheon couldn't get close to him and make him not sing, but got distracted for a moment and wondered where he was looking. But taking a good look he realized that Ryuin was singing that song to Rin and only had eyes for her. Rin suddenly remembered her childhood, when Ryuin had said that he hoped she wasn't going to jump from there anymore. But although the weather is sunny, for her own safety it would be better to use the door to get out. Rin apologized at that moment for disturbing his rehearsal. And it's just that the song he used is as beautiful as he is. Ryuin thought, and jumped to the window and said then how about a personal appearance, for her safety today? Rin apologized again and replied that she couldn't go out, and was annoying him probably. Ryuin said that in such cases, instead of sorry, she should say thank you and not worry. He wasn't bored with her, and it wasn't free. And this song is famous because it was written by a great poet in honor of the incomparable beauty of the palace to which he was invited by the king. It was handed down by word of mouth until it took its present form. And he'd like to arrange one of the verses, maybe she'd share her impressions afterward. Rin was surprised and asked, she? Ryuin immediately replied that yes, he did. It's the payment for his performance today. Here's the song itself. Ryuin wasn't shy and sang her a song saying that this was the first verse. Here's the second verse, which he's still struggling with. And after finishing the second verse, she realized she was introducing herself as a girl and said that for her beauties who will have to dress up to win. He thinks because of those words people will like her song even more. Rin replied that she thinks the beauty from the song is owned by. Ryuan said with surprise that he thinks she'll be much prettier in the future. Anyway, he's still bothered by the first part of verse 2, and the way he performed it before was not bad. But it seems like this one would be more sensual. If instead of the charm of red peony, it's about the scent of mystical vixen in the dew. Will she listen to it once? Rin in the arena realized it was the same part, or it's different, she thought. And it's graceful and elegant melody, and Un Bai's clean but beautiful melody. Though the nuances of the performance are different, but he changed the melody, and this part of the verse as well as she did. Rin thought to herself, did Un Bai really teach him? She pictured her image in front of her eyes and didn't understand what was going on here. Nain saw her sister's lich and asked, did something happen? Why did she get up so abruptly? Rin replied that no, nothing. Just remembered something. Seol suddenly said that now both participants in the fight were looking over here. And the whirling sword. Ji Cheon was very upset and asked why her gaze was directed at this guy. And suddenly started spitting blood and was out of breath. Ryuan suddenly said that this was the end of the show. People said it was impossible, and Cheon threw up blood. He had really been defeated by the sound technique. Flaming Blade also watched and knew that it would turn out like this. That nasty bastard is really strong, Hiran asked at this point. What do you get? Ryuan finally got a proper sound technique. But Chunhong thought, why did he have a feeling as if the amount of overtime would only increase from now on? Teacher Ji also said that the sound technique seemed to have changed the direction of the energy flow in Cheon's body. Ran replied that is correct. It's called soul movement. A fearful thing that gives joy to some and kills some with grief. And the melody, filled with spiritual energy, penetrates the gaps of the heart, and bears the soul. The boyfriend told the principal's daughter that she didn't look well. Ju replied that yes, it's fine. It's the head of the Kajong community who should be feeling bad right now. And this time, the young new hero will be a talent from the community of 8. And it's a student named Ryuan. And now he's finished. Cheon became completely uncontrollable and attacked, shouting that he was finished. But Ryuan immediately used technique and repelled the attack. Ryuan asked him with a smile, that's how it is? And then let him listen as a gift, his latest tune. Ryuan did not pity him anymore and applied the hidden meaning of the thunder-smashing sword. After that, the head of the chasing winds of clouds and rolling thunder followed, and finally left the river of light and thunder. Cheon was suddenly very surprised, for a butterfly appeared in front of his eyes and was in the net. After looking at it for a long time, suddenly everything changed, and the butterfly net in front of his eyes turned into lightning. Cheon was completely annihilated, and even his body parts were very injured, for the lightning strike was very strong. After that, Cheon went down on his knees and was left without strength. He realized that he wouldn't be able to overpower this guy. The noble sword also didn't expect such a turn and jumped up abruptly afterwards. He wondered if these martial arts, Director Su asked, is something wrong? That's what he understood. He broke the string and it ran like a thin sword that couldn't be followed. This is the first time he's encountered something like this. The noble sword replied that no, it was nothing like that. He had just forgotten himself for a moment. These martial arts reminded him of the old days. Su said, judging from the way he was surprised, it must have been an unpleasant memory. The noble sword realized that it was just an unpleasant memory. But in fact it was the opposite. It was so horrible that he would not want to ever remember it. But you can't teach that to a kid this young. And maybe he was just imagining things. But he could definitely be wrong. The servant asked suddenly to the great mentor, is there a problem? The snowman was very angry and couldn't contain his emotions. Flaming Blade said no, that's impossible. It can't be him. He's definitely different. Snowman asked, is he his son? Could he be sure if he had different roots? Flaming Blade replied that it was impossible to say for sure yet. Let him not jump to conclusions. He realized he could only say that the string had broken. He couldn't really see anything else. And with the snowman's powers, he certainly couldn't see anything at all. Flaming Blade said he had to check. All the people were asking what just happened. And why did the whirling sword fall down? He was told they didn't know. Was it the sound technique? Or did he use poison? And it looks like he used the killing aura to ascend the chain, or was it just a string breaking? The student said she saw the string break, and then everything disappeared. What did she see? Jiren replied that yes, she only saw half of it too. The captain also said that he knew so, and so knew the older co-ed was tough. But they would be even more careful with him from now on. Ho replied that he did. He used to think that if he got angry, he would use his fists and feet. But now he knows that something else invisible may be waiting for him. Hirin said that Ryuan won, but everyone is making such a big fuss and the referee's decision hasn't been made yet. Maybe they didn't get a good look at it. Changhong replied that he didn't know. But what about the 3 holy masters or the noble sword? But most of the warriors here didn't discern anything, he thought. He doesn't have the same level of martial arts and look, but even he's in the middle of missing everything. Still, one thing he knows for sure. It is a technique of spinning 3 strings like lightning bolts that the opponent cannot notice. The strings hover in the air and are not visible to the naked eye. This is not something that can come out by accident. And it's definitely him coming close to the limit of murderous martial arts. Hirin said suddenly. The referee finally came out and the result came out. Changhong only thought, is this really the real martial arts of their fool? The judge came out and said that the winner in the group of new heroes becomes discipled by Ryuan. The guy said that's great. The community of 8 has gotten a real talent from a group of new heroes in their hands. Though it looks like it's not easy for the rest of us to accept. At this time, Ju was thinking, where was the man who was most eager for his victory looking at him? And with such a disgruntled face. But who is Ryuan using the voice transmission technique on right now? And using her gaze she realized he was looking at Rin. Ju just remained silent after that and turned to Ryuan's apprentice, and said that he might have something to say after winning the group of new heroes. And for example, whose guidance would he like to receive? Ryuan remembered and said that she was just in time. And could he ask that person for consent right now? The guy was surprised after that and thought, had Ryuan just sent a message to the Ice Phoenix using the voice transmission technique? Ju said that yes, he could do that. Ryuan smiled and replied that the person whose instruction he wanted to receive was Ice Phoenix Lady Rin. All the people were surprised and asked, is he crazy? I mean, he's got a chance. But no, the Ice Phoenix is one of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes after all. Why not someone from the 3 holy masters or the noble sword? Ju told him that she understood everything. And it's Lady Ice Phoenix Rin. Is she really going to agree? Rin replied that she wasn't in a position to dare to mentor someone. But she wouldn't refuse a challenge from Ryuan's apprentice. People started to get outraged and shouted that it was absurd. But why an Ice Phoenix? And there was no need for her to agree. And doesn't that mean she's going to kill the Strike Chin? Tonight at the Cleanliness Pavilion, Sun said it was fine if it went that way. But from today onwards, without her permission, she is forbidden to use the Ice Jade Sword, and especially in front of this guy. She must never reveal her abilities. Ryuan started to address Miss Rin through voice transmission at night, and said that it was a bit noisy around, so he used the voice transmission technique. And could Madame Rin hear him well? The girl was surprised at such clear hearing at such a distance. Ryuan said, judging by the look on her face, she could hear. Guy thanked her for coming to tonight's fight. And because of that, he was able to win more efficiently, and asked her if she remembered the promise they had made the other day. If he triumphed in the group of new heroes, he would not have to answer her questions, and if he won in the finals, then Miss Rin would have to answer his questions. Rin suddenly didn't answer anything and listened only to him, but she said she already had some of her questions answered. He's her junior or senior co-ed, she thought, and she actually knows who he is. But the question she really wants to know, but it's not going to be easy to get an answer anyway. And in fact their connection is probably a secret, which is why he keeps denying its existence. Ryuan suddenly said that if she didn't mind, could he openly ask her to give him guidance? This was something like a sort of condition of their contract. In the event that before the end of the 3 Saint Masters Festival, he loses even one fight, this condition will be nullified. And how does she feel about such an offer? Though of course, he doesn't think such a thing could happen. Rin thought about how she should give him instruction. And judging by his skills, it was unlikely he really wanted to learn anything from her. But there's a good chance that they'll face him in the finals of the 3 Saint Masters Festival. So why would he want to openly ask about mentorship? Ryuan said that in return, he too would answer all her questions honestly, if possible. And he would answer everything he could. Afterward at the Purity Pavilion, Rin had said that was why she had responded by agreeing to his request for guidance. And to see if he had any clues to the location of someone dear to her. San replied that it was fine if it was as she said. However, from today onwards, she is not allowed to use the ice jade sword without her permission, and especially in front of this guy. She must never reveal her abilities. San suddenly asked her, why was she looking like that? Could it be that she had already shown him the essence of the ice jade sword? Rin replied that she didn't. She used the Elder's technique when she fought him during open combat, but she had never used the ice jade sword inherited from Sabu. However, if she couldn't use the sect's best technique, she probably couldn't defeat him. San said that it would even be better if she lost. In front of him, even if her life was in danger, there was no need to use the ice jade sword. San suddenly remembered and said that Rin had said earlier that she couldn't even read it with her eyes, right? Maybe she could say, has she ever seen people she couldn't read? This guy's gotten a lot farther than she has. Maybe he's close to total enlightenment. As it was, right now, she wouldn't be able to defeat him even using the ice jade sword. Yoon came to the guy's room in the evening and was saying that Y was really doing a general cleaning today, and Ryuan said that he would scrub everything so that you could eat off the floor, and he was right. We replied that it's nothing like that. This place is not perfectly sanitary. To be more precise, he would like it to be perfect, but it is impossible. And judging by the fact that not all people have a concept of what sanitation is, we need to include a subject related to it in a compulsory course for education. Yoon said it looked normal. Didn't it look clean? Y suddenly asked the guy why he came. Yoon replied that he came back as soon as he was done with the laundry, but he didn't find Ryuan and Brother Chan either. So he decided to look for them here, and at the same time to wish Ryuan good luck in tomorrow's battle. But Ryuan isn't here either. Y said that those two didn't come here. And Ryuan, admiring the night sky from the window, suddenly decided to go for a walk. Yoon replied that he thought everyone had snuck out again. And maybe they're meeting outside now? Hurin was on the property at the time, but he was wearing a mask. And he went to the tree and he stuck a nail in it, and turned around. Director Su said that considering the Alliance head's love for his daughter, it was not an easy situation. But for his part, he also has to protect Ryuan's apprentice, and in the current situation, it's a bit difficult. But what does the guy think? The guy replied that he was going to turn in the report, but was thinking of not handing it over to him separately. Su said that it means that the Alliance head still hasn't gotten word of today's incident. And it seems to him that the guy is also all pensive. The guy replied that he had nothing to think about, he was going to report everything as it was. And just to give a more accurate report, he needed to deal with the wounds received by the apprentice of the deputy head of the Alliance, and also analyze the martial arts of Ryuan's apprentice. He realized that he would be in a difficult position if it turned out that he was on the side of their fool who was like a snake. Su said correctly. Then is there any hope of saving Ryuan's student? It's about whether or not there's a way to save a child in this kind of trouble. For starters, Chion's wound, the deputy head of the Alliance will be extremely angry. But it can be explained by the fight. So that something can be done about him not being upset. But the far more complicated issue is that Ruin has disturbed the peace of mind of the Alliance chief's daughter. The guy replied that it wasn't that important. The head of the Alliance wasn't the kind of person who would kill a rookie who had just entered the Celestial Warrior Academy, though perhaps the danger would be related to the martial arts of Ryuan's apprentice. Su said that he knew he would pay attention to it too, and this was the first time he had seen such a martial art. To his shame, he couldn't get a good look at this child's martial technique, but he was sure of something. Over the past few years, he had seen countless students in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and there's no school with such a martial art on the light path. And asked the guy, did he happen to see the reaction of the Elder and the 3 Holy Masters? The kid replied that he keeps thinking about it. He doesn't know what secret is involved in this strange martial art, but it could be this kid's lifeline, and so he wants to borrow his knowledge and information. We need to find out what they can do to save this child. Ryuan was in the forest at this time, and upon meeting Flame Blade asked if he was serious. Blade replied that he was serious. That skill he used today against the milksop, let him use it on him. and maybe even kill him. Ryuan told him that he was walking in front of the dormitory looking so worried, like he needed to go to the bathroom, so he followed him, and it turned out that his youngest student had senile marasmus. Flaming Fist suddenly became angry and asked him where he was going. Ryuan turned around and asked how to where? To teach his student a lesson, and broke off a piece of wood. Flaming Blade asked him what he was even carrying. He said to use the same martial art as he did during the day. Ryuan thought for a moment, and replied that it wasn't senile dementia. He's just a fool in his own right. Can't he see he didn't bring the Thunder Chain with him? And a stick is the best medicine to restore a rabid dog's mental faculties, and it seems rather weak to guide him to the right path, doesn't it? Though he must be very ill to not recognize his cruel Saba. But will it be enough? He has his doubts. Flaming Blade replied that no. He should go back and get his chain. And let him not try to insult him. Originally and until now, he only had one Sabu. And why the hell is he even calling himself his Sabu and going to lecture? And it might even turn out to be an enemy of his Sabu. Does he think they will ever recognize him? Let him kill him. Ryuan said he didn't know what he was talking about again. But he knows one thing for sure, and today, he would definitely fulfill his wish. Flame Blade released his fire and immediately attacked with an attack. But suddenly he looked around and saw that the guy was gone. Ryuan used his speed and launched his attack. Ryuan looked that the Flaming Blade could do nothing to him, and called him a fool and decided to teach him today's lesson. Cheon was waiting in his room for a guest in the evening, and when the door opened, he said that the guest had arrived. And he doesn't look good. Cheon decided to be hospitable, and poured the guest tea and told him to take a mug. Shik said that if that boy fell into his hands, he would break his neck. How dare someone molest his favorite tender and shy granddaughter? And it had been so long since he'd seen Rin. Did he know what she was like? She was always asking him how his health was. He means before, when she saw him, she used to smile broadly, call him grandpa and ask him to teach her something. She was just a sweetheart, but she doesn't say anything so he doesn't worry. But I'm sure something bad has happened. His Ha-Ren, though smart and strong, is very shy and infinitely kind, and since the problem isn't with her studies, martial arts, or with her friends, then she's definitely got someone hitting on her, and if he just finds out who that bastard is, he's screwed. Cheon asked, and that's why he wants to ask him who it is? Shik laughed and asked, why would he ask such a snake-like underbelly? It's already clear that it's one of the students. Even if he knows, it's unlikely he'll tell him to protect him, but there are things he really should know. Though maybe he'd be wasting his time saying it. He'd heard, he pointed out the name of the school, either the School of Thunder or the School of Lightning. And the name itself is just Sabu. It usually means that the person just wants to hide information. He's definitely suspicious. Cheon said he was more than half sure that the fact that he didn't use his hands wasn't a clue. Shik was surprised and asked, no? Although that's what came to his mind when he saw everything, the more he thought, the more he saw the inconsistencies. Although the shape and flows are similar, the base is different. It's completely different from how he felt back then. If this guy had grown up under his oppression, at least a little bit of it would have rubbed off on him, and he thinks it's still worth watching him some more. After all, the kid he saw today was enrolled in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he asked that girl for guidance. Plus, I hear he and his grandson are roommates and friends. So he wouldn't mind him watching him, would he? But suddenly he remembered and asked, why shouldn't Cheon meet his grandson? Shouldn't he tell him everything and warn him? Cheon replied that Y was old enough to find his own way. If Y's wrong judgment made him angry, there would be no turning back, and his role is to protect and bless him, and support him when he asks. When he arrived home in the morning, Ryuan said that here we go again. Ryuan asked his neighbor if he was too squishy today. Should he meet with Uncle Hong and make a plan in case their investment was threatened? Y answered him not to worry for nothing. Besides, he seemed to need the bandages more than he did. Ryuan asked him, is that what he meant? It's not his blood, no need to worry. Just stained his clothes while catching a chicken. Y was surprised and asked him, had he been catching chicken all night? Ryuan replied that it was just one big, dumb chicken that suddenly started hitting and arguing with him in the middle of the night, so there was nothing left to do but grab her and teach her a lesson. Suddenly he turned to Y and said he was a cleanliness freak. He asked, Isn't there any way to quickly get rid of the blood on his clothes? Because the battle in the Queen of Swords group was about to begin. The next morning, the judge began to say that the battle in the Queen of Swords group would begin. The fight will be between Snow Sword Maiden Kwang Seol Ji and Ice Phoenix Na Yi Rin. Ryuan also came to the fight and said, "What a shame. The places are such a mess. Does this rabble have to draw attention to themselves like this?" Hirin also said, "Yes already. Isn't it strange that their attention is more on Ryuan right now?" Chung-han replied that for some reason he felt like he was looking at something he shouldn't be looking at. "Is that seriously how he wants attention?" Ryuan asked his uncle. Did he think so? Could it just be the result of several dramatic events overlapping each other? During the night, Wai had told the boy that the dirt was so ingrained that there was only one way to remove it quickly. Ryuan asked him what it was. Wei's immediate response was to burn it. The level of contamination is too high. For the sake of mental and physical health, the clothes would be worth throwing away. But if necessarily he wants to wear it, you will have to wash it 10 times to get it back to the average level of dirt. If you speed it up, you can invest in 5 days. Ryuan said that his mistake was that he was too presumptuous. Wai also told him that he had only had one set of dress and casual clothes from the beginning. He doesn't think the problem is the way he procrastinated with the laundry. Ryuan said, would it have been better if he had 20 pairs of snow-white new identical clothes like someone else? Hirin laughed and asked if Wai had lent him his clothes. Wai replied that he hadn't. He had never worn the suit. He wouldn't take it back either. Chung-han told him it was a good idea. It was better to throw it away than to wear it again and get some disease from their fool. Yun had not been distracted by this the whole time, and suddenly said that the fight was starting. But could he be wrong? But this is somehow too much to be called the Sword Queen's martial arts. Hirin replied that he didn't think Jun-ho was wrong either. It's very different from what he's seen before. Isn't that right, Ryuan? Ryuan suddenly didn't answer anything and just thought. But Chamhong on the contrary didn't understand. What kind of situation was this? Why would an Ice Phoenix use a sword technique? Rin attacked at this time, and used the Sword of White Soul and Heavenly Thunder. And used 100 Thunderfall colors. But Ji didn't even flinch and applied the Ice Spirit Guardian. The strength of both of them was so strong that everything around them trembled. Shik suddenly said that he knew he would see both of them having flower techniques today. But why did he feel like he would hear the angry roar of the head of the alliance? Chion replied that one of them decided to use floral techniques to avoid revealing her skills in front of the eyes of the uninvited guests. Doesn't she regret now that she restricted this girl's sword martial art? Sen replied that she couldn't say she had no regrets. But right now, keeping the secret is more important than winning. And even before that moment, she's been teaching her more than just secret techniques. She's sure Rin understands everything. Rin suddenly thought, and saw that it would be difficult to break through her ice shield. But she can't understand what's in her mentor's heart, but could feel what lurked behind her words over her head and look of excitement. Fear. Since it was inevitable, she would just do as she said. And show what she'd learned. Recalling a memory when she was practicing, her mentor suddenly approached her and asked her why she was doing this. What was the reason for picking up a sword? After all, wielding a sword always has one purpose. To pierce, to cut, to chop. It's either her or it's her, one of two things. The head of the alliance had also told her that she had said earlier that she wanted to hold a sword. From now on, he would pass on their family's knowledge and techniques to her at every opportunity. And today he will teach her the Sword of White Soul and Heavenly Thunder so that she can protect herself and stay on the right path. Rin said she couldn't protect herself, and ended up just watching someone dear to her die because of her. I watched and cried. Nevertheless, they promised each other that she would become the strongest man in the world and find her. And that's why she has to be strong too, so she can protect herself. She wants to keep that promise. And when they meet again, she wants to be the one who can protect her. Her mentor told her that in that case, she was already half trained in the art of the sword. Everything she would teach her in the future was already in her heart, and the power of the world's strongest man is needed to protect people's hearts and souls. All instruction is needed to learn how to control the heart and spirit. Rin realized that what she had learned so far was in her mentor's words. She shouldn't get attached to any sword technique. At this moment, rival Ju was also praying that she would dodge the attack. After all, she had applied the hidden meaning of the White Soul Sword and Heavenly Thunder, and the dance of thunder splitting the sky. Rin suddenly grabbed the sword and said that she was grateful, but she wasn't going to dodge, and applied the hidden meaning of the Ice Spirit Water Sword and the Ice Barrier. None of them were going to give up and kept trying to attack each other and bring out the strongest. People were surprised and said that these two were really scary. Yun also said that this attack was really creepy, and she fought back again. Hirin also said that yes, these two are really awesome. Isn't that right, Brother Chan? Chanhong replied that yes, that's right. He saw that no matter how he looked at it, she was only using the martial arts she had been taught by the head of the alliance. But it's not like she's using those techniques to her disadvantage. So why does she act this way? Ju said, a beautiful sword technique. But she thought it was time for another one. Why not use the crown one, she asked? Rin looked and replied that she couldn't use it without her mentor's permission. Ju said she was sorry and decided to try again. Even though there are restrictions hanging on her, she can't give in. And let Mrs. Na be careful. Rin replied that she had heard everything and she too would do her best. The influencers at this point said that they didn't think they would say this looking at the students, but they are great. The man also said that both of them were worthy of praise. The Ice Phoenix was the heir of the Sword Queen and head of the Alliance, and the Snow Sword Maiden had inherited the techniques of the Great Mentor, and a great mentor has nurtured such talent. He must be very proud of her. Snowman realized that she had a long way to go, and with her extraordinary abilities she's like her mother. She's got a good build and stamina. Sometimes she learns things on her own. She's been practicing with a wooden sword since she was 2 years old, not perfect, but pretty good. And if you look at it that way, her side is definitely far from ideal. Of course, in the current situation, she was blocking quite effectively. And coming up with something else would be difficult. But there are a lot of flaws in the defense. She still has a long way to go. Suddenly Ryuan spoke up and said an unexpected situation. It's already been 279 seconds. How long will it continue for? Suddenly, the referee came out and said that the Queen of Swords finals had been stopped, and the winner of the fight would be determined by the judges' decision. Everyone was surprised, and Yun said that the judges would decide who wins and who loses. Hurin also said that if you look at the actual martial arts abilities, the Ice Phoenix has the advantage. But judging this fight specifically, it's hard to determine the winner. Changhong replied that a battle is usually judged based on the abilities displayed in a particular battle. Therefore, for the sake of their stakes, one can only pray that the Ice Phoenix wins. Ryuan was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Judging from the match, there's a draw. Chunghan was surprised and asked what? Isn't he in favor of the Ice Phoenix? He should be the one supporting her the most, right? Ryuan replied, does supporting the lady mean he has to pray for her unconditional victory? Wai suddenly said that it looked like the judges had reached a verdict. On the judges' stands, a judge came up and said that in the opinion of the judges, the skills of both young ladies are as good as each other. And so, unfortunately, they declare a draw. But still, the appearance of the two phoenixes is a great fortune for the Heavenly Warrior Academy and a good fortune for the entire Murim. And he hopes they both become even more diligent. Ju said it was a good fight. And she will try even harder next time to see her special technique. Rin replied that she couldn't use it without her mentor's permission, but she did her best too. It was a good fight. At this time, Flaming Blade woke up to the screams in the arena, and said that they were done. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and asked the Flame Blade mentor if he was here. And he didn't come to the Battle of the Queen of Swords group. The other teachers had sent him to check on him. Flaming Blade was frightened and replied that there was no one here and let them leave. The stranger asked, but then what was his answer now? Flaming Blade replied that he was busy. And have them tell him that he's tired and will be resting for 2 to 3 days. This is infuriating. And also have them tell the others not to worry. Flame Blade leapt back and remembered Ryuan's words as he said he still had a lot of work to do. He made sure to spare his face and muscles. But he thought the lesson was enough this time. Flaming Blade thought, what other lesson is there to learn? This was just a beating. And with each blow, he was beating him. Ryuan knocked him out and asked if he understood now? Flaming Blade asked, and what did that mean? Ryuan replied that he's been teaching him wisdom since they first met, and he still hasn't noticed anything? When he's wrong about something, you have to identify the problem and fix it, and he means the earth. He's always clinging to it, trying to do something. But is there any other way to fight? If he can't fly, how long can he hustle on the bare ground? Flaming Blade thought, is that why he kicked his leg? Ryuan suddenly decided and said that he would tell him some things. The rest he would understand during his independent study. And now, they will start treating a student who doesn't even realize who his Sabu is and is talking nonsense forever. Flaming Blade took great offense, and realized that it didn't work out. But for some reason, it gave him chills when he remembered it. But most importantly, he was trying to find out if it was his school that killed his past Sabu. He can't go into details, but as far as he knows, it's just him and the old man at their school. But the old man wasn't the type to kill out of boredom. Though given his temper, it's not so impossible anymore. But then he doesn't understand something. Didn't he say that his original Sabu had died of illness after coming in injured by someone? Flaming Blade replied that he did. Ryuan asked then why the hell was he looking at him as an enemy of the people? Maybe he was sparring, or was he guilty of something himself? It's not like his Sabu said he was offended and wanted revenge. So on what basis does he conclude that the guy is bad and he has to take revenge on him? Flaming Blade replied that his Sabu was never at fault or wrong about anything. Now how could he say such a thing without even knowing the man? His Sabu couldn't be like that, but he's in so much pain, he can't even think straight. And even his Sabu never hit him like that. How did that devil grow up like that? At this time in the woods, the host said he felt like spring was slowly coming, but Sabu wouldn't get up the whole time and just drank. The bearer said then he would be on his way. And if he needed anything, he could always tell him. Sabu suddenly asked, what was it about the journey? The bearer asked with surprise, what kind of traveling? Was he talking about the special clause in the contract about an annual trip of 15 days to the Sichuan region? Sabu replied that was correct. Not using the money would be a waste. That's an obnoxious boy. Bearer said that is correct. They will sign a comfort agreement with him for this year, and he will set everything up. But on the other side of the city a servant came to his master and said that the request of the third prince had just been received. It was sent 2 to 3 days ago. Through the 9 Emergency Communications Center at the Sky Warrior Academy. The man in charge took the letter and said it was interesting. He thought he was going to be the one asking the questions. But it turned out to be the other way around. He was being asked to conduct an undercover investigation. The man in charge said what his name Ryuan means. But he even wondered how notable a person he was. Let the mercenary quietly find out about him. The mercenary replied that yes, he would do his best to secretly find out everything about him. The next day, everyone was surprised and shouted in fear. Everyone was greatly worried about their 7th divine sword. Ryuan watched the fight too and said how rude. So he had been yelling at him like that since last night because he went crazy and wanted to die. The night before, Changhong had said that this was what he expected the schedule to be like. As the battle and the Queen of Swords group ended in a draw, the young Saint Blade would be the noble Blade's son, who would automatically win the finals of his group. And based on the results of tomorrow's Boenwi fight, the two of them will face off in the semi-finals 3 days later. Hiran laughed and said that so far, their affairs in the master appraisal community had been going smoothly. Fortunately, everyone agreed to recognize both the Ice Phoenix and Snow Sword Maiden as winners. Yun also said that he was lucky, except how the two of them would fight is a bit dangerous. Changhong asked him if he wouldn't use his strange sound technique against Manhwa. When they would fight, one could just pretend, right? Ryuan asked. What was wrong with his sound technique? Who knows, maybe it would cure his misophobia. In any case, that would only be possible if he wins tomorrow's fight. His shoulder still seems a little weak. Wai said that his concept of hygiene is in line with common sense. And no need to worry, he won't have any problems in tomorrow's match. Hiran replied that they believe him of course, but his opponent tomorrow is not so easy, and the wound still hasn't healed. Changhin said correctly. Third Shining Sword Hyung is the strongest of the 9 dragons in the Kajong community, if you don't count their head. He has the highest ranking among the participants of this Triple Holy Masters Festival. Rumor has it that very few have seen him use all 3 of his swords. Since the opponent is at the level of the head of the Kajong community, even he isn't sure. Yun said that since they didn't bet on the 3rd Shining Sword but on the 7th Divine Sword, That means Y is much stronger, right? Ryuan replied that he was just backing him up because he was sure he wouldn't want to kneel on the courts. But who knew that would happen to his shoulder? Hurin said he was just following Brother Chan's example. He's good at this sort of thing, isn't he? Chung-hung replied that if you thought of it that way, he tended to give in to his emotions at critical moments. Besides, the coefficient from winning Hyung's third shining sword was very low. At this point, it threatens their major investment. They didn't think he just believed in Y? Hurin replied that then all their plans could go down the drain. And so life took its toll, and it was fun. Chung-han said no, they can't give up. Just like Ryuan said, Y has strong will and motivation. So they should help and support him, Ryuan said correctly. And won't Y's clothes get dirty when he kneels down? If he loses his money, who knows, suddenly he'll briefly lose his temper and start messing around on his bed and climbing into his closet? Hirin replied to him that it didn't sound like cheering. Suddenly, Y said that while he's in the room getting ready for the match, he's asking everyone to come out. Ryuan said during the fight that he even managed to kick Rinrin out of the room. But they think he's okay now? Let them see, he's bleeding. Hirin told Ryuan that he thought Y was doing a good job. Chung-han replied the same thing, which is true, and to be a first year, and already be at the level of the third shining sword, he sees it too, after all. Though Hyung's third shining sword is one of the main candidates for victory, Y hasn't retreated once since the fight began. Hirin also said yes and asked if that was possible for a freshman just entering. Chung-hong replied that it was possible for a 20-year-old young man of the old school. But now the newcomers aren't the same. So the battle between these two is not easy at all. Hirin listened to all the news and said that this is how it is. Even their exchange of greetings was like a fierce fight. Hyung said that the energy of his sword had rightfully received its fame. Today they will fight without equipment. And he thinks that's what his sword wants. Y replied that he knew very well that he had the same sword. And he would do his best today. Chung-hong said that in any case, the fight between them will be fierce, because they can't give in to each other. And even from the audience seats, you can read from their faces what they are thinking. Hirin replied that this time especially Y. On the card are the promise made to the noble sword, the glorious name of his grandfather the holy sword, and the money bet. And what's more, his bed and clothes risk being soiled by someone. Chung-hong said that the position of the third shining sword was unenviable. Y is from the Mon family, which is under the jurisdiction of the 8 community. And the third shining sword is a student of the Yuden school, so he belongs to the 9 great factions, and thus to the Kajong community. The referee suddenly yelled that the fight could begin. Hirin said that their match was incredible from the start. Y immediately rushed to attack, not even hiding the energy of his sword. Hirin suddenly asked, didn't it look like he had put all his effort into it? Chung-hong replied that, just like the third shining sword, Hyung applied absolute defense against Y's attack at that moment. Channing said as he counterattacked lightning fast from the beginning and pulled out his second sword. Hyung used his strong technique and applied the activation of the second sword. Channing said that this was truly a battle between strong opponents, and probably, with the exception of the head of the Kyujin community, Y is the only one who made the third shining sword use 2 swords from the beginning. But the problem is that his body is too tired after previous fights and can't take it all. But who would have thought that the third shining sword Hyung would use up his strength so quickly in a battle against a newcomer? Hyung said that the newcomer was living up to his expectations. In that case, once he got his hands on it, victory would be his. Suddenly, he applied the activation of the third sword. The third shining sword, everything is at stake. Y was not confused at this moment, and applied the wisdom of the 3-sense sword, the 3 links flying sword, the sword of all beginnings. Y said that since that was the case, he too would apply the flow of the Milky Way beginning of the era. But in the end, it ended up being much more complicated than he thought, and his arm wounds were open and bleeding. Hyung was also running low, and his whole face was covered in blood. But he did not give up and said that it was excellent, Hyung said as he acknowledged. The immature freshman made him stick his sword into the ground. He had definitely lost. Y replied that, in his opinion, the sword of the enemy was truly amazing. Suddenly he could not help himself and fell to the ground. Hyung couldn't help himself and started laughing. But it was much worse than that. He couldn't help it either and fell to the ground. Both of them were lying on the ground and didn't even move. The battlefield was so destroyed, it was as if a world war had taken place. The people were all surprised and said that the third shining sword was a real man. And they were all seething inside. The guy who was a friend of Hume's and said he was really a strong and powerful man. But the girls couldn't hold back their tears at the fact that Mr. Moan had passed out and wasn't moving, and shouting that he can't fall now. He must see the moment of awesomeness with his own eyes. Ryuan asked, what was this incomprehensible reaction? Was he the only one who got goosebumps from that sight? Yoon replied that these two, don't they look so cool? Hiran also said that yes, they are definitely admirable. Isn't that right, Brother Chan? Chanhong replied that he couldn't say. It was too early to admire. The most important part remained. Ryuan asked if Y had won or not. The third shining sword said he lost, but Y fell first. As a misophobic person, he should have fainted standing up. Why fall on the muddy ground? Chunghan replied that announcing the winner is very important. If Y wins, he will admire him all he wants. Here comes the referee out. Sidia came out and said that the winner is the third shining sword. And the seventh divine sword of Manhwa. Yoon got upset and said that's what he thought. Hiran also replied that their buddy Y had done it, but Chamhong couldn't help himself either, and said that their Y had done well. Suddenly he started shouting loudly. Ryuan said that he liked making money anyway. So why is he missing something? Should he use the new martial art he had prepared specifically in case they met in the finals? Y asked with surprise, a new martial art? It's not easy to invent. But he was too tired to respond to his jokes. Ryuan asked with surprise, joking? This martial art even has a cool name, Great Awakening. Y says he doesn't want to hear any title. And if it's okay with him, maybe they'll end this weird conversation for today. Ryuan asked, had he been dropped when they loaded him on the stretcher, and he was pretending to be so tough? Maybe he wants to give up on the finale, or maybe during the treatment he was diagnosed with another incurable disease in addition to his misophobia. Ryuan saw that he wasn't getting an answer and collapsed on the bed. Y was surprised and asked what was that. Ryuan answered him, can't he see? His shoes, which he hasn't washed once this month. He has a habit of throwing a slipper in the face of assholes like him. Chunghan was suddenly saying in the evening that it turns out he can't make a ruling on his win because it was ruled while he was passed out. Chanhong replied that yes, he is. He knows that you have to respect the judge's intent and evaluations, but he's worried that he's going to appeal it. He wants to stand in front of his grandfather with confidence. Even if he appealed the decision, it wouldn't change, would it? Chunhong replied that of course it wouldn't change. It shouldn't change if it's about their bets. Either way, he should calm down and go get some sleep. Ryuan replied that he didn't need to go anywhere. This room is suspiciously empty, and there's a spare bed here. Ryuan looked at the bowl and asked, is it really bell root? It tasted more like high-quality ginseng. How much money do you have to spend to use it as a regular snack? Chunghong asked. Where would an ordinary freshman get the money from? Even though it tastes like ginseng, it's just a bell. But since it's his precious bell, stop eating. Let him go to bed already. And it looks like he got kicked out of the room again. If that's the case, he can go to Hurin's room next door like last time, and Yoon can go here. And he's too crazy, so he'll be disturbing his sleep. Ryuan took the roots in his hands and said that judging from the fact that they don't have a light on, they're both asleep. Besides, he's not crazy, and he would show him the very essence of tranquility, so he could go to bed. Changhong told him not to touch anything so as not to raise dust. Quietly let him lie down and sleep. Why is he so cranky today anyway? Ryuan asked him. Did he think he wouldn't have been kicked out if he had been more tactful? He dropped something almost accidentally on Y, and he suddenly needed some time to himself. Suddenly, Ryuan put his hand on the table and felt something. Shanyan asked him what's wrong. Why is he banging on the bed? Let him go to bed faster. Chunghan realized that it was strange and there was nothing under the bed. He couldn't feel anything like that. So why was he banging on it all of a sudden? Ryuan said, after all, this room had seemed suspicious to him from the beginning. Chunghan realized things were bad and thought, how did he know? Ryuan put his hand on the wall and said that it was here. Suddenly a door opened in front of him. Chunghan felt that he was in a bad way. At this time, his Sabu was saying that the main capital had been invested, so it was safe to depart. The man said yes. He hopes he'll be comfortable. It's such a sunny weather today, it's a good day for a trip. Ryuan walked into the secret room and asked with surprised eyes, "What is this? This is just amazing, and why is it all in his room?" Chung-han pretended he didn't understand either, and asked the same thing, "What were these things?" He didn't know he had such a thing in his room. Ryuan asked him, "Didn't he know about this until now? How is that possible? And he's surprisingly kind of dumb." Chung-hong said that it was just Jin Ryuan's lucky strike. But why did he even find the stash with that level of mechanism difficulty? The guy noticed something and asked him immediately, why did he lower his voice like that? Anyway, since he didn't know the stash existed, he would explore it with him. Chung-han replied that he didn't need to and that one should be cautious with such things. That was why he lowered his voice. Let him think, who would dare to hide something like this in an academy dormitory? They don't know what conspiracies and secrets are behind it. And if they're not careful, they could get killed. Ryuan asked him, what was he even talking about? But first things first, he has to think, since it's not his. Chung-han asked, how can he build all this when he himself was recently assigned here? He doesn't know whose it is or who built it either. Ryuan said then it belonged to someone who lived here before him. Judging by the fact that he left everything in a place so easy to find, and he's probably a complete idiot. Maybe there's something else he doesn't know about. And he suggested we do a thorough search. Chung-hong told him that he was right. But this is his room. He'll explore it himself when he has time. He doesn't need to worry. Ryuan replied that he'd rather look for it himself. Or is Chung-han just a greedy person who wants to grab everything for himself? Chung-han couldn't help himself and suddenly started laughing loudly. And he told Ryuan that he owned this room, so even without him, he would have found someone. But since it's his, it'll be split in half. After all, according to his intuition, even if they dig further, this stuff is probably the most valuable. Shanyan at this moment only wished that he would get the hell out of here. Otherwise, he would leave the academy in an emergency. Be banished or locked up. Ryuan would die so that he could survive. Ryuan said it sounded convincing. All right then. But it doesn't sound like there are things in pairs for every creature here. So it's not clear how to divide in half. And why don't they decide who gets to rock paper scissors? Chung-han got excited and said he agreed. Chung-han told him at once that he would be left a fool. After that Ryuan leaving asked him, what didn't turn out the way he thought it would. He would play with him sometimes, but that was it for today. Why suddenly woke up after resting and was saying that he thought so, he was going to put forward an appeal and appeal the decision of the judges of the Holy Sword Group match. Why felt someone touching him and turned around to ask what was he doing. Ryuan replied that it had slipped out of his hand. That's because when he listens to nonsense for a long time, his hands sometimes get weak. Wai realized that he had suffered internal injuries during the match, so he needed absolute rest. But what a disgustingly dirty thing this place could be. He felt he needed absolute peace. But if you think about what the healer said. But suddenly the doctor came in and told the guy he was already awake. But he can't move for a while and just lie there. He's got a shoulder injury and an internal injury. So he needs absolute rest. And he was confident of their victory in the Holy Sword Group. He congratulated him. Why asked the doctor what he meant? Did it turn out that he had won or what? The doctor replied that he wasn't sure if that was what was called, since the fight ended on equal footing. But considering that they fought with a shoulder injury, isn't it logical to give the freshman a higher grade? And besides, it was nice to see a descendant of that very same Holy Sword win in the Holy Sword Group. Just then Ryuan came in and asked the guy, is he still acting like he's dying? Wai saw the big bag and asked what did he bring. And what's all this? Ryuan replied that he had picked up a few things on the way. And here's a powder that, when mixed with even cold water, can skillfully remove bloodstains. He picked up all sorts of cleaning products, and instead of thanking me for my notes on general lectures, unlike one rec, he's busy preparing to the last minute. The servant at this time was telling Sabu that as he had previously told him, from now on, to ensure that he traveled to the highest level, they were providing a rickshaw or a wagon, depending on the situation, and will also provide snacks, alcoholic beverages, an interlocutor, a sightseeing guide, a gaming companion, and any assistance as per the clauses of the contract. But of course the trip is limited to the Sichuan area. However, By selecting only the best sites, they made sure it did not lack a comfortable place to stay, interesting excursions, and warm memories. Also, he was supposed to accompany him, but his knee hurt, so as a heartfelt apology, he prepared this. And he hopes he enjoys the trip. Sabu was surprised and said what a useless thing to say. He'll have a drink and get on the wagon. And he will protect his house well from thieves. The servant saw the master off and wished him a happy journey lastly. But he realized that he had been ordered earlier that after leaving, let him make a survey of the residence of the person under investigation, and then the path will immediately report if it finds anything related to Unbai's name. A woman's footprints or clues to her whereabouts. The next morning, the judge said that the long-awaited finals of the Three Holy Masters Festival would begin from now on. The young Holy Sword, the young Queen of Swords, the young Holy Blade, and the young new hero should be in the finals. But the young Holy Sword turned out to be from its rights, and there was a tie in the Queen of Swords group, and it's basically a battle for the title of this year's best. And in the final match, the noble blade Sop, the young Holy Blade, and his adversary will be a young new hero who has become a hot topic of discussion this year. After that, the guy following everything said that this Ryuan has a lucky Chin strike. People started asking, did that really become his nickname? Some fought to a draw, another refused, so he was just lucky to make it to the finals. So now he's not just an Impact Chin, but a lucky Impact Chin. He's weird, sure, but isn't he strong enough? Ju said that she thought the nickname was inappropriate. He didn't bring Chin today. The guy replied that he too had his doubts when he heard the nickname attached to the apprentice Ryuan. But he agreed with the lucky part, all because apprentice Ryuan was able to make it to the finals without revealing his skills. If he had gotten through the semi-finals with a young sword queen or a young sword saint, they would have a better idea of his actual strength now. People asked, did the head of the Kajong community just praise this strange guy? In fact, the fact that he's going to fight is already weird. Sheik looked at the fight and said it was a ruse. And it's easier to just call familiar things honest and unfamiliar things evil. But don't these guys have skills? Su said that it's worth it for this kid to enter the battle arena. He's causing a lot of interesting reactions. The guy replied at this moment, that in any case, since the young Holy Blade and the young new hero had gotten here after fierce battles, they were looking forward to a great fight from them. Ju listened to him perfectly and decided to say that the fight could already begin. And this is the finale of the Three Holy Masters Festival. Sop suddenly plots that there are rumors that he is using the huge Chin in a strange way. So why is he without it today, young new hero? And if he wants to give up, he asks him to change his mind. He has a dear man who is eagerly waiting for him to win a worthy victory. Sop remembered that very mysterious stranger. And he hoped that today she would see his magnificent fight and come to him once more. And this time he would not let her go. Yun sat with the guys in the arena and said it was so weird, he got goosebumps running down his body. But Hiran asked why many were not feeling well today. Monwai is in bed, and he, Brother Chan, doesn't seem to be feeling well. Changhong replied that he was fine. It's just the weather today, too sunny. He realized in his head that it was his emergency storage. He can't say he was robbed, and he has no choice but to replenish the warehouse with the money from this asshole's winnings. Ryuan told his opponent not to worry. The weapons for today's fight are ready. The commander of the Red Eagles asks, weapons, what is he talking about? For some reason, he senses something ominous. Ho replied that it was rather not sinister, but rather dirty. Especially his shoes. A student overheard their conversation and asked, shoes? If there's any talk of shoes, it's the one that catches my eye today. Here it is. No hack's shoes. Huck started yelling at them not to look, even though he knew it was better to be barefoot. That lunatic, what kind of plan had he been hatching since last night? The fellow told him that if he was careless, he might hear. And did the pupil really say that to him at dawn? Hack replied that he called him as soon as the sun came up. Ryuan told the boy that he was talking about his shoes. How long has he worn them and when did he wash them? She looks very dirty, as always, so he has to answer honestly. Huck answers that it's been a while. He hasn't taken them off since he put them on. He never washed his slippers on purpose, except to wash them occasionally when he got caught in the rain or went in the water. Ryuan asked, so are they clean? Just from the outside, It looks like an entire civilization has already settled inside. Y apologized and said that he is faithful to the teachings of his school, so his shoes are terribly dirty. And it looks like there are fleas in them. He has never checked, but sometimes he feels there are some. Ryuan replied that's what he thought. And then have him take them off. Huck was surprised and asked why, and then Huck said he gave him those damn slippers, tied them to his ankles intentionally, and he took them off and put them on himself. That's what happened. Sol at this time said that, except for the terribly shabby shoes, he had gone out without one. What was the gentleman with the disheveled hair up to? Nain replied that she didn't know, but for some reason she had an awful bad feeling about it. Sop immediately launched an attack and used the Ching Ching School's secret blade technique. And these are the traces of pure flux. But Ryuan wasn't intimidated by anything, he stood his ground to the last, and just used his defense. Ryuan said that the audience would never guess what it was. But he decided to attack and applied the first step of the Great Awakening. Sop tried to hit him with his sword, but each time Ryuan was able to dodge and defend himself. Chunghan suddenly asked the guys what their goofball was doing now. Hiran replied the same, that he was so fast he couldn't get a normal look at it. But he seems to be circling to taunt the young holy blade. Maybe there's some secret meaning to this? Sop also realized things were going badly. And he thought the guy uses chin and fists, but he's a master of footwork. Ryuan said it was a pity, of course, to use it on him. Isn't that a little overkill? Sop replied that he didn't know what the guy was talking about there, but he could use his tricks. And then he'll show it too. Ryuan told the guy that before he moved. Why don't he look around? Sop turned around and asked what was that? A poison technique? Ryuan replied, not quite right, but 7 steps. Sop asked, 7 steps of tormenting the soul? That's one of the Tang clan's most powerful poison techniques after all. Ing suddenly said that even their family members very rarely used it. And besides, you can't leave such strange traces with it. Ryuan asked him, how about listening to the end? This martial art is the Great Awakening, the first form. The 7 steps of purity denied. They are designed to, after one encounter, destroy the will to do things like cleaning for life. Chung'an asked, what did they just see? Lucky Y refused to participate. Hiran said he did too. He thinks they're good friends. But he was wrong. If anything goes wrong, Y will definitely die. Sop realized that he shuddered, thinking it was a horrible poisonous technique, and he was talking some nonsense. Just now, he had shown the mysterious young lady his unsightly side. Sop asked, what the hell is this nonsense? He has no desire to scratch his tongue with him right now. Ryuan asked, so does that mean he wants to move? Sop tried to do something, but nothing was disappearing. Ryuan looked behind him and said it wouldn't work. And then he has no choice but to complete the Great Awakening. Ryuan pulled his shoes off his feet and away from the poison. And the shoes he kicked right into his face. Ryuan used a hidden meaning after that, breaking his leg. Sop just couldn't react and got kicked in the head. Onlookers were surprised and asked, did the young holy blade fall from a simple slipper kick? No one knew what had just happened. They thought it was like a sudden dust storm. Had he used his inner strength? People started saying they had a bad feeling. The guy no one had ever heard of won a landslide victory. But the second part said he was just a coward. Only cowards use strange tricks and poison to win, the guy asked, and why on earth should they accept it? He didn't like this guy at first sight. Huck was sad at this point, and said it was just his shoes. Poison tech? It's not like he didn't wash them. The guy told him he shouldn't be so ashamed. He just came from a gang of beggars. The judge immediately afterwards said that the winner of the 3 Saint Masters Festival was the Lucky Strike disciple Qin Ryuan. Fans began to become outraged and asked where is this vile world going anyway. Yoon also sat with his brothers and said that he won. Hiran replied that he thought the others didn't seem too eager to accept Ryuan's victory. Quite a natural reaction from the common people. Chunghan asked them, why not? Like it or not, Ryuan threw a slipper and won. And they hit the jackpot, so it's all good. But he really wondered how many other such lucky students there were. The captain from the Red Falcon said that the senior co-student really won. But it didn't seem like a poison technique. So how did he pull it off? The boy asked. The disciple replied that he didn't know. And he probably used spiritual energy as he bounced around. He doesn't want to think about it, and anyway, it was better not to get on the senior disciples' nerves from now on. But behind them, the yellow apprentice was shouting that they had won the jackpot, and was very happy about their victory. But the girl said that since it was about the jackpot, since the senior co-disciple had won the 3 Saint Masters Festival, so would they. Ing also replied that everything was correct. And the 3 Saint Masters Festival is the strongest and most unbearable tournament. Shik suddenly started laughing and asked where did this guy get such a shoe. He also used his inner strength, or maybe he's trying to improve the beggar gang's technique. But what's going on in his head? But Cheon said that they can know more when they see each other tomorrow. The elder came out in front of his people and said that the winner of the 3 Holy Masters Festival is by Ryuan, and as a reward, he will receive a rare elixir and a weapon. And in a time-honored tradition, he has a chance to dine with a trio of holy masters. After shouting like that, Flaming Blade woke up and said that the final match was already over. And he's really pissed off about this stuffy room. But coming out of his room, a servant came out to meet him and said that Elder Flaming Blade had woken up and he had finally come out. And is he still not feeling well? And what's this thing he's wearing? But that long robe really suits him. But the fight is over, so he's on his way to open the gala. Perhaps Flaming Blade would like to join us. Flaming Blade replied that he would go for the money, and he let him go. The servant did not understand and asked again, for money? Flaming Blade replied that it was about the betting money. Obviously that guy outbid everyone and destroyed everyone. So he's going to get some money out of it. Arriving instead of receiving the rewards, guy placed the bags on the 100, and said that Flaming Blade had indeed multiplied his capital many times over, and he could congratulate the teacher, and there's another 20% of it separately. Flaming Blade replied that this was correct. But let him not say the amount he won and about the separate purse. It would also be nice if he could erase those events from his memory altogether. Does he understand what he's being told? The boy answered that he did, and he remembered. Flaming Blade thought and actually knew that Cheon would win by all means. But he looks like a scoundrel who would steal half of his money, and Guy didn't think he'd additionally put the remainder of his funds on residence and an inviolable reserve. The foolish demon thinks he'll always obey him. But he wins by hitting his weak spot. The betting worker looked at him and wondered if Flame Blade was happy that he had won so much. The betting worker replied that yes, he didn't know why, but it was a little scary. Chanhong also rejoiced greatly and shouted for joy, for he had made a lot of money for his life. Ryuan saw it and told his uncle that he got the most. Maybe they'll play once tonight. The odds are 1 in 10. How's he like that? Chunhong replied that he didn't. No need to even knock on the door of his room tonight. And he gave up gambling. From now on, he is going to live a righteous life. Hurin also laughed and said that brother Changhong really won a lot. He even invested the shares of his friends. They must be very rich. And why would give everyone receipts? But it wasn't bad as it is. Yun supported and also replied that it was right. This is the first time he has such money in his hands. His heart was even pounding. In the evening at the Nanchang dinners, Yel said that if he admits that he lost an insight to the Red Falcons team, and really have to buy out the first floor of the Nanchang dinners. But is there any way to rent the facility to the academy's students at half price? The fatty replied that until the end of this month, he couldn't leave the academy without permission. This also applies to the lunch in Nanchang, but anyway, he still has to find the money he burned through on the bets. And why only the fight ended like that, he doesn't even understand. Yel chuckled and answered him not to worry. There was someone who would handle it using his name tag. It's safer than if he went in person. But the commander was saying in the evening that under Plan 1 and 2 they did everything right by indicating the stakes. But either way, it's a lot of money. Will it be all right for someone who carries it alone? The guy replied that definitely. And there is only one student in the academy who can envy the money of the Red Falcons team. And that's the head co-pupil. But why Yoon Ho? And he thinks he's the most suitable. But he's the only one who has a chance to avoid the older co-ed's gaze. During the night, Changhong decided to take a different course of action and started dragging all of his belongings. But Ryuan came out on the way to him and asked him where is this uncle going. After all, the burden in his hands looks heavy. Ryuan came to his apprentice and said that it turns out half the money is commission. Flaming Blade asked, what does he think, is there more? He's already ripped him a new one. He could take it all away. Flaming Blade thought the guy was probably extorting money from the Red Falcons, too. Ryuan asked, in what sense ripped off? He provided useful information to the students, and takes half of it just as a fee. And don't be greedy if he's making money off other people. Tell him to stop talking about it. After that, Flaming Blade realized that he had completely fooled this jerk. And it wasn't about money or greed. And most importantly, he had defeated him. But suddenly Ryuan walked in and asked what they had there. Flaming Blade turned around and saw his fearful look. The disciples said that they came to Sichuan, and finally can relax. And if they run all day tomorrow, they, as guards, can get back in sooner. His friend replied to him that they were coming back anyway, and really wouldn't mind if they had a few drinks. But the eldest of them said they did a good job this time, and saved his life many times. So he is going to get drunk tonight. But the boy saw the man in front of him, and immediately visualized all his training in the forest. And he asked, "Is this the same Sabu?" Sabu heard his voice and with a surprised face asked the guy, did he really know him? The servant told Sabu that after he came back from the restroom, he didn't have a good complexion. Could something be wrong? But if he has digestive problems, he can bring a healer or prepare medicine. Sabu replied that it was fine. He will go to bed. The servant said goodbye and wished the master good night. But Sabu paid no attention to him, and continued to just drink. But suddenly he remembered how the guy had approached him in town, and told him he'd made a mistake. After all, he just thought for a moment that he looked like someone else. The other guys froze for a minute too and said they were glad they were wrong. He has nothing on his wrists or ankles, and that old man lives secluded on Mount Emishin, so there's no way they would have met him here. The other guy replied that's right. And hoped they wouldn't run into Sabu on their way to the disciples in that wilderness. The senior told them to shut up, because he was watching them talk. Did they forget that their group was forbidden to divulge information related to him? The elder apologized to the master for mistaking him for another person. It was time for them to go, too. Sabu immediately threw the jug on the shelf and said that things were very strange here. And no one is allowed on the mountain except girls, and there's no noise near his house. He remembered all the moments with his apprentice. How he'd looked after the master all the time and did what he wanted. But Sabu got upset, and said he didn't know why he only thought of that useless jerk. But he decided that when they got back, they'd have to do some good scouting around. At night, Yun and Hurin walked slowly to Brother Rian's door. They knocked, but they heard nothing in reply. Yun asked if he might be asleep, and offered to go back to their room. Hurin replied that he was sorry, and he wanted to confirm what he'd heard from Rian. Earlier, Hurin had asked him if he had spent the night in Brother Chan's room. What were the two of them doing there that he was glowing today? Ryuan replied that it was nothing like that. It was just that there were a lot of expensive snacks in his room. He ate them alone at night, so he decided to help so he wouldn't get indigestion. Hurin said then they would come again tomorrow. They too must save Brother Chan from indigestion. Yun asked with surprise, why? He wouldn't be angry if they woke him up, would he? Hurin says he's probably right. And he's awake, and it looks like he's not in the room at all right now. He's getting more and more curious about what kind of person he is, and maybe next time ask for information on Chan's 25-year-old brother? And it'll be interesting what they'd say if he turned out to be their man. At this time, Changhong was in his sect listening to his disciples shouting that they believed in him. He counted removing the shadow from their shadowless troop. Chunghan replied that they were forever throwing around words. Even without those words, he was going to fairly divide their increased fund. But suddenly a servant came and told the head that news had just come from the White Stone, and handed him a letter. Chunghan looked at it, and replied that it came out faster than he thought it would. But suddenly his face changed dramatically at what he saw. After all, the letter now refers to graves. An examination of the dwelling revealed nothing that indicates martial arts proficiency, weapons, or other features. However, due to the terrain, there could have been hiding places, so a thorough survey of the entire area was conducted, and on the second day several graves were discovered. In the graves were found, firstly, in them near the house, skeletons of a large number of people who were bound and buried together. They all have serious injuries. Along with the fractures, there are signs of poisoning. Secondly, 30 steps away from Sabu's room in unmarked graves, 2 wooden boxes buried at different times were found, one a few decades ago, the other at least 100, maybe more. Both contain clothing and other necessities, and judging by the size of the clothes and the look of the personal belongings, it's evidence of two different people. Presumably these are crates of the deceased's belongings. And both deceased were young men in their teens. Thirdly, a box of the deceased's belongings was found near Sabu's empty room, which is believed to belong to his student. This box was secretly buried about 10 years ago, and had no identifying marks. Inside were women's clothes, presumably belonging to the subject of the search. The items are small in size and belong to a child under the age of 15. Although the belongings of the guy's apprentice who has been missing for a long time are still scattered here and there around the house, there is no trace of the existence of the object of search. There are also no letters written to the object of the search. Chung-han was surprised to find only skeletons and burial boxes. But what kind of a scary place is this, he thought? But if you think about it, poison was found on the broken bones. There were records of victims who died from Imuga's poison. Then if you exclude them, even if you don't count things from a century ago, so they don't fit the time. Who is this Sabu? And it seems that the belongings of the deceased belong to his students or fellows. How many tragedies has he endured? Or maybe he caused them himself? But anyway, there's nothing in the letter except that the belongings of a girl named Eunbai are buried. Chun-hong had previously said not to let a girl named Eunbai in to see her. But not to kill or hurt her. And not to let her know about the investigation. The defense counsel replied that yes. And most importantly, the young mistress must not find out about it. As a child, she became the young mistress' benefactor and only friend. So if she found out about the order, she would never forgive her. And she was already an unusual child as a child, and now she must be even harder to handle. So Chang-han, he needs to do his best. This case could shake not only the head of the alliance, but all Mirim warriors. Chung-han realized he was minus one problem. Though he wasn't sure it was something to be happy about. Chang-hong said that he would write the report, and he immediately let him prepare everything to deliver it to the Serenity Tower as a secret report of the first yellow level. The servant replied that yes, well. And it looks like he has another report to go over. Although it's only level 4 yellow and doesn't need a quick response. And here's more information from Sapundan that might be related to this case. Chang-hong was surprised and asked what? He understood that the Sichuan Paradise Fragrance Pavilion, 10 years ago in January, the quarters for a high-ranking guest, a rich man and a daughter, information about the girl. But what could it be? Sounds like the princess description. But why is she digging this up? The servant replied that this was received from their agents planted in Sapundan. But what was to be done? Could interfere with the investigation? Chang-hong asked. Why is he like an unreasonable colt? That hard-headed one would take that as a challenge and start digging even deeper. The servant replied that the daughter of a rich merchant, they ran away and disappeared without a trace after her father's business went bust. There's a rumor that she died, but it's not certain. Isn't there a way to give him some easier information? Chung-han said that this hard-headed man would only believe the information he could find. So let him write and pass it on, and have him find out who placed the order. This hard-ass guy protects his client's information more than his own life. So let him stay out of it, and do it undercover. And surely he needs to find out who digs into the past and reports back to him. At this time, Ryuan was celebrating and sitting in front of a beautiful table. Suddenly he reached for the meat. But on the other side the man also reached out and stopped his hand with his chopsticks. Ryuan was surprised in the moment, and didn't understand why that happened. Shik made a strange person out of himself and asked the student, did he want to take this? Ryuan asked, so what of it? But Shik turned out to be a bit of a gambler, and suggested to the guy that they bet. If he takes and eats even one piece of meat before him, he wins. It's an easy bet, isn't it? Ryuan was surprised and wondered why he had come. He had come because he was expecting a feast with all kinds of food. But this was too much. Here, Holy Sword Mon Chion picked out the delicacies and transferred them to his own plate before the meal even began. The Queen of Swords, San, on the other hand, swallows food faster than she drinks water. She wields her chopsticks so freely that the food seems to dissolve into thin air. Shik started laughing and said that the guy was refusing his offer. If there's not enough food, let them bring more. And these two just like it that way, and people like the Holy Sword would rather die than eat from the same plate with others. Chiun replied that he was just concerned about hygiene. But the Queen of Swords, she's eating less than usual. Doesn't she have an appetite today? But anyway, no need to worry about them, and offered to bet. Whoever wins can ask anything. Ryuan asked, what if he doesn't have any questions? If he doesn't want anything, he doesn't need it. Shik was surprised and asked him, is he stupid? Does he even know what he's missing? He could ask him to teach him a martial art, right? Of course, it would be very difficult to win. Ryuan replied that he wasn't particularly interested in his martial arts. Besides, colliding wands with another was a bit unhygienic. Shik said it's a lie. Is he refusing for such a stupid reason? And this is coming from the man who won so dirty in the finals? Chiun told the Holy Blade that he felt like the young hero already had a wish. Shouldn't we listen to his terms? Shik was surprised and said that there was something a student of the academy wanted more than to learn martial arts. And what does he want? Ryuan replied that it would be nice to get a thing that would enrich his life or body condition. Who would help him with that? He remembered Chung Hun's words that any simple-minded man would be honored. But if he overdid it, that day would be the day he died. If he wants to live, let him squeeze out as much courtesy as he can, and it's worth saying yes, he's apologizing or thank you. Let him choose one of the three. Haran also said that's right. Because the three holy masters are a group that is respected more than the head of the alliance. They are like celestials, so if he falls into the hands of their followers, they will just tear him apart. Ryuan said that the elders were the most respected people in Murima. If that was the case, would they be able to give him a nice little Heavenly Warrior Academy tag? He had heard that apprentices 3 years old and above who received an assignment, apprentices, heads of the 4 god commands, or their deputies received what was known as the 3-horse tag. And according to her, up to 3 times a month, up to 3 people can freely leave the academy. Shik asked with surprise, what? But he thinks he can gift it, but the guy is betting on something like that. Chiun thought for a moment, and said that it looked like the young man had some business that urgently needed to be done outside the academy. Ryuan replied that it was nothing urgent. It was just that he had recently increased his capital and gained some valuables. And the dormitory, despite the prohibition, could be entered quite easily by outsiders. So it was better to move the money. Sheik thought and said, it turns out like this. But a pretty successful kid is standing in front of him. And Shik looked up and replied that he understood. Dream food was served, so they better hurry up and place their bets before the Queen of Swords dared everything again. Ryuan didn't hold back and said that he agreed. Shik replied to him that he could use all his strength to try to drag away and eat at least one piece. He took the anklets off his legs and arms and said that, as Shik had already said, he wouldn't give in. Shik replied to the guy not to say GOP until he jumps over. They immediately began to compete with each other. But they were so fast that the food flew in the air. At this time in the Serenity Tower, the head received a letter and said that she wasn't their kind of person who would die so easily. He asked the defense counsel what he thought about this. The defense counsel replied that although the child was unusual, there was no reason other than death why her things would be buried in a burial box. And besides, the size of the garment and the time of its burial roughly coincide with those events. The head replied that they did. And it seems to him that they are not far off. The head realized that he couldn't tell Rin about this unexpected circumstance right now. And then for some reason, even the healer had forbidden Rin to enter. And he didn't even realize that even in death, she cared for Rin so much. And now he's ashamed. He only thought and worried about his daughter. The defense counsel asked how he should deal with that Sabu after the investigation. Since things have turned out this way, it's worth asking him personally about some things to confirm them. Like the death of that child and the owners of the burial boxes found in the area. Also, wasn't he the one who had trained the Red Falcon team before? He suddenly remembered what he had heard from San and San about training. The team captain had told him that he'd never seen them, either boy nor girl. Come to think of it though, he'd heard he had one student. But suddenly San said that she wasn't sure, but she didn't think he had an apprentice. Even for the girls on the Red Falcon team, it was a real hell. If such a rude man had a simple student, she'd be dead in 3 days. He's so rude and cruel that he could never educate a student. The commander got angry and told San to shut up. She can't say such dangerous things. The defense counsel said that judging from the fact that this master resides in the same place, looks similar, does not use weapons, abuses his students for money and food. Even if the kids exaggerate it a little, he thinks it's the same person. Although there are inconsistencies in this report, and the Red Falcon's recollections of Sabu, the court can tell from the neat way the deceased's belongings are buried that she was a beloved student. However, according to the students of the Red Falcon's team, he was overly sensible for someone who had suffered such a loss. With his reclusive nature, if he had lost a beloved student 10 years ago, he must have been pining and downcast, as described in a recent report by a bestial squad. But from what the Red Falcon's team has said, the impression is that this is a joyful and energetic person. Need to investigate further, maybe question San and San some more. The head told him to stop everything. And he well understands the reason for this crazy behavior. But no matter how harshly he treats them, the students he has nurtured since childhood are like his children. The child's death must have been the death of his heart along with it. The pain and grief that tears the heart more than physical pain. And he realizes, and he's a father, how can he not know that? So when he meets a bud that has just blossomed, he has no choice but to change instantly, because this time, he decides to do his best. Even if it's just for a moment, he can't help but do so, and now he owes him a debt of gratitude. Don't pour salt on his wound and let him be. And he'll think about whether or not to tell Rin. After lunch, the guys came home and everyone was amazed and said it was a fancy table. But what is it? Ryuan asked as what? He bought this after the formal dinner. It's worth it for them to join in too. Chunghan replied that it was nice, but weird. Should he wrap up the food from his feast? Shouldn't he have eaten his fill there? But he's back here eating again? Hurin got a laugh and told Chunghan to get acquainted. This is his glutton friend named Ryuan. So attentive, they even have everything here organized into personal boxes so they eat without fighting over every bite. Ryuan asked, what other attentive ones? They acted so arrogant that he couldn't even eat. Shanyan asked him what he was even saying about the 3 holy masters. What had he done there again? Ryuan replied that he hadn't done anything wrong. It was them. One offered a bet that he wouldn't be able to eat. The other sizzled the bowl with his chi, and finally he agreed to the bet. And when he was about to win, suddenly someone pierced a piece of meat. Chion immediately said that the young new hero had won. That was the end of their meal. They were interrupted by Y's grandfather, and he is an exact replica of him. The food in the table was actually dirty. Therefore, it is better not to eat for hygiene reasons. Chunghan asked him in surprise, was he really saying that he had won the argument with the holy blade? After all, if it weren't for the holy sword, it would be a clean victory. How about changing your nickname to the Lucky Gambling King? But Hiran told Brother Chan that wasn't the main thing right now. And asked Ryuan what he had won in this incredible wager? Was it this food? Chunghan asked him if he could snatch money from the 3 holy masters. Ryuan replied that no, of course not. He actually won something more valuable than money. People call it freedom. Now who wants to grab a bite to eat and go with him? Soon Ilchvai got the information and asked him. He said, what about the tag of the 3 horses? The servant replied that he did. After the holy blade's words, Principal Ping immediately handed it over to his disciple. Ilchvai said that during the first semester, going outside is forbidden. Since he wants to go out, he has some business to attend to. The servant replied that when the student left the academy, they would assign a man to him, which would make a thorough investigation. Ilchvai said it's an unusual child. You don't have to overdo it, and the most important thing is to be careful. And by the way, they're leaving now, too. That afternoon, the headmaster went out with the rest of the strong disciples and his staff to bid farewell to the 3 strong masters of this world. Sheik said that this festival of the 3 holy masters was interesting. And since they got away from the kids, maybe they'll go and have a drink with the older ones. San asked him, did he enjoy it, despite hitting the dirt in front of that Gentile foe? Plus it was so loud that they never found out its origin. Shik replied that that's what the plan was. And asked even Chion if he knew about it. It was all his fault. Chion replied that it wasn't that they hadn't learned anything at all. At the very least they learned that they weren't the same. Hadn't he sensed that? Sheik replied that yes, he did. He really didn't experience the same unpleasant feeling. Today's boy is black but pure. That blackness actually felt purer and deeper. But Chamhung told him that the sprout that sprouted from him would never be so pure. And it is said that the color of the martial arts comes from the mind, but taken to the extreme the martial arts dominate the mind. Sheik replied that was definitely his character. That one was brash and arrogant, and today's kid, but rather funny. Anyway, his brother-in-law and his men from the academy would be keeping an eye on the boy. So they'd better put it out of their minds and have a drink. Isn't San hungry yet? Jiun replied that he thought it was necessary. He offered to have a snack before he went his own way. Of the three of them, he and San are the most attentive to food. It's easy to tell from what she taught her son-in-law. San replied that he was like a bear for pretending to be a fox every day. It's just that, as always, he wants to make the one who ate the most pay. San immediately started galloping ahead and said they could bet, today it pays whoever eats the least. Chunghan shouted to San that it would upset the balance. And Shik said he actually liked it. In the evening, Yoon and Hurin went out for a walk to the market. The boy was surprised to say that it was the first time he had ever bought something like that on the street. And now he thanks Rian, for he has that experience. Hirin replied that was right. He too thought he could only go out for the Mid-Autumn Festival. But here Brother Chan seems to be in a bad mood. Chunghan replied that he wasn't in a bad mood, he was just worried. And doesn't understand where their fool has gone, leaving them here. Hirin said he has a huge bag of money with him, so probably to the mint. And there are places in the academy where you can leave money, but since it's about Rian, he wants to let the money circulate. Chunghan replied that no one knows, and maybe he wasn't the only one like that. At this moment, Ryuan was in the Fire Luck Mint. Ryuan told them that yes, and asked them to take care of him in the future. And now he had things to do. The employee replied that of course. Just as the gentleman of superior intelligence had said, they would increase his capital. And they wished him a good journey. Ryuan thought about it, and decided that he had the mint figured out. He wondered where he should go now. He arrived at a building where everything was very well guarded. The employee told him that no, and not even 6 months later he arrived. Ryuan replied that yes, it seemed like an eternity to him too. There is some news. The worker replied that it is not so easy, the clues he gave him are very few. And thinking of Mr. Flaming Blade, he scrutinizes everything. And will be sure to let him know when there is any news. Ryuan said that once they showed up, have them send word to Elder Flame Blade at the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Let him record the cuckooing and he would be sure to visit them. The next morning Rin received a letter from Falcon, but at that moment Nain came in and asked her, "Is something wrong?" She had a serious look on her face. Rin replied that the letter was from her father. His birthday is coming up, this year's exams have been postponed to right after it, he's asking her to take her time. Nain was surprised and asked, "Did he really write that? Is he putting off meeting her?" Rin replied that yes, that never happened. Rin thought about it, and said she had to go today. And she was sure something bad had happened. The eagle arrived back immediately afterward. But Ryuan was surprised and asked, did he not deliver the message and come back? Since young Lady Na wasn't in the room, he should have worked his wings and looked for her at the academy. Doesn't he think so? Or does Eagle want to go back to their special training? When Eagle heard about the training, she was so scared that tears came out of her eyes. Ryuan saw this and said that he had now decided to speak. The eagle began to flap its wings and make sounds. Eagle decided to tell him something and made a few circles around the room, getting into a scout pose. Ryuan asked him what he wanted to say, but Eagle didn't stop and continued to show him the moves. But Ryuan didn't understand and asked, did he want to go back to slacking faster? And probably the interpretation. But Y decided to enter the conversation and said that probably what Peanut wanted to say was that he had completed his assignment. He flew all over the place, but he was able to find the person the message was meant for. And it even seems he had to come back after many experienced dangers and sufferings. Eagle started wagging his head and saying that Y got it right and told him everything. Ryuan asked if it was too much drama for a tour of the academy. He made up the whole thing on the fly to whitewash him. We responded that as an elective he chose to collect and use information in Murima, and carefully studied Chapter 7 of the textbook Understanding Post Birds. But he doesn't like birds, they don't control their defecation. And he hopes that Rian got the information he needed. Ryuan thought about it, and said that it turns out, young Lady Na really isn't at the academy. The head of the academy received the letter, and was very happy that her daughter was coming to see him. But he told her not to come. So his little girl missed her daddy. The servant said he thought she did. But should the lady find out, she would suffer. What should she do? And she has already entered through the estate gates and is on her way here. The head said that was correct. He remembered that he had postponed meeting her, telling her to stay at the academy because he was afraid to break the news about that child. And the dragon's all-seeing eyes can see right through people's hearts. But it is said that even those with skills more powerful than Wu Rin's can hide everything. But will everything go as smoothly as it did with the festival of the three holy masters? Only a cold-blooded man with not an ounce of emotion in him would be able to close his heart to his beloved Rin. But he, and not even his wife, is not capable of such a thing. The servant suddenly told him that the lady was about to arrive. Should he block her way? He would tell her right now to go back to the academy and focus on her studies. The head asked in response, "Is that really allowed?" Let him take his time for now, and he would try to deal with everything. He decided that he would prepare his heart, and tomorrow would somehow hold out. He really is a cold-blooded father with not an ounce of feeling in him. Even when he sees his beloved daughter, he will not open his heart to her. So he decided to keep his heart under him. But suddenly the door opened and the servant said that the lady had come. Rin walked into the room and told her father that it was her. The head turned around and saw his daughter and was overjoyed. Rin replied that she was glad too. And receiving the letter, she wondered if something bad had happened at home. But Rin noticed something with her blue eyes. It all seemed very strange to her after the meeting. In the room that evening, the head's wife was saying that it was obvious that sooner or later Rin would have been made aware of everything. But why did he do that? She's got exams coming up, and he's got her worried. And considering it was his birthday the day after tomorrow. The head replied that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have insisted on investigating. The girl said the investigation was necessary, just the timing wasn't right. If that girl had grown into a violent and dangerous creature, Rin would read it in her heart like today herself and take action. But who would have thought that little girl had already left this world, and she hoped their little girl wouldn't be in too much pain. Rin didn't waste any time and went to check it out for herself. But Ryuan suddenly appeared on the path and asked Rin where was she running to like that. Was she really looking for him? Rin answered him that was correct. She wishes to ask him something. And she knows he doesn't have to answer her questions, but she'd still like to ask it. Ryuan was greatly surprised at her look and froze for a while. Rin said that he sang a tune at the finals of the new Heroes title match, but Rin was beginning to have doubts and thought she had to be careful. Were he and Be even friends? If she clumsily approached the question, could she miss a clue? But what is she really afraid of? That she'll rush into a question and miss a clue, or that she'll hear an answer from him that she doesn't want to hear. The head had told her earlier that his heart was bad too. And judging by the things buried there, that child had died shortly after they left. Rin realized she couldn't explain it, but she felt that Be had definitely just hidden traces of her existence. And the key to her? Ryuan asked her suddenly, what about the melody? He was curious to hear it even now. Was it a precious memory for him? Something wrong with it? But Rin didn't talk to him, and took up her sword and decided to attack. But Ryuan said that today was slower than usual. Too many thoughts in her head. Rin said she wanted to ask about that precious memory, but about the person associated with it. Ryuan replied that he could talk about any other tune, but if it was about a memory related to this one, it was a bit problematic. He'd need to get permission from someone first. Rain asked him if he could get a permit. Ryuan replied that he didn't know, but he will ask when he finds that person. And asked her, what does this tune mean to her, and does she have a story associated with it? Rin replied that a long time ago this melody was told to her by a person who could not be described in words. Ryuan said that it turns out that person isn't around her right now either. Rin replied that yes, she was also looking for the same person, and he must hold the key to finding it. But she wants to ask him something else. Why doesn't he recognize Be as his apprentice? And why is he looking for her? Rin asked him what he was going to do when he found the person he was looking for. Ryuan thought about it, and didn't immediately answer, but he said her question was harder than the exams. Well, he'll definitely check it out, and whether this man is faring well and how strong he has become. He'll think about that later. Even though he misses that person, if he sees him now, he might be very surprised. Rin realized that Bead would definitely be surprised. But why would he say that? She thought. They must know each other very well. Suddenly, Rian said that's where they'd end up. And he hoped the young lady wouldn't mind that. But suddenly he remembered and asked what she wanted to do when she met again with the person who told about the melody. Rin replied that she would protect her, and no matter what situation she finds herself in, she will do her best. Ryuan was surprised and said that was fine. Then he would cheer for her. The next day during the exam, the teacher said that this 3-day midterm would be the first time in most of the freshmen's lives. But it would be stressful, but would be a valuable experience for them. Let them try to answer the questions correctly. But you also need to remember to enjoy the process itself, and may consider the exam as a chance to study and research, and they will have to try their best. After the exam, everyone started cheering and exchanging questions. One of them asked the guys, what did they answer to the third question? Was it in the textbooks? But the second part says they're really screwed up, and they can't take the exam bullying anymore. But Hiran was also very excited and asked the boy what they would do now. Yoon replied that he didn't know the answer to the last 2 questions at all. And when he got home, he would check. Hiran told him to meet Y, and he is their friend who has all the answers in his head. He asked Y right away, what about the last 2 questions? We did not deny them knowledge and told all the answers to the last 2 questions and gave the correct answers. Yoon immediately said that he gave the wrong answer to the last question, and he even thought that he needed to correct it. Chung-hong was surprised and asked, did he seriously even learn a line? But unlike some people who use his room, he's a role model. Ryuan said he's not a role model. But is that really worth talking about? As long as the result is good, is it worth worrying about such nonsense? Hiran asked him, doesn't it say the opposite here? It's not about winning, it's about participation. Ryuan asked in surprise, what? That's what they say to mock an opponent who didn't get the desired result. He's saying that effort alone is not enough. He used to say that endeavors didn't count, and to ignore them, even when he was broken. And also because of his twisted standards, he would pick on him when he succeeded, with the words that he wasn't trying hard enough. Hiran said that he thought Ryuan had had a rough childhood. Was his mentor really that strict? Chung-han replied that he didn't know, but perhaps he had become so strict because of having to deal with a fool. And after the festival of the 3 holy masters, he keeps thinking what's in his head. And judging from his words, he did well in the exam. Ryuan asked, what about after the festival of the 3 holy masters? Did anything happen? Chun-hong replied that the problem was exactly that nothing happened. And he had won the festival, after all. And then he went and demanded the tag of 3 horses from the holy masters. But what did he have left but money, miracle pills and a good sword? Ryuan asked, hasn't the list already been listed enough? Suddenly Hiran thought, and replied that he thought he knew what Brother Chan was talking about. Winning the 3 Saint Masters Festival would guarantee him fame and a future. Chun-hong said that for sure. He also won the festival. And that means the Mirima Alliance, or the Academy, should almost fight to take him in after he graduates. And not just that. As a bright future awaits him, everyone from big clans to wealthy merchants are trying to snag him as a son-in-law for their family. And needless to say, he's becoming popular at the academy with the young ladies and fellow students. Chung-han asked, but what about him? Let him look around a bit. Passers-by started saying there's that shaggy black-haired dude and it's so weird that he's looking right in their direction. It's also Chin's lucky punching bag. And let them pretend not to see him. Although the 7th divine sword is nearby, he is even uneasy. Yoon heard it too and said that they were overreacting. He was used to this kind of thing. But Ryuan is really strong. They're also looking for flaws in the 7th divine sword. Ryuan asked the guys, and what should he do with so many eyes around him? Thanks to him, Y would be less clingy. Isn't that something to be thankful for? Y replied that he didn't care about reputation, but because of the martial arts he had last tried on him, there was nothing to thank him for. Hiran says it's definitely about the Great Awakening. He's afraid to imagine Ryuan using it on Y. Chan-hong replied, the fact that the 3 Saint Masters Festival used such a misunderstanding was also a problem. And it's not just the result that matters to people, but also the process. It shows how cool hard work is. Ryuan didn't care about any of that, and said that he had already exceeded all possible limits of hard work in the past. And anyway, He used this opportunity to get what he wanted. Suddenly Hiran asked him, "Isn't that thunder?" Thunder immediately descended on Ryan's arm. And he asked him what happened. Ryuan listened to everything and said that it worked out faster than he thought it would. Chunghan asked him, "What is it? What's he got such urgent news there? And why did he have such a serious face?" Chunghong replied that it was just breaking news, not some kind of surprising news. "It's nothing like that. The expected news is somehow strangely written." Flaming Blade sent him a letter in which he wrote that a cuckoo was a cuckoo. And 2 days later, a battle was scheduled between a team of red falcons and blue dragons. After such events, Flame Blade immediately began training in earnest. But it was Huck who was under the crush, and began to receive strong blows from his ally. The girl was very strong in one-on-one combat. Flaming Blade said that they were all worthless. But suddenly Ryuan came up and asked what was going on here. Didn't they say that in 2 days they were going to be competing against the Blue Vineyard team, or whatever their name was? Flaming Blade replied that is correct. And they are in the midst of special training now, as he sees it. Ryuan looked at them and asked, was it possible in their condition? In order to fight, they must first of all be alive. But when he came up to the guys, he said it was too late. Even the flies are circling over him. Flaming Blade replied that no, he just doesn't wash. Ryuan suddenly remembered and told the teacher that he had sort of talked about a group competition. But what did that mean? Previously, Director Su had said that this time, the competition between the Red Falcon team and the Blue Dragon team would be a group competition. All team members will fight at the same time, regardless of gender. And there is only one rule. They need to refrain from using poisons and real swords, and should not be brought to death or disability. And do they both agree? The snowman menacingly put his head to the side and replied that of course. The Blue Dragon's team is perfect. They are at the level where they no longer need to think about how to win. Flaming Blade also said that the Red Falcon team would give them a grand reception. So it's great that they'll be able to come together and slaughter the enemy all at once. That's why he had them attack him, to hone the group fight. But they're so weak. Ryuan said that it was natural, they were still very weak. If the fight is still over in one round, it would be nice for them to at least not look pathetic at that point. But he decided to tell the guys that he'd heard on the way here today that there would be unofficial betting on this fight. And do they know whose victory they are betting more on? The bettors took it all in stride and told people to place their bets immediately. And Ryuan said it's always with good intentions that they come to see them try to the point of gnashing their teeth. And so, to prove his boundless love and trust for them, he had no choice but to bet a huge amount of money on them. And now if they lose, it will send him out into the world and he will become a beggar. Perhaps later he will have to fight beggars for a bowl of rice. And then he'll be so damn sad. To the point where there's nothing left. He'll do to them what they did to him. Even now, when the older Coed talks to them, they keep pretending to be dead. So he just wants to throw something at them. Aren't they curious what it is? All the students immediately regained their senses and got to their feet. Ryuan said that they all stood up, and they would definitely win. Ryuan opened his box and said that if they were wondering what would happen if they lost, he would be willing to clear up any doubts about it. He would look forward to questions. The students immediately said they weren't interested. And they're definitely not going to lose. And don't expect any questions. Ryuan put down the box and asked, how could they not be curious? Anyway, why don't they try everything? Everyone was very surprised. But Ryuan pulled out all his pillory and started throwing it to the guys. In the morning, all the students were exhausted and every single one of them said they were sleepy. And at this rate, they would die before they even took a swing with the Blue Dragon team. But suddenly Sam said that there was something wrong. After he ate that thing, his condition improved. But would an older student feed them real miracle pills? Huck said he's a dummy. The older Coed isn't, though the pills really can be poisonous. But he's dead bodies anyway unless they beat the Blue Dragon team. But one of the students replied that if the senior co-student was intimidating, but he was still the strongest. Yale said that they are definitely the real pills. It's a senior Coed. After all, they know perfectly well that it's better for him to keep them in shape longer. But Yen replied that it was a mixture of gold pill, purple essence and purification pill. Tang Sam is an idiot. And if he didn't realize it by eating the pill, he should be struck off the family registry. But the student replied that the purification pill is quite ordinary medicine, but the others sound like something expensive. If they lose after eating such an expensive thing, the senior fellow student will kill them. But the girl asked, didn't he receive the purple essence for winning the Three Saint Masters Festival? Why did he spend it? And the gold pill is bloody expensive. Where'd he get it? It's even a little bit creepy. Jiren replied that she was worried about what the older co-ed had said at the end. Ryuan tells them that the contest is already made in their favor. They wouldn't lose foolishly, would they? And wished them good luck in the contest. Jiren thought and said, now it turns out, he meant that in a group fight, they are in an advantageous position. The captain replied that if you think about it, a group battle is really more advantageous to them than a one-on-one fight. They had a lot of experience fighting together. But the guy replied that he thought the most important thing in his words is if they act stupid, they will lose. In fact, since it's a team fight, there's something they should seriously think about. And how will they stop the dragon pikeman Un Cheonman? Everyone's future depends on it. And if they can't take him down, they'll lose. And then the older apprentice wouldn't let them get away with it. In his time, the warrior asked Meng why he was so worried about it. If they win in a one-on-one match, then they can win in a team battle as well. And Lady Pan, are any of them capable of defeating the pecan dragon? Young Lady Pan said that when she said she was worried. It's just her credo to be prepared for anything. And Mr. Ha, can you tell me who was the winner of the Three Saint Masters Festival this year? The warrior asked. Why were they suddenly talking about a guy who won the festival through sheer luck alone? Young Lady Pan asked. What kind of luck? Whether it's ability or luck, that's best known to those who have personally encountered it. And don't they know he was recommended to the academy by his mentor Flaming Blade? The warrior asked him what she meant by that. The young lady replied that this same Flaming Blade mentor has been diligently coaching the Red Falcons team lately. But Moan said that this Three Saint Masters Festival was interesting in every way. In that case, looking forward to the battle of the Red Falcon team. Where is she going alone at this late hour? If on a quest to find pills to share with members of the Blue Dragon team, then he, as a deputy, is obligated to go with her. The young lady said it was too complicated, so she would decline. The warrior asked where he was coming from at this hour. They say he got a 3-horse tag, so maybe the newcomer is coming back from the city. Just then, Ryuan walked beside the young lady and didn't even pay attention to her. The warrior got angry and said that this upstart was bragging. But Moan replied that apprentice Ryuan also received support from the community of 8. He just so happened to pass by the head of the community. But what happened? The young lady asked him. What does he think she knows? But no need to worry about such trivialities and run about her business. She has to hurry. So off she goes. Suddenly, the servants in the room were surprised at what they saw and said it was very hard to break. Also, the room was a mess. But the captain is all right, isn't he? The captain stood pressed against the wall and asked, what else is good? Quickly clean this place up immediately. And this guy is really disgusting. Why rerun a completed investigation? The servant replied that, frankly, there was something suspicious here. The information that had been vague until then was suddenly becoming clearer. It was as if someone had given it to them. The captain said he didn't give a gift, and they should accept everything with gratitude. Didn't they know? Even if he paid twice as much, if he wants to dig up more, he's unlikely to get anything. The servant asked him, then why did he promise him to reinvestigate? The captain replied, he was just pretending. After all, a girl named Rin had disappeared without a trace after her father. The next day, all the fans cheered. The referee said that the Blue Dragon team and the Red Falcon team would meet in battle. In the evening, Director Su said that the person who used the 3-horse tag was again on today's lists. And it was even surprising that the rookie who had won the Three Saint Masters Festival wasn't from a famous clan. But even more amazingly, after receiving the 3-horse tag as a reward, he began to increase his funds and information. But a rare specimen. Looking forward to his next moves. And because of following the third prince, he didn't check, so he doesn't know exactly what information he was gathering. But it was worth it to see him today. If Ryuan had gone to the gambling house, it would have been more likely to cut him off than the other way around. The only thing he could have wasted an unnecessarily large amount of money on was information gathering. Director Su started laughing and asked, what was he going to do with all this money and information? Create a new merchant guild or a thriving clan? The servant said that he would ask when he got the chance. Suddenly, Su said that thanks to Ryuan's disciples, he suddenly remembered an incident recently. The Festival of the Three Holy Masters had always been a festival for young talents from the 9 factions or famous clans, but one day, an unknown disciple, quite like Ryuin, made a splash, and I guess his name was Jang Hong-shik? That apprentice looks simple, but it's like he spent decades honing his skills in real battles and won thanks to his sword filled with courage. He even had high hopes for that disciple, but he had him snatched out from under his nose by suddenly sending him to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion as an exchange student. Lately, he kept thinking about that disciple. Chang Hong replied that was correct. The director said on second thought, then something else caught his attention. As the head of the Shadowless squad, he probably knows about it. Also, that disciple who won the 3 Saint Masters Festival got married in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Then he left the family without anyone knowing where he went. Chung Han replied that he didn't know about it. It had happened under the previous head of the Shadowless squad, and even if he did, he had no right to talk about it. The director laughed and replied that he was right. He just kept thinking about those times. Therefore, after seeing the results of the last 3 Saint Masters Festival, he made a decision. In the future, the Heavenly Warriors Academy would have a number of innovations, including student Ryuin. 16 rookies will be selected based on evaluations from various teachers. They will be divided into 4 groups: Heavenly Justice, Heavenly Warriors, Earthly Justice, and Earthly Warriors. And each of these groups will develop in close cooperation with the teams of the 4 gods. He will announce it in 3 days, and the team that wins tomorrow's Blue Dragons vs. Red Falcons team battle will lead the most noteworthy group of Celestial Justice. And for his information, this group will include 4 people: Manhwa, Ryuin, Ren, and Jang Hong-sik. No, it's even Jang Hong's disciple. The referee said that the Blue Dragon team and the Red Falcon team would now face off in battle. Yun and the other guys sat in the tree and watched. He said that the guys on the Red Falcon team had really practiced a lot. But he is nervous. Chung Han replied to him that it was fine. The Red Falcon team will win. They're bound to win. And maybe the fool bet on them, which is to say, he says, you just have to have faith. But Hiran said that he heard that Ryuin was personally helping them. And apparently, he got close to the guys because of the Flaming Blade mentor. At this moment, Ryuin was also watching and turned to his disciples. The students were all immediately surprised and said that it was a voice transmission technique. What is he going to say again, they thought. Seeing their reactions, Ryuin said that meant they could all hear. The captain wondered if they could all hear the senior student at the same time using this technique. Ryuin asks if everyone remembers what he told them earlier. And the older Koad believes in them. Immediately afterward, he ordered them to remove their bracelets immediately. And they gave it their best. The captain said it was time for them to go to battle. Everyone immediately attacked each other, and were ready to decide who would win. One senior said during the battle that he was simultaneously cheering for their community, and the community of 8, and hopes that the Blue Dragon team wins thanks to their community's miracle cures. But Hyung replied that the Red Falcon team had grown a lot recently. Although, of course, since they were up against a team of Blue Dragons, there was nothing to worry about. But the guy said that no matter what, the community of 8 at the 3 Saint Masters Festival had moved them, so for the future of the Kyujong community, they need to show their strength this time. And to him, it seems to be a fish-scale battle formation, the head of the community in the vanguard, and with her is Huashan faction's Ho Yen. There's hardly anything left for the guys in the community of 8. But what does a Red Falcon team do? The team of fucking falcons were ready to fight to the end and not a step back. After all, the senior co-student would mock them later if they lost. Senior 8 said that since it's a team fight, he thought it would be something like a simultaneous scuffle. He's even surprised. The person standing next to him replied that yes, he did. Surprisingly, the Blue Dragon team decided to use the formation. But the Red Falcon team was just as tight. The elder became curious and asked, what kind of formation does the Red Falcon team have? The main advantage of the fish scale formation, a powerful vanguard. But if the enemy scatters, and doesn't it seem to him that they are trying to surround the Blue Dragon team? But if they don't have numerical superiority, it would be quite difficult. And the movement of the twins from the Tang family and Disciple He immediately used his technique and sending several attacks said to sweep them all away. The blue captain told his men to ignore it and run. and to hold their line. But Yell didn't waste any time either and threw out an attack with his plates said to get them. But the enemy replied that's not how it works here. And she's sure that they're certainly not in the way. And one of them she'll deal with first. Suddenly Yell stood in front of him and asked if she would sort it out. They would do that to them. The apprentice took charge and started twirling her magic stick around them. The captain of the blue said the formation is broken, and ordered the dragon piconos and the steel stud to be careful. The girl asked suddenly, what was that trick? Men replied that it looked like a human cannon. The Red Falcon captain and ally released Huck into the sky and told him to do his thing. After the competition, someone started talking about the dragon piconosec. The team captain asked, was he talking about Meng? Either way, it's too much. The student was surprised and asked him in return if the captain meant to say that he was cowardly. Then they had better get back to the meaning of team fighting. The captain asked with surprise, the meaning of the command battle? Suddenly, Yell replied that he thought he knew what Hyeonan meant. A team fight is not a one-on-one battle. It's about working in concert. It's like escorting cargo. You need to work out a plan to maximize the results within the resources provided. While escorting, they are often attacked by brigands. But there are usually more of them. But what to do if there are the same number of them and bandits? The student slammed her fists on the table and said it was absurd. They are not idiots, and there may be good masters among them. The captain replied that they were not escorting cargo. And the dragon is not a bandit. But Sam said that if you consider their lives as a burden, then the dragon piconis is a brigand. After all, if they lose, Master Flaming Blade and the senior apprentice will not leave a wet spot from them. The guy's sister was surprised and replied that even a fool speaks the truth. Indeed, their lives are at stake. Since it's a team fight against a piconos or dragon, they can have a showdown, Jiren said correctly. Dragon Piconosaurus Men is the strongest student of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, known for his list of victories. And on top of that, let's not forget about Saying and Yen, who are among the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes. And about young Lady Ping, the steel stiletto. Peng Ha Ren is indeed a difficult opponent, such incredible power in such a frail body. She really is a descendant of the Holy Blade. The disciples suddenly also said that it wasn't incredible, but monstrous power. Have they ever seen her crack walnuts? Every finger on a walnut. And that's without using her inner strength. And even if combined into the strongest technique, would it work on Miss Ping? She asked. The girl replied that she was no match for her. Young Lady Ping is very strong. Recently, she ran to treat her favorite horse while holding it in her arms. Yell said that in any case, she is the favorite daughter of the headmaster and the entire Ping clan of Hebei, as well as the granddaughter of the Holy Blade. So no matter how diminutive she was, she must have bathed in miraculous elixirs since childhood, which made her so strong. But then how will they be able to deal with a team of blue dragons one by one, including a steel stud and a piconis dragon? Un replied that if he falls, unable to withstand the attacks of the piconosaur dragon, and he defeats Yen the dragon and comes to him, and most likely, the steel spike would smash Jiren and San into splinters. But Yell thought about it, and said that in the end the group fight would end up leaving a steel stud and a piconosaur dragon. Or just one dragon. After thinking for a while, Competent said that they would follow the plan proposed by Un. But in order to put the strategy into practice, a few more issues needed to be resolved. The Blue Dragon team has Yen from the Huashan faction. He's good at tactics, and the steel-spiked pecan dragon isn't stupid either. So how will they get them into a situation favorable to them? And another problem, if the plan is followed, the remaining 5 coanglers will have to battle against 8 opponents. Un replied that since their lives were at stake, the effort could be arranged. Fortunately, their Red Falcon team has a large variety of weapons and martial arts. So opportunities abounded. And first, they need 2 or more to distract most of the opponents of the enemy camp. The captain said they have Tang Sam and Un Ho, right? Sam replied that he was always ready. Yell also said he would be honored. But if Sam goes, wouldn't it be better to use his sister instead? Un said that a spear or a whip would be needed at the beginning of the fight. Lady Tang is good with a whip. Together with Yen, who wields the spear, they can slash at the enemy and make a mess. Mrs. Tan replied that there is nothing to be done, she is in favor. Un said the problem is Yen, who will see through the situation. He needs to be taken out of action, and we also have to prevent the dragon Picanosaur and Steel Stud from uniting. And it looks like we'll have to ask Huang Bo to do the impossible. But Hack's something embarrassing. The team captain says that he thinks he knows what the request to Huang Bo is. But what is so embarrassing that he wants to ask Hack? Un came up to him and said that they were talking about him now and he should wake up. Hack came to his senses and asked why. During the battle, Madame Ping asked the ally what was the trick. Meng replied that it looked like a human cannon. The captain and Un immediately gave Hack permission to launch it. Earlier, Un had asked Hack if he could be a shield for them. His job is to stand between the dragon Piconos and the Steel Stud and take their attack on himself. But no matter how he did it, it was going to hurt a little. It was going to hurt like hell. Huck immediately stood beside them and started swinging his stick, but took all the blows on himself. The student got scared and said that if those two beat him, Hack would go to the next world. Un replied that according to the rules of team fighting, killing is forbidden. They know that, so they will take care of everything. He thinks so, as he considers whose blow is deadlier than a steel stiletto and a Picanosaur dragon or Sabu's. But Hack is a creature that has successfully survived the most horrible fist-beating technique 3 happinesses from Sabu and the senior co-ed. The captain replied that he didn't. Sure, Hack has the highest endurance among them all, but he's been training hard lately for another cause. And it was too cruel to sacrifice him. Huck thought about it and said he would do it. They're dead anyway. Let them say they can't live without Mr. No Hack. During the battle, Huck shouted to the dragon Picanosaur and Steel Stud that their blows not only couldn't kill him, but made him stronger. The captain was at once surprised and wanted to change his mind. Un told him that if he lasted 10 blinks, Un told the dragon Picono and Mrs. Pan to take care of him. And now they are both bound. Ming said that the 3 that surrounded him were from the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes. He is happy to see them, but their reputation will be fine. The captain previously said that when the lives of Red Falcon's teammates are on the line, there is no choice. The girl told them that the 2 of them attacked Hack too. Let them think it was revenge for him. Un thought for a moment, and replied that he thought the opposite of what he thought would please them. That's the fun of team fighting too. Meng said at the moment of the battle that it was good, and all was well. The captain immediately gave his men permission and ordered them to attack. Un and the female disciple also gained strength and began to attack. But Ming was not afraid and was ready for anything. Mrs. Peng also said they were uncomfortable. And why is someone surrounded by 3 people and not her? Pan told Jiren that she seems to have matured a lot since the last time. Jiren asked her if she was upset that she was here alone. But then she shouldn't, she had prepared enough after all. But suddenly another student came in and said that she had to prepare for something in advance, so she was late, and suggested to Ping that she take care of her. Ping started laughing and replied that it's even better. But she doesn't even know who that girl next to Jiren is. Do they think the 2 of them will be enough against her? Yen introduced herself to her, and told her that there were not 2 of them, but 3. Ping was surprised and asked, 3? Who else is coming? Ping immediately looked to the side and saw the guy. He introduced himself, and said that he came even before Un. And his name is Huang Bo Jin Gong. Peng laughed and replied, giving her goosebumps. But that still wasn't enough. But since it took 6 people on her, and the dragon Picanosity dragon, the kid from the beggar gang is already out of the picture. How will the remaining 3 members of the Red Falcons team deal with their 8? It might even be interesting to see. Yen said that there weren't 8 people left on the Blue Dragon team. And the Red Falcon team didn't have 3 people left either. Gon also said that's right. But Hack isn't out of the picture, he just passed out. Peng asked them, is that how it is? Then they better finish quickly and she'll go take a look. Pen gave them permission to attack her already. At this moment, Hack was lying next to her and was unconscious. But there was still a battle going on nearby. After a few hours, Huck came to his senses and said that he knew it was just as well that the dragon's Picanosaur's blows were about nothing. And he'd only gotten stronger in the end. Ryuan and Flaming Blade watched them from afar and asked the apprentice, what were they even doing? Hack was badly wounded and realized that this place was a brutal battlefield. And many had already fallen. And no way, he's too late. There are beads of bills lying around. Judging from the footprints, strong and sure strokes of the spear's shaft were unceasingly delivered, and apparently it was the statue Yang who did it after Fatty Giam's attack. They're all cowardly people, and they had to leave the softest one for him. But if he didn't hurry, they'd take out all the weaklings. But suddenly he realized that he hadn't said that to the guys because he was afraid of losing face. But he knows him well. That devil! He definitely does, but in order for him to survive, we must quickly find some underdog and give him the final blow. Huck started to look around and realized that there was no one here. Why are all these pigs lying in one place, he thought. There should definitely be a Fatty Giam among them. But now they all look so much alike that he can't even be recognized. But although if you look closely, you can see the difference, except he doesn't want to look at them. That familiar smell of dirt and poverty, he recognizes even with his eyes closed. Senior Ju Dae Nam, a renegade vagrant of a beggar gang who has enrolled in a club for young girl lovers. Hack started insulting him and said that this idiot didn't deserve his title. Apparently, he avoided the beads of the grease ball and got under the hot foot of the statuesque Yang, and judging by the direction of the trail, that's where he was going. He shouted to his partner that he was going to take over, and she was to go on. Huck noticed that the plasterer had gone to the steel stud, as planned. And the fat man stayed behind to finish off the back herders, and the two of them took a hell of a beating. Judging by the amount of resentment and hatred they took out on each other, he and the fatso are real enemies, which means it's Kwang So, who was also a bet in the master appraisal community. Besides, his silk robes, though to his beggars eye look gaudy, are damn expensive. Huck picked Yell up and yelled, it was definitely him. He was very upset and begged him to get up. After all, he was the only one who shouldn't be lying around in a place like this. Hack threw him to the ground and realized that now only he and his brother and sister from the Tang family were the only allies left. But there are 8 people on the Blue Dragon team. 3 of them are 100% out. And finding another body, he said it's not one of the Thanes, so it's from the Blue Dragons. But why is it lying so far away? Hack kicked it with his foot and said that it was injured. He turned the body around and realized that it was the 4th in the ranks of Blue Dragons, Siang Flying Dragon of 7 Swords. He thought immediately why the 7 Swords Flying Dragon had let loose and collapsed here. But judging from the footprints, it had been hit with incredible force when it was unprepared. The case was now solved, but the Flying Dragon of 7 Swords was approached like a ghost. During the battle, the warrior shouted to his ally that he would block everything here, and let the guy help Yen. The guy turned to him and said if he looked at him. But the warrior told him to go faster, and why did he keep standing? But their Huang Bo Jin definitely fought him, and gave him the biggest mess. Huck realized that was definitely the case. After all, even he, his best friend, sometimes he couldn't remember his face. Hack thought, but why did he defeat the Flying Dragon of the 7 Swords? Apparently, they met at a fork in the road. After all, Jean was originally supposed to figure it out. He found another body along the way and said he didn't know his name, but he remembered the clothes of everyone from the Blue Dragon team. He's definitely from there. And as expected, he didn't even realize that he would be hit by Jean. Earlier, Un had told him that if the Blue Dragon team decided to use some tactics, Un Ho would lead them. And next to him as a guard would be Il Tak. Also, Il Tak is a master of Qi. He's quick-witted and notices everything. But since it's him, he'll have no problem sneaking up on him. Jean asked with surprise, is he? He would try his best, but if he failed? The older fellow student spotted him very quickly and caught him. Hack believed that Jean was, after all, a person that even he couldn't easily notice. And the older co-ed just isn't human, but now he knows that the Blue Dragon team has 3 out of 8 left. If he wants to take one down, he'll have to hurry. But suddenly he heard something and immediately ran to the rear of the enemy. But when he came to the light, he saw that it was Tan Sam. And he was badly wounded. Wai stood next to his body and told him not to die and to open his eyes immediately. Wai walked up to him and asked him what happened, and slowly slapped him on the head to bring him to his senses. Sam suddenly opened his eyes and asked him why he was punching him in the face. I mean, it hurts. But Sister Tang started cursing and shouted that she was telling him not to recall. At this rate, they will all be killed. Hack told the guy to rest. and he would save his sister. But suddenly the warrior appeared and told Sam not to worry. He would not attack his sister. Sister Tang asked him, "What kind of nonsense is this? She's not that scum's sister, he's not from their clan at all." But Hak told her that she was scolding him like she didn't want help. Sister Tan asked, "Does she want to?" The enemies asked Miss Tang, "Should she be sent to rest too? Or would it be better for both of them to rest?" Huck said he told him those two were formidable rivals. The warrior asked the lad, "His name is Huck, isn't it?" He had carefully given him time to say goodbye to his comrades, and now he would send him to his rest. Huck asked him, had he not heard his commander's words? He will put him to sleep on the ground in beauty. Jean had put down the fourth of the Blue Dragon team, and now he would try to overpower the third in strength. Huck remembers that he's been through so much, so thinks he's just a whipping boy, and the opponent is deeply mistaken, because in every corner of his body, a pain that cut into his very bones. It made him realize the way of the Sura and create his own style. Huck pounced on him, saying that he would show the third in command the power of a rabid dog rising from sheer chaos. He immediately used the stick-beating technique, and 3 talented dogs. Ryuan had been watching the battle the whole time, and wondering how it would turn out. The warrior asked, "Is this a foreign beating technique?" He's one of the best disciples of the head of the beggar gang, after all. He saw a big dog in front of him, and asked what was this strange technique. But Huck didn't stop and shouted that it was a technique of beating 3 talented dogs. And under part 1, the man dog is attacking, and decides to make him a lapdog. The warrior wasn't intimidated by anything, and began to defend himself, and fended off every attack from this guy. Hak was surprised that he blocked his attacks, but he didn't stop there and threatened to bury him in the ground. Y immediately proceeded to the second part called the Earth Club. The warrior didn't understand how this could be and fending off his attacks asked, "What is this even?" But Y also realized that if he backed down, it was the end. So he began the third part of the Celestial Iron, and would crush the enemy into powder and raise him to the heavens. Seeing these strong and complex attacks of this poor guy, he thought he should just dodge and avoid getting hit by the stick. At this moment, outside the battle territory, Hiran was enjoying some sweets, and suddenly the berry he was eating exploded. But Changhong said that one, and the other side exploded with a crackling sound. Yoon asked apprehensively, "Did they survive?" And he would never have thought Brother Hak was such a scary person. Y replied that they were disabled from pain, but the injuries were not fatal. But this stick style was not at all like a normal stick style. He didn't know that the beggar gang used such an unusual technique. Chung Hun said it was probably because the falcons were close to their fool. "You get a little bit of that, you get a little bit of that." Hurin liked what he said and smiled and said, "That's right, Ryuan is like that." "But aren't he and Y friends with Ryuan too?" Chung Han got angry and asked who else is friends with whom here? He shouldn't be included in that list. Y said his too. Hiran asked, "Is that what they all think?" "What does Yoon think?" He replied that Hak has joined Tang Mu Hai, which means there are now 8 people from the Red Falcon team versus 4 from the Blue Dragon team. "We can relax." Flaming Blade also said he didn't know where Hak learned it, but this devilish technique works. But Ryuan asked him, what is he rejoicing about now? Is it only him seeing that these idiots can handle just 2 opponents? Flaming Blade replied that no, and now the snowman only had 4 students left, and 2 more behind him. Huck, during his attack, shouted to the enemy that he was finished. The enemy responded that the homeless man was an insolent bastard. Flaming Blade kept an eye on things and said one of them was taken by a beggar, and that wench would be dealt with soon too, so that leaves only the guys in front. But suddenly Ryuan asked him, "What the hell are they even doing?" Suddenly Mistress Pan decided to run away a little to the side, but a team of Red Falcons stopped her and asked her where she had decided to go. But suddenly, someone launched an attack and hit her enemy's arm. Peng realized that once again she had to twist around like a beetle on a griddle. Mrs. Peng said she was sick of it all, and one of the girls made a rope attack to catch her. But Madame noticed this technique, and immediately cut the rope. She realized that it wasn't so much a mace sword technique that annoyed her, but this Yang family's spear style. She continued to fight even though she was uncomfortable. And then there's that sneaky type sneaking up to attack. Jean continued to attack, and didn't even think of slowing down. But Pum was faster, and repulsed his attack. Peng realized that she was barely blocking them. Yen said that she really is incredibly strong. Her hands are already going numb. Peng even noticed Oliven's attacks. And she found it strange that someone like her was able to receive her attacks. Jean said his sword was about to fall apart. And she does deserve her glory. But she can't even feel the signs of his presence during the battle. She began to feel herself getting hard. This is hurting her pride. And she feels like she's fighting against 3 of the 9 dragons and the Phoenix family. And she's not even talking about Jinren. The other 2 also have stamina at the level of dragons and phoenixes. And that guy from Wabo's family is on the level of an assassin. But she's the head of the community of 8. The Red Falcon disciples didn't waste any time after this and all pounced on her at once. But Peng wondered why she didn't know that they all had such abilities. But she always knew she shouldn't use it in front of the head of the Kyujin community. The headmaster was watching the battle at this moment, and saw that it was an unpredictable fight. But one of the seniors said that, but it's too early to judge who will win. But who would have thought that the Red Falcons team would use this way? Suddenly a servant came up and told the headmaster that he had made tea for him. Let him try it. The director got excited and said that was great and would be fine to watch this interesting contest. The servant replied, "Why say these obvious speeches? And Peng Ha Ren's disciple is truly magnificent. Fighting against 3 people at the same time." The principal said that she would lose soon anyway. To be called a martial artist, you have to go beyond your capabilities. But Ren still wants to be a beautiful woman, that's her limit. The servant asked him if he was being too strict. Apprentice Peng is diligent beyond her years, both in her studies and training. She is worthy of the title of a woman with a tough character. The principal laughed and replied that yes, he was. But anyway, today he was more attracted to the other team's students. The servant told the principal that he knew the master thought so too. At this time Hurin asked why who he was looking at so intently. Wai replied that on the dragon Picanosity. Hirin asked him if they might be on bad terms with him. Wai immediately remembered how it was said about him that he was only capable of squeezing Yong Chong Meng out of the Shaolin. Indeed, but Meng's natural abilities are inferior to him. But isn't Yong Chong Meng the son of the guardians of the 2 dragons of the precious disciples of Shaolin Meridian? People asked. He was answered that yes. The Ying family, that head guardian of the 2 dragons, had already spent a huge amount of money on the 3rd generation of Shaolin to nurture the child to the level of Shaolin disciples. And they had also heard that the child had a natural talent, and the head of the guardians of the 2 dragons had put a lot of effort into it. But still, how did men of the Miyang family become a disciple of Abbot Chion? He was told that if he had such a capable son, he, as a father, would do anything for him too. His mistake. He didn't mean any such thing, but Mon Wai has a great-grandfather. But with a grandfather like the Holy Sword, not even the 10 fathers of the 2 dragon guardians can compare. After his early years, his uncle told him that it was time to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy. He and his aunt will support him. So let him get to the very top. He has the honor of the Mon clan, and even 8 generations of their clan on his shoulders. So there's no need to dishonor them and not lose to Mon. But his mother told him that his uncle was just talking nonsense. They already know he's the best. But did he say goodbye to his father? His mother asked. Wai went straight to him afterward and told him he was leaving. But his father didn't respect him, and he didn't even say goodbye. Wai walked out without a word and went to his grandfather's house. He said he would come back after his training. Chion replied to his grandson that yes, that's right. But we told his grandfather that perhaps there are opponents he must defeat. Chion replied that there is no such person. But there is someone he can always turn to for guidance. And he will always be there for him. Wai asked, who is that person? Chion replied to his grandson that it's a man named Mon Wai. He's the one he recognizes and appreciates the most. He is also the one who can solve all his problems. Wai thought about Hurin's question and replied that no, he had just heard his name a few times. However, already watching the dragon Piconus wielding a sword was allowing him to broaden his horizons. Changhong said those are the right words. The dragon Piconosu uses one of the advanced Shaolin martial arts. Hurin was surprised and asked if that meant it was like that. Changhong answered him to think for himself. Shaolin is based on Buddhist teachings that say to avoid killing. Therefore, it is natural to strike with your fist, palm, foot, as well as using breathing practices. Even a spear is not welcome, much less a sword or a weapon blade designed to cut flesh and bone, to spill blood. It is difficult for such martial arts to become the foundation of Shaolin practices. They know that even the symbol of a Shaolin elder is the emerald staff of Buddha, right? Do they know who it is? Shaolin also has a famous sword art of 13 drachma swords. The Emerald Buddha sword comes just behind the Emerald Buddha staff in power, and this became known to everyone as soon as Meng obtained the Emerald Buddha sword after becoming a disciple of Abbot Hai Chong. And it's also rumored that you can only obtain the Emerald Buddha sword by mastering 5 or more levels of the 13 swords of Drachma, and to learn the 13 drachma swords, one must go through 18 Shaolin obstacles and 72 training sessions. It had been more than 4 years since he had received this sword, except when he fights against Hyung's third shining sword. He never uses the 13 sword Dharma technique. And so today is a good chance to review this technique. Suddenly Yun said was surprised that the guys from the Red Falcon team are really amazing. So good at fighting against opponents, with incredible martial arts. Hiran asked, was it just Meng and the other 3 left? Yun replied that the mentor had once said, it was foolish to deal with several outstanding masters without using a team strategy, as everyone would only get in each other's way. And even if they look, it's not even a combat formation. It must be hard for the enemy to anticipate the Falcon's movements. The team captain didn't take any chances and entered the battle himself with his strong and outstanding techniques. But Meng was a little faster, and repelled his first attack. But then unattacked with his own attack. But he dodged it again. But then a girl entered the fray and asked Meng, her attack, would he be able to withstand it too? Meng smiled and replied that it was good. San's cloning technique is really amazing. Since when did she have 4 arms? San smiled and thanked him for the compliment on the number of her arms. And she could increase them even more. After saying that, the captain and Un joined in her attack. But suddenly, Meng again repelled all of their attacks without even breaking a sweat. Meng said he's heard that the guys on the Red Falcons team are amazingly fast-paced, but she really is unbelievable. And at this rate, it would be difficult to help others. But now he would also put his best foot forward. This would be the first time it would be used against someone from the academy other than the third shining sword. Moan raised his real blade in front of him, and said that he was going to go beyond his limits from now on. And when he cast off all his 5 skandhas and released the sword, they all fell. And applied the 8th part of the 13 swords of Drachma. The sword of insight. With his sword touching the ground, the attack was applied with it. And the devastation of the 5 skandhas was applied. And now they would have to go through all the agony. Meng said that when he cast off all his 5 skandhas and let go of the sword, Un immediately felt an unusual energy. And now he means to become a Buddha. Meng yelled that they would all fall after this attack. San said to block it. But the captain told him that it was dangerous. After his strong attack, the captain shouted that they were finished. He doesn't know what it is, but they certainly can't survive. Ryuan immediately asked him what he was even doing. If he wants to live, then let him block. The captain immediately realized that it was a technique for transmitting the voice of an older fellow student. Un realized that they couldn't handle it, and shouted to his men to stop. Un caught his hand and told her to close her eyes. And not to do anything. San was surprised and asked what? But the captain decided to take it all in stride, and walking alongside Un like a hurricane headed out to block Meng's attack. Suddenly the captain stopped and felt that he couldn't. And the enemy knows what he wants to do. Meng immediately applied the devastation of the 5 skandhas, going through all the agony. But the captain was not afraid and attacked back with hundreds of arrows flying from the sky. Their attacks were so strong that they even just dissolved into the sky. San saw that, and said that she was using it too, but Un didn't let her do that, and just knocked her out with one punch. He used the defense barrier and protected himself and the girl. The captain opened his eyes and was surprised to see that he was perfectly fine. But how could this have happened, he thought. Un looked too and saw that he wasn't hurt. And he so knew that the captain was right. And the captain believed that if you put your life on the line, he could do anything. Un also believed that this was a really strong sword technique. But it could be avoided by detaching oneself from one's emotions and not using spiritual energy. The captain believed he was very strong. And Un thought he was a genius. Meng came up to them suddenly, and said that he never thought this fight would be so unpredictable. They really are strong. Even though he controlled his strength, they both found loopholes. But from now on, they won't be. But surprisingly, they weren't like this last year. How could it be possible? Unsaid that just this time, they'd put lives on the line. He understood that there were rumors that the dragon Pekiness's the light of martial arts. But what was that look? That Meng gave him goosebumps. Meng said that they were so determined, then he too could enjoy the fight to the fullest. He can break both wooden swords and people. They will definitely be fine, right? The captain stood in front of him and said maybe not. But let him not even forget, he is surrounded by them. And immediately shouted to Yunu and San. The captain saw that nowhere does it say it won't work. And maybe he really is stronger than he thinks. Un replied to the captain that he was on his way, and on the way apologized to San for what was. But men used the 9th part of the 13 swords of Drachma. The sword of faith. The captain realized he had nowhere to go, and decided to use the Namgun clan's unique stepping technique. Stepping through the darkness. He must block it. Un saw that at first glance, the sword technique that the dragon pirate was currently using looked light, but he could feel the incredible weight emanating from it, and Dong San would surely rely on speed, then he would use the Wudong sword technique. 22 Wisdom sword attack of the great limit, but Meng replied to them that answering adamantine but begets reason. The captain responded by using the sword technique of thunder and lightning, a separation magic that would immediately split his attack into 2 parts, and it would scatter across the sky. But Un and the captain attacked with the 2 of them, and seeing that Meng was still worth it applied a sweep of the black dragon's tail. Everyone at that moment was greatly surprised by what had happened. But Meng did not retreat and continued his attack. The team captain didn't hesitate either, and seeing that with his attack, the enemy's sword was shattered. He made even more effort to break his magnificent sword into small pieces. The fans didn't understand and asked what even happened. And they knew that the Red Falcons team would win. Jiren looked at it, and said that it looked like the dragon Pekiness had a hard time. And she couldn't go on like this either, could she? Madame Ping realized that the team captain had lost. And why was that talentless idiot so careless? She said she saw something unusual. But aren't they at their limit right now? Ping realized that if she overworked herself even more, it would be hard to maintain her current appearance. But if she was careful, she could make them. Pen told them that if she tried a little harder, they would all lose. Don't they think so? But suddenly Hack came and asked her, is she still on her feet? And now she was the last one left on the battlefield. Tang also said that today was a fruitful day. Ryuan met with them in the evening and started asking about the battle. He asked one of the guys how he didn't hit the enemy? Did they all really want to die? The students replied with fright that of course not. But suddenly the captain thought, what are they even doing now? But Un blew out his breath and said that's how it would end up in the end. All the students were standing on their heads at this time thinking, didn't they win? They're already on the verge of death after the group match. So why the hell are they doing this now? Ryuan got very angry with them and asked why their voices were so hurt. Did they want to stay like this all night? Ryuan asked them how many times they had fallen at the hands of those blue grapes. Was he the only one who understood the horror of the situation? Ryuan immediately turned to the Flame Blade mentor and asked, he wants to say that too, right? It's the result of their training. What does he think of it? Flaming Blade started shouting that they were rascals. The way they won was very crooked. All because of their ineptitude. And how could they even give in to some snowman's students? Were the students thinking what the teachers were talking about? They were so barely surviving. Yale thought that he had defeated a few, hadn't he? And Sam realized the same, that it was a noble sacrifice. And Hawk was badly exhausted and was saying with helplessness that he had come to his senses after everything. And now he was very unwell. Ryuan turned to them once more and asked if they had heard how they had barely won. Even though it increased his investment, don't even let them think of dodging. From tomorrow they will train twice as much. He immediately turned to the producers and asked them how many times they had been beaten, then they would train 3 times as much. Flaming Blade was rejoicing at this moment. And it's been a long time since he's done it like that. And he hoped the snowman would like it. At this time, the blue team told the mentor that they apologized to him. They are sorry for ruining his reputation and disappointing him. The snowman replied that there was nothing wrong with defeat. There was no need to be so despondent. They all fought hard, so they shouldn't ask him for forgiveness, and he's fine. Have the boys stand up immediately. Meng was greatly surprised that after their defeat, the mentor was still fine. But the snowman didn't take out all his anger on the students, and used kitchen appliances to do it. Hearing the cracking of dishes, they immediately realized that absolutely not. This was the first time mentor was so angry. Meng said that no, they were really wrong. After the group match, he thought a lot about the words of Gong San, the dragon sword of thunder and lightning of the Red Falcon team. As he expected, their wooden swords didn't hold up. And could they continue without them, as he had? Namgung answered him to do as he wished. They will fight until they win. Their lives are at stake. Men asked him, what kind of life is he talking about? He was a completely different person now, not only because of his skills but also because of his character. The same goes for the rest of the Red Falcon team. So what happened to them? Namgung asked him. Had he ever looked for a way to survive while hanging from a cliff on a thin rope during a storm? And he'll find out when he risks his life every day. Only those who are prepared to die can survive. Meng said he enjoyed the training. But during training, he kept feeling that something was missing. And thanks to those words, he realized what it was, and henceforth he will change. The rest of the disciples also all together told the preceptor that they too would change. And let the mentor accept their determination. Snowman said that it was good to know that a fresh wind was beginning to blow in the Heavenly Warrior Academy. He will be watching this determination, and he is not the only one. And now the team of 4 gods will take on the mentorship of a group of 4 promising freshmen, and according to the results of the group match, they will be the Heavenly Warrior group. They are second in strength after the Heavenly Justice group, above which will be the Red Falcon team. He told the boys that he'd be coming over soon to watch them practice. How's that working out for them? Team Blue Dragons, are they ready to lead those kids and take this chance for revenge? The disciples all immediately replied that yes. And they would definitely avenge their mentor's victory. In the evening, the Red Falcon boys came to the Red Falcon team and told them that they were disciples from the Heavenly Justice group assigned to their Red Falcon team. Chunhong immediately says he's a freshman and he's 25 years old, and asks the guys to take care of him. Manhwa introduced himself as well. But Hurin ends by asking them why they are meeting at such a time. Ryuan suddenly said that he was happy to meet them too. What's wrong with their faces anyway? And introduced himself to his guys too. And if it's not a good time for them, shouldn't they just leave? The disciples all immediately replied that they didn't need to. And Una's the smartest one said that they were just very happy. Rather let it pass and sit down, otherwise they would be very upset. Jiren motioned for them to make their way to the table as well. Chunghan was surprised and asked why they were standing up, and Hurin got the feeling that if they sat here, they were in for a terrible punishment. Un said it was a misunderstanding. They're just so happy they're here that they jumped up from their seats. The captain also said that's right. They just want them to relax. The guys were surprised and replied that they were happy to meet them, and hopes they get along. Ryuan asked them, is this how it works? He didn't think they'd be so happy. He hoped they'd get along with them in the future. 10 hours later, the students started getting smacked upside the head by their older fellow student, and asked him not to do it. Ryuan asked them, this is a lie, right? If he didn't want to die, he'd better admit that he was joking now. And so he asks one last time. Their special training will be held where? The captain replies that it's Mount Emission. He seriously couldn't do anything here, since he was so angry, asking him to tell Jinren that he was thinking of her in his last moments. Ryuan told the guy that if he were him, would he want to go there? The captain replied that of course not. He feels the same way as the fellow student. I'd rather die here than go to that place again. Ryuan told him that he might meet Sabu again. Is he scared just thinking about it? The captain replied to his fellow student that he knew it himself. He still has nightmares about that cruel abuse. Ryuan asked, so that was how it was? And suggested he come back to it later. Today, first and foremost, they must deal with this terrible situation. Suddenly in the evening, Flaming Blade was greatly surprised and shouted that it was too much, but he too had received such a message. But in the morning, the servant was telling Sabu that he could see the master had had a good time on his journey. Sabu came to his house and said that he thought there was someone in the house. After all, He had left everything differently. The servant replied that they had come yesterday to clean up so that he could rest comfortably after his return. But Sabu replied that no, and that was not the problem. And immediately he asked the servant who he was, for he had not seen him before. The servant replied that the previous man quit 3 days ago due to health problems. From now on, he would take care of him with all diligence. But Sabu looked into the forest and felt that someone was walking there. At that time the old servant was walking through the forest and met his man. He said with surprise that the boy had come first. And if it's not too much trouble for him, he'll sit down to rest here for a while too. The servant sat down next to the lad and said that it was amazing. This white wood, hard as stone, had impact marks on it. If it weren't for the branches, he would have thought it was a stone pillar. The guy said that's why this tree is called White Rock. During the day, when the sky is blue and clear, like now, it is white. But at night, when the shadows cover it, it turns black like the other trees. And apparently it's fate that they met here. So she wants to give him a gift. And what's his favorite? The servant looked and replied that it was nice to have a choice. And he would take the white stone. That hid in the shadows, more than just a white stone catches the eye. The guy said that among those that like them walk these difficult paths and get to pick the white curl, there are almost no others like him. He had also heard that the servant was homesick. Doesn't he want to go back there and live the rest of his life in peace? The servant replied that resigning would be a good thing. But not for him. There was an old man whom he had met from time to time not long ago. This old man spent all his time in the house where he seemed to have lived alone for a long time. His eyes showed longing, and his shot glass was half filled with that pain. Come to think of it, he's already lost his family, so going back to his homeland alone won't do any good. Even if he can't use martial arts with that body, he'd better help the guys at least that much. And this time, the gift is to his liking. And if he succeeds, he'll bring glory to his family, and he can finally be reunited with his family. In the morning in the unknown province, the old man was telling the head that they had just received a report on the changes in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, immediately reporting to him. As for the information about Ryuan and Changhong that the third prince requested, they're both from impoverished schools. All the information about Ryuan said that he was friends with Flame Blade Eunhee, and probably trained under him. And is it necessary to continue the investigation, he asked? The head replied that no. Sometimes you just meet people like that. Too bright or vice versa. But in any case, they are different from the root, which attracts attention. And it seems like guys are attracted to people like himself. And even that's sad. The servant said they'd organize it and send it off then. And does the third prince need to be informed? The head replied that he was not sure. Perhaps one of them would be a good opportunity for the baby to grow. But at this time, Principal Su said he was sure a change of scenery and a new place would be more effective for the Red Falcons team. Therefore, the training camp for them and the Heavenly Justice Group is moved from Mount Imishin to Mount Wudang. And besides, the Flaming Blade mentor who helped the Red Falcons team with their rapid growth promised to give MT Wudang even more intense training. And with his consent, some of the guys from the other teams of the Four Gods would be able to join the Red Falcons team and the Heavenly Justice Group, allowing them to gain experience. And in general, one person from each team of the Four Gods can join. Thanks in advance to the mentor for working so hard. Suddenly, Flame Blade said that the headmaster could rely on him. The snowman got angry at this moment and looked at him strangely. Going outside, Snowman asked Flame Blade what he was up to since he asked for a change of training location. And what was up with his eye? Could it have something to do with the child named Ryuan? Flaming Blade asked him back, what is he talking about? The assembly has been told. Or had his ears frozen off? He'd been so busy training the kids the last few days that his eye had nearly burst. Snowman replied to him to stop talking nonsense. He thinks he's someone who studied the same martial art with him, and believes such an obvious lie about a burst capillary? And only in one eye? It's even suspicious. Flaming Blade asked the snowman, does he doubt him? And since when was he so interested in his eyes? And he just can't accept that his boys lost to him. So he's taking it out on them. He's hoping at least he didn't take it out on the little ones. The snowman replied that he didn't seem to intend to reveal his plans. He doesn't know what happened. But he had better be careful. And he's not the only one looking out for that boy Ruin. That same day, the master told his man that if the case wasn't quite within his purview, the man replied to the lord that a troop of hunters always follows orders. They would follow them for 1,000 years, but the lord realized he wouldn't just leave him like that. And he remembered how Ryuan recognized him and asked why. Isn't that the same old man? Wai replied that if he was referring to the head of the upper board of the noble sword, then yes, that was him. Ryuan greeted him and said hopefully. The old man remembered, they had met before. And now they greeted the noble swordsman. Ryuan looked at him and asked, didn't he remember? About the bet he had made with them. And since he had lost the bet, he should apologize. Ilchui said that he and Chion's grandson should reach the finals of the Three Holy Masters Festival, and fight. And then he would believe him. But Ryuan also added to their argument that the old man apologized for everything he had said today. Ilchui was surprised and asked again, for what he had said, but after thinking it over, he agreed and asked in return that if Ryuan could not prove his strength, in the alley of heavenly warriors he would kneel before that boy and him and apologize for his rudeness and lies. When they met, Ryuan asked if the noble sword had forgotten the people he had promised to apologize to. All the people heard about everything and asked, are they now telling the noble sword to apologize to them? Ilchvai replied that he never breaks his word. So he is ready to take back his words and apologize. And then they had a misunderstanding. And for that he apologizes. Ryuan said it lacks sincerity. But it will do for the first time. He hopes the Dominus will be more careful from now on. Ilchwei has embarrassed himself a lot this day. And he's not doing this because of his ill-manneredness. It's for the good of the Murim. He will surely get proof that he is connected to that devil. After this they went on a boat trip. But the warrior stood on deck all the time and plucked. He thought, why is this happening to him? He'd never be able to get away from it for the rest of his life. Yoon saw this and said that his brother was in so much pain. He didn't think he would be so sick. We should give him some water. Ryuan replied that he'd be fine. I'd better give him a smack to stop spitting bean pie into that clear river. Hiran said they have 3 to 4 more days to sail and he wants to keep making him faint the whole time? And Ryuan is always in his repertoire. Chunghan couldn't stand it and told the guys to stop. There are too many eyes here, he doesn't want them expelled from the academy for this. And there's something weird about it. Earlier, he heard Flaming Blade say that this Plum Blossom kid, he would go with them because he couldn't suspend his treatment. Let him be at their place on small errands. But Yun replied that he would try not to interfere with his training. Chunhong said that it was clear with Yun, he had his own circumstances. But why are the others going to practice with the Red Falcon team and the Heavenly Justice group? And he also heard that 4 gods from each team were allowed to go on the trip. But why the 3rd shining sword? Hyung suddenly approached Shuai and asked if he was okay. To think that the 7th divine sword, which was on the same level as him, had lost to a stomach illness. Wai replied that he doesn't know where to put his eyes. He tries to adapt at least a little. But Ryuan looked at the others and asked why these 2 are here. He can't understand either. They don't seem like the kind of people who want to be in a place like this. So what are they here for? Also, why are they being escorted to training by Chunya's security company ships? Somehow he didn't think it should be like that. 10 days before, in a conversation between Flaming Wedge and the guy, he asked why the guards? Ryuan replied he bet Flaming Blade had never moved to a new place with children, nor had he himself been involved in budget management. And why wouldn't his youngest apprentice trust him? Flaming Blade replied that if it were his personal money, he would have given it already. But it was training camp funds, so he couldn't, even if it put a black eye under his other eye as well. And thanks to someone, they're going to Mount Wudang. They're not going to eat the same land all the way there, are they? Ryuan laughed and asked him why he thought they would eat the ground, and then he struck the table with his hand and said that it was a vain excitement. And he would see that on the way to Mount Yuden they would not even soil their feet with earth. 10 days later at present, Flaming Blade looked and said that they really didn't get their feet dirty with earth. He also remembered the guy talking about meat 3 times a day. Everything seemed fine. But turning around it seemed to him that not everything was fine. And why does he have to hang out with these security scum, he thought. The guard looked over and asked what was wrong. And why did Flaming Blade-san just look at them? The guys answered him to pretend he hadn't noticed. It had been a long time since they'd eaten that much meat, so he'd better pretend he hadn't seen it, and he'd be fine. Suddenly, the deputy head of the Chongyang Security Company's Nanchang branch, He said that this time the escort mission came upon them suddenly, they would be able to finish it safely, right? Chan-hee, the head of the Chongyang Security Company's Nanchong branch, replied that they had begged. In addition, the central office sent a special order. He never thought it would actually happen. And what kind of reasonable conditions? If they ran into the bastards from the Black Dragon brothel, then there would be trouble. He said that if it were business as usual, they would just give them some money and sail on quietly. But the proud academy students would probably want to settle things by force, and if anything goes wrong, they all get dirty. Still, there's only one thing he likes about this mission. Chan-hee asked, what does he like? He looks like he's been bewitched. They need to be careful, but they're still looking around with their eyes. Suddenly one of the guards said he was sick. His eyes were not obeying him at all. The others said they couldn't look away either. He couldn't sleep at night either. How does one even work here? He feels like he's about to fall at her feet. She's a heavenly maiden. Suddenly, Ryuan came up to her and said that he felt strange somehow, but at least there's not a cloud in the sky. It's perfect for fishing. He asked Rin if she liked fishing. Rin turned around and asked him back, didn't he just say rain? Ryuan replied that he had, and he even thinks it's coming soon. Red rain. Rin didn't understand him and asked what he was talking about. Rin immediately felt the ominous feeling that had been haunting him for some time now, growing stronger. Something always happens at times like this, and suddenly before her eyes it was as if everything began to crumble, and she realized his hostility. Ryuan told her that apparently she had good instincts too. Wasn't it curious what kind of bait so many fish came to? The guards looked off in the distance, and started yelling to the head of the squad that they were pirates. Chan-hee turned around and asked, is this the Black Dragon Den? But somehow they found them quickly. How many are there, and where is their banner? The guard replied that there are 3 ships, but no flags. And the strange thing is that they are still far away, but some of them are just jumping into the water. Chan-hee listened and after thinking for a moment asked, could it be the newbies? He asked in response, isn't that a little strange? What if the 3 ships are being used as a distraction? Chan-hee asked his ally, did he think this was a stealth attack? The captain of the Red Falcons suddenly said that they were ready to fight back. But Jiren replied that it was unknown where they would attack from, so they would look in all directions. Said he would let the others know too. Ryuan was resting at this moment, and wasn't even bothered. He said that this neighborhood was full of stupid bandits, and jump out of the water in broad daylight to become a perfect target in the sunlight. Suddenly everything changed and pirates jumped out of the water attacking the ships. The captain shouted to all his men to be careful. Hyun asked why if he was okay. The boy replied that he was fine, he could fight. Madame Ping realized that she needed to defend herself, and used her sword technique to take out all the pirates from the ship. Ryuan didn't pay attention to it, and said, aren't they idiots? And it's just a minor nuisance. But Rin didn't remove her gaze, and noticed something. At that moment, a masked man came up onto the deck. The stranger pulled out his knife and attacked Jiren. But the girl was faster, and stabbed him with her sword. But suddenly Rin noticed that it was getting late. And she saw that the mercenary was headed for the Jiren girl. But the captain was fighting at this moment, and was glad that he had time to block this attack. But Jiren at this moment was covered in the enemy's blood. But the knife that was in the mercenary's hands glistened and slowly approached the girl's head. The captain noticed this and ran to save his love. He realized that he would not be able to catch up and save her. But everything changed the moment Ryuan immediately walked over and grabbed the knife with his bare hands. But Ryuan didn't leave any chance to the mercenary. After protecting his disciple, he immediately cut off the enemy's head. But Jiren wasn't herself from the blood that lay on her body. She even let go of her sword from her hands out of fear. Ryuan noticed this and yelled at her to come to her senses. But when he saw that she wasn't paying attention, he slapped her. Ryuan asked her if she wanted to die. And when she wields a sword, her heart must be like ice until her head falls off her shoulders. If she can't master the basics, why is she even learning the sword arts? She wants to die because of her confusion. The captain didn't even like it, and tried to defend her. But unstopped him and told him to calm down. And honestly, in that situation, if it wasn't for the older fellow student, he wouldn't have been able to save Jiren, so he'd better calm down first. There's no need to worry about the senior fellow student. And teacher Flaming Blade doesn't know about their relationship with the senior fellow student. Flaming Blade at this point thought he had never hit a girl in the face. And what did this devil eat that he grew up like this? And An also said that there's an ice phoenix here that the senior co-student cares so much about. And yes, many others have their eyes on them, and his act has already sparked a wave of condemnation. It was so radical that even his friends found it hard to accept. An told him to take a look. Jiren quickly came to his senses. And didn't he think that the older fellow student, read the atmosphere, had softened a bit? Ryuan told her she was covered in blood. And here was her sword, which she let go from her hands after killing her. And he told her to go wash up. Jiren took the bracelets off her arms and asked her fellow student, should she go now? Ryuan replied that yes and asked when else would she have time? There are still plenty of feisty fish out there, just let her see. She shouldn't miss her sword this time. Jiren looked over and said they were enemies. Ryuan replied that was right and pushed her right into the water to kill them all. Ryuan said that he would push her and let her have a good wash and catch more fish. Jiren immediately went straight into the water with sword in hand and set to work. The captain was greatly afraid for her and shouted after her. He immediately removed the bracelets from his hands and said he was following her. But Ryuan was surprised and said, how did he know to follow? Then he asked the others why they were also stuck. Let them gather immediately. Just stand by and watch their two friends fight hard. Yell immediately started to take off his bracelets, and replied that of course not. An also said that he was coming too. Madame Peng was surprised and thought why the Red Falcon team ran forward like crazy. And why were they in such a hurry to fulfill what some newcomer had told them? Hyung said at this point that his friend's recklessness is beyond imagination. But the submissive reaction of the Red Falcon team is even stranger. Doesn't he know what's even going on here? Suddenly, Flaming Blade turned to his disciple and said, is he crazy? Is he out of his mind to do such a thing? Ryuan asked him why he was so agitated. No need to worry, he's perfectly fine. Flaming Blade asked, who here is supposed to be worried about who right now? His concern is that he literally threw his guys overboard. He never taught them how to fight underwater. What if something happened to them? Ryuan replied that they were his older teammates from the Red Falcons. They're great at catching fish. They'll be fine. The teacher is overprotective. Hurin exhaled at this point and said, what a blessing it was that teacher Flaming Blade didn't make a well-seasoned kebab out of their wacky. But where is he going with this? Does brother Chanhong want to leave them behind? Chanhong replied that there's no way out. He wants to grab the Bang Bang and follow him. He asked Yun if he could swim. Yun replied that it wasn't that he didn't know how. But fighting enemies in the water was a different matter. Ryuan suddenly asked, is even his Rinrin shocked by all this? That's really offensive. And asked Yuna if he was a good swimmer? Yun was frightened and replied that now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember how to swim at all. Ryuan grabbed him and said that they would refresh his memories with practice now. He was thinking about something. He can't smell the plum blossoms in the water, can he? And threw him right into the water with the sword. The commander told everyone to be alert and prepare for an ambush. The guard asked with surprise how many enemies are there that are willing to die. The guys replied that if it wasn't for the Heavenly Warrior Academy disciples, they wouldn't have gotten by with little blood. Sang was underwhelmed by this, and said that even their guys who had a lot of battle experience wouldn't be able to stand up to such an enemy. And even underwater. Now what would he tell the academy if there were casualties among their students? Chan he replied that this was also a problem, but these guys are definitely pirates. They're too cold-blooded like they are for brigands. Chung Han at this time approached the enemy's body and felt the pain technique dull the sensation of pain. And now he knows they're not pirates. After all, pirates couldn't have been underwater for so long and attacked. But Hurin heard it, and said that since it was a pain technique, then they were assassins. And since they're not going to rob them, does he care if they're thinking of dying with them? Chung Han replied that he would put it this way, that he didn't know why they decided to attack the ship, but they were all professional killers. Hirin was surprised and asked him how he came to that. Chan he also heard and asked them if they said the assassins were professionals, and it wasn't that their security company hadn't encountered assassins, but they had never seen them use the pain technique. So how did that old man know about it? Hirin replied, as strange as it may sound, he is not an old man, but a 25-year-old freshman. And though it's hard to believe, despite his young age, He has an excellent grasp of things like pain technique. Chung-han blushed at this point, and told his friend that it would be better if he just kept quiet. Chun-hong said he looks like that because he ate the wrong medicine when he was a kid. That's why he knows about these things. For the pain technique, you have to take certain healing water too. Chan, he asked with surprise, healing water? And in his mind, it felt like this 25-year-old freshman had already been in the martial arts world for 20 years. The Heavenly Warrior Academy really is magnificent. Chung-han continued to them what is called the pain technique pill. It was a special mixture of poisons and herbs that dulled pain and improved reflexes. Although it reduces life expectancy, it is sometimes used by professional killers. At a certain stage, they may not just ignore the pain, but may even fight back and deliver the final blow after their throat has been slit or their heart has been stabbed. And assassins give the last blow to the enemy and die with him. And if they die after losing a lot of blood, it gives off a tar-like odor. That's what came off the body. Hyung asked. It turns out they're definitely not pirates. But who do they want to kill? Why? Asked the security bureau. Maybe they have some guesses. Sang replied that no. Although their firm has risen quickly, there is no person or organization that would grind a grudge against them enough to want them dead. Chan, he also said that, and even if the target was one of them, they would immediately lunge at him. But there is no one who would hire such expensive assassins for their sake. But Madame Ping showed that in any case, as long as they were together, they wouldn't get their way. And before they parted ways at Mount Yuden, she would send a message to the academy to help them return safely. Now they just need to focus on defense. Sang-hee replied that since she said that, it was encouraging for them. And just like she said, the best thing they can do right now is to focus on defense. Suddenly, Peng walked up to the guy and asked, "She's Chung-hong's disciple, right?" And if she got it right, the mercenaries were targeting one of their disciples? Chung-hong replied that he had said no such thing. Peng asked, then who else could a bunch of violent mercenaries be targeting? And now he says he was able to recognize professional assassins but didn't understand their purpose? Hyung replied that judging from the reaction of the escort company, they couldn't be their target. So probably, just like young lady Peng said, the target is one of them. Mrs. Peng replied that that was correct. And asked Chung-hong, who does he think the Heavenly Justice Group is, their target? Hyung asked with surprise, from the Heavenly Justice Group? How did she come to this in the first place? Chung-han thought for a moment, and said that he was only a freshman, after all. The fact that she asked him that so suddenly is displacing. He was greatly surprised at that moment, for she had figured it out right away. And the principal's daughter is really amazing. Peng replied that the slates of the Four Gods teams had come out more than once or twice. But this was the first time this had happened. Naturally, this time it must have something to do with the new Celestial Justice Group. Disciple Yun is following them unofficially, so he can't be the target of a planned ambush. Also, if Flame Blade Mentor was the target, they wouldn't use such a method. Disciple Monwai didn't seem to know anything about the current situation. And of the remaining members of the Heavenly Justice Group, only Disciple Chung-hong can be seriously dialogued with. So she also asked him who the true target was? Chung-han replied that, for starters, it certainly wasn't him. He doesn't have a famous name or enemies who would attack like that. And he's a smart comrade too, and unlike one fool, he's also capable of having a serious conversation. Maybe there's someone who has a grudge against him. Chung-han realized that he really wanted to ask that. And there's a third prince here, after all. So why the hell did they attack? Hurin suddenly laughed and asked at him. He immediately thought of who might have a grudge against him. He immediately remembered how they had yelled at him for being shameless. Did he know how many people his brother had killed? How dare he come here after such a thing? And it doesn't matter, even the younger brother and the older brother, that their parents make him furious. And even tearing him apart, and that is not enough to avenge him. Hurin said that ever since he was a kid, there were quite a few people who wanted to get rid of him. But come to think of it, none of them would be sending mercenaries now. Madame Ping asked him, was he joking in a situation like this? Chung-hong realized at this moment that the worst part was that it wasn't a joke at all. Why suddenly said that in such a case, there was a high probability that it was because of him, or his family. For the general safety, it would be better for him to leave. Madame Ping asked him, what is this nonsense? It was necessary to find out who the target was in order to organize a proper defense, not to draw such conclusions. Hyung also said he agrees. Besides, why does he think it's because of him? There's another person in the Heavenly Justice group, and this man has a knack for turning people against himself. He also can't figure out how he got members of the Red Falcons to come forward. Mrs. Peng also said that this was correct. After all, even masters without special training prefer to avoid underwater battles. But so why did the members of the Red Falcon team jump into the water like that? At this moment, Yun fought with the mercenaries and finished him off underwater. He was surprised from being able to kill a human. And because of that, he survived, and luckily he didn't lose consciousness using his sword technique. Suddenly, Yun felt someone attacking him from behind. He suddenly froze and realized that he couldn't fight any further. He understood that due to the lack of plum blossom fragrance, he was lucky enough to be able to block 1 to 2 opponents. But there is nothing more he can do in this suspended state. And this time he will die. And now he misses his master. Yes, and the older fellow students were not so bad. Plum Blossom. He wishes to see the plum blossoms on Mount Wasan again. Suddenly he heard something and asked, "What was that sound?" Opening his eyes, he saw that someone had attacked the mercenary with a date. And it hit him right in the arm. Yoon immediately realized that Namgung had saved him. And there was also one beside him. They did it to save their comrade. Yoon looked at them and saw them trying to tell him something. But at this moment, he didn't understand anything, but he thanked them for doing such a thing. He now thinks the guys on the Red Falcons team are really cool. And he feels like he's about to faint. After all, he's been in the water for so long without being able to take a breath of air. But the guys are like mythical creatures that have been living underwater for a long time. Also that date, really cool ones. At this point, Ryuan was on the boat eating dates. Rin saw what he was eating and asked if dates tasted good. Ryuan replied that yes, they are a great nutritional supplement. The dates are fresh and good for the body. This food will make her natural beauty kick in. Would Ms. Rin like to try it? Rin replied that she would refuse. But she had a question. He had already thrown the dates into the water several times. Did he really attack the enemy by Dota? Rin thought that he attacked the enemy underwater with a fresh date rather than an iron one. That's practically impossible. Only if he had undergone special training, and his level was beyond imagination. Yes, and the reaction of the members of the Red Falcons team that followed his words immediately dived into the water. The disciples at that moment thought he was the devil. And now he wants the sea to be their grave. Even Huck had threatened that he'd get his revenge on him once he'd gotten his strength back. And sure as the next time, Ryuan realized that they were all tense and hurt, but there was no fear of death. That would be impossible if they didn't trust him. And though how would the Red Falcons team know of his actual abilities? It's just his guess. But suddenly, someone on deck said something floated up. The guard said it was a young lady and a gentleman who had recently jumped into the water. The others tell him to take a closer look. And as he can see, there are 2 guys. And it looks like the little guy from the Huashan faction passed out. But suddenly, Hai started punching Yoon's face to bring him to his senses. The guards were surprised and asked why he suddenly started hitting the guy like that. And after that, Yoon came to his senses, and now one of them is going underwater again. And come to think of it, the other guys have been underwater for a long time. But how do they take it? Real masters. But Yoon is on the water at this moment, and spitting water from his body. The guard asked, "Is he not going to come out? And is the boy holding his breath to dive in again?" Without thinking for a long time, Yoon immediately dived under the water. When the guard saw him, he said he dived in. And after he passed out. And it turns out the boy is a brave boy. Hyung looked and asked, "Isn't that Yoon?" And he doesn't seem to be familiar with underwater combat techniques. But contrary to his gentle appearance, his spirit is strong. Wai looked at all of this and said he should help them too, but his body immediately kicked in and started throwing up. Chung-han asked suddenly, "Help them? In his condition?" Besides, if the Heavenly Justice Group was the target, the 4 of them had better stay here. And it was probably a good thing that their Ryuan didn't jump in the water. Hirin replied that if he had jumped in, he would have followed him. Rin suddenly said that the Red Falcon team and Mr. Yoon jumped into the water. Isn't he going to join and help them? Ryuan responded that the Red Falcons varsity team has habits, meaning he wants to keep their reputation intact. Besides, the weather is sunny and he wants to fish from here. After all, there are plenty of fish here. Ryuan immediately attacked the enemies who were underwater with dates. Rin noticed at this moment that in the water, something glittered, but it was impossible to see. And it was some sort of hidden weapon, and come to think of it, she had used something like that too. She didn't know martial arts at the time, so she couldn't see it, but it seemed to be a kind of slashing sword. Rin now realized that he was using a slashing sword just like her. But she wasn't sure if an iron date could be used as a slashing sword in water, and it does it at a speed that even she has trouble grasping. And it really can be done. The mercenary at this moment didn't understand how come. No matter how strong the students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy were, they were in the water. And how can they move so nimbly and smoothly underwater? They even have their own way of communicating. It's lucky there are idiots among them. A woman doesn't have the strength in the water to swing a thing like that properly, but the apprentice swung her sticks, and easily knocked out the enemy with a single blow. The mercenary was greatly surprised at her monstrous strength. And who are they anyway? What do they do for a living? What have they learned to do? He still didn't understand what kind of crazy wenches these were. And the students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, yes, what kind of training did they even go through? The mercenary realized that they had no information, that they were that good. We need to deal with at least one as soon as possible, get out of here and hand them over to the humans. But at that moment there is a student behind him who was ready to attack him. The mercenary didn't realize, for he saw the blood. And his eyes close. Huck showed his hand to his ally that he was using a great technique. In water or on land, it kills all rats without them noticing. Unnoticed something before his eyes as someone attacked the mercenary. He thought to himself, he didn't do that, did he? And it was definitely some kind of creepy flash. The captain asked the others if they had dealt with the guys who tried to put a hole in the ship. Enemies disappear too easily. He realized that although the valley in Emission was like hell, it looked like the training there had made them stronger. The captain signaled to his men and said it was time to go up. At that moment, Ryuan looked into the water and waited for them to swim out. Rin looked at his movements again and asked, had there really just been a slashing sword? Ryuan replied that it was, sort of. Today's fishing trip is almost over. It's going to rain red soon, so have her get ready to dry her clothes. Rin asked again, red rain? Suddenly, the guard shouted, the guys from the Heavenly Warrior Academy are on their way up. Everyone is safe and sound, saying he said, it's even interesting how they fought underwater. There aren't even any wounded among them. Chan he replied that the disciples of the Heavenly Warrior Academy were just great. A guard suddenly approached them and told the head and deputy that they were being attacked by 3 pirate ships at once. There were a lot of enemies left. The head was surprised again and said that the pirates were coming at them. And tell them to get ready for battle at once. Sang asked, why are these lunatics doing this? Chunyang's security company. Let them immediately protect the passengers at the cost of their lives. But before he could finish speaking, the ship erupted behind him. He immediately shouted that anyone who didn't want to die should get out of the way. The guard said right away that it was the famous mentor flame blade. Although it's a blade technique, for some reason the word sword is included in the name. And it's called flaming sword energy. And now he will probably burn them all alive. The guard was very frightened and asked, is he going to burn them too? What the hell is going on here? Why did he suddenly become so enraged? Flaming Blade got really angry and showed his strength in action. Flaming Blade immediately remembered how Ryuan had said that Quan He was the name. Recently his value had dropped a bit. If this keeps up, he'll rescind the privilege policy for a student with experience. And then the guys on the Red Falcons team will find out they have a junior co-student. And he's thinking about it. But he'll take a little more time to look at the situation and figure it out. Quan He became very angry and said that he would sweep everyone away in the blink of an eye. And started releasing a flaming sword attack. Everyone was shocked by this and started screaming in fear. The flaming blade launched an attack directly at the enemy boat and burned it to the ground. Sang-hee said that there were really no more enemies left. Luckily, the crew was not hurt, and the boat did not sink, but floating down the river with a boat in this condition. Chan-hei said they might damage the cargo, and there's no telling when those guys will show up again. Sang turned to the crew and said that from now on they were traveling overland. Ryuan pointed his finger and asked, here? That would be a bit difficult. They have no wagons or horses, after all. Besides, their mentor Flaming Blade said that they would reach Mount Wudang without getting their feet dirty. so they definitely can't go on foot. Quan was angry at this moment, and realized that he was the one who had promised him. But if he said that, he would look like a weirdo. Quan thought for a moment, and said he didn't care. Sang laughed and replied that fortunately, there was thick vegetation, so the road was dust-free. He would even say it was flowery. He also said that since things were like this, they would have to be patient for a while. If they crossed the mountain, they would be able to find horses in 2 or 3 days. On the second day, Ryuan grabbed one man and told the others to drop their weapons if they wanted to keep that man alive. If they want to save their ringleader, let them bring the ransom. And that's a reasonable demand. And for the record, if this situation drags on, his hand might shake, so they'd better bring the ransom soon to appease his hand. Wai and Hyung were surprised and didn't understand why he was doing that. Mrs. Ping asked, "What's that psycho doing?" Rin replied that it looks like he took a hostage, but Yoon said it wasn't really a hostage. Hiran replied that he thought it was common for bad guys like outlaws to take hostages, not become them. Chung-han looked at it and said that's right. But somehow he feels like they are the bad guys in this situation. All the bandits gathered and said it was the leader. And they asked Rian how dare he touch him. And what had happened. Heaven's Blade noticed that even the bandits couldn't do anything against him. He thought that Ryuan was a born devil, and on top of that his skill, it looked like he had already used it a bunch of times. His students also looked at it with surprise and didn't understand what he was doing. But suddenly an older robber came up and said he was ashamed. But the head answered him to pretend that he had not seen anything. The head asked Ryuan if he was afraid of the consequences. After all, if he lays down, does the guy think that his guys that are here now or the 72 thugs from the Green Forest gang will leave them alone? And if he didn't let him go now, they would all be finished. Ryuan started laughing and asked the head, "Is he sure about this?" Ryuan immediately turned to the guys on the Red Falcon team and said that this uncle asked if they were afraid of repercussions. What did they think about what he said? The captain started laughing and replied that no way. And also said that they had broken up a den of tiger bones and a den of dragon bones after all, and threatened them with such a ridiculous amount? There's a lot less than they'd put down that time. The head asked with surprise, the den of tiger bones and dragon bones? He can't believe that they destroyed the den of tiger bones and dragon bones from the Green Forest gang. Saying he told the head that on second thought he had heard something like that. The head replied that he had. When they asked Chunyang's security company for an escort, he wondered, are the rumors about the Red Falcon team from the Heavenly Warrior Academy not exaggerated? But from the current situation, he sees that everything is true. The eldest of the bandits got scared and said that they were a team of Red Falcons from the Heavenly Warriors. And now they had to get out of here before things got worse. Ryuan asked his enemies where they were going. He immediately told Hiran to fix that jerk's face a bit. Hiran listened to the order and flew at him with both feet. The bandit didn't even have time to do anything before he was hit in the head. Hyung was surprised and thought it was nimble and neat. He felt that he was quite an extraordinary kid, but he hadn't expected such skills. Chan Hong also thought that he didn't go to the Three Saint Masters festival to avoid showing off. But now he's so joyful. But Mrs. Ping at this moment didn't even understand why Hiran was acting crazy too. The two of them are the same. Hiran told Ruin that he had captured him, and what to do next? Kill him for the others for their edification? Or use him as a hostage too? The older man wondered after that, why did this guy grab him? Ryuan answered him that of course the second one. And as they say, the more the better. Thinking like bandits, isn't it better to bargain for ransom when he has 2 hostages? Ryuan began to list that not cooperating would make his hand waver. But if they were reasonable and gave up half of what they had, he would be lenient. They need something to live on too, so they used the rest of the money honestly. The bandits thought, what's all this bullshit? Stop pretending to be good, demon. The bandits started looking in their pockets and thinking, what are they going to do now? And one of them came in today with a lot of money. And he wouldn't have to give away half his clothes. Ryuan asked them, were they kidding? Did he say to give half of what they had on them? For the lives of those 2, he demanded half of all the property from the brothel. Mrs. Pan thought he was crazy. And it turns out he's worse than any bandit. But Flaming Blade noticed that he was surprisingly lenient with the thugs. He thought the guy would pull the hair out of their asses and make them buy. The bandits asked him again, half of all the property? At this point, someone sitting in the bushes asked the captain, shouldn't they help them? The captain of the hunter squad from the Heavenly Warrior Academy's talent pavilion, Pathfinder Dokwa, asked. Which one was he talking about? About students who suddenly become bandits? Or the bandits of the Green Forest gang? The guy thought at that moment, why did he think for a moment that he should help the bandits? It was just kind of a shame to even look at them. Dokko said that as long as the subject of the surveillance doesn't cross the line, their first priority is surveillance. Let him remember that. And judging by what happened on the river, the bandits were definitely targeting the boys' lives. An ambush by bandits. But how are they connected at all, he thought? To Heavenly Demon Pavilion Army. Sahan said that the Hidden Soul Hall is a member of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion Elite after all. But who would have thought that the hidden dragon claws that are in the subordinate hall would drown because of the guys from the Heavenly Warrior Academy? He doesn't even know if the Hidden Soul Hall can handle the next move. The head of the Hidden Soul Hall, Zhang Ming, said that because of his nefarious plans, he doubts their guys' abilities, and if his unfinished strategy causes the Hidden Soul Hall to lose another unit, he won't just let it go. Sakan replied that there was no need to worry. This time the plan was prepared with great care. Let it take 5 days to reach Mount Wudong. It's not far there, the Heavenly Demon's prison, and there he is. The one who had killed nearly 100 Heavenly Demon Pavilion's rising stars in the past. Cal Hai Bang's blood blade. Men got angry and asked him, is he crazy? This is too dangerous. Why not just end it all? Sahan replied that this is why the head is always such a loser. Even if there's any trouble, they'll just say he ran away and did it of his own free will. Meng asked the guy if he had forgotten what family he was from. Sahan replied that of course he hadn't. He clearly remembers that he is the elder of the 2 sons of the current head of the Darkness Alliance, and the grandson of Blade of Darkness and God of War Blade Lord Kal Jun Hyuk. Isn't that why his value is so great? If he kills the students of the Celestial Warrior Academy, the martial arts world will be hit by a wave of chaos. Hai Bang felt angry at this moment, and his fingernails started scratching his face due to his intense irritation. But next to him was a priest, who used a powerful aura to awaken the monster from its cage. The elder walked over to the cage where Hai Bang's bloody blade sat. He looked at the steam that the priest let off and showed him the picture of his target. Head Ming was still surprised and asked the guy that he would make him attack them with the soul summoning technique. He wants to subjugate and control the soul of a man. He's out of his mind. Not to mention the consequences, he doesn't think it's even possible. Sahan smiled and asked, impossible? On the contrary, a man is even easier to control. And since the soul summoning technique will be taken up by those who are called twin heaven and earth killers, nothing is impossible. And now these two were about to arrive. Meng said that the twins were the assassins of heaven and earth, he of the sword of the spell and the blade of the lord of the afterlife. He's gotten this far because he's not acting alone. Does the Grand Prince know about all this? The Great Prince received the information at this moment, and watched all the guys. One of them was a Saint Sword successor, the second was a nameless rookie who was the winner of the Saint Masters Festival. After them went the precious daughter of the head of the Heavenly Alliance, and the disciple of the Sword Queen. And after her, the only daughter of the Heavenly Warrior Academy's Academy Director and the granddaughter of the Holy Blade. But Prince stopped at a picture of Hirin and said that wherever you poke, there's a sibling rivalry waiting for them. Hirin asked at this point, did you have to go that far? Ryuan asked, is there a problem with that? Hirin replied that it was some new kind of comfort, and it was awesome. But maybe it was dignity, conscience or morality that got in the way. But Yoon walked up to them and told them to listen. And he's totally uncomfortable. But he can't come down either. Ryuan asked, why not? The one guy next to him seemed pretty damn comfortable. Why shouldn't they enjoy this comfortable ride together? Yoon looked over and replied that he thought Brother Changhong was fainting. In any case, how can he enjoy comfort when senior disciples have to do such a thing? But it was much more complicated than that. The wagon of profit was pulled by the students with their own feet. On the way, Jiren suddenly told San to go quickly. If they put a log underneath, the wagon could roll more smoothly. San replied that she herself would be lying down here soon, and told the 3 group to make a replacement. The rest of us heard about Group 3 having to switch. They started to panic and didn't want to do it. Ryuan told his friends if they could see that even though they lacked horses, The older fellow students said that they would train as hard as they could, just as Flaming Blade's mentor had taught them, and they should help with that. Isn't that right, Mentor Flaming Blade? The teacher did not deny it, and replied that yes, but Sanghi said that if he just gave them their horses now, it would be inconvenient. But later he would be tormented by his conscience. Chan he replied that if they went out to sea again, it would be a great fortune. But when the wind died down, they were already in such a situation. Earlier, Chan He asked the guy if he could forgive them to end it here. Let him think of the consequences if it continues like this, but Sang told Mr. Ryuan to think about the face of their Chunyang security company. They will repay them when they return, won't they? Ryuan said then today, he would make sure that from now on, no one here would dare to lay a finger on Chunyang's security company. The head of the bandits replied that of course. And he swears on his name, no one will hurt them. Ryuan decided everything and said he would go then, but would charge a fee for his valuable guidance. If anyone was unhappy with that, let them say so. Sang on the road said that even with their investment, there wasn't enough money to buy horses, but even though there are not enough horses, they still pull their load. But why? Chan he replied that they would soon be on their way. So just let him be quiet. Ryuan suddenly asked the guys from the Red Falcons team, how are they doing down there? Should they go down? Hyung said at that moment that he thought they were just going on a tour, but saw such a rare scene. But why isn't he around his friends? We replied that he did not understand them. Mrs. Ping said that he had even robbed bandits, yet he traveled by wagon and ate from morning till night. But what's going on in that crazy Ryuan's head? Rin replied that she would like to know too. Mrs. Ping thought that Rin is very strange and apparently wants to know about Ryuan too. And this is an ice phoenix who is rumored to avoid all men except her father. Mrs. Ping said that according to her, he's a weirdo and a rascal. In any case, it looks like they have already arrived at their destination. One of the students said it looks like they're in position. Have them throw those damned logs down. Hurin immediately turned to Brother Changhong and told him to stand up. But Ryuan replied that they say people lose sleep as they get older. So why does he just go to sleep? Chunhong opened his eyes and said he was 25. Himself hearing these words said that at last they had come. And he had heard that young warriors were gathering on Mount Yuden. It will be easier there than it is now, won't it? But the captain answered him that high hopes could lead to great disappointment. In their experience, it was better to put such thoughts out of their minds and be as cautious as possible. Un also said that the captain was right. And especially when he's with an older fellow student. And there's no telling what might happen. 4 days later, Ryuan stood at the edge of the mountain and said that it was a rather high cliff that pierced the sea from the clouds. Ryuan suddenly asked then where should he fall. Without thinking about it for long, he jumped off the mountain. After that, the guys immediately chased after him. The guy looked down from the cliff and said that he really couldn't see him. The squad leader asked Dok-go, did he really jump? The guy replied that Ryuan was pretty weird about his life, though you couldn't tell from him. Dok-go said that no matter how he was, since he jumped off such a cliff, there would only be one result. The guy asked if they could find a detour and look for the body below. Gwa replied that they'd leave it to the construction, let the rest of them retreat. Gwa remembered the noble sword's orders to keep an eye on the striking Qin and stop in case it would harm the alliance. And now, even if he survived, it would be hard for him to throw something out, so we could leave a couple people to watch and let the rest of them leave. But here, Director Su said that since Noble Sword had given such an order, he would pretend not to know about it. But according to his priority is to protect children, and solving the problems they will cause comes second. Gwa realized that the correct thing to do was to comply with the principal's order disguised as a request, and the children were followed by suspicious individuals. But they're definitely not breaking into Yuden faction territory. We'd better clean this place up and do a thorough investigation. Gwa told squads 2 through 4 to rest. Mountain and water groups, to return with a report to the academy after looking after Chunyang's security company. And the first squad will stay here and look after the Red Falcon team. And the remaining 2 will go in search of the body, and the results will be reported with the help of male birds. A squad of boys came down from the mountain, and the elder gave them orders that they should find the body. And if they find that it is not dead, have them destroy it immediately. Ryuan walked down the mountain and thought, where would he go next? But he had fallen off the mountain. All that was left was to find his destiny. 4 days ago, a girl said that there are Yuntai and Zishu peaks in Wudong. And it is also said that there might be some secrets, or treasures in the cave of the Great Limit, and the rock of the Great Limit. And if you look at it that way, there are an awful lot of legends. And there might even be spirit beasts or herbs of immortality. Hurin laughed, and replied that that was why, when she had the chance, she had gone after them. But then, welcome to the family, Seol said that was correct. So when the Chunyang Security Company announced that they were recruiting people to return the convoy, she immediately applied. If not now, when else would she have the chance to visit Mount Wudong? Yun replied that it is indeed said, deep in the Wudong Mountains, one can meet fate and true miracles. However, most such things should be in places that are difficult for people to get to. Madam Ping asked, is that the problem now? The problem is why Miss Seol is here, who is supposed to return with Chunyang's men. Seol answered her that they were in a lot of trouble on their way, right? Sister Rin is at a private training session, so naturally, Sister Rin has to be protected by her. Rin said it was likely to be just the opposite. It was unlikely she would be able to protect her. Seol hugged her sister and said that in any case, she had already received permission from the Flame Blade mentor, and the only condition for training is to eat and sleep next to Sister Rin. Flaming Blade thought that since the girl was being watched by someone like an insidious devil, she would be safer next to a maid or a friend. Flaming Blade told Seol that he agreed, but that she should not leave her side even one step. Seol said she was so happy. Now she can explore the place at her own pleasure. Hurin laughed and replied that it would be interesting here. But when it comes to fate and miracles, it won't be so easy to find them. Shanyan said that most likely some of Wudong's disciples had already searched the place, but Hyung said he was only a disciple from a lay family, so he hadn't been everywhere. It's amazing how much people believe in miracles that only happen in fairy tales. Seol answered him that it wouldn't be unreasonable to look around. Did anyone really believe in such things? 4 days later, presently Ryuan entered the cave and said that there was nothing useful here, but at the other end of the cave he came out into the river, where everything was green and there were no human voices. Ryuan looked around and said there was nothing there either. What was the point of flooding the place, he thought, but he denied it all, for don't people say you have to fall off a cliff to meet your destiny? But suddenly he smelled the odor of food, which immediately interested him. He crept up and saw that the head of men was cooking meat, and the smell spread throughout the forest. Head Meng suddenly started laughing and asked the guy if he had seen it. But Ryuan suddenly grabbed his chest and as if he was trying to rip his heart out. Meng asked the boy what was wrong with him, was he hurt? Ryuan replied that he was so hungry for meat that his stomach twisted. Meng said here he grabbed his heart, not his stomach. What a strange young man. Ryuan replied that no, he was perfectly ordinary, and in front of him now is the foreman. The temperature's perfect and it's not burnt anywhere. As soon as he smelled it, he knew it was the right thing. Meng told the guy that he must have an eye for detail, and he asked the guy what he was doing there. Ryuan plucked the wood and replied that it was nothing special. Just practiced at making tools to take care of it. And wouldn't it be awful if he moved and had a tummy ache? So he'll help the master. Meng laughed and replied that he couldn't help but admire his ingenuity. And very well, if he followed the rules, he would be happy to share the recipe. Ryuan asked, and what are these rules? He hoped they weren't complicated or confusing. Meng replied that there was only one rule. Keep it all a secret. Because the guys on this mountain hate it when he does that. Ryuan asked, then he's just not allowed to snitch on him? What if he refuses? Would he kill him then? Meng told him that he couldn't exactly tell him then. And if you think about it, there's no better way. So, does the guy want to think about it? Ryuan told him not to worry, he wasn't a blabbermouth. He would keep everything a secret, since the chief's meat was at stake, and he hadn't seen it in 2 days. Meng listened and said then the guy is now an accessory. But suddenly Ryuan picked up the sticks and said he was sharing. Ryuan did everything and said that he had fairly split the legs in half. Meng replied that he didn't know what his standards of fairness were, but wasn't it amazing? He cut the meat like he's been doing it for 100 years. Ryuan said he's really awesome. And Grandpa has a good eye too, he said. I heard a guy call him Grandpa and he started laughing and couldn't stop. He said it was funny what he called him. He really likes it. Shortly into the meal, Ryuan asked if the faction already had as many as 6 books with lore about the area, But he had written them all himself? Meng replied to the guy talking as if he was looking for all that treasure himself. How can one even return to such nonsense? And in fact 3 items have already been found here. Thanks to that everything around here has been thoroughly checked, even the talons of briefly arriving birds have been examined. But now there was no one else walking around, so he could roast and eat meat in peace. Ryuan asked, so it turns out he's not some sage hermit? But then who is he? Meng replied that he is just an old horse-faced Taoist who is recognized even by the elders. People call him the son of the Black Sword and the son of the Jade Void, but in essence, he has done nothing of the sort. Ryuan listened and wished him luck. And it was a pity there was no booze. Since he was already hunting like that, he could have taken care of the wine, there in a leather sack or a deer antler. Meng laughed and replied that he knew it, he was the perfect guy. And as the guy had already guessed, he had it all set up. Ryuan saw the bottle and said he knew he'd cut a chip. And the old man is not at all like one boring monk from Wudong. Meng was surprised and asked him who the guy was talking about. Ryuan replied that there was a Taoist who came to their training camp, and it seems he was something of a son of infinity himself, a black spirit sage. And they say he's pretty famous. He is so punctual and precise that his walk can be used instead of a clock. His stride length, gait speed and schedule are always the same, and the black spirit mentor stepped on the threshold of the martial arts Elena gate after his afternoon walk. It's even time, and he's very big on accuracy, so let them be careful. He doesn't tolerate anything that goes against the schedule. Meng said that's the kind of black spirit he is. He's a bit rigid, and values rules above all else. Ryuan asked, isn't that a bit too much? Ryuan said that everyone literally refuses to attend his class. Yoon said that this class is a hell of a 2-hour class, and he needs to be at the Flame Blade Mentor all day, so he went already. Mrs. Peng also said that they had already observed the Heavenly Justice team enough. In fact, they were originally here for the Red Falcon team, but Hyung replied that he had gone through these classes several times before, so he would refuse. Ryuan said that even the 3rd Shining Sword that studied here, and he refused. Meng replied to the guy saying something child, Chion he, this time came along with him? Ryuan said that was right and asked if they were friends. Meng said that this guy is his apprentice. Although he's a mentor who understands more about drinking and partying, you can tell he's a smart and talented kid. Ryuan was surprised and asked then Cheon Hyung has an unexpectedly good mentor like him? Meng replied that no, rather such a lowly horse-faced Taoist has an unexpected good disciple. You never know how fate will turn out. It's been a long time since he's met a guy as interesting as him. And while they're all eating and drinking, why don't they practice? And would the guy like to see the sword technique he had recently comprehended? Ryuan asked for free? If so, he's willing. Men started laughing and told the guy how cute he was. And it's been a long time since he's met someone like that. So he was curious what this technique would be like in his eyes. Meng immediately proceeded in technique, and applied the 3 passions of the sword wisdom of the great limit, and then used the amplification of the celestial net. The attack was so strong that the mercenaries could see rays of light in the sky. The head of the Hidden Soul Squad, Han Ju Meng asked, what kind of monster was that? And ordered the squad to carefully investigate everything there. Blood Blade Hebong was in the forest at this moment, and said that on Mount Wudong, only killing was necessary. The old man started laughing and said that Hai Ban had managed to reach Mount Wudong. Chasing a man like this is a completely new experience for him. But the magician replied to him that his new experience was just shit. He's dying of boredom. At least he'll be on site soon, and there he'll manage on his own. The old man asked, without a bell ringing in his soul. He would even be interested to see what would happen when his spell technique dissipated. The magician told him not to talk nonsense. Doesn't he know he's been slipping spell pills into his food for days? And fumigated him with soul-summoning incense, and only then used the spell. And the bell is only an auxiliary signal. When the darkness of the heavenly demon he used the spell technique, he was already completely caught in the net, and his crazy head was left with nothing but that ringing sound. Ryuan was looking at the master's technique at this moment, and said that it was magnificent. Head men started laughing and said he was rubbing his bones. And that was pretty hilarious. And how did the guy like what he saw? He asked. Ryuan asked him in response, Didn't it feel like the strength and speed of the threads that were created by the sword energy were too tight? And it's not a bad idea. But if you put even a little bit of strength into it, it's going to break. Ryuan showed his strength and destroyed it. Meng was very surprised and couldn't believe it, but who would have thought that he would pinpoint the exact moment that caused him to agonize so much? Had this child really reached the same level as himself? Meng asked the guy, what did he see that at his age? But who was he? Ryuan replied that he was a young man. A pure genius and simply the best in the world. And the best in the world can be attached to all the words in the sentence: clean, genius, and young man. Men replied that for some reason he felt like saying he was wrong on all fronts. Especially the cleanliness part. It's not often he meets such evil people. Ryuan said a young man as kind to everyone as him and spoiled? And Grandpa must be joking. Apparently it's the flock of sparrows that showed up when he opened the nets. Are they his friends or something? Meng replied that he had never made friends with such huge sparrows. And they are so inconspicuous that he had only recently discovered them himself. That's because he was focused on technique. But this kid smelled them early, and still remained unperturbed. Ryuan said then maybe a fine young man like him as payment for food could deal with them? Meng laughed and replied that if he could, that would indeed be enough as payment. And even good, the sparrows are already flying. Meng became very angry and kicked the ground and said, who dares to spread his anger on the sacred mountain of Wudong? The mercenaries immediately all stepped into the light at once. But Ryuan replied that if you think about it, that net, it has the power to pierce the heavens, right? Then it wouldn't be a problem if its cells were bigger, right? Ryuan used her powers and said something like this, and applied the energy of the sword of smashing thunder. The palm of snares in the sky and nets on the ground, and then used the celestial thunder nets tearing the sky. Meng saw this and was greatly surprised. He also could not believe his eyes. The mercenaries were trapped in the net, and could not get through it. But the wounds from it were very stiff and unbearable. I realized what it was in the first place, and said it was just absurd. I mean, it can't be. He realized that the martial art that this child was using was definitely the same one he had seen 100 years ago. He immediately remembered being told to give up. After all, he's still young and not very good at this. Does he still want to kill him? But the warrior replied that his name was Khan's son Ilchui, and he would not give up. Meng looked at all this and could not believe it. After all, someone who had been raised by the elders of the 9 great factions, paralyzed with fear. But the warrior didn't give up and used the inexhaustibility of the great limit. Meng immediately realized that this was the most perfect wisdom sword of the great limit that he had seen so far. And no matter how powerful that old man was, he wouldn't be able to block it. But Ilchui used all his strength to prove the boy wrong. And he used a net attack. Ilchui immediately told Meng, who was hiding in the bushes, to hurry up and get this youngster before he died. Meng took his comrade and thought on the way, how did Ilchui reach such a level? And that old man had definitely pierced the heavens. He had thrown the hope of the 9 great factions to the ground with a single movement of his hand. And now Meng, too, had found his life's purpose. Only that old man knows that he hid and saw everything that day. He kept what he saw deep in his heart, and never told anyone. Because just 1 second, he was so eager to replicate that 1 single second that lodged in his soul that he built his art, which is the pride of the Yuden school, upon it. And in the end, he wanted to crush him. For 50 years he tirelessly developed his technique, and the 3 passions of the great limit wisdom sword were very similar to that movement, but he couldn't get rid of the thought that something was missing. And suddenly it struck him. That second movement of the old man contained the freedom of heaven and earth unbound, and from the day he realized it, he kept trying to bend the rules and put freedom into his sword. Meng asked the guy, how did he do it? What was his sword missing? Ryuan replied that his sword wasn't free yet. And maybe he's not free because he's bound by an obsession to be free. Meng thought and realized something from the boy's words. He knew immediately that this was it. The chains that had bound him since that day. He immediately used his powers and got rid of the chains. After that, his strength immediately increased several times over. He began to rejoice that he was finally able to do it. Ryuan said he was glad Grandpa had so much energy at his age. And now he could get some exercise. He grabbed one of the mercenaries and said that it was said that men like him wouldn't open their mouths no matter what happened. And he believes that too. But that's why he's confident that he can endure whatever he does. The mercenary tried to say something and agonized. Ryuan asked, wondering if he was promising to tell everything if he took the gag out of his mouth. And so he decided to kill himself like the others? The mercenary tried to answer him, but couldn't and just waved his head. But Ryuan said he was lying. And he'd heard before people like him, once their mouths were free, would bite off their tongues and kill themselves. And even if he's not lying, he shouldn't do it. And it doesn't matter what he does to him: head, shoulders, knees, fingers, and toes. And it doesn't matter what condition his bones, muscles, digestive, respiratory, cardiovascular, or any other system is in. And shouldn't he show with his professionalism and fortitude, keeping his mouth shut and not revealing his secret? Ryuan turned to the old man and asked, he was right, wasn't he? Meng replied that he had to clean up their meal. He was too busy to think about such things. And he hadn't seen anything at all. Ryuan asked the mercenary if he had heard. It's tacit agreement, after all. In other words, Grandpa says he's right. Ryuan immediately swung his hand at him and told the mercenary not to let his expectations down. Men heard everything and said on the one hand that it was real, but it was unreal. And I imagined the bunny making them a meal next to the lake. Suddenly Ming looked up into the sky and said it was going to rain. And there was still no moon in sight, but it was getting dark. He asked the boy if he had finished. Ryuan replied as he properly kneaded the dough. And he suddenly thought that there was a place where he was urgently needed. Ryuan said goodbye to him, and said they'd see each other next time. Today was really good. Meng replied that he would look forward to their next meeting. Meng said goodbye to him, and told him there were 3 pieces of dough that were still breathing just by virtue of having fainted. And he thinks they'll have to go back to the main school building with him. And he hit the road. At this moment, Ryuan was flying and said that the air currents were so unusual. He even wondered what was wrong, but as he climbed the mountain he saw the bodies of the mercenaries lying before him. The captain met him and continued to fight with the rest of the mercenaries. Ryuan looked at them and asked who had left them those scratches. The girl replied that it was because of the ambush. Miss Ping asked Ryuan, why out of the Heavenly Justice group is he the one here at this time? But no, why is he standing there like a fool? Does he want to die? Ryuan got really angry and decided to yell at the students. But Hack immediately said no. It's not because of their skills. It's all those damn mercenaries, there are too many of them. Yell immediately told Haku that he was in no position to fight right now. Sam himself also replied that he wasn't hurt. He was just bitten by a mosquito, but his sister told him to be quiet at once. But the disciple said that in fact these robbers had crept up when everyone was washing and resting. Suddenly, Un shouted to the older man to be more careful. At that moment, several mercenaries pounced on Ryuan. Ryuan was very angry and asked, did they leave scratches on his things? He immediately used the thunder-smashing sword head of the deadly thunder sword strike. Then he used the thunder and lightning of the phoenix. And the rays immediately hit the bodies of the mercenaries. Every mercenary after that lay on the ground unmoving. And they were all dead. All the disciples were surprised from such strength. Even Madame Ping thought it was impossible. Ryuan approached the captain and asked where the others were. The captain replied that Mentor Flameblade with Yun and the Celestial Justice Group went to extra classes. The third Shining Sword and Seol went to the same place to observe. Mrs. Ping suddenly said that it wasn't far from Wudong School. It should be safe there. She asked disciple Ryuan, shouldn't he be with the Heavenly Justice Group? Why did he come here also alone? But she thought suddenly, was that what she wanted to ask now? She knew he was strong. But just now, he'd felled everyone in an instant, like a ghost. What was that all about? Ryuan asked. Then young Lady Rin, where is she? The captain replied that since Seol wasn't here, she said she wanted to take a walk by herself and went to that mountain. Ryuan didn't hesitate, and immediately went after her to make sure she wasn't trapped. But it turns out Rin was sitting in the mountain, and was slightly wounded in the arm. She'd fallen into a mercenary trap. The girl turned to Mrs. Ping and asked if she was all right. She didn't seem to be injured, but she was pale for some reason. Tang also asked, is this a situation where one should laugh? Madame Ping replied that it's nothing like that. It's just a little disturbing. Tang replied that it was because that shaggy-haired guy ran away headlong, ignoring her words. But who would ever want to be around that shaggy guy? Bad luck for the young lady Na, she was too polite to that devil. But she thinks it's for the best today. He is strong after all. Mrs. Peng replied that she didn't care. She doesn't have any expectations about Ryuan's apprentice. She was only anxious because the assassins dared to come here. After she finds out what's wrong with the Heavenly Justice Group, she should immediately contact the academy. The captain heard this and said it was a wise idea. Fortunately, the guys in the Heavenly Justice Group seemed to be okay. And then Flaming Blade ran up with the others and asked the guys, among them fools, no one died, right? The students replied that they didn't. Soon, the guy said that he was very lucky. The Heavenly Justice Group had already arrived after Senior Flame Blade had dealt with the situation. But since there were still disciples here, they were worried. The guard asked as they dared to invade the Yuden clan's territory. But now they could all calm down and rest. He and his senior apprentice Flame Blade would find young Lady Rin and apprentice Ryuan on their own. But suddenly Flaming Blade told them to stop and asked them if they had just seen it. It's going to rain. In other words, if they go to the mountains right now, they will get caught in the rain. The guard also said to hurry up so that the students wouldn't get hurt. Flaming Blade asked him what was he talking about. He meant that the rain would hurt them themselves. Those two can take care of themselves. So there's no need to do useless things. And suggested they just rest. He realized it couldn't be, but he felt as if he could hear the voice of that devil. They started to get indignant, and said that young Lady Na was the precious daughter of the current head of the Celestial Alliance. Flaming Blade said if that's the way they want it, he won't stop it. But he and the boys don't need to be dragged into this. And don't worry, if one of them dies, he'll take responsibility. Mrs. Peng asked the Flame Blade mentor what he was about. Seol suggested too, that they should go and look for them all together. Flaming Blade replied that with her skills, she would only get in the way. And asked the Red Falcon team if there were any of them who wanted to go. The captain immediately replied that they couldn't. And asked if there would be rabbit or boar for dinner. Mrs. Peng also said that if they went, they would only hinder them. It's already better not to go anywhere. Seol started to panic and asked them what were they even talking about. Mrs. Peng replied that those two didn't need to be afraid of being attacked. So they should stop worrying about them too. But Hiran said that even though she said so, how would they act? Even though Ryuan is in no danger, can they leave him like this? The guard bureau went up the hill and upon seeing the dead mercenaries one of them said that all of the attackers had slash wounds like sword wounds. And because of the rain, it's hard to tell for sure, but no large bloodstains were found around. The main man said that, just like Flame Blade said, those two were definitely safe. And probably just hiding from the rain somewhere, or even returning to the camp. The guard said that the downpour was already intensifying. And asked the person in charge, why don't they retreat in that case too? The Yuden clan had already shown the academy enough of their diligence. The chief replied, very well. Have half of them collect the bodies and take them to the main building, and have the rest of them search along the road. Hurin hid at that moment, and told Brother Changhong that if they followed the people from the Wudong clan, he thought they would find Ryuan. Maybe he'd already gone back to camp altogether. Changhan told him to wait and watch for a while. Suddenly, Hiran said to Brother Changhong, he looked like a professional assassin or a wanted expert. What's that about? Changhan replied that he was just good at it because he collected herbs. Anyway, the Ice Phoenix didn't head down to camp, but up. Hiran looked up and asked, is the brother up talking? Changhan replied that yes, he was. Since the assassins all have sword marks on them, the Ice Phoenix single-handedly dealt with them. Since more enemies could come afterwards, she probably hid somewhere nearby, in a place with a good view of the neighborhood, and where she could recover her strength. And it's not far to the top, and there's plenty of places to hide. And Ryan must have gone there too. At this time, Rin was in the cave and felt that she was tired. And it probably wouldn't be safe to go down from here at night. After all, she doesn't even know if the enemies will come yet, and there's a downpour. But this place. Suddenly Ryuan appeared and asked her if she was going to dry her clothes. And it looks like she needs that fire more than he does. She's used up a lot of energy. Rin immediately answered him that she was refusing. She's fine, and could care less. Ryuan held out his clothes and said, he's not okay. It's warm and dry. Why shouldn't she wrap herself in it? Otherwise, it wasn't very smart of her to stay like that in front of a man. Rin replied that after saying that, she was even more reluctant to get any closer. How did he know she was here? Ryuan replied that when he was downstairs, he saw a couple of assassins looking for her. After dealing with one without a problem, he searched for the next, and so on until he came upon her. And if she's so afraid of him that she can't rest, how will she regain her energy? Earlier, his teacher had said that you can't run away from your fears forever. And also that if you grind the root into powder, it will be good for your health. Of all the things his teacher said, this one he totally agrees with. Because you can't solve a problem by just avoiding it. Rin suddenly told him that they sounded the same. Ryuan was surprised and asked her what she was talking about. Rin sat down and replied that though she didn't say it in words, but in deeds. There was a man that made her do truly difficult things, not by helping but only by encouraging her. Ryuan asked her if she liked it. Rin answered that she did. She liked that she didn't get help and did everything by herself. Because it was the first time she had ever done anything on her own. Rin looked at it and asked, "Isn't that ginseng?" Ryuan replied that no, it was a bell root that his 25-year-old uncle had given him. It tastes like expensive ginseng, so he left some. By then Rin had found the cave and told his brother that it looked like they were here. They could look into his friend's tender nest. Chung Hong immediately told him to stop. He had a bad feeling about it. Just then an eagle flew over the mountain and landed on Guo's hand. He brought a letter to his master. Guo looked and saw that the letter said that all the remaining guys were dead. They dared to attack the academy students in Yuden territory. He immediately ordered the others to return to Yuden now. It doesn't matter if them or not, as fast as possible. Hirin asked his brother what he was talking about. Changhan pointed with the branch to him, and told him to look. Hirin told him that if he was punishing Rian for being a little out of line, maybe it was better to throw a rock? Changhan replied, "What other punishment is there? Just takes into account usually behavior from a goofball." Throwing the stick straight into the cave, it broke into small pieces. Changhan asked him if he could see. Hirin was shocked and said it couldn't be. Is Ryuan trying to kill them? Changhan replied that he didn't know they were coming, so prepared it against the assassins. Hirin said that if you look closely, there's some too sweet atmosphere inside. He told brother Changhong to stop him before he made a mess of things. Changhan replied that they couldn't let that happen. He would go ahead. At this moment, Ryuan was gobbling a root and recovering his strength. Rin immediately said that it looked like there were assassins outside. Ryuan said no. It was just earthworms coming out. Then he suddenly asked her if she remembered. During the Three Masters Festival, she promised to train him. How about using your free time today? Rin was surprised and asked, now? She immediately said that she agreed, and hadn't fully recovered her inner strength yet, but since it was his request she would do her best. Ryuan was surprised and asked her why she was grabbing a sword at such a peaceful time. Rin replied that he had just asked her to teach him. The guy said yes, but if possible, he'd like to get the most out of the lesson, to learn about what she likes and what she doesn't like. Rin asked that training consists of asking her something like that. Ryuan replied that of course. For example, what food, tea, or color she likes. What kind of weather makes her feel energized. Rin asked him why would he want to know something like that. Ryuan replied that he just wanted to get to know her better. After all, when she cares about someone, she always wants to know what that person likes. Rin was surprised at the fact that he just wanted to get to know her better. So far had any man besides her father been interested in such a thing, she thought? Ryuan told her that if such questions made her uncomfortable, it wasn't worth answering then. He's interested in taking his time to get to know her. Now he would go catch worms. Rin said she wasn't uncomfortable. But he's such a strange person. And even with the dragon eyes, she can't figure out what's on his mind. But he's definitely different from other men. Ryuan suddenly offered to spend that precious time with her. Suddenly, Rin heard strange voices. Rin asked what that voice was. Wasn't it Hirin's? Ryuan replied that it's just an owl's whoop, which is reminiscent of Hirin's voice. And though it's a little strange that he's hooting in such rainy weather, Rin listened and said that it looked like he was in here with Changhan. Ryuan had better remove the traps he'd set outside so they wouldn't get hurt. Ryuan said then they would continue today's conversation next time. The guys immediately walked in, saying that it looked like they had gotten through. Hirin told his brother that there didn't seem to be anything wrong here, and asked Ryun why he wouldn't let them in. Chung-han also said that he knew he was shameless, but just like that. Ryun replied that he just thought earthworms were trying to crawl into the cave, so he stopped them. So aren't his words too harsh? Chung-han immediately started yelling at him and saying he was the worst. And what's that in his mouth? It doesn't look like a bell root he's familiar with. Tell him to stop chewing on it. Ryun asked him if he was serious. Does he feel so sorry for those bells? Rin also thought at that moment, why did they come? Chung-han told the guy that to the guy, they're just simple bells, but to him they're as valuable as ginseng. Fortunately, Miss Na is safe, but he made her an accomplice. Chung-han remembered that he too had felt before that he couldn't clearly see this man's intentions. No sense of greed or lust. Perhaps it was him. Earlier, the head had told Rin to be on the lookout for all the young men in the academy. Hirin suddenly told Ryun to give him some too. Otherwise he had wasted his strength outside and was hungry, and saw that the guy hadn't made a big mistake. Anyway, he's glad that young Lady Na is safe and sound. And he doesn't remember meeting his aunt, but a cousin is a cousin. Ryun asked the guy, who made him break in here. But did they realize how scared Miss Na was when he and Uncle Na broke in? Rin suddenly said that she wasn't really surprised. But it was already deep into the night. She realized that they were men anyway. It's not right to be together with them at night. Rin stood up and said she would go and rest in the middle. As she left, she heard them continue to chat. Guo was trapped at this moment, and was leaving behind a lot of blood. He realized that the twin killers of heaven and earth were on Mount Wudong, and now he realizes he must survive and report. The old man asked the magician, did he miss a small fish? And the sword of the spell is dead. The magician replied that he was overworked from controlling that guy, so it was up to him to catch all the small fish. The old man said it's like they're getting close, but it's still his fault? And if the mage is having such a hard time, maybe he should go after him? The magician replied that they would just leave him. Even if he calls someone, it will be too late, because he would open the doors to hell tonight. The old man said they had high expectations for the kids. He's up already, isn't he? The magician replied, rising. So what? The spell makes the bastard look like a scarecrow. The old man said, who cares if all he has to do is trash the place? He just has to give everyone a good show. The old man suddenly thought and asked if he could even make a mess around here. The magician replied that he didn't know. As soon as he set foot here, some adjustments had to be made. He even gave him back the things he had originally used. Now all that's left to do is follow him and watch. But in the morning in the clan, Wai woke up before everyone else and sat on the mover. But Yun told him that there was no morning training today, and because of yesterday, this morning, mentors Flameblade and Son of Infinity will be holding a meeting in Yuden territory. Wai replied that the essence of the training of the mentor of the Son of Infinity is to move according to a predetermined plan every day under all circumstances without a drop of indignation, and even the absence of a mentor shouldn't be a hindrance to the morning training. Yun said that he would then pass on all the information to his brothers. Wei says he won't stop then. But there's no guarantee they'll come. And it's time for him to go, too. Yun looked and said he thought they'd be back once they found Ryun. But he hopes nothing happened to them. But Yun realized that Ryun, Hirin, and brother Chenhong were incredibly strong. He too wants to become stronger so that he can go with them next time. Yun immediately got out of bed and said that yes, he would try his best. He would try twice as hard even if he was on the verge of death. Yun immediately headed into the forest and started practicing. He decided to apply the lushly blooming plum tree, but in a moment of training, he suddenly fell to the ground. And one of the passers-by started laughing at him. Head Meng saw him and said what an interesting little guy he was. At that age, and already at the level of a soul sword. He also has allergies. Meng came out of the bushes and asked the guy, was he scared? No need to worry, he's just a horse-faced Taoist. Not some suspicious type. Yun immediately introduced himself to Elder Wudong and apologized for his appearance. Meng asked in surprise, what other elder? What struck him was that he had reached the level of a soul sword at his age, and the guy was still apologizing for his appearance. He came to see that kid, and there was another kid. He thought his student was a genius, kids are scary these days. Yoon replied to Daos that he was just praising him. Perhaps the disciple they're looking for is Chun Hong or Hiran? These ones are always grumbling when they see each other. The disciple he's looking for is exceptionally pleasant and with an unusual sense of gratitude. And he hadn't heard his name, but he called himself Pure Genius. Something like that. Yun asked with surprise, Pure Genius? Could he be talking about the seventh divine sword? Why? Meng replied that he definitely wasn't. The holy sword, though outstanding, but this kid can't be from the Moan clan. This pure genius was nurtured by heaven and earth, was able to understand the essence of nature and become its benefactor. Yun thought, who is this? Although he had actually heard someone called a pure genius many times somewhere. But Ryuan can't be the exceptionally pleasant benefactor that the elder is talking about. Men got angry and said that this is what it means, the bond of fate. Apparently, he won't meet him today, but that's nothing. And the fact that they met him is also fate. What is his relationship with his named brother then? His name is Yu Huangwan, and in the Hua Mountain faction, he is also called the Plum Blossom Holy Sword. He is just as crazy about the sword as the boy, and they have a similar flavor. Yun said that since they called the great mentor brother, his name was his name. And then the guy froze in surprise and even got a little scared. He remembered his master saying he had an old younger brother, a mad swordsman from Wudong. Meng said that yes, that horse-faced Daso is the son of the Black Sword. Brother wouldn't talk about him, but since he knows, is he the kid? The precious genius disciple of his brother. Yun bowed and replied that he apologized for not recognizing. But although he had received special favor from the great mentor, he was only a shameful disciple that he could not even follow his instructions correctly. Meng laughed and said that this was the first time he'd seen how colorful Yuden was lately. If not a flock of sparrows, then an encounter with a pure genius or a disgraced disciple. Meng clapped his hands and said he got yesterday. Today is the time to give. He grabbed Yun and dragged him behind him. Meng said that when they meet his brother later, be sure to let him brag that his little brother taught him the right way. Wai decided to practice too and was alone in the forest. He thought he had done one technique 300 times and he was now done, and noticed that his sword accuracy had improved, but not enough to grasp the secret meaning. So he decided that he had asked Hume for a practice fight. But his senses were suddenly triggered and he immediately looked into the forest and realized that someone was coming. He immediately realized it was the master. He felt a shiver run through his body. But Rin also said during the journey that she had a feeling something bad was about to happen. Chunghan also said that there are no mentors today yet. They need to hurry up right away. Running into the forest, Ryuan suddenly stopped and asked, what kind of situation was this? But Hiran abruptly felt the very power he had seen before. He immediately lowered his sword in fear, and realized that it was his older brother.